Muyu has been reborn into a modern urban world teeming with elves. Born into modest circumstances, he has successfully awakened the Hextech Talent System from his previous life in the game Teamfight Tactics. A wondrous Hextech Talent Lottery occurs weekly. Each day, coins and experience are automatically awarded. Experience allocation allows one to bypass bottlenecks and swiftly elevate the levels of elves. Potent equipment that directly enhances base stats. Even hero replicators that can augment elf talents. I, Muyu, have arrived at this point through the sweat and efforts of myself and my companions. Years later, standing on the world stage, Muyu raised his trophy and proclaimed thus. The sturdy combination of dragon tooth and thornmail equates to the rock turtle, while the courageous pairing of Qinglong blade and cannon corresponds to the crossbat. The mad warrior with a reaper and a tech gun is akin to the fire chicken, and the one-punch man with infinity edge and death dance is comparable to the king of leave. The strongest tank, with Titan and Berserker, equates to the electric beast. The superpowered queen, combining Archangel and Spell Explosion, corresponds to Shanaido, while the aloof assassin with the sheep blade and giant killer is equivalent to Shanaido. Years later, gazing at Arceus surrounded by a multitude of divine beasts, Muyu chuckled with pride. Master, allocate points. Chapter 1. Wings of Freedom. A family portrait. In the Summer Kingdom, Chongqing Province, Qingsong City. First Experimental High School, Class 2-1. In a brightly lit classroom, the sound of fervent writing fills the air. Ding-ling-ling. As the urgent bell rang, the bespectacled invigilator descended from the podium, sternly collecting the final examination papers one by one. Phew, finally done with the exam. Next, it's time to await the results and claim the school's offer for a free elf acquisition. Once the papers were collected, a handsome and sunny youth let out a long sigh of relief. Contemplating the bright future ahead, the sunny youth, Muyu, wore a faint smile as he greeted familiar classmates while making his way home. Observing the bustling crowd, Muyu couldn't help but reflect on the 17 years since his crossing over. Indeed, Muyu is not originally from this world. However, to be precise, he can be considered a part of this world, as he arrived while still in the womb, akin to the notion of reincarnation and cultivation found in fantastical realms. The reasons for his crossing over need not be elaborated upon. After all, Muyu, having been an orphan in his past life, held no significant resistance to this new existence and cared little for the means of returning, as he would be all alone if he did. In the world where Muyu now resides, he not only has loving parents, but also encounters various wondrous beings. Elves? These are the very creatures once referred to as Pokémon, or pet elves, or magical creatures, or pocket monsters in his previous life. Although the presence of elves has now become ubiquitous in every household, their true integration into human life began in the year 1900 of the Yanwan calendar. That year, with the leadership of the Huaxia Alliance and other top powers, a global alliance was established to promote the latest naming legislation concerning elves. The extraordinary creatures, renowned as magical beasts, are officially renamed as spirits, symbolizing the essence of nature. Indeed, unlike the historical trajectory of the past life, the history of the Huaxia Alliance, or the Xia Kingdom in this world, diverges in several respects from that of former times. Apart from their formidable strength and the absence of foreign invasions, the historical accounts across various periods also exhibit subtle differences from those of the past. For instance, Liu Bang, the Emperor Gaozu of Han, achieved a resounding victory over Xiangyu with the assistance of the divine beast. Yindi, during the tumultuous Three Kingdoms era, the realm did not revert to Jin, but rather, after Wei Wudi Chao garnered the favor of the legendary divine beast. Legon, he successfully unified the Three Kingdoms, compelling surrounding alien tribes to flee in disarray, thereby safeguarding the Central Plains. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, ascended to power with the aid of the divine beast, the Firebird, ultimately succeeding the Song dynasty, and it was not until 1900 that the royal Zhu family voluntarily relinquished the throne, establishing the Huaxia Alliance. With the establishment of the alliance, spirits transitioned from rare possessions exclusive to ancient nobility to indispensable companions found in nearly every household, integral to both daily life and work. It is noteworthy that spirits were once referred to as magical beasts in ancient times due to their mastery of various extraordinary and potent abilities, which, even in modernity, remain more terrifying than firearms. Thus, the profession of spirit trainer emerged. Unlike ordinary individuals who nurture spirits as pets, these trainers endeavor to maximize the potential of spirits, investing considerable resources in their development while unflinchingly exploring perilous locales such as deep mountains and hidden realms, rendering their profession inherently dangerous. Nevertheless, despite the inherent risks, becoming a spirit trainer remains the most coveted aspiration for many, as it signifies a societal status and access to resources that far surpasses that of the average individual. In simpler terms, it guarantees greater earnings and improved living conditions. Yet, the formidable nature of spirits means that powerful families may become even stronger by monopolizing abundant resources. To prevent the emergence of entrenched aristocracies reminiscent of ancient dynasties, where classes became solidified and ambitions ran awry, the Huaxia Alliance has instituted regulations prohibiting anyone under the age of 16 from privately owning spirits, meaning they cannot be registered under one's name or utilized in any formal competitions. Of course, one may cultivate spirits privately or take them into the wilderness without oversight. However, such spirits, lacking formal registration, are effectively akin to unregistered entities. Upon reaching the age of 16, these spirits can be registered, and aside from restrictions on participating in age-restricted events, no further issues arise. Considering that the allocation of free spirit slots occurs at the conclusion of the second year of high school, around the age of 17, the spirits utilized during college entrance examinations must not exceed 1 year of age. Thus, for the average individual, the college entrance examination represents one of the few relatively equitable competitions available. Moreover, possessing a spirit at an early age may not necessarily be advantageous, as the immaturity of one's mind can impede a spirit's development, and excessive mistreatment may lead to the emergence of terrifying behaviors, such as devouring one's master. Therefore, most nations stipulate that legal ownership of spirits is permitted only between the ages of 14 and 16, with the Huaxia Alliance setting the highest threshold. Similarly, major competitions also impose age restrictions, such as the National Spirit College Tournament, which mandates that spirits must not exceed 6 years of age, while other competitions do not enforce such limitations. This framework allows the state to identify and cultivate talent among commoners rather than allowing all resources to be monopolized by fixed social classes. This is the relatively equitable opportunity bestowed by the Huaxia Alliance upon commoner trainers, ensuring that at least during their academic years, they can compete on a relatively level playing field with the scions of noble families. Beyond the confines of school, however, fate must take its course. "Kacha Mom, I'm back." Upon entering the living room, Muyu called out to Zhao Rou, who was busy in the kitchen. "Xiaoyu, welcome back. How was the exam? Was it difficult?" Hearing Muyu's voice, Zhao Rou promptly set aside the freshly washed vegetables, hastily wiped her hands on her apron without a towel, and hurried over with a face full of concern. In this era, obtaining a spirit is not particularly challenging. Creatures like the caterpie and Pidgey are ubiquitous in the streets. However, spirits, like humans, are categorized into various tiers. Those lacking adequate qualifications are destined to reach their limits without extraordinary fortunes. After all, one cannot expect an easily found caterpie to evolve into a formidable creature capable of tearing apart a Rayquaza or trampling a Groudon. Of course, if you're the leader of a top-tier organization with special abilities, exceptional personal qualities, and are willing to invest substantial resources into training, then I shall not contest that. Thus, while ordinary individuals may have relatively equitable opportunities for competition, acquiring spirits of superior quality remains a challenge. It is worth noting that even a spirit with average potential, such as a Pidgey, command a price nearing 10,000 yuan, as successfully evolved Pidgeotos are highly sought after in local courier and delivery services. Furthermore, the best beginner spirits, the renowned starter Pokémon from the animated series of the past, are widely available, possessing at least advanced level qualifications, with most exhibiting elite traits. Occasionally, in large cities, fortunate individuals may encounter starter Pokémon with gym-level potential, resulting in their eggs being priced in excess of 1 million yuan. To accommodate the general populace, a system is in place allowing families to contribute 5,000 yuan annually to a spirit fund after a child's birth, culminating in a total of 85,000 yuan by the age of 17, enabling them to claim a starter Pokémon from the local official breeding center. This method is undoubtedly more economical than outright purchase, making it feasible for families with decent annual incomes to manage. Chapter 2 Ding. Your external assistance has arrived. Not too shabby, not particularly difficult. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing a place in the top 3 is a certainty. Muyu stated with unwavering confidence. That is good to hear. Zhao Rou harbored no doubts about this, having known Muyu since childhood. She was reassured by his relatively mature outlook compared to his peers. Her inquiry stemmed from genuine concern, as she felt a lingering unease if she didn't check in on him. Due to national policies, each year, high schools across various regions allocate 3 to 5 free Pokémon slots based on the financial conditions of their respective provinces, granting them to students who excel in cultural subjects. Although the Pokémon offered are typically commonplace, such as Pidgey, Oddish, or Snorlax, they are guaranteed to possess at least basic qualifications, with the potential for professional grade. With a stroke of luck, one might even receive a Pokémon of advanced or elite potential. In a small city like Qingsong, which is situated outside the 3rd tier, the most formidable individuals are merely gym-level trainers possessing gym-capable Pokémon, holding a status that rivals even that of the city's mayor. Thus, this opportunity to obtain free Pokémon in high school represents the closest chance for ordinary individuals to acquire high-quality Pokémon. Fortunately, endowed with memories from a previous life, Muyu had been diligent in his studies of cultural subjects and Pokémon knowledge from a young age, consistently achieving outstanding results. Additionally, the first experimental high school lacked any prodigies in cultural subjects, allowing Muyu to maintain the top position in his grade, ensuring that he would reliably acquire his first Pokémon once the results are announced next week. "Where's my dad?" Muyu inquired casually while assisting Zhao Ro in washing vegetables in the kitchen. "Who knows? He left early this morning, rather mysteriously. I have no idea what he is up to," Zhao Ro replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. "He is probably busy with something at the orchard. Let us wait a bit longer." Noticing his mother's slight vexation, Muyu swiftly shifted the topic. Muyu's family was engaged in the business of fruit trees. While many rare fruits could only be found in special secret realms, some ordinary fruits, such as orange berries and cherry berries, could be cultivated outside of these realms. Muyu's father, Muyong, had initially worked as a forest ranger but switched careers to manage the orchard after Muyu was born. Besides cultivating regular fruit trees, he had also leveraged connections to acquire a batch of fruit tree saplings, beginning to plant them. Though the unit price of these fruits is quite high, ordinary orange berries costing around 100 yuan, and cherry berries, which can cure abnormal statuses, reaching 200 to 300 each. Due to environmental factors, the yield from these trees planted outside is often not substantial. A single fruit tree typically bears only 30 fruits at a time, which is half of what can be harvested in the secret realms. Fortunately, unlike regular fruit trees, these fruit trees can yield 2 harvests a year. In earlier years, fearing financial losses due to inexperience, the elderly couple started with just a few trees for trial. And now their orchard boasts over 30 fruit trees. After accounting for miscellaneous expenses, under the couple's diligent management, they are able to generate an annual profit exceeding 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, in the past, to enable Muyu to attend school in the city, they had taken out a loan to purchase a house, leaving little to no savings for a Pokémon fund. Muyu, however, felt no discontent regarding this. After all, having his parents by his side in this lifetime filled him with gratitude. Pokémon could wait. Not possessing the starter trio didn't preclude him from becoming a trainer. Even if the initial Pokémon provided by the school were of subpar quality, with Muyu's academic performance and comprehensive knowledge of Pokémon, pursuing a career as a breeder or a related field post-exams would also be a commendable path. Crack! As the mother and son busied themselves with lunch preparations, the sudden sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the air. Hiya! A creature resembling a kappa, adorned with a green lily pad atop its head and a bluish-green body reminiscent of overalls, stepped through the doorway. It was none other than Muyu's father. Muyong's initial Pokémon, the evolved form of Lotad, Lombra. "Welcome back, Dad." Upon hearing the door and Lombra's cheerful call, Muyu dashed out of the kitchen to take the items from his father's hands. The somewhat taciturn Muyong merely nodded, and with his sun-kissed hand, he retrieved a small green notebook from his pocket and unceremoniously shoved it into Muyu's hands. "Take this." "What is this?" Muyu initially set the object on the table, then opened the notebook, revealing a voucher for the starter trio, complete with the official breeding center steel seal. "It's a voucher worth 1,000,000 yuan for the starter trio, Dad." This before Muyu could voice his confusion. Muyong waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not much of a success, but this is all I can do to help you. The path ahead is yours to tread. Tomorrow, take this voucher to the breeding center, and you can collect your Pokémon." With that, Muyong reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette, making his way toward the kitchen. Holding the voucher, Muyu stood in a daze until he vaguely heard Zhao Ro's voice from the kitchen, chastising Muyong for smoking every day, which snapped him back to reality. "Hiya." Lombra, seeing Muyu standing still, approached him curiously and gave him a gentle nudge. "I'm fine, let us go." After tucking the voucher into the inner pocket of his clothing, Muyu lightly patted his face and feigned nonchalance. Muyu felt incredibly fortunate. Not only had he been reborn into a loving Pokémon world, but he also had such caring parents. Truly a divine blessing. At the dining table,
Zhao Rou served Mu Yu some food while chattering. Little Yu, tomorrow is your birthday. Do you want anything special? No need. Dad just gave me the best birthday gift. Mu Yu shook his head in response. What's that? You two are so secretive, just like each other. Zhao Rou, after serving Mu Yong some meat, shot him a disapproving glance and muttered. To this, Mu Yong remained silent, quietly eating his meal. After dinner, the thought of receiving his first Pokémon from the starter trio made Mu Yu rather exhilarated. Once he finished his meal, he promptly rushed to the computer, opened the official Breeding Center's website, and began to search for the types of starter Pokémon available in Qingsong City. It's worth mentioning that the starter Pokémon in this world are not unique to each region. In fact, aside from some particularly rare Pokémon, as one of the countries with the most diverse geographical environments and natural landscapes, the Summer Nation boasts a variety of Pokémon characteristic of almost every country worldwide. This naturally includes the starter Pokémon from various regions in his past life. The only question remains, which specific types of starter Pokémon will be allocated to Qingsong City this year? Squirtle, that is a good choice. It's one of the few starters capable of Mega Evolution. Snivy is also decent. If I encounter one with the contrary ability, it could serve as a formidable spellcaster. The final evolution, a grass-ground dual-type Torterra, is also appealing, and Cyndaquil has its merits too. Unbeknownst to Mu Yu, as he excitedly muttered to himself. Time quietly slipped away until it reached midnight. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the stillness of the night, the hour, minute, and second hands converged once more. Ding. Hextech Talent System loading complete. Chapter 3. System User Guide has been issued. Please check. Just as Mu Yu was still immersed in excitement, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. A system? Ding. System User Guide has been issued. Please check. Host. Ignoring Mu Yu's confusion, the frigid mechanical voice echoed once more, accompanied by a chill flowing into his brain, as a stream of information abruptly manifested in Mu Yu's mind. The guide for utilizing the Hex Talent System is as follows. 1. The Hex Talents are intricate and diverse. Every 7 turns, corresponding to 7 days in the real world, one may draw a Hex Talent. However, the opportunities to draw do not accumulate or store. They are strictly limited to usage on the same day. 2. The classification of Hex Talent levels includes 3 tiers, gray, gold, and colorful. The quality of the drawn Hex Talents will vary based on the host's current system level, host level, and the host's comprehensive prowess, reputation, and status in the real world. A formidable strength or profound influence will enhance the likelihood of acquiring higher-tier Hex Talents. 3. There is no cumulative limit to Hex Talents, yet Hex Talents of the same quality that provide attribute bonuses cannot stack. Equipment, experience, gold, and consumable Hex Talents may be chosen without limit. Note, Blood Conversion 1, 2, and 3 can stack, but Blood Conversion I cannot stack with itself. Blood Conversion I. Your sprites gain an increase of 20 in maximum health, in addition to 2 health points per host level. 4. At the commencement of each turn. Specifically at midnight each day, the host will receive a corresponding amount of gold and experience points based on their current system level. Gold possesses the ability to accrue interest. For every 10 gold coins, 1 additional coin will be granted the following day, with the interest cap equivalent to the current system level of 10. Note, the quantity of gold and experience points acquired at each level is as follows. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512. 5. Defeating opponents in battles will yield a certain amount of gold, determined by the opponent's level. 6. Gold can be utilized to purchase experience points, which may be employed to enhance the growth level or skill level of sprites, as well as to elevate the host's own level or the levels of the skills possessed by the host. After perusing the system usage guide, Mu Yu took a deep breath, striving to contain the excitement and elation surging within him, silently reciting. Open the system panel. Host, Mu Yu. System level, level 1, determined by the highest level sprite owned by the host. Level 1 indicates no sprites. Host level, level 12, 29120, a rather mediocre physique. But the system's enhancement has surpassed the ordinary. Skills, none. Gold, 1. Experience points, 1. Equipment, none. Each sprite has 3 ordinary equipment slots. Equipment cannot be dismantled freely. As levels increase, additional special equipment slots will be unlocked. Additionally, the Golden Shovel Crown can infinitely increase a sprite's ordinary equipment slots. Hex Talents, none. The first 3 drawn Hex Talents must be colorful. System, draw Hex Talents. After scanning the rather simplistic panel, Mu Yu quickly intoned in his mind. Ding. Hex Talent drawing in progress. Drawing completed. Barrier Breaker, colorful provides 1 Thorn Vest, 1 Dragon Claw, and 1 Equipment Dismantler. Weapon of the Strategist, colorful acquires 2 Golden Shovels. Training Reward 3, colorful acquires 200 gold and 1 Hero Replicator. Thorn Vest, 70 defense. Nullifies 75 additional damage received from attribute weaknesses. When attacked, it deals special damage equivalent to 30, normal level, 50, professional level, 70, gym level, 100, elite, 150, champion, 200, master, or 250, legendary, to all nearby enemies based on its own level. Dragon Claw, 70 special defense, restores 25 maximum health points to the holder every second. Equipment Dismantler, can dismantle equipment from the sprite's equipment slots. Hero Replicator, can elevate a sprite's potential from elite level to champion level, with a slight chance of obtaining a special bonus. Contemplating these 3 colorful hex talents, Muyu fell into deep thought. The first to be discarded was the second colorful talent, Weapon of the Strategist. Currently lacking in excess equipment, he need not consider the Golden Shovel, a consumable more suited for later stages to expand equipment slots. The remaining Barrier Breaker and Training Reward represent enhancements to equipment and ultimate potential, respectively. However, taking into account his current situation and the potential of his first 2 sprites, although the Hero Replicator for elevating from elite to champion is enticing, it is evidently unsuitable for Muyu at this moment. After much consideration, Muyu ultimately opted for the Barrier Breaker as his colorful hex talent. After all, the other 2 hex talents will still be available to draw in the future, and as he progresses, he might consistently acquire colorful hex talents. With visions of a promising future in his mind, Muyu drifted into slumber. The next day, before the alarm could ring, Muyu eagerly rose to wash up. Hello, hello, greeted the water sprout sprite, playfully splashing water as it welcomed the morning sun. Good morning, water sprout. Muyu responded proficiently, following the sound. Suddenly, a stream of data appeared before Muyu's eyes. Sprite, water sprout. Attribute, water grass. Gender, male. Level, 36, senior level. Ability, Rain Dish, restores health slowly in rainy weather. Moves, Call, Absorb, Bubble, Clap Attack, Scramble, Splash, Bubble Beam, Knock Off. Learn Move, Seed Bomb. Inherited Move, Photosynthesis. Carried Item, None. Potential, Senior Level. Is this the data I? In the slightly perplexed gaze of the water sprout, Muyu instinctively rubbed his eyes, marveling within. Last night, he had thought his system lacked the data I commonly seen in the novels of his past life. But it turns out this data I merely requires visibility of the sprite to function. With this realization, Muyu's spirits lifted further. With such a convenient ability, his upcoming journey in sprite training would save him considerable effort. After quickly preparing breakfast for his parents and placing it in the kitchen, Muyu set off towards the official breeding center. Since the center opens at 8 in the morning, Muyu was not in a hurry. Occasionally using the data I to observe various sprites along the roadside. Sprite, Pidgey. Attribute, Flying. Level, 13, normal level. Ability, Keen Eye, prevents its accuracy from being lowered. Potential, normal level. This was a normal Pidgey dozing on a tree. Sprite, Butterfree. Attribute, Bug Flying. Level, 12, normal level. Ability, Compound Eyes, increases the accuracy of its moves. Potential, normal level. This was a normal Butterfree fluttering among the flowers after waking up. Sprite, Hoot Hoot. Attribute, normal. Level, 28, professional level. Ability, Intimidate, lowers the opponent's attack and has a chance to instill fear, causing the opponent to flinch. Potential, senior level. This one is quite promising. A patrol officer's sprite with senior potential, implying it has the opportunity to evolve into a Mytena, quite appealing. Along the way, Muyu observed a variety of common sprites, but most exhibited only normal potential. Even those with professional potential were rare, and senior potential sprites were limited to just one patrol officer. This highlights the rarity of high-quality sprites. Moreover, these wild or pet-like sprites have generally not been nurtured to their potential limits. Indeed, even the humble Lotad of my own father has reached its current level primarily due to the training and nurturing it received during his early years as a forest ranger. Nevertheless, despite the passage of time, the Lotad has yet to attain its full potential, underscoring the fact that nurturing resources are indispensable on the path of a Pokemon's growth. As for the generations of Fire-type starters, Chapter 4, I have captured the Turtwig. Welcome. How may I assist you? Upon entering the breeding center, Muyu was approached by a seemingly ordinary man clad in dark work attire, his face adorned with a friendly smile. With the annual Pokemon acquisition season in full swing, the sales staff at the breeding center had prepared themselves well in advance. After all, the excitement and exhilaration that youths feel when obtaining their first Pokemon is often beyond words. Could you kindly lead me to the section where the starters are located? Muyu inquired, producing a small notebook from his arms and handing it to the man before him. Certainly, please follow me. The man, after verifying the information with a glance, smiled and guided the way. Before long, the two arrived at a breeding facility. These are Pokemon that have been born for less than half a month. Would you like me to provide an introduction? No, I'll take a look myself, Muyu replied. Shaking his head, With his data eye, he could effortlessly discern all the information about a Pokémon, rendering any assistance unnecessary. Alright, feel free to call me if you need anything. Understanding the preference of youth like Muyu, who preferred to select Pokémon independently rather than listen to lengthy explanations, the man discreetly stepped back to the entrance. Once the man departed, Muyu began to observe the limited selection of starters within the breeding center. There were a total of 9, and their species matched those he had examined on the official website the previous night: Squirtle, Snivy, Turtwig, and Cyndaquil. It is noteworthy that the distribution of starter Pokémon to ordinary individuals rarely includes Pokémon eggs. Firstly, caring for a Pokémon egg is an art in itself, and most common folks possess only a rudimentary understanding or none at all. Improper care could significantly hinder the Pokémon's potential. Additionally, with the official handling the hatching process, any issues that may arise with the Pokémon can be promptly addressed with the best medical treatment. Secondly, there exists a probability of obtaining Pokémon with alternate colors, commonly referred to as shiny Pokémon, which typically possess commendable potential. Should a buyer express interest, they are likely to invest a substantial sum for such a rare find. Even the most ordinary shiny Pidgey can fetch tens of millions, rivaling the price of a semi-divine entity. For the average person, this is akin to a child holding gold in a bustling market, an innocent soul who may find themselves entangled in trouble due to their fortune. Moreover, this world is not as devoid of danger as it may outwardly appear. Nefarious individuals often congregate to form disreputable underground organizations that engage in illicit activities in the wild. Theft of money in Pokémon is common practice, and a single misstep could cost one their life. There have been instances in the past where fortunate individuals met a tragic end, prompting the official breeding centers to take extra precautions to prevent any mishaps. Pokémon, Squirtle. Type, Water. Level, 6, Normal. Ability, Torrent. When HP is reduced to a certain level, the power of Water type moves increases. Potential, Elite level. As Muyu walked, he carefully examined each Pokémon. This Squirtle was quite ordinary, representing the standard qualifications of most starters. If all starters possessed similar qualifications, Muyu would opt for a Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, as an additional evolutionary stage significantly enhances strength. Pokémon, Snivy. Type, Grass. Level, 6, Normal. Ability, Overgrow. When HP is reduced to a certain level, the power of Grass type moves increases. Potential, Elite level. Another starter with average potential. It was evident that the Pokémon at the official breeding center had undergone a degree of selection. After inspecting 8 of them, Muyu noted that, aside from 2 Cyndaquil with advanced potential, the remaining starters were predominantly of elite potential. As for the last Turtwig, if its qualifications also rated at elite level, then he would choose a Squirtle. Within just a few minutes, Muyu found himself beside the final starter. Pokémon, Turtwig. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. Level, 6, Normal. Ability, Overgrow. When HP is reduced to a certain level, the power of Grass type moves increases. Moves, Tackle, Withdraw. Inherited moves, Charge, Spit Up, Swallow. Potential, Gym level. Observing this Turtwig, which not only inherited 3 skills but also possessed gym-level potential, Muyu was momentarily stunned. To find a gym-level Turtwig was beyond his expectations, a testament to the generosity of the official breeding center. Gazing at this little creature with short limbs, an adorably dazed expression, and a tender sprout atop its head, Muyu marveled inwardly. He had indeed misjudged the official breeding center. In truth, due to the enormous number of Pokémon that need to be distributed each year, and considering that not everyone possesses the extraordinary data eye, ordinary individuals find it quite challenging to ascertain a Pokémon's specific qualifications without sufficient observation and selection. Unless one employs expensive machinery for testing, which incurs exorbitant costs, it's impractical. Thus, the starters released each year are generally offspring of Pokémon with parental strength ranging from professional level, 2029, to advanced level, 3039. However, as previously mentioned, not every Pokémon receives meticulous training to reach their maximum potential. Some elite-level Pokémon ultimately only achieve advanced level. Therefore, even in smaller cities, it is possible to stumble upon elite or even gym-level potential Pokémon. This phenomenon could be one of the reasons ordinary individuals are able to rise. Hello, could you please assist me with the registration? I would like to claim this Turtwig. To avoid any delays, Muyu calmly addressed the man who had guided him earlier. Certainly, here is its Pokeball. Upon Muyu's selection, the man handed him the corresponding red and white sphere. Are you willing to accompany me, Turtwig? Muyu took the Pokeball and knelt before the Turtwig, gently extending the sphere towards it as he spoke kindly. No. Perhaps due to the generations of nurturing at the official breeding center, the starters exhibited an amiable disposition towards humans. Or perhaps it was Muyu's affable smile that endeared him to the Turtwig, whose large eyes curved into crescent moons as it joyfully nudged the button on the Pokeball with its little green head. despite being mentally prepared. Witnessing the Turtwig willingly choose to follow him filled Muyu with undeniable joy. However, being in public, he restrained himself from displaying an exuberant expression, merely nodding with a smile towards the man beside him to indicate that he had successfully captured Turtwig. Now that you have selected your starter Pokémon, please proceed to register here. The Pokémon registration policy was established by the Global Pokémon League following the rise of Pokémon training, catering to the increasing number of trainers. In the case of Xia Country, individuals who turn 16 and acquire a starter Pokémon are required to register their Pokémon's identity. Even if one does not aspire to become a trainer in the future, it is still imperative to register as a non-trainer. Firstly, the prowess of Pokémon is formidable. Even those who are not professional trainers would still opt to nurture their Pokémon appropriately, necessitating a degree of management. Secondly, upon registration, a breeding certificate can be issued for the Pokémon, akin to an identification document for humans. Only registered Pokémon possessing such a certificate are permitted to board high-speed trains or airplanes. For those determined to become trainers, they will start as apprentice trainers. As the term suggests, possessing merely an initial Pokémon suffices, marking the most basic level of trainer status. Progressing further, one must have at least 3 professional-grade Pokémon to qualify as a novice trainer, among other requirements. However, the assessments for higher-level trainers typically occur after graduating from high school, entering university for further studies, or considering other pathways. After completing the registration, Muyu departed from the breeding center, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way toward a nearby park. At this time, it was just past 9 o'clock, and the park was relatively empty, with only a few elderly individuals who had been out for morning exercises. Aside from a smattering of people engaged in physical activity, the park felt quite spacious. Holding the Pokeball containing his Chikorita, Muyu found a secluded spot devoid of surveillance cameras, ensuring no one was around before releasing Chikorita. Upon appearing, Chikorita waddled over on its short legs, affectionately nuzzling against Muyu's calf. "Don't be afraid, Chikorita. This is something that will make you stronger," Muyu reassured, crouching down to gently stroke the tender green forehead of his Pokémon. Uncertain of what the equipment installation might entail, he had deliberately sought a secluded corner free from prying eyes and cameras for this experiment. After all, it would be quite awkward if, upon returning home and showing his parents Chikorita, any changes in its appearance after the equipment installation were noticed. Although his parents were his closest confidants, and he need not worry about secrets being revealed, such extraordinary matters were best kept private. Sometimes, the less others know, the fewer troubles arise. It is also a form of protection for them. Chikorita seemed to sense Muyu's genuine care and affection. Or perhaps it was simply the innate trust and reliance that Pokémon develop towards their chosen trainers. Regardless, Chikorita nodded vigorously, emitting a sound filled with determination. Seeing that Chikorita showed no signs of resistance, Muyu retrieved the Thorn Vest and Dragon Claw from the system's exclusive equipment storage. 2 orbs of translucent light, radiating a gentle glow, appeared in his hands, reminiscent of fireflies shimmering in the summer night. Strangely, even though there were 2 luminous orbs in his hands, Chikorita's eyes did not reflect any flickering light. It seemed that these pieces of equipment were visible only to him. Equip Chikorita with the Thorn Vest and Dragon Claw. With a thought, the 2 orbs swiftly transformed into twinkling star-like particles that merged seamlessly into Chikorita's body. "How does it feel?" Muyu inquired curiously, observing Chikorita, who exhibited no signs of discomfort. Chikorita, after sensing the changes within its body, expressed its excitement with a joyous cry. Unfortunately, Muyu did not yet possess the aura power or any telepathic abilities to comprehend the specific meaning behind Chikorita's vocalizations. However, he could discern its overall emotional state. Judging by its crescent-shaped eyes, it appeared quite happy. As Muyu's focus returned to Chikorita, the detailed status panel reappeared. Pokémon, Chikorita, type, grass, gender, male, level, 6, 360, normal grade. Ability, overgrow, the power of grass-type moves increases when HP falls below a certain threshold. Moves, tackle. Withdraw, inherited moves, growth, spray, swallow. Potential, gym level, equipment, Thorn Vest, Dragon Claw, base stats, HP, 55, physical attack, 68, physical defense, 6470, special attack, 45, special defense, 5570, speed, 31, total, 318140458. Aside from the addition of an equipment slot, there were no significant changes. The level remained unchanged, indicating that the equipment would not alter the Pokémon's level. The potential did not increase either, which was expected. Otherwise, there would be no need for lower-tier Hero Replicators and Hero Replicators. However, the increase in base stats pleasantly surprised Muyu. To express it in the most straightforward manner, Applying the ability growth formula from his past life, a 70-point increase in dual defenses would translate to an equivalent of 140 points at maximum level. Although in this real world, the calculation of Pokemon's abilities is undoubtedly more complex than mere numbers. An increase in base stats is certainly more advantageous than a mere boost in ability values. It is crucial to understand that what is referred to as innate potential, akin to individual values in past games, can be altered through high-level treasures in this world. However, base stats are predetermined by the species and cannot be modified. It is not an exaggeration to assert that quasi-divine Pokemon are deemed so due to their exceptionally high base stats, endowing them with a significant inherent advantage. Thus, the augmentation of base stats is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Witnessing Chikorita's dual defense base stats surpassing those of its final evolution, Torterra, Muyu couldn't help but smile with anticipation. The path ahead as a future trainer appeared exceptionally promising. Feeling the warmth of Chikorita's affection, Muyu once again bent down to gently rub its head. With the equipment matter resolved, the next step was to devise a training plan for Chikorita. According to Muyu's strategy, with the formidable dual defenses of Torterra, combined with the stamina recovery from Dragon Claw and the retaliatory damage from Thorn Vest, Chikorita would undoubtedly evolve into a terrifying stationary output tank in the future. Thus, the focus of training should be on physical conditioning, skill proficiency, and mastery over its energy. As for attempting to enhance Chikorita's speed, like some foolish trainers, that would be absurd. Although the evolution levels of Pokemon in the real world are not as fixed as in games, Chikorita typically evolves around the late stages of normal grade, which would correspond to approximately level 18 according to the system standards, with those of better potential possibly evolving even earlier. As for suppressing its level to prevent evolution, the real world is not a game. Evolution is an extraordinary opportunity for Pokemon, and each evolution represents a profound transformation from within. It not only significantly enhances strength, but also boosts understanding and mastery of skills. It can even be said that evolved Pokemon find it easier to comprehend skills compared to those that remain unevolved. Furthermore, in the real world, there are only 3 methods for skill comprehension. The first is the natural activation of hidden skill information in their genetic lineage as they level up. The second involves learning from others, including but not limited to finding coaches for offline instruction or self-learning through online videos, which can be expedited with the aid of specific venues or resources. However, there is no miraculous skill learning device akin to those in games that allows one to instantly learn a skill. In the realm of the tangible world, every skill acquisition for a Pokemon is a formidable endeavor. The more potent and enigmatic the ability, the greater the challenge it presents. As for the third category, it arises from the unique insights gained during the evolution process. Generally, Pokemon of superior lineage, during this near-total metamorphosis, may preemptively grasp skills that are typically reserved for higher tiers. Thus, many enthusiasts are drawn to Pokemon capable of multiple evolutions. This also explains the adoration lavished upon the starter trio. Not only do they boast elevated base stats, but each individual harbors considerable potential, and their multiple evolutionary stages allow for swift transformation into formidable combatants. They may be regarded as one of the most suitable types for competitive training. Chapter 6, Homeward Bound. Training. Come, let us return home, Muyu proclaimed, cradling the sprightly Turtwig in his arms. Despite its modest stature of merely 30 to 40 centimeters, insignificantly shorter than Muyu's own arm, it weighed a solid 20 pounds or so, coupled with its somewhat rigid shell. Holding it felt akin to embracing a hefty weight, yet Muyu remained utterly enamored. Moreover, the tender sprout atop Turtwig's head exuded a delightful, plant-like fragrance, which, upon close contact, invigorated Muyu's spirit and instilled a sense of ease. Having understood the significance of robust health in this world teeming with Pokemon since childhood, carrying Turtwig back home posed no difficulty. Nana. The Turtwig nestled in Muyu's embrace emitted joyful sounds, its forelimbs resting on Muyu's encircling arm while its hind limbs swayed with delight. Even the sprout atop its head began to bob rhythmically, clearly reveling in the warmth of being cared for. I'm home. Soon, amidst the envious gazes of passers-by, Muyu arrived at his dwelling. Welcome back, Xiaoyu. Zhao, engrossed in a television program in the living room, instinctively looked up upon hearing her eldest son's voice. And Turtwig. Upon spotting the little creature in her son's arms, Zhao sprang from the sofa, exclaiming in astonishment. One must understand that, despite its diminutive appearance, this little one was worth as much as their entire home. Although Zhao had never raised a Pokemon, she was familiar with the highly esteemed starter trio. Startled by Zhao's unexpected exclamation, Muyu instinctively shivered, causing Turtwig's previously swaying sprout to freeze in place, stiffening visibly. Clearly, for a baby that had just been born less than 2 weeks prior, such a sudden outburst had a staggering effect. Mom, please don't panic, you'll frighten him. Regaining his composure, Muyu offered a wry smile while gently stroking Turtwig's tender leaves, soothing his mother. My apologies, my dear. I didn't mean to startle you. Xiaoro quickly approached Turtwig, expressing her regrets. Nana. Once reassured, Turtwig responded softly, its expression now one of calm. It seemed all was well. Where did you acquire this little one? After offering her apologies, Xiaoro inquired with curiosity. It was yesterday, Dad. Muyu recounted the events of the previous day to Xiaoro. Upon hearing this, she merely donned a contemplative expression, refraining from further inquiries. Take good care of this little creature. Here is a bank card containing 100,000 yuan that your father and I prepared for you. It was intended for you to collect after receiving your initial Pokémon next week, but now that you have Turtwig, you must tend to him well. Xiaoro retrieved a bank card from a drawer beneath the television and handed it to Muyu. Since you aspire to become a Pokémon trainer, you must dedicate yourself earnestly. Your father and I shall not worry. Our orchard is sufficient to provide for us in our old age. Xiaoro gazed lovingly at Muyu, who had grown taller than herself, gently smoothing the wrinkles in his clothing as she spoke softly. With that, Xiaoro turned and walked towards the kitchen. Thank you, Mom. Muyu, holding Turtwig, tightly grasped the bank card, silently expressing his gratitude. Nana. Observing Muyu's slightly downcast demeanor, Turtwig tenderly brushed its soft leaves against his chin, as if offering comfort. Fear not, I am well. Gazing at the little one in his arms, Muyu smiled and declared, Let us strive to become the strongest in the world together, Turtwig. Nana. Although Turtwig had surpassed the unsuitable stage for rigorous training, Muyu deemed it prudent not to force training on their first day together. Hence, the focus would be on enjoyment. Muyu led Turtwig on a leisurely exploration of the vicinity, during which he spent 10,000 yuan to purchase 100 units of beginner energy cubes suitable for grass-type Pokémon. With the advancement of technology, lower-tier beginner and intermediate energy cubes could now be mass-produced by machines. However, these machines lacked the finesse of human craftsmanship, which allowed for adjustments based on experience. Consequently, the quality of such mass-produced energy cubes was rather mediocre. Energy cubes are categorized by the types of raw materials used, namely the various berries, and are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and master level, corresponding to different tiers of Pokémon. For instance, master level and champion level Pokémon typically require master level energy cubes. However, due to the rarity of high-quality berries, even champion trainers' Pokémon predominantly consume top-tier energy cubes, occasionally indulging in master level ones. Similarly, elite-level Pokémon primarily utilize advanced energy cubes, supplemented by top-tier ones. From senior to gym level, the primary diet consists of intermediate energy cubes, while only ordinary and professional-level Pokémon rely on beginner energy cubes. Fortunately, while berries are expensive, making energy cubes costly as well. Their abundance prevents supply shortages, unlike master-level energy cubes. Basic berries suffice for the production of beginner and intermediate energy cubes, ensuring consistency in supply. However, due to the mass production of beginner and intermediate cubes, their quality remains low, merely surpassing the lowest tier of inferior quality. Reaching an ordinary standard, yet for Muyu at this stage, it was perfectly adequate. Comparison of energy cube quality: inferior, ordinary, good, fine, exquisite. Although the energy contained within cubes of varying quality and their absorption efficiency differ, Muyu, constrained by current economic conditions, was not in a position to be selective. In the future, once financial stability is achieved, Muyu certainly intends to purchase an energy cube maker, essentially a berry mixer, to refine the production of energy cubes. He believed that with experience points allocated, his self-made products would undoubtedly surpass the mass-produced items available in the market, and as his Pokémon grew in number, he would save considerable funds on their meals. However, since Turtwig's level was still low and no intense training had been conducted, a single beginner energy cube sufficed for the day. Once formal training commenced the following day, to ensure ample energy and training efficiency, Turtwig would require 3 meals of energy cubes daily, akin to an ordinary person's diet. Come on, Turtwig, let's start with a 5-kilometer warm-up. Nana. The next day, in the park, Muyu rose early to engage in morning exercises alongside Turtwig. After a day of bonding, their relationship had deepened considerably, making it an opportune moment to commence formal training. Despite the fact that as a trainer, Muyu does not necessarily need to train alongside his Pokémon, he has resolved to become a true trainer. Thus, possessing a robust physique is indispensable. Furthermore, training together will undoubtedly deepen their bond, prompting Muyu to commit himself to progress alongside his Pokémon to the best of his ability. After all, he does have a host level on his panel. And who knows, perhaps by the time he reaches level 100, he may even deliver a punch to Groudon and a kick to Kyogre. As for Rayquaza, alas, even at level 100, Muyu does not believe he would sprout wings, and naturally, like certain Pokémon, he would remain earthbound. The second generation of starter Pokémon. Chapter 7. Skill Proficiency. System, allocate points. Pokémon, Turtwig. Type, grass. Gender, male. Level, 7, 1370, normal. Ability, overgrow, when HP is reduced to a certain level. The power of grass type moves increases. Moves, tackle, proficiency, 250. Withdraw, beginner, 110. Inherited moves, charge, beginner, 910. Spray, beginner, 910. Swallow, beginner, for 10. Potential, gym leader level. Equipment, thorny vest, dragon claw. Base stats, 458. Skill level classification. Beginner, represents a Pokemon that has just learned a skill but is not proficient, occasionally failing to execute it. With power only at 60 of normal. Proficient, indicates the Pokemon can normally release the skill, but its power is not high, only 80 of normal. Mastered, signifies the Pokemon can skillfully use the skill, achieving normal power. Expert, denotes the Pokemon has fully mastered the skill S release and can begin branching out, resulting in either a more powerful version or a faster casting version. Perfect, indicates the Pokemon has thoroughly internalized the skill, increasing power while potentially reducing side effects. Transcendent, allows the Pokemon to perceive the essence of the skill, grasping the fundamental power of its type through the technique. It has been a week since Muyu completed his exam and received Turtwig. After a week of training, Turtwig has not only leveled up, but also made significant progress in skill proficiency. Although Turtwig's level has only increased by 1, which may seem slow, it is important to note that students are given a year to train their Pokemon prior to the college entrance examination because, under normal circumstances, it takes nearly a year to nurture a Pokemon from birth to professional level. This is assuming normal growth without any unforeseen setbacks. Of course, this assumes the absence of resources or financial means, with only occasional access to energy cubes, or in the case of ordinary individuals, no energy cubes at all during the normal stage. For someone like Muyu, who provides energy cubes at every meal, the time required will be significantly shortened. If one comes from a wealthy family that feeds exceptionally high-quality beginner energy cubes, the speed could accelerate even further. However, even at the fastest pace, it would still require at least half a year, given that a Pokemon's low level also signifies its inferior physical condition, rendering many high-quality items, such as high-level energy cubes and various treasures, ineffective. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon arises. Low-level and high-level Pokemon grow slowly, while mid-level Pokemon, under sufficient resource allocation, can actually improve more rapidly. After reviewing Turtwig's panel, Muyu then opened his own system panel. Host, Muyu. System level, level 2, determined by the highest level Pokemon owned by the host. Normal level corresponds to level 2, professional level corresponds to level 3, and so forth. Host level, 12, 66,120. Skills, none. Gold, 14. Experience points, 13. Equipment, none. Hex talent, unbreakable barrier, colorful. The system level has risen to level 2, while the host level remains unchanged. However, the experience points have seen a slight increase after a week of training, though not as substantial as Turtwig's gain. Apart from the first day, when he had no Pokemon and earned 1 experience point and some gold, Muyu garnered 2 experience points and gold each day for the subsequent 6 days. Additionally, every 10 gold pieces yield 1 interest gold, bringing his total to 14 gold pieces. Thus, Muyu is unlikely to expend gold to purchase experience points until he reaches the current level's interest cap, which is 20 points of interest, equivalent to 200 gold pieces. Gazing at the remaining 13 experience points on the panel, Muyu turned his attention to Turtwig, who was just shy of gaining proficiency in his skills, and beckoned him over. Nana, Turtwig, who was resting after training, perked up at Muyu's gesture and happily scampered over with his little legs. Now, don't resist. Muyu scooped Turtwig into his arms, gently stroking its tender green and smooth head while softly speaking. Nana, having had a previous experience, Turtwig understood that something wonderful was about to occur. Sure enough, as Muyu allocated 8 experience points to the skills Charge, Spray, and Swallow, a refreshing surge coursed through Turtwig's limbs, instantly clarifying the previously ambiguous aspects of skill usage. Charge, Beginner, 910, Charge, Proficient, 050. Spray, Beginner, 910, Spray, Proficient, 050. Swallow, Beginner, 410, Swallow, Proficient, 050. These 3 inherited moves of Turtwig are the skills Muyu prioritized for cultivation. When combined with Turtwig's exceptionally high defensive stats, they form an impeccable synergy. Charge, accumulate strength, enhancing both defense and special defense. Spray, releases accumulated power to inflict damage on foes, with power determined by the amount of energy stored. Swallow, absorbs accumulated power to restore its own stamina, with the amount of recovery depending on the stored energy. Unlike in games where charge can only be maintained for 3 turns, in the real world, The duration and speed of energy accumulation depend primarily on the Pokemon's physical strength, energy control, and skill proficiency. The higher the physical strength, the greater the energy accumulation limit. The better the energy control, the faster the accumulation speed. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the efficiency of energy utilization, resulting in increased power. Thus, for the future tank like Turtwig, these three skills represent an exceptional combination for damage output and recovery. With the application of experience points to the skills, those moves that were previously somewhat unreliable can now be executed smoothly. Truly, the system's ability to break through bottlenecks through point allocation saves a considerable amount of time. Observing the proficiency of the skills transition from beginner to proficient, Muyu marveled inwardly. It is worth noting that in this world, Pokemon skills are not simply learned upon reaching a certain level. Perfect execution requires years of diligent training. Many novice trainers focus primarily on elevating their Pokemon's levels while neglecting skill development, often believing that leveling up yields greater benefits, relegating skill proficiency to a slow accumulation over time. Typically, Pokemon of average aptitude take a week to learn the basics of powerful skills and a month to reach a usable level, which is proficiency. However, for Muyu, as long as the experience points are sufficient, a mere thought will suffice. This is immensely significant for the growth of all his future Pokemon and the amplification of their combat power. Most crucially, experience points can not only enhance the proficiency of skills, but also facilitate the breakthrough of the Pokemon's own level bottlenecks, which is quite formidable. Currently, the grass tortoise's level is still low, and the difficulty of bottlenecks may not yet be apparent. However, when it comes to breaking through to the Elite Four, or even the champion level, many Pokemon may find themselves facing insurmountable challenges for a lifetime. Whereas Muyu merely needs to exert a gentle nudge, if not for the fact that the closer one approaches the upper limit of potential, the more arduous the bottlenecks become, and the existence of many elite potential Pokemon finding their strength stagnant at the advanced level. Muyu would not have successfully acquired this gym leader's potential grass tortoise. Thus, it is evident that even the sub-functions of the system have endowed Muyu with qualifications that could elevate him to great heights. The only limitation may well be the inherent potential of the Pokemon themselves. However, for Muyu, who possesses a system capable of enhancing Pokemon potential, this is hardly a formidable challenge. It can be said that, given the right timing, Muyu is confident in nurturing ordinary Pokemon to a level that rivals divine beasts and perhaps even triumph over them. Chapter 8. Return to School. Collecting Pokemon. First Experimental High School. Class 2-1. Today marks the day of announcing the final grades, as well as the selection of a few students with the best overall performance in the grade to receive free Pokemon. Given that Chingsong City is merely a small town, the number of free slots for Pokemon distribution across various schools is limited to just 3. Naturally, aside from the free slots, all students purchasing Pokemon through school channels can enjoy discounts. Depending on their rankings, the discounts range from 20 to 50. This policy serves as a welfare initiative for those aspiring to become trainers who excel academically yet come from less affluent backgrounds. Although the quality of Pokemon provided by the school is generally not high, for ordinary individuals, taking the first step is often the most crucial. As long as one secures a decent starter Pokemon, even if it is merely of professional grade, they can engage in related industries and earn a handsome salary, laying the groundwork for their future endeavors. Good morning, Brother Yu. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and bulging muscles, greeted Muyu in a deep voice. Good morning, Aliang. Turning to glance at the man who was even more robust than the average Machoke, Muyu responded with a smile. LV Liang, a taciturn yet muscle enthusiast man, is also Muyu's childhood friend. In their youth, the dark, thin, and short LV Liang was often bullied due to his introverted demeanor. Observing this, Muyu, possessing a relatively mature spirit, could not stand idly by. Coupled with his conscious efforts in physical training from a young age, Muyu lent a helping hand. Over time, Muyu became an idol in LV Liang's eyes. Perhaps having witnessed Muyu single-handedly drive off a group of bullies, LV Liang began to train silently thereafter. Then, an incredible transformation occurred. In just a few years, the once dark, thin, and small LV Liang, as if under the influence of hormones, grew taller than Muyu, his muscles bulging like those of a Machoke. And with his dark skin, he resembled a walking iron tower. Were it not for Muyu having watched him grow up, he might have doubted whether LV Liang had been possessed by a Machoke, experiencing an evolutionary moment. Aliang, do you have any thoughts on the starter Pokemon? Muyu inquired as he sat beside LV Liang. As long as it's a fighting type, I'm good. LV Liang scratched his head and grinned. A fighting type, huh? Upon hearing LV Liang's response, Muyu pondered carefully. Naturally, he would not stand by if he could assist his childhood friend. LV Liang's family circumstances are not vastly different from Muyu's, and it is quite certain that they cannot afford a starter Pokémon from the prestigious trio. It is also possible that he simply has an affinity for fighting-type Pokémon. Observing LV Liang's arms, which rivaled his own thighs in girth, Muyu thought uncertainly. How much startup capital have you prepared? While there are plenty of promising fighting-type Pokémon, it primarily depends on how much he actually has. For even the best Pokémon must be affordable. My father has prepared 300,000 for me. Well, 300,000 is sufficient. Upon hearing LV Liang's words, Muyu breathed a sigh of relief. Given the quality of Pokémon the school provides, 300,000 coupled with LV Liang's academic performance should generally fall within the purchasing range. A Pokémon with professional-grade potential typically ranges from tens of thousands to over 100,000, and even those with advanced potential only cost around 300,000 to 400,000. Only Pokémon with elite-grade potential and above can soar to the million mark. The trio is priced so high because their qualities generally range from advanced to elite, alongside their inherent strength and smooth evolutionary paths, resulting in their price skyrocketing to millions. Therefore, with 300,000 in purchasing funds, one could certainly select a top-tier Pokémon, and with a bit of luck, even snag an elite or gym-level potential Pokémon, paving the way for them to become a proxy gym leader or even an actual gym leader in a small city. Silence. Just as the group, having reconvened after a 7-day break, began chattering away, a stern voice rang out. It was none other than their class teacher, Old Yen, a small, stern-looking man nearing 50 years of age. Now, we shall begin announcing the results. As the class quieted down, Old Yen produced a sheet filled with names and scores. 56th place, Zhang San, ranked 623rd in the grade. 55th place, Li Si, ranked 614th in the grade. 3rd place, LV Liang, ranked 10th in the grade. 2nd place, Li Ming, ranked 6th in the grade. 1st place, Mu Yu, ranked 1st in the grade. It was only after Old Yen announced Mu Yu's name and score that his stern countenance softened somewhat. Clearly, having 3 students in the top 10, with the top spot coming from his own class, pleased him greatly. Starting next semester, you may apply to join the elite class for your studies. I believe you are all aware of the application criteria. You must rank within the top 100 of the grade and possess at least one Pokémon. There are only 30 slots available. Those wishing to apply can discuss it with their parents at home and submit the application form to me via email or deliver it to my office during the day. With a 5-day deadline. After announcing the results, Old Yen resumed his stern demeanor, scanning the students seated below and reminding them. All right, next, those wishing to purchase Pokémon. Please line up downstairs. Teacher Li will escort you to the breeding house for your purchases. Mu Yu, Li Ming, and LV Liang, come with me. After speaking, Old Yen adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and stepped outside. Seeing this, Mu Yu and the others promptly followed. Director Wang will personally take you to the official breeding center for selection. Remember to act within your means. As the homeroom teacher, Old Yen had a general understanding of the family backgrounds of Mu Yu and his companions. Understood, Teacher Yen. All right, let us go. Director Wang is waiting for you downstairs. Noting the serious expressions on Mu Yu's face, Old Yen chose not to say more. After handing Mu Yu and his companions over to Director Wang, he hurried off to join Teacher Li and the others, leading students wishing to purchase Pokémon to other breeding houses. Though Qingsong City is not large, it boasts numerous breeding houses. In addition to an official breeding center, there are several private, smaller breeding houses. The main difference lies in the fact that the official breeding center is larger with a wider variety of Pokémon, while the private ones are relatively smaller and have varying qualities, yet are generally more affordable, which is ideal for ordinary people, as affordability is paramount. Every year, the school allocates an official breeding center for the top 10 students with the highest grades to procure Pokémon. Aside from the top 3, who can select a Pokémon outside of the starter trio for free, the students ranked 4th to 10th receive a generous 50% discount. This annual expenditure alone amounts to nearly 1 to 2 million yuan. Fortunately, this is a national policy backed by substantial subsidies. Otherwise, an ordinary high school would scarcely manage such lavish spending. As for the 4th-generation starters, in Chapter 9 titled You're called Monkey Monster. Welcome. Unlike the last time, when Mu Yu came to claim his starter, this time he was greeted by a young lady dressed in a black uniform, standing elegantly at the entrance. In a moment, you will follow the guide to select your Pokémon. Remember to return to me for registration once you have made your choices, and then you may proceed to payment and head home, she instructed with a smile. Director Wang, slightly plump and with thinning hair, chuckled amiably at Mu Yu and the others before pulling out a thermos and settling onto a nearby sofa to check his phone. The group exchanged glances, prompting Mu Yu to step forward and inquire, "May I ask where the selection area is?" "Right here, all the way to the corner ahead is available for selection." The guide replied cheerfully. "Thank you." Mu Yu nodded and called out, "Let us go, Liang. I'm coming, you go." Upon hearing Mu Yu's call, The towering Lu Liang followed him like an obedient shadow. Before them were several Pokémon that appeared to have just hatched, their forms still small and slender. Pokémon, Doudou Pigeon, type, normal flying, level 4 hatchling. Ability, strong chest muscles, no effect from defense reduction. Potential, professional level, a Doudou Pigeon with rather mediocre potential. Lacking even senior level attributes, confirmed that aside from the starters, most ordinary Pokémon possessed rather unremarkable qualities. Pokémon, Mucur, type, normal flying, level 5 hatchling. Ability, sharp eyes, no effect from accuracy reduction. Potential, senior level, a family bird with slightly better potential than the previous one. Yet still not impressive. Muyu frowned slightly, silently shaking his head. It was indeed a rare occurrence to find a Pokémon with noteworthy potential in an ordinary small city. The presence of a grass tortoise with gym-level potential was largely due to the inherent excellence of the starter trio. Yugu, what do you think of that monkey monster? As they traversed nearly halfway through the selection area, Lu Liang suddenly spoke up. Muyu's gaze shifted to a round, white Pokémon with smooth fur, resembling a ball. Pokémon, monkey monster, type, fighting, gender, male, level 6, normal. Ability, furious acupuncture. When hit in a vital spot, the power of anger maximizes the attack. Moves, scratch, glare. Fury swipes, inherited move, double return. Potential, elite level, a monkey monster with rather decent potential. Not only does it possess the furious acupuncture ability for a comeback, but it also has inherited the double return move, making it a formidable contender. Were it not for its potential falling short of my requirements and my plans not including a fighting-type Pokémon, I might have been tempted. This one seems good. I recommend you capture it, Muyu suggested. Although the monkey monster was a common fighting-type Pokémon, its base stats were commendable, and its final evolution after the second stage boasted an impressive total of 535, comparable to the starters, along with a remarkable physical attack stat of 115, making it a potential ace for an elite-level trainer. From what Muyu understood, there was a champion-level fighting-type trainer whose ace was a monkey monster. However, the only issue was that the evolution method of this Pokémon remained a mystery. Even that champion-level trainer merely stated that their fiery monkey evolved unexpectedly during training. Without a clear explanation, this indicated that while many Pokémon evolution chains had been discovered, the specific evolution methods were not entirely understood. Muyu speculated that perhaps the fiery monkey reached a training threshold with its rage punch and coincidentally accumulated energy, leading to its evolution into the monkey monster. Regardless, there was still a chance for evolution, which made Muyu feel that the monkey monster was quite suitable for Lu Liang. As for the monkey monster's fiery temperament, truthfully, although Pokémon are far superior in strength to humans, this distinction varies by level. A mere monkey monster, just past its hatchling phase and barely half a meter tall, posed no real threat to Lu Liang, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, muscular and robust. Then I'll choose it. With Muyu also approving of the monkey monster, Lu Liang grinned foolishly and approached the creature. Hugga hoga, unbeknownst to the monkey monster, who was unaware of being observed. It hopped lightly, swaying its body, and with its sharp eyes, it was preparing to engage in an exhilarating battle with a Bobo resting on a branch. Before the monkey monster could leap up to provoke it, a shadow suddenly loomed over it. Hugga hoga, why did it suddenly get dark? Little one, would you like to be my Pokémon? A robust hand, comparable in size to half the monkey monster's body, firmly pressed down on its head, turning its body toward Lu Liang's somewhat solemn face. Hoga, this was the first time the monkey monster encountered such a towering human. Upon hearing Lu Liang's deep, resonant voice, it felt a shiver run down its spine. The monkey monster glanced at the muscular arms clenched into fists, then at its own comparatively slender limbs, and nodded in agreement without hesitation. It had no doubt that refusing this man might lead to an unforgettable battle. Huh, you agree? Due to his passion for fighting-type Pokémon, Lu Liang had researched every fighting-type Pokémon he could find online, including the notoriously temperamental monkey monster. Legends spoke of trainers recognized by the monkey monster facing a severe beating before capturing it to prove their strength. Thus, before approaching the monkey monster, Lu Liang braced himself. His muscles tensed and ready to strike, not even blinking for fear the monkey monster might attack. To his surprise, this monkey monster was quite different from what he had learned, it readily agreed. Indeed, the information online cannot be fully trusted. Really? You aren't going to fight me? Lu Liang, somewhat skeptical, furrowed his brow and flexed his impressively muscular, dark arms at the monkey monster. Hugga hoga hoga. Seeing Lu Liang's seemingly aggressive demeanor, the monkey monster shook its head vigorously, nearly spinning like a top. Were it not for the last shred of dignity as a fighting-type Pokémon, it would have already clung to Lu Liang's leg, begging for mercy. After all, it preferred battling when it had the advantage, was evenly matched, or was slightly at a disadvantage, not when being mercilessly beaten. Alright then, you can come with me. A bit disappointed. Lu Liang sighed and retrieved a red and white Pokeball. Ding dong. Upon seeing this, the monkey monster, fearing Lu Liang might change his mind and attack, hurriedly pressed the button on the Pokeball and entered it. Nice. Even the seemingly composed Lu Liang could not help but flush with excitement after capturing a Pokemon for the first time. Brother Yu, I successfully caught a Mankey. Lu Liang exclaimed as he rushed to Mu Yu's side, brimming with enthusiasm. However, he soon expressed uncertainty, asking Mu Yu, but this Mankey refuses to battle its trainer. Could it be that it has a character flaw? After all, human personalities can be quite diverse, so Pokemon must also vary. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Mu Yu glanced at his robust physique, reminiscent of a bull, and then at the diminutive Mankey, which stood at less than half a meter tall. With a hint of exasperation, he explained, "It's not that the Mankey has a personality issue for not wanting to fight you. Rather, it's the Mankey that dares to challenge someone who towers nearly 4 times its height and is muscular that truly has a problem." It's akin to the characters in the anime Attack on Titan, where a human of 1.6 meters faces titans of 6 to 7 meters. It's simply absurd. Not every short individual is a commander. Chapter 10. The Overly Cautious Zubat. Mu Yu continued, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us head to the registration. If you're still concerned, we can visit the Pokemon Center for a checkup." He reflected that this world, too, had Pokemon centers. Albeit unlike the games of his previous life, where a simple sound restored everything to peak condition. Here, professional Pokemon doctors and medical Pokemon exist, capable of effectively treating most injuries, though the time required varies. Alright, I will wait for you outside, Brother Yu. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. Once Lu Liang went to register, Mu Yu continued his stroll, observing other Pokemon. As before, most were of professional or advanced potential, and he had yet to find any of elite potential. Suddenly, Mu Yu squinted, as if discovering something remarkable, and uttered in puzzlement, Pokemon, Zubat. Type, Poison Flying. Gender, male. Level, 6, normal. Ability, Inner Focus, a sharp and resilient spirit, unfazed by the opponent's attacks. Moves, Supersonic, Beginner 110. Absorb, Beginner 110. Scare, Beginner 110. Inherited moves, Quick Attack, Proficient 2650. Gust, Proficient 350. Potential, Gym level. A Zubat with potential reaching the gym level. Had it not been for Mu Yu's data eye scanning the corner, he might have overlooked this little creature hanging upside down in the shadows. Not only did it possess commendable potential, but it had also inherited 2 skills. Most astonishingly, this Zubat, clearly still a recent hatchling, boasted 2 skills at proficient level. It is worth noting that even a Turtwig, nourished by energy cubes and trained for a week with Mu Yu's assistance, barely managed to elevate 3 inherited skills to proficiency. Without Mu Yu's help, Turtwig would have struggled to reach proficiency in even a single skill, unlike this Zubat, which not only had 2 proficient skills, but also had a quick attack proficiency that was well over halfway. It was simply outrageous. However, Mu Yu found it unsurprising that Zubat had a high proficiency in quick attack, despite being relegated to a mere cannon fodder in his previous life's narrative. Zubat was a Pokemon with 2 evolutionary stages, and its final evolution, Crobat, boasted an impressive base stat total of 535, with its speed reaching a staggering 130. Though in the real world, speed does not merely refer to a Pokemon's movement speed, it encapsulates the speed of energy accumulation, inherent reaction times, and the overall execution of actions. Nevertheless, this still indicated that in terms of speed, Crobat held an unparalleled advantage. Moreover, the Zubat's potential was notably impressive. Mu Yu did not believe he could find another Pokemon of gym-level potential in a mere small city breeding center. Determined to capture this Zubat, Mu Yu approached the sales assistant to procure a Pokeball for Zubat before stealthily making his way toward the creature. As Mu Yu drew closer, he soon understood why this Zubat appeared so docile. It was nestled upside down on a steel pipe, wings folded, in a deep slumber, occasionally producing large bubbles from its nose. Pop. Perhaps sensing Mu Yu's proximity, the bubble burst, prompting the Zubat to swiftly perform a 180-degree flip, unfolding its wings and taking flight, cautiously emitting ultrasonic waves to assess the identity of the newcomer. Do not be afraid, Zubat, I am a new trainer. Would you like to be my Pokemon? Mu Yu gently reassured the wary Zubat, extending the red and white ball in his palm. Although the Zubat, lacking eyesight prior to its evolution, could not see Mu Yu's gesture, it picked up on his movements through the feedback of the sound waves. Upon confirming that this was indeed its Pokeball, the Zubat ceased flapping its wings and returned to rest on the steel pipe. However, seeing its wings still slightly ajar, Mu Yu understood that it remained somewhat cautious. You desire to grow stronger, do you not? I can assist you, trust me. Mu Yu confidently extended his hand, inviting the Zubat to perch upon it. While Muyu was unsure why this Zubat exhibited such a fervent desire for strength, its propensity to nap to the point of producing bubbles and the remarkably high proficiency in its skills indicated that it likely trained tirelessly into the night until utterly exhausted. Even in deep slumber, it maintained a high level of alertness, waking with near-reflexive speed upon Muyu's approach, swiftly darting away. This might be linked to its inner focus ability, but it also hinted at a personality marked by an excessive sense of vigilance. Sizzling. Uncertain whether it was Muyu's possession of its Pokeball or the confidence it sensed from him, the Zubat eventually settled on Muyu's hand after a brief moment of hesitation. Zubat, soon you will understand my capability to help you grow stronger. So do not be anxious. Muyu smiled warmly at the Zubat resting in his hand, speaking softly to it. Sizzling. The Zubat, with its wings still folded, emitted a sound of confusion. Though it had only recently hatched, its genetic inheritance made it aware that only through training could it become stronger. Had it not been for its Pokeball in Muyu's grasp, it would not have so readily complied. System, allocate points. Without explaining Zubat's confusion, Muyu summoned the system in his mind, silently contemplating. Quick Attack, Proficient 3650. Quick Attack, Mastery 0100. Muyu spent 9 coins to purchase 9 experience points, subsequently allocating all remaining 14 experience points to elevate Quick Attack, which was on the verge of breaking through. As the skill proficiency on the panel surged from proficient to mastered, a surge of energy coursed through Zubat's body, flowing through its petite form and wings. Sizzling. As the Zubat experienced the sudden clarity regarding Quick Attack in its mind, it emitted a cry of astonishment. To my utter astonishment, after tirelessly honing my skills day and night, I have mastered the art of the electric flash to such a degree that, with the assistance of this individual, I have ascended to a new level in an instant, truly a marvel to behold. Zizz. Zizz. The supersonic bat, captivated by Muyu's extraordinary abilities, no longer maintained its previous indifference but excitedly circled around him, calling out. Witnessing the complete turnaround in the supersonic bat's demeanor, Muyu finally felt at ease. After all, it is merely a naive little sprite. Even the most cautious of beings must bow in reverence to such prowess. Chapter 11. The Fork in Life's Journey. After capturing the supersonic bat in a Pokeball and completing the necessary registration, Muyu also accompanied Lu Liang to the Pokémon Medical Center. Under the doctor's peculiar gaze, he confirmed that the Monferno was indeed in perfect health and developing splendidly. I'll take my leave now, brother you. With the assurance that Monferno was fine, Lu Liang, eager to return home and foster a bond with his Pokémon, hurriedly bid farewell, and the two parted ways. On his way home, Muyu purchased additional basic energy cubes suitable for poison and flying-type Pokémon, acquiring 50 cubes of each type for a total expenditure of 10,000 yuan. In fact, among the 18 attributes, with the exception of Dragon, Psychic, Ghost, Dark, and Fairy types, energy cubes for all other types are generally priced at a uniform rate of 100 yuan each. However, the 5 rarer attributes command prices that are typically 30 to 50% higher. Fortunately, Muyu currently has no intentions of capturing Pokémon of these 5 attributes. Despite their formidable strength, their rarity makes them exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to encounter. System, extract Hextech talents. In the dead of night, after introducing the new family member to his parents, Muyu, who was awaiting the opportunity for extraction to refresh at midnight, silently chanted in his heart as he watched the clock count down to 0. Black Iron Asset. Gray acquired a basic equipment forging device and 2 gold coins. Silver Spoon. Gray provides 20 experience points. Pandora's Equipment. Gray obtained a random piece of basic equipment at the start of each round, i.e., every midnight. Unequipped items will randomly change, excluding the Golden Shovel Crown, and consumables. As expected, 3 gray Hextech talents appeared, each one proving to be highly practical. Whether it be equipment that boosts Pokemon base stats or experience points that enhance Pokemon levels, each a remarkably useful Hextech talent. However, the one that truly piqued Muyu's interest was the 3rd Hextech talent, Pandora's Equipment. As time progresses, Muyu will undoubtedly acquire more equipment. However, not every piece will be compatible with the Pokemon he possesses, and encountering items that he cannot currently utilize is an inevitability. But with Pandora's Equipment, the situation changes. After just a few days, it will transform into the equipment he desires. With a mere thought, the Hextech Talent section of Muyu's host panel now included Pandora's Equipment, Gray, and the equipment section displayed a negative cloak, which he currently had no use for. Time for bed. The following day, after completing his morning routine and feeding the energy cubes to his Turtwig and supersonic bat, Muyu took the 2 Pokemon to a nearby park. After spending the previous decade immersed in various cultural studies and fundamental knowledge related to Pokemon, every summer following the end-of-year exams in their 2nd year of high school, students, upon receiving their Pokemon, enjoy a lengthy 6-month vacation dedicated to training. It is not until 5 months remain that they will return to school. This return is merely to register for the college entrance examination, indicating whether one intends to apply to a Pokémon university, a conventional university, or pursue other paths. Indeed, while the college entrance examination serves as a pivotal opportunity for ordinary individuals to alter their destinies, it is not the sole avenue available. In this enchanting world filled with extraordinary Pokémon, students typically have 4 pathways to choose from after completing high school. The first is to attend a conventional university to further their studies in cultural subjects. This route leads to professions unrelated to Pokémon. While it is not forbidden to cultivate Pokémon in these institutions, they do not offer specialized programs in Pokémon training. Although roles such as Pokémon doctors exist, the school curricula largely mirror those of traditional universities, encompassing various fields of study. After all, even in a world abundant with diverse Pokémon capable of traversing the skies and seas, airplanes, ships, and high-speed trains remain indispensable in everyday life. The number of Pokémon capable of long-distance flight is ultimately a select few, and the majority of individuals and Pokémon do not possess such abilities. Moreover, flying with Pokémon is far less comfortable than traveling by high-speed train or airplane, as wind pressure poses a significant challenge. Thus, compared to relying on Pokémon, most ordinary people still depend on the conveniences provided by machines. The second option, naturally, is to attend a Pokémon university. In addition to the common training programs for aspiring trainers, there are also courses dedicated to Pokémon breeders and Pokémon medicine. The third path resembles the training at gyms often depicted in anime from the past. In this world, gyms are prevalent, with nearly every city housing at least one as a cornerstone of urban defense. Establishing a gym requires governmental approval, and even the weakest gym boasts recognition from the league as gym-level trainers. Consequently, many choose to join gyms as apprentices to foster their development. Theoretically, this model mirrors the supplementary classes of the past, akin to a master-apprentice relationship, offering more individualized attention compared to traditional classroom settings. However, when compared to Pokémon universities, it is a matter of perspective, with each route presenting its own merits and drawbacks. The fourth and final option involves enlisting in a military academy or police school to serve as a soldier or police officer. Compared to the previous 3 paths, this route entails greater risks, as these individuals silently guard the safety of secret realms, cities, and even national borders. This is perhaps the most promising path for the average citizen, as the military is equitable. As long as one dares to fight, strive, and endure, there will undoubtedly be opportunities for advancement. These pathways encapsulate the prospects available to 90% of ordinary individuals in this world, with each January marking the time when young students make their choices regarding their futures. Following their decisions, they will determine their subsequent efforts based on their chosen paths. For instance, if after 6 months of Pokémon training one realizes they are ill-suited for a career as a trainer or breeder, they can return to their cultural studies class for a final 6-month sprint. For those fortunate enough to have obtained a Pokémon due to high academic performance, the time is more than sufficient. Alternatively, those aspiring to join the military or police force will need to undergo relevant physical examinations and a period of training and assessments. As for those who prefer to bypass the college entrance examination and directly enter a gym, they can easily complete their graduation procedures. For those genuinely wishing to attend a Pokémon university, they may opt to return to school to join an elite or regular class, balancing study and training, or choose to forego school altogether and seek out their own methods for a final push. Such options are entirely permissible. In summary, cultural studies hold significant importance, with varying degrees of emphasis depending on one's chosen direction for further education. After all, one cannot expect every trainer to possess knowledge comparable to that of a seasoned breeder, can they? Thus, these 6 months can be deemed pivotal in one's life, fundamentally shaping the trajectory of an ordinary individual's future. The 7th generation of the 3 starter Pokémon. Chapter 12. The transformations of 4 months. Turtwig, as per usual, commenced with endurance training, preparing for a 5-kilometer warm-up. Zubat, you shall join us as well. Naya. ZZ. Turtwig, already well acquainted with training, brimmed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zubat was equally invigorated for last night. Muyu had curtailed Zubat's additional training and elucidated the importance of balancing work and rest, maximizing efficiency, and achieving the greatest progress in the shortest time possible. Although Zubat, having only recently hatched, was somewhat bewildered by this newfound knowledge, he found it utterly astonishing. This was largely due to Muyu's remarkable enhancement technique from the previous day, which ignited Zubat's desire to become stronger and thus willingly adhered to Muyu's training regimen. Onward. Observing the 2 spirited creatures, Muyu wasted no time and decisively declared. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and the seasons cycled through as the moon waxed and waned. In the blink of an eye, nearly 4 months had elapsed since Muyu activated the system. The quiet arrival of November marked a mere 7 months remaining until the annual college entrance examination in June. Over these 4 months, the extraction of Hextech talents had occurred a remarkable 17 times. Despite Muyu's current low prestige, status, and system level leading to a predominance of gray talents, significant gains were still realized. Host, Muyu. System level, level 2. Host level, level 17, 123,170. Skills, none. Coins, 31.99. Experience points, 311. Equipment, none. Hextech talents, Unbreakable Barrier, color, Pandora's Equipment, gray. Titan's Resolve, gold. Knowledge Download I, gray. X2, Balanced Budget I, gray. X2 Money, gray. Academic Achievement, gray. Silver Spoon, gray. X2, Go with the Flow, gray. Among the 17 Hextech talents, 5 random miscellaneous items, 9 talents representing coins and experience points, as well as training rewards, gray, and army formation, gray, which provide consumable items, were obtained. Training reward, acquire 5 coins and a minor Hero Replicator. Army formation, acquire a minor Hero Replicator. In addition, during the 10th extraction of Hextech talents, Muyu drew his first golden Hextech talent, Titan's Resolve, gold. Titan's Resolve, acquire a Titan's Resolve item, with a maximum stacking limit of 40 layers. Furthermore, due to the interest mechanism, starting from the 26th day of acquiring Zubat, Muyu has consistently accrued 20 coins in interest daily, coupled with a steady 2 coins each day. Presently, his coin total has astonishingly surpassed his experience points, reaching a remarkable 31.99, while his experience points, bolstered by numerous Hextech talents, have accumulated to 311. After 4 months of nurturing, Muyu's Pokémon has undergone a tremendous transformation. Pokémon, Grotle. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. Level, 19, 199200. Normal. Ability, Overgrow. When HP drops to a certain level, the power of Grass-type moves increases. Moves, Tackle, Mastered, 57100. Withdraw, Mastered, 32100. Absorb, Mastered, 22100. Leaf Tornado, Proficient, 3850. Curse, Beginner, 910. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Charge, Mastered, 50100. Spit Up, Mastered, 50100. Swallow, Mastered, 38100. Potential, Champion level. Equipment, Thorn Vest, Dragon Claw, Titan's Resolve. Held item, none. Base stats, HP, 75. Physical attack, 89, 80. Physical defense, 852070, 25. Special attack, 55, 80. Special defense, 65, 70, 25. Speed, 3610. Total, 575, 785. Values in parentheses represent the stats after Titan's Resolve is fully stacked. Titan's Resolve, 10 speed, 20 defense. Provides 2 physical attack and 2 special attack when attacking or taking damage, stacking up to a maximum of 25, 40 times. Once fully stacked, it grants 25 defense and 25 special defense, while increasing self-energy and stamina by 50. In a mere 4 months, Muyu has not only advanced Turtwig to its second stage, Grotle, but has also cultivated its level to the pinnacle of normal, achieving an astounding base stat total of 785 when combined with the Golden Talent Titan's Resolve. What does this signify? To put it into perspective, the top-tier Pokémon, Rayquaza, in the previous Life S game, has a base stat total of merely 680, and even in its Mega Evolution, it reaches only 780. 5 points less than the fully stacked Grotle. Furthermore, Grotle still has 1 evolution left, which implies that Muyu's Grotle could potentially reach a terrifying base stat total of 905 upon full stacking, second only to the unprecedented 1125 of the Ultra Max form of the ultimate Pokémon. Of course, in the realm of reality, base stats do not represent absolute power. They merely afford Grotle a distinct advantage over Pokémon of equal level and even to some extent across tiers. For instance, defeating a Pokémon of the same level would be as effortless as drinking water. However, when it comes to the cataclysmic strength witnessed in battles involving champion-level Pokémon on television, Grotle has yet to reach that caliber. Nevertheless, Muyu firmly believes that with the passage of time, even legendary Pokémon will ultimately find themselves bowing before Grotle. Pokémon, Zubat. Type, Poison Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 19, 199200. Normal. Ability, Inner Focus, a sharp and resilient spirit that does not flinch from opponents' attacks. Moves, Supersonic, Mastered, 55100. Absorb, Mastered, 85100. Scare, Mastered, 35100. Mean Look, Proficient, 3350. Poison Fang, Proficient, 150. Wing Attack, Proficient, 150. Confuse Ray, Proficient, 350, Air Slash, Beginner, 510. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Quick Attack, Mastered, 99100. Gust, Mastered, 99100. Potential, Champion level. Equipment, Crescent Spear, Rapid Fire Cannon, Barrier Breaker. Base stats, HP, 40. Physical Attack, 45, 2010. Physical Defense, 35. Special Attack, 30, 2025. Special Defense, 40. Speed, 55, 50. Total, 370. Crescent Spear, 10 Physical Attack, 25 Special Attack, 50 Maximum Energy. Restores 5 maximum energy per attack. Rapid Fire Cannon, 50 Speed, double skill casting range, and skills within the attack range possess a locking effect that cannot be evaded. Barrier Breaker, 50 maximum HP, 20 critical hit rate, 20 physical attack, 20 special attack. After attacking a barrier-type enemy, ignores the barrier. And subsequent skills and attacks inflict an additional 30 damage for 45 minutes. With the support of the Polar Spear for sustained endurance, coupled with the guaranteed hit effect of the Rapid Fire Cannon and the shield-breaking capabilities of the Breaker, as long as the opponent lacks locking skills, they will inevitably be harassed to death by the Noctowl. Moreover, compared to the Tree Turtle, the growth in base stats of the Noctowl is not particularly pronounced, though this is attributed to their differing roles. After 4 months of companionship, Muyu has observed that his Noctowl is remarkably cautious and values its life. It displays a strong aversion to contact moves, yet becomes particularly eager when it comes to non-contact techniques, especially those related to speed. This explains why, upon their first encounter, the proficiency of its quick attack was astonishingly high. It is worth mentioning that during these 4 months, aside from moments when they hit a bottleneck, be it in experience points or skill proficiency, Muyu has refrained from excessive interference, primarily to prevent any sense of complacency from developing between the two. After all, combat is not solely reliant on skill proficiency. Sometimes, mindset and determination are equally crucial, and these qualities must be cultivated through consistent training to yield results. Notably, both have transformed from gym level to champion level with the assistance of the secondary Hero Replicator, thus opening the gateway to the elite ranks. The next step is to anticipate the emergence of the Hero Replicator to elevate their talents to champion level or even beyond. However, considering Muyu's current level, it may still require some time. Muyu remains optimistic about this, as he is still a novice who has only recently acquired his Pokémon for less than half a year. In Chapter 13, titled Evolution, after evolving into the Tree Turtle, its entire body, including its head, becomes enveloped in a soil-colored shell, with the small sprout that once grew atop its head now transferred to the shell, transforming into 2 clusters of dense foliage. Although its limbs have grown sturdier, the increase in weight has led to a noticeable decrease in speed. Consequently, Muyu has revised the training regimen for the Tree Turtle, replacing the daily endurance training with a 1-kilometer warm-up, focusing more on mastering grass-type energy and honing the resilience of its shell while training its skills. Meanwhile, the Noctowl continues its unwavering daily endurance training alongside Muyu, with the addition of some weight to enhance the training effect. Come here. After completing the day's training, Muyu, drenched in sweat, sat beneath a tree, leaning against the trunk and beckoning to the Tree Turtle and Noctowl. Huh. Squeak. Hearing Muyu's call, both the Tree Turtle and Noctowl excitedly rushed over. They were well aware that their trainer was exceptional, periodically helping them grow stronger, which filled them with enthusiasm. Muyu first placed his hand on the Tree Turtle's shell and silently recited, "System, allocate points." As the experience points diminished on the panel, a warm current flowed through the Tree Turtle's body, accompanied by an increase in its physical strength and total energy, elevating its level to 20,220, officially crossing the threshold into the professional tier. Consequently, Muyu's system level also officially reached level 3. Subsequently, Muyu expended 284 experience points to elevate the Tree Turtle's Leaf Blade and all 3 inherited skills to the Mastery level. Leaf Blade, Proficiency, 3850. Leaf Blade, Mastery, 01000. Charge, Mastery, 50100. Charge, Mastery, 01000. Spout, Mastery, 50100. Spout, Mastery, 01000. Swallow, Mastery, 38100. Swallow, Mastery, 01000. Following the proficiency enhancement, the charge skill not only accumulates energy more rapidly, but also increases the power of skills used through Spout with the same energy. The number of leaves simultaneously controlled by Leaf Blade has also surpassed double digits, transforming its capability from merely penetrating tree trunks to effortlessly piercing through wood of basketball diameter, a remarkable advancement indeed. Thereafter, Muyu raised the Noctowl's level to 20,220. Is it evolving? As the Noctowl ascended to the professional level, a dazzling white light burst forth from its form. Subsequently, The limbs enveloped in the white glow began to stretch and morph, giving rise to a large-mouthed bat with small eyes, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, beside Muyu. In terms of height alone, the large-mouthed bat significantly surpasses the tree turtle. Furthermore, it exceeds the average height of approximately 1.6 meters documented on official sources for large-mouthed bats by a notable margin. Congratulations, large-mouthed bat. Muyu sincerely proclaimed as he observed the bat, now with eyes eagerly exploring its surroundings post-evolution. Huh, the tree turtle also joyfully exclaimed from the side. Squeak. The large-mouthed bat excitedly wiggled its body while squinting at Muyu and the tree turtle, clearly still adjusting to the sensation of observing the world under the sunlight with its newly acquired eyes. Pokémon, large-mouthed bat. Type, poison flying. Gender, male. Level, 20-0220, professional level. Ability, inner focus, a sharp and resilient spirit that does not flinch from the opponent's attacks. Moves, supersonic, air slash, entry, 510. Quick attack, entry, 010. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, quick attack, mastery, 99100. Gust, mastery, 99100. Potential, champion level. Equipment, polar spear, rapid fire cannon, breaker. Base stats, 580. Due to its remarkable champion level potential, the Noctowl not only completed the first stage of evolution ahead of schedule, but also intuitively grasped a guaranteed hit skill, Quick Attack. Of course, in reality, Quick Attack is not a locking-type guaranteed hit skill. Rather, due to its incredibly rapid attack speed, instances of missing are exceedingly rare. Observing the base stats, with just a mere 20 points shy of achieving the demigod level, Muyu's mood blossomed further. Once the excitement of the large-mouthed bat subsided, Muyu expended 216 experience points to elevate several of its skills to mastery level. Supersonic, mastery, 55100. Supersonic, mastery, 01000. Absorb, mastery, 85100. Absorb, mastery, 01000. Air slash, entry, 510. Air slash, mastery, 01000. Quick attack, mastery, 99100. Quick attack, mastery, 01000. Aside from air slash, which was recently learned and thus had lower proficiency, the expenditure of experience points for other skills was minimal. The reason Muyu eagerly spent gold to enhance the proficiency of the tree turtle and large-mouthed bat skills is primarily that he is running low on funds. Each Pokemon requires a staggering 300 energy cubes daily. For 2, that amounts to 600 cubes, totaling 18,000 cubes monthly. Over 4 months, Muyu has spent a whopping 70,000 cubes solely on energy cubes, not to mention additional expenses for training equipment. Currently, the funds at Muyu's disposal are only sufficient for approximately 1 month's worth of sustenance for both Pokemon. If he does not devise a plan to earn more money soon, the pace of improvement for both will likely decline significantly. As for asking his family for support, Muyu has not entertained that thought. The 3 treasured Pokemon have already cost the family nearly 1,000,000 yuan. And with the additional support of 100,000 yuan from Zhao's mother, there is hardly any money left in the household. Moreover, the family is burdened with monthly mortgage payments, and Muyu is reluctant to add any further strain. Thus, the only remaining option is to embark on a daring expedition to a primary secret realm. A secret realm is an interstitial space tethered to Blue Star, categorized according to the strength of its most formidable Pokemon into primary, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate secret realms. A primary secret realm is defined as one where the highest level Pokemon does not exceed the elite tier. In fact, some of the most rudimentary primary secret realms may only host Pokemon of senior rank at best, depending on the circumstances. Every city possesses at least a few secret realms, and it is precisely these realms that have given rise to numerous urban settlements. Primary and intermediate secret realms, being lower tier, are often patrolled by designated guardians every 1 to 2 years. This is done to harvest rare fruits or treasures that can only grow within these realms, and to eliminate excessively powerful Pokemon, thereby preventing catastrophic secret realm uprisings. In contrast, advanced and ultimate secret realms house Pokemon of such great strength that their intelligence rivals that of humans, prompting nations to dispatch formidable individuals to engage in diplomacy with the reigning monarchs of these realms. Even a small city like Qingsong City boasts a few lesser secret realms. According to Muyu's research on the official website, the most powerful Pokemon within one of these realms is merely of senior rank. For Muyu, possessing 2 Pokemon that have reached the professional level, with exceptional base stats and remarkable skill proficiency, allows him to disregard other Pokemon of the same tier, even when faced with senior tier opponents. As long as he ensures he is not targeted, he has little to fear. Should he encounter an elite Pokemon, Muyu is confident that with the pulling capability of his Zubat, he can create sufficient time for a safe retreat. Or perhaps even execute a stunning counterattack with the defensive capabilities of his Turtwig. Divine Secret Realms. These realms are associated with divine beasts, regardless of size. They are categorized as divine. Ultimate Secret Realms. These contain Pokémon of champion or master level, spanning millions of square kilometers, comparable to the size of a nation. Advanced Secret Realms. The highest level is that of the King, covering hundreds of thousands to millions of square kilometers. Intermediate Secret Realms. The highest level is that of the Gym Leader, encompassing tens of thousands of square kilometers. Primary Secret Realms. The highest level is that of the Elite, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers. Chapter 14. The 20th Draw, Let Us Go Home. Muyu mused as he observed the throngs of people along the way, leisurely making his way home with his 2 Pokémon. Mom, we're back. Upon arriving home, Muyu called out towards the kitchen with familiarity. However, after a considerable wait, no one responded, and the usual sounds of the kitchen exhaust fan were notably absent. Where is everyone? Puzzled by the absence of his family, Muyu ventured inside only to find a note on the table. Dear you, your father and I will be staying at the orchard for the next few days. There is some money on the table for your meals. I know you are quite busy, but please do not neglect your 3 meals a day. Take care of your health. It is essential for you to become an exceptional trainer. Love, your mother. Gazing at the carefully pinned note from Zhao's mother and the stack of cash tucked beneath a bowl, a wave of warmth washed over Muyu, filling him with a comforting glow. Compared to his previous life, where he endured each day in solitude, he felt immensely fortunate to have such loving parents in this life. Come, let us dine out today. With only himself and his 2 Pokémon at home, and having exerted himself throughout the day, Muyu decided against cooking and grandly gestured to his Pokémon. It is worth noting what kinds of food are suitable for Pokémon. Much like humans, they are generally omnivorous, capable of consuming a wide variety of foods, although each Pokémon has its own unique palate or preferences. For instance, Turtwig relishes honey, particularly that produced by Combi or Beedrill, while Zubat enjoys certain tangy fruits like the sour-tasting oranberry. Thus, Muyu occasionally indulges them with special treats, spending a little extra to enhance their dining experience. If energy cubes can be likened to the nutritious meals athletes consume daily, other foods with relatively lower energy content are akin to indulgent or junk food. However, given the robust physicality of Pokémon, consuming such items does not lead to excessive weight gain. Yet, they do little to aid in the training of their levels. The energy expended to eliminate harmful impurities can hinder their growth. Consequently, a stark contrast emerges in the growth rates of those consuming energy cubes versus those relying solely on less beneficial sustenance. This explains why Pokémon that consume energy cubes exhibit faster growth and better development. Yay! Squee! Upon hearing the prospect of dining out, Turtwig's head, previously tucked within its shell, promptly perked up, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, the notion of dining out meant indulging in delectable treats that they wouldn't typically enjoy during training. Even Zubat, typically engrossed in training and self-improvement, fluttered over to Muyu's side, its eyes fixed eagerly on the door. It goes without saying that both Pokémon were filled with anticipation for the forthcoming feast. While berries are not categorized as junk food and can even be beneficial, they offer limited growth benefits when consumed in isolation and are quite costly. For example, the orange berry, which Zubat favors for its ability to alleviate abnormal sleep states, typically retails for around 300 yuan each, equivalent to the price of a day's worth of energy cubes for Zubat. Moreover, not only are they pricey, but given Zubat's appetite, it could easily consume several in one sitting. Since orange berries do not primarily contribute to energy growth, their overall effect on level advancement is minimal. Muyu would only splurge a few thousand yuan on their meals during moments of exceptional performance or festive occasions. As evening fell, after returning home with his satiated Pokémon, Muyu took a cold shower and then approached his desk to begin researching the official information regarding the affiliated secret realms of Qingsong City. Indeed, what he had initially planned to postpone regarding the secret realm exploration, he now decided to expedite. Previously, he had refrained from broaching the subject with his parents, fearing that knowledge of his intentions would cause them undue worry. Thus, he had intended to wait until school resumed, using the pretext of improving his study efficiency while living on campus, and then request leave to visit the secret realm. Now, with his parents conveniently away, and with both Turtwig and Zubat having reached the professional level, he was in the perfect position to explore suitable secret realms. Even if he failed to uncover any extraordinary treasures, capturing a few promising Pokémon for sale in the black market would also be a rewarding endeavor. Although the League prohibits the private trade of Pokémon, with the only legitimate avenues being official breeding houses and personal breeding establishments with approved credentials, there are always individuals who, out of necessity, occasionally capture Pokémon. Given the innate wildness of many wild Pokémon, legitimate breeding houses often do not accept these unverified creatures, forcing them to resort to the black market for transactions. After all, ordinary individuals have limited means of earning money. Relying on stumbling upon Pokémon treasures is akin to winning the lottery. Thus, trading Pokémon remains the fastest route to financial gain for most common folk. Even without knowledge of a Pokémon's potential, the gamble is worth it, for a high-potential Pokémon can fetch a substantial sum. Moreover, as long as both parents of a Pokémon possess commendable abilities, the offspring's aptitude is generally expected to be satisfactory. In this regard, the Alliance tends to turn a blind eye to Pokémon that are not rare or protected, allowing matters to slide without intervention. As long as one is not a notorious and unscrupulous professional Pokémon hunter, occasional infractions are deemed acceptable. This leads Muyu to suspect that certain officials may be involved in the oversight of these black markets. Otherwise, an ordinary individual like himself would not have access to websites containing information about them. Indeed, there exists even a dedicated website that informs users of cities harboring black markets and the specific locations within them, which is utterly astonishing. However, it seems the authorities prefer to manage rather than eliminate these markets, opting to send personnel for covert supervision instead of allowing them to fester in the shadows like ticking time bombs. This approach not only curtails some of the more egregious behaviors associated with black markets, but also provides a genuine avenue for ordinary trainers. After all, from where do the funds of these trainers originate? Besides undertaking tasks released by local governments as freelancers, their only recourse is to seek employment under others. If one wishes to avoid being merely a worker, the most lucrative path for a freelancer is to explore hidden realms. The less developed these realms are, the more abundant their resources, albeit with significantly heightened risks involved. It can be aptly said that fortune favors the bold. After a considerable while, Muyu finally shut down his computer, rubbing his somewhat throbbing head and exhaling deeply. System, extract this week's hex talent. He silently intoned, glancing at the clock, which was nearing the hour. This marked the 20th time Muyu had drawn from the hex talent pool. Paisha's 3 houses. Chapter 15, Treasure Detector. Academic accomplishment, Gray acquire 15 experience points and 15 gold coins. Mini Treasure Detector, Gold obtain a mini treasure device that is indestructible and will not fall. Capable of indicating all Pokemon-related treasures within a 10-kilometer radius of the host. Minor Bag of Holding, Gray receive 1 random basic equipment and 1 equipment disassembly tool. 2 Grays and 1 gold. Observing the golden option nestled between the 2 Gray hex talents, Muyu's lips curled into a knowing smile. When he had drawn a golden hex talent on his 10th attempt, he had thought himself exceptionally lucky, but the subsequent 9 Gray talents had dispelled that notion. Thus, excluding luck as a factor, the remaining explanation must lie in the hidden mechanics of the talent extraction system. It appears that although the system's user guide does not explicitly state it, every 10 draws does indeed elevate the tier, ensuring at least 1 golden hex talent for selection. Consider it a delightful surprise. A mini treasure detector? Gazing at the information displayed by this golden hex talent, Muyu found himself momentarily stunned. This certainly did not resemble the hex talents from his previous life in Teamfight Tactics. After a brief contemplation, he relinquished further thought. What did it matter? If it was beneficial, that was all that mattered. Resolute in his decision, Muyu focused his thoughts and selected the solitary golden talent. In the next moment, a faint white light flashed, and a small, palm-sized transparent screen, resembling a mobile device's display, materialized in Muyu's hand. This was the first tangible item he had received from the system. Previous equipment could only be considered a product existing in a liminal space. As even Muyu could only perceive it through thought, entirely unlike this screen, which offered a genuine tactile sensation. The screen unveiled a myriad of densely packed red dots of varying sizes, alongside a few resplendent golden ones, with a small green dot at the center, presumably representing Muyu himself. Following the direction of the most concentrated cluster of light points, he discovered a shop selling energy cubes, along with a selection of individual berries and a handful of evolution stones akin to water stones. If Muyu's deductions were correct, the red dots likely symbolized energy cubes and berries, while the golden points represented rare treasures like water stones. What a remarkable find! Observing the luminous points on the screen, Muyu's spirits lifted considerably. Initially, he had intended to utilize the data to capture some reasonably high-quality Pokemon for sale, but now, with this treasure detector, he might uncover hidden gems nestled deep within the secret realms, places that would elude the notice of ordinary individuals, those treasures yet to be discovered. However, the sole inconvenience was that even the commonplace energy cubes were classified as treasures by the detector. Given that energy cubes are crafted from berries, they could indeed be considered a valuable resource, containing more energy than individual berries. Yet, due to their abundance, low-grade energy cubes do not command significant value in the market. It remained uncertain whether to commend the treasure detector for its meticulousness or criticize it for its lack of discernment. Alas, how wonderful it would be if one could filter out the energy cubes from the display. After much contemplation, Muyu, having found no buttons on the detector's screen aside from its zooming capabilities, let out a resigned sigh. Although the presence of energy cubes as red dots did not hinder his quest for golden Pokémon treasures, discerning rare berries remained a challenge. Just as Muyu voiced his frustrations aloud, he noticed a remarkable phenomenon. A substantial number of red dots vanished from the screen, leaving fewer than 30 light points. He exclaimed softly, surprised by the transformation of the screen in his hand. Could it be that the treasure detector responds to voice commands? Contemplating this, Muyu whispered again. Remove berry detection. In an instant, the screen indeed reflected a significant reduction in red dots, leaving only a few scattered points, which Muyu surmised represented the golden treasures of Pokémon. Indeed, a faint smile graced Muyu's lips, though he wondered if he could mentally command the detector to adjust its range. With this thought in mind, he muttered quietly, only detect energy cubes. Hardly had Muyu's thought concluded when the scant few golden points on the detector vanished, swiftly replaced by a multitude of red dots that occupied most of the screen. Nice. Discovering that the treasure detector could be manipulated through his thoughts, Muyu clenched his fist and waved it in the air, a gesture of uncontained excitement. Were it not for the fear of startling the Zubat curled up in the corner asleep and the already slumbering Turtwig nearby, he would have shouted his jubilation. Muyu's exhilaration stemmed from the arrival of this extraordinary mini treasure detector, which implied that as long as he ventured into locations bearing treasures within his capability, he would not overlook any opportunities. This also meant that, should luck favor him on his upcoming adventures in the realms, he might not need to worry about finances until the high-stakes examinations. After all, even those hailing from esteemed families or powerful factions are not so extravagant as to possess Pokémon treasures for every individual's training needs. Due to the rarity of Pokémon treasures, even the most ordinary basic treasures, such as common evolution stones, can cost hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins. The most coveted Pokémon treasures are often only obtainable through auctions. It is said that the auction price for a premier dragon-type treasure, the Dragon Fang, can soar into the billions. Thus, unless one is of air caliber within a family, supported by its legacy, even those of collateral lines must venture into the secret realms to secure the resources necessary for their Pokémon's growth. Compared to ordinary individuals, their advantage lies in the fact that those starting with a spirit are often supported by their families, possess commendable aptitude, and receive initial funding for the cultivation of their spirits. The subsequent outcomes depend solely on the individual's achievements. Should one exhibit notable potential, they may garner further support from their family. However, if their potential is mediocre and they fail to capture familial favor, they must seek their own path. Thus, a treasure-seeking device capable of autonomously locating hidden gems is, even for the most prestigious families, a treasure worthy of inheritance. Fortunately, the treasure-seeking device possesses the remarkable characteristic of not being subject to loss, provided that Muyu exercises discretion and refrains from using it in the presence of outsiders, opting instead to store it within the system space, thereby minimizing any risks. It is noteworthy that the system space can accommodate all items originating from the system, while items not provided by the system cannot be stored. Initially, Muyu had relinquished hopes of acquiring a storage space akin to those often deemed essential for protagonists in novels of his previous life. However, the emergence of a treasure-seeking device today, courtesy of the Hextech talent, invigorated his spirits. With such a unique talent manifesting, does it not imply that the possibility of a storage space might also arise? A delightful throng of adorable beings. Chapter 16, The Number 1 Secret Realm. Turtwig and Zubat. Your assistance will be crucial during our forthcoming expedition into the secret realm. Early in the morning, Muyu conveyed the itinerary to his two spirits, expressing his trust in them. Haha, squeak squeak. Turtwig and Zubat responded with assurance. Observing their confidence, Muyu waved his hand resolutely. Let us embark. Qingsong City, Secret Realm Number 1. This is one of the few primary secret realms in Qingsong City and is also among the earliest to be established. Consequently, the resources within this realm have been largely depleted, leaving only the remnants for official control to cultivate medicinal herbs and fruits. However, due to the considerable overall area of the secret realm and the sheer number of secret realms nationwide, even the authorities lack sufficient personnel to manage each realm comprehensively. Thus, apart from a small section designated as a plantation, which is off-limits to outsiders, the remainder of Secret Realm Number 1 is open for unencumbered exploration. As Muyu entered the reception area of the Secret Realm, the flow of people began to increase. Essential healing potions for the Secret Realm, effective and affordable, first come, first served. Need a guide for the Secret Realm? I am a novice grass-type trainer with over 20 years of experience, ensuring you return laden with treasures. Secret Realm Guides. Secret Realm Guides. Essential artifacts for the Secret Realm. Don't miss out. Secret Realm Essential Kits, a guarantee of life. Although this is merely one of the several basic secret realms under Qingsong City, the fact that it is entirely under official control means that it is unlikely to harbor high-level spirits. Therefore, each year, many novice trainers venture into this relatively safe secret realm for their inaugural exploration. Perhaps due to the delayed distribution of spirits this year, Muyu observed numerous youthful faces, brimming with confidence, entering the realm with an array of gear. Taking in the bustling scene, Muyu felt a sense of novelty, quietly surveying the lively atmosphere around him. Despite being the most rudimentary of secret realms, it is precisely this simplicity that attracts inexperienced young individuals. Many come impulsively due to their newfound spirits, only to realize their gear is inadequate, ultimately opting to purchase supplies locally. Consequently, a modest commercial street has emerged, featuring a variety of shops in the vicinity. On one hand, these establishments sell goods, while on the other, they also acquire supplies from those returning from the secret realm. Redirecting his gaze, Muyu disregarded the hawkers and made his way directly to the ticket window, spending 7,000 yuan to purchase a ticket valid for a week. Access to the secret realm is not a lifetime privilege merely by acquiring a ticket. The duration of stay varies in cost depending on the level and size of the realm. Since the secret realm Muyu is entering is a primary one, relatively small in size and long since developed, the ticket price is quite reasonable. Naturally, this charging model primarily applies to officially managed secret realms that have been cleared and monitored, while intermediate and advanced realms tend to have fewer restrictions for various reasons. Holding the ticket, Muyu ignored the opportunistic smiles of those eager to act as guides. Firstly, he lacked the funds to hire a guide, and secondly, he did not wish to explore the realm alongside strangers. Although this primary secret realm offers little of value, one can never be too cautious, should something truly remarkable appear. The risk of theft is a mere optimistic consideration. If one were to encounter someone more ruthless, it could lead to far worse consequences. After all, these so-called temporary guides offer no guarantees. It is worth noting that each year, fatalities occur within secret realms, not solely due to wild spirits. Many perish at the hands of their so-called teammates or partners. Those who stab others in the back or engage in underhanded dealings thrive in the lawless environment of a secret realm. Therefore, Muyu would not readily entrust his safety to anyone. Upon entering the secret realm, aside from his own spirits, it is best to trust no one. No, thank you. Muyu replied with an impassive expression, having declined the guides multiple times. After presenting his identification at the ticket checkpoint and receiving clearance from the guards, he stepped into the secret realm. The entrance to the realm was an oval doorway emanating an enchanting glow. Despite the brightness, it was not glaring, instead radiating a gentle, magical allure. Upon entering, he found himself at another reception area established by the authorities. However, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere he had just left, this reception area appeared rather desolate. Aside from a few standard staff members, there were individuals clad in deep black uniforms, adorned with distinctive emblems on their chests. Beyond this, there were few others present. It is understandable, those venturing into the secret realm are not on holiday, and it is unlikely they would linger in the reception area during the day. The individuals bearing the special insignia are designated guardians of the secret realm, tasked with its protection. Depending on the level of each secret realm, the dispatch guardians vary in rank. Muyu had learned this from the secret realm's official website, though the intricate details regarding the classification of guardians were beyond his knowledge. Exiting the reception area, Muyu released Turtwig and Zubat. Despite having reached level 17 after 4 months of training, he recognized that a human's physique is inherently inferior to that of spirits, even at level 17. Muyu felt he could not contend with spirits of equal or even slightly lower levels. After all, he lacked combat skills and had not undergone systematic training, thus positioning himself as someone who could merely evade danger if necessary. Naturally, he held a modicum of confidence when facing lower-tier spirits such as Magikarp or Caterpie. Now, I rely on you. Haha. Squeak squeak. Turtwig responded affirmatively and approached Muyu, beginning to cautiously survey their surroundings. Zubat, flying at a low altitude of approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground, emitted sound waves to scan the area. Observing his spirit's reliable demeanor, Muyu felt reassured and subsequently retrieved a map from his backpack. This was an official map of the secret realm. In realms that have been largely explored, there exist meticulously crafted maps to guide navigators, primarily to safeguard inexperienced novice trainers from attracting the ire of formidable beings, such as the notorious Beedrill swarms. Even seasoned intermediate trainers, equipped with advanced Pokémon, would refrain from provoking these menacing clusters unless absolutely necessary. These Beedrill, known for their relentless group tactics under the command of a queen, embody the nightmare of every ordinary trainer. After all, the number of Pokémon one typically carries is limited. whereas the Beedrill can number in the dozens, if not the hundreds. Should just one breach the defenses and strike an ordinary person, it could spell disaster. Having assessed his current location, Muyu swiftly established the course and objective of his mission, the Central Lake, the largest gathering place for Pokémon within this mystical realm. His aim? To encounter the enchanting fairy Pokémon, Sylveon. Chapter 17. Entering the Secret Realm. The first secret realm is a locale characterized by relatively hospitable conditions. From the moment Muyu stepped into this enchanting domain, he was greeted by vast expanses of forest, where the air was refreshingly crisp and the humidity just right, far from arid. It is precisely in such an environment that many bug, grass, water, flying, and normal-type Pokémon thrive. Most of these creatures, possessing gentle dispositions, display little aggression despite their infrequent interactions with humans in this secluded realm. Apart from the moments when Muyu, accompanied by his Grovyle and Zubat, passed through, halting to cautiously observe their surroundings, there were no overtly aggressive behaviors. However, this was not the case for certain less amiable Pokémon. Grovyle unleashed Leaf Blade. Muyu commanded, as a few Rattatas suddenly dashed forth. With the command issued, Grovyle promptly swayed the dense greenery on its back, channeling the grass-type energy within. In a flash, dozens of vibrant green leaves, crackling with energy, hurtled toward the unexpectedly bold purple Rattata. Crash, crash, crash. Accompanied by a series of pitiful cries, the once menacing Rattata were swiftly vanquished by Grovyle's Leaf Blade. Despite Grovyle only having recently attained a professional level, its mastery of the skill was nothing short of astonishing, particularly against the relatively low-level Rattata, most of whom were no higher than level 8, save for one leading specimen at level 13. Each was dispatched in an instant, the leader falling just as swiftly. Ding. Grovyle defeated Rattata, earning 1 gold coin. Ding. Grovyle defeated Rattata, earning 2 gold coins. Ding. Grovyle defeated Rattata, earning, as the Rattata fell. Several notification chimes resonated in Muyu's mind. Such meager spoils. It seems that lower-level Pokémon yield scant gold, he mused, glancing at the paltry collection of coins. For someone like Muyu, who had maximized his gold interest, a day would typically yield 34 coins. However, he quickly reconsidered. While ordinary Pokémon may not provide significant riches individually, their sheer numbers could accumulate into a substantial fortune. Moreover, given that creatures of this level were easily dispatched by Grovyle and Zubat, as long as their energy and stamina held up, the potential for gold accumulation each day was indeed promising. Pokémon, Rattata, type, normal, gender, male, level, 13, ordinary. Ability, Guts, attack increases when affected by a status condition. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack. Bite, inherited moves, none. Potential, professional, held item, Orange Berry. Muyu casually surveyed the defeated Rattata, noting that apart from the apparent leader possessing professional level potential, the others were merely ordinary in capability, likely unable to evolve into Raticate under normal circumstances. Seizing the opportunity while the Rattata lay unconscious, Muyu collected the Orange Berry from one of them. Thanks to the rapidly approaching red dot, Muyu was able to issue commands for the attack in a timely manner. It appeared that not all Pokémon in the secret realm were as docile as one might hope. For the first time venturing into this mystical territory, Muyu pondered quietly. Although the secret realm manual warned that untamed Pokémon might exhibit wild tendencies, particularly those with inherently aggressive natures, he had not anticipated such hostility from the wild creatures. It was well known that in urban settings, even fully evolved Raticate would seldom dare to attack humans. Clearly, the wild Pokémon, especially those in the secret realm, had grown unaccustomed to human presence and thus lacked any fear. Let us go. After gathering the tree fruit and the impressive incisor of the Rattata, Muyu departed with Grovyle and Zubat in tow. The incisors of Rattata and Raticate resembled the tail of a Snorlax. While the juice from the orange berry was a sweet, replenishable resource, in optimal conditions, it could fetch a price nearing 10,000 coins. Though the Rattata he encountered were of lower level and the quality of their incisors was rather mediocre, Muyu, motivated by his current financial constraints, resolved not to waste anything after having engaged them in battle. After all, for these Rattata, even if their incisors were damaged, replenishing their energy would allow them to regrow naturally, and barring any provocation, few Pokémon would target Rattata, save for predators like Ekans. As Muyu gazed at the golden dot on his treasure detector S screen, he pressed onward. This was the first golden glimmer he had observed since entering the secret realm, and based on his map and the screen S readings, it was situated along the path to the central lake, which was the very reason Muyu had chosen this direction. Buzz, 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 such a swarm of Beedrill, Muyu remarked, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he passed through a forest teeming with the sound of their buzzing wings. Numerous caterpie clung to the trunks, feasting on the foliage, while several metapod hung motionless, awaiting their transformation day. In addition, swarms of Beedrill, resplendent in yellow with black markings and crimson eyes, patrolled the vicinity of the metapod, safeguarding their kin while simultaneously intimidating any intruders. Casting a glance at the location of the golden dot, Muyu sighed in relief. It was not within Beedrill territory, or else he would have had no choice but to retreat. Although he was confident in Grovile's ability to withstand and conquer the dozen or so Beedrill, each no higher than level 20. The depths of the forest likely harbored an unknown number of Beedrill, including their queen. To err on the side of caution, Muyu was reluctant to take such a risk. After all, with a treasure detector at his disposal, there was no need to jeopardize his safety for mere honey and a confrontation with the Beedrill horde. Despite the abundance of Caterpie and Metapod, which could indeed yield gold, Muyu recognized that the immediate priority was to secure the treasure indicated by the golden dot to alleviate his financial woes. Let us go, Zubat. You take your place on Grovile's back, Muyu whispered, keen to prevent the sound of Zubat's wings from alerting the Beedrill. In no time, the trio navigated through the dense forest where the Beedrill thrived. Little Princess Ice Sprite, ICV. Chapter 18, The Everstone. This is the vicinity. After traversing more than 5 kilometers, Muyu halted his steps, comparing the position of himself with the luminous point on the treasure detector, and arrived at a dense thicket. Apart from a few grass Pokémon, ensconced in green leaves and hanging from distant branches, the entire thicket seemed devoid of any visible Pokémon. Gazing at the impenetrable greenery, Muyu found himself at a loss, compelled to pause and observe the surroundings. Eureka! After surveying the area, Muyu, endowed with the Eye of Data, finally discerned a clue. Pokémon, walking grass. Type, grass poison. Gender, female. Level, 22, profession level. Ability, chlorophyll, speed increases in sunny weather. Moves, absorb, growth, sweet scent, liquid ooze. Poison powder, stun spore, sleep powder, super absorb. Taught moves, none. Inherited moves, root. Held item, Everstone, beginner. Potential, senior level. This was a walking grass that had surpassed the evolution level, yet due to its possession of an Everstone, it had yet to evolve. An Everstone indeed. Muyu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the item it held. It is well known that treasures like the Everstone, imbued with special powers, are of considerable value. Although the ability of the Everstone to prevent evolution might seem rather superfluous, it nonetheless appeals to the affluent who favor certain Pokémon in their pre-evolution forms. For instance, the adorable and petite Pikachu loses its charm upon evolving into Raichu, and similarly, the elegant and slender Meowstic becomes quite ungainly upon evolution. Thus, the Everstone does possess a certain marketability, even though a beginner's Everstone pales in comparison to more versatile evolution stones, such as the Water Stone or Fire Stone. It can still fetch a price of 200,000 to 300,000. For Muyu, this was sufficient to support him until the end of his college entrance examination. The tender green leaves atop the walking grass seamlessly blended with the surrounding underbrush. Had it not been for Muyu's discerning Eye of Data, one could spend an entire day here without detecting its presence, as the walking grass remained immobile. Zubat, use Airblade over there, Muyu instructed softly, pointing towards the spot where the walking grass was concealed. Swoosh. Responding to the command, Zubat immediately flapped its wings, which shimmered with a white glow. The energy of flight coalesced within, stirring the previously tranquil air into a frenzy, and then several crescent-shaped air blades, radiating white light, shot towards the location of the walking grass. Splat. Struck by a flying-type move that was super effective, combined with Zubat's inherent attribute advantage, the high proficiency of Airblade, and its remarkably elevated special attack value due to its equipment, the walking grass was defeated in a single blow. After all, being a wild Pokémon, it lacked the awareness for self-training in the absence of natural enemies. Even leveling up was merely a gradual process, seldom pursued with intent. Furthermore, the walking grass, which could essentially evade threats by burrowing into the soil, had little combat awareness. Upon encountering danger, it merely needed to retract into the earth, resulting in its inherently weak fighting capability. Ding! Zubat defeated walking grass, gained 5 coins. Hearing the system notification and confirming that the walking grass had lost its fighting ability, Muyu stepped forward to extract the now-dazed walking grass from the ground. True to form, a blue-white crystal was embedded in the rotund purple body of the walking grass. Everstone. Beginner, a stone imbued with miraculous powers when held. It suppresses the evolution energy of Pokémon at the elite level and below. Little one, this item is of no use to you and only hinders your evolution. So I shall take it. After prying out the small Everstone, roughly the size of half a palm, Muyu gently patted the unconscious walking grass, speaking as if it could hear him. Surprisingly, the round body of the walking grass felt quite pleasant to the touch, akin to a soft cotton ball. After reburrowing the walking grass back into its hole, Muyu stood up and dusted himself off. Next, he would head to the central lake. Placing the Everstone in the most concealed compartment of his backpack, Muyu once more scanned the treasure detector, noticing no particularly valuable treasures had emerged, prompting him to continue toward the area where Pokémon congregated the most. Even though Muyu now possessed an Everstone, who would complain about acquiring more treasures? Besides, even with the treasure detector, he could not guarantee that every descent into the secret realm would yield something worthwhile. After all, the detector merely facilitated treasure hunting and could not conjure treasures from thin air. Thus, if possible, Muyu aimed to seek out additional rare treasures or fruits, or perhaps capture some quality Pokémon for sale, as earning extra money would always prove beneficial. Zubat, use Tailwind. Swoosh. A gust imbued with flying energy swept through, causing several Caterpie, leisurely munching on leaves in the trees, to tumble down. Ding, Zubat defeated Caterpie, gained 1 coin. Ding, Zubat defeated Caterpie, gained. Along the way, Muyu instructed Zubat to attack nearly every low-level Pokémon he encountered in small numbers. The reason for utilizing Zubat instead of the Torterra was due to the equipment Muyu had outfitted Zubat with, known as the Polar Spear. Its effect allowed Zubat to recover 5 energy points with every attack, which meant that as long as he did not use overly energy-consuming moves, Zubat could potentially keep attacking indefinitely. Coupled with recovery moves like Absorb, it could even become a perpetual motion machine. It is worth mentioning that in this world, Pokémon have a protection mechanism remarkably similar to that of anime from a previous life. Upon defeat, Pokémon fall into a state of unconsciousness, akin to the dazed state. During this time, as long as they are not subjected to further attacks or enduring conditions such as poisoning or burning that cause continuous damage, they will automatically regain enough stamina to awaken after a brief interval. This is one of the reasons why Pokémon battles are so popular globally in this world. Little Silly Water Sprite Water EV. Chapter 19, Miracle Seed. Oh, this time I actually found a grass-type treasure, the Miracle Seed, in a somewhat deep pit. Muyu, looking a bit grimy, gazed at the yellow-green seed in his hand, which appeared far duller than the Miracle Seed worth tens of millions on the official website, and spoke with delight. Miracle Seed, beginner, a seed that nurtures life. When held by a Pokémon, it increases the power of grass-type moves by 10, and can also be directly absorbed to enhance the Pokémon's grass-type energy quality. The Miracle Seed is an exceptionally rare grass-type Pokémon treasure. It is even scarcer than evolution stones like the Water Stone. Such uniquely effective treasures can only form in the special environments of secret realms. Depending on the conditions of each secret realm, the level of generated treasures varies. Although this Miracle Seed is merely the lowest tier of Pokémon treasures, its value is certainly above 1 million, illustrating the rarity of Pokémon treasures. Because of the scarcity of these special Pokémon treasures, only a few can afford to have their Pokémon absorb them. Is it a mere enhancement of 10? It appears to be a recently formed treasure of the arcane. As he gazed at the data, revealing information about this miraculous seed in his possession, Muyu stroked his chin and sighed inwardly. According to Muyu's understanding, the minimum threshold for the formation of a spirit treasure, classified as a primary grade treasure, is an enhancement of at least 10 in skill power. As the enhancement increases, the quality of the treasure also rises. It is said that top-tier spirit treasures can amplify skill power by over 50, thus, even non-advantageous damage, if aligned with one's own attributes, would result in doubled damage. However, Muyu estimated that such treasures are valued in the billions. Yet, all of this still felt rather distant to him. Here you go, Forest Tortoise. After a moment of contemplation, Muyu placed the miraculous seed amidst the foliage on the back of the Forest Tortoise, who looked on with a hint of yearning. In the next instant, the seed, no larger than an adult thumb, melted into the Forest Tortoise's body like early spring snow turning to water. This is the enchanting nature of spirit treasures. They can seamlessly integrate into the spirit's being, enhancing their skill power. Of course, spirits can also choose to digest the treasures themselves for personal enhancement. As for extracting the treasure from within the spirit, that only occurs when the spirit is defeated, revealing its aromatic eye, at which point the spirit treasure will emerge from the part of the body where it first integrated. Feeling an invigorating energy flowing through its body, the Forest Tortoise joyfully swayed its foliage while exclaiming with excitement. The plants on its back began to emit a fragrance reminiscent of fresh greenery, refreshing Muyu immensely upon inhalation. It seemed that the miraculous seed had further revitalized the life force within the Forest Tortoise, leading to enhanced growth of the foliage on its back. Observing the burgeoning clusters of leaves, Muyu speculated within, when we return, you shall begin to digest this miraculous seed and strive for an early evolution into a Terra tortoise. He patted the tortoise's shell, imparting his encouragement. Due to their extreme rarity, spirit treasures are often only temporarily held by family members within prominent clans, rather than allowing their spirits to absorb them. This is because the treasures are not personal possessions. They belong to the clan as a whole. Additionally, with numerous clan spirits, allowing them all to absorb treasures would quickly exhaust their supply. However, Muyu was different. As an individual, he could decide how to utilize the spirit treasures. And with the presence of the treasure-finding device, he was confident that as long as spirit treasures existed in this world, he would inevitably discover them. One could only imagine the reactions of those from prominent families if they knew Muyu, at this relatively nascent stage of his career, was willing to let his spirit absorb a treasure to grow. Let us find a suitable spot to set up camp. Noting the dimming sky, Muyu resolved to locate a place to rest. The secret realm was unlike the urban environment he was accustomed to, filled with wild spirits. If he did not find a relatively safe location, a nighttime ambush could leave him in dire straits. Before that, however, Muyu found a small stream to wash off the dust and grime from his body. Then, with the forest tortoise and the gulbit, sought a sloping area far from the stream to pitch his tent and light a campfire. As night fell, the chill deepened, particularly in the wilderness, accompanied by the incessant chirping of insects and the occasional cool breeze, creating a notably frigid atmosphere. In his previous life, Muyu would have never ventured into the wild alone for the night. The threat of venomous creatures was daunting enough, and the cold, damp ground would leave him sore the next day. Fortunately, in this life, Muyu's physical condition was quite good, and with the company of the forest tortoise and gulbit, the dark night was not so cold after all. Good night, forest tortoise, gulbit. Zzz. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the first secret realm, damn it, that little creature is surprisingly swift. A man clad in black stealth attire, riding a gulbit, exclaimed in frustration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the shadowy depths of the forest, a small insect with a gray back and purple legs was scurrying along the ground at remarkable speed. Had Muyu been present, he would have immediately recognized it as a timid bugwater dual-type spirit, the cowardly bug. At that moment, the cowardly bug, tears welling in its eyes, fled desperately like a headless fly. Not long ago, it had been waiting in its cave for its mother when it was discovered by a stranger riding a gulbit. Had it not been for its naturally cautious and vigilant nature, which allowed it to observe the cave entrance intently and flee at the first sign of danger, it would likely have been captured by now. Fortunately, the cowardly bug species is known for its prudence, leading to multiple exits in their caves, which provided it an opportunity to escape. Splash. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of running, the cowardly bug, utterly exhausted, plunged into the water, seeking refuge in the flowing stream. Damn, after all that effort, I finally found a solitary cowardly bug. The frustrated figure in black glanced at the time and, after muttering an expletive, reluctantly rode his gulbit towards the exit of the secret realm. A mischievous fire spirit, Fire EV. Chapter 20. The Cowardly Bug. Good morning, forest tortoise. Muyu yawned and greeted the vigilant forest tortoise by his side. The gulbit, having kept watch during the latter half of the night, was now resting on a nearby branch. Given the circumstances of sleeping outdoors, Muyu was understandably cautious about allowing both himself and his spirits to sleep deeply. If a venomous creature like a superior happened to pass by in the middle of the night, it could spell disaster. Thus, the forest tortoise and gulbit took turns keeping watch. As for Muyu, his strength was not quite suited for such tasks. After hastily washing up by the nearby stream, he retrieved some instant food from his backpack and began to eat. The forest tortoise and the now-awakened gulbit joined him in consuming the energy cubes Muyu had prepared for them. Spirit, forest tortoise. Level, 20, 25, 220, professional level. As per his daily routine, Muyu activated the data to check on the growth status of the forest tortoise and gulbit. To his astonishment, he discovered that the experience points for the forest tortoise had already reached 25. Under normal circumstances, after entering the professional level, the forest tortoise would gain a maximum of around 15 experience points per day. Since entering the secret realm, Muyu had refrained from training them to keep them in optimal condition. Remarkably, in just one night, the forest tortoise had gained 10 experience points. 5 of those came from combat after consuming energy cubes, while the additional 5 resulted from the miraculous seed's effects within it, even without actively refining or absorbing it. The mere act of carrying a spirit treasure continuously for 24 hours could nearly double the growth rate of the forest tortoise, which explained why spirits from prominent families progressed so swiftly. If the forest tortoise were to actively digest the miraculous seed, it might not be long before it evolved into a senior level or even elite level. Excellent. Keep up the good work. After diligently tidying up the litter, Muyu approached and gently patted the shell of the turtwig, expressing his satisfaction. What is up? The turtwig, puzzled, lifted its head to gaze at the cheerful Muyu, emitting a sound of confusion. However, noticing the joy radiating from its trainer, it squinted its eyes into crescent shapes and affectionately nuzzled against Muyu's thigh. The reason for this, of course, lay in the turtwig's modest height and its inability to stretch its neck like an ordinary turtle. Thus it could only affectionately rub against Muyu's leg. Suddenly, the Zubat emitted a shrill cry directed at a patch of grass. "What is the matter, Zubat?" Upon hearing the sound, Muyu turned his gaze curiously towards the grass. Pokemon, Caterpie. Type, Bug Water. Gender, female. Level, 8, normal. Ability, Run Away, as HP decreases. The Pokemon's fighting spirit diminishes, and once fear sets in, it may flee. Moves, Sand Attack, Transform, Bug Resistance. Top moves, Tackle. Inherited moves, Rollout. Potential, Gym Level. Held item, none. Carried items, none. Base stats, 230. Status, overwhelmed with fear, extremely fatigued. Muyu was taken aback by the information revealed through the data eye. It was indeed a Caterpie. According to Muyu, Caterpie, due to its timid and cautious nature, seldom appears in the sight of humans or even other Pokemon, making it quite a rare find. In contrast, its evolved form, Metapod, tends to be more visible in public settings. Yet, even Metapod is rarely seen in major competitions, despite its high physical attack and defense stats. Its speed and ability post-evolution leave much to be desired, much like the lazy trait of slaking, which diminishes the appeal of a Pokemon that possesses exceptional strength in a large population. Similarly, Caterpie's ability to run away follows suit. Unlike in the games of previous lives where the ability would trigger 100 of the time when HP drops below half, in the real world, even a formidable Metapod may retreat from its trainer's command upon experiencing fear, automatically returning to its Pokeball, or even fleeing outright in the wild. It can be likened to the phenomenon where a person afraid of the dark enters a haunted house, becoming so terrified that they lose their wits and cry out in despair, wishing to hide away. Regrettably, such promising potential is squandered, if only it were a Pidgey, or even a Snorlax. Muyu sighed, glancing at the potential section marked distinctly as gym level. Were this a Pidgey or a Snorlax with gym potential, Muyu would have captured it without a moment's hesitation. After all, the former two possess commendable strength, while the latter, despite its average ability, can still vanquish many Pokemon with just a single attack. However, Caterpie is different. This Pokemon's inherent timidity cannot be altered, even after evolving into a fully armored Metapod wielding sharp claws. When faced with intimidating Pokemon, it is highly likely to retreat into a state of defeat. Muyu recalled a video he had watched of a student in a national Pokemon college competition where an elite-level Metapod faced off against an equally elite-level Litten, only to instantaneously flee in defeat. That moment became one of the most hilarious highlights for years. The student's face had turned pale, forgetting to release the next Pokemon, likely feeling such embarrassment that it could be likened to an utter humiliation, especially since it was captured on film and became fodder for internet amusement. With such a cautionary tale in mind, Muyu was naturally disinclined to capture this Caterpie. Moreover, in the market, Caterpie's price is not high, and there are likely few buyers. Nevertheless, upon witnessing its exhausted state, Muyu felt a pang of sympathy. He left behind a few orange berries and then departed with Turtwig and Zubat. Splash! Perhaps sensing the presence of another, the Caterpie, which had been rendered unconscious from exhaustion, suddenly stirred and painstakingly opened its eyes, gazing with a mixture of fear and despair at the approaching Muyu. With no strength left to move, the Caterpie could only watch helplessly as the stranger's large hand drew nearer. However, to its surprise, this stranger did not capture it, but instead left behind 3 orange berries before departing. As it gazed at the retreating figure, the Caterpie found itself momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. After a while, as the footsteps faded, it finally regained a semblance of strength and began to nibble on the 3 orange berries. With the berries consumed, the Caterpie gradually restored some energy and, after casting one last glance in the direction Muyu had gone, turned and disappeared back into the thicket. The handsome electric-type Pokemon. Leafeon. Chapter 21. So many golden sparks. Unaware of the Caterpie's subsequent fate, Muyu continued his journey towards the central lake with Turtwig and Zubat in tow. Ding. Zubat defeated Weedle, earning 1 gold. Ding. Zubat defeated. Along the way, several Pokemon that had just awakened or were still in slumber fell victim to Muyu's pursuit. There was no choice. Muyu was in dire need of gold. If he amassed enough, he could elevate Turtwig and Zubat to the pinnacle of the elite level, at which point he needn't fret over his decisions or weigh the pros and cons when encountering Pokemon he fancied. With sufficient funds, he wouldn't mind capturing a few ornamental Pokemon to indulge his fondness for them from his previous life. As Muyu battled his way through the morning, nearing noon, he finally arrived at the vicinity of the central lake. Aside from the slightly humid air, he noticed that the levels of the surrounding Pokemon were considerably higher than those he had encountered initially. Clearly, whether for wildlife or wild Pokemon, access to water resources is an indispensable commodity. To secure a foothold in this resource-abundant central lake, formidable strength is likely essential. Pokemon Mook. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Level 28, Professional. Ability, Liquid Ooze, heals from abnormal status by shedding old skin. Moves, Bind, Poison Sting, Glare, Bite, Screech, Acid. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, none. Potential, Senior level. Before him was a Mook, nearing the pinnacle of professional level, and given its only senior potential, it was likely of considerable age. After all, wild Pokémon struggle daily for sustenance, leaving little time for training. Their levels generally correlate with their age. At this moment, the Mook, coiled in its deep purple form, was fixated on a Pidgey perched nearby, preening its feathers with its beak, clearly eyeing the bird with hunger. Without needing the data eye, Muyu could foresee the fate awaiting the Pidgey. After all, Pidgey must evolve into Pidgeotto at least near the professional level, which indicates that this Pidgey is likely only around level 15 or 16. Moreover, this Abra is approaching at a leisurely pace, seemingly unhurried, preparing for a surprise attack. The Pidgey, evidently oblivious to the impending danger, naturally has little hope of escape. In response to this, Muyu merely observes silently from the sidelines. Firstly, there are numerous formidable Pokémon near the central lake. Should Muyu recklessly reveal himself, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Although humans routinely expunge overpowered Pokémon from the secret realms each year, those with gentle dispositions may be taken for training, while the aggressive and ferocious ones are typically eliminated without hesitation. However, the threshold for such purges is set at elite-level Pokémon. Season peak Pokémon that have yet to reach elite potential are not subject to such culling. Secondly, wild Pokémon differ significantly from domesticated ones raised by humans. Having thrived in a harsh environment governed by survival of the fittest, they are accustomed to preying on the weak, much like insects falling prey to birds. Muyu sees nothing amiss in this natural order. Whoosh! As anticipated, in the next moment, the Abra lunges forward, biting down on Pidgey. With venom infused with a paralyzing effect coursing through its fangs and into Pidgey's body, the latter ceases its struggles within mere seconds. The satisfied Abra departs, leaving behind only a few blood-stained feathers beneath the tree, as if nothing had transpired here. Once the Abra has vacated the area, Muyu resumes his cautious observation of the surroundings. Had it not been for the fruit the Abra carried, which enabled Muyu to detect a red dot nearby using his treasure-seeking device, its cautious demeanor would have made it difficult to spot. This serves as a reminder to Muyu that these wild Pokémon, having survived for so long in the wild, may lack the raw power to confront domesticated Pokémon directly due to their limited skill sets and attack options. Nonetheless, they excel in stealth, ambush tactics, and evasion, particularly poison and dark-type Pokémon, which possess innate talents in this regard. Given Muyu's current lack of strength, caution remains his priority. Once he attains a champion-level combat capability, he will ensure that those who attempt to ambush him witness the true meaning of a righteous fist. Following the edge of the central lake, Muyu meticulously investigates every location marked by a red dot. If he encounters a guarding Pokémon that could easily be dispatched by the likes of a Trevenant or a Zubat, he will strike decisively. Conversely, if he suspects a foe that could withstand a single blow, he will choose to retreat temporarily. After all, the value of a few berries is negligible, unless they are high-grade, rare specimens that could fetch thousands, if not tens of thousands. However, it is evident that Muyu is yet to discover any such high-grade berries in this rudimentary secret realm. Oh, as dusk approaches, Muyu notices several golden dots appearing at the edge of his treasure-seeking device's screen, instantly invigorating his somewhat fatigued spirit. Yet, as he gazes at the darkening sky, he resolutely suppresses his excitement, preparing to find a suitable place to spend the night. As he often remarks, despite his financial struggles, Muyu is not willing to gamble with his life. After all, with a safety stone as a backup and a variety of Pokémon materials at hand, he has sufficient resources to sustain both Trevenant and Zubat for over half a year, not to mention that Trevenant possesses a miracle seed. Thus, having recouped his entry fee and achieved his objectives, Muyu's subsequent plan focuses on accumulating gold while supplementing his treasure collection. Should circumstances become untenable, he will retreat to the outskirts of the secret realm to harvest lower-level Pokémon. Through the battles of the past 2 days, Muyu has discerned that ordinary-level Pokémon yield between 13 coins, while professional-level Pokémon, at most, provide 6 coins, as evidenced by his encounter with a level 26 Budew. Therefore, Muyu speculates that professional-level Pokémon should offer around 57 coins. This suggests that the discrepancy in coin rewards between ordinary and professional-level Pokémon is not substantial, though the quantity certainly varies significantly. Furthermore, the abundance of lower-level Pokémon outside the central lake far exceeds that in the vicinity, and the reduced danger at the outskirts allows for a quick retreat to safety, making it an ideal location for gold farming. Should his coin reserves prove ample, Muyu might even forego the arduous task of earning money and instead elevate the levels of his Pokémon directly. In fact, The current amount of coins Muyu possesses is sufficient to elevate either Trevenant or Zubat to level 30, which is regarded as seasoned status in the realm. The reason Muyu refrains from immediately allocating experience points is not solely due to concerns that his companions might lose their ambition under the influence of excessive leveling, but also because he is uncertain about the growth of his peers' Pokémon. Without comparisons to the talents of other families, Muyu is reluctant to take unnecessary risks. He fears that hastening the leveling of his Pokémon might attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, such as malevolent organizations. From Muyu's understanding, this world is fraught with numerous ruthless evil factions operating in the shadows, engaging in acts of theft and even murder against Pokémon, leaving trainers vulnerable as well. Until Muyu has fully developed his own capabilities, he aspires to be regarded as a promising talent rather than an extraordinary prodigy in the eyes of the world. Unless he attains champion-level strength, survival will always remain Muyu's primary concern. Of course, should circumstances necessitate it, leveling up is merely a thought away. As for why Muyu enjoys patting his Pokémon's heads while allocating points, it is purely a matter of ritualistic sentiment. Thus, even if he inadvertently draws attention, he can at least use his unrecognized special abilities as a cover. In this world, supernatural powers and abilities like Aura exist, capable of temporarily enhancing a Pokémon's level, proving to be quite formidable. The Bashful Moon Pokémon, Sylveon. Chapter 22. A Bountiful Harvest. Morning. Accompanied by the morning dew and the chorus of insects, Muyu swiftly finishes breakfast before continuing on with Trevenant and Zubat. Their destination is, of course, the gathering place of the golden dots he observed yesterday. Throughout the journey, Muyu remains exceedingly cautious. It is not until close to noon that he arrives within a kilometer of the shimmering lights. This area is similarly a lush green meadow, brimming with vitality, but it is distinguished by a modest hill. The hill stands at roughly 30 meters in height, covered in moss and other vegetation, and occasionally, through his data vision, he spots disguised Geodudes and Onyxes concealed among the rocks. As Muyu draws nearer to the golden lights, a cave entrance comes into view. Is this a cave? Zubat, use your echolocation to scan inside. Upon seeing the dark cave before him, Muyu's brow furrows as he addresses Zubat. Although he has prepared lighting equipment, he cannot be certain what lurks within the inky depths of the cave. If it were merely a horde of Zubat, it would be manageable, but should a temperamental Pokémon lie in wait for an ambush, that would spell trouble. Screech. Following Muyu's command, Zubat descends to the cave's entrance, emitting inaudible ultrasonic waves. Soon, the sound waves make contact, returning swiftly. Roar. Before the Great Mouth Bat could return to report, a series of furious roars echoed from within the cave. A warrior adorned in gleaming silver armor, with crimson eyes, glared at the figure of Muyu standing at the cave's entrance. Its four sharp claws shimmered with a deadly glint, unmistakably indicating its lethal capabilities. A warrior of armor. Species, armored warrior. Type, bug water. Gender, female. Level, 39 advanced. Ability, danger avoidance. As its health decreases, its combat spirit gradually wanes, and upon feeling fear, it may even attempt to flee. Moves, headbutt, sand attack, multi-slash, bug resistance, rock smash, headbutt, bug bite, swords dance, cut, shell blade, surprise attack. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, Metal Claw. Potential, advanced. Held item, Peach Fruit. This is a Pokémon whose potential has been pushed to the very peak of the advanced level, making it one of the most formidable beings within this beginner-s realm, where elite levels do not exist. It is no wonder that apart from the small Onyx and Geodude, no other Pokémon could be seen in the vicinity, given the armored warrior's temperament. It is likely that they have either been chased away or eliminated. It is worth noting that the armored warrior, being inherently timid, approaches tasks with extreme caution, particularly regarding its dwelling. Any creature that ventures too close to its home will be met with frenzied attacks. If the assault proves ineffective, it will promptly retreat and abandon its lair. The presence of a peak-level advanced Pokémon certainly spells trouble. Observing the armored warrior's level, far surpassing that of the forest tortoise and the great mouth bat, Muyu's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the menacing creature, his mind racing to devise a strategy. With the substantial physical defense granted by the Thorn Vest, complemented by the additional dual defense from the Titan Shield, Muyu felt confident in his ability to counterattack against the armored warrior. However, the sole concern remained: how to evade should the armored warrior launch a direct assault. It is crucial to acknowledge that while the armored warrior's speed may not be remarkable, it is all relative to its target. Compared to its peers, the armored warrior's speed may not impress, but for someone like Muyu, who lacks professional training, the 2-meter-long creature would be more than capable of easily pursuing him. A single claw strike would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Just as Muyu contemplated whether to exchange all his gold for experience points to upgrade the forest tortoise, a sudden flurry of urgent calls erupted from his right rear. It was the timid bug Pokémon to whom Muyu had previously given 3 orange fruits. Roar, 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 roar. The armored warrior, noticing the filthy bug, excitedly rushed over to embrace it. The day before, after the food reserves in the cave had been depleted, the armored warrior had ventured out in search of fruit for sustenance. However, upon returning at dusk, it discovered that its offspring was missing. In a panic, the armored warrior had frantically searched for the bug, remaining sleepless for an entire day and night, which explained why it appeared so fierce with its red eyes when Muyu first encountered it. Watching the tearful reunion of the armored warrior and the bug, Muyu did not relax, but instead silently retreated behind the forest tortoise, preparing for a potential attack. Although the armored warrior's display of emotion and the previous state of the bug suggested that events beyond his knowledge had transpired, this did not guarantee that the armored warrior would forego its aggression towards intruders. As a precaution, Muyu remained ready for battle at any moment. After a while, the bug regained its composure, climbed atop the armored warrior's head, and pointed in Muyu's direction with its antennae, excitedly calling out. Subsequently, the armored warrior cast a silent glance at Muyu before turning back into the cave. What is happening? Observing the mother and child depart in silence, Muyu stood in perplexity. Just as he pondered whether to leave, the armored warrior re-emerged from the cave, this time with the bug perched atop its head, seemingly carrying something in its hands. The bug joyfully chirped at Muyu twice, and the armored warrior lowered its head, gazing deeply at Muyu before returning to the cave with the bug. Throughout this encounter, aside from the initial roar, the armored warrior had not exchanged a single word with Muyu, which was entirely consistent with the timid nature of the bug species. In confusion, Muyu looked at the item the armored warrior had left behind, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld several lines of text floating above it. Leaf Stone, basic, a stone imbued with special grass-type energy, capable of facilitating the evolution of certain Pokémon. Water Stone, intermediate, a stone infused with special water-type energy, which can enable the evolution of certain Pokémon and slightly enhance the energy quality of Pokémon. Sharp Beak, basic, a stone resembling a bird's beak formed under special forces after the demise of a flying-type Pokémon, which, when held by a Pokémon, increases the power of flying-type moves by 13 and can also be directly absorbed to enhance the flying-type energy quality of the Pokémon. 2 evolution stones and 1 Pokémon treasure. Among them, the intermediate water-type evolution stone was particularly rare. One must understand that it is exceedingly difficult for an intermediate quality evolution stone to form in a basic realm. It is surprising that the armored warrior possessed one. However, considering the armored warrior's peak advanced strength, it is nearly invincible within this realm, as those reaching elite levels have generally been taken away by the authorities. It appears that the armored warrior's potential limit is insufficient. Otherwise, once she breaks through to the elite level, she too would be extracted from the realm. Thus, sometimes being at a lower level is not necessarily a disadvantage. After handing the sharp beak to the Greymouth Bat, Muyu stowed the 2 evolution stones in the compartment of his backpack, placing them alongside the immutable stone. He then deposited the other fruits he had collected at the cave entrance. Although the armored warrior may have gifted these treasures in gratitude for helping the bug, Muyu felt he had not done anything particularly significant, so he decided to keep all the fruits gathered over the past days. After all, selling the fruits could be quite troublesome, and he still had ample time for further harvesting. Moreover, with these valuable treasures, Muyu was no longer concerned about the few dozen fruits. Little Princess Leaf Spirit, Leaf EV. Chapter 23. A Joyful Journey of Earning Gold. Appraisal. In the following days, Muyu continued to explore the area around the central lake with the forest tortoise and Greymouth Bat. Aside from 2 advanced level aberrations and the King of Goldfish, which also boasted advanced level strength at the center of the lake, Muyu did not encounter any other advanced level Pokémon. Given this, Muyu felt both surprised and unsurprised. Although the environment of the realm promotes faster growth for Pokémon, wild Pokémon seldom possess the awareness for self-training. Without the pressure of survival from the outside world, they often become lazy and complacent, living a life of eat, sleep, eat. At least, the 2 aberrations, barely reaching level 34, gave Muyu that impression. When Muyu first saw them, they were lazily sprawled on a smooth rock, basking in the sun. It was utterly absurd. Thus, after surveying the conditions of the realm, Muyu confidently embarked on his gold-earning venture. Whenever encountering a solitary Pokémon, he would strike without hesitation. Even when faced with companions, as long as their numbers were few, Muyu would act accordingly. By the 7th day, the number of gold coins Muyu possessed had reached an astonishing figure. Compared to when I first entered the secret realm, I have amassed an impressive total of 770 gold coins, and after deducting the natural growth of 238 coins, I have gained a remarkable 532 coins from battles alone. This amount is more than double the natural increase. Clearly, in the world of Pokémon, the correct approach to the system is indeed battle, battle, and battle again. Let us return home. Glancing at the time on my watch, Muyu, with a few minor scratches on his clothing, chuckled and remarked. Over the past few days, although no significant dangers arose due to Muyu's cautious actions, the absence of pathways in the dense forest inevitably led to some wear on his attire. Fortunately, no serious cuts were incurred. Hiss. Upon hearing Muyu's words, the forest tortoise and the big-mouth bat also emitted joyful cries. The past few days in the secret realm have been a substantial trial for the two Pokémon. The forest tortoise fared well, relying on its sturdy shell, feeling little fatigue aside from the exertion during battles. However, the big-mouth bat was quite exhausted. Not only did Muyu frequently send him into combat, but his naturally cautious temperament meant that in the wilderness, an inherently insecure environment, he could hardly sleep for long stretches. Even with the forest tortoise keeping watch, at the slightest rustle, the big-mouth bat would be startled awake, promptly leaving its perch to ascertain the situation. Initially, Muyu thought the noise indicated an enemy attack, only to discover it was merely a green caterpillar that had fallen from a branch while asleep. Since then, Muyu has grown accustomed to the big-mouth bat's vigilant behavior. As long as the forest tortoise isn't crying out, Muyu typically remains unfazed. This is also why Muyu assigned the big-mouth bat to guard the first half of the night. He himself was truly fatigued during the latter half and could hardly withstand the bat's restlessness. After emerging from the Secret Realm's lodge, a weary Muyu did not rush to sell the treasures in his possession at the shop, but instead summoned a ride home, where he luxuriated in a hot bath and comfortably reclined on his soft bed for a long-overdue, restful nap. Perhaps due to returning to a familiar environment, the big-mouth bat quietly curled up in the wardrobe, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, the forest tortoise lazily basked in the sun on the balcony. Time flew by, and day turned to night. As the sun set, Muyu took the two well-rested Pokémon out for a long-awaited feast before heading to a large official store. The Pokémon Home. The Pokémon Home is a vast establishment that offers a comprehensive range of goods, featuring not only the most common energy cubes and various berries, but also an assortment of rare evolution stones, and occasionally, low-level treasures. In addition to these precious items closely related to Pokémon, there are also various supplies for outdoor adventures, such as the tent Muyu previously purchased for his stay in the first secret realm. Being an official store, the quality and pricing of goods here are relatively favorable. Muyu's visit was primarily to procure some energy cubes for replenishment, and more importantly, to obtain an authentication certificate for the evolution stones he had acquired in the secret realm. As far as Muyu knows, any channel for selling these treasures, whether online or directly to local Pokémon homes, or even seeking out shops for sale, requires presenting an official authentication certificate. After all, not everyone possesses Muyu's data vision ability to discern the quality of a treasure at a glance. Without an authentication certificate, it is quite challenging to sell for a high price. The lower the price, the more suspicion it arouses regarding authenticity. Thus, a robust authentication certificate is of utmost importance. However, the cost of authentication is quite steep, requiring a hefty sum of 10,000 yuan for each item. Many people, reluctant to spend money or with questionable origins of their items, ultimately resort to selling them on the black market. Nonetheless, Muyu's perception of the black market remains shaped by novels from his past life, where disagreements often led to violence. Although he initially considered capturing a few promising Pokémon to sell on the black market due to a lack of better earning avenues, now equipped with a treasure-seeking device, he no longer needs to risk venturing into such a dubious environment. After paying 30,000 yuan in authentication fees, Muyu was escorted by a staff member to a machine that exuded a sense of advanced technology. The machine, predominantly blue and white, resembled an oversized microscope, standing an impressive 2 meters tall. The lower section, akin to a microscope slide holder, featured an inverted semicircular device. Simply place your item for authentication here, the staff member indicated. They then pointed to a device resembling a fax machine beside it, explaining, each test takes approximately 1 minute. When you hear a beep, the corresponding authentication certificate will appear. After each item is tested, the red light here will turn green, signaling that you can place the next item and repeat the process. Do you have any questions? After the staff member patiently explained the machine's operation, they inquired attentively. None. Thank you, Muyu replied, shaking his head. This is my duty. Feel free to summon me if needed. With that, the staff member retreated to the entrance, which was the back of the machine, where the items and reports remained entirely concealed, ensuring substantial privacy protection. This is precisely why Muyu chose to have his items authenticated at an official institution. On one hand, it allows for higher selling prices, and on the other, the official entity guarantees the protection of personal privacy, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Soon, Muyu received the authentication evaluations for the unchanging stone, grass stone, and water stone. The data closely mirrored what he had discerned with his data vision. The only difference being the official report presented a more complex array of metrics. It included specifics such as the energy contained within the evolution stones, the quality assessment levels of that energy, and the range of energy radiation, all of which were dazzling in their detail. Nevertheless, Muyu did not delve deeply into these particulars, as he was not a researcher. The Lively Solar Fairy, Solar EV. Chapter 24, Selling Treasures, worth over $1 million. Upon returning home, Muyu logged into the large trainer communication platform, the Huaxiao Alliance, using the number he received when registering as a trainee trainer. Indeed, it is a large communication platform named after the Alliance. There is a dedicated section designed to facilitate the buying and selling of goods among trainers dispersed across the nation. Upon entering, a flurry of information instantly appeared. Sweet child, selling a Pokémon egg with an elite-level Big Mouth bat parent. Nationwide shipping included, serious inquiries only. Seeking Dragon-type Pokémon to buy, scammers beware. Super Love Overlord Flower, looking to purchase a leaf stone of any grade. But it must come with an official authentication certificate. Stinky Mud, get lost. Actively seeking poison-type treasures, prices negotiable. In this section, various private breeding houses from across the region offer their homebred Pokémon for sale, alongside many casual sellers like Muyu, who occasionally sell unneeded items. However, the majority of posts are requests for purchases. This is quite normal, as treasures are ultimately rare, and many individuals with money find it difficult to acquire rare Pokémon treasures. As for more commonplace items like evolution stones, purchasing them on this platform can be significantly cheaper than at the official Pokémon home, which is why many individuals who are not in urgent need prefer to take their chances here. After all, nurturing Pokémon is quite an expensive endeavor. Every penny saved counts. And if one can procure items at a lower price, there is little desire to spend more through official channels. Of course, this presupposes that the seller possesses official authentication documents. Otherwise, should one inadvertently purchase a counterfeit, it would be nothing short of a wasteful expenditure. After perusing the market, Muyu gained a general understanding of the prices for the evolution stones he held. Common evolution stones, such as the basic water stone, are abundant. Thus, those purchasing online do so primarily for the cost-effectiveness, with prices typically ranging between 400,000 to 500,000. Similarly, the basic leaf stone, which is not particularly rare, hovers around the 500,000 mark. In contrast, the intermediate water stone, which slightly enhances the energy quality of Pokémon after evolution, commands a price exceeding 1 million, yet can be found for approximately 1.3 million, nearly 100,000 less than the official price. It is no wonder so many individuals seek to seize bargains online. That 100,000 Chinese yuan is equivalent to all the funds Muyu had at the outset. Nonetheless, Muyu understands this phenomenon. After all, the official Pokémon Center has never been short of low to mid-tier evolution stones, so those who choose to buy online are simply seeking a bargain. Selling to these individuals rather than to official procurement agencies would undoubtedly yield an even lower price. As for the Everstone, it aligns closely with Muyu's initial thoughts, fetching around 200,000. Ultimately, Muyu listed the leaf stone at 450,000, the water stone at 250,000, and the Everstone at 250,000, emphasizing a strategy of low pricing for rapid sales. At this moment, liquidity is of utmost importance. Muyu believes that once he navigates the initial developmental phase, money will merely represent a string of numbers in his future. Thus, the immediate priority is to liquidate at competitive market prices swiftly, subsequently strengthening his Pokémon. As anticipated, shortly after Muyu listed his items, they were promptly snapped up. One buyer, identified by the username I Love Bawanghua, purchased the leaf stone. Not long after the transaction, an official courier, equipped with a recording device, arrived at Muyu's doorstep, riding a majestic Pidgeot. A quick glance revealed that this Pidgeot surpassed level 40, making it an elite-level Pokémon, even stronger than the armored warrior encountered in the Secret Realm. This illustrates the high standards required for interprovincial delivery services these days. Especially for items valued over 6 figures, nationwide delivery is conducted by highly capable couriers. The entire process is monitored by a recording device, and should the previous courier fail to deliver on time, they would incur significant penalties. In severe cases, law enforcement may be involved for investigation. Once the courier departed on the Pidgeot, Muyu retrieved a chilled bottle of soda from the refrigerator, reclining on the sofa and leisurely watching television. Having finally emerged from the tense Secret Realm, Muyu naturally wished to unwind. The Turtwig rested nearby, quietly digesting the miracle seed, while the Zubat hung silently, absorbing energy from the sharp beak of a nearby bird. Only the occasional sound from the television broke the tranquility of the scene, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere. The following morning, Muyu splashed some water on his face and then opened the system, silently reciting the command to draw. Indeed, It had been a week since his last draw for Hextech Talents before venturing into the secret realm, and it was time for another round. Red and white Pokeball. Gray obtained 6 ordinary red and white Pokeballs. Minor Power Eye. Gray, your Pokemon gain 5 in both physical and special attack, as well as speed. Small storage space. Gray obtained a portable small storage space with a range of 1 cubic meter. The range can be stacked. As usual, Muyu received 3 Gray Hextech Talents, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that 2 of them were not from the talents of his previous Life S game. It seems the Hextech Talent System has adapted to the Pokemon world. However, this is advantageous, as it prevents the emergence of useless talents. Shaking his head, Muyu dismissed these thoughts and focused on the 3 Hextech Talents drawn. The first talent granted him 6 Pokeballs. To be honest, if this had occurred at the beginning, Muyu might have pondered the value, given that even the most ordinary red and white Pokeball costs 500 yuan, while a Great Ball commands an exorbitant 3,000 yuan. For someone with limited funds, preparing to catch Pokemon for profit, this would save him a substantial sum. However, with nearly 2 million in his possession now, any lingering gaze at the first Hextech talent felt like a disregard for the numbers in his bank account. The second Hextech talent provided a buff to all of Muyu's Pokemon, while the total boost was only 15 points. It was significant as it benefited every Pokemon in his team. Although Muyu currently had only 2 Pokemon, this could change in the future, and the more Pokemon he possessed, the greater the effect. Yet, upon reading the description of the third Hextech talent, he decisively opted for it. After all, how could a protagonist be without a portable storage space as a useful tool? Had he drawn this before entering the secret realm, he would have surely packed all the berries he encountered to provide extra nourishment for his 2 Pokemon. After making his choice, Muyu distinctly felt his consciousness connect to an ethereal space. As he navigated through this consciousness, he confirmed that the volume was indeed as described. Roughly 1 cubic meter in size. While somewhat small, the description indicated that drawing the same talent again would allow for an increase in size. Perhaps in the future, the storage space could even accommodate a Dialga. The Eevee family. Chapter 25. From today on, become a martial arts master. Time flew by, and 6 months of vacation passed in the blink of an eye. It had been nearly 2 months since Muyu had drawn the storage space. During these past 2 months, he had completed 7 additional Hextech talent draws. Due to not reaching a multiple of 10 draws, Muyu, unsurprisingly, received 7 Gray Hextech talents. He even speculated that until he elevated the system to level 4, which would require possessing a Pokemon of senior level strength, gaining a golden Hextech talent outside of multiples of 10 would be quite challenging. Of the 7 Gray Hextech talents, aside from 2 equipment fragments and 4 instances of experience coins, there was one that enhanced Pokemon endurance in battle. Pharmacist Eye. Gray, your Pokemon gain a healing effect equal to 15 of the damage dealt, with 20 of overflow healing converting into additional true damage during the next attack. The ability to restore a proportion of health upon dealing damage is particularly beneficial for the highly defensive Turtwig and the agile Zubat. Moreover, following his previous adventure in the secret realm, Muyu became increasingly aware of the importance of his own combat capabilities. The last time he faced the armored warrior, all he could think about was fleeing. However, in terms of speed, humans find it exceedingly difficult to compete with Pokemon. Thus, since that day, Muyu began searching online for martial arts tutorials, including Tai Chi, Blaziken, grappling, Sanda, military boxing, Muay Thai, and more. Regrettably, many resources lacked systematic teaching online, and Muyu found himself without the luxury of time to seek an instructor offline. Thus, he could only place his hopes in the system, which indeed did not disappoint him. After a tutorial comprising approximately 10 different combat techniques, Muyu successfully triggered the inscription of Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Beginner, 01, in the skills section on the panel. With a slight smirk, Muyu promptly invested 1160 experience points into elevating it to perfection. It was not that Muyu was unwilling to continue leveling up. Rather, the experience required to progress beyond perfection was a staggering 10,000 points. Not to mention that Muyu currently lacked such an abundance of experience points. Even if he possessed them, he would prefer to enhance the level of his Treant Tortoise or his Zubat instead of this combat skill. Ultimately, Muyu's primary intention was to augment his evasion rate in the face of danger, not to bolster his direct combat prowess against Pokemon. Nevertheless, even though Muyu's aim was not to enhance his combat abilities, achieving perfection in this modern mixed martial arts skill felt as if his body had undergone a second transformation. His muscles became remarkably more robust, and even the density of his bones seemed to have increased, resulting in a weight gain of a full 10 kilograms. Now, Muyu felt that even a professionally trained Pokemon might not stand a chance against him in close combat. Of course, this was merely Muyu's perception. The actual circumstances remained uncertain, as he certainly would not recklessly engage in a true battle with any Pokemon. Host, Muyu. System level, level 3. Host level, level 21, 38,220. Skills, Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Perfect 010000. Coins, 3688. Experience points, 128. Equipment, Storm Greatsword, Recurve Bow. Hex Talent, Unbreakable Barrier, Color, Pandora's Equipment, Gray. Titan's Resolve, Gold. Miniature Treasure Detector, Gold. Small Storage Space, Gray. Pharmacist Eye, Gray. In addition to Muyu's own growth and strength, both the Treant Tortoise and Zubat experience dramatic changes in their levels due to the availability of Pokémon treasures for refinement, accelerating their growth. Pokémon, Treant Tortoise. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. Level, 27, 125360, Professional. Ability, Abundant. The power of Grass-type moves increases when HP drops to a certain level. Moves, Tackle, Mastered, 87100. Withdraw, Mastered, 58100. Absorb, Mastered, 62100. Leaf Blade, Expert, 1771000. Curse, Proficient, 2450. Learn moves, None. Inherited moves, Charge, Expert, 1521000. Spit Up, Expert, 1521000. Swallow, Expert, 1481000. Potential, King level. Equipment, Thorn Vest, Dragon Claw, Titan's Resolve. Held item, Miracle Seed, Basic. Base stats, 575, 785. Normally, under 2 months of regular growth. The Treant Tortoise would only reach level 23 at most. However, with the Miracle Seed, this treasure provided additional energy for refinement, nearly doubling its growth rate. Pokémon, Zubat. Type, Poison Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 27, 112360, Professional. Ability, Inner Focus, a sharp and resilient spirit that does not flinch from opponents' attacks. Moves, Supersonic, Expert, 1201000. Absorb, Expert, 1101000. Scare, Mastered, 85100. Mean Look, Proficient, 7350. Poison Fang, Proficient, 150. Wing Attack, Proficient, 150. Astonish, Mastered, 2100. Air Slash, Expert, 1501000. Swift, Mastered, 2100. Learn moves, None. Inherited moves, Quick Attack, Expert, 1781000. Gust, Expert, 721000. Potential, King level. Equipment, Polar Spear, Rapid Fire Cannon, Breaker. Held item, Sharp Beak, Basic. Base stats, 580. Similarly, with the enhancement of the Sharp Beak, Zubat also attained level 27. It is noteworthy that the refinement of treasures is not an instantaneous process. It resembles the gradual melting of an ice cube, requiring a bit of warmth to dissolve it. The disparity among treasures of the same Pokémon level is akin to the difference in the size of ice cubes. However, if one does not actively engage in refinement, the Pokémon treasure remains like an ice cube stored in a refrigerator, neither increasing nor decreasing, yet continuously emitting a chill. According to Muyu's estimates, the Miracle Seed could sustain the Treant Tortoise's rapid growth for nearly 4 more months, while the slightly more potent Sharp Beak could maintain its effects for over 5 months. This implies that the Treant Tortoise evolving into a Torterra before the college entrance examination is virtually a foregone conclusion. In contrast, Zubat's evolution time is less certain due to the requirement of a certain level of friendship or intimacy. It may occur during the next level up or take longer, which remains to be seen. Nonetheless, this does not hinder the swift elevation of their levels. This illustrates that the elite offspring of resource-rich families experience rapid growth in their Pokémon. Even if they do not refine Pokémon treasure's energy, as Muyu does, the subtle, cumulative effects of this energy over time are sufficient to enable them to cultivate Pokémon at a pace far surpassing that of the average person. Moreover, they benefit from superior quality energy blocks, which collectively ensure that those at the pinnacle can maintain their status as long as they do not encounter significant setbacks. Of course, the aforementioned refers to the highest echelon, those extravagantly wealthy families that lavish their descendants with treasures. Ordinary families, while possessing slightly better resources than the average individual, do not reach an absurd level. Otherwise, the government's vigorous support for civilian trainers would lose all significance. In fact, among the 28 regional champions in the current Huaxia Alliance, 7 are civilian trainers of non-familial origin, serving as paragons and aspirations for many ordinary trainers. Often, in the journey of a trainer's growth, luck plays a pivotal role. Perhaps an unexpected treasure will be discovered in a hidden realm, changing one's fate and propelling them to success. Chapter 26. The Evolution of the New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. On New Year's Day, which coincides with the eve of the New Year, Every household in the Huaxiao Alliance has adorned their doors with couplets and hung red lanterns. Each corner of the city is imbued with the spirit of the new year. In this world, as the Summer Kingdom is undeniably the foremost nation, and the global alliance was established under the aegis of the Ming Dynasty. The calendar used worldwide is the lunar calendar that has been honored since ancient times in Huaxia. Consequently, each year's New Year's Eve is fixed on the day before the new year, unlike in previous lives where the date fluctuated annually. Happy New Year, Treant Tortoise and Zubat. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, squeak, squeak. The Treant Tortoise, adorned in red decorations, and Zubat, munching on berries nearby, expressed their excitement with jubilant cries. Although they did not comprehend the significance of the new year, their joy was infectious, as their trainer's happiness resonated with them. Such is the nature of Pokémon, pure and resolute beings. Today, as we celebrate the new year, feel free to indulge in these delights, Muyu announced, placing a large basket of berries and several jars of honey on the ground for the two little creatures, due to the necessity of training. In order to maintain an abundant supply of energy, even though Muyu has now come into wealth, he still chooses to primarily feed the two little ones energy cubes. Although fruits and honey, which are more palatable, contain less energy, Muyu deliberately regulates their intake. As today marks New Year's Eve, he naturally no longer insists that they consume only energy cubes. In fact, for the next few days, Muyu will not conduct any training, as it is the new year, a rare time for family reunions and relaxation. However, do not indulge excessively. For the coming days, we will not be training, and you may eat whatever you desire. Observing the forest turtle excitedly licking honey and the big-mouthed bat gulping multiple fruit pieces at once, Muyu felt a tinge of concern and cautioned them. Squee. Upon hearing Muyu's declaration that they could eat freely for the next few days, the two little ones immediately brightened with excitement. Just as the big-mouthed bat joyfully squinted and flitted about, a dazzling white light suddenly enveloped its entire body. Is this evolution? Muyu exclaimed in astonishment at the suddenly evolving big-mouthed bat. He had not anticipated that the bat, which he thought would take a considerable time to evolve, would reach the threshold of evolution so rapidly due to the ability to eat freely. For a moment, Muyu was unsure whether to feel joy or to reflect on the situation. Soon, the light of evolution faded. The big-mouthed bat, once standing at nearly 1.7 meters, had transformed into a towering creature of nearly 2 meters, surpassing the official average height of 1.8 meters, below its originally singular pair of massive wings. Another slightly smaller pair had sprouted, forming a similar symbol, further enhancing the already swift big-mouthed bat's speed, transforming it into the remarkably agile crossbat. Its previously uncoordinated mouth was now capable of normal opening and closing, no longer requiring it to swallow food whole. Although it could vaguely savor the taste through swallowing, it could not compare to the flavors derived from chewing. Pokémon, Crossbat. Type, Poison Flying. Moves, Cross Poison, Beginner, 0-10. Bite, Beginner, 0-10. Base stats, 660. Originally close to the demigod level with a base stat of 580, it had now surpassed that threshold due to evolution, reaching an impressive 660, comparable to legendary Pokémon. Furthermore, due to its evolution, the Crossbat had also learned 2 new moves, although it seemed that aside from Cross Poison, it was not particularly fond of the bite move. Has the big-mouthed bat evolved? Zhao Ro, who was cooking in the kitchen, was surprised to ask Muyu upon witnessing the sudden burst of white light in the living room. She distinctly remembered that her son had only been training the supersonic bat for a mere 6 months. How could it have evolved to its final stage so quickly? Could her son truly be the legendary genius? Watching the Crossbat happily munching on fruit pieces, Zhao Ro found herself momentarily lost in thought. Well, I too did not expect this evolution to occur so soon. Logically, it should have taken much longer. However, an early evolution is certainly welcome. Muyu explained while rubbing his nose. You haven't fed it any illegal substances, have you? I must tell you that such things are against the law and should not be used. Zhao Ro, who was not well versed in these matters, suddenly recalled videos she had seen online about injecting Pokémon with illicit drugs, draining their vitality to force rapid growth, and thus spoke earnestly to Muyu. Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is not that kind of person. Muyu replied, exasperated. Besides, such illegal substances are not something the average person can acquire. Moreover, I would never dare to use them on them, for they are my most intimate companions. With that, Muyu cast a gentle gaze towards the 2 little ones who were voraciously eating. As long as you are prudent, that is sufficient. I do not wish for you to become immensely wealthy, just that you understand. Zhao Ro wanted to say more, but considering it was New Year's Day and that her son had never troubled them much, she decided to refrain from continuing the conversation. Mom, you needn't worry. Muyu, understanding Zhao Ro's concerns, assured her with sincerity in his eyes. Click. Hi-lo. Just as the mother and son were conversing, the sound of the door unlocking signaled the arrival of Lian Mao, a cap-wearing young child, and Mu Yong, who entered carrying prepared dishes. "Welcome back, Dad. Welcome back." Mu Yong, usually quiet and reserved, responded with a smile today. "Hilo, hilo." Noticing that Mu Yu had not greeted him, Lian Mao danced over to Mu Yu, gesturing animatedly. "Ha ha ha, you too, Lian Mao, welcome home." Mu Yu chuckled, affectionately patting the cap-wearing child's head. Satisfied, Lian Mao then proceeded to the kitchen to assist Zhao Rou. With limbs resembling those of a human and five-clawed hands, Lian Mao was indeed capable of utilizing human tools. "I must find an exceptional water stone to enhance his potential," Mu Yu thought to himself. As Mu Yong's initial Pokémon, Lian Mao had been by Mu Yu's side since childhood. Although Mu Yu had always been self-sufficient and seldom caused concern for others, during his parents' busyness, Lian Mao had tirelessly protected him, fearful of even the slightest danger. Thus, to Mu Yu, Lian Mao was akin to the closest of family. When he obtained that intermediate water stone, Mu Yu considered using it for Lian Mao's evolution, but ultimately decided against it, considering Lian Mao's inherent potential. Pokémon below the champion level have varying lifespans depending on their species. For instance, bug-type Pokémon evolve quickly but have short lifespans, generally only lasting a decade, while even a gym-level Beedrill only lives around 20 years. Conversely, Pokémon like Lian Mao, which possess watergrass attributes, although not as long-lived as Dragon-type Pokémon, can reach nearly 60 years, and if they attain gym level, they may live up to 80 years. Therefore, Mu Yu contemplated waiting until he had sufficient strength to find an exceptional water stone for Lian Mao, along with treasures of water or grass attributes for absorption, believing that the evolved Happy River Sprite would likely reach gym-level potential. Chapter 27. Let us engage in a duel between men. On the 8th day of the new year, the once festive streets now lacked warmth and were infused with a sense of busyness. After the Spring Festival, people returned to their normal lives, with those who needed to work resuming their jobs and students returning to school. Naturally, Mu Yu was no exception. For a high school senior preparing for the looming college entrance examination, vacation felt as absurd as a dream in broad daylight. If it were not for his goal of attending Pokémon University, he would have spent the last 6 months seated in a classroom, laboriously solving problems. "Happy New Year." "You go." Lu Liang, sturdy as a tower, greeted Mu Yu with a hearty demeanor, accompanied by a steady-footed monkey beast beside him, whose serious expression and sharp gaze belied any hint of agitation. Pokémon, Monkey Beast. Type, Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 19, Normal. Ability, Rage Point. Attack power increases to maximum after being hit in a vital spot. Moves, Scratch, Known, Leer, Proficient. Fury Swipes, Proficient. Karate Chop, Proficient. Low Kick, Proficient. Earth Throw, Proficient. Fake Out, Beginner. Top Moves, Thunder Punch, Beginner. Inherited Moves, Double Edge, Proficient. Held Item, None. Potential, Elite Level. One might say that compared to 6 months ago, this mischievous monkey has undergone a transformation that is nothing short of revolutionary. In addition to the normal skills acquired through level advancements, the list of learned techniques now includes an entry-level Thunder Punch. It appears that LV Liang has invested considerable effort into expanding the monkey's offensive capabilities. It is worth noting that acquiring skills like Thunder Punch not only requires a substantial amount of energy, but also entails significant financial expenditure. Some challenging techniques even necessitate the procurement of additional materials to facilitate skill comprehension. Although Thunder Punch is relatively less expensive due to the larger pool of Pokémon capable of learning it, one can still expect to spend at least 10 to 20,000. This estimate pertains only to reaching the entry-level proficiency. Progressing to a more advanced level would undoubtedly incur even greater costs. Furthermore, the monkey's skill proficiency is generally at an adept level, indicating that LV Liang has not solely focused on leveling up, but has also dedicated attention to skill training. However, when compared to Mu Yu, who possesses a distinct advantage in breaking through bottlenecks, these skill proficiencies are considerably lower. Nevertheless, they surpass those of many peers of the same age. At the very least, during his journey, Mu Yu has observed numerous students whose Pokémon have skills that remain at the introductory stage or are merely awakened but not yet fully grasped, suggesting that they are unaware of their Pokémon learning new abilities. This is quite typical. Many Pokémon, unless directed by their trainers to utilize a specific skill, will instinctively resort to their most commonly used and thus most proficient techniques. Moreover, this world lacks the comprehensive Pokédex of past lives that details the skills learned at various levels. Only a portion of publicly available information is recorded on the Alliance's official website, outlining the skills certain types of Pokémon can learn, but specific levels remain a mystery. This is largely due to the varying potential of different Pokémon, which influences the levels at which they can comprehend skills. For instance, Mu Yu's bat with a king-level potential not only learned 4 new skills upon evolution, but also acquired the skill Dark Glare, which, according to the Pokédex from his previous life, was learned several levels earlier than usual. Thus, for an ordinary person without access to data insights, knowing when their Pokémon will learn a new skill is purely a matter of luck or inquiry, as one might stumble upon such discoveries by chance. In addition to all this, Muyu also discovered that LV Liang's monkey had reached level 19. While it may not rival Muyu's own Pokémon, this level is significantly superior to that of others. Elevating the monkey's level to this point within 6 months indicates that it must have undergone rigorous daily training. Clearly, this monkey has been subjected to intense training, as it is unlikely for it to consistently reach the maximum experience cap without such effort. Observing its composed and steady gait, unlike the clumsiness typical of other monkeys, Muyu is convinced that this monkey has endured considerable hardship, shedding much sweat to achieve its daily experience limit. Truly impressive. LV Liang, Muyu remarked, patting LV Liang on the shoulder with a hint of admiration. Huh, what did you say, Yugo? LV Liang asked, somewhat puzzled. Nothing much. By the way, how about we find a place to practice after school? Muyu suddenly recalled the fighting skills displayed on his panel and proposed the idea. Upon hearing Muyu's words, LV Liang's eyes lit up, and he excitedly replied, great. I was just about to take Ali to the dojo to train Thunder Punch. They have a training area there. Let's go? Ali is the name he has given to this monkey, since entering high school and surpassing 9 meters in height. It has been quite some time since he engaged in sparring with Muyu. Each time he invited Muyu for practice, Muyu would always decline, citing that as a high school student, academics should take precedence, even encouraging LV Liang to focus on his studies. Being pure-hearted, LV Liang did not think much of it and diligently followed Muyu's advice. Consequently, the only person he could spar with at home was his father, Hao Li. Although he could not defeat Hao Li, it did not deter him from enjoying spirited and sweat-drenched battles, and even though he lost every time, he gleaned numerous fighting tips from these encounters. Now that Muyu had taken the initiative to propose a sparring session, LV Liang was naturally overjoyed, eager to find a suitable place to begin at once. The dojo? Muyu paused, and then asked, are you learning Thunder Punch from someone at Archangel Dojo? Indeed. The signature skill taught by the dojo's master, whose ace Pokémon is Brickolin, is Thunder Punch. Unfortunately, the master's teaching fees are rather steep. So I opted to learn from one of his disciples, LV Liang explained. I see. Well, if it's convenient, let us visit the dojo later. I've been there before, so it would be a good opportunity to see it again. Muyu nodded in agreement. As they chatted, the two made their way toward the elite class of their senior year. Indeed, as 2 of the top 10 students in their grade. Anyone who does not actively forfeit their place in the elite class will be automatically enrolled for the final 6 months of specialized instruction. There are only 30 slots available in the elite class, designated for the students most likely to gain admission to the Pokémon University. The stringent control of these slots is due to the limited funding of the school. Only the elite students of the high school can be nurtured, and having too many slots would undermine the very purpose of establishing the elite class. In the first month of these 5 months, the school not only provides each elite class member with 3 meals a day of energy cubes for their initial Pokémon, but also offers the top 3 students a chance to learn skills at the local dojo. Starting from the second month, the allocation of energy cubes each month is based on ranking. The top 10 receive the standard amount, while those ranked 11 to 20 receive a third less, a reduction equivalent to 1 meal, and those ranked 21 to 30 receive only a third of the total allocation. Although Muyu does not currently place much importance on the cost of these energy cubes, he values the opportunity to learn skills at the dojo. Many transformative skills, such as Swords Dance and Shadow Clone, as well as powerful techniques like Oblivion Ray, are not available in instructional videos online. Only after trainers reach a certain level can they unlock corresponding purchasing permissions on the Alliance's official website to learn these skills. This serves to effectively prevent unauthorized individuals from learning skills and reminds novice trainers not to blindly pursue powerful techniques without the necessary preparation. After all, high-powered skills require appropriate space and a certain level for practice. Otherwise, not only will the skills remain unlearned, but the trainer may also sustain injuries. Muyu understands this well. However, as someone with a unique advantage, as soon as the system panel indicates an entry-level proficiency, he can directly elevate it to mastery. This allows his Pokémon to perfectly manage energy output while using skills, ensuring that even if the power is somewhat diminished, there is no risk of injury when releasing skills. Centipede King. Chapter 28. The Rules of the Elite Class. I am your instructor for the next 5 months. My name is Songyu. You may address me as Teacher Song. A middle-aged man, clad in a black shirt and wearing half-black framed glasses, stepped onto the podium and introduced himself to the students below. After introducing himself, he proceeded to recount the benefits of the elite class. Observing the students seated before him, their faces alight with surprise and excitement, he abruptly shifted his tone and emphasized, all these privileges are contingent upon your cultural subject monthly examination scores meeting the required standards. Otherwise, even if you rank first in the monthly competitions, you will not be entitled to these benefits. Thus, do not presume that merely transitioning to the elite class grants you the liberty to slack off in your cultural studies. Being within the top 50 of your grade is the minimum expectation. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, several students, whose academic performance was average and who had only barely managed to enter the elite class, voiced their discomfort. Silence. Song Yu furrowed his brow and bellowed. Unlike the previously imposing yet nonchalant Mr. Yen, Song Yu, though seemingly not overly stern, exuded an undeniable aura of authority that immediately subdued the students when he adopted a serious expression. As the students regained their composure, Song Yu relaxed his demeanor. Having taught many elite classes for senior year, he had mastered the art of managing students. Even if you aspire to become trainers in the future, cultural studies remain an essential component. Otherwise, when you venture alone into the secret realms, if you cannot even identify the most basic plants or discern the attributes of Pokémon, how can you claim to be a qualified trainer? Song Yu declared. Mr. Song, does that mean we will be learning about wilderness survival over the next 5 months? A bespectacled male student raised his hand to inquire. It was Li Ming, who ranked 6th in the grade and 2nd in his class, sharing the same class as Mu Yu. Indeed, Song Yu replied, casting an appreciative glance at Li Ming. He continued, understanding wilderness survival and the identification of various plants and fruits is a crucial subject. Although it will not be included in the cultural examination for the college entrance, every student must pass the monthly assessments over the next 5 months. Rest assured, we will be covering fundamental knowledge during this period. Once you enter university, there will be more specialized instructors to provide in-depth education. By the time you truly enter the secret realms, you will not find yourselves flustered. After speaking, Song Yu surveyed the contemplative students once more. Mu Yu, having personally experienced the secret realms, wholeheartedly agreed with this perspective. In fact, over the years, aside from Chinese, mathematics, the Alliance Common Language, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, history, and basic Pokémon knowledge, Mu Yu had also self-studied extensively on wilderness survival and adventure, which was why he felt confident to venture alone in the secret realms for an entire week without needing to return to the temporary lodging. Many novice trainers, even if they were initially eager, often withdrew by the first night in the wilderness, not to mention the cold and solitude of the night. Even a minor issue with mosquitoes could rob one of a good night's sleep. Thus, Mu Yu strongly supported Song Yu's viewpoint. Even though the college entrance examination did not cover it, wilderness survival knowledge was of utmost importance for anyone aspiring to be a competent trainer. Alright, shortly you will be able to go to the logistics department to collect your monthly energy cube allocation. From now on, the first morning of each month will be the time for energy cube collection, Song Yu added. Mu Yu, Li Yan, and Meng Sitong. You 3 can use this to learn a skill at the Qingsong Dojo. Upon finishing, Song Yu handed 3 eligibility forms to them, who were the top 3 in the last semester's examinations. Subsequently, every time the top 3 battling rankings met the cultural subject score standards, they would be eligible for another skill learning opportunity at the dojo. Of course, those who had already received a spot would be prioritized accordingly. Learning Pokémon skills is not something that can be accomplished overnight. To prevent students from overextending themselves, the school established this rule, as not everyone possesses external advantages. Mu Yu felt no discontent regarding this. Although acquiring more skills was undoubtedly beneficial, what mattered most to him at present was finding suitable skills. After collecting his energy cube allocation and placing it in his backpack, Mu Yu and Lu Liang headed towards the Qingsong Dojo located in the city center. Liang, how long has your Monferno been practicing Thunder Punch? Mu Yu suddenly recalled that Monferno's skill panel barely indicated proficiency in the move and asked. About a week or so. Lu Liang pondered for a moment and replied, I feel that Ollie has hit a bottleneck. Pure training may not yield significant improvement. So I thought it would be a good idea to take him to learn Thunder Punch and expand his repertoire. As they conversed, the pair arrived at the entrance of the Qingsong Dojo. As the signature building of Qingsong City, the dojo's decor aptly reflected its namesake. Flanking the entrance, 2 rows of tall, verdant pines stood proud. In northeast China, pine trees are among the most common species, hence the dojo's choice of pine as decoration. Stepping inside the dojo, Mu Yu surveyed the interior, discovering that it lacked any particularly distinctive adornments. It was not as he had imagined, with any architectural features or decorations befitting a dojo. However, it made sense. In a small city, aside from locals who might come here for badge-based challenges, few outsiders would specifically seek out a dojo in such a modest locale. Without sufficient challengers, the dojo would naturally refrain from spending its revenue on extravagant embellishments. Although the dojo is a state-run institution, the specific revenue of the dojo master is largely influenced by its location. Aside from basic subsidies, the greater the foot traffic, the more opportunities to generate income. Conversely, a lack of visitors would naturally lead to reduced earnings. Lu Liang, you've arrived. A man, appearing to be in his 30s with green-dyed hair, greeted Mu Yu and Lu Liang warmly upon their entrance. In response, Lu Liang offered a hearty smile and introduced. This is Wei Bowen, an apprentice at the dojo and the master's disciple, who is also responsible for teaching me Thunder Punch. A dojo apprentice refers to those who choose to join the dojo for training. Additionally, in larger cities, there are positions known as dojo managers. Typically, dojo managers are individuals recognized by the dojo master who possess dojo-level Pokémon, responsible for catering to ordinary challengers seeking temporary badges. Only those aiming to compete in the champion tournament, requiring permanent badges, would opt to battle against a national-level dojo master with champion-level strength. Hello, I am Mu Yu, a classmate of Lu Liang. Mu Yu nodded and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Wei Bowen. Just call me Wei Gu. Wei Bowen replied with enthusiasm. Chapter 29. The initial experience of learning at the dojo. These are the skills we can teach at our dojo. Take a look. And feel free to ask me if you have any questions. After accepting the skill learning eligibility application form from Mu Yu, Wei Bowen handed him a sheet filled with the skills the Qingsong Dojo could impart. Each dojo's skills vary based on the Pokémon they specialize in and their training focus. For instance, the Qingsong Dojo, with its signature Pokémon being Brickolin, predominantly teaches skills that lean towards physical attacks, with Thunder Punch being a flagship skill. Additionally, there are some common and versatile moves such as Protect and Bulk Up. The ability to teach these skills primarily depends on whether the Pokémon responsible for instruction has achieved a mastery level sufficient to fully unleash a skill's potential, which is also the minimum proficiency requirement for teaching skills. The proficiency at this level in skill instruction merely accelerates the other sprite's journey towards mastery. As for achieving true mastery, that ultimately hinges on the innate understanding of the sprite itself. Wei Gu, I wish to learn the skill Protect. After a brief glance at the skill list, Mu Yu ultimately opted for a special defensive skill. Protect generates a barrier that can withstand damage from outside the barrier. Unlike in the games of my past life, where even a level 1 Caterpie could flawlessly execute Protect to shield against the attacks of a level 100 legendary creature, in the realm of reality, Protect is not an infallible skill that guarantees the negation of an attack. If the disparity in strength is too great, say, when an ordinary level sprite attempts to use Protect against an elite level sprite's assault, the barrier will not only shatter but the sprite itself may also face dire consequences. However, when the levels are closely matched, even with a slight level difference, Protect remains a formidable skill, often deemed overpowered, despite its brief duration, which makes it nearly impossible to withstand multiple attacks. Its ability to almost universally block strikes from similarly ranked or slightly superior sprites renders Protect an essential skill for every trainer. As the primary tank in Mu Yu's team, the Forest Tortoise naturally requires this skill. Most importantly, in the wilderness, should a wide area attack occur, the barrier produced by Protect can also safeguard Mu Yu as the trainer. No problem. You and LV Liang can head to the training ground shortly. There, the gym leader's sprite will be responsible for teaching the skill. Wei Bowen nodded, subsequently picking up a walkie-talkie to discuss the upcoming skill training arrangements. Mu Yu then followed the familiar route with LV Liang into the training ground. Meanwhile, Wei Bowen attended to Li Yin and Meng Sitong, the other two fortunate enough to receive free skill learning opportunities. During their journey, Mu Yu noted the two of them but refrained from speaking, given their unfamiliarity. Upon entering the training ground, they found a vast expanse comparable to a standard football field, surrounded by various training apparatus. Among them, a spiky nut dumbbell was energetically wielding 3 hefty dumbbells with its 3 spiked appendages. With a loud thud, upon noticing Mu Yu and LV Liang's arrival, the nut dumbbell dropped the dumbbells and swiftly approached the two with its tentacles adorned with green spiky spheres. Nut. Sprite. Nut dumbbell. Type, grass steel. Gender, male. Level, 49 elite. Ability, iron barbs, inflicts additional damage on contact. Moves, tackle, mastered. Harden, mastered. Rollout, mastered. Euroball, mastered. Power whip, mastered. Iron defense, mastered. Metal claw, acquired. Pin missile, acquired. Mirror shot, acquired. Stealth rock, acquired. Stone edge, acquired. Iron head, acquired. Teach moves, protect, acquired. Rest, acquired. Solar beam, acquired. Swords dance, acquired. Shadow clone, acquired. Endure, acquired. Energy ball, acquired. Inherited move, stealth rock, acquired. Potential, elite. Gazing at this pinnacle elite level nut dumbbell, whose lowest proficiency move was at the acquired level, Mu Yu couldn't help but be taken aback. It is no wonder that, despite being graduates with elite or even gym level prowess, challengers still find it exceedingly difficult to succeed against the gym leader. The depth of skill mastery honed over years of cultivation far surpasses that of younger trainers who prioritize sprite levels. This was merely a local gym leader's sprite. Not even the strongest in their arsenal, Yet one can only imagine the caliber of the gym leader as a key defensive force of the city. Brother Yu. This is one of Gym Leader Lu's earliest cultivated sprites, primarily responsible for teaching most of the skills at the gym, LV Liang introduced. Ah, that explains it. Upon hearing LV Liang's explanation, Muyu nodded in realization. It was evident why this nut dumble possessed such a vast array of skills, all with commendable proficiency, being one of the gym leader's earliest creations. Nut. Just as the two conversed, the nut dumble approached them and pointed at the pokeballs at Muyu's waist with its bowling ball-sized appendage, signaling Muyu to release the sprite that needed to learn the skill. Come forth, Forest Tortoise and Crobat. Hoo-ha. Cough cough. The Forest Tortoise quietly settled beside Muyu upon emergence, while the Crobat shot off in the opposite direction, seemingly sensing the threat posed by the nut dumble. Crobat. Observing the Crobat darting several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye, LV Liang rubbed his eyes in disbelief before exclaiming, his tone filled with astonishment. Brother Yu, in just 6 months, you've evolved the Crobat to its final stage? You know that the evolution of the Crobat doesn't require a high level, it's all about the bond. Once the connection is strong enough, evolution naturally follows. So there's no need for such astonishment, Muyu shrugged, speaking in a relaxed tone. Oh, is that so? LV Liang scratched the back of his head, murmuring to himself with a hint of uncertainty. Although Muyu's explanation made sense, LV Liang couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. Forest Tortoise, your goal today is to learn new skills alongside Nut Dumble. Good luck. Ignoring LV Liang lost in thought, Muyu patted the Forest Tortoise's shell, offering encouragement. Hoo-ha. Seeing the Forest Tortoise brimming with enthusiasm, Muyu then turned to Nut Dumble and said, now, I'll leave it to you, Nut Dumble. Nut. Crobat. You can train freely, just remember not to damage the equipment. Noticing the Crobat warily observing its surroundings, Muyu didn't force it to calm down, but simply advised. After all, the Crobat's temperament was such that it couldn't be easily changed. Let us go? Stop daydreaming, we should also practice. Muyu playfully nudged LV Liang's shoulder. Huh. Oh, alright, brother Yu. Coming back to reality, LV Liang released his monkey monster, informing it of today's training tasks before following Muyu to a vacant area. Fossil Pterodactyl. Chapter 30, Muyu vs. LV Liang. The two stood on opposite sides of the open space, approximately 5 steps apart, perhaps due to the influence of modern mixed martial arts. Muyu perceived numerous openings in LV Liang's stance. At any moment, he could unleash a lightning-quick strike, exploiting the gaps in LV Liang's defense to take him down. Brother Yu, why don't you attack first? While Muyu was focused, LV Liang, comparing their physiques, tentatively suggested. Sure, but be careful. Without hesitation, Muyu responded, contemplating how to strike. He then lunged forward, closing the distance to LV Liang in an instant, delivering a punch aimed just below the chest. Surprised by Muyu's speed, LV Liang barely had time to bend his arm, using the outer side of his forearm to block. Bang! The force of Muyu's punch sent the muscular LV Liang stumbling, nearly losing his balance and falling. What incredible strength! LV Liang marveled inwardly. He hadn't anticipated that Muyu's seemingly slender frame could wield such power, nearly toppling him off his feet with an unexpected blow. You're as strong as a beast. As he observed Lu Liang, who had merely stumbled twice before regaining his balance, Muyu couldn't help but express his astonishment. It is worth noting that Muyu's status panel currently displayed a host level of an impressive 21, indicating that his physical prowess could rival that of a professional-grade elf. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Liang had not anticipated his own speed, leading to a hasty block. Nevertheless, even after Muyu accelerated his punch, Lu Liang remained standing, underscoring that this fellow's physical capabilities were far from ordinary. Before Muyu awakened his system, he had diligently trained his body, but over time, he realized that mere exercise yielded diminishing returns. Consequently, he gradually reduced his training hours to devote more time to studying knowledge about elves. After the system awakened and the host level appeared on his panel, Muyu trained alongside the elves and truly grasped the meaning of extraordinary limits. After reaching a certain level of training, he began to earn experience, and unlike before, his strength did not diminish his ability to gain experience. If it weren't for the fact that his hair had not thinned, he might have believed himself to have acquired the physique of Saitama. Thus, he recommenced his training regimen. And after 6 months of perseverance, he achieved his current physique. Yet, astonishingly, even after gaining such enhancements and shedding potential limits, he found himself outmatched by Lu Liang, who had relied solely on rigorous training, an absurdity. Brother Yu, you are truly a monster. You seem to have so little muscle, yet possess such immense strength. Upon hearing Muyu's remarks, Lu Liang retorted, somewhat speechless. You must realize that I train diligently every single day, even during holidays when others are relaxing, sleeping in, or playing games. Presently, it was his remarkably thick arms that endowed him with this formidable strength. However, Despite Muyu's seemingly unremarkable physique, he harbored extraordinary power. Compared to him, Muyu was the true anomaly. Ha ha ha. Indeed, we are both exceptional. Let us continue. All right, let us go again. Bang, bang, bang. As their fists and feet collided, sweat flew. This time, Muyu merely sought to test his physical capabilities, and since Lu Liang was his close brother, he refrained from employing the terrifying lethal techniques from perfect-level martial arts. Relying solely on the rapid neural response brought about by his martial arts skills and the innate blocking movements from his abilities, he had Lu Liang gasping for breath. In fact, Muyu could easily defeat Lu Liang whenever he wished. Lu Liang, increasingly astounded as they fought, had not anticipated that Muyu, who had remained low-key for years, had developed such exceptional combat skills. He felt that even his father, who had honed his martial arts for over 20 years, did not exert as much pressure on him in terms of pure technique as Muyu did. Bang. Let us call it a day. It's been a long time since I felt this invigorated. After their final collision, Muyu stepped back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and spoke with satisfaction. Hiss. Brother Yu, your martial arts skills are so impressive that I would believe you were a seasoned veteran who has trained for decades. Lu Liang, drenched in sweat, massaged his swollen and sore joints and muscles while gasping in awe. He had initially thought that with his muscular build, he might protect Muyu during their explorations of the secret realms, only to discover that he was the one in need of protection. Ha 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 ha. It's all right. Perhaps I have some talent in martial arts. Don't forget, I was able to take on 10 opponents when I was young. As Muyu performed a series of relaxation exercises from memory, he jested. How about I teach you a set of movements that effectively stretch your muscles and relax your body after training? Thank you, brother Yu. Lu Liang replied, somewhat touched. We're brothers. No need for such formality. Muyu shot Lu Liang a glance before beginning to teach him the relaxation techniques. Surprisingly, Lu Liang displayed a certain aptitude for body control, as he quickly memorized the basic movements after Muyu demonstrated them once. Though not entirely precise, he managed to synchronize his breathing quite well. You've got quite the physical talent. Never slack off. You might just become the next martial arts king in our northeastern region. Muyu patted Lu Liang on the back. I'm still far from that. I've heard that the current martial arts king among the 4 kings of our northeastern region, known as the Black Arm, can take on dojo-level elves with ease. Right now, I can't even defeat my father's seasoned power. Lu Liang expressed his self-doubt upon hearing Muyu's high expectations. What are you afraid of? You've only been training for a few years. Don't forget how small and scrawny you were as a child. Muyu gestured to illustrate Lu Liang's former height of about 1.34 m. With your talent, in 10 years, you might even crush dojo-level elves. This was not an exaggeration from Muyu, but a heartfelt belief. Despite Lu Liang's towering stature now, he had previously been a mere stick figure. Quite the contrast to his current robust frame, as if he had consumed a magical growth potion. Especially after years of systematic training, he had transformed dramatically, akin to a powerfully built pillar. Perhaps in a few years, he would evolve into an even mightier force, possibly becoming a true prodigy. Feeling bashful from Muyu's earnest praise, Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly and choosing not to say more. Meanwhile, with the nut dumbbell, he was learning to master the skill guard shell, managing to create a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing in front of him. Unfortunately, that flimsy barrier, thinner than regular paper, would likely struggle to withstand even a full-force strike from an average adult man, let alone a powerful elf skill. Nevertheless, the nut dumbbell continued to exclaim, "Incredible! Incredible!" It was clear that within less than 2 hours, the tree turtle had made significant strides in grasping this relatively unique skill, leaving the nut dumbbell, who had long served as a skill coach, thoroughly impressed. In truth, this was not solely due to the tree turtle's exceptional insight. Rather, it was because, possessing multiple mastery-level skills, it had attained a high level of proficiency in energy manipulation. In fact, in terms of general energy control, the tree turtle even surpassed the nut dumbbell. It is noteworthy that the tree turtle had 3 mastery-level skills: charge, eject, and ingest, all of which demanded a high degree of energy control, thus refining its finesse in managing energy. Consequently, after listening to the nut dumbbell's explanation, the tree turtle, after just a brief attempt, was able to release a transparent barrier the size of a basketball. Now, it was capable of generating a barrier that completely enveloped itself. Although the barrier remained somewhat thin, this was merely due to its lack of familiarity with the skill. If the tree turtle continued to practice diligently, it might soon match or even surpass its instructor, the nut dumbbell. Black S, cough cough, black-legged thunder zebra. Chapter 31, Passionate Youth? After leaving the dojo and parting ways with Lu Liang, Muyu headed home with his 2 little companions. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Muyu comfortably leaned back on the sofa and opened his phone to relax a bit, only to discover a red notification indicating there were 99 messages on Yunshin. Upon opening it, he realized it was due to the newly established class group. habitually setting his phone to silent mode. He had missed all the notifications from the class group. Upon entering the group and scrolling to the top, he found, aside from the initial notification of joining, a file sent by an administrator named Wenrun Ru Yu, Song Yu, followed by an overwhelming flurry of discussions. Your foreign pen pal, Li Ming, that's wonderful. This year, there is finally news about the Provincial League. I wonder if our school can produce another formidable contender to reach the top 8. Lord Shansher, Wang Yin, fret not. This time, the top 8, no, the championship, shall be claimed by none other than me. I will sweep through everything alongside my dear Shirtu. Sitong, Meng Sitong, stop boasting. Your little Chuanxi is utterly inferior to Mu Yu's Lucian. These are several long-distance photographs of Lucian, perhaps because Meng Sitong and Li Yan arrived late. All the pictures feature Lucian, with no trace of Chatzi Bat in sight. Zuma Guanhua, Lu Rinjiao, Mu Yu, who has topped the grade for 2 consecutive years, actually has a starter Pokemon that has undergone evolution. How enviable. Lord Shansher, Wang Yin, damn it. Even if it's Lucian, once my Shirtu learns to breathe fire, it will undoubtedly defeat him. Chuanxi roaring JPG. Your foreign pen pal, Li Ming Chuanxi, is dual-type rock and ground, which means it's 4 times weak to grass, while Lucian is purely grass-type, only being twice weak to fire. Unless your Chuanxi can learn ice-type moves, the odds of winning are slim. Hudi adjusting glasses JPG. Your foreign pen pal, Li Ming. Moreover, the general evolution level for starters occurs in the late stages of the normal rank. Therefore, since this grass seedling has evolved into Lucian, its level is at least in the late normal rank, possibly even reaching the professional rank. After all, he is Mu Yu, a terrifying opponent who has suppressed me for 2 years. Do not underestimate him. Sitong, Meng Sitong, exactly. Mu Yu consistently ranks first in theoretical exams, while you can't even break into the top 30 of your class. Can you please stop bragging? Pikachu shrugging JPG. Lord Shansher, Wang Yin, a Pokemon battle is not a comparison of academic scores. Do not underestimate the bond between me and my Shirtu. Chuanxi roaring JPG. Chuanxi roaring JPG. Chuanxi roaring JPG. Yen. Li Yin, then you must give it your all. Psyduck, smirking JPG. Observing the lively atmosphere in the group chat, Mu Yu found himself at a loss for words. He never expected that this person named Wang Yin was such a passionate, spirited youth. To be honest, he resembled a protagonist from a novel, an underdog from a class that barely made it into the top 30, yet aspiring to seize victory in competitions, while being dismissed by everyone. Coupled with the presence of a class-leading background character like himself, it was quite the narrative. However, Mu Yu was curious about what rewards awaited in this Provincial League. The Provincial League, officially known as the Evergreen Provincial High School Pokemon Battle League, is a national initiative encouraging provinces to organize Pokemon battles among high school students. It serves as an appetizer before the nationwide college entrance examination. The competition is held around February each year, just prior to the National Pokemon College Tournament in March, acting as a warm-up. Since it is a provincial league, each province independently determines the specific dates and rewards for the competitions. Typically, initial rounds commence at the end of January, selecting school representatives, and by mid-February, all provincial competitions are concluded. After all, these are merely fledgling trainers with limited experience, and compared to the provincial league, the national Pokemon colleges are the main event each year. Nonetheless, every provincial league offers nearly 10 million in rewards to support talented individuals from less privileged backgrounds. Upon opening the document, Mu Yu found it filled with dense text, elaborating on the encouragement of students and responding to various calls to action. Disregarding the boilerplate language, he quickly flipped to the rewards section. Firstly, the rewards are categorized into 4 tiers: the champions, runners-up, and third place, 4th to 10th, 11th to 30th, and 31st to 100th. Each tier offers substantial cash prizes to support their continued journey as trainers. This is the very essence of the league's purpose, to encourage and support the emergence of more common trainers. The 31st to 100th places receive a prize of 10,000 Huaxia coins, while the 11th to 30th places are awarded 100,000 Huaxia coins. The 4th to 10th places receive 300,000 Huaxia coins. As for the top 3, in addition to cash rewards of 1,500,000 and 300,000 Huaxia coins, there is also the opportunity to choose one starter Pokemon from the Provincial Breeding Center. It can be said that the rewards are exceptionally generous. The chance to select 3 starter Pokemon alone is worth 3 million. It is worth noting that the Provincial Breeding Center is significantly larger than those in ordinary cities, offering a broader variety of Pokemon. Typically, small cities like Qingsong City receive their starter Pokemon supplies from the city-level breeding center in the provincial capital, Qingsong City. Furthermore, the Provincial Breeding Center, due to the superior strength and qualifications of the parent Pokemon, rarely distributes low-potential Pokemon to smaller cities outside of Qingsong City. However, This does not imply that the Pokémon from the provincial breeding center are inherently superior to those from city-level centers. Just like the 2 gym-level Pokémon Muyu stumbled upon, there are always exceptional Pokémon that slip through the cracks for various reasons. Nonetheless, compared to lucky individuals like Muyu who sift through the sands of chance, low-potential Pokémon are indeed the exception at the provincial breeding center. After all, most people cannot discern a Pokémon's potential at a glance. So acquiring Pokémon in a place where high-quality specimens are the norm is a pursuit desired by the majority. With the provincial label, everyone feels assured when making purchases. The guarantee of quality allows one to invest resources confidently and nurture Pokémon without the anxiety of wastage. Otherwise, after spending a fortune, if the Pokémon's level caps out, it would indeed be incredibly frustrating. This opportunity is also quite alluring for Muyu. After all, a skilled cook cannot create a feast without ingredients. Even though Muyu possesses the eye of data to sift through potential, having options means that finding the best among a pile of gold is always preferable. Although he is both the secondary Hero Replicator and the Hero Replicator, achieving a one-stop solution would undeniably be more advantageous. Dancing Swan. Chapter 32. Signing up for the selection tournament. The next day, Muyu did not rise early as usual to train with his Pokémon. After feeding them, he grabbed his backpack and headed to school. According to the documents distributed by Songyu in the group yesterday, the selection for the school representatives would take place today. So Muyu naturally skipped his morning training. Although Muyu did not spot any Pokémon reaching the professional rank while observing others' Pokémon levels at school yesterday, there could still be hidden talents among them. Despite the low probability for youths in their passionate teenage years, Muyu opted for caution to avoid any mishaps. Ouch! That hurts. At an intersection, Wang Yan, caught by one of Muyu's hands, cried out in agony. Moments ago, Muyu had noticed someone tailing him through 2 intersections. He decisively made his way to a less crowded corner, preparing to uncover the identity of his pursuer. As soon as the shadow appeared, Muyu swiftly subdued it to the ground. Under the mastery provided by his exceptional mixed martial arts skills, a sharp stone was positioned perilously close to the individual's neck, scarcely a centimeter away. Had Muyu made even the slightest miscalculation, the person would have suffered a fatal throat slice. Initially, Muyu presumed that his dealings in the illicit sale of elven treasures had been discovered, only to find that it was none other than his newly acquainted classmate, Wang Yan, from the previous day, the very individual who had persistently referred to himself as this lord in their group chat. Why have you followed me all this way? Muyu inquired nonchalantly, disregarding Wang Yan's cries. His tone revealed no hint of emotion. As one of my minor objectives on the path to becoming the king, it is only natural to gather intelligence on my target. I am no fool. I never engage in battles without preparation. After rising from the ground, Wang Yan dusted himself off as if nothing had happened, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pristine white teeth. Is this your reason for tailing others like a lovesick fool? Muyu scoffed. What fool? What tailing? I am merely gathering intelligence. Do you understand? Wang Yan retorted loudly, indignant at being labeled a fool by Muyu's derisive expression. I care not whether you are gathering intelligence or stalking. In any case, do not follow me again, Muyu stated, somewhat exasperated by Wang Yan's agitation. However, to mitigate any potential misunderstandings, he added, a true man always engages in elven battles openly and honorably. Sneaking about is the behavior of a petty individual, and a petty person cannot become a king. I am no petty individual. I aspire to be a king, and I shall not resort to underhanded tactics, Wang Yan exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. Indeed, when it comes to hot-blooded simpletons, invoking their dreams is a surefire way to provoke a passionate response. Very well, as long as you understand, Muyu remarked with a shrug, before continuing on his way to school. Perhaps Muyu's words had struck a chord with Wang Yan, for throughout their journey, Wang Yan couldn't help but repeatedly assert that today was, in fact, his first experience trailing someone. He merely wished to gather information about Muyu, as he had been instructed online. Surely, this was not the behavior of a petty individual? He promised he would never do so again, thereby absolving himself of any such label. It was evident that he took Muyu's casual remark about petty individuals not becoming kings quite seriously. If he believed even a single word Muyu had carelessly uttered, it was no wonder he felt justified in following the online teachings about honorable stalking. Truly, in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Finally, after enduring Wang Yan's incessant chatter, Muyu relished the silence upon entering the classroom. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, seated nearby, occasionally glanced back at Muyu, his furtive looks suggesting a relationship shrouded in secrecy. Hey, why does that guy keep sneaking glances at you? Inquired Lu Liang. Seated next to Muyu, perplexed by Wang Yan's behavior, he recalled that Muyu and Wang Yan were not even acquainted. Sigh, that guy is simply a fool, Muyu replied, exasperated. He then recounted the morning's encounter. Ah, I see. Lu Liang, after hearing the tale, was momentarily at a loss for words. ultimately settling for a bemused stare directed at the internally conflicted Wang Yan. Ding ding ding. Soon enough, the school bell rang. Song Yu entered, clutching a file folder. Surely you've all reviewed the documents shared in the group yesterday. I want to elaborate further. You've seen the substantial rewards for this provincial league. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 is in for a considerable prize. If you reach the top 16, or even the top 8, you might even receive early admission offers from Elven academies. Song Yu proclaimed, dispensing motivational words. Of course, this was not mere fluff. Each year, various Elven academies send recruitment officers to observe the matches in hopes of identifying promising candidates for early admission. These academies include the 8 prestigious institutions of the Summer Kingdom, such as the esteemed Kyoto University in the capital, Shuimu University, and the renowned Magic City University, along with the leading military academy in the Northwest, Southwest University, Chongqing University in the Northeast, Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, and Shanghai University, located at the intersection of 4 provinces. They all dispatch recruitment mentors for early admissions. But this hinges on meeting their admission criteria, namely, breaking into the top 8 or even the top 4 of the province. Otherwise, the focus shifts back to the scores achieved during the college entrance examination. After all, each school is allotted only 3 slots for the provincial league. Yet many top-tier institutions may find that even their 4th or 5th place candidates surpass the top candidates of ordinary schools. This illustrates the disparity in educational resources across different regions, an inescapable reality. For those wishing to apply, please complete the application form and submit it to me. The internal selection will take place at 1 p.m. today in Training Hall Number 1, with the competition format being 1 versus 1, singles, and a total of 3 slots available. The entire process for the provincial league consists of school selection, city selection, and provincial league competition. Considering there are over 500 high schools in the province, even if each school sends 3 representatives, that amounts to over 1,500 participants, leading to a lengthy competition. Therefore, before heading to the provincial capital for the official matches in Chongqing City, a preliminary selection will be conducted within various cities. Ultimately, 10 slots will be awarded for the opportunity to participate in the official competition in the provincial capital. Before long, the elite class students had filled out their application forms, all eager to participate without exception. After all, they were the top-performing group in the school, confident in their abilities to compete. Handsome Dog Lucario. Chapter 33. First Battle. Instant Kill. In the afternoon, Muyu arrived at Training Hall Number 1 after casually grabbing a bite to eat at the school cafeteria. The training hall was predominantly decorated in red, reminiscent of a basketball arena from a past life, albeit featuring 10 standard battle arenas for Elven contests within its confines. These so-called standard arenas are devoid of any special environmental enhancements such as flowing water, grass, rocks, or ice, making them the most equitable battlegrounds. As the clock inched closer to 1 p.m., an increasing number of students and teachers filed into the hall. Muyu estimated that over 60 students had entered, with more still trickling in. It appeared that, aside from the elite class, many students from the regular classes had also signed up for the selection competition. This was not surprising, as the primary distinction between the elite and regular classes lay in academic performance and discounts on Elven purchases, neither of which significantly impacted combat abilities. Some students from affluent backgrounds dismissed the idea of monetary discounts entirely, while others simply lacked the academic prowess that relegated them to regular classes. Nevertheless, their advantageous family circumstances often afforded them a considerable edge when acquiring initial Elven companions. Muyu noted several students with ordinary-level Elven companions that were nearing their peak capabilities. It is worth mentioning that even Lu Liang's monkeys were only able to reach the ordinary-level peak after 6 months of rigorous training. Those capable of training their Elven companions to such heights must either train fervently every day or provide them with high-quality energy cubes for nourishment. While the use of secret treasures for training is a possibility, it is unlikely given that Qingsong City is a small locale, where such extravagance would be rare among high school students still pursuing their education. Students lined up sequentially to collect their number tags. Upon hearing their assigned numbers, they were instructed to arrive at their designated battle arenas within 3 minutes of the call, or they would be disqualified. As the announcement echoed throughout the hall, the students, under their teacher's guidance, began to form orderly lines to retrieve their number tags. Number 7. Not bad, Muyu mused. Muyu casually drew a number tag from the box, and, after registering with the teacher, returned to the audience to wait. While queuing to receive the number tag, Muyu counted the number of participants once more. There were a total of 84 individuals. This meant that, following the elimination of half the participants in each round, by the end of 2 rounds, there would certainly be instances of buys, including one fortunate individual in the transition from 11 to 5. Thus, the selection would culminate in a final showdown of 6 advancing to 3. Students number 7, Muyu, and number 55, Lu Renjia. Please proceed to Arena 3 for your match. Students number 7, Muyu, and number 55, Lurinjia, please proceed to Arena 3 for your match. Students number 7, Muyu, and number 55, Lurinjia, please proceed to Arena 3 for your match. As Muyu contemplated the match arrangements, the loudspeaker suddenly announced his name, revealing that his opponent was a new classmate, a girl named Lurinjia. Hello, Muyu. My name is Lurinjia. Hello. Due to Muyu's long-standing reign as the top student in his grade, most people were familiar with him. Furthermore, the photograph of Muyu's initial Pokémon circulated in the group chat yesterday, prompting many elite class members to fervently hope they would not encounter him in battle, lest they face certain defeat. After all, his Pokémon was an evolved form, at least in the late stage of the ordinary level, and possibly even at the peak of the ordinary level. As for the professional level, these ordinary students dared not even dream of it. The professional level was the minimum standard for participating in the college entrance examination. In just half a year, some might have nurtured a Pokémon to the professional level. Yet even if that were the case, it was unlikely to occur in a small city. Awesome. Awesome. Pokémon Mewtwo. Type: Grass Poison. Gender: female. Level: 15, ordinary level. Ability: Chlorophyll. Speed increases in sunny weather. Moves: Tackle, Growth, Bind, Sleep Powder. Professor's moves: none. Inherited moves: Absorb. Potential: professional level. Lurinjia's Pokémon was a Mewtwo of unremarkable qualifications and abilities. Judging by the current level of Lurinjia's Mewtwo, it was clear that, over the past 6 months, it had either scarcely consumed energy cubes or had undergone minimal training, resulting in its notably low level. It is known that, according to Muyu's system panel, the experience required for a Pokémon to advance from level 6 to level 15 is equivalent to that needed to progress from level 15 to level 19. This implies that, without the monthly energy cube benefits provided by the school, it would be nearly impossible for Lurinjia's Mewtwo to reach the professional level before the college entrance examination. Even attaining the pinnacle of the ordinary level would be a stroke of luck. No wonder the school offers energy cubes as the most basic form of welfare. Without this provision, many would indeed miss out on the opportunity to attend a Pokémon university. Muyu, please take care of me. Please take care of me. Although Lurinjia did not believe she would win, she maintained a serious demeanor as she focused intently on the arena, awaiting the referee's command to commence the match. Both contestants are ready. The match begins. Mewtwo, rush in with Tackle, then use Bind. Turtwig, charge up. A surge of white light enveloped Mewtwo as its gaze sharpened, charging towards Turtwig with an indomitable spirit. One must admit that, despite Mewtwo's average strength, its aura was quite impressive. If it were to learn a technique that utilized finesse to overcome brute force, it could potentially create a miracle. Unfortunately, this Mewtwo was merely an ordinary one, while its opponent was a Turtwig equipped with 3 items. As Mewtwo approached, Turtwig opened its mouth wide, gradually gathering a sphere of white energy. First the size of a marble, then rapidly expanding to that of a tennis ball. Now, at the moment Mewtwo was closing in on Turtwig, Muyu immediately commanded, "Watch out, Mewtwo! Dodge!" In a split second, amidst Lurinjia's anxious cries, Mewtwo collided head-on with the emitted energy beam. Regrettably, Lurinjia was not foolish enough to unleash the true potential of the evasive maneuver in such a critical moment. I declare, contestant number 7, Muyu, the victor. As the dust settled, the referee, observing Mewtwo's dazed expression akin to that of a burnt mosquito coil, promptly declared the result. Another loss. She couldn't even withstand a single blow. Truly, the top student of the grade is formidable. Lurinjia recalled Mewtwo with a sigh of resignation. Not too bad. It was all thanks to Turtwig. Your Mewtwo is quite excellent as well. Muyu casually offered words of consolation, as they were classmates. And he couldn't very well state the truth that Turtwig had hardly exerted itself while Mewtwo fell. That would be quite hurtful. Ordinary level, 619. Ordinary level early stage, 610. Ordinary level mid stage, 1115. Ordinary level late stage, 1619. Level 19 represents the pinnacle of the ordinary level, indicating a plateau where progress ceases, requiring time for refinement or stagnation. The classifications of early, mid, and late stages are perceptions held by others, as in the real world, without the data vision. One can only gauge a Pokémon's level range based on its general appearance, the intensity of its battle aura, and the power of its moves. Unless one employs the most precise and advanced instruments for detection, ordinary detection devices can only estimate the level range based on the Pokémon's energy response, categorizing them into early, mid, and late stages. The pinnacle can only be determined when a Pokémon is observed to be temporarily unable to progress. The same applies to the professional level, 2029. Professional level early stage, 2023. Professional level mid stage, 2426. Professional level late stage, 2729. Professional level pinnacle, 29, maximum experience. Chapter 34, the final slots. You go. Your Turtwig is incredibly strong. Upon Mu Yu's return to the audience, Lu Liang exclaimed in genuine admiration. Previously, when he had seen Turtwig, the second evolution of the starter Pokémon, at the dojo, he had been quite astonished, for he was well aware of his own Ali's training regimen. Under his guidance and assistance, Ali had worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, often to the point of exhaustion, far worse than a typical office worker. Just managing to reach the threshold of the professional level. He had intended to showcase his achievements during this selection tournament, but unexpectedly, Mu Yu's Turtwig seemed even stronger than his own Ali, especially with Turtwig's composed demeanor, leading one to believe it still had reserves of energy. Indeed, Turtwig has put in considerable effort. Mu Yu shrugged, non-committal. Students number 18, Lu Liang, and number 23, Lu Mongbing, please proceed to Arena 8 for your match. Students number 18, Lu Liang, and number 23, Lu Mongbing, please proceed to Arena 8 for your match. Students number 18, Lu Liang, and number 23, Lu Mongbing, please proceed to Arena 8 for your match. You go, I'm off. Alright, good luck. In Arena 8, Mu Yu glanced at Lu Mongbing's Pokémon, a mere level 13 Rattata. Being a pure normal-type Pokémon, it was perfectly countered by the pure fighting type of his monkey Pokémon, and given the level disparity, it was clear that the battle would be devoid of suspense. As expected, once the referee announced the start of the match, the monkey Pokémon swiftly sprang beside Rattata, delivering 2 swift strikes that defeated it in an instant, so quickly that Lu Mongbing barely had time to react before the match concluded. As the 10 arenas engaged in battle simultaneously, the first round of elimination concluded in less than half an hour. Subsequently, the remaining 42 participants commenced the second round of eliminations. Mu Yu's opponent this time was an ordinary class student, whose Pokémon was a level 14 Pidgey. Despite the type advantage, it was still effortlessly carried away by the formidable strength and level suppression of the Turtwig. Similarly, on Lu Liang's side, his Monferno, relying on solid fundamentals, encountered no formidable adversaries and also cruised through. An hour later, only 6 students remained on the field, including Mu Yu and Lu Liang, vying for the final spots representing their schools. Notably, a spirited youth named Wang Yin had also made it to the finals, which took Mu Yu by surprise. However, upon inspecting the panel for the Geodude, Mu Yu found it rather unsurprising for him to reach the finals, considering his exuberant enthusiasm, albeit a tad over the top. Pokémon, Geodude. Type, Rock Ground. Gender, male. Level, 18 normal. Ability, sturdy, will endure even fatal damage. Moves, Tackle, Defense Curl, Mud Slap, Magnitude, Rock Polish, Rollout, Rock Slide, Feint Attack. Tutor moves, none. Inherited moves, Rage. Potential, Elite. In the first match of the finals, Wang Yin faced Lu Bo. With the finals underway, the previously drawn numbers became irrelevant, and the battles shifted from multiple arenas to a highly anticipated single arena showdown. While it might be an exaggeration to say it was under the spotlight of thousands, there were certainly around 100 staff and teachers present, despite many having been eliminated. Their curiosity about who would seize the opportunity to represent their school kept them in attendance. Go, my rock lord. Show them the bond we share. Wang Yan's unabashedly dramatic proclamation left the nearby referee feeling somewhat awkward. Go, Fire Mouse. Even Lu Bo was momentarily caught off guard by Wang Yan's embarrassingly exuberant declaration. Pokémon, Fire Mouse. Type, Fire. Gender, male. Level, 18 normal. Ability, Blaze. Power of Fire-type moves increases when health is low. Moves, Tackle, Leer, Smokescreen, Ember, Quick Attack. Tutor moves, none. Inherited moves, none. Potential, Veteran. The pure Fire-type Fire Mouse not only suffered double damage from Rock-type moves, but also from Ground-type moves. And Fire-type attacks against Rock-type Pokémon dealt only half damage. Furthermore, this Fire Mouse lacked any Fighting-type moves, making it highly likely that Geodude would secure a spot. As expected, despite Wang Yan's loud and boisterous demeanor, once the battle commenced, he displayed commendable battle awareness. Within just a few rounds, Geodude had established an undeniable advantage. That's right. My Rock Lord. Let us unleash our fiery spirit and finish him with a feint attack. Hey cha, bang. With the final blow delivered, Fire Mouse was undoubtedly defeated. However, what troubled Lu Bo more than his loss was the sheer lack of shame exhibited by his opponent, making him feel as though he were not engaged in a Pokémon battle, but rather on a street corner, dressed in outlandish attire, being pointed at by onlookers. Quite frankly, Lu Bo would have preferred not making it to the finals rather than having to face this shameless individual again. Phew. I declare Wang Yin the victor. The referee took a deep breath, managing to suppress an inexplicable sense of embarrassment as he announced the result. Yay, we made it to the finals. My Rock Lord, this is our bond. Hey cha. Geodude, with tears of joy, embraced Wang Yin in celebration. Could you please step down to celebrate? the referee said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, sure, uncle. Wang Yin responded eagerly, leading Geodude away from the battleground. With the source of awkwardness finally departing, the referee let out a sigh of relief and proclaimed, now, for the second match of the finals, Lu Liang versus Yu Li. Yu Li was a student from the ordinary class, yet by her side was an 18-level Squirtle, which had inherited the move Detect. It seemed to have evolved from the batch of Squirtless that Mu Yu had observed at the breeding center previously. There was no clear type advantage between the water-type Squirtle and the fighting-type Monferno, and with their levels being comparable, the outcome would hinge on their command and the mastery of their respective moves. Ally, use Fake Out after feigning an attack. Squirtle, withdraw into your shell. Fake Out frustrates the opponent, causing confusion, but greatly increases the opponent's attack. Withdraw retracts into the shell, boosting its own defense. Hugga, hugga. Monferno waved its limbs around, making provocative gestures while chattering incessantly, though the content of its speech was lost to the audience. It was evident that Squirtle's blue skin was visibly reddening with irritation, as the symbol of annoyance appeared on its forehead. Squirtle. Provoked, Squirtle shimmered with white light, charging fiercely at Monferno. In its rage, Squirtle unleashed a tackle. Seeing this, Yu Li did not intervene. Although Squirtle's physical attack was not particularly high, the boost from Fake Out enhanced its offensive capabilities, making it worthwhile to execute an attack. However, she overlooked the fact that while Fake Out incited anger, the crucial aspect was the resultant confusion. As expected, noticing Yu Li's inaction, Lu Liang's eyes widened in realization as he shouted, now, ally, use the most powerful Thunder Punch. What? Hearing Lu Liang's command, Yu Li's expression drastically changed. She had never anticipated that, after merely 6 months of training, Monferno would not only be at a higher level, but also have the capacity to learn new moves. Hugga. Monferno's right hand crackled with golden electricity, its sharp gaze locking onto the charging Squirtle. With a swift motion, it sidestepped Squirtle's sluggish attack, a consequence of its confusion, and unleashed a powerful electrified punch directly onto Squirtle's head. Bang! The effect was extraordinary. Don't give her a moment to breathe. Use consecutive Fake Outs. Aware of the potential for failure in Monferno's Thunder Punch due to its low proficiency, Lu Liang promptly commanded Monferno to utilize its most mastered move, Fake Out, aiming to finish Squirtle while it remained in a confused state. Bang! 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 Squirtle. Watching her Squirtle being mercilessly pummeled, Yu Li cried out in distress, her eyes welling with tears. As a newcomer participating in her first competition, she felt little during the victories, but the brutal beating stirred her emotions profoundly. Regrettably, no matter how much Yu Li shouted, Squirtle was powerless against Monferno's relentless assault. Ultimately, amidst the referee's announcement, Lu Liang secured one of the 3 coveted spots. The traitorous dragon type, Qian Mian Niao. Chapter 35, The Struggle Among the Grass-type Starters. This fellow, Lu Liang, has raised an impressive Monferno, which has even learned Thunder Punch. Indeed, I never expected even Yu Li's evolved Squirtle to be defeated. As Lu Liang made his way back to the resting area, murmurs arose among the audience. Everyone marvels at the formidable strength of the monkey monster cultivated by Lu Liang. Yet few mention his own robust physique. Firstly, as a student of the school, everyone is already familiar with the towering figure of Lu Liang, who stands nearly 2 meters tall, leaving little room for astonishment. Secondly, this world is unlike the one from Mu Yu's previous life. In a realm where nearly everyone possesses Pokémon, the individual combat prowess of humans is severely diminished. Even world champions in martial arts find it challenging to withstand the full force of elite Pokémon. Indeed, when it comes to psychic or ghost-type Pokémon, which possess particularly enigmatic abilities, even professionals could face fatal consequences. Even the reigning champion of the Northeast region, known as the Black Arm King, who boasts the capability to engage in hand-to-hand combat with gym-level Pokémon, can only compete against those Pokémon that refrain from unleashing their abilities. If Pokémon were allowed to attack freely, the frail human body would be utterly incapable of enduring the assault. Thus, despite Lu Liang's imposing physique, it merely elicits a momentary surprise from those who wield Pokémon. Now, we proceed to the final match of the qualification tournament, where Mu Yu faces off against Sun Shun. Sun Shun, also a student from the ordinary class, is accompanied by a second-stage evolution of a vine snake. Pokémon, vine snake. Type, grass. Gender, male. Level, 19, ordinary. Ability, overgrow. When health decreases to a certain level, the power of grass-type moves is enhanced. Moves, tackle, bind, leer, vine whip, growth, grass mixer. Tutor move, protect. Inherited move, none. Potential, elite. Unlike Lee's Squirtle, this vine snake has already reached level 19. And the experience bar indicates that it is not far from reaching the professional level threshold. This illustrates that many students from the ordinary class supported by their family's financial resources, progress at a much quicker pace compared to those in the elite class who barely obtained their initial Pokémon based on academic performance. However, this does not imply that the elite class students are weak. While their starting point may be lower than that of their affluent peers, their exceptional learning abilities and the school's resource support provide them with ample opportunity to catch up after gaining admission to Pokémon academies. Furthermore, with outstanding personal attributes, they might even attract the attention of teachers or the school, leading to increased training opportunities, an advantage far superior to that enjoyed by slightly wealthier families in smaller cities. Let both parties release their Pokémon. With the referee's command, both the forest turtle and the vine snake appeared on the battlefield as second-stage grass-type starters. Neither possesses a type advantage over the other, and their base stats are closely matched. Thus, the outcome of the battle largely hinges on the tactical acumen of both trainers. Of course, this is merely the perspective of outsiders. In reality, the equipped and high-level forest turtle is already beyond the reach of an ordinary opponent. Both competitors are ready. The battle commences. Vine snake, use Leer. Almost instantaneously upon the referee's announcement, Sun Shin promptly issued the command. Through the previous rounds of combat, Sun Shin noted that the forest turtle primarily adopted a defensive counterattack strategy, relying on its high defense to charge up and unleash a powerful strike to incapacitate its opponent. Consequently, to diminish the forest turtle's defense, Sun Shin initiated with a Leer. As for how to counter the forest turtle's attacks, Sun Shin was confident that his own starter, with equally commendable defenses, would not be easily defeated. Moreover, having trained at the gym for a month, the vine snake had mastered the move Protect, which could provide a crucial opportunity for a comeback. Charge up. Observing the vine snake spread its legs, its upper body slightly leaning forward, eyes wide open as it gazed at the forest turtle, Muyu calmly remarked, as if unfazed, humph. The forest turtle, receiving the command, paid no heed to the faint, diminishing sensation of its defense. The Leer move, employed by an ordinary level vine snake, was inherently less effective due to the level discrepancy. Furthermore, whether due to a lack of proficiency in the move or the forest turtle's enhanced defenses from its equipment, the Leer that was supposed to lower the opponent's defense by one stage felt utterly ineffective, as the forest turtle did not perceive any significant weakening of its defenses. Excellent. After the vine snake grew, unleashed the maximum power of Vine Whip. Seeing the forest turtle unaffected by the Leer, Sun Shin smirked and continued to command. Growth causes the body to enlarge, increasing both attack and special attack. As for why he chose Vine Whip over the more potent Grass Mixer, it was simply because the vine snake had greater proficiency with Vine Whip, and since Leer reduces physical defense, while Grass Mixer is a special attack, the less proficient Grass Mixer would be less effective compared to Vine Whip. Moreover, if controlled correctly, Vine Whip could execute multiple strikes, resulting in considerable damage. Unleash. Noting that Sun Shin had directed the vine snake to use growth, Muyu wasted no time in issuing his own command. Humph. A grayish-white energy beam, representative of the normal type, erupted from the forest turtle's mouth, swiftly striking the green form of the vine snake in the blink of an eye. Boom. The vine snake, seizing the opportunity while the forest turtle had just completed its move and was unable to evade, quickly executed Vine Whip. Confident that the vine snake could withstand the attack, Sun Shin opted not to have it use Protect, but instead prepared for a swift counterattack before the dust settled. However, after a considerable wait, the green Vine Whip failed to emerge from the smoke. Only when the haze dissipated did he realize that the vine snake had already lost the ability to battle. Lying defeated on the arena, I declare, the vine snake is unable to battle. In this match, Muyu is victorious. Following the referee's verdict, Sun Shin, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, stood there in a daze. He could not fathom why his vine snake, also a defensive grass-type starter, could not withstand even a single blow from the opponent. He regretted not having played it safe. Had he used Protect, he could have unleashed a powered-up Vine Whip to defeat the weakened forest turtle. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the impact of Leer was nearly negligible, and the enhanced Vine Whip could barely harm the forest turtle. Impressive. Truly deserving of the top rank in the year. Even the Pokémon he nurtures exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. Who would have thought? Even Sun Shin faced defeat. Indeed, it is said that Sun Shin's vine snake had even trained at the gym for a period, yet it was still taken down in a single blow. What a tragic outcome. After the battle concluded, a cacophony of discussions erupted in the audience. Many might have anticipated Muyu's victory, as he had breezed through his matches. But they were astonished that even against an opponent of seemingly equal strength, he triumphed so effortlessly. All right, the competition has ended. The 3 students who secured their spots, please remain. The rest may return to the classroom. Gem Starfish. Chapter 36. Pine Club, Drawing Lots. Following the teacher's announcement regarding the selection competition scheduled in 3 days, Muyu and the other 2 were dismissed. In order to allow them ample preparation time, the school granted them a 3-day break. After parting ways with Lu Liang and Wang Yan, Muyu made his way to the familiar corner of the park where he usually trained to commence his daily regimen. As the day of competition with the top students from other schools approached, Muyu diligently honed the skills he had recently acquired with his Trevenant to a level of mastery. The following 2 days were filled with routine training as they awaited the imminent contest. Before long, the 12th day of the lunar month arrived, marking the day of the citywide selection competition. Early in the morning, Muyu and his companions gathered at school, accompanied by their homeroom teacher, Songyu, and a teacher responsible for coordinating the event. They made their way to the Qingsong Club, the largest battle training facility in the city. This so-called club resembled the sports arenas of the past, serving as a venue for battles among trainers in the city. After all, enhancing a Pokémon's combat prowess requires more than just diligent training. Battle experience and the ability to seize opportunities are equally vital. However, engaging in battles indiscriminately can lead to significant damage and affect those nearby, thus giving rise to the need for such clubs. Within this establishment, various battle arenas are available where trainers can engage in random matches with unfamiliar opponents of similar skill levels or request targeted instructional battles with the club's battle coaches. Of course, these services are not complimentary. While merely renting a battle space is relatively affordable, the cost can range from hundreds to thousands, depending on the levels of the Pokémon involved. However, if one wishes to enlist a coach for battle training, the price can multiply several times. Many seasoned trainers, who for various reasons choose not to train in secret realms, opt to join local clubs for practice. Although the potential for sudden wealth is slim, the stability it offers is appealing. Those willing to sign long-term coaching contracts with the club can even secure a decent base salary along with higher commissions. In contrast, short-term contracts typically provide only a modest base salary and a limited commission. In fact, prior to the existence of the system, Muyu had contemplated whether to work as a club coach for a while after graduating from university. Such short-term coaching positions do not demand high qualifications, requiring only proof of the corresponding trainer level. Typically, these short-term coaches are assigned ordinary battle tasks rather than more demanding practice assignments. These ordinary battle tasks merely require one to engage in standard battles without the expectation of identifying an opponent's weaknesses or suggesting improvements. Thus, while earning extra income, one can simultaneously enhance their own battle experience, though the compensation is minimal, consisting of only a small commission. As various school representatives filled the club during these days, Sonya remarked, "If you are interested, feel free to return in a few days." Due to the organization of the citywide selection, the Municipal Education Bureau had also rented the largest club in Qingsong City. Let us proceed to register, and then someone will guide you to draw your battle numbers. Following Songyu, the trio arrived at a registration desk where the required information was straightforward: the name of the school, their names, and the names of the Pokémon they intended to use, followed by a number drawing process akin to that at their school. The entire procedure mirrored that of their institution. Save for the slightly larger crowd, Muyu estimated there were over 100 participants. The competition was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon, allowing for independent activities during lunchtime. If you wish to eat, you may dine at the club's restaurant free of charge, announced the staff at the registration desk. Such a crowd. This time, I must make my mark and establish the reputation of my Rock Lord as the first step towards claiming the Provincial League Championship, exclaimed Wang Yan, suddenly invigorated and clenching his fists. Observing Wang Yan's typical exuberance, Muyu quietly stepped out of the line, leaving Songyu and Lu Liang to endure the curious stares of passers-by. As Muyu wandered through the club, taking in the surroundings, he suddenly halted. Before him stood a Pokémon resembling a small, plush mouse, with 2 horns protruding from its head, short limbs, and a round body adorned with a hard shell, predominantly green and brown in hue. It was one of the grass-type starter Pokémon, akin to his Trevenant. Pokémon, Pansage. Type, grass. Gender, female. Level, 21, 2240, professional grade. Ability, overgrow. When HP drops below a certain threshold, the power of grass-type moves increases. Moves, tackle, proficient. Growl, proficient. Rollout, proficient. Bite, proficient. Vine whip, proficient. Spike arm, proficient. Leech seed, proficient. Pin missile, beginner. Learn moves, protect, proficient. Thunder punch, proficient. Stomp, proficient. Inherited move, round, proficient. Potential, gym level. Proficiency levels, beginner, proficient, mastery, expertise, perfection, transcendence. This was Muyu's first encounter with a peer possessing a professional grade Pokémon. Not only did it exhibit gym level potential, but it had also learned 3 skills: protect, thunder punch, and stomp, within a mere 6 months, thereby enhancing its survivability while also strengthening its offensive capabilities against opposing types. Coupled with the array of proficient skills displayed, it was hardly indicative of a novice Pokémon. That handsome guy has been staring at you. teased a stylishly dressed girl with short hair, nudging her friend who wore a simple white t-shirt, which failed to conceal her adorable features. It seems RE truly possesses charm, unlike me, who attracts no attention. Not at all. I have nothing worth looking at, the bashful girl, E, glanced at Muyu, who was meticulously observing Panzage, before quickly turning away, shyly retreating into herself while blushing and awkwardly nudging her short-haired friend. Ha ha ha, our E is simply adorable. It's no wonder those pesky boys are enamored, the short-haired girl exclaimed, pulling E into an embrace and burying her face in E's shoulder as she laughed. As she departed, still holding onto E, she shot a provocative glance in Muyu's direction. Meanwhile, having just finished observing Panzage, Muyu raised his head only to see the short-haired girl embracing the downcast E, raising an eyebrow at him in a manner that seemed to challenge him. Confused, Muyu ignored them, casting a casual glance at the two girls before heading towards the cafeteria to see what was for lunch. Humph, a coward with lustful eyes, yet no courage. Zhongdan, believing Muyu had been intimidated into retreating, smugly declared as he turned away. Panzage, his own Panzage, observing its shy owner and her friend, tilted its head in confusion, tightening, cough, nonsense. Chapter 37, Contest for Slots. The Finals. Brother you, when did you run off? Lu Liang, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead due to embarrassment, looked at Muyu with a hint of grievance. Run? I merely went to scout the competition and assess the strength of the other school's contestants, Muyu asserted with righteous conviction. Upon hearing the phrase scouting the competition, Wang Yan, who had been hastily consuming his meal, slowed down and discreetly perked up his ears, eager to catch any noteworthy information. From my observations, there are only 3 particularly strong individuals you should be wary of. As long as you avoid them, you should secure one of the 10 advancement slots. As he spoke, Muyu described the general characteristics of the 3 competitors who posed a threat to them. Among them naturally stands Lu Yi, who possesses the plump and robust Hallie. As for the other 2, although they have yet to reach a professional level, they are both at the pinnacle of the ordinary tier and possess attributes that counter their opponents. Of course, these are merely the trainers who have released their Pokémon. Those who have not released theirs remain unseen by Muyu, even through the confines of their Pokeballs. Soon after lunch, the trio followed Song Yu leisurely towards the audience stands. Fortunately, perhaps due to the fullness from their meal and the blood settling in their stomachs, Wang Yin did not engage in any conspicuous antics this time. However, due to his performance in the morning, Muyu could still hear whispers and occasional light laughter from those around him as they made their way. The afternoon's municipal selection tournament bore no significant difference from the previous school selection tournament in terms of overall format. The first 3 rounds remained as ruthless elimination rounds, meaning that out of the 120 participants from 40 schools, 105 would be directly eliminated, leaving the remaining 15 to draw a bye and compete for the last 3 spots against the 7 who failed. Notably, despite the club's spacious venue capable of hosting over 20 matches simultaneously, the limited number of referees from the Municipal Education Bureau meant that only 5 matches could occur at once. Consequently, the entire tournament, including the afternoon of the first day, was expected to span approximately 3 days. Regarding accommodations, since all participants hailed from Chingsong City, they could either return home after the competition or opt to stay temporarily at the club's available staff accommodations for a couple of nights. Contestant No. 1XX and contestant number 120XX, please proceed to arena number 1 for battle. With the announcement, the elimination rounds officially commenced. As Muyu drew number 57, he felt no urgency and took the opportunity to observe the information of other contestants' Pokémon. After a thorough glance, aside from the initially spotted professional level Hallie, he also noticed a professional level Diluvi. Though its level was 1 tier below Hallie, it had nonetheless reached the professional threshold of level 20, held by the short-haired girl accompanying Lu Yi. However, compared to Hallie's gym level potential, this Diluvi possessed only elite level potential, which, for an average trainer, was still quite impressive, especially since Diluvi is not one of the commonly high-aptitude starter Pokémon. Beyond these 2 professional level Pokémon, the majority were at levels ranging from 17 to 19. Fang. The victor is contestant number 57 Muyu. In arena number 3, Muyu effortlessly dispatched his opponent's BB Bird with a powerful charge and spray. Wow, Dandan. Look at that guy Muyu. His Turtwig is so impressive, it seems even stronger than Hallie, exclaimed Lu Yi in surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment as she sat beside Zheng Dandan. This was her first encounter with a peer, aside from Zheng Dandan, who had cultivated a Pokémon to the professional level. Indeed, possessing a professional level Hallie and having encountered numerous seasoned, elite, and even gym-level Pokémon, she could discern that Turtwig was far from ordinary. Yet what does that matter? The grass-type Turtwig stands no chance against my Diluvi, scoffed Zheng Dandan, wrapping her arm around Lu Yi. Soon enough, as the final battle concluded, a total of 60 contestants were eliminated, leaving the club's arena in a state of disrepair. If not for the club's ample facilities allowing for simultaneous repairs and battles in other arenas, the afternoon would scarcely have sufficed to conclude the first round of eliminations. After all, each individual here was among the top students of their respective schools, and each battle inevitably caused some degree of damage to the arena. Unlike the previous school selection where many participants hadn't even surpassed level 15 and lacked mastery over their skills. As the battles continued, the remaining contestants' Pokémon were all at levels 18 or 19 and possessed a firm grasp of their abilities. Following the matches, the damage to the arenas became increasingly severe. And it wasn't until late afternoon on the second day that the 15 advancing contestants were finally determined. Notably, the soul buy was drawn by the middle schooler Wang Yan, who, in his exuberance, laughed uproariously on the field, proclaiming himself the child of destiny, much to the chagrin of Song Yu, the supervising teacher, whose expression darkened under the curious gazes of onlookers. On the morning of the third day, the final battle to determine the provincial league spots commenced. The first advancement match featured contestant number 11 Zheng Dandan against contestant number 57 Mu Yu. Indeed, it was the short-haired girl who was one of only two to possess a professional-level Pokémon. With a pop, the red and white balls opened, revealing Turtwig and Diluvi standing at opposite ends of the training field. Pokémon Diluvi. Type, Dark Fire. Gender, male. Level, 20, professional. Ability, Blaze. When hit by Fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames, enhancing its own Fire-type move power. Moves, Tackle, Scary Face, Howl, Odor Sleuth, Roar, Ember, Smog, Bite. Top move, Protect. Inherited move, Pursuit. Potential, Elite. Kid, it's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, my Diluvi 1T hold back. Zheng Dandan, standing behind Diluvi, taunted with a mocking expression. Oh, what are you even saying? You brat. Seeing Mu Yu's calm demeanor and nonchalant tone, Zheng Dandan became increasingly frustrated, as if she were punching air. Please remain calm, contestant. If you continue with verbal attacks, you will be disqualified, warned the referee, blowing his whistle. Got it, how annoying. Zheng Dandan huffed, furrowing her brow. Now, may both contestants prepare, the match begins. Diluvi, use Smog to obscure his vision. Woof woof woof. Following the command, Diluvi inflated its abdomen, and a ball of purplish-black mist shot from its mouth, striking the center of the arena, where it gradually spread. Smog blows dirty, thick fog toward the opponent, with a chance to inflict a poison status. Plump Fish. Chapter 38. Mu Yu vs. Zheng Dandan. Charge up. No matter the myriad changes, I remain steadfast. As usual, Mu Yu instructed Turtwig to charge up right from the outset. Perhaps the opponent aimed to poison Turtwig gradually to wear down its stamina. However, with the Dragon's Claw ability, Turtwig could passively recover enough to ignore the negative effects of the Smog's toxins. In fact, the small yet dense damage from the Smog could aid Turtwig in quickly stacking its Titan resolve. It could be said that as time progressed, Turtwig would not weaken. Instead, it would evolve into a monster surpassing its peers in potential. However, it was evident that Zheng Dandan was not one to employ mere dirty tactics. Diluvi, use Odor Sleuth to locate Turtwig, then follow up with Ember, she commanded, intending to disperse the Smog with Leaf Tornado. Since the opponent did not plan to waste time with underhanded tactics, Mu Yu would not remain foolishly stationary, ordering Turtwig to consume the charged energy ball, further boosting its defenses while continuously restoring its health. With the command, Turtwig swiftly gulped down the energy ball, mobilizing the grass-type energy within, while the miracle seed stored on its back instinctively gathered energy, enhancing the power of its forthcoming grass-type moves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of over a dozen emerald-hued leaves, slicing through the air, swiftly pierced the purplish-black mist that enveloped the arena. As the fluttering leaves stirred the air, several holes of varying sizes appeared in the thick fog. Though small, they were sufficient for the Turtwig to glimpse the Darumaka on the opposite side, its nose twitching. Is this the mastery level of Leaf Blade? Sitting in the audience, Song Yu watched as Turtwig effortlessly unleashed dozens of Leaf Blade attacks, murmuring hesitantly to himself. It is well known that the performances corresponding to each proficiency level of the commonly seen grass-type move, Leaf Blade, have been thoroughly researched. As a seasoned educator, Song Yu naturally possessed an understanding of these commonplace attribute skills. Yet, it was precisely this knowledge that left him feeling incredulous. Mastery-level skills typically manifest in the hands of seasoned trainers, rarely pursued to such heights by the youth. Even if wielded by a university student, one would certainly marvel, let alone a high school student with merely half a year of training. The last time he encountered a genius of such caliber was during his university days, when a captain led their team in the National College Pokémon Tournament, now one of the Steel-type Elite Four in the Northeast. Truly, the world of prodigies is astonishing. Reflecting on Mu Yu's profile, Song Yu couldn't help but sigh. Geniuses cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. Unlike the experienced Song Yu, The other students lacked a clear grasp of skill proficiency and effectiveness. However, they could still discern, from the sheer quantity and power, the formidable prowess of Turtwig's leaf blade. Use Spark. Upon seeing the effect of the obscured vision dissipate, Zhang Dan decisively commanded. Woof! A ball of orange-red flame, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, slowly coalesced from Darumaka's mouth before shattering into marble-sized fragments, shooting forth in Turtwig's direction. Hold your ground. Use Protect. As the spark approached, Turtwig swiftly erected a thin, transparent barrier at Mu Yu's command. The barrage of sparks, akin to a shotgun blast, was entirely repelled by the barrier, which did not even ripple due to the disparity in levels. Once the spark's power dissipated, Turtwig quickly mobilized the energy it had just absorbed. This time, the speed of energy mobilization was significantly quicker than the initial charge, coalescing into a grayish-white energy sphere in mere seconds. The rapid gathering was due to the mastery-level charge being able to extract the energy that had not been fully consumed upon absorption, making it appear faster than when first employed. Boom! A grayish-white energy beam struck Darumaka, who was caught off guard. Woof! In pain. Darumaka let out a pained cry. Darumaka. Witnessing Darumaka's injury, Zhang Dan's expression shifted to one of panic, but she quickly steadied herself. Darumaka, hold on. Unleash your strongest spark. With its balance wavering, Darumaka, upon hearing Zhang Dan's voice, managed to open its bleary eyes and, with a surge of effort, steadied itself. Yet, before it could gather fire-type energy in its mouth again, Mu Yu's voice rang out once more. Leaf blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of a dozen razor-sharp leaves, radiating an intimidating aura, rained down upon Darumaka's precarious form, causing it to collapse under the relentless assault. I declare the winner to be contestant number 57, Mu Yu. Following the referee's announcement, Zhang Dan rushed forward to cradle Darumaka, tenderly stroking its head with a pained expression. Casting a glance at the heartbroken Zhang Dan, who was cradling Darumaka, Mu Yu chose not to gloat or mock her for her earlier bravado. Instead, he turned away without a second glance. For him, the impotent fury of the defeated was far less appealing than a complimentary feast. Mu Yu, didn't you say she was one of the most formidable opponents? Why does it seem like you fought so effortlessly? Upon returning to the audience, Wang Yin inquired, puzzled. Is it possible that the threat you mentioned was directed at us? Before Mu Yu could respond, Lu Liang interjected with a hint of melancholy. Impossible. In the presence of this esteemed lord and the Stone Lord, all opponents are merely stepping stones on our path to victory. Wang Yin retorted defiantly. Ah, right. In response, Mu Yu merely shrugged, opting for silence. Hearing Mu Yu's affirmation left Wang Yin with an odd feeling, one he couldn't quite articulate, causing him discomfort. All right, focus on the match. The more information we gather, the better our chances. Song Yu interjected. Unlike Mu Yu, the others had to observe each match, drawing conclusions to ultimately assess their opponent's battle styles and common skills. Yes, teacher Song. Upon hearing Song Yu's words, Wang Yin promptly fell silent, not able to fly. Chapter 39, Departure to Evergreen City. In the subsequent matches, Lu Liang, with his meticulously trained Monferno, successfully secured a slot for the provincial competition after a hard-fought victory over a pinnacle-level stereo. However, Wang Yin was not as fortunate, facing off against Lu Yi, who possessed a professional-level Pokémon. Under the dual pressures of level and type disadvantage, no amount of fervor could conjure a miracle, and Wang Yin predictably found himself in the loser's bracket. Fortunately, during the revival match, he managed to secure one of the remaining 3 advancement slots without much peril. As did Zhang Dan. One could speculate that had Zhang Dan not encountered Mu Yu, even with an arsenal of skills, her bulky Snorlax might not have triumphed over Darumaka, given the type advantage. Congratulations to all for securing spots in the provincial tournament. A middle-aged man, resembling a leader, announced with a microphone. What followed was the usual array of obligatory speeches from the leadership. Although Mu Yu found it rather tedious, as a student, he could only sit through the formalities. Fortunately, perhaps due to the leader's eagerness to finish, the lengthy segment concluded swiftly. You will have 3 days of leisure. I will notify you of the specific assembly time and location in the group chat. After offering a few more words of advice, Song Yu departed with the Education Bureau personnel. Naturally, Mu Yu and his companions also left the club, each returning home. 3 days later, in Evergreen City. So this is the capital of our Evergreen province? It looks quite similar to Qingsong City, Wang Yin remarked from his seat on the bus, gazing out at the towering skyscrapers. Cities within the same province inevitably share architectural styles. Distinguishing factors go beyond mere appearances. Song Yu adjusted his glasses, implying a deeper meaning in his words. After 3 days of respite, Mu Yu and his companions boarded a bus from Qingsong City to Evergreen City early in the morning. Given the relatively short distance, the journey took just over 3 hours, arriving in Evergreen City close to noon. Despite being a large city, In terms of architectural style, most modern metropolises bear striking similarities, primarily differing in height, size, and opulence. For the next few days, we will be staying at the officially arranged hotel. Once we complete the check-in, you will have the freedom to explore. Remember, we gather downstairs tomorrow morning to head to the battle venue. Don't be late. After leading the trio to their designated floor, Song Yu instructed before turning to leave. You go, what should we do next? The indecisive Lu Liang inquired. Glancing at Mu Yu. First, after placing their luggage, I intend to head downstairs to observe the battle arena. I will join you, said Lu Liang, following Mu Yu's decision. As for Wang Yan, he had mysteriously departed alone shortly after Song Yu left. Let us go? Once their belongings were settled, the two of them took the elevator down to the hotel's basement level. Here, there exists a designated small battle arena for guests to engage in impromptu matches. However, unlike the club, the number of battle arenas here is limited, and there are insufficient referees, necessitating a certain waiting time. After surveying the area, Mu Yu noticed that there were not many youthful faces like his participating in the competition. Most were older guests engaged in battles, which thwarted his plans to gather information on his opponents in advance. Thus, after a brief exploration, Mu Yu and Lu Liang strolled around the nearby food street. It must be said that, in comparison to the small city of Qingsong, the snack street in Chongqing City offers a delightful variety of delicious foods, both in form and flavor. The following day, aboard a bus, the participating contestants arrived at a large convention center in Chongqing City. Unlike Qingsong City, which requires renting a club for competitions, Chongqing City, as the capital of Chongqing Province, boasts a venue specifically designed for official matches. Inside, there are not only the commonly seen small battle arenas, but also various specialized arenas, such as rocky fields strewn with boulders and grassy fields thick with shrubs. Following an utterly meaningless opening speech, they proceeded to the familiar drawing of lots. Unlike the prior two competitions, this provincial league randomly divided 100 participants from 10 cities into 10 groups for a round-robin tournament. The 3 individuals with the most victories in each group would earn a chance to advance. Those eliminated would naturally receive a 4th-tier prize of 10,000 Huaxia coins. Subsequently, the 30 advancing contestants would be divided into 5 groups, with each group of 6 continuing their round-robin matches, where the top 2 victors would progress. The eliminations from this stage would receive a 3rd-tier reward of 100,000 Huaxia coins. Ultimately, the final 10 would engage in one-on-one knockout matches to determine the top 3 eligible to choose from the 3 starter Pokémon. Given the ample number of arenas and referees, coupled with high-level ground and rock-type Pokémon available for venue repairs, the numerous matches did not consume excessive time. The first round of group eliminations would take approximately 3 days, averaging 3 matches per day, despite the high frequency, with the presence of advanced healing Pokémon. The generally ordinary and novice-level Pokémon were able to recover swiftly to their optimal states. Mu Yu drew the number C4, indicating he was in position 4 of the 3rd group, while Lu Liang and Wang Yan drew F4 and A6, respectively, meaning the 3 would not encounter one another until the finals. As for Lu Yi and Zheng Dan, they found themselves in the J and B groups, respectively. If Wang Yan were fortunate enough to advance, he would need to hope that his next opponent did not possess a professional-level Pokémon. Otherwise, he would be deprived of the chance to progress. Mu Yu's first opponent was a girl from C7, wielding an ordinary-level water monkey, which was swiftly dispatched by his Turtwig with a leaf blade. Throughout the entirety of Group C's matches, Mu Yu did not encounter any other professional-level Pokémon, although he did see several participants from other groups with such Pokémon. Yet, even those were not particularly formidable. The highest level among them barely reached level 22, a far cry from Mu Yu's prowess. This indicates that, despite being the provincial capital, Chongqing City does not consistently produce prodigies. Perhaps the overall level of trainers in Chongqing City surpasses that of other cities in the province, yet young trainers in any given year, if not part of a prominent family, do not significantly outshine their peers from other cities. Over the next 3 days, Mu Yu maintained a commanding presence and advanced as the top of his group. The Dreams of the Caterpie Lineage. Chapter 40. The second round of group matches. Lu Liang and Wang Yan also successfully progressed, despite each group having 1 professional-level Pokémon. Fortunately, there were 3 advancement spots available. In essence, acquiring advancement spots in the entire provincial league heavily relies on luck. At least Mu Yu observed several participants whose levels were comparable to Wang Yan, ultimately falling short due to stronger opponents within their groups. In fact, this competition for pure newcomers is not fundamentally about identifying the strongest. Rather, it aims to encourage newcomers to confront challenges bravely and to support promising talents in their growth. After all, if one were to assess raw strength, most ordinary trainers would be outmatched by those from families with high-level trainers, lacking in resources and battle experience. Following the conclusion of the first round of group eliminations, the tournament swiftly transitioned into the second round of group matches. Thanks to the dedicated healing Pokémon, the continuous battles over 3 days had little adverse effect. Although it may have spanned 3 days, the actual number of matches was merely 9. Please, both contestants, release your Pokémon. On the battlefield, Wang Yin stood opposite a boy with a buzz cut. As the referee's voice echoed, both launched their Pokeballs. With a resounding bang, bang, Wang Yan's familiar Onix emerged. While his opponent revealed a Charmeleon, its deep crimson body upright on its hind legs, with its tail ablaze in orange flames. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 22, Professional. Ability, Blaze, boosts the power of Fire-type moves when health is low. Moves, Tackle, Scratch, Roar, Smokescreen, Ember, Flame Fang. Top move, Dragon Rage. Inherited move, Air Slash. Potential, Gym level. This was the professional level Charmeleon at level 22 that Muyu had observed. As a first-generation starter, its evolved form, Charizard, is immensely popular, especially the infamous Charizard, known for taking on anyone without hesitation. However, that is a Charizard blessed by the protagonist's aura. The average Charizard cannot reach such heights. Moreover, the one facing Wang Yin was merely Charmeleon, its pre-evolution. Nevertheless, the level disparity placed Onix at a relative disadvantage. The only consolation was that this Charmeleon lacked fighting-type moves, whereas Onix possessed several rock and ground-type moves, providing a slim chance of victory if executed adeptly. Let the battle commence. Onix, use Rock Polish. With the referee's announcement, Wang Yin shouted, preparing to stack a buff. Although he may often appear absent-minded, he possesses an extraordinary observational acuity during battles. During the idle moments between fights over the past few days, he had not been idle. After each battle, he would observe the conditions of other trainers' Pokémon. While he did not follow others as he had with Muyu on that first day, through frequent battles, he had gleaned substantial information regarding formidable opponents, including the hot-tempered Charmeleon before him, known for closing the distance to unleash powerful close-range moves like Dragon Rage or Flame Fang. Charizard, charge forward and take care of it. Ignoring the Rockruff that was bolstered with status effects, the buzzcut man shouted confidently. After 3 days of battle, he was well aware of the threat posed by those opponents. They were merely insignificant nuisances that he could easily dispatch. Therefore, he had no intention of holding back, opting instead for the simplest strategy to overwhelm his adversaries. Roar. Following the command, Charizard exhaled 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils, then propelled itself towards Rockruff with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Rockruff was diligently utilizing the energy from the rock type to polish its own surface, attempting to reduce air resistance and enhance its speed. Sir Rock, roll to evade. Witnessing Charizard barreling towards them, Wang Yin directed Rockruff to execute the rolling strategy they had devised together. This was a technique he had been training for. Previously, Rockruff had been unable to endure the dizziness caused by prolonged rolling, which is why Wang Yin had refrained from employing it in battles. However, after additional training during the selection phase, Rockruff could now withstand about 5 minutes of dizziness, significantly amplifying the power of the rolling move. Rolling, curling into a ball and colliding with the opponent as the rolling time increases. So does the speed and power of the skill. It could be said that as long as they could stack the speed of rolling, even a professionally ranked Pokémon above them would not stand a chance. Moreover, rolling was a rock-type skill, dealing double damage to the pure fire-type Charizard. Oh, this fellow actually devised such a strategy? In the audience, Muyu remarked with surprise as he observed Rockruff skillfully evading using rolling. He had always perceived Wang Yin as a simpleton, but he was now playing tactically. If executed correctly, there was indeed a chance to overpower that professionally ranked Charizard. After all, while professional ranks were stronger than ordinary ones, the disparity between a newly minted professional Pokémon and a peak ordinary Pokémon was not insurmountable. At the very least, the damage caused by type advantages was still considerable. Just hold on, Sir Rock. Watching as Charizard struggled to land a hit, Wang Yin felt the dawn of victory approaching and shouted with excitement. That damn creature is as slippery as a bar of soap. As he saw the rolling speed of his opponent increasing, the buzzcut man muttered angrily under his breath. Charizard, retreat to the corner. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he commanded loudly. Roar. For the first time feeling so cornered, Charizard glared fiercely at the rolling Rockruff before retreating to the corner of the battlefield. What is he planning? Observing Charizard's retreat, Wang Yin pondered aloud. Although Charizard could not reach Rockruff now, if it did not interfere, Rockruff would only increase its speed further. Never mind. Rockruff, maintain your position. Unable to comprehend the opponent's strategy, Wang Yin shook his head and continued. Since the unknown must be met with steadfastness, as long as the rolling accumulates, the opponent cannot stop it. Yugo, why is he making Charizard fall back? Isn't that just waiting to be defeated? Lu Yang asked, puzzled. He is taking a gamble. Muyu replied nonchalantly, eyeing the smoke screen skill in Charizard's skill panel. A gamble? Lu Liang scratched his head in confusion. Just watch, circumstances like this will arise again. At that time, we must be prepared to respond. Alright, you go. Chapter 41, Warning. Charizard, use smoke screen to envelop the battlefield. Once Charizard retreated to the corner, the buzzcut man immediately issued the command. Roar. Charizard's soft, pale belly suddenly inflated, and then a thick plume of black smoke erupted from its mouth, like a fire extinguisher releasing its safety valve. In just a few breaths, a thin layer of black smoke enveloped the entire battlefield, but Charizard did not cease its assault. It continued to expel black smoke, thickening the fog in the arena. This is bad. Alakazam, use Psychic. A middle-aged man in the guest seats, who happened to witness this scene, immediately threw a blue-red Ultra Ball. A Pokémon, entirely yellow with a gray half-armor on its upper body, sporting a fox-like face and wielding 2 spoons, materialized before the guests. Alakazam, following the command, Alakazam swiftly extended its spoons, channeling the vast psychic energy within its body, a brilliant blue light radiating from it, quickly enveloping the battlefield where Wang Yin and the buzzcut man were clashing. Charizard, let us go all out against him. Use Fire Fang. Almost simultaneously as Alakazam enveloped the battlefield with Psychic, a cruel grin formed on the buzzcut man's face as he shouted. Roar. Instantly, Charizard's mouth was adorned with several sharp fangs, ablaze with flames, which it sank into the thick black smoke. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds, reminiscent of ignited gas leaks, echoed throughout the arena. The thunderous explosions startled those who were just immersed in the battle, causing some to collapse in shock. This power is rather terrifying, isn't it? Observing the fiery explosions and the deafening sounds enveloping the battlefield, Muyu squinted slightly, muttering in astonishment. The destructive force of this chain explosion would likely overwhelm even a seasoned Pokémon caught at the center of the smoke, let alone a professionally ranked one. Rockruff and Charizard have simultaneously lost their combat abilities, resulting in a draw. After Alakazam's Psychic dissipated, the referee, glancing anxiously at the pockmarked battlefield, reflected on the narrow escape from disaster. Had it not been for Alakazam's timely release of Psychic, he might have faced severe injuries, if not death. After all, unlike the battling Pokémon, the referee stands on a slightly elevated platform to oversee the combat, ensuring they can observe the Pokémon's conditions. Humph. Hearing the referee's declaration, the buzzcut man snorted disdainfully and recalled Charizard. A warning to the competitors. The use of such dangerously powerful moves is prohibited. Any further infractions will result in disqualification. At the urging gaze of Alakazam's trainer, the referee issued a stern warning. Though he did not believe Charizard was fit to continue competing, a warning was still warranted. In typical competitions, restrictions are not overly stringent, as Pokémon inherently possess a near-death protection mechanism, which is central to the popularity of Pokémon battles. Nonetheless, cases of injury or even death do occur in Pokémon battles. For instance, a Pokémon may trigger its near-death protection, yet stubbornly endure a fainting state, ultimately succumbing to misfortune. Such occurrences are rare, as most Pokémon cannot withstand them. However, the kind of continuous smoke expulsion followed by a fiery explosion is entirely different. Not only do chain explosions pose a lethal risk to Pokémon in a near-death state, but they also endanger the referees, making them strictly forbidden. Only in large-scale events, protected by specialized energy shields or held in expansive battle arenas, can unrestricted battles occur. After all, competitions are not mere street fights. The ultimate goal is victory, not life and death. I understand. The buzzcut man expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Lord Stone, are you alright? In stark contrast to the apathetic demeanor of the buzzcut man regarding the state of the Pokémon, Wang Yin, regaining his composure, hurried onto the field. Scooping up the small Rockruff, which had already developed several cracks and was crumbling into debris, he anxiously exclaimed, quickly find a doctor. If we delay, it might lead to lasting repercussions. Observing Wang Yan's devastation, the referee kindly interjected with a reminder. Only upon hearing those words did Wang Yin snap back to reality, disregarding the need to return the Rockruff to its Pokeball, and instead, he cradled it in his arms and rushed towards the medical room. Brother Yu, is Wang Yan's Rockruff going to be alright? Lu Liang inquired from the audience, his voice tinged with concern. Rest assured, even if a Pokémon of ordinary caliber sustains significant injuries, the officials can usually provide adequate care. However, considering Rockruff's current condition, it will likely require a period of recuperation and will be unable to continue competing, Muyu analyzed calmly, squinting at the sight of the Rockruff's damaged form. Rock-type Pokémon, typically composed of solid rock, possess formidable defenses, making them resistant to injuries. However, when their bodies do incur damage, it signifies a severe threat to their well-being. Conventional treatments often prove insufficient for complete recovery. They must rely on a diet of minerals and the passage of time to restore their damaged physique. Upon hearing Mu Yu's words, Lu Liang let out a sigh of relief. Although they had not known Wang Yin for long, they had formed a favorable impression of the earnest and somewhat single-minded individual. While he might be a bit clumsy, his heart is undeniably kind. Moreover, as comrades who had fought together, it was natural for them to feel concerned. That guy is truly ruthless. Even if Charizard is a fire-type Pokémon, it will likely be unable to compete in the upcoming matches. Who knows what his endgame is? Once assured that Wang Yin was unharmed, Lu Liang resumed his light-hearted critique of the buzzcut man. Such a reckless approach, akin to a mutually assured destruction strategy, could sever a Pokémon's path to growth if not executed carefully. For some, Pokémon and firearms are indistinguishable, and consequently, in their hands, Pokémon often unleash far more terrifying powers. Suddenly, Song Yu interjected. Remember, when encountering such individuals, you must keep your distance. You never know when you might be caught in the crossfire. As he spoke, a fleeting expression of pain crossed Song Yu's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Lu Liang nodded thoughtfully in response. Observing the evidently storied Song Yu, Mu Yu refrained from inquiring further. It was clear that their teacher had encountered such ruthless individuals before, prompting him to issue this warning. Mu Yu wholeheartedly agreed with Song Yu's sentiments. In his heart, Pokémon represented the purest and most endearing of beings. He was indifferent to how others treated their Pokémon. For him, they were not only battle companions, but also the closest of family. Images are typically placed near the data-eyes prompts, specifically where it states, Pokémon, name. Occasionally, I will include interesting images in sections mentioning Pokémon names. Those interested can click to take a look. That is all. Dialga. Chapter 42, The Semi-Finals. Following Wang Yin and the buzzcut man's withdrawal due to injuries, the second round of the group stage swiftly approached its conclusion. With the absence of the formidable buzzcut man, Zheng Dan, advancing from groups A and B, easily secured one of the two coveted spots with his professional-grade Darumaka. Similarly, in groups C and D, Mu Yu, the only one possessing a professional-grade Pokémon, also advanced to the top 10 with a flawless record. Lu Yi from groups I and J mirrored this success. As for Lu Liang, he progressed to the top 10 with a single defeat, as there was only one competitor with a professional-grade Pokémon in groups E and F. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Liang's journey would likely end here, as among the remaining 10 competitors, there were as many as 6 who possessed professional-grade Pokémon. Predictably, in the 5th day of the elimination rounds, Lu Liang ultimately fell to a Scorpion Man wielding a professional-grade Scyther. Zheng Dan succumbed to a formidable professional-grade Squirtle. The final 5 comprised Mu Yu, Lu Yi, the Scyther's trainer, the Squirtle's trainer, and a professional-grade Nidoqueen. As the rewards for places 4 through 10 were identical, the losers had no need for a resurrection match. After a round of random draws, Mu Yu faced off against the Squirtle, the Scyther confronted the Nidoqueen, while Lu Yi fortuitously drew a bye. Please prepare yourselves. The ever-familiar opening remarks echoed, as the Trico and Squirtle took their places at opposite ends of the battlefield. The referee announced the commencement of the match. Pokémon, Squirtle. Type, Water. Gender, Male. Level, 20, Professional. Ability, Torrent. The power of Water-type moves increases when health falls below a certain threshold. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Withdraw, Water Gun, Bubble Bite. Professor's move, Rapid Spin. Inherited move, Mist. Potential, Gym Leader level. It was evident that this Squirtle, in terms of level, potential, and the variety and proficiency of its skills, was significantly stronger than the Squirtle Mu you had encountered at school. Nonetheless, even with these advantages, the type disadvantage inherently placed Squirtle at a disadvantage. Squirtle, use Tail Whip, commanded the Squirtle's trainer. Squirtle, Squirtle. Following the command, the Squirtle swiftly gathered energy in its wave-like azure tail, and a subtle force began to erode Trico's defenses. Unfortunately, the expression on Trico's face revealed that the effect was far from significant. Trico Leaf Blade, recognizing the type advantage, Mu Yu did not opt for a typical power-up approach, but instead decided to swiftly eliminate his opponent with a decisive move. A flurry of green leaves spiraled forth, striking Squirtle directly while it was still wagging its tail, initially intending to lower Trico's defense with Tail Whip as it charged up, then to utilize Withdraw to bolster its own defenses against Trico's anticipated Water Gun or the subsequent Leaf Blade. Squirtle was caught completely off guard by Mu Yu's choice to initiate with Leaf Blade. Squirtle, without the benefit of a defensive boost. Squirtle was severely injured by Trico's Leaf Blade. Were it not for Squirtle's naturally high defense and its training focused on defensive techniques, that blow might have rendered Squirtle completely incapacitated. Let us finish this. However, before Squirtle could catch its breath, Leaf Blade struck again. This time Squirtle, still reeling from the previous blow, lost its ability to continue fighting and collapsed. Squirtle is unable to battle. I declare Mu Yu the victor. The match, which had been anticipated to be a fierce showdown, concluded in less than a minute. This Trico has been nurtured remarkably well. Its cultivation level and skill proficiency are exceptionally high, remarked a middle-aged man sporting a goatee from the guest seating. Indeed, at this level, even if it were to participate in a major exam, it would likely secure the top spot. Truly, the youth are formidable, remarked another trainer who had released a ho-oh. Once the competition concludes, those enrollment officers will likely swarm like cats catching a whiff of fish, clamoring to recruit it. It's bound to possess at least 1 or 2 gym leader-level potential Pokémon. How splendid! If he were to maintain such momentum during the college entrance examination, one could hardly dismiss the possibility that someone might be willing to offer the progeny of a champion as a bargaining chip, a prospect that many could only dream of achieving in their lifetime. The spectators in the guest seats were momentarily filled with profound sentiments. Unlike them, who had toiled for the better part of their lives to attain merely a few gym-level Pokémon, the thought of possessing a champion-level Pokémon was beyond their wildest imaginations. After Muyu's battle concluded, it was time for Nidoking and Scyther to face off. The pure poison-type Nidoking found itself at a significant disadvantage against the ground-type Scyther, especially considering Scyther's ability to briefly take flight. As Muyu had anticipated, at this current stage, the Pokémon, with their relatively low levels and scant skills, were heavily influenced by type advantages and the ability to hover, which could decisively sway the outcome of the battle. Ultimately, the final showdown would be between Muyu, Lu Yi, and Scyther in a contest for the championship, runner-up, and third place. Since Lu Yi had a bye in the previous round, this time it was Muyu and Scyther who drew lots for the bye. Perhaps blessed by Lady Luck, Muyu fortuitously drew the bye, securing a guaranteed second place. Although the bye was not of great significance to him, drawing a favorable lot nonetheless brought him considerable joy. Please prepare, both competitors. After Muyu took his seat in the audience, the referee announced the battle between Lu Yi and Scyther. Pokémon, Scyther. Type, ground flying. Gender, male. Level, 21, professional level. Ability, Hyper Cutter, a powerful claw that prevents the opponent from lowering its attack. Moves, Tackle, Harden, Quick Attack, Poison Sting, Sand Attack, Fury Cutter, Knock Off, Critical Hit. Top move, Rock Slide. Inherited move, Wing Attack. Potential, Gym level. Despite being a ground-flying Pokémon, Scyther's skill set bore little relation to its types, instead showcasing a plethora of skills from various other types. Whether it be bug, poison, or flying-type moves, these skills inflicted double damage upon the pure grass-type Bounsweet. While Bounsweet lacked any ice-type moves to counter Scyther, this meant Bounsweet would struggle to inflict substantial damage in a single hit against Scyther. From the outset, one could say Lu Yi was at an absolute disadvantage in this battle. Giratina. Chapter 43, The Championship Battle. Scyther, use Poison Sting. Bounsweet, use Vine Whip. Almost simultaneously with the referee's command, both competitors issued their instructions. 2 robust, emerald green vines sprouted from the sharp protrusions on Bounsweet's body, launching themselves towards the gliding Scyther overhead. Scyther, unfazed, keenly focused on the rapidly approaching Vine Whip, skillfully evaded the attack by utilizing the gust of wind generated by the vine's motion. It was evident that this Scyther had undergone considerable training in evasive maneuvers. How agile Scyther was, truly deserving of its ability to glide with the wind. Its sensitivity to airflow was remarkable. Witnessing Scyther's nimble movements, even Muyu couldn't help but silently commend it. Scyther, with its few weaknesses and high base stats, possessed a broad offensive capability and an exceptionally agile physique. Unfortunately, despite its agility, Scyther's base stats leaned more towards physical defense, yet ironically, its physical defense was not particularly high, rendering it somewhat awkwardly balanced. As Muyu pondered this, the two Pokémon gradually closed the distance in the arena. After navigating through several Vine Whips, Scyther positioned itself directly above Bounsweet, launching a barrage of purple-black poison stings formed from concentrated poison-type energy, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Faced with the incoming poison stings, Lu Yi did not dare to underestimate the threat, as poison-type moves differed from others. Once afflicted with poison, not only would it continuously sap one's vitality, but it could also hinder one's energy manipulation efficiency. Prolonged exposure to toxins could lead to irreversible and severe damage. This is precisely why many harbor a strong aversion to poison-type Pokémon. In the wild or in secret realms where timely medical assistance is unavailable, even if one could defeat an attacking poison-type Pokémon, the risk of succumbing to poison without immediate treatment could be a significant headache. A single misstep could mark the onset of tragedy. Bounsweet. Use Spike Arm to shatter the poison stings. Bounsweet. Bounsweet. Under Lu Yi's command, Bounsweet's arms shimmered with a white light as it swung its petite yet agile arms, shattering the incoming poison stings. Now, after that, use Fury Cutter. Seeing Bounsweet leap into the air and smash the poison stings, Scyther's trainer felt a surge of delight and promptly issued a command. Not good. Bounsweet, quickly use Protect. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yi could only hope that Bounsweet could successfully execute Protect while airborne. Otherwise, if it absorbed the incoming Fury Cutter, even with its decent physical defense, the damage would be considerable. Unfortunately, reality does not always align with one's expectations. Had Bounsweet mastered Protect, it might have been able to execute it in midair, but with only a basic level of proficiency, it was challenging to perform without a point of leverage. Bang, bang, bang. Bounsweet, as Scyther's mighty pincers, infused with dark-type energy, struck Bounsweet, the small Pokémon could not help but display a pained expression. It was evident that the blows inflicted indescribable agony upon it. Bang! With the final strike of Fury Cutter, Bounsweet was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What a pity! Observing Bounsweet, which now exhibited signs of defeat, Muyu felt a twinge of sympathy. Although Bounsweet faced a type disadvantage, this did not mean it was devoid of chances. However, the absence of a decisive move rendered effective offense exceedingly difficult. It could only rely on strategy or its limited combat experience to engage in a drawn-out struggle. Yet, it was merely a desperate fight for survival. Had Muyu been the one to train this Bounsweet, he would have never allowed it to distribute its training evenly across all skills. Instead, he would focus on honing one or two skills as its trump card. Much like Torterra, whose primary move was Leaf Blade, if faced with a type disadvantage, it could resort to using its normal type move, Tackle, as its main source of damage. While this might appear to be a limited approach, the high proficiency would suffice to handle the vast majority of scenarios. One could assert that, aside from steel types, Torterra would not inherently suffer from absolute disadvantages against any other type of Pokémon. As for steel types, whether it was after Torterra evolved into Torterra and gained the ground typing, or as it leveled up to learn more ground type moves, it would be adequately equipped to face steel type Pokémon. Of course, the reason Torterra had achieved such high proficiency in its skills was indeed significantly influenced by the system's point allocation and breakthrough of bottlenecks. Nonetheless, one could not deny Torterra's unwavering dedication and effort. However, Lu Yi's training method was the most common approach among the masses. After all, since others were unaware of the specific conditions of each skill of their Pokémon, they often encountered bottlenecks. Many would choose to temporarily set aside training on certain skills and practice others, which led to numerous Pokémon having an array of skills that were neither specialized nor refined. Nevertheless, even so, the fact that this Bounsweet possessed such a wide range of proficient skills indicated its commendable aptitude and perseverance. Of course, aside from this common balanced approach, there also existed Pokémon specializing in a select few skills. Although a balanced team may leave the sprite with few shortcomings, it similarly lacks any standout qualities. Once at a disadvantage, the opportunity for a comeback becomes exceedingly slim. As Muyu had anticipated, the plump Hallie was caught off guard at the outset and swiftly dealt a heavy blow, leaving its already meager chances of victory dwindling further, teetering on the brink of defeat. Even though Lu Yi managed to rally her spirits afterward, the exhausted plump Hallie could only barely defend itself. Ultimately, under the final strike from the Scorpion's wing attack, the plump Hallie succumbed, losing its ability to continue fighting. I declare, the plump Hallie is unable to battle, and the Scorpion emerges victorious. The plump Hallie, cradled in Lu Yi's arms, murmured in guilt, clearly remorseful for its failure. It's all right, Hallie, you performed admirably. One loss does not define you. Just keep striving. Lu Yi gently reassured the plump Hallie. What a pity. If only the little girl from the Lu family had participated in previous years, she would have had a strong chance of claiming the championship. Unfortunately, her opponent this time was the overwhelming Scorpion. From the guest seats, a middle-aged man with a goatee sighed in disappointment. As one of the gym leaders of Evergreen City, he held high hopes for the daughter of the gym leader from Chingsong City, especially since she possessed the plump Hallie, a descendant of her father's main Pokémon, Bricklin. Having trained alongside Bricklin since childhood, the plump Hallie's strength was unquestionable, but alas, fate was not in its favor, encountering an opponent like the Scorpion. Indeed, that Bricklin of Lucien's is a formidable beast, capable of matching the might of king-level Pokémon in a short time. That battle truly brought pride to our Evergreen province. The man with the hoodie sighed nostalgically, reflecting on how quickly time had passed, watching Lucien's child grow up. However, none of this concerned Muyu. Half an hour later, after the arena was restored, Muyu and the Scorpion trainer were set to clash in the final championship battle. Both sides, release your Pokémon and prepare for battle. With a resounding cheer, the rejuvenated Scorpion and the Tree Turtle appeared on opposite sides of the battlefield. The True Dragon, Res Hiram. Chapter 44, The First Champion. Teacher Song. Do you think the Tree Turtle can defeat the Scorpion? In the stands, Lu Liang asked with a hint of worry. The previous match, where the plump Hallie had suffered a hard-fought defeat, lingered vividly in his mind, making him anxious that the Tree Turtle, being another grass type from the same family, might also fall short. We shall see. Song Yu replied ambiguously, avoiding a direct answer. Although theoretically the tree turtle seemed to possess a level of cultivation surpassing that of the scorpion, they ultimately belonged to the same tier. Thus, faced with the constraints of type advantages and differences in agility, the tree turtle found itself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the previously utilized proficient leaf blade left Song Yu with an inkling that Mu Yu bore a resemblance to the former king-level captain, and he harbored a faint hope that perhaps Mu Yu could emerge victorious. The battle begins. Scorpion, use Poison Sting. Charge up. The Scorpion trainer commenced with the same Poison Sting strategy as before. Unlike the previous round, where the Vine Whip had obstructed its path, this time the Scorpion advanced unimpeded, swiftly positioning itself directly above the tree turtle. Just as it gathered its Poison Sting, Mu Yu's calm voice resonated once more. Release. In an instant, the amassed energy erupted forth, preemptively shattering the Poison Sting that had just been expelled from the Scorpion's mouth, sending both the projectile and the Scorpion itself hurtling away. Leaf Blade. Given that the Scorpion was a dual-type Pokémon with ground and flying attributes, it was neither particularly weak against grass nor strong against it. Thus, Mu Yu seized the opportunity to deliver a swift counterattack with the quickest move at his disposal, the Leaf Blade, while the Scorpion was momentarily stunned by the attack. Damn it, that charge-up was too fast. Scorpion, dodge quickly. The Scorpion trainer, having defeated Lu Yi's plump Hallie with confidence, believed victory was already secured. To his astonishment, within merely a minute of the match commencing, the Scorpion had barely traversed a fraction of the battlefield before sustaining a severe blow. This series of events left the Scorpion trainer utterly unprepared. It was only upon hearing Mu Yu's command for Leaf Blade that he snapped back to reality, hurriedly instructing the Scorpion to evade. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and the Scorpion was struck by the proficient charge-up from the tree turtle, inflicting significant damage even without the Titan stacking. Despite the Scorpion's desperate attempt to stabilize its descent by unfurling its wings upon hearing its trainer's anxious voice, it was inevitably struck by a barrage of leaf blades. Once more, finish it, with the cold voice echoing. Another flurry of leaf blades rained down upon the nearly incapacitated Scorpion, effortlessly taking it out. Even Song Yu, who had hoped for Mu Yu's victory, was left in a state of bewilderment. He had envisioned Mu Yu overcoming adversity through a grueling battle or executing a clever strategy to achieve a narrow victory. However, he never anticipated that in a mere 2 minutes, Mu Yu would conclude the match in a manner so overwhelmingly decisive, completely dominating the encounter where he was at a type disadvantage. In fact, the opposing Pokémon had not managed to land a single blow on the tree turtle. This battle was devoid of strategy and purely a display of raw power. Truly remarkable, Brother Yu. In the face of genuine strength, all else is but a fleeting illusion. Observing the composed Mu Yu standing resolutely on the battlefield, Lu Liang expressed his admiration. Due to past events, Lu Liang had always harbored a sense of reverence for Mu Yu, and whether in academics or combat skills, Mu Yu consistently outperformed him, further deepening Lu Liang's admiration. This time, with an almost invincible display of might, Mu Yu ascended to the champion's throne of the Evergreen Province League, showcasing a level of prowess on the trainer's path that Lu Liang found hard to fathom. One could say Lu Liang was even more exhilarated than Mu Yu himself. He could hardly contain his excitement, itching to release his own Pokémon and engage in a fierce battle. Monkey Monster? The Scorpion has lost its ability to fight. I declare, the tree turtle is the victor. In the stands, the guests who had previously favored Mu Yu were now filled with astonishment. They had initially anticipated the tree turtle's level of cultivation, but little did they expect it to clinch the championship in such an overwhelming fashion. In truth, prior to facing the Scorpion, especially after witnessing the Scorpion's triumph over the plump Hallie, they had harbored little hope for the tree turtle. Even the most optimistic among them believed that if the tree turtle were to create a miracle and win, it would only be after an arduous battle, ultimately seizing a narrow victory through Mu Yu's precise commands. The reality, however, was starkly different. How unpredictable life can be. Brother Yu, your tree turtle is astonishingly powerful, capable of dispatching the Scorpion with such ease. Upon Mu Yu's return to the audience, Lu Liang rushed forward, brimming with excitement. One might think he had won the championship himself, given his exuberance. Indeed, my esteemed self has a goal to pursue, and you certainly possess some strength. But this is merely the beginning. I will double my efforts alongside Lord Stone, so do not let me surpass you. Wang Yin chimed in with a touch of youthful exuberance. To this, Mu Yu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. What a single-minded, hot-blooded fool. Mu Yu, well done. Your victory in the Provincial League will surely earn you commendations from the school. Once we return, I will advocate for the maximum reward with the principal. Song Yu exclaimed, his face glowing with pride. As a teacher of Mu Yu's class, his students' achievement brought him immense honor. Moreover, this marks the first time their school has secured a championship in a Provincial League. In previous years, their best achievement was merely breaking into the top 10, and they had never even reached the semifinals. Once this news reaches back home, the old principal will undoubtedly be grinning from ear to ear. Well, I appreciate your assistance. Teacher song, said Muyu with a nod. Following this, the league's closing ceremony commenced. Although termed a ceremony, it was essentially a brief encouragement presented by several invited dojo masters to the participating contestants. Fortunately, these masters, perhaps characterized by their decisive nature, refrained from delivering lengthy speeches. The 67th Evergreen Province High School Pokemon Battle League has officially concluded, and congratulations to contestant Muyu from Chingsong City's first experimental middle school for winning the championship. With this, the provincial league has come to a formal close, and Muyu has achieved his first championship in this life and the last. Although it is merely a provincial title, Muyu is confident that this is merely the beginning of his journey towards greatness. The Dragon of Ideals, Zekrom. Chapter 45, Is There a Flaw? Provincial Breeding Center. The day after the brief award ceremony, Muyu greeted Songyu before accompanying the staff to this location. Prepared to receive his third Pokemon. The layout of the Provincial Breeding Center is quite similar to that of the official breeding center in Chingsong City, with the sole distinction being the size of the premises. This center is significantly larger, at least 7 to 8 times the size of the one in Chingsong City. Furthermore, this is merely one of the official breeding centers in Chongqing City. Given its provincial status, it is unsurprising that it would be so expansive. However, other centers of lesser ranking are unlikely to be much smaller, certainly larger than that of Chingsong City. Here are the starter Pokemon born this month. Further inside, there are some older starters, over a month old, that have yet to be claimed, the staff explained. Would you like me to introduce them to you? No, thank you. Muyu politely declined. Not at all. Feel free to reach out if you need anything, the staff member responded, understandingly stepping back. Once the staff member departed, Muyu utilized his data vision to begin observing the specific conditions of each Pokemon. Pokemon, Charmander. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 6, Normal. Ability, Blaze. When health is reduced to a certain level, the power of Fire-type moves is enhanced. Potential, Gym level. Pokemon, Chikorita. Type, Grass. Gender, Female. Level, 6, Normal. Ability, Overgrow. When health is reduced to a certain level, the power of Grass-type moves is enhanced. Potential, Gym level. Pokemon, Piplup. Type, Water. Gender, Male. Level, 6, Normal. Ability, Torrent. When health is reduced to a certain level, the power of Water-type moves is enhanced. Potential, Gym level. In stark contrast to the limited selection of starters available in Chingsong City, the Provincial Breeding Center boasts more than 20 varieties of starter Pokemon. Only a few types remain unaccounted for, likely due to corresponding Pokemon eggs that have yet to be hatched. After a thorough examination, Muyu discovered that none of the newly born Pokemon had a potential lower than elite level, with most exhibiting gym level qualifications. Moreover, the diverse array of species, coupled with commendable potential, is sufficient to meet the demands of the vast majority. This clearly reflects the formidable capabilities of the Provincial Breeding Center. It is no wonder many aspire to procure Pokemon from this establishment. However, through his data vision, he noted the absence of any Pokemon with champion-level potential, underscoring the rarity of such esteemed creatures. It seems that every offspring of a champion is rigorously controlled. Regrettably, there were no notable hidden abilities to be found. Observing these newly born Pokemon, Muyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment. Nevertheless, he ventured further inside with a glimmer of hope. The earlier staff member had mentioned that there were still some starters left unclaimed. Although, theoretically, such qualified starters should be in high demand and unlikely to remain. Various reasons could lead to certain Pokemon being overlooked. Perhaps they harbor some flaws, such as an inability to use their primary type's moves, or possess particular personality issues, like a fear of battle or an aversion to strangers. Regardless, Muyu maintained a mindset of curiosity, reasoning that since he was already here, he might as well take a look. If nothing else, he could always return to choose another one. Soon, Muyu traversed the corridor and arrived at a significantly larger breeding facility. This area accommodates most Pokemon that have surpassed their juvenile phase, featuring those that have not been claimed for various reasons, as well as those used officially for breeding Pokemon eggs. Thus, this space is considerably more expansive than the previous nursery-like environment. The rationale behind the continued care for these Pokemon with personality flaws lies in the fact that such so-called defects do not necessarily mean that the parentage is problematic, and thus these unsellable Pokemon are still retained for breeding purposes. Additionally, it is driven by humanitarian considerations. After all, releasing these inherently troubled Pokemon would likely equate to a death sentence, and a breeding center that is not financially constrained would naturally take them in. Chamo. Chamo. Upon entering, Muyu was greeted by a fervent cacophony. Looking around, he spotted a creature with orange-red fur and a tuft of yellow feathers atop its head. resembling a small chick. Pokemon, Torchic. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 11, Normal. Ability, Speed Boost. As battle time increases, its speed continuously rises. Moves, Scratch, Proficient. Growl, Proficient. Focus Energy, Proficient. Ember, Proficient. Peck, Proficient. Learn moves, None. Inherited moves, Quick Attack, Beginner. Feint, Beginner. Potential, Gym Level. Oh, a Torchic with a Speed Boost ability. And it has inherited Quick Attack and Feint. Such an excellent Torchic, yet no one has claimed it? Muyu marveled silently at the Torchic's panel, noting its rare hidden ability and the 2 special inherited moves. Chamo. Chamo. At that moment, the Torchic was standing before several other Fire-type starters, vociferously squawking something. Although Muyu could not comprehend the words, the sight of the trembling Fire Mouse and the little Fire Monkey huddled together indicated that the Torchic was not uttering particularly gentle remarks. Hey there. One of the Fire Mice, clutching its head with its tiny hands in a pitiful manner, timidly raised its head to mumble something in response to the Torchic. Chamo? Hearing the Fire Mouse's complaint, the Torchic shot at a fierce glare with its sharp eyes. In the next instant, the Fire Mouse quickly lowered its head, too intimidated to speak further, and even the flame on its back flickered as if it were a candle in a gusty wind. This clearly illustrated the Torchic's dominance in this setting. Is it a little tyrant? Witnessing this scene, Muyu shook his head, chuckling softly. Pokemon, especially Fire types, are often known for their fiery tempers. It is the seemingly timid nature of the Fire Mouse that stands out as abnormal. Nonetheless, one can understand the timid demeanor of rodent-like Pokemon. Contemplating, Muyu prepared to approach the fiery chick. For this magnificent creature boasted such splendid attributes that not capturing it would seem a disservice. However, just as he was about to step forward, a voice filled with urgency suddenly rang out. Turning towards the sound, Muyu beheld a woman clad in a white caretaker's uniform, presumably a staff member responsible for the feeding of the Pokemon. Excuse me, are you intending to capture this fiery chick? She inquired, hastening towards him with evident concern. Indeed. Is there a problem? Muyu responded, perplexed. Well, you should be aware that most Pokemon that remain unchosen here tend to possess certain physical defects or behavioral issues. The woman explained. I understand, but what issues does this fiery chick have? Muyu queried, having discerned no physical shortcomings through the data lens. The proficiency levels of its skills suggested that the fiery chick could utilize various attributes effectively, and its competence indicated a strong self-training awareness. A wild Pokemon demonstrating such self-discipline was indeed a rare occurrence, particularly when external pressures for survival were absent. In contrast, Muyu's initial Pokemon had simply lounged in the sun, tranquil until it was reclaimed. Only the unusual Soundbat, due to its excessive caution, would train incessantly after a good rest. Eternal Ice Kyurem. Chapter 46, The Combat Enthusiast. If one were to identify a flaw, Muyu speculated that the fiery chick's only issue might be its slightly domineering nature. After all, upon entering, he witnessed the fiery chick admonishing several others, who trembled in fear, huddled together, clearly having endured their fair share of beatings. Nevertheless, this did not seem overly concerning. It was, after all, a fire-type Pokemon. A fiery temperament was hardly unacceptable. If it were timid like that water-type mouse, then there would indeed be cause for worry. Although this fiery chick lacks physical defects, its personality may be somewhat unusual, the woman continued after carefully choosing her words. It is rather competitive and combative. It has challenged nearly every Pokemon here. While that might be acceptable for a fire type, the major issue is that it also challenges trainers who come to select Pokemon. Oh, is it akin to a Mankey? Muyu inquired, beginning to grasp why this fiery chick, despite its many admirable qualities, remained overlooked. However, it did not seem to be a significant issue. After all, trainers possess the right to choose their Pokemon, and Pokemon should also have the prerogative to evaluate their trainers. The most common example would be Mankey, which, even after accepting a trainer, would still demonstrate its prowess by delivering a thorough beating to assert its strength. Yet, many trainers who favor fighting-type Pokemon would still opt for Mankey, given its exceptional base stats and agile combat style, keeping it at the forefront among fighting-type Pokemon. Moreover, in the current Summer Nation, among the 7 major regions, the 2 fighting-type champions, including the renowned Black Arm champion, utilize Mankey's final evolution, the Abandoned World Monkey, as a core Pokemon. Even though the method of evolution remains a mystery, it instills hope in many. Not quite. The woman shook her head, sighing. If it were merely that, many would still choose him. Compared to other Pokemon of the same generation, he possesses excellent battle instincts, with a strong desire for combat and self-training, making him a formidable contender. Muyu wholeheartedly agreed. If it merely involves taking a beating, many trainers would gladly endure it for such an exceptional Pokemon. In truth, this fiery chick sought to battle its trainer to identify an individual with formidable combat prowess to serve as its trainer. Combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Muyu was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of a Pokémon demanding that its trainer defeated in battle. Was this not an absurd notion? Even newly emerged Pokémon possessed combat abilities comparable to an average adult male, and when paired with their physical traits, such as sharp claws or beaks, they could easily pose a threat to ordinary lives. Even the rare fighting-type champions, renowned for their exceptional abilities, would struggle to contend with Pokémon that did not utilize their skills. Unless one possessed extraordinary capabilities, the idea of a human battling a Pokémon was nearly fantastical. If all Pokémon adopted such a stance, then advanced trainers, those possessing a complete team of 6 Pokémon, with at least 3 at elite level, would be regarded as the pinnacle of human achievement. Of course, all of this applied to others. For Muyu, these were trivial matters. After all, he was currently a human-shaped Pokémon devoid of any elemental affiliation. Therefore, to avoid injury, it would be wise for you to select newly hatched Pokémon, the woman advised, having recognized that Muyu had grasped the situation. She had witnessed the fiery chick's combative nature. Even against Pokémon it could not defeat, it would still attempt to challenge them, training diligently after each defeat. Occasionally, it would take time to educate other less combative Pokémon, resembling the scene Muyu had observed upon entering. Beyond these spontaneous challenges, it displayed an even more fervent attitude towards anyone attempting to capture it. It would engage in fierce confrontations, exchanging blows, its ferocity surpassing that of the wild Pokémon she had encountered during her university field studies. One could only wonder why a Pokémon nurtured in a breeding center could possess such an inherent fierceness. Not to worry, I rather appreciate spirited Pokémon, Muyu declared confidently, having pieced together the circumstances. The fiery chick's lack of physiological defects, coupled with its excessively combative nature, would not deter his desire to capture it. After all, he had acquired a modicum of fighting techniques himself. Very well, but if it becomes overwhelming, simply call for surrender, and it will cease its onslaught. The woman sighed in resignation upon realizing she could not dissuade Muyu. She had encountered many confident young individuals like him, and once they were set on a course, nothing could deter them. With no other recourse, she prepared some hemostatic medicine, hoping that Muyu would not emerge from the encounter with any psychological scars. Devouring the Real Flame White Kyurem. Chapter 47. Muyu vs. Fiery Chick. Shamo. Shamo. Unbeknownst to the fiery chick, who sensed others coveting its talents, it continued to shout at the starter Pokémon. In truth, as a final evolution with dual fire and fighting attributes, it had felt an intrinsic yearning for strength and combat since birth. Regrettably, from the moment of its arrival, many of the starter Pokémon around it, even among its own kind, lacked such lofty aspirations, content to accompany frail beings who could scarcely withstand a single swipe from it. Yet it was different. In its quest to become the strongest and to vanquish all adversaries, the trainer it sought could not be a feeble individual lacking in strength. Unfortunately, in this place, no suitable opponents existed. The recently hatched Pokémon could not best it, and even water types, despite their type advantage, ultimately succumbed to its might due to sheer intimidation. And those elves reserved for breeding, despite their high levels, have been so corroded by a carefree existence that they have forgotten the essence of battle, rendering them mere shells of potential. Furthermore, their lack of fighting spirit is evident. Even when provoked by the fiery chick, they only manage a half-hearted response the first time, thereafter preferring to endure a few hits rather than engage. Over time, the fiery chick can only spend its spare moments training and attempting to awaken the battle instincts of the similarly aged starters, hoping to instill a sense of combat readiness within them. Unfortunately, those who were already left behind due to various psychological issues only become even weaker under the fiery chick's relentless tutelage. Apologies for the interruption. Just as the fiery chick was delivering a passionate reprimand, a voice emerged from behind. What is this? The fiery chick turned to see a figure taller than the usual person who fed them, resembling the trainer who previously sought to capture it. However, compared to that trainer, this human appeared significantly more imposing, suggesting a degree of strength. Hello, fiery chick. Would you care to become my Pokémon? I can help you grow stronger, even surpassing any other Pokémon. The trainer, Muyu, directly made his intentions clear. Recognizing the fiery chick's penchant for combat, he knew there was no need for subtlety. What? Upon realizing the newcomer intended to capture him, the fiery chick let out an indignant cry and immediately assumed a battle stance. Its gaze sharp as it focused on Muyu. It seemed he had little interest in idle chatter and was eager to engage in combat. Come on. Despite the stark difference in size, Muyu did not underestimate his opponent. He also took his stance seriously. What? The fiery chick's petite form suddenly inflated like a balloon, its body below the head swelling dramatically as a small fireball, radiating intense heat, coalesced. With its dark eyes locking onto Muyu's position, the fiery chick unleashed the fireball, which shattered into numerous glass marble-sized flames that shot towards him. This was indeed the fire-type Pokémon's initial move, Ember. A commendable display of skill, but alas, the speed of the Ember at this distance was too slow. Without adequate and appropriate combat experience, even an inherently combative Pokémon could not effectively time its abilities. As the heat surged closer, Muyu remained unfazed, internally assessing the fiery chick. Thanks to the exceptional reflexes afforded by his advanced combat training, coupled with a natural instinct to evade danger, he deftly sidestepped the fiery chick's attack with minimal effort. In truth, given Muyu's physical prowess comparable to that of a professional-grade Pokémon, he could have easily defeated the fiery chick relying solely on his reaction speed without employing intricate fighting techniques. However, since this was his first combat encounter, Muyu resolved to exert his full strength, determined to demonstrate to the fiery chick that he was a formidable trainer, assuring it that following him would be advantageous. What? Undeterred by the ineffectiveness of its Ember, the fiery chick shouted once more, its body radiating a faint white light. This was the inherited skill of agility. Observing the fiery chick's somewhat labored execution of the move after a brief build-up, Muyu felt a spark of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that even at a novice level of proficiency, the fiery chick could utilize agility in battle, despite the skill's lengthy preparation time. It indicated that the fiery chick was not as reckless in combat as Muyu had previously perceived. Rather, it demonstrated a commendable ability to calmly channel its inner energy. It is worth noting that agility, as a psychic-type skill, is notoriously challenging to master. While it may be simpler than relying solely on the instantaneous teleportation of pure psychic energy, it remains a considerable feat. For a final evolution Pokémon whose primary attributes are fire and fighting, the ability to adeptly harness its elemental energy is indeed impressive. Remarkably, within just over a month of its birth, the fiery chick had already begun to tap into rare and elusive psychic energy. Such talent is indicative of a born warrior. Whoosh! With the successful activation of agility, the fiery chick transformed into a blur of white interspersed with orange. Its speed so astounding that even Muyu was left in awe. Truly, as a Pokémon with acceleration traits, if it were to master agility, it would be nearly untouchable except by wide-area attacks or control skills. What? Just as Muyu was marveling at the display, the fiery chick, having reached Muyu's left side in an instant, poised its sharp claws, gleaming with a brilliance even greater than during its agility. This was the fiery chick's most practiced move, Scratch. An impressive tactic. Sensing the shift in air currents from the left, Muyu couldn't help but smile, quietly applauding the fiery chick's strategic development. The close combat tactics he had envisioned upon first witnessing the fiery chick's skill set were now being instinctively utilized. Even in its rudimentary form, this approach would enable the fiery chick to sweep through ordinary-level Pokémon. Alas, its current opponent was Muyu, a being whose physicality rivaled that of professional-grade Pokémon, endowed with combat techniques that surpassed even those of elite fighting-type Pokémon. Bang! With a simple step back and a slight twist of his waist, Muyu effortlessly dodged the fiery chick's attack, while simultaneously channeling his strength into a tightly clenched right fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent the fiery chick flying. In an instant, the diminutive creature was propelled through the air like a small yoga ball, crashing forcefully to the ground. The sound startled the nearby cluster of fire-type Pokémon, causing them to cry out in alarm. Had it not been for the lingering intimidation from the fiery chick, they might have scattered in panic. Chapter 48. Recognition. Recruitment. What? Just as Muyu believed his punch had decisively defeated the fiery chick, he was astonished to see it half open one eye and groggily rise to its feet. However, the visible tremors of its body indicated that it was merely holding on by sheer willpower. A will as solid as rock. No wonder no one has been able to capture you. Observing the fiery chick, whose stamina and condition were on the brink of collapse, yet still bore a fierce glint in its eyes, Muyu's gaze sharpened, and he spoke earnestly. He had previously pondered whether, as the capital of Chongqing province, Chongqing City lacked individuals capable of besting a novice Pokémon, even without someone of LV Liang's caliber. Even if established trainers had their reasons for bypassing the fiery chick, surely there were newcomers among them lacking the physical prowess to take it on. After all, the most fundamental requirement of being a competent trainer is possessing a robust physique. Yet, it seemed that the reason many shied away from the fiery chick was rooted in a sense of fear. Most individuals are merely ordinary people, especially those selecting Pokémon for the first time. Their choices are often driven by affection for the creatures rather than their combat capabilities. A Pokémon like the fiery chick, which instinctively embodies combat, integrating it into its very being, even in dire physical condition, it would still strive to take a bite out of its adversary, could understandably intimidate those unacquainted with the harsh realities of battle. Truly, I find myself increasingly drawn to you. Observing the fiery chick, battered yet still brimming with fighting spirit, Muyu felt an uncharacteristic surge of excitement. Even the wildness that lurked deep within his heart has shown signs of awakening. In his previous life, Muyu was an orphan, living a life far less joyful than the one he now leads. Perhaps years of blissful existence have granted him a serene exterior. Yet the primal instinct within him has never been extinguished. Whether it was in the secret realm, where he ruthlessly vanquished elves in pursuit of gold, or in the tense moments while stalking Wang Yan, narrowly avoiding a sharp stone against his neck, it is evident that the untamed spirit within Mu Yu remains ever potent. Come, let me witness your resolve. Chamo. Perhaps sensing a kindred spirit in Mu Yu, the fiery chick gathered an inexplicable force. A surge of indomitable spirit erupting from its diminutive body, gathering energy. In a state of utter exhaustion, the fiery chick, driven by fierce determination, concentrated all its remaining strength. In the next moment, its sharp beak glowed with a brilliant white light, charging towards Mu Yu with an unstoppable momentum. Excellent. Mu Yu's eyes sparkled, and without flinching or retreating, he unleashed a powerful punch, veins bulging in his right hand, a strike imbued with the force to disperse armies. Boom. The punch landed squarely on the fiery chick's head. The already weakened fiery chick was sent flying without a hint of resistance. And due to the severe blow to its head, it succumbed to unconsciousness. After calming his slightly exhilarated heart, Mu Yu slowly approached the fiery chick, cradling it in his arms as he made his way to the medical room. The battle, though it felt prolonged, lasted no more than a minute or two. The staff member sent to fetch the medical kit had yet to return. Not wishing to waste time, Mu Yu naturally opted to carry the fiery chick himself for treatment. Despite its seemingly large stature, the fiery chick was surprisingly light, feeling akin to cradling a balloon in Mu Yu's hands. Inside the medical room, under the healing powers of a happiness egg with elite-level strength, the fiery chick soon regained its vitality. Chamo. Awakening from its stupor, the fiery chick opened its eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar medical room, and let out a puzzled sound. You are awake, fiery chick. How about becoming my Pokémon now? Seeing the fiery chick rouse, Mu Yu extended his hand earnestly. The fiery chick stared at the formidable hand that had defeated it, then glanced at Mu Yu's sincere expression. After a moment's hesitation, it placed its claw upon Mu Yu's hand. Chamo, I acknowledge you. In the temporary hotel for the Provincial League. These are all recruitment officers from top-tier universities. I envy them so much. By the way, why have I never heard of any special recruits from our school before? As he watched Song Yu entertain the specially invited teachers, Wang Yin expressed his envy. Your school couldn't even make it to the top 8 in recent years. Why would anyone want you? Zheng Dan, who had appeared out of nowhere, scoffed disdainfully. Moreover, not only the top 8, but even the top 4 or champions from certain years may not even catch the eye of these elite universities. As not every year's first place carries the same weight as that guy. That guy, of course, refers to Mu Yu. Since they were all competitors from the same city and had spent considerable time together, they had grown more familiar with one another. Indeed, I believe with Yu Ji's prowess, he must certainly rank among the best nationwide. Hearing praises for Mu Yu, Lu Liang nodded in agreement. What's the big deal about special recruitment? I, on the other hand, am preparing to make a stunning impression in the college entrance examination. At that point, these top universities will be at my mercy. Wang Yin feigned indifference with bravado. You should focus on getting your small stone to the professional level before boasting, you hot-blooded fool. Zheng Dan teased Wang Yin with her sharp tongue. What did you say? Wang Yan's face flushed at her words. All right, Dan, let us not go on. I believe in you, Wang Yin. Your small stone has indeed been nurtured well. Lu Yi, cradling her chikorita, hurriedly intervened to prevent Zheng Dan from saying more. Then turned to Wang Yin with an apologetic tone. It's all thanks to the efforts of Lord Stone. Feeling the adorable Lu Yi speak up for him, Wang Yin shyly rubbed the bridge of his nose, embarrassed. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere outside, Mu Yu sat quietly inside, listening intently to the recruitment offers presented by various schools. Chapter 49, The Offers. Mu Yu, let me introduce you. These are the recruitment officers from Kyoto University, Shuemu University, Magic City University, and Evergreen University. At this moment, Song Yu appeared less serious than usual, a proud air about him. For someone who has taught for over a decade, nurturing a student worthy of competition among top-tier universities instilled a profound sense of accomplishment in him. Hello, esteemed teachers. Mu Yu smiled and greeted the admissions officers. After all, they were there to present him with opportunities, and his mood was correspondingly buoyant. Greetings for the first time. I am the special recruitment head from Shuemu University. You can call me Teacher Wang. I wonder if you have a preferred university at this time? A middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly was the first to speak. By not discussing benefits right off the bat, he either aimed to establish a rapport or to gauge Mu Yu's background, hoping to recruit a quality student at a lower cost. Whether the former or the latter, it demonstrated his confidence in his own institution. After all, Shuemu University, Kyoto University, and Magic City University consistently rank among the top 3 in the national Pokémon University competitions. In fact, last year, Shuemu University even clinched both the team and individual championship titles, truly a force to be reckoned with. Not at the moment. After all, I am still a high school student and do not have much knowledge about the various universities. Upon hearing the Shuemu University recruiter's inquiry, Muyu maintained a composed smile. The implication being that he was indifferent to their prestige. If they wished to recruit him, they should present their terms rather than engage in trivial chatter. For Muyu, whether it was the former or the latter, he held no desire to engage in meaningless exchanges. As for whether the admissions officer would understand this statement, that was clearly not a concern for Muyu, as those in this line of work are certainly not lacking in intelligence. Sure enough, upon hearing Muyu's words, Teacher Wang's smile faltered. He did not expect students today to be so forthright, almost as if he were saying he didn't wish to waste time on idle talk. In truth, Muyu was not particularly invested in which school he attended. First of all, with the secondary Hero Replicator and Hero Replicator that enhance Pokémon qualifications, Muyu could entirely disregard the quality of the Pokémon and focus solely on their personalities and team composition needs. He was not in dire need of the exclusive breeding houses of those elite universities. Secondly, the relatively lower-priced resources provided by the schools, such as energy cubes, affordable evolution stones, and the occasional low-quality treasure, were not overly enticing. Energy cubes could be pursued during his university years. As for the rare Pokémon treasures, with a treasure-seeking device in hand, Muyu had no doubts about his future financial stability. Even with rare Pokémon treasures, he was confident that as long as he delved into the secret realms, he would inevitably encounter them. As for the various training facilities provided by the schools, which could better assist Pokémon in skill training, to be frank, while those might be invaluable to others, for someone like Muyu, who could break through bottlenecks, they were merely of marginal benefit. Perhaps they could help Pokémon gain slightly more during practice, but for Muyu, it was just that, marginal. No matter how great the gains may be, can they truly rival the advantages of cheating? Excluding such considerations, the remaining educational knowledge pertaining to cultural subjects bears little distinction for these elite institutions. As for forging friendships, Muyu does not shy away from it. Yet he lacks the inclination to seek acquaintances deliberately. Generally, individuals in university aim to cultivate friendships with those of similar temperaments, hoping to secure reliable companions for future explorations of secret realms. After all, most ordinary individuals operate with single, or at most triadic attribute teams of Pokémon, which signifies their difficulty in tackling the myriad complexities of secret realms alone. In such instances, dependable allies may alleviate various troubles. However, Muyu is an exception. It is not that he looks down upon others. Rather, his rate of growth evidently surpasses that of his peers. He is even confident in his ability to nurture a season level, 3039 level, Pokémon before the commencement of university, or even prior to the college entrance examination. For the vast majority of trainers his age, this seems utterly fantastical, akin to a dream. Perhaps a few scions of prestigious families might achieve such feats. Yet these individuals are seldom in need of their own teams to delve into secret realms. Moreover, they often do not need to venture into secret realms themselves. As it is not a leisurely outing, the experiences of sustenance and lodging are far from comfortable. Therefore, for Muyu, the institution offering the highest remuneration and the most favorable benefits is where he shall go. He believes he is deserving of such treatment. On a smaller scale, securing a national Pokémon College Tournament individual championship should pose no issue. On a grander scale, having at least one king-level alumnus would undoubtedly bring prestige to the institution. Muyu is indeed correct. This is the period of utmost academic pressure, leaving little energy to devote to other matters. Observing his old rival from Shuemu University facing difficulties, a teacher from Kyoto University smugly chimed in. For outstanding talents like Muyu, our university offers the best accommodations, in addition to a cash prize of 1 million. Various on-campus facilities are available for free use, and we also provide a gym-level Pokémon with immense potential. The teacher from Kyoto University confidently proclaimed the generous terms offered by their institution. The 1 million cash reward may seem standard, and while it matches the cash prize for this provincial league championship, it is merely average for high-ranking trainers. However, for a professional-level trainer like Muyu, nurturing a full team of 6 Pokémon would sufficiently cover a year's worth of intermediate quality energy cubes. Intermediate energy cubes are necessary only for season-level Pokémon, and if one were to opt for basic energy cubes, a single Pokémon would require only 100,000 Huaxia coins per year. This implies that if the number of nurtured Pokémon is reduced, sustaining them for 2 to 3 years poses no challenge. Aside from cash, various on-campus facilities tailored for Pokémon training cannot accommodate simultaneous use by all, necessitating a fee for access. Occasional usage may be manageable, but long-term use accumulates to a considerable sum. Nonetheless, all of the aforementioned pales in comparison to a Pokémon with gym-level potential. Although Muyu's 3 Pokémon possess initial gym-level qualifications, aside from the Fire Chick, the other 2 were acquired serendipitously. Purchasing them at standard prices varies greatly depending on the species, ranging from 2 to 5 million Huaxia coins. It can be said that the conditions presented by Kyoto University are exceedingly sincere. Essentially, aside from a few institutions that might recklessly offer a Pokémon with king-level potential. This is among the most generous terms available. Even the admissions officers from Shuemu University and Modi University wore grim expressions, clearly recognizing that their offerings were at best comparable, differing only in the monetary prizes and the species of gym-level Pokémon. The provision of a non-legendary Pokémon is nearly the highest standard imaginable. This signifies that, aside from legendary Pokémon, which can be chosen freely, the offer is exceedingly lavish. As for the legendary Pokémon, apologies. But even the most prestigious universities would not readily offer them as part of their conditions, given their price tags exceeding 100 million. Chapter 50, a grand gamble. Nevertheless, having arrived, the admissions officers from Shuemu University and Modi University also relayed their terms. The cash prizes need not be elaborated upon, but the Pokémon offerings were limited in diversity and did not align with Muyu's previously considered team selections. Consequently, they were swiftly dismissed by Muyu. Finally, only the admissions officer from Chongqing University remained. To be honest, as a native of Northeast China, Muyu holds a favorable impression of Chongqing University. Despite its students' average quality in recent years, having frequently failed to reach the top 4 in the National Pokémon College Tournament, and often stopping at the quarterfinals for several consecutive years, this does not necessarily reflect weak faculty strength. In fact, 2 of the current 4 kings hailing from Northeast China are alumni of Chongqing University, although they graduated over 2 decades ago. In addition to the 1 million scholarship and various free-use facilities, our university is also willing to provide you with an offspring of a king-level Pokémon. The youngest admissions officer among the 4 earnestly stated to Muyu. What? An offspring of a king-level Pokémon? Have you lost your minds? The admissions officer from Shuemu University exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. His surprise was warranted. After nearly 2 decades in admissions, he had never before offered an offspring of a king-level Pokémon, and such top-tier conditions were rare indeed. After all, not every year yields sufficiently qualified talents in provincial leagues. Most often, the results hinge on college entrance examination scores, alongside the performance of eligible candidates during Pokémon battle assessments at their desired institutions. Of course, for students who proactively apply, their benefits may not be as exceptional, but they still receive standard welfare. You certainly have audacity. Even the self-assured admissions officer from Kyoto University could only manage a rueful smile in response. An offspring of a king-level Pokémon entails far more than simply possessing a Pokémon of king-level potential. With a stroke of luck, one might even forge connections with a king-level trainer. After all, the breeding of king-level Pokémon is not as simple as that of gym-level or lower-tier Pokémon. Having undergone a metamorphosis, their breeding difficulties surpass even those of dragon-type Pokémon. Consequently, certain king-level Pokémon place significant value on their offspring, and naturally, their trainers would extend some care as well. The blessings of a king-level trainer, even if minuscule, can substantially aid various trainers during their most arduous times, gradually enhancing their capacity for self-sustaining growth. It can be asserted that the acquisition of a simple Pokémon can significantly ease the path of a trainer's future endeavors. The rationale behind Chongqing University extending such conditions lies primarily in the institution's lackluster performance in recent years in the National Pokémon College Tournament. Funding from the Ministry of Education has been on the decline, resulting in diminished welfare provisions. As benefits dwindle, the ensuing lack of competitive advantages leads to the exodus of outstanding talents to other elite universities, ultimately spiraling into a vicious cycle. In fact, 2 years prior, Chongqing University had already contemplated the idea of utilizing the offspring of king-level Pokémon to attract top-tier talents. However, firstly, they had yet to identify sufficiently exceptional students willing to accept such a lofty price, and secondly, king-level Pokémon offspring are not readily available. Unless they fortuitously have a king-level Pokémon breeding at the moment, they would be unable to fulfill such an offer even if they wished to. After all, not every elite trainer is willing to part with a Pokémon egg of such caliber. Those of this echelon, even if they themselves cannot utilize the egg, are likely to reserve it for their descendants. With proper nurturing, at the very least, it would yield a gym-level Pokémon, and with a stroke of luck, it could even bring forth another champion-level powerhouse. Furthermore, the fact that Muyu is a local resident adds considerable weight to his application. Although the nature of a trainer's profession often results in infrequent encounters between Pokémon and their offspring, being a native of the region inherently reduces the difficulty of such meetings. After hearing about the conditions set by Evergreen University, Muyu was equally astonished. Although he was unaware of what a champion-level offspring truly represented in this world, His observations at the provincial breeding center allowed him to surmise that Pokémon with champion-level potential are of extraordinary value. To date, he had yet to discover any marketplace offering the purchase of such exceptional Pokémon. While he believed himself worthy of the price, others would remain oblivious. What Evergreen University was proposing was no mere investment, but rather a gamble of grand proportions. One wonders, what sort of Pokémon does your esteemed institution possess? Despite his surprise, Muyu, holding 2 Pokémon of champion-level potential, did not hastily agree, but rather inquired calmly. After all, for him, the qualifications of the Pokémon were not the paramount concern. Truly, one can see why the champion of opposing attributes possesses such a formidable mindset. Observing that Muyu had not been swayed by the allure of champion-level offspring, even the admissions mentor who put forth the condition could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Frankly, even he, who had articulated such an enticing recruitment condition, felt a rush of excitement, only to be taken aback by the cool composure of the beneficiary. Young talent is indeed formidable. The Electabuzz is the Pokémon of our esteemed Principal Hu. To think that it belongs to Principal Hu, and that this Pokémon is still capable of reproduction. Indeed, it was during a previous crisis that Principal Hu single-handedly endured a tumultuous upheaval within a high-level secret realm, securing the critical evacuation time for those residing nearby. Remarkably, after all these years, his Pokémon is still able to bear offspring, a true miracle. Although Muyu was not fully acquainted with the specifics of Principal Hu's heroic deeds, the mere notion of one man standing firm to save countless lives commanded his utmost respect. In fact, that battle had severely injured many of Principal Hu's Pokémon, rendering them incapable of breeding for a long time. However, over the years, their condition had gradually improved, and this year, one of his key Pokémon, Electabuzz, exhibited signs of impending parenthood, likely marking the birth of its sole offspring. Were it not for Hu's lack of heirs and his own waning energy to cultivate new Pokémon, he would have been more inclined to continue his legacy. Moreover, after managing the school for several decades, he wished to avoid the disheartening fate of failing to secure a place among the top 4 before his retirement. And he certainly did not want to send his old companion's child away. Upon learning that it was Electabuzz, a coveted electric-type Pokémon he did not yet possess, Muyu naturally agreed to enroll at Evergreen University without hesitation. In addition to the substantial scholarship arriving the following day, the Pokémon would need to be collected approximately 5 months later, coinciding with the time of others' entrance examinations. Why others, you may ask? That is simply because Muyu was granted a direct admission and would not be taking any exams. Chapter 51. Here I come. Evergreen University shall be the champion. Brother Yu, where have you decided to go? After Muyu and Song Yu had seen off the admissions mentor, Lu Liang and the others gathered around curiously. Evergreen University. Muyu replied. Evergreen University? You didn't choose Shuemu or Jingdao? Zheng Dan exclaimed, somewhat surprised. After all, in recent years, it had become evident to discerning eyes that Evergreen University had experienced a series of defeats in the National Pokémon University competition, which was not an ideal choice for those ambitious enough to seek victory. She had expected Muyu to select one of the 2 most formidable contenders for the championship, Shuemu or Jingda. Evergreen University is quite good, conveniently located near home, Lu Liang interjected, voicing his support before Muyu could respond. In his eyes, no matter what choice Muyu made, it was undoubtedly for a reason. Throughout their lives, Muyu had always demonstrated a maturity in his decision-making beyond his peers, which was one of the reasons Lu Liang held him in such high regard, if not awe. I also believe that which school one attends is inconsequential, as long as one shares a profound connection with their Pokémon. A mere national university competition is trivial for someone like me. Wang Yin chimed in, offering his support for Muyu, albeit in a somewhat overblown manner. While his words were somewhat grandiose, the essence remained. The prestige of the school would not hinder future prospects. I also think so, said Lu Yi, cradling her Chikorita, who cast a secretive glance at Muyu, softly echoing the sentiment. Are you all misunderstanding something? Seeing Lu Liang and Wang Yin showing signs of consolation, Muyu smiled helplessly. I chose Evergreen University simply because of the better treatment they offered, nothing more. He paused for a moment, a confident smile gracing his lips, and added, I have arrived, and Evergreen University will be the champion. With that, Muyu paid no heed to the reactions of those present and strode away. His tone was so resolute that one might have thought he was already standing atop the champion's podium. I'm fired up. Just for that statement, I shall apply to Evergreen University and claim the championship alongside Lord Shirtu. During the moment of astonishment, Wang Yin was the first to react, immediately shouting in excitement. As expected of my brother Yu, so cool. It's decided, I too shall apply to Evergreen University. Lu Liang clenched his fists, his gaze fervently following Muyu's departing figure, eager to engage in a full marathon warm-up with his monkey Pokémon. Monkey Pokémon. Here we go again. Dan. He is so cool. At that moment, Lu Yi, still cradling her Chikorita, gazed at Mu Yu's back with starry-eyed admiration. Come on, just because he said that. You believe it? You know how formidable the teams that make it to the finals are. What is there for a mere apprentice trainer to be proud of? Observing her best friend's adoring gaze, Zheng Dan feigned disdain. However, the way her eyes unconsciously darted towards Mu Yu's departing form and her slightly awkward gestures revealed that her sentiments were perhaps not as dismissive as she claimed. After the provincial league concluded, Mu Yu and his companions boarded a bus back to Qingsong City. With Song Yu's assistance in negotiations, Mu Yu successfully secured a cash reward of 100,000 from the school, causing quite a financial strain on the institution. However, in return, with Mu Yu's impressive achievements, future admissions would have more favorable talking points, such as, the provincial champion hails from our school. Thus, with nearly 4 million in cash at his disposal, Mu Yu had wholly bid farewell to the specter of financial scarcity. Were it not for the fact that his tree turtle and Zubat were still unable to absorb the intermediate energy cubes, Mu Yu would have planned to upgrade the quality of energy cubes for the two little ones. Hang in there, Torchic. In the park where Mu Yu regularly trained, a Torchic with fiery orange plumage and a tuft of yellow feathers atop its head was diligently running around the lake. At that moment, Torchic was engaged in one of the classic training routines outlined in Mu Yu's regimen, running. Unlike the final evolved forms that were not particularly swift, such as Tree Turtle, or the agile Zubat that could fly gracefully in the air, Torchic, as a high-speed, high-attack warrior, not only required excellent stamina, but also needed to continuously strengthen its leg power. After all, the future Blaziken would be capable of mastering numerous kicking combat techniques, and the current training was essential in laying a solid foundation for what lay ahead. Come over, let us take a break. After nearly a month of acclimatization, the fiery chick has completely adapted to a life of regularity, encompassing sleep, nourishment, and exercise. Moreover, Mu Yu has observed that although the fiery chick initially selected its trainers based on the criterion of being able to defeat him, since the day Mu Yu triumphed over it, the fiery chick has shown no inclination to challenge him during the past month of training. Instead, it has persistently challenged the forest turtle and the winged bat on numerous occasions. It seems the fiery chick has come to understand that the limits of humans ultimately cannot surpass those of Pokémon. The reason it continues to uphold such standards, despite this understanding, is merely to ensure that its future trainer possesses the determination and tenacity necessary to aid in its growth, rather than hinder its progress. Chao-mo. Chao-mo. Upon hearing Mu Yu's words, the fiery chick halted its movements. Unlike Mu Yu, who sat down against a tree trunk to rest, it emulated the winged bat by leaning against the trunk in a standing posture, gradually calming its breath. Over the course of a month, the fiery chick has transformed from a creature that resembled the forest turtle, lying down to sleep, into one akin to the winged bat, which never lays its body flat, even while resting. It is unclear what the fiery chick has learned from its interactions with the winged bat, but Mu Yu has certainly witnessed it diligently attempting to mimic the bat's upside-down hanging posture. Perhaps the sensation of blood rushing to its head made the fiery chick dizzy, so it chose to refine its approach by resting in a standing position against the wall. Mu Yu found this amusing, but refrained from commenting. Do you remember what I said when we first met? Mu Yu smiled as he observed the fiery chick, always ready for battle. Chao-mo. In response, the fiery chick nodded. Initially, it may have recognized Mu Yu's strength, but after a month of training, it has acknowledged Mu Yu as its trainer. The consistent, moderate-intensity training, coupled with the unlimited supply of energy cubes afterward, and the presence of companions who can challenge it at any time, have made the fiery chick feel that this is the life it truly desires, rather than languishing in a lackadaisical atmosphere surrounded by aimless individuals. I have promised to help you become stronger, to surpass any Pokémon. You must have noticed by now that the forest turtle and the winged bat are formidable, far exceeding the Pokémon of the same level you encountered in the breeding house. Noticing the fiery chick nodding, Mu Yu continued, Do you know why? Chao-mo. Why? Come closer, and you will experience it for yourself. Mu Yu chuckled lightly at the fiery chick's puzzled expression. Chapter 52. Equipped and ready. The dual-wielding Berserker is set. Throughout this past month, Mu Yu refrained from utilizing the system's functionalities. This was primarily because he needed time to observe the fiery chick's personality during their daily interactions. Otherwise, after enhancing its abilities today, the fiery chick might challenge him tomorrow. If it were to lose, that would be a minor issue. However, if the fiery chick became disobedient as a result, it would be a significant concern. Thus, unlike his approach to the steady and obedient forest turtle, or the cautious yet compliant winged bat, subduing Pokémon through brute force is ultimately a temporary solution. Additionally, if he were to give special treatment to the two smaller Pokémon without considering the fiery chick, it could unwittingly create a rift, even if there were no initial issues. It is better to worry about inequality than scarcity. Treating each Pokémon with relative fairness is crucial to maintaining harmony within the team. Fortunately, after a month of interaction, Muyu discovered that the fiery chick is indeed headstrong and combative, daring to challenge the forest turtle despite being crushed countless times. This also indicates that the fiery chick is a simple-minded little creature. Once it fixates on a goal, it will pursue it relentlessly. Even if it means colliding with obstacles and injuring itself, it will not blame the wall, but rather believe that its resolve is insufficient to overcome the challenge. Once the fiery chick acknowledged Muyu as its trainer, it followed his commands without complaint. Compared to the winged bat, which, due to its personality, is averse to training and contact-based moves, the fiery chick possesses the demeanor of a battle-hardened warrior, exhibiting absolute obedience to orders. With this characteristic, Muyu firmly believes that the fiery chick is a natural-born fighter. However, this does not imply that he has any disdain for the winged bat. On the contrary, Muyu appreciates the individuality of Pokémon, as it signifies that this is a real world. Whether it's the steady yet somewhat dull forest turtle, the neurotic and battle-averse winged bat, or the combat-loving fiery chick, who resembles a berserker, Muyu genuinely holds affection for each of them. Thus, after a month of adaptation, Muyu deemed it time to reveal to the fiery chick the shock that comes from the system. Relax your mind, and soon you shall feel the surge of power. Muyu gently placed his hand on the fiery chick's fluffy head and whispered. Subsequently, he silently commanded in his heart, equip the Night Reaper, the Hextech Gunblade, and the Titan's resolve to the fiery chick. As Muyu's will activated, 3 transparent orbs representing the equipment entered the fiery chick's body. Chao. Feeling the sudden transformation within its body, the fiery chick's eyes widened in disbelief, and it exclaimed in excitement. Pokémon, fiery chick. Type, fire. Gender, male. Level, 14, 22140, normal. Ability, speed boost, increases its speed as the battle progresses. Moves, scratch, proficient, 4950. Growl, proficient, 2250. Focus energy, proficient, 3250. Ember, proficient, 4950. Peck, proficient, 4950. Quick attack, novice, 910. Detect, novice, 210. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, agility, novice, 910. Feint attack, novice, 910. Potential, gym level. Equipment, Night Reaper, Hextech Gunblade, Titan's Resolve. Base stats, HP, 45. Physical attack, 601,520, 80. Physical defense, 402,520, 25. Special attack, 701,520, 80. Special defense, 50, 25. Speed, 4510. Total, 310,125, 210, 435, 645. Numbers in parentheses indicate the stats after Titan's Resolve is fully stacked. Night Reaper, 15 physical attack, 15 special attack, 25 physical defense, 20 critical hit rate. Attacks deal an additional 12 damage, which increases to 30 when the target's HP is below 60. Hextech Gunblade, 20 physical attack, 20 special attack, provides 25 lifesteal, which also heals the ally with the lowest percentage of HP on the field. If no allies are present, this effect applies to the holder. Lifesteal, as the name implies. It restores health proportionately based on all damage dealt. Given that the fiery chick possesses the speed boost ability, Muyu opted not to equip it with the Blade of the Ruined King, which enhances speed, but rather chose the Night Reaper and Hextech Gunblade to bolster its offensive capabilities, along with the ever-useful Titan's Resolve. With the fiery chick's combat style, it can rapidly accumulate layers of Titan's Resolve, leading to a significant transformation. With the synergy of Hextech weaponry and the blood-sucking prowess of the apothecary, combined with the resolute dual resistance gained from Titan's full stack, even a strategy of trading blows in a hard-hitting manner is sufficient to swiftly overwhelm adversaries. Moreover, once fully stacked, the nearly 200 in dual offensive stats undeniably marks one as a formidable damage dealer. How does it feel to sense this power? Noticing the distinct change in expression on the face of the fire chick, Muyu inquired with a smile. Chamo. The fire chick nodded enthusiastically, its eyes filled with awe and admiration as it gazed at Muyu. It is evident that this display of skill by Muyu is nothing short of divine revelation for any Pokémon. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the fire chick, Muyu facilitated several skill breakthroughs for the Pokémon, which had reached a bottleneck. Claw, proficiency, 4950, Claw, mastery, 0-100. Ember, proficiency, 4950, Ember, mastery, 0-100. Peck, proficiency, 4950, Peck, mastery, 0-100. Quick attack, novice, 910, quick attack, proficiency, 0-50. Agility, novice, 910, agility, proficiency, 0-50. Feint attack, novice, 910, feint attack, Proficiency, 050. The series of skill breakthroughs ignited a renewed fervor within the fire chick, prompting it to commence training vigorously. Observing this, Muyu merely shook his head with a smile, opting not to intervene. Allowing the fire chick to channel its excitement through exercise is far more beneficial than enforcing a rest. Thereafter, Muyu accessed his system panel. Host, Muyu. System level, 3. Host level, 23, 68,260. Skills, Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Perfect, 15310000. Coins, 4998. Experience points, 213. Equipment, none. Hextech Talents, Barrier Breaker, Color. Pandora's Gear, Gray. Titan's Resolve, Gold. Mini Treasure Hunter, Gold. Small Storage Space, Gray. Apothecary Eye, Gray. Know Your Enemy, Gold. Know Your Enemy. Gold. The damage inflicted by your Pokémon is increased by 15. If the opposing Pokémon shares the same attribute as yours, this effect is amplified to 30. This marks Muyu's third Golden Hextech from his 10th round of draws, representing an enhancement to his Pokémon's overall strength with a combat-oriented focus. Half of the damage from like attribute skills will be mitigated, while the remaining half, aside from the rare Ghost and Dragon types which inflict restrained damage upon like attribute Pokémon, will merely deal normal damage. With this Hextech, Muyu's Pokémon can maintain an advantageous position when facing those of the same attribute. The Master of Ocean Currents. Chapter 53, System Level Up. Having arranged for the Fire Chick, Muyu naturally did not neglect the Tree Turtle and the Crossbat. Pokémon, Tree Turtle. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. Level, 29, 65500. Professional Grade. Ability, Overgrow. The power of Grass-type moves increases when health drops below a certain threshold. Moves, Tackle, Mastery, 99100. Withdraw, Mastery, 98100. Absorb, Mastery, 98100. Leaf Blade, Expert, 4571000. Curse, Proficient, 4850. Bite, Mastery, 92100. Mega Drain, Mastery, 89100. Learn Moves, Protect, Mastery, 87100. Inherited Moves, Charge, Expert, 3721000. Spit Up, Expert, 3721000. Swallow, Expert, 3631000. Potential, King Level. Equipment, Thorn Vest, Dragon Claw, Titan's Resolve. Held Item, Miracle Seed, Beginner. Base Stats, 575, 785. Muyu spent 189 experience points to elevate all of Tree Turtle's skills to the expert level. As for those skills at the proficient level, he refrained from further enhancement, primarily due to his current lack of sufficient experience points and coins, as well as the exorbitant cost of upgrading those skills further, which renders them less cost-effective. For the time being, the proficient skills are adequately functional, and according to Song US Insights, such proficiency is already on par with the ace Pokémon of top-tier university teams, serving as their hidden trump cards or signature moves. This assessment holds true especially for those who prioritize stability and lower power skills. For those who seek high-power moves, even achieving mastery level is likely a distant dream. Pokémon, Crossbat. Type, Poison Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 29, 55500. Professional Grade. Ability, Inner Focus, a sharp and resilient spirit that does not flinch from the opponent's attacks. Moves, Supersonic, Expert, 3201000. Absorb, Expert, 3801000. Scare, Mastery, 99100. Mean Look, Mastery, 97100. Poison Fang, Proficient, 150. Wing Attack, Proficient, 150. Confuse Ray, Mastery, 83100. Air Slash, Expert, 2521000. Swift, Mastery, 82100. Cross Poison, Proficient, 4950. Bite, Proficient, 150. Learn Moves, None. Inherited Moves, Quick Attack, Expert, for 781000. Tailwind, Expert, 3721000. Potential, King Level. Equipment, Crescent Spear, Rapid Fire Cannon. Breaker, Held Item, Sharp Beak, Beginner. Base Stats, 660. Similarly, Muyu spent 140 experience points to elevate all of Crossbat's skills, excluding those contact moves that it does not prefer, to the expert level. After completing this, Muyu glanced at his remaining coin count, discovering he still had 4,881 coins, while his experience points were naturally depleted. Noticing the experience points required for both the Tree Turtle and Crossbat to reach level 30, which is 880 points, he realized that if he were to elevate the two Pokémon to level 30, thereby advancing the system level to 4, he could still reap the full 40 coins in daily interest, and even double his daily experience and coin gains to 8 points. This arrangement is undeniably advantageous. Contemplating this, Muyu promptly exchanged 880 coins for experience points, channeling them into the 2 Pokémon. With a flicker of light, the Tree Turtle and Crobat officially crossed the threshold into the senior level. Pokémon, Tree Turtle. Level, 30-0520, senior level. Pokémon, Crobat. Level, 30-0520, senior level. As he allowed the 2 Pokémon to freely engage in activities and acclimatize to their newfound strength, Muyu began to contemplate his plans for the upcoming months. Firstly, the secret treasures of the 2 Pokémon had already been largely consumed, and the remaining portion would probably sustain them for about a month. After that, their growth rate would inevitably slow. However, this is not a significant concern, equipped with their gear and possessing high skill proficiency. Even Pokémon of considerably higher levels would find it challenging to withstand their onslaught. Besides the essential daily training, Muyu deemed it necessary to incorporate occasional wild battles. After all, to achieve meaningful outcomes in the future, one must venture into the wild for exploration. Ample experience from wild battles will ensure they are well prepared for unforeseen circumstances that may arise in the wilderness. After some time, once they have acclimated to their current strength, we shall venture once more to the first secret realm, taking the opportunity to gather some gold along the way. This time, with ample finances at his disposal, Muyu's intentions for visiting the secret realm have shifted entirely. In addition to allowing the fiery chick to adapt to the wilderness, Muyu plans to amass a substantial amount of gold, reminiscent of the initial encounter with the swarm of bee drills. After some contemplation, Muyu ultimately decides to wait until the remaining treasures of the forest turtle and the cross-shaped bat have been fully utilized before setting off towards the several beginner secret realms in Qingsong City. This will serve both as an opportunity to accumulate experience through wild battles and to embark on another profitable journey. It is worth noting that since Muyu was prematurely recruited by Chongqing University, the elite class curriculum has become rather trivial for him. After all, the primary focus of the instruction here revolves around basic outdoor survival knowledge, which Muyu had self-studied many years prior. Moreover, having been excused from the cultural course examinations required for the college entrance examination, Muyu is not compelled to attend classes, and thus, Songyu has no insistence on his attendance. In truth, Muyu is now essentially a prospective graduate, with the only remaining requirement being the graduation certificate in June. Conversely, Lu Liang and Wang Yin endured daily torment from their cultural courses. Lu Liang, despite his imposing physique that belies an intellectual appearance, manages to maintain a position within the top 10 of his grade, as long as he avoids any mishaps in the monthly exams. Songyu grants him certain allowances for leave. However, Wang Yin finds himself in a more precarious situation, given his current standings. He must rank within the top 20 to secure admission to Chongqing University, supplemented by combat points from the university to ensure a solid acceptance. Despite Chongqing University lagging behind institutions like Shuimu and Jingdu University, it remains one of the top 8 universities, incomparable to lesser schools. The connections fostered by the esteemed principal and the numerous alumni who have become gym leaders and regional champions over the years are not something ordinary institutions can rival. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Wang Yin, though somewhat eccentric, is genuinely hardworking. In the recent monthly exam, which Muyu did not attend, he managed to secure the 25th position in his class, not far from the coveted top 20. Indeed, once a determined individual sets their sights on a goal, they will pursue it with unwavering resolve. The Creator of the Ocean. Chapter 54, Pokémon Phantoms? War Treasures 2. On the 6th day of April. It has been over a month since the forest turtle and the cross-shaped bat advanced to the senior level. The fiery chick has also reached level 17, entering the late stages of the ordinary level, and has successfully evolved into its robust chicken form. The cross-shaped bat, nurtured by the residual energy of the Pokémon treasures, has ascended to level 33. Similarly, the forest turtle has evolved into its final form, the earth-based turtle, thanks to the remaining energy from the Pokémon treasures. Pokémon, earth-based turtle. Type, grass ground. Level, 33, 22560, senior. Moves, earthquake, mastered, 0-100, leech seed, mastered, 0-100, wood hammer, mastered, 0-100. Base stats, HP, 95. Physical attack, 109, 80. Physical defense, 10590, 25. Special attack, 75, 80. Special defense, 85, 70, 25. Speed, 5610. Total, 525170695, 905. In addition to its base stats soaring beyond those of semi-divine beings, the evolved earth-based turtle has successfully mastered 3 new moves, including the powerful earthquake and wood hammer of its primary type. Indeed, The earth-based turtle has transitioned from a purely grass type to a dual type of grass and ground, which also signifies that while it has reduced some damage from certain types, it has acquired a quadruple weakness to ice. Fortunately, with the presence of the Thorn Vest, the additional damage from its weaknesses is mitigated by 75, meaning that even quadruple effective attacks against the earth-based turtle would only inflict 175 damage. For a creature with defenses around 200, this level of damage is merely a minor inconvenience. It can be stated that any Pokémon below the level of the earth-based turtle need not fear engaging it directly. The mere reflective damage from the Thorn Vest suffices to deter countless foes. Alright, that's enough for today. Let's rest well this afternoon. And tomorrow we shall explore the secret realm. After a morning filled with training, Muyu addressed the trio of Pokémon. Kana, cough cough, Chamo Chamo. Early the following morning, after bidding farewell to his parents, Muyu set off towards the first secret realm. With the presence of the fully evolved earth-based turtle and cross-shaped bat, his parents offered no objections, merely reminding him to prioritize safety. After all, even without a deep understanding of Pokémon, Zhao Rou recognized that the earth-based turtle represents a form achievable only with senior-level strength. While she may not fully grasp the implications of this, she at least understands that her son is indisputably a prodigious trainer. Naturally, they provide him with their utmost support and encouragement regarding his decision. System, activate Hextech Talent Draw on the journey, Muyu silently recited within his heart. Today marks the 40th drawing of the Hextech Talent, which guarantees a gold-tier Hextech, though the specifics remain unknown. Ding! Hextech Talent Draw in progress. Drawing complete. Minor Treasure. Gray obtain a randomly attributed beginner treasure. 1-2-5. Gray obtain a random basic equipment, 2 gold coins, and a random Pokemon Phantom of 5-tier strength. War Treasures 2. Gold when your Pokemon defeats an enemy unit. There is a 35 chance of dropping loot. Loot, gold coins or treasure chests, which can yield random basic equipment, consumables, golden shovels, move discs, Pokemon treasures, etc. Pokemon Phantom, a special source of energy that can only be used on the corresponding Pokemon. By fusing the Pokemon Phantom with the corresponding Pokemon, its strength can be elevated to the corresponding tier, 5-tier gym level. And its potential can be enhanced according to the star level of the Pokemon Phantom. 1-star potential defaults to being higher than level 1, 1-star 5-tier champion level potential. Each pair of identical Phantoms can elevate the Phantom by 1-star level, 2-star 5-tier champion level potential, 3-star 5-tier master level potential. Note, once fused, the intimacy between the Pokemon and the host will reach its peak. Please use with caution. Wow, I can even directly draw a Pokemon treasure. This system is truly remarkable. Muyu marveled at the first gray hex deck that offered a randomly attributed Pokemon treasure. It is known that Pokemon treasures are priceless rarities. Although they are listed at various trading markets, possessing wealth alone does not guarantee acquisition. Sometimes, even when high-quality Pokemon treasures emerge, overpricing them is a common occurrence. Last time, Muyu fortuitously obtained a miracle seed through a treasure-seeking device. That sharp beak had been a prized possession of the armored warrior for countless years. 1-2-5. What kind of hex deck is this? Was this present in games from my previous life? While Muyu clearly understood the first item was a hex deck adjusted by the system based on the Pokemon world, he found the second item to be somewhat perplexing. A random bulk item and 2 gold coins would suffice. But what on earth is that ethereal sprite? With a sense of curiosity, Muyu clicked on the detailed description of the ethereal sprite. In essence, it is something that can enhance the strength and potential of a sprite. Hiss, a gym level? Muyu gasped, marveling inwardly. Had this been a hex he drew before acquiring his initial sprite, he would have chosen it without hesitation. He would then select his initial sprite based on this random ethereal sprite. Although the introduction indicated that the ethereal sprite could only enhance strength and potential, without imparting corresponding skill proficiency or battle experience, it was nonetheless a gym-level sprite, an opportunity that ordinary individuals might never encounter in a lifetime, let alone one with the potential of a champion-level gym sprite, which is exceedingly rare. Just as Muyu had contemplated, had this been at the outset, it would have been the finest starting hex talent. However, for Muyu at this moment, a gym-level sprite was merely a slight advantage. It wasn't that Muyu had already attained the strength to contend with gym-level sprites, but rather that he had already surpassed the most arduous developmental phase. Now, with 2 seasoned sprites by his side, Muyu had established a steadily ascending strength. A mere gym-level challenge was merely a matter of time. At this juncture, what Muyu required was not an immediate power boost, but rather a more sustainable talent for long-term development. Furthermore, considering the random ethereal sprite, one could never predict what might emerge. If it turned out to be a common sprite like Pidgey, that would be manageable, as Muyu could simply purchase it with a little money. But if it were a rare sprite, or perhaps a quasi-divine being, mythical beast, or even a divine creature, he would be left helpless. By the time Muyu possessed the strength and resources to nurture a quasi-divine being, a mere gym-level combatant would hardly concern him. After careful consideration, Muyu ultimately decided to select the Golden Hex War Treasure 2 Gold. With this item in hand, as long as fortune did not completely abandon him, he believed that with the increasing number of defeated opponents, even rare items like sprite treasures would eventually become attainable. At that moment, having a sprite treasure for everyone would not be a mere dream. The Pioneer of the Earth. Chapter 55. Entering the number 1 secret realm again. At the number 1 secret realm inn, having gained experience, Muyu adeptly purchased a week-long ticket, subsequently stepping into the secret realm. Stout Chicken. Remember to observe your surroundings carefully. This place is unlike our usual training park, and enemies may appear at any moment. Upon exiting the inn of the secret realm, Muyu advised the Stout Chicken, now in its second stage evolution. Sprite, Stout Chicken. Level, 17, 42170, Ordinary. Ability, Acceleration, speed increases with the duration of battle. Moves, Double Kick, Proficient, Flame Burst, Proficient. Potential, Gym Level. Equipment, Night Reaper, Hextech Gunblade, Titan's Resolve. Base Stats, 530, 740. Scary, standing just over a meter tall. With piercing eyes and arms naturally hanging at its sides, the Stout Chicken responded with visible excitement. Clearly, this atmosphere, which seemed somewhat like a state of vigilance, did not instill any fear in it. Instead, it invigorated its spirit. Never mind. Observing the Stout Chicken's evident eagerness for battle, Muyu refrained from saying more and turned to the 2-meter-3 tall Turtwig beside him, saying, "From now on, I rely on you to protect me, Turtwig." Got it. As for the Zubat, there was no need for Muyu's instruction. It had already taken to the air, cautiously surveying the surroundings with its crimson eyes, occasionally emitting sound waves to probe corners not easily observable by the naked eye, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Clearly, it was wary of any sudden appearances. Truly, every individual is unique, each with their own disposition. Shaking his head, Muyu settled onto Turtwig's shell. The shell featured a small protruding tree and some spikes. So aside from being a bit uncomfortable to sit on, he need not worry about falling off. Drawing from prior experience, Muyu skillfully retrieved his treasure detector and guided Turtwig towards the direction where he remembered the Beedrill swarm to be located. Suddenly, Zubat seemed to detect something. Its forewings slightly retracting as it descended to Muyu's height, quietly gesturing towards a certain direction. Following Zubat's indication, a data eye message came into view. Sprite, Abra Snake. Type, Poison. Gender, Male. Level, 18, Ordinary. Ability, Shed Skin, can heal abnormal states by shedding its skin. Moves, Bind, Poison Sting, Glare, Snake Glare, Bite Screech. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, none. Potential, Professional level. Carried item, none. An unremarkable jungle predator, the poison type Abra Snake. Due to the lack of a carried item, Muyu had not noticed the presence of the sprite nearby from the treasure detector screen. If not for Zubat's soundwave detection, it would have been quite difficult to spot the Abra Snake, which was currently lying motionless in the underbrush. Stout Chicken, it's your turn. Flash attack, use grab. Although the Abra Snake's level was not high, it occupied the exact location Muyu needed to traverse, so to be on the safe side, he decided to incapacitate it first. Otherwise, if either he or his sprites were poisoned, they would have to undergo a recovery process. Scary. Upon receiving the command, the Stout Chicken responded and emanated a faint white glow. Then, it slightly bent its legs, explosively leaping off the ground like a streak of white light, charging directly at the location of the Abra Snake. Bang! Caught off guard, the Abra Snake had no time to react and was sent flying by the Stout Chicken. After knocking the Abra Snake away, the Stout Chicken did not pause. It used the momentum to push off the ground again, leaping forward. Its sharp claws shimmered with an even brighter white light, viciously aiming for the Abra Snake's body. Smack! With a pained cry, the Abra Snake collapsed to the ground, having lost its ability to battle. In just 2 moves, the Stout Chicken had dispatched this foe, which posed no type advantage and was even 1 level higher than itself. Ding! Stout Chicken defeated Abra Snake, earning 3 gold coins. Ding! War Treasure 2 activated, obtaining an ordinary level treasure chest. Oh, a good start. The very first battle after acquiring War Treasure 2 triggers a treasure chest. Splendid. Muyu marveled inwardly upon hearing the system's notification. Open the treasure chest, Muyu silently urged. As it was his first time acquiring a treasure chest, Muyu was naturally eager to see what delightful items he might unveil. Ding! Ordinary level treasure chest is opening. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 gold coins and a set of ordinary level peak Abra Snake skin. Gold coins and sprite materials. It appeared to be a random amount of gold coins, along with something related to sprites. He was just uncertain about the probability of unveiling other items. However, An ordinary level treasure chest likely wouldn't yield anything too exceptional. Observing the 2-meter-long purple snake skin that had materialized in his storage space, Muyu gained a rough understanding of the value of ordinary level treasure chests. Well done, let's move on. After a moment of contemplation, Muyu encouraged the robust chicken with a few motivating words, and then he, along with his 3 spirits, continued their journey towards the location of the Beedrill colony. As they drew nearer, the faint yet persistent buzzing sound reached Muyu's ears. Standing atop the sturdy Turtwig, he peered through a small telescope to observe the movements of the Beedrill swarm. 1, 2, 3, 26, 27. There were a total of 27 Beedrills, with 7 elite ones stationed at the perimeter as guards, while the remaining 20 were diligently gathering nectar. The division of labor was indeed strikingly clear. Observing the ordinary Beedrills laboring earnestly without complaint, as well as the 7 vigilant elite Beedrills hovering in the air, Muyu couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Charizard, once I give the signal, unleash your most powerful gust, followed by an air slash to finish them off. Estimating the distance to the Beedrill's location in his mind, Muyu commanded Charizard. Turtwig, after Charizard strikes, begin to gather your energy. Once I identify the Queen Bee, unleash your energy ball to take her down. Cough. Yes. Both Turtwig and Charizard nodded in agreement. Aren't you worried? Noticing that Muyu had not assigned a task to him, the robust chicken called out anxiously. Patience. Your moment will come, Muyu reassured the eager chicken. If we wait a bit longer until the fire chick reaches the elite level. Leveraging its acceleration ability and high-speed movement, combined with the Titan's determination and 2 items that enhance its attack, the robust chicken could easily navigate through the swarm without a scratch and single-handedly defeat the entire Beedrill colony. After all, with extreme speed coupled with the regenerative effects of the Hextech gun, it could function almost like a perpetual motion machine. Unfortunately, the robust chicken's current level still falls short, while it can contend with 3 or 4 elite spirits. Facing 7 or 8 alongside a group of ordinary spirits could prove perilous. Thus, the primary combat strength this time lies with Charizard and Turtwig, my 2 stalwart companions. Divine Bird's Thought. Chapter 56. A Bountiful Harvest. Now is the time, Charizard attack. As a group of nectar-gathering Beedrills, laden with leaves filled with nectar, began to converge, Muyu issued the command. With a resounding cough, Charizard flapped its broad wings, summoning fierce winds driven by its flying-type energy, which rushed towards the Beedrill swarm with a howling force. The sharp, fragmented wind blades enveloped all the Beedrills. Even though the area of effect skill meant that the damage was somewhat dispersed, Charizard's formidable special attack, season level, and type advantage still rendered this otherwise weak skill devastatingly effective against the Beedrills. All the ordinary Beedrills lost their combat effectiveness, collapsing along with their nectar onto the ground. Even among the elite Beedrills, nearly all were defeated. Only a couple of slightly stronger elite Beedrills retained some ability to move, but they too fell victim to Charizard's subsequent air slash. Ding. Charizard defeated Beedrill, earning 3 coins. Ding. Charizard defeated Beedrill, earning 6 coins. Ding. Charizard defeated Beedrill, earning. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 7 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 3 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 2 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a normal level treasure chest. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a professional level treasure chest. As the Beedrills fell, a cascade of system notifications rang out, including several alerts for the activation of War Treasure 2. To Muyu's surprise, the War Treasure 2 triggered a remarkable 10 times, indicating that luck was indeed on his side today. Ignoring the system notifications, Muyu focused intently on the direction of the Beedrill colony. Buzzing. Shortly after the fall of the Beedrills, another swarm of Beedrills took flight, clearly drawn by the commotion. Leading the charge was a Beedrill significantly larger than the elite ones, estimated to be around 1.30 meters in length. Spirit, Beedrill. Type, Bug Poison. Gender, female. Level, 32, elite level. Ability, Bug Sense. When health drops to a certain level, the power of Bug-type moves increases. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Harden, Twin Needle. Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit, Focus Energy, Poison Jab, Malicious Pursuit. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, none. Potential, elite level. Held item, Wood Fruit. Hisses. As the queen of the Beedrill colony, the leading elite Beedrill seethed with rage upon witnessing her fallen subordinates, itching to pierce the intruder with her twin needles. Scanning the surroundings, she quickly spotted Muyu and his companions in the distance, glaring at them while emitting sharp hissing sounds. Although the distance rendered Muyu unable to discern the Beedrill queen's words, the murderous intent radiating from her ruby-like eyes made it clear that her remarks were far from cordial. Turtwig, Unleash your energy ball at the largest one. Having already devised a strategy, Muyu wasted no time waiting for the Beedrill Queen to issue her commands. A beam of concentrated energy, fully charged, crashed down upon her. Boom! A tremendous force shattered 4 or 5 stout trees, gradually dissipating. The Beedrills, caught off guard, began to panic as they witnessed their leader's disappearance, flitting about in disarray. In such a collective structure, if the apex figure faced an unexpected event, it became exceedingly challenging to maintain a cohesive combat capability. Unless a new leader emerged, they would likely flounder like headless flies, aimlessly wandering in confusion. Charizard, strike again. Cough. The Beedrills were in disarray. But Muyu's assault would not cease. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. A fierce gust swept through, sending the remaining observing Beedrills cascading to the ground like raindrops. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 7 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 3 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 2 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a normal level treasure chest. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a professional level treasure chest. Charizard, unleash another air slash towards the queen. After all the ordinary Beedrills had collapsed, Muyu glanced at the queen, who was trying to rise with her stinger propped against the ground, and issued another command. Whoosh, 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 hiss. This double-damage flying-type attack thoroughly defeated the queen of the Beedrill colony. Ding. Charizard defeated Beedrill, earning 11 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining an elite-level treasure chest. Turtwig, release seed bombs on all the fallen Beedrills and prevent them from waking up for the time being. Mighty Chicken, your duty is to vanquish all remaining horned bugs and iron shell insects. Ensure not a single one escapes. Crobat, accompany me to the lair of the Beedrill, and be vigilant for any stragglers. After assigning the tasks to the 3 sprites, Muyu set off towards the Beedrill's nest with Crobat in tow. As they drew closer, an enchanting aroma wafted into Muyu's nostrils. Is this the honey of the Beedrill clan? Truly a product of the sprites. It is sweet, yet not cloying. I wonder what flavor the Beedrill Queen and the trio of honeybees honey possesses. Muyu reached out to break off a small piece of the solidified honey and placed it in his mouth, savoring the delightful taste with a sigh of pleasure. Meanwhile, Crobat, after taking a single lick, disdainfully gazed at the vast expanse of amber honey. Clearly, Crobat favored items imbued with a touch of bitterness over the saccharin. After swiftly packing away all the honey into his storage space, Muyu departed from the area. Given that the Beedrill primarily subsisted on nectar, and aside from a few abnormal fruit, there were no other treasures in the Beedrill's lair, Muyu did not linger. Let us proceed. Upon reaching the back of the Turtwig, Muyu glanced at the still-dazed Beedrills and remarked. Once Muyu and his companions had distanced themselves, the absence of the Turtwig's energy supply soon caused the Beedrills to wobble and ascend from the ground. By the time the Beedrill Queen regained her senses and sought the intruders, Muyu and his team had long since vanished. Divine Bird, onward. Chapter 57. Open the treasure chests. After distancing himself from the Beedrill territory, Muyu, seated atop the Turtwig, silently recited in his mind. Ding. Opening normal treasure chest 7. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 19 gold coins, 2 normal Beedrill stingers, 1 iron shell pupa shedding, 1 Beedrill honey, 2 horned bug silk, and 1 wood fruit. All items associated with the Beedrill. It seems that normal treasure chests are unlikely to yield anything of great value. Observing the assortment of trinkets now occupying his storage space, Muyu leaned against a small tree atop the Turtwig, pondering. The contents of normal treasure chests are generally mundane. I wonder if the rewards from professional treasure chests will be more promising. With that thought, Muyu mentally commanded, System, open all professional treasure chests. Ding. Opening professional treasure chest 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 17 gold coins, 1 professional Beedrill stinger, 1 powerful healing spray, and 1 disposable move learning machine, seed machine gun. Powerful healing spray, 10 milliliters of spray-type potion crafted from various fruits and rare medicinal herbs. A full bottle can completely restore the stamina of a peak gym-level sprite. Gold can be consumed to replenish the potion, costing 5 gold coins for 10 milliliters. Indeed, professional treasure chests yield rewards surpassing those of normal ones, both in terms of gold and material quality. Not only do they provide more gold and superior materials, but they also include a stamina restoration spray. Most crucially, it can be reused by expending gold, which is invaluable for exploration in the wild. Moreover, professional treasure chests can even yield move learning machines. Although disposable, they are still quite remarkable. After all, such items that allow sprites to instantly learn new skills are not found in the real world. While this particular skill may lack potency, Muyu firmly believes that higher-tier move learning machines will emerge as treasure chests increase in rank. Disposable move learning machine. Seed machine gun. Place it on the sprite's forehead or near the head to enable grass-type sprites to learn the seed machine gun move without hindrance. Since it is a grass-type skill, Muyu naturally allocated it to his sole grass-type sprite, Turtwig. Turtwig, pause for a moment and rest here. To prevent any mishaps during the learning process, Muyu decided to have Turtwig find a relatively secluded spot. After Crobat surveyed the surroundings and confirmed the absence of onlookers, Muyu retrieved a thumb-sized blue crystal from his storage space. It was indeed the disposable move learning machine. Intricate patterns, barely discernible to the naked eye, adorned its surface, showcasing a level of precision far superior to any chips Muyu had previously encountered. Don't be nervous. Just take your time to comprehend. Turtwig. Following the instructions, Muyu placed the thumb-sized blue crystal on Turtwig's head. As a faint blue light flickered, the solid blue crystal swiftly merged into Turtwig's body. Subsequently, a wealth of information regarding the usage of the seed machine gun, its energy convergence forms, methods, and techniques began to materialize within Turtwig's mind. After approximately a minute, Turtwig opened its eyes, its mouth agape, and a green energy sphere, no larger than 10 centimeters in diameter, materialized within. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, small green luminous points, akin to ordinary sunflower seeds, erupted from the energy sphere, striking the nearby tree trunk. In an instant, the bark of the tree was peppered with splintered fragments. Move, seed machine gun, proficiency, 050. It has directly surpassed the basic level and entered the proficiency tier. Observing Turtwig's move panel, Muyu expressed his surprise. Subsequently, Muyu opted to expend 150 experience points to elevate it to mastery level. Seed machine gun, proficiency, 050, becomes seed machine gun, mastery, 01000. Once more, Turtwig. Muyu pointed to the tree trunk that had just been struck by Turtwig. Go. This time, with mastery proficiency, the seed machine gun formed an energy sphere the size of a basketball before Turtwig's mouth. Following that, streamlined energy projectiles, each about 2 centimeters long, shot forth. In the blink of an eye, dozens of energy projectiles peppered the tree trunk. Bang, 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 bang. In merely 7 to 8 seconds, the massive tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, was riddled with numerous pits. As Turtwig continued to exert its power, a resounding creak echoed, and the ancient tree, standing in the secret realm for who knows how many years, came crashing down. While this power may not rival that of Leafblade, its speed is certainly impressive. With this move, it will undoubtedly facilitate Turtwig's stacking of Titan layers in the future. Gazing at the fallen tree, pockmarked yet unbroken, Muyu contemplated. Open the advanced treasure chest. Settling back onto Turtwig's shell, Muyu silently recited in anticipation. If professional treasure chests can yield move learning machines, I wonder what treasures the advanced ones will unveil. Ding. Opening advanced treasure chest 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 11 gold coins and 1 antidote. Antidote. Upon consumption, it can eliminate all toxins from gym level and below sprites. Gold can be expended to replenish the potion, costing 10 gold coins for 10 milliliters. Not bad at all. It surpasses the antidotes available on the market. Initially, Muyu felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing that only an antidote was obtained, but upon discovering that it could neutralize all varieties of gym level and below toxins, he found satisfaction. It is worth noting that the real world differs from the game. Each type of sprite harbors distinct toxins, much like the toxins harbored by the Venusaur. A significant portion belongs to the realm of plant toxins, whereas the venom secreted by the Arbok is classified as an animal toxin. Similarly, the toxins contained within the Noctowl also fall under the category of animal toxins. Despite both being animal toxins, the venoms of the Arbok and the Noctowl are broadly comparable. Yet there exist subtle distinctions between them. While a general antidote may temporarily suppress the spread of these toxins, complete eradication necessitates a timely visit to a medical facility. Typically, the antidotes available on the market are designed to neutralize toxins from Pokémon of professional rank or lower, with specialized antidotes targeting specific Pokémon being a rare commodity, as the trade often prioritizes profitability. Due to the limited audience for such specialized antidotes, they are usually only obtainable through online purchases. Higher-tier antidotes capable of neutralizing toxins from advanced or even elite Pokémon do exist, albeit they are quite scarce and typically require procurement from larger cities or online orders. Now that Muyu possesses a universal antidote from the system, which can even be replenished with coins, he need not fear the toxic Pokémon lurking in the secret realms, allowing him to proceed with confidence. Let us head towards the central lake. After stowing the antidote, Muyu produced the map of the secret realm and, after comparing it with the locations of various groups of Pokémon, spoke to the Torterra. Let's go. Chapter 58. A visit to an old friend. In the deep of night, in a secluded part of the secret realm, by the flickering light of a campfire, a man clad in black night gear tossed logs into the flames, cursing his superior's family in a fit of frustration. Damn it, I've been working my ass off for you, and this is all I get? Once I catch that timid bug and present it to Lord Copperpillar for my reward, you'll regret not giving me what I deserve. As he spoke with venomous intent, he plunged a small knife fiercely into a nearby stick. This man was the one who had stumbled upon the timid bug a few months prior, but had lost track of it due to an unexpected turn of events. The Secret Realm Management Bureau, responsible for dispatching guardians to the realms, had regulations in place. Each person is permitted to enter the same level of Secret Realm only once a month, and for no longer than a week, to prevent long-term habitation that could disrupt the ecology of these realms already under national control. As for undiscovered intermediate and advanced realms, there are no stringent rules, as their harsh environments or vast expanses, often spanning tens of thousands or even millions of square kilometers, make oversight exceedingly difficult. Due to this one-month cooldown period, the man, while waiting, received another task from his superiors, leading him to another primary secret realm. This delay had caused several months to pass. Oh, the nearby Spiro, eyeing the golden, dripping meat leg roasting over the fire, struggled to contain its hunger and called out eagerly to the man, "Hurry up. All right, it's almost done. Don't rush me." The following morning, with the Torterra, Noctowl, and Blaziken taking turns to keep watch, Muyu was finally able to rest properly. Unlike the previous occasion when he was preoccupied with guard duties, after feeding the three little ones energy cubes, he began to plan the day's itinerary. Since the entirety of the number 1 secret realm is under complete jurisdiction as a primary realm, it poses little danger within its confines. The most perilous areas are those inhabited by senior-level Pokémon and the initial swarm of Beedrills. However, due to strict control by the realm guardians, the Beedrill population has been unable to expand its territory, ensuring that unless one foolishly ventures into their domain, accidents are unlikely. In such a realm, the true threats to life are the toxic Pokémon. Nevertheless, these concerns bore no relevance to Muyu. Times have changed, with 2 senior-level Pokémon by his side. There is no corner of the number 1 secret realm that he cannot explore. The only challenge now is optimizing the potential gains within the limited time frame. Let us seek out that cautious warrior mother-daughter duo. As a notably prudent clan, they should possess intimate knowledge of the distribution of Pokémon within the secret realm, far superior to my aimless wandering. Muyu tucked the map away. After all, Pokémon are not bound to a singular location. Powerful Pokémon can drastically alter the habitats of many. Simply relying on the map may lead to errors. Just yesterday, Muyu had missed a group of 7 or 8 Pidgeys along with a flock of Piplup. Thus, consulting the local inhabitants is imperative. Come on, Torterra. I'll be counting on you today. Sitting on the tortoise's shell, Muyu patted its raised back, addressing the Torterra. Let us go? The Torterra felt no burden. Carrying Muyu, even with the Noctowl and Blaziken added, posed no challenge. Thus, under Muyu's guidance, with Blaziken clearing the path and Noctowl scouting ahead, the quartet embarked on their journey once more. Blaziken, deliver a 2-hit combo. With a powerful leap, Blaziken's robust legs knocked out a feisty fletchling. Throughout the journey, Muyu had Blaziken handle all encounters with Pokémon of professional rank or lower, partly to enhance Blaziken's combat experience, and partly because the Torterra needed to safeguard itself, while Noctowl remained vigilant of the surroundings, making it inconvenient for them to engage. We should be approaching soon. Spotting the familiar hill and the golden dot on his treasure radar, Muyu realized they were almost at the cave of the warrior Pokémon. Indeed, as the strongest Pokémon in this secret realm, the cave of the warrior Pokémon not only housed 3 pieces of Pokémon treasures, but Muyu was also curious about the final treasure that the warrior Pokémon had retained. However, he had no intention of forcibly seizing it. After all, although the warrior Pokémon had shown gratitude by bestowing 3 treasures upon him previously, Muyu was no longer in need of wealth, making it unnecessary to resort to theft. Furthermore, even if there were treasures, they could only amount to a mere million at most. A mere primary secret realm could hardly yield anything more advanced. Roar. Just as Muyu and his companions neared the cave, a furious roar erupted from within the dark cavern. From the sound, it seemed to be the warrior Pokémon. Is there an intruder? Muyu squinted his eyes, speculating inwardly. Noctowl, prepare yourself. If anything emerges from the cave, immediately use Gust to hinder its movement. Torterra, charge your energy. If it isn't the warrior Pokémon, blast it with your energy ball. Blaziken, you are on lookout duty. Ensure no other Pokémon interferes with us. After jumping down from Torterra and positioning himself behind the sturdy creature, Muyu commanded, "Let us go." Regardless of whether the warrior Pokémon was enraged due to an intruder or other reasons, Muyu had to ensure control over any beings that might emerge from the cave. If it was merely the warrior Pokémon in a frenzy, Muyu would have Noctowl use Gust to restrict its actions while instructing Torterra to unleash Energy Ball and utilize Seed Bomb to stabilize its emotions. If there was indeed an intruder, given the warrior Pokemon's previous generosity, Muyu would not mind lending a helping hand, potentially earning some coins in the process. Regardless of the circumstances, exercising caution is invariably prudent. Having discovered a selection of fine images, I have adorned the conclusion of each preceding chapter with an illustration. For those interested to peruse, that is all. The Tumultuous Land, a vast expanse of ice. Chapter 59, Healing. Within the cave, Beedrill, swiftly employ Poison Sting to disrupt her. Pidgeotto, you too, unleash Toxic. A man clad in deep black attire, perspiration trickling down his brow, frantically commanded his Pokemon. Struggling to counter the wrathful onslaught of a Fiero. Within the confines of a small iron cage he clutched, there resided a timid Caterpie. Noticing the darkened patches upon the Caterpie's body, it was evident that the cage was electrified. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. The Caterpie, engulfed in sheer terror, curled into a tight ball. Its helpless gaze fixed upon its obstructed mother, emitting a pitiful whimper. Merely listening to it was enough to tug at one's heartstrings. Roar. Witnessing the pitiable state of its offspring, the Fiero exhibited no trace of hesitation as it braved the onslaught of Beedrill's stingers and Pidgeotto's toxins, forcefully carving a path with its metallic claws. Damn it, why don't you run? Has your ability been fed to the dogs? Observing the Fiero endure the damage, seizing Beedrill with a claw before viciously tearing it apart, the man in black felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety and fear within. He had never anticipated that his seasoned mid-level Pidgeotto, alongside a peak professional-level Beedrill, would fail to fend off a mere Fiero. He distinctly recalled that a Fiero was merely a timid creature, averse to prolonged combat. Had it not been for the incentives offered by those above, he would not have deigned to cast a glance at such embarrassing Pokemon as the Caterpie and Fiero. Yet, to his astonishment, in just one encounter, his peak professional-grade Pokemon had been reduced to the brink of death, and before he could recall it, it was shattered in an instant. Watching his Beedrill, a companion through thick and thin for over a decade, disintegrate into a cloud of blood and flesh, he felt an intense urge to personally annihilate the Fiero. Before he could contemplate further, the silver armor of the Fiero suddenly shimmered with a dark glow. Subsequently, the Fiero's speed surged, charging directly at the man in black. A surprise attack. Damn it, Pidgeot, use Protect. As the Fiero drew nearer, the man hastily retrieved a red and white ball, commanding urgently. As the Pokeball burst open, a long-bodied creature resembling an elongated rat materialized before the Fiero. Just as the claws were about to strike, a transparent barrier was barely unleashed. Who the hell dared to label a Fiero as worthless? I'll tear their mouth apart if I hear them. Observing the precarious barrier and the fear evident in Pidgeot's expression under the Fiero's murderous gaze, the man in black erupted in expletives once more. Pidgeotto, quickly take me away. Faced with the imminent threat of death, disregarding Pidgeot, the man seized its talon, shouting urgently. Oh, complying with the command, Pidgeotto soared towards the cave's entrance without hesitation. Roar. Witnessing its offspring recede into the distance, the Fiero's bloodshot eyes widened further, its gaze now brimming with an even more terrifying aura. As the Fiero unleashed its frantic power, Pidgeot's Protect could barely withstand for long. As the barrier shattered, Pidgeot was directly torn to shreds by the enraged Fiero. Damn it, for a mere Caterpie, I have lost two of the Pokemon I painstakingly raised. Once I receive my reward from Lord Copperpillar, I will ensure that bastard compensates me in full. As the light at the cave's entrance grew ever more brilliant, the man's initial anguish and fury began to wane. Despite the loss of two Pokemon, he remained confident that with Lord Copperpillar's reward, he could cultivate a Pokemon of elite or even gym-level caliber. In due time, he would recover all that he had lost, and then some. Zubat, attack! Just as he flew out of the cave, before he could bask in the warmth of sunlight, a calm voice suddenly resonated. Before he could react, a fierce gust of wind swept through, abruptly interrupting Pidgeotto's rapid flight. Even he, caught off guard, lost his grip on Pidgeotto's talon, being flung against the rocky wall. Torterra, aim for Pidgeotto and unleash. Boom. The man in black, having made intimate contact with the wall, fought through excruciating pain to open his eyes, only to witness Pidgeotto being struck down by a beam of light. Already drained of energy, Pidgeotto collapsed to the ground. Bounty hunter? Or perhaps an evil organization? His mind muddled from the impact, the man in black vaguely heard a self mutter, before succumbing to unconsciousness. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. The gust that had blown the man away also sent the cage containing the Caterpie flying. Fortunately, due to the cage's protection, the Caterpie sustained only minor electric shocks upon grazing the cage's edge. Upon hearing the Caterpie's cries, Muyu momentarily disregarded the unconscious man in black and approached the cage, observing it for a moment before realizing it was a combination lock. Torterra, Break it open with your hammer. Seeing the combination lock, Muyu decided against attempting it himself and opted for a brute force solution with Torterra. Gah! As Torterra gathered grass-type energy into protruding spikes on its cheeks. Two scythe-like blades of light extended, shimmering with a vibrant green. With a sudden shake of its head, Torterra swiftly opened a gap in the cage that imprisoned the caterpie. You're safe now, little one. Muyu gently cradled the caterpie in his arms and, retrieving a potent healing spray, reassured, stay still, I'll spritz some medicine on you. And you'll be right as rain in no time. ZZZZT. To his surprise, the caterpie, held in Muyu's embrace, remained calm and nestled obediently. Noticing the caterpie's lack of resistance, Muyu promptly sprayed the healing solution onto it. Indeed, as expected from a product of the system. Mere seconds after the spray was applied, the previously charred patches on the caterpie's shell gleamed anew. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Feeling rejuvenated, the caterpie joyfully tapped Muyu's chest with its antennae, seemingly expressing gratitude. No need for thanks, little one. Go find your mother. She must be worried sick by now. Muyu gently patted the caterpie's head. Within this brief moment, he could already hear the increasingly agitated roars approaching from the cave. He feared that if he delayed further, the anxious Fiero might succumb to desperation. ZZZZT. Hearing Muyu's words and glancing towards the cave, the caterpie, upon hearing its mother's anxious cries, reluctantly bid farewell to Muyu and swiftly darted towards the entrance. Ultimate Volt Tackle Thunder Flash. Chapter 60. Engaging in undesirable tasks is a means to avert even worse outcomes. After tending to the caterpie, Muyu returned to the side of the man in black, directing his gaze to the two Pokeballs containing Pokémon at his waist. The Pokeballs resembled one-way mirrors, while the interior remained hidden from view. The Pokémon within could clearly observe the outside situation. The two Pokémon inside were undoubtedly aware of their trainer's precarious predicament. Regrettably, they lacked the strength to burst forth from their Pokeballs. Indeed, aside from being released by their trainers, Pokémon can also exit their Pokeballs freely once they possess a certain level of strength. The durability of various types of Pokeballs varies according to their materials. For instance, even the most ordinary red and white ball allows any Pokémon of elite caliber to easily escape. However, these creatures choose not to leave their confines, as Muyu has no intention of letting them go either. Although domesticated Pokémon do not exhibit the fierce aggression of their wild counterparts, they possess an extraordinary degree of loyalty regardless of their classification. Even if Muyu remains indifferent towards the two mere professional-level Pokémon, he resolves to eliminate these unforeseen variables to avoid potential complications. What if, unbeknownst to him, this individual is affiliated with an organization responsible for collecting the remains of subordinates, or possesses some hidden background? What if he is entangled in a case, and by mere chance, someone discovers this place, only to find clues through the two Pokémon that Muyu, in a moment of unexpected kindness, released? That would truly be akin to cutting the grass without removing the roots, allowing it to sprout anew. The most terrifying prospect is that if he is absent from home, they might locate his parents. Whether they suffer harm or are used as leverage against him is a scenario Muyu dreads. After all, he is not like the protagonists from those novels of his previous life, who can afford to be carefree while their families remain untroubled. In this world, Muyu cherishes a happy family, loves his parents, and has close friends and brothers. For the sake of himself and those he loves, he must ensure that his actions are foolproof. Charizard, prepare your airblade, and hold nothing back. Torterra, use your weakest seed bomb to target the switches of the Pokeballs and release them. Got it. With Charizard ready, Muyu approached Torterra, giving its shell an encouraging pat to signal that it could proceed. Whoosh, whoosh. Upon receiving Muyu's cue, Torterra slightly parted its mouth, launching two energy orbs the size of soybeans that accurately struck the buttons of the Pokeballs. With Torterra's mastery of Seed Bomb, the size and power of the energy orbs were perfectly controlled. As two beams of white light flickered, the two professional-level Pokémon appeared on the ground. Even in the face of the overwhelming presence of the seasoned Charizard and Torterra, they stood resolutely, their eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Muyu. Clearly, these two Pokémon had experienced the taste of life and death. It remained uncertain whether they had taken lives of Pokémon or humans. While Pokémon are inherently pure and kind-hearted beings, that does not imply they are incapable of taking lives. In fact, once a Pokémon recognizes its master, that master becomes everything in its world. Actions commanded by the master are executed without regard for morality or correctness. This explains why many heinous individuals in this world would rather sacrifice themselves than allow their Pokémon to perish. Human hearts are tender, and truly emotionless beings are exceedingly rare. Perhaps in moments of life-threatening crisis, they might instinctively act to preserve their own lives, but afterwards, regret and sorrow will undoubtedly accompany them for a lifetime. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the two Pokémon could react, Charizard, having gathered its energy, did not hesitate to unleash its wings, sending forth several nearly 2-meter-long air blades that struck the two Pokémon with brutal force. With two pained cries, the Pokémon were swiftly incapacitated. Observing the two now incapable of combat, their eyes spiraling in defeat, Muyu did not command Charizard to cease its assault. Understanding his intent, Charizard continued its onslaught without pause. Soon, a series of air blades rained down upon them, and the unprotected Pokémon were almost instantaneously rendered lifeless. Along with them, the large-beaked Pokémon was also decapitated. Torterra, use a low-powered earthquake to bury them. Gazing at the horrifying scene of dismemberment, Muyu forced himself to suppress the revulsion and nausea rising within him, maintaining a facade of calm as he spoke to Torterra. This was the first time in his current and past lives that he witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, even in his previous life. No matter how much he fought to avoid being bullied, the most he experienced was a knife wound. He had never encountered a scene of such explicit brutality. Yet, he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he constantly reminded himself that this was the fate of the powerless. He understood that a real world cannot be entirely beautiful and fairy tale-like. In those wildernesses untouched by civilization, civilization itself becomes an anomaly. Adapting early is far better than regretting later. Ding. Charizard defeated a professional-level Pokémon, earning 7 gold coins. Ding. Charizard killed a professional-level Pokémon, earning an additional 7 gold coins. Ding. Charizard killed a large-beaked Pokémon, earning an additional 12 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning 7 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning a professional-level treasure chest. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning an additional 11 gold coins. Listening to the system notifications, Muyu's previous discomfort was swiftly redirected as he processed the information. Aside from the first notification, which indicated a standard reward for defeating an opponent, the subsequent notifications regarding additional gold coins from kills and the triggering of the war treasure multiple times astonished him. This implied that the rewards from kills far surpassed those from mere victories. Whether it be the double rewards, considering both the defeat and the additional kill bonuses, or the apparent certainty of triggering war treasures, the benefits from killing were exceptionally lucrative. Reflecting on some novels from his past life, where individuals became wealthy overnight through murder and treasure, it was not difficult to comprehend. Engrossed in contemplation, Muyu found that his earlier unease had completely dissipated. Indeed, the best way to forget something is to immerse oneself wholeheartedly in another endeavor. Roar, roar. Just as Muyu pondered the hidden, triggering mechanisms of the war treasures, a roar pulled him back to reality. He looked up to see the timid bug warrior emerging from the cave, its shell slightly darkened and stained with blood, and its eyes still shimmering with remnants of red. It was clear that the bug warrior had faced a dire situation. Roar. This time, the bug warrior did not simply drop off its cargo before departing. Instead, it approached Muyu, bowing its head in gratitude from a distance of several meters. Clearly, it was expressing its appreciation. Subsequently, it produced a brilliant blue, teardrop-shaped gem from its person, placing it atop the timid bug and gently patting it. Responding to the cue, the timid bug, albeit reluctantly, touched the antennae of the bug warrior with its own, before climbing up with the water droplet in tow. Blazing flames descend upon the heavens. Chapter 61. The Bug Warrior and its Offspring. Mystic Water Droplet. Beginner, a wondrous gem containing pure water attribute energy, which, when carried by a Pokémon, enhances the power of water-type skills by 15. It can also be absorbed directly to enhance the quality of the Pokémon's water attribute energy. Is this the Mystic Water Droplet? Muyu marveled in his heart as he read the information about the item atop the timid bug. He never anticipated that such a small beginner's secret realm would yield 3 treasures for Pokémon, though they may only be of beginner level. Such fortune was enough to evoke substantial envy in others. Thankfully, the bug warrior had reached its potential limit. And since the timid bug had not yet reached its bottleneck in its current growth stage, it refrained from absorbing it. Otherwise, most wild Pokémon would not consider long-term implications as humans do. Such items, capable of enhancing growth speed and skill potency, and absorbing energy, can lead to several months of rapid development. It is only among large groups of wild spirits that one might observe a tradition of utilizing rare spirit treasures as a means of inheritance. In contrast, certain individuals or domineering clan leaders may choose to disregard long-term consequences and consume such treasures outright. Ultimately, this depends on the clan's developmental circumstances and the personality and status of the leader. Previously, the absence of this item from the armored warrior led Muyu to speculate that the warrior's cautious nature prevented her from taking it out of her cave, preferring to keep it hidden until the timid creature faced a bottleneck, at which point she would bestow it upon her. After all, the armored warrior's strength has already reached the pinnacle of the secret realm, rendering any enhancement from the mysterious droplet unnecessary. Thanking her, Muyu crouched down and gently picked up the mysterious droplet from the timid creature's head, caressing it affectionately. With a soft sound, the timid creature, feeling the warmth from Muyu's hand, squinted its eyes in delight and responded joyfully. Yet, just as Muyu prepared to rise and depart, the timid creature used its antennae to stop her hand, gazing tearfully at the pokeball at Muyu's waist. "Do you wish to come with me?" Muyu asked, somewhat surprised. It is important to note that wild spirits do not inherently possess the same fondness for humans as domesticated ones. In fact, like the wild Rattata Muyu encountered upon entering the secret realm, wild spirits often harbor hostility towards humans. More accurately, for carnivorous or omnivorous spirits, humans are no different from other spirits. Simply put, they view humans as mere snacks. Only those spirits that do not consume meat, or plant-like beings that do not require sustenance, show no animosity towards humans. However, it is worth mentioning that they do not exhibit hostility solely towards humans, but rather towards all others as well. Hence, Muyu never considered capturing the timid creature. Firstly, wild spirits are ultimately inferior to their domesticated counterparts. Secondly, the fact that the timid creature dares to interact with other beings is already remarkable, let alone the idea of following a human away from its familiar environment. Upon hearing Muyu's words, the timid creature vigorously waved its antennae. "If so, are you prepared to part with your mother?" Muyu queried nonchalantly, though concerned that this little one might struggle to adapt to life outside. Times have changed. Muyu was not lacking in resources and did not mind nurturing a few additional spirits, even if they could not be utilized for battle. Serving as ornamental companions would suffice. One must acknowledge that the armored warrior is indeed striking in appearance. Moreover, Muyu had certain equipment that required decorative spirits for outfitting. At this point, Muyu's words caused the timid creature, who had finally mustered the resolve to leave, to immediately turn its tearful gaze towards the equally despondent armored warrior in the distance, whimpering softly. However, the armored warrior merely suppressed her sorrow over the impending separation, lowered her head, and waved her hand, signaling for the timid creature to depart quickly. Observing the mother-daughter duo, Muyu formed a conjecture. Firstly, it is unlikely that the timid creature was smitten and captivated by her presence, as this was not their first encounter. Therefore, it is most probable that the decision originated from the armored warrior, the mother. Just as every being has an innate instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, so too do spirits. As one of the elite, the timid creature's species is acutely aware of potential threats. Any hint of danger prompts immediate retreat. Muyu surmised that perhaps the armored warrior had failed to protect her child on several occasions, leading to a growing sense of self-doubt. Furthermore, had Muyu not fortuitously arrived, the timid creature might have been captured, severing its ties to her entirely. This urgency compelled the armored warrior to seek a safer haven. Yet she understood that the size of the lower secret realm was limited, a fact that she, having lived here for countless years and become one of the realm's strongest, was well aware of. Thus, she placed her hopes in Muyu. Coincidentally, Muyu's assistance during two critical moments had also fostered a significant fondness in the timid creature towards him. After all, being saved from peril twice is akin to a romantic narrative where the protagonists share mutual affection and desire for companionship. Even the most sensitive and timid of creatures, like the timid one, would undoubtedly harbor gratitude and a hint of attachment towards their benefactor. Recognizing this, the armored warrior contemplated entrusting her child to Muyu's protection. Having lived for over a decade, she understood that humans have a penchant for nurturing spirits for combat. Moreover, while teaching her child various techniques, she discovered her child's aptitude was commendable. In the eyes of wild spirits, high aptitude is often equated with high potential. Looking ahead, surpassing her own capabilities was certainly within reach. Thus, the armored warrior felt reassured regarding the timid creature's future. Even if due to personality constraints, it could not compete with spirits of the same level, it could still manage to contend with those of a lower tier. Sighing once more at the sight of the reluctant mother and daughter, Muyu, who had just been reflecting, took a deep breath. Despite having decisively eliminated two spirits earlier, this was only due to the threat they posed to him and his loved ones. Under normal circumstances, Muyu was not so cold-blooded. Additionally, with the armored warrior's level having reached its cap, if he were to draw a secondary Hero Replicator, it would yield an elite-level spirit. This, in turn, implies that Muyu's system level could ascend to 5 much sooner, significantly increasing the likelihood of acquiring a golden hex. "Hey, would you like to come along with me?" Muyu asked the armored warrior. With a soft whimper, the armored warrior, who had been silently sobbing, raised her head in confusion upon hearing Muyu's voice. Pointing at herself with her sharp claws, she emitted a sound of uncertainty. "Precisely. You could assist me by imparting your knowledge of survival in the wild. What do you say?" Muyu nodded reassuringly to the armored warrior, confirming she had indeed heard him correctly. It is well known that while the armored warrior appears formidable and imposing, she is, in reality, a creature that primarily feeds on fruits, and is exceedingly timid. Even wild armored warriors, should they not be provoked, would quietly gather fruits and retreat to the darkness of their caves, living out their lives in peace. Thus, Muyu does not oppose the idea of capturing such a wild spirit. Of course, he would never consider capturing one that might regard humans as mere delicacies. Survival of the fittest is a principle Muyu understands, but he cannot afford to feed a tiger in his own home. After all, he does not wish to lose his mind in the dead of night. Such bloodthirsty and untamable spirits, even if temporarily subdued by strength, are unlikely to truly submit. There's a high chance they would view him as mere provisions and seize the opportunity to strike when he is vulnerable. Upon hearing Muyu's words, the previously tearful and reluctant timid creature immediately excitedly waved its antennae, eagerly calling out to the armored warrior. It appears that she was overjoyed and thrilled at the prospect of her mother accompanying her. Roar, realizing she had not misheard. The armored warrior quickly wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously in agreement with Muyu. Pachirisu. Chapter 62, The Hall of Yama. After the armored warrior and her daughter joined the team, Muyu finally returned to the side of the man in black. Once the items were securely bundled, Muyu first extracted a mask from a stack of pre-prepared ones within his storage space and donned it upon his face. He then changed into a dark coat, securing the hood in place. This spectacle left the armored warrior and her daughter, as well as the sturdy chicken, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the cross-shaped bat gazed at Muyu with unabashed admiration. As for the earth turtle, it remained silent and unresponsive, embodying the calm demeanor one would expect from a long-lived creature. These items had been hastily stored by Muyu the moment he acquired the storage space, intended for crucial moments when they might be needed. In truth, Muyu had contemplated changing his attire and donning a mask upon entering the secret realm. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that such peculiar garb would appear rather odd in this highly secure beginner's domain, potentially arousing suspicion, and thus abandoned the idea. Nevertheless, he did consider taking the time in the future to learn voice acting, makeup, and performance skills to cultivate a secondary team dedicated to outdoor missions, one that would not partake in competitions. This way, even if he gained notoriety later on, the distinctive nature of his elven team would not hinder him. Of course, those were matters for another day. After thoroughly confirming that all items carried by the man had been scavenged, Muyu scrutinized the man's clothing for a moment before proceeding to remove it entirely. He then instructed the sturdy chicken to incinerate all the belongings before directing the earth turtle to bury the ashes with an earthquake. As for valuable items, there were merely 2 mobile phones, some identification documents, and a smattering of cash, none of which Muyu chose to keep, opting instead to obliterate them on the spot. Indeed, when it comes to killing and plundering, one must be discerning. Such seemingly weak characters, even if eliminated, offered little in terms of gain. Once all was prepared, Muyu retrieved a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and splashed it on the man's face, subsequently stowing the empty bottle back into the storage space. Cough, cough, cough. The black-clad man, jolted awake by the cold water, felt the irritating sensation of water in his nasal passages, leading him to cough uncontrollably. It's so cold. Where are my clothes? Panic-stricken and disoriented, the man cried out, feeling the chill enveloping him from all directions, along with several pairs of scrutinizing eyes. Silence. I ask you answer. Do you understand? Seeing that the man had yet to grasp the situation, Muyu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, his tone chilling. Due to Muyu's considerable strength, half of the man's face swelled dramatically from the impact. In pain, the man finally took notice of the figure before him, clad in a pitch-black mask and a dark coat, with not a strand of hair visible. Who are you? He stammered, swallowing hard. The reply came in the form of another slap to the other side of his face, which swelled just as dramatically. Stop hitting me. I'll talk. Name: Liang Lu. Age: 35. Gender: male. Slap: I really am a man. The man whimpered, tears beginning to flow. Speak swiftly. Any hesitation, and the next strike won't be mine. Muyu indicated the armored warrior nearby, radiating murderous intent. Without waiting for a reaction, Muyu continued his inquiries. Place of origin: Chingsong City, Chongqing Province. Family status: orphan. Occupation: delivery worker for a food group. Crack. Not receiving the desired information, Muyu narrowed his eyes and, recalling the knowledge from his combat training regarding the body's most fragile joints, applied pressure with fervor. The strength comparable to a professional-level elf caused the man's frail lower leg bones to crack under the strain. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, caught off guard by the sudden pain. This is the last time. Next time, I won't be squeezing here. Muyu gestured towards the man's rib area with a threatening motion. I'll tell you anything you ask. Please, I beg you, stop torturing me. The man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Having lived in a peaceful era for over 30 years, even after being drawn into various illegal underground organizations and committing acts of violence, he had never encountered someone like Muyu, capable of crushing bones with bare hands over a mere disagreement. Overwhelmed by pain, the untrained man was now drenched in beads of sweat, his vision blurred by tears, and his voice trembling uncontrollably. It seemed his mental clarity was slipping. Affiliation. Outer member of the Yanluo Hall. Yanluo Hall? Hearing the name of such a mythical organization, Muyu paused momentarily. Just the name suggested that its members were likely not to be trifled with. After mentally noting the name, Muyu resolved to search for information about this organization once he reached the university. As for searching online at home, or visiting a dark web cafe, not only was it uncertain whether he would find anything, but merely seeking information related to an organization that appeared to be malevolent could easily attract the attention of authorities. What? A small fry is inconspicuous in the vast ocean of the internet? It's hard to find shrimp in the sea, but not difficult to find insects in a web. Especially in a world where various departments have a high elven presence. A single psychic-type elf can process information far more efficiently than an average person. If nothing happens, no one will care, but should an incident arise, would it be difficult for a small city like Qingsong to find you? Therefore, such matters should not be rushed. It is wiser to proceed once in a larger city or when one has sufficient strength. The purpose of capturing the timid worm. The great overseer, Lord Copperpillar's mission. Having uttered those words in a trembling voice, the man could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and, succumbing to his body's protective mechanisms, fainted. Was my strength too great? Muyu murmured to himself, observing the unconscious man. In his first interrogation, the inexperienced Muyu had chosen a particularly painful area to apply pressure, only to find that the man could not endure it and had passed out. It appeared he would not awaken anytime soon. Crack. Muyu exerted force with his thumb and index finger, crushing the man's throat. Since he had gleaned the name of the man's organization, Muyu no longer felt the need to rouse him, swiftly and decisively ending the man's life. After all, a mere lackey would not possess any valuable information. Moreover, if the man truly knew something, an organization capable of keeping secrets would hardly be weak. Ding. The host has killed Liang Lu, a member of the Yanluo Hall, earning 12 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 activated, granting a senior-level treasure chest. Killing can trigger war treasures? Muyu was astonished by the system's notification. Could it truly be that humans possess attribute-less elves? It indeed seemed to be an equal opportunity. Sturdy chicken, unleash the flames. Roar. The blazing inferno enveloped the man's remains, along with the coat and mask Muyu had just worn, reducing them to mere fragments of bone in under a minute. Earth Turtle, bury it. This was not out of a sense of respect for the dead, but rather a simple belief that burying the remains would ensure safety. As for why he chose to burn before burying, it was primarily due to the traces he left on the man, such as the non-human strength used to crush joints and the throat, were all potential leads for investigation. Only by incinerating everything could he avoid leaving clues. Burying the remains further concealed them. As for why he didn't store the body in the storage space, simply put, Muyu found the idea of using the storage space for a corpse rather distasteful. Let us depart. After dealing with the remains of the man, Muyu departed from the home that the mother and daughter of the armored warrior had inhabited for an unknown duration, in the outskirts of Qingsong City. Within the confines of an abandoned, dilapidated residence, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, slightly rotund in stature and adorned with a walnut bracelet, impatiently inquired, "What time is it? Where is that rascal Liang Lu?" This man was none other than the captain of the underworld, serving under the hand of the great warden of hell, Copperpillar, and was also the superior of the black-clad man Liang Lu, whom Muyu had dispatched. "Perhaps that fool has ventured into the secret realm alone again," remarked a shifty-eyed companion with a grin. "How dare he be late? Does he truly believe that his meager stature could earn the favor of Lord Copperpillar? What an absurd notion," scoffed the man referred to as Head with a disdainful snort. "Forget it. We shall wait until the final day. If he does not arrive by then, he need not return." As he spoke, a flicker of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To think he wishes to curry favor with those above him. Truly has he grown wings. If he is not taught a lesson, how shall I manage my subordinates in the future? "Yes, Head," replied the shifty-eyed man, lowering his gaze in trepidation at the chilling tone. Meanwhile, Muyu, unaware of the Captain Liang Lu's disposition, had just discovered a suitable resting spot and was administering potent healing medicine to the armored warrior. Roar. The warrior exclaimed in delight as her injuries and stamina fully recovered. Having lived for over a decade, this was her first encounter with such a miraculous substance. After tending to the warrior's wounds, Muyu settled on the back of a tortoise-shaped platform, leaning against a stunted tree, and silently intoned, "Open all treasure chests." Ding. 1 professional-grade chest and 1 senior-grade chest are opening. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 20 gold coins, 1 Ziqiao fruit, and 1 negative extreme cloak. Ziqiao fruit. A fruit with a notably astringent taste, but capable of dispelling states of obsession. It is said that if one bites into it along with its soft skin, The astringency will double in the mouth. 1 piece of equipment and 1 fruit. Not bad. Muyu mused as he examined the items yielded by the chest. The Ziqiao fruit was indeed far rarer than the Lingyu fruit, boasting an astringency level 4 times greater according to the materials Muyu had reviewed. According to the system's description, if consumed with the skin, it might yield an 8-fold astringent sensation. A single bite could very well cause an ordinary person to explode on the spot. Here, Shiezi bat, this is for you. Casually tossing the Ziqiao fruit, Muyu directed it toward the Shiezi bat, which was hanging from a tree. Cough. Upon receiving a fruit it had never tasted before, the Shiezi bat curiously sank its teeth into it. In the next moment, a wave of astringency, several times more potent than that of the Lingyu fruit, engulfed its mouth. The Shiezi bat's sharp eyes involuntarily narrowed, its expression one of sheer ecstasy. It was evident that it truly relished this flavor. Tortoise, this is for you. Muyu retrieved a crystallized honey from the great needlebee family from his storage and offered it to the tortoise. Gah! Upon catching a whiff of its favorite honey scent, even the usually composed tortoise raised its head, joyfully shaking it. It was essential to treat the team equally. Having given the Shiezi bat a delightful gift, Muyu naturally would not neglect the other spirits. He then produced several spicy cherry fruits for the muscular chicken. Even the combat-loving chicken, upon tasting this pure and fiery flavor for the first time, had to concede that indulging in delicious food was indeed a crucial aspect of replenishing battle spirit. As for the mother and daughter of the armored warrior, they expressed keen interest in the heavily sour limu fruit. Indeed, each spirit exhibited its own unique palate, Muyu reflected. Observing the 5 spirits each engaged in their respective feasts, glancing at the time, he also took out a self-heating pot and began to enjoy his lunch. In the ensuing days, under the guidance of the armored warrior, Muyu systematically raided several spirit tribes. The numbers were modest, typically consisting of small groups of a dozen or so, or 8 spirits. After all, this was merely a beginner's secret realm, and the abundance of great needle bees was a rarity. Notably, Muyu discovered that there was a cooldown period for earning gold coins from individual spirits. Initially, he had intended to sweep through the great needle bee tribe daily, as they were the most populous. However, after defeating several on the second day and finding no gold coins dropped, Muyu realized this hidden setting. The exact duration remained unclear to him. Perhaps it was 7 days, or maybe just over a week, or possibly even a month. Regardless, on the final day within the secret realm, when he attempted to return to the great needle bees, they still yielded no gold coins. Muyu speculated that if the cooldown period was based on a 7-day cycle, it should indeed last 7 days. But with the departure from the secret realm imminent, he was left unable to test it further. He would have to conduct some experiments with a few spirits once he exited. Host, Muyu. System level, level 4. Host level, level 24, 228,280. Skills, Modern Integrated Combat, Perfect, 566100000. Gold coins, 8044. Experience points, 286. Equipment, Negative Extreme Cloak, Storm Greatsword, Giant's Belt. Items, Mysterious Water Droplet X1, Antidote X2, Healing Medicine X6. Good Healing Medicine X3, Potent Healing Medicine X5, Red White Balls X11, Cherry Fruits X16, Lingyu Fruits X13, Peach Fruits X34, Ordinary ABO Snake Skin X5, Ordinary Great Needle Bee Stingers X22. Hextech Talents, Unbreakable Barrier, Color, Pandora's Equipment, Gray, Resolute of the Great Giant, Gold, Miniature Treasure Hunter, Gold, Small Storage Space, Gray. Pharmacist, Eye Gray, Know Your Enemy, Gold. Over the span of 7 days, the number of gold coins had increased by nearly 1,500, with over 300 being naturally accrued, while the remainder was obtained through defeating spirits and triggering war treasures. Additionally, numerous valuable items had been triggered from war treasures, such as healing medicines, good healing medicines, various fruits, and spirit materials. Overall, the haul was quite bountiful. Upon exiting the secret realm, Muyu did not return home immediately, but instead sold off materials he no longer required in batches to different merchants. He managed to sell for nearly 100,000. Had this occurred months prior, Muyu would have been elated, but now he felt rather indifferent. This amount of money could only procure some basic resource energy blocks, hardly sufficient for anything grander. With Muyu's current team, 3 main combat spirits required 3 meals daily. The muscular chicken needed 3 pieces of low-grade ordinary energy blocks, while the tortoise and the Shiezi bat, being senior level, required 3 pieces of middle-grade ordinary energy blocks each day, totaling 2,100 huaxia coins. Meanwhile, the non-combatants, the timid bug and the armored warrior, needed 1 energy block each per day for sustenance, costing around 400 huaxia coins. This meant that Muyu spent 2,500 huaxia coins daily just on food, amounting to 75,000 huaxia coins over a month. 100,000 would merely cover 3 months' worth of rations. Sigh, Nurturing spirits truly burns through money. Ice Spirit. Chapter 64. A highly versatile little giant. System. Extract Hextech Talents. The next morning, as Muyu brushed his teeth, he silently recited in his mind. Given that the extraction count was not a perfect 10, Muyu approached it casually. Ding. Hextech Talent Extraction completed. Combat Readiness I. Gray, your team deals an additional 3 damage and receives a 3 damage reduction. Gray acquired 15 coins, and after 4 rounds, 4 days, another 15 coins will be obtained. Little Giant. Gray, the host can freely enlarge or reduce any part of their body, alter the color of their pupils, change the length and color of their hair, etc. With changes not exceeding 20 of the body's overall volume, and the host's stamina increases by 50. The hex that enhances team damage is decent, and the second one, which grants money, is also quite good. The third one, however, is amusing. Upon seeing the third option, Muyu instantly perked up. Free enlargement or reduction of any body part. Is this not the legendary shrinking technique? It is even more miraculous than the legendary shrinking technique. After all, the shrinking technique cannot alter the color of the pupils or the length and color of hair. With this ability, combined with voice modulation, acting skills, attire, makeup, and a well-trained team, becoming a second-in-command is a certainty. With this thought, Muyu decisively chose the third hex, the Little Giant. As soon as the hex was selected, Muyu felt a warm current flow through his limbs and body, a sense of indescribable comfort enveloping him. In the depths of his consciousness, Muyu sensed that he had gained the ability to control his body as transformations. Imagining a certain anime character from his past life, a tall and robust man with cold, pale skin and flowing silver hair soon appeared before the mirror. His dark green pupils exuded a fierce killing intent, and he appeared extremely cold and aloof. It was none other than the rare, authentic spirit, Jin, from the fake wine factory in his previous life. From now on, this identity shall be known as Chunzei, codename Jin. Looking at the familiar cold character in the mirror, Muyu smiled slightly. Now, aside from his voice, no one would be able to discern any connection between this man and Muyu, even if someone were to hear a similar voice. Those familiar with Muyu would never imagine this to be his disguise. After all, this has completely transcended the worldly understanding of disguise. Every aspect, from height and weight to pupils and appearance, has been entirely transformed. Subsequently, Muyu experimented with several other anime characters from his past life, all of which were perfectly rendered. He could flexibly change his height from 2 meters to 5 meters. The only notable point is that each transformation incurs a certain amount of stamina consumption, depending on the extent of the change. Calculating based on the maximum change of 20. It roughly equates to the energy expended by an ordinary person sprinting 100 meters at full effort. For Muyu, blessed with professional-grade physical attributes and an additional 50 stamina, this is hardly a concern. As long as he does not change too frequently in succession, it poses no significant issue. After testing his newly acquired abilities, Muyu returned to his original appearance and exited the restroom. After feeding his 5 Pokémon, he took them to the Qingsong Dojo. Due to the current strength issues of his Turtwig and Zubat, the park where they had trained previously was no longer suitable. However, venturing outside the city posed its own challenges. Not only was there the concern of time spent traveling, but the safety of the outskirts was also uncertain, which is a significant issue. Moreover, Muyu was aware that Qingsong City concealed some illicit organizations, making it even less prudent to train in unfamiliar areas. As a result, after Turtwig and Zubat were promoted to the advanced level, Muyu specifically arranged for a training facility at the Qingsong Dojo. Akin to a gym membership, it featured training rooms designed exclusively for Pokémon, with private compartments as well as larger communal training spaces. This was also one of the dojo's revenue-generating strategies. Good morning, Wei Gu. Upon entering the dojo, Muyu greeted Wei Bowen warmly. Good morning, Ayu. Same as usual? Wei Bowen, who was at the front desk, replied proficiently upon hearing Muyu's voice. Clearly, during the time leading up to the secret realm, Muyu had visited frequently. Yes, just the same, Muyu nodded. The same referred to renting a single training room for 8 hours. Generally, barring any other commitments, Muyu would choose to stay in the training room for an entire day. Meals were also taken care of there. After all, with his spatial storage, he could prepare whatever he desired in advance, making it very convenient. Naturally, Muyu would not simply pull food out from the space. Even though the private training room lacked surveillance cameras due to privacy concerns, Muyu still carried a backpack each time, filled with items to maintain discretion. You truly are diligent. Had I possessed your determination back in the day, I might have become a high-tier trainer myself, Wei Bowen remarked as he busied himself. Muyu merely smiled in response. Here's the card for training room V03. Soon, Wei Bowen handed Muyu what appeared to be an access card. Holding the card, Muyu quickly entered training room V03. Inside was a spacious area surrounded by various targets and equipment designed to withstand the attacks of elite-level Pokémon. Such training rooms were rare, with only 5 available throughout the entire Qingsong dojo. Among them, Room V01 was the exclusive training space for the dojo master. V02 was a privilege for the disciples, and the remaining 3 were available for rental. This was primarily because, in the small city of Qingsong, very few trainers sought to rent training rooms. Typically, they would opt for larger, more affordable outdoor facilities or only come to the dojo when needing to learn new skills. Generally, ordinary or professional-level Pokémon could easily train in any nearby park. As long as they did not maliciously damage park facilities or the environment, minor damages could be remedied, and no one would pursue the matter. For instance, Muyu had previously trained in a secluded corner of the park, using the ground as a target, and simply filled in any holes afterward. Come out, everyone, let us start training. Desert Nayas. Chapter 65, The Thief's Gloves. Soon, 3 hours of training time passed. After preparing energy cubes for Turtwig and the others, Muyu entered the shower room to wash up. As for the Armored Warrior and the Shy Bug, Muyu had no intentions of training them as battle Pokémon, so he did not force them to participate. However, perhaps influenced by the training atmosphere of Turtwig and the others, the Shy Bug was quite excited to join in. After showering, Muyu casually found a spot to sit and began to observe the panel information of each Pokémon. Turtwig and the others were as expected, and Muyu casually glanced over, accurately grasping their progress. However, the panel of the Shy Bug showed considerable changes after several months. Pokémon, Shy Bug. Type, Bug Water. Gender, female. Level, 16, 122160, ordinary level. Ability, Leap to Escape. As stamina decreases, battle spirit gradually diminishes, and upon feeling fear, may even attempt to flee. Moves, Sand Attack, skilled. Round, skilled. Bug Resistance, skilled. Top moves, Tackle, skilled. Inherited moves, Rollout, mastered. Potential, dojo level. Equipment, none. Held item, Mysterious Water Drop, beginner. Base stats, 230. Due to the limited number of skills the Shy Bug could learn at this stage, her skill proficiency showed little variation, although her proficiency had indeed increased significantly. Regarding the cultivation level itself, due to the inability to conduct effective and regular training in the wild, even after 5 months, its level remains merely at 16, still quite distant from the pinnacle of the ordinary tier. To address this, Muyu deliberately equipped the timid bug with the mysterious water droplet, allowing it to accelerate its growth through the droplet's influence. However, since the timid bug is not a primary combat Pokémon, Muyu refrained from allowing it to actively absorb the energy of the mysterious water droplet. Let us now examine today's random equipment. After reviewing the panels of all the Pokémon, Muyu silently recited his own system panel in his mind. Host, Muyu. System level, 4. Host level, 24, 235,280. Skills, Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Perfect 58110000. Coins, 8092. Experience points, 294. Equipment, Recurve Bow, Gauntlets. Items, Antidote X2, Healing Potion X6. Good Healing Potion X3, Powerful Healing Potion X5, Pokeballs X11. Hextech Talents, Unbreakable Barrier, Color, Pandora's Equipment, Gray, Resolute of the Giant, Gold, Mini Treasure Hunter, Gold. Small Storage Space, Gray, Apothecary Eye, Gray, Know Your Enemy, Gold, Mini Giant, Gray. Indeed, it is splendid to have finally produced gauntlets, and remarkably, 2 at once. Today seems to be a fortuitous day. Observing the 2 gauntlets in the equipment section of the panel, Muyu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The system synthesized the thief's gloves. As Muyu focused his thoughts, the 2 gauntlets vanished, replaced by an equipment resembling gloves that materialized in the panel. Thief's Gloves, 30 speed, allows the wearer to randomly steal 2 items at any moment during each turn, i.e., at any time within a day, including but not limited to coins, fruits, items, treasures, and any real-world objects. The value of stolen items varies based on the level of the bearer. The stolen items are temporarily stored in the system space. Once withdrawn, they cannot be returned. The system space is the default storage provided by the system, containing all equipment and consumables extracted from Hextech Talents. Muyu cannot store any real-world objects in it. Equipping the thief's gloves onto the armored bug, a flash of light visible only to Muyu swept past and adorned the armored bug. Her panel now also featured an equipment section. Pokémon, Armored Bug. Type, Bug Water. Gender, female. Level, 39, 999, 1000, Senior Tier. Ability, Danger Evasion. As stamina decreases, fighting spirit gradually diminishes. Upon feeling fear, it may even attempt to flee. Moves, Headbutt, mastered. Sand Attack, mastered. Multi-Slash, mastered. Bug Resistance, mastered. Rock Smash, mastered. Bug Bite, mastered. Swords Dance, mastered. Cut, mastered. Shell Blade, mastered. Ambush, mastered. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Metal Claw, Expert. Potential, Senior Tier. Equipment, Thief's Gloves. Carried items, none. Base stats, HP, 75, Physical Attack, 125, Physical Defense, 140, Special Attack, 60, Special Defense, 90. Speed, 403070, total, 53030560. This is precisely why Muyu decided to accept the armored bug mother and daughter. As a mature team, it cannot consist solely of primary battle Pokémon. There must be some auxiliary Pokémon present as well. This assistance does not merely refer to those with various special support skills, but also includes those capable of wielding equipment that provides minimal combat enhancement yet yields substantial benefits for the entire team. Equipment like the Thief's Gloves, which only increases speed by 30, certainly cannot be assigned to robust Pokémon like Strong Chicken, as that would be an utter waste. However, for the Timid Bug and the Armored Bug, it is perfectly suitable. Not only does it enhance the Armored Bug's inherently weak speed, but it also provides Muyu with an additional source of income. A single Thief's Glove may yield modest daily returns, and the probability of acquiring valuable items is low. But what if he had 3 or more? Moreover, aside from the Thief's Gloves, items such as the Energy Holy Grail, Stasis Robe, Redemption, and Spirit Wind also require non-primary battle Pokémon for their equipping. This arrangement ensures that the primary combat Pokémon's combat capabilities are not hampered while allowing them to enjoy these special enhancement effects. Roar? Observing her daughter train, the Armored Bug suddenly felt a significant lightness in her body. Confused, she merely stood up to stretch a bit. Upon feeling no abnormalities, she returned to the ground without further inquiry. She surmised that perhaps the calming and secure environment had eased the entire Pokémon's demeanor. Since the Thief's Gloves have no distance limitation, even if the Armored Bug is not nearby, as long as she remains alive, Muyu can receive the items stolen by the Thief's Gloves each turn. Thus, Muyu did not feel the need to inform the Armored Bug as he had before. After arranging the equipment, Muyu retrieved the prepared lunch from his backpack and began to feast heartily. Ding! The Armored Bug triggered the Thief's Gloves. Determining the level of the target for theft, the item holder's level is lower than the Armored Bug's. The Thief's Gloves successfully activated. Ding! Theft successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 peach fruits. Just as Muyu was enjoying his meal, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his ears. How unexpectedly random. The Thief's Gloves activated shortly after being equipped. Although it yielded merely ordinary fruits, it is nonetheless a promising start. Due to limited storage space, Muyu did not extract the items, but opted to temporarily store them in the system space. Where are my peach fruits? I distinctly remember having 5. How come there are only 3 left? At the gym reception, Wei Bowen looked at his plate, puzzled by the absence of 2 peach fruits, blinking in confusion. Did I miscount? Glancing around the empty space, Wei Bowen muttered to himself with a hint of uncertainty. Lalina. Chapter 66. System Level Up. In the following days, Muyu maintained his routine of 8 hours in the training room daily. One morning, as usual, Muyu washed up while partaking in the weekly lottery event. System. Extract Hextech Talent. Ding. Hextech Talent Extraction complete. Healing Orb Eye, Gray. When an enemy loses combat capability, the nearest Pokémon recovers 20 stamina points of its maximum health. Learn Knowledge. Gray gain 15 experience points and 15 coins. Star Ascendance Eye, Gray. During the next experience point allocation, you may ignore Pokémon potential for upgrading, limited to gym level or below Pokémon. As expected, 3 Gray talents appeared, despite the surprise from the previous mini-giant. Muyu still held little expectation for these Gray Hextech talents. After all, among the Gray Hextech talents, few could genuinely surprise Muyu at this point. Healing-related Hextech is acceptable, and combined with the previous Apothecary, enduring battles poses no issue. Hextech that provides coins and experience is also decent. As Muyu calmly analyzed the first 2 Hextech talents, his attention was drawn to the third, a newly appeared Gray Hextech talent. Star Ascendance? Muyu scrutinized this Hextech talent closely. Ignoring Pokémon potential? It appears to allow for experience allocation to Pokémon that have reached their current potential limit, thereby enabling them to break through to higher levels. Furthermore, the melody of the star elevation at this Gray level culminates in the ascension of a gym-level Pokémon to the elite level, seemingly akin to the subordinate Hero Replicator. The sole distinction lies in the necessity for this to be utilized on a Pokémon that has already reached the pinnacle of its current level to achieve the desired effect. Compared to the subordinate Hero Replicator, this possesses a considerable limitation. Nonetheless, it remains a remarkably useful Hextech talent. After all, enhancing a Pokémon's upper limits is an endeavor fraught with challenges. Of course, Muyu's ability to be selective is entirely due to his abundant options and confidence. Were it another individual, even one of gym leader caliber would be overjoyed. Without hesitation, Muyu opted for this star elevation melody eye. At present, the exoskeletal warrior had reached the peak of the senior level for several years, perfectly meeting the usage criteria. Moreover, bestowing the breakthrough upon the exoskeletal warrior would signify that the highest level of Pokémon under Muyu's command would ascend to the elite level. This implies that the system level would consequently elevate to level 5. Based on Muyu's conjecture, a level 5 system should at least offer a chance to draw Golden Hextech. While not expecting to draw one every time, he would be quite satisfied with an occurrence every few tries. Upon entering the training room, Muyu summoned the exoskeletal warrior to his side. In the midst of the exoskeletal warrior's puzzled gaze, Muyu placed his hand gently upon its lowered forehead. Level up. With a whispered incantation from Muyu, a point of experience was added to the exoskeletal warrior's training level. In an instant, the exoskeletal warrior felt an inexplicable surge of power, and the bottleneck that had plagued it for countless years suddenly vanished. The long-lost exhilaration of power growth washed over it once more. Roar. Feeling the transformation within its body, the exoskeletal warrior let out a surprised low growl, still in a state of disbelief. It even tentatively flicked its head with a minimal force metallic strike, feeling a twinge of pain, confirming that it was indeed not dreaming. Roar. Overflowing with joy and excitement, the exoskeletal warrior expressed its gratitude to Muyu. Although it remained unaware of how Muyu achieved this, it recognized that choosing to join Muyu's team alongside its child was undoubtedly the wisest decision of its life. After all, having lived for so many years, it had never encountered such a miraculous event. With time to spare, it could practice alongside. In response, Muyu merely patted the exoskeletal warrior's arm and remarked, now that the exoskeletal warrior had successfully broken through, reaching the elite potential, it was qualified for further level enhancement. And Muyu naturally hoped for his Pokémon to grow stronger. Roar. Hearing Muyu's words, the exoskeletal warrior excitedly thumped its chest in assurance. Pokémon, exoskeletal warrior. Type, bug water. Gender, female. Level, 40, 01030, elite. Ability, danger evasion. As health decreases, battle intent gradually wanes. Upon feeling fear, escape behavior may occur. Moves, iron defense, beginner, 010, needle shot, beginner, 010. Potential, elite. Equipment, thief's gloves. Base stats, 560. Perhaps due to a culmination of efforts, this level increase allowed the exoskeletal warrior to grasp 2 new skills, a delightful bonus. With the exoskeletal warrior's level now at elite, Muyu's system level also successfully ascended to level 5. Host, Muyu. System level, 5. Host level, 24, 278,280. Skills, modern mixed martial arts, perfect, 61310000. Coins, 8328. Experience, 350. Equipment, Storm Greatsword. Items, Antidote X2, Potion X6, Super Potion X3, Hyper Potion X5, Pokeballs X11. Hextech Talents, Unbreakable Barrier, Color, Pandora's Equipment, Gray. Resolute of the Giant, Gold. Miniature Treasure Finder, Gold. Small Storage Space, Gray. Apothecary Eye, Gray. Know Your Enemy, Gold. Little Giant, Gray. With the elevation of the system level, the interest on coins now amounted to 66 per day, and experience similarly transformed to 16 points daily. Calculating the experience required for a skill's proficiency from beginner to perfect, which totals 1160 points, it would take merely 2 weeks to master a skill to the world's pinnacle level. Beginner, 010. Proficient, 050. Mastery, 0100. Expertise, 01000. Perfect, 010000. Transcendence. The level of perfection is one that many may never reach in their lifetime. Alas, the experience demand for the transcendence level is exceedingly vast. Otherwise, Muyu would be keen to explore the intricacies of skills at that level. However, beyond these anticipated gains, Muyu eagerly awaited the potential variations in quality during the next Hextech talent draw. After reviewing the panel information, Muyu resumed his rigorous training. During this period, aside from the exoskeletal warrior grasping new skills due to its level up, Muyu had also invested in having the mighty chicken learn the signature moves of the Green Pine Gym, Thunder Punch and Heavyweight Punch. The Crossbat, under the tutelage of the Earth Shell Turtle, successfully learned Defend. It must be noted that due to the level up, any Pokémon that learned a skill allowed others to receive instruction swiftly. In fact, they surpassed the general skill-teaching Pokémon found at most gyms. Typically, instructors might only reach the minimum proficiency level, but many skills of Muyu's Pokémon were at mastery level. Thus, one investment in skill learning yielded bountiful returns for the entire team. A call from Teacher Lee? During the lunch break, Muyu picked up his phone, surprised to see a missed call and message. Since he preferred to train undisturbed, his phone was always on silent, even during his time in the secret realms. It was stored in a space to prevent any alarms from causing disturbances. Tung Tung Snake. Chapter 67. Qingshan Community. Upon recognizing the call from Teacher Li, who was responsible for admissions at Evergreen University, Muyu promptly returned the call. The primary topic of conversation was that the egg of the electric beast was ready. If Muyu had time, he could visit Evergreen University for the hatching process. Naturally, Muyu expressed that he had ample time. The following day, Muyu visited the experimental middle school to finalize his graduation procedures. Subsequently, he met with Lu Liang for a meal and inquired about the current status of the monkey monster. After more than 3 months of training post-competition, the monkey monster had progressed beyond the professional level, reaching level 24. Given the rapid pace of advancement, it would have been challenging to achieve without Muyu's assistance. Liang, you truly raised this monkey monster well. In the restaurant, as Muyu observed the monkey monster sitting upright and calmly enjoying the special Pokémon cuisine, he couldn't help but reflect. Just by looking at the monkey monster's decorum, Muyu could imagine how serious and monotonous its life must have been. It's not too bad. Mainly, Ali is quite diligent and never complains about training. Hearing Muyu's praise, Lu Liang rubbed the back of his head, somewhat bashfully responding. After the meal, Muyu bid farewell to his closest friend in advance. If all goes well, they would reunite at Evergreen University. Upon returning home, Muyu relayed the situation at school to his parents. Despite the reluctance of the elderly couple, they understood that their child's early admission to university was a testament to the school's recognition and care, and thus they would not stand in the way. Ayu, remember to get along well with your teachers and classmates at school. In any situation, do not act impulsively. Build a good relationship with your teachers. And don't keep your worries to yourself. Although your father and I may not be able to assist you academically, we are always here to listen whenever you wish to share. That evening, at the dinner table, Zhao Rou imparted numerous pieces of advice to Muyu. Ordinary yet profoundly comforting words. This is what family is. While they may lack the capacity to aid you in your career or pursuits, they are always there, waiting for you when you need rest and solace. That night further solidified Muyu's determination to ensure that he would never reveal any vulnerabilities in his future endeavors. If action is to be taken, it must be executed flawlessly. On the 1st of May, having booked an 8 a.m. high-speed train, Muyu swiftly returned to Chongqing City, the provincial capital. 3 months had passed, and Muyu's abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, in the context of a vast metropolis like Chongqing City, 3 months were but a fleeting moment. The city bore little difference from when Muyu had last visited. Muyu, over here. Upon disembarking, Teacher Li, waiting in the reception area, immediately spotted Muyu, clad in a deep blue casual outfit. There was no escaping the fact that standing over 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, Muyu was easily distinguishable amidst the spring crowd. Thank you for coming all the way, Teacher Li, Muyu courteously addressed while retrieving his suitcase. Oh, it's no trouble at all. It happens to be the end of the semester, and the graduating seniors have mostly completed their studies, while the new students have yet to arrive. I have little to do, Teacher Li replied with a smile. Every April, following the conclusion of the National Elf University competition, 4th-year students typically begin graduating in succession. By late April, aside from those repeating a year, most graduates have left. Subsequently, Muyu boarded Teacher Li's vehicle, heading towards the Qingshan campus of Chongqing University. Indeed, as one of the top 8 universities nationwide and the premier institution in Northeast China, Chongqing University boasts more than one campus. Depending on the field of study, the campuses are primarily divided into 2 categories, those pertaining to Elven studies and those focused on fundamental liberal arts and sciences. The former type occupies significantly larger areas, as training and battling elves, along with various related courses, necessitate ample space. Consequently, unless a school is exceptionally affluent, it opts to establish such extensive campuses in suburban areas, thereby conserving funds while ensuring a comprehensive living environment and facilities for students, as well as minimizing disturbances to local residents during Elven training. The Qingshan campus, situated near the Qinghuan Mountains, spans 180,000 acres, equivalent to 120 square kilometers, nearly half the size of Chongqing City itself. It is equipped with diverse training facilities, simulating various environments designed to accelerate the training of Elven skills, including grasslands, forests, ice caverns, and more. Additionally, there are institutions dedicated to training battlers, nurturing caretakers, exploring the mysteries of elves, studying Elven history, and researching Elven technology, among others. Notably, the Trainer Academy, with the highest enrollment, caters to the youthful enthusiasm for exhilarating battles, far surpassing the allure of scientific research in a lab setting. Here we are. This will be your dormitory for the next 4 years. As a special admit, provided there are no renovations, the internal arrangements can be tailored to your preferences, and you need not worry about accommodation costs. Teacher Li announced as they drove into the Qingshan campus and halted before a cluster of villas. Before them stood a 2-story villa, approximately 300 square meters in size. its white exterior exuding a simple yet refreshing aesthetic, likely reflecting its purpose for student residency. The school had even thoughtfully prepared a garage on the first floor for students to park their vehicles. Is our school really this luxurious? Muyu marveled, gazing at the villa and its adjoining courtyard, complemented by a large swimming pool at the back. This is the benefit of being a special admit. Each grade has 10 slots for special admissions, primarily filled by students like you who excelled in provincial competitions. The remaining students reside in shared 2-story villas. While the overall size is comparable, it's certainly less convenient than having your own space, Teacher Lee elucidated. I see, Muyu nodded thoughtfully. Rest assured, living in the villa, you won't face any absurd regulations about challenges for room changes, Teacher Lee added, seemingly sensing Muyu's contemplation. Do many people inquire about this? Muyu asked, curious about Teacher Lee's knowing expression. Teacher Lee nodded, explaining, every year, there are those who express concern, fearing their dormitory might be challenged for a change. However, our school does not encourage such practices. Firstly, as trainers, the quality of your living conditions should not be excessively prioritized, and your ability to reside here is a reflection of your past achievements, regardless of whether they are favorable or not. Secondly, frequent changes in dormitories can disrupt the internal dynamics among roommates. In fact, many students will likely choose their teammates for future ventures based on the roommates they have spent 4 years with, as they will have developed trust and camaraderie over time. If regulations allow for constant room changes, the cultivation of such trust would undoubtedly suffer. Of course, our school is quite accommodating. After military training, there is an opportunity to change roommates. Should you find the current arrangement unsuitable, you can request a change with your new roommate. Indeed, that is quite considerate, Muyu remarked, impressed by Teacher Lee's thorough explanation. It seems that the reason special admits enjoy single accommodations, apart from the supposed benefits, is largely due to the inherent pride of elite students hailing from various provinces. After all, they are ambitious youths who have secured top placements in their respective regions, and a touch of arrogance is only natural. Should they be placed together, it might not cultivate friendship, but rather ignite sparks of conflict. Cool. Chapter 68, A New Home. This is the campus map. I will send you the electronic version shortly. Take some time to rest today, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you to meet Principal Hu. Teacher Lee said, handing Muyu a paper map. Given the vastness of the Qingshan campus, it is easy to lose one's way without a map. Particularly with the abundance of students, there are elves everywhere, and accidentally wandering into someone else's dormitory could lead to an awkward situation. Thank you, Teacher Lee, Muyu said, accepting the map with gratitude. Oh, by the way, riding elves is permitted on campus, provided you have obtained an elf driving license. If you wish to rent a vehicle, you can check our school's website, or you may find shared bikes at designated points. Or simply wait for the bus at fixed stops, Teacher Lee added as he seemed to recall something before departing. Acquiring a spirit driving license can essentially be likened to obtaining a ticket for a vehicle. It necessitates a fundamental assessment of traffic knowledge, in addition to a practical examination involving the riding of a spirit on public roads. The sole distinction lies in the fact that each spirit must undergo evaluation alongside its trainer for the license to be deemed valid. In other words, every spirit driving license corresponds exclusively to a single spirit. However, the average individual is typically restricted to obtaining a license for terrestrial spirits. Licenses for flying spirits require specialized qualifications and are generally prohibited for the average person within urban confines. Naturally, these regulations primarily apply within city limits. Once one ventures into the wild or secret realms, oversight is significantly less stringent. As for waterborne riding, there are minimal restrictions, considering such scenarios are seldom encountered within urban areas. Indeed, it is prudent to contemplate acquiring a riding spirit, for relying solely on a Torterra for travel could prove inadequate. As Muyu reflected upon the slow but steady demeanor of the Torterra, he inwardly shook his head. While in terms of safety, the Torterra is undoubtedly top tier. Its speed leaves much to be desired. Not to mention the flying and aquatic spirits. Terrestrial options such as Rapidash, Manectric, and Zebstrika offer both speed and prowess. Not to mention their striking appearances. In the next tier, we find sturdy choices like Mudsdale, Rhydon, Furfrou, Tauros, and Dodrio, which, while perhaps lacking in sheer strength or looks, serve as commendable modes of transportation. Of course, if given the choice, Muyu would also favor spirits like Glastrier, Spectrier, Zygarde, Rayquaza, and Kyogre. For aquatic rides, Lapras, Sharpedo, and Milotic are all excellent selections. As for flying spirits, the options are plentiful. He would simply take whatever he encounters at that time. After a moment of contemplation, Muyu, embracing the philosophy of serendipity, abandoned further deliberation. Everyone come forth. Let us explore our future abode. Upon arriving at the villa's backyard, Muyu released Torterra, Woobat, Hawlucha, Escavalier, and Caterpie. The backyard, in addition to a grand swimming pool, featured a vast expanse of grass, ideal for hosting outdoor gatherings in the future. Of course, given Mu Yu's temperament, he likely would not take on the responsibility of organizing such events. Torterra remained as composed as ever, casually surveying the surroundings before making its way to the flat grassy area. It found a sunny spot, comfortably lying down to bask in the afternoon sun. Relishing a well-deserved break from training, Crobat, ever cautious, made it its first order of business to use echolocation to scan the entire villa, including the front and backyards, inside and out. Only after confirming everything was in order did it find a shaded spot under the eaves to hang and rest with closed eyes. Hawlucha, on the other hand, exhibited little reaction to the change of residence. After a brief glance at the surroundings, it proceeded to a large tree suitable for 3 people to embrace and began to practice its martial arts. Escavalier and Caterpie, being mother and daughter, were noticeably more excited, possibly due to their first experience outside the secret realm and into the wider world. Even a slight change in environment ignited their instinctual curiosity, leading them to plunge into the pool, joyfully swimming in the water that appeared to have been prepped by Teacher Lee. Oh, and do remember that other villas nearby may also have residents. Please refrain from wandering into others' homes. Mu Yu reminded his 5 spirits while discreetly retrieving energy cubes from his backpack. This caution was particularly directed at Crobat and Hawlucha, given Crobat's wariness and reactive nature. Mu Yu had no doubt that it would lurk in the shadows, ready to strike should any strangers approach. While Hawlucha might not ambush, it was known for its fierce combat style. Only Torterra, with its dragon Fang, iron barbs, and significant level advantage, could afford to be unconcerned. Crobat would certainly never engage in a spar with Hawlucha. Despite its speed advantage, it could not withstand Hawlucha's relentless acceleration. A single hit would be overwhelmingly painful. That night, after enjoying their first dinner in their new home, Mu Yu and his 5 spirits retired to their respective resting quarters. Although referred to as individual rooms, the arrangement was primarily dictated by size and temperament, resulting in 3 main areas. First was Mu Yu's bedroom, accompanied by Crobat, who hung from the balcony. Next was Hawlucha, resting in the corridor. Finally, due to its size, Torterra had to settle for the first-floor living room. As for Escavalier and Caterpie, they nestled in a corner of the living room where Torterra resided, as if that spot alone could provide them with a sense of security within reach. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Teacher Lee arrived promptly in his vehicle. Having prepared in advance, Mu Yu summoned Torterra, Crobat, and Hawlucha back into their Pokeballs and accompanied Teacher Lee as they departed. Escavalier and Caterpie remained by the pool, ostensibly keeping watch over the premises. Although this was the notion, Mu Yu did not genuinely rely on them for security. He merely sought to provide them with a task to occupy their minds, alleviating any potential issues stemming from their sensitivity. Throughout the journey, Teacher Lee educated Mu Yu about the life of Principal Hu, continually reassuring him not to be nervous, emphasizing the principal's amiable nature. Upon arrival, they entered a modestly decorated training facility where Teacher Lee led Mu Yu to a spacious training room. Based on Teacher Lee's introduction, Principal Hu, due to his advanced age, delegated many responsibilities to several vice principals, often found immersed in the training room. Teacher Lee adeptly approached the training room door and rang the bell. Shortly, the door swung open, revealing a towering Electivire, standing over 2.5 meters tall. Just from its stature, Mu Yu recognized this imposing Electivire as the principal's ace Pokémon. Pokémon, Electivire, type, electric, gender, female, level, 69, champion level. Ability, motor drive, absorbs electric attacks to increase its speed. Moves, glare, mastered, shock, proficient, volt switch, proficient. Charge beam, proficient, quick attack, mastered. Thunder wave, proficient. Roar, mastered. Thunder punch, proficient. Discharge, proficient. Low kick, proficient. Thunderbolt, proficient. Light screen, mastered. Thunder, mastered. Giga impact, mastered. Teachables, fire punch, proficient. Ice punch, proficient. Brick break, proficient. Heavy slam, proficient. Volt tackle, proficient. Protect, proficient. Endure, proficient. Rock slide, mastered. Earthquake, mastered. Iron tail, proficient. Hyper beam, mastered. Inherited moves, focus punch, proficient. Yoga, mastered. Potential, champion level, held item. Life orb, high. Special abilities, nature power, mastered. Earth power, proficient. Primal power, skilled. Base stats, 540. The life gem, advanced a gemstone imbued with extraordinary powers, capable of enhancing the potency of attack skills by consuming the holder's physical stamina, with the skill enhancement varying between 132 based on the stamina expended. Goodness, this lavish interface is undoubtedly the most opulent one that Mu Yu has encountered since the awakening of his system. The overwhelming number of skills, each more staggering than the last, with the minimum proficiency at mastery level, most of them at an advanced level, unmistakably showcases the terrifying combat prowess of this spirit. beyond his innate capabilities. Even the Electroman he carries is an artifact of considerable prestige, truly extravagant. This particular attribute of special power is something that Mu Yu is witnessing for the first time. Before he could delve deeper, the Electroman shifted aside, gesturing for Mu Yu and his companions to enter. Following the Electroman inside, the surroundings bore a resemblance to the private training room Mu Yu had previously utilized in the Qingsong Dojo. However, this venue was far more luxurious, with an even greater variety of equipment and facilities. Soon, Mu Yu laid eyes on the esteemed Principal Hu, whom Teacher Li had often mentioned. He was a figure engaged in lifting weights, his physique as muscular and resilient as granite, clearly not resembling the frail appearance typically associated with the elderly. Just observing his back, the robust muscles visible through his tank top, one could tell he was no mere facade of strength. Although his hair had turned completely white, it was not the lifeless, sickly hue, but rather a lustrous, snowy white. His robust physique, complemented by meticulously groomed white hair tied back, exuded the aura of a seasoned master, defying age. Gazing at Principal Hu's formidable form, Mu Yu couldn't help but reflect on the students who struggled even against the fiery chick. In that moment, he could only lament the concerning physical condition of today's youth. Upon hearing the footsteps of Mu Yu and his companions, Hu Lai set down his equipment and turned, saying, "Ah, you're here, Shaoli. You must be Mu Yu, the practitioner?" With a discerning gaze, Hu Lai studied Mu Yu's confident stride, and a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes as he inquired. In response to Principal Hu, "I have dabbled a bit in self-study." Mu Yu met Hu Lai's gaze with composure, gesturing modestly. Nowadays, it's rare to find young people willing to put in hard work and endure training." Observing Mu Yu's humble demeanor and calm disposition, Hu Lai laughed heartily, patting Mu Yu's shoulder in appreciation. Once upon a time, his own robust physique had allowed him to withstand the chaos of the secret realm, repeatedly averting death's grasp. Regrettably, many young individuals today shy away from arduous and time-consuming physical training with minimal immediate rewards. Aside from Lu Zhe, who graduated a few years prior, Hu Lai had not encountered many young people willing to invest effort into physical conditioning. "Well then, you two continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to, so I won't stay." Seeing that Mu Yu did not exhibit any signs of timidity upon meeting Principal Hu, Teacher Li felt reassured as he prepared to depart. Go ahead." In response, Hu Lai made a dismissive gesture, indicating for him to leave at his leisure. The psychological resilience of today as students is indeed remarkable. Observing Mu Yu engaging in light-hearted conversation with Principal Hu without a trace of trepidation, Teacher Li reflected inwardly. He recalled the first time he encountered the illustrious Hu Lai, nearly having his heart leap out of his throat from excitement, feeling so nervous that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 70. Breaking Through? Your muscles are impressively solid. Hu Lai stepped forward and squeezed Mu Yu's arm, expressing astonishment. Due to the outerwear, Hu Lai could not discern Mu Yu's muscular condition at a glance. However, the steadiness and strength in Mu Yu's stride, coupled with a deftness that suggested readiness for any surprise attack, led Hu Lai to surmise that Mu Yu had indeed practiced some combat techniques, and at a commendable level. Yet, after personally assessing Mu Yu's strength, he realized that despite his seemingly lean appearance, the power of his muscles was far from ordinary, at least comparable to that of a professional-level combat spirit. It is worth noting that Mu Yu was merely a prospective college student. Even with a dedicated regimen, the duration of his training could not have been extensive. After all, it is typically after entering puberty that muscles begin to develop rapidly. Excluding the time factor, the only explanation left would be exceptional talent. Your praise, Principal Hu, is unwarranted. The student has merely exerted a bit more effort, Mu Yu humbly replied. Before a master-level trainer, Mu Yu dared not indulge in self-satisfaction. Maintaining humility is essential for composure. While calmness may lack fervor, it at least avoids errors. Observing Mu Yu's steady demeanor, Hu Lai did not outwardly comment, but internally nodded in approval. Entrusting the child of an old acquaintance to someone so resolute and persevering would ensure the potential of the Electroman is not squandered. Otherwise, entrusting a foolhardy trainer with a spirit of king-level potential might result in it failing to reach even the gym-level prowess. Release your spirits. If you have some free time in the coming days, they can train alongside my own, Hu Lai proposed, implying his desire to instruct Mu Yu's spirits. It is important to note that this was not merely a lesson in skills at the dojo. Training alongside spirits of king-level status not only accelerates skill comprehension, but also imparts invaluable combat experience and techniques. Particularly, Hu Lai's spirits had endured genuine battles, possessing extensive experience. It seems Hu Lai, considering the lineage of the Electroman, combined with Mu Yu's evident passion for training, had developed a fondness for him. Otherwise, merely allowing the Electroman to learn skills from his own would have already been seen as a favor due to their maternal bond. Well then, I will be a nuisance to Principal Hu for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Muyu did not hesitate and promptly released his 3 spirits. Feeling the pressure emanating from the king-level Electroman, the Turtwig displayed a rare expression of seriousness, yet maintained an air of calm, undaunted. The Noibat, upon appearing, instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, darting to the corner of the training room, warily eyeing the Electroman. In contrast, the newly evolved Torchic exhibited no fear, instead gazing at the towering Electroman with spirited zeal. Already evolved to its final stage, observing the Turtwig and Noibat, who Lai mused internally. Setting aside Noibat's unique evolution conditions, this Turtwig had undoubtedly attained senior-level strength. According to his years of nurturing experience, it would typically take much longer than 10 months for a spirit to progress from ordinary to senior level. Even with a spirit treasure that accelerates growth, it is challenging to breach the bottleneck from professional to senior level, unless one directly absorbs a spirit treasure. Recalling Muyu's background information, which indicated a modest upbringing as the child of fruit farmers, it was improbable that he could provide the expensive and rare spirit treasures. Thus, it could only be surmised that Muyu had fortuitously acquired them through a secret realm venture. The general understanding of spirit treasures among the populace is that absorption leads to rapid strength enhancement, and higher-level treasures can even augment a spirit's potential. However, the specifics of how much power can be gained and the methods to enhance potential are often unknown to ordinary trainers. After all, statistically, it is already a stroke of luck for a common trainer to obtain a spirit treasure, who would ponder over other considerations. The immediate impulse is to absorb it on the spot, enhancing immediate combat power. You have cultivated these spirits exceptionally well. Observing the unflinching Turtwig and Torchic, along with the remarkably swift Noibat, who Lai expressed genuine admiration. Once upon a time, at his current age, he could barely manage to possess even a single professional-level Pokémon, let alone one of advanced prowess. However, fortune smiled upon him later as he achieved commendable results, gaining admission to Qing University, where he received sponsorship from the then principal, allowing him to advance step by step from humble beginnings to his present standing. Thus, Hu Lai is inclined to extend a helping hand to trainers from ordinary backgrounds who exhibit great potential and a willingness to strive. Yet, he inquired, has this Torterra absorbed any Pokémon relics? Hu Lai's keen insight was commendable. Indeed, the student had fortuitously discovered a miracle seed during his time as a tree turtle and had chosen to let it absorb the seed. Unhurriedly, Muyu explained this to Hu Lai, having contemplated this issue when he first allowed the tree turtle to absorb the miracle seed. Although the people in this world lack the eye of data, he believed that seasoned trainers could discern the situation of the Torterra at a glance. After all, the experience points required for each level are evident. Muyu could easily deduce the relationship between a Pokémon's level and the time invested by performing a simple calculation. Even if the people in this world cannot accurately ascertain the experience data for each level, they undoubtedly have a rough estimate based on the vast array of samples available. The only uncertainty lies in whether the members of significant factions possess any additional means to accelerate Pokémon growth. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Muyu has never allocated experience points to Torterra and Crobat for purposes beyond breaking through their limits. Setting aside the cost-effectiveness issue, their extraordinary growth rate is itself rather peculiar. After listening to Muyu's explanation, Hu Lai nodded, his expression one of understanding. As for the effects of Pokémon relics, I trust you have grasped their significance. But do you know why it is seldom that students your age possess Pokémon of advanced or even elite strength? Hu Lai continued. Upon hearing this, Muyu shook his head. He harbored suspicions that it was simply due to the fact that once a Pokémon dons a relic, it passively accelerates its growth, making it a more cost-effective option than direct absorption. However, this information remains unknown to ordinary trainers. Even Muyu was fortunate to have learned this through the eye of data. It is well known that Pokémon relics can enhance a Pokémon's strength, and high-quality relics can even augment a Pokémon's potential, but the timing of their use is also critical. If the sole aim is to elevate a Pokémon's breeding level, then one can absorb at any time. In fact, if one merely seeks to enhance the breeding level, equipping a Pokémon relic suffices, albeit with slightly less effective results. Yet it offers longevity. Thus, many Pokémon families provide their offspring with a basic Pokémon relic to facilitate the rapid growth of their initial Pokémon. However, even families with immense financial resources would not squander the opportunity to allow a Pokémon to absorb directly without consideration. At this, Hu Lai expressed a hint of sentiment. It is remarkable that you have encountered such fortune at your young age. In truth, Pokémon relics possess another effect known as breaking boundaries. Breaking boundaries? The Great Houndoom. Chapter 71. The Incubation Chamber. Indeed, a Pokémon that has reached the pinnacle of elite breeding level can effortlessly transcend its limits to achieve gym leader level by absorbing a corresponding attribute's basic Pokémon relic. Furthermore, intermediate relics can even expedite the transition to champion level. Hulai elaborated. Upon hearing this explanation, Muyu was instantly reminded of his point allocation feature. Theoretically speaking, the additional experience points earned after reaching the pinnacle level equate to what is referred to as breaking boundaries. Of course, this presumes that the Pokémon's potential meets the requisite standards. Hulai continued, if we consider potential breakthroughs, even raising the upper limit of an elite potential Pokémon to gym leader level would require an elite pinnacle Pokémon to absorb an intermediate Pokémon relic, which would yield only a minuscule chance of success. Instead of relying on such uncertain luck, it would be wiser to contemplate how to maximize resource utilization. At this point, a flicker of sentiment shone in Hulai's eyes. Many devoted trainers have sacrificed their hard-earned Pokémon relics in hopes of enabling their initial Pokémon to break through their limits, only to be met with disappointment. It is precisely for this reason that Hulai felt compelled to advise Muyu. While loyalty and devotion are commendable traits, for the average trainer, the judicious use of every resource is of paramount importance. Only by becoming stronger can your Pokémon achieve a brighter future. Upon hearing this, Muyu nodded in understanding. This analogy is quite clear. If we liken the energy of Pokémon relics to water and the Pokémon themselves to bottles, then the upper limit of potential represents the bottle's capacity, while every stage's bottleneck corresponds to a partition within the bottle, before a Pokémon reaches the pinnacle of each level. Akin to the corresponding partition within the bottle not being filled with water, the Pokémon relic will flow like water, filling the bottle first. However, if the water level corresponding to that partition is already full, the energy will convert entirely into the force necessary to breach the partition. This significantly increases the likelihood of breaking through to the next level, thus achieving what is known as breaking boundaries. Yet, once the water level reaches the brim, which represents the upper limit of the Pokémon's potential, no amount of water can remedy the situation. The only solution lies in expanding the bottle's capacity. However, how easy is it to enlarge an existing bottle? For Pokémon yearning for a breakthrough in potential, every ounce of strength is incredibly precious. Absorbing Pokémon relics for those who have not yet reached their potential zenith only leads to wasted energy, further compressing the already slim probability of reshaping the bottle. In summary, when time is not a factor, passively absorbing Pokémon relics offers the highest cost-effectiveness. To break through bottlenecks, or even enhance potential, one must do so at the pinnacle of a certain level or once the potential ceiling has been reached. Direct absorption immediately after entering a certain level is relatively the most wasteful choice. However, all of the above pertains only to trainers without external assistance. For Muyu, whether it be breaking boundaries or enhancing potential, he does not need to rely on relics. Especially when it comes to breaking boundaries, it is merely a matter of gaining experience points. Direct absorption, however, entails an enormous amount of experience points. As for breaking through the limits of potential, Muyu possesses both a secondary hero copier and a hero copier, which is far more stable than gambling with relics. Naturally, Muyu would not divulge any of this information to others. I have learned much. Muyu feigned enlightenment, expressing his gratitude. Regardless of the applicability of Hulai's words, the mere willingness to share such insights reflects a desire to assist. Muyu would certainly reciprocate accordingly. Well, just familiarize yourself with this. After all, Pokémon relics are ultimately a matter of luck. The sweat you shed during training is the most solid foundation for your growth. To prevent Muyu from feeling regret for prematurely utilizing Pokémon relics, Hulai offered words of comfort. Come, let me show you the Pokémon eggs. Upon seeing that Muyu had absorbed his words, Hulai nodded with satisfaction. He then led him into the innermost part of the training room, where a temperature-controlled incubation chamber awaited. This chamber maintained a constant temperature between 34 and 35 degrees Celsius. According to the information Muyu had gathered, the optimal incubation temperature for Pokémon eggs lies between 30 and 35 degrees Celsius. Within this range, the higher the temperature, the quicker the incubation time. Thus, the temperatures of most temperature-controlled chambers fall within this spectrum, differing only in the stability of the temperature based on the cost of the room. This is one of the reasons why it is not advisable for the average person to attempt hatching spirit eggs independently. Although it is possible to incubate them at temperatures below 30 degrees, a more optimal environment significantly reduces the likelihood of congenital defects in the spirits. Health is paramount, both for the spirits and their trainers. This is the spirit egg of my old companion. Feel free to come and visit it whenever you wish. Hulai gazed lovingly at the spirit egg, adorned with lightning-like golden patterns. Although ordinary spirits cannot perceive the external world during the incubation period, once they are born, they tend to develop an innate fondness and dependence on the life forms that frequently surround their egg, particularly during their early developmental stages. Those spirits with relatively timid dispositions may only accept creatures they have encountered during their incubation period, familiar beings that bear a comforting aura. After imparting some essential precautions regarding the hatching room, Hulai returned to the training room to commence another round of weightlifting. Meanwhile, Muyu retrieved a book titled Energy Cube Crafting, 88 Fundamental Considerations You Must Know. Despite its title resembling that of a sensationalist scam, it was actually authored by Lu Shu, the youngest master-level spirit cultivator in the entire Summer Nation, when he was still a senior cultivator. Although the title may seem somewhat abstract, it must be acknowledged that even today, this book is regarded as one of the fundamental introductory texts for learning to craft energy cubes. This was also one of the books Muyu borrowed from the library using the temporary student card provided by Teacher Lee yesterday. Long ago, Muyu had aspired to self-learn the craft of energy cube creation, but many books, particularly those related to spirits, were difficult to acquire. Thus, Muyu had to wait until university to pursue his studies. In addition to this book, Muyu also took a taxi to a bookstore in the city to purchase several introductory texts on acting, voice acting, makeup, cybersecurity, sewing, and various foreign languages. Furthermore, he downloaded several online courses related to these subjects from a certain platform for his study. Titles such as the actor's self-cultivation, voice training classes, introduction to sound, cybersecurity attack and defense techniques, and layering different fabrics were among the myriad of resources he explored. The motivation behind learning sewing skills was also rooted in safety considerations. Whether purchasing fabric or disassembling and reassembling ready-made garments, it effectively mitigates the risk of malicious individuals reverse engineering through clothing. Regardless, with the added functionality, even if one acquires numerous skills, it merely requires a bit of time as an entry-level endeavor. Coincidentally, during this period, Muyu was tasked with accompanying the Electric Beast's spirit egg, providing him ample time to delve into these books and possibly trigger several new skills. Chapter 72, The Magnificent System. In the days that followed, Muyu's life regained a sense of routine. After breakfast, he would consistently arrive at the training room to lift weights alongside Hulai. Once the three little ones completed their training sessions, they would learn battle experiences under the guidance of the Electric Beast. Due to the compatibility of their skill pools, only the robust chicken managed to acquire new skills alongside the Electric Beast, while the soil turtle and crossbat did not experience any expansion in their skill pools. Through several days of interaction, Muyu also discerned that Hulai appeared to possess only the Electric Beast as his soul spirit. Considering Hulai's previous solo confrontation against the chaotic disturbance in the secret realm, it was likely that his other companions had long since departed this world. It was no wonder he was so invested in the offspring of the Electric Beast. In the afternoons, Muyu typically spent his time in the hatching room, keeping company with the spirit egg while engrossed in his reading. Upon returning to the villa in the evening, he practiced with the small energy cube crafting machine and the electric sewing machine purchased online. His days were both structured and fulfilling. On the 4th day of May, after a week's interval, it was once again time for the Hex talent extraction. Unlike previous occasions, today marked Muyu's first extraction since reaching level 5 in the system. He speculated that this might enhance the probability of obtaining golden Hex talents. Thus, this time, he refrained from the usual practice of extracting while brushing his teeth in the washroom. Instead, he lay back in the bathtub after completing his hygiene routine. It is said that bathing and burning incense before prayer brings good fortune. While Muyu had no intention of burning incense, a relaxing bath would suffice. System. Extract Hex talent. Ding. Hex talent extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Medium storage space. Gold acquire a portable small storage space with dimensions of 5M x 5M x 5M, with the potential for expansion. Random fruit bundle. Gray obtain 100 random ordinary fruits. Black iron asset. Gray acquire a basic equipment forging device and 2 gold coins. 2 gray and 1 gold. Splendid. As Muyu beheld the glimmering golden Hex talent, a smile crept across his lips. Not only did this extraction yield a golden talent, but it was also one that enhanced storage capacity, a delightful serendipity. Just in time, Muyu's existing 1 cubic meter storage space was nearly filled to capacity, and now with an additional 125 cubic meters, it alleviated an urgent need. I choose the medium storage space. As Muyu focused his thoughts, an unseen force settled into the storage space. In the blink of an eye, the original 1M x 1M x 1M storage dimension extended by 5 meters in length, width, and height. Weight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Muyu blinked in disbelief at the 5-meter extensions of the storage space. Upon further careful examination, he discovered that the size of the storage space was not the estimated 126 cubic meters, but rather an impressive 216 cubic meters. Truly magnificent. Gazing at the suddenly expanded space, Muyu marveled at the system's generosity. Space Edition? Underestimating the system? It simply adds the lengths together. Since the delightful surprise of the storage space that day, time has swiftly passed once more. It has been half a month since Muyu moved into the villa at the Qingshan campus, and his skill pool no longer appeared as barren as before. The only drawback was that, while the probability of golden Hex talents appearing had indeed increased with each extraction, it was not guaranteed. At least during the recent Hex talent extraction, he received 3 gray talents, which included increases to gold coins, experience points, and a random piece of equipment. Although somewhat anticipated, Muyu still felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment, a choice had to be made, considering the amounts of gold coins and experience points. He ultimately opted for the most scarce equipment. Host, Muyu. System level, level 5. Host level, 26, 28, 320. Skills, modern mixed martial arts, perfect, 823-10, 000. Energy cube crafting, perfect, 363-10, 000. Acting, perfect, 611-1, 000. Voice acting, perfect, 130-10, 000. Disguise, perfect, 261-1, 000. Hacking, perfect, 155-10, 000. Sewing, perfect, 130-10, 000. Gold coins, 2, 948. Experience points, 0. Equipment, Storm Greatsword, Giant Belt. Items, Antidote X2, Healing Potion X6, Good Healing Potion X3, Excellent Healing Potion X5, Red and White Balls X11. Hex Talents, Unbreakable Barrier, Color, Pandora's Equipment, Gray, Resolute of the Giant, Gold, Mini Treasure Detector, Gold, Small Storage Space, Gray. Pharmacist Eye, Gray, Know Your Enemy, Gold, Little Giant, Gray, Medium Storage Space, Gold. Among the 6 newly acquired perfect level skills, the one that brought Muyu the most satisfaction was undoubtedly Energy Cube Crafting. The creation of a perfect grade energy block has bestowed upon Muyu an extraordinary level of crafting expertise. After elevating his skills to perfection, Muyu, utilizing that compact energy block maker, is capable of achieving a remarkable 90 premium rate when crafting basic energy blocks. This implies that out of every 10 energy blocks produced, 9 are of exceptional quality, while the remaining 1, due to the inherent variability of the tree fruits, can only attain a refined quality. What does this signify? To put it succinctly, Lu Shu mentioned in his book, Energy Block Crafting, 88 fundamental considerations you must know, that even his mentor, a world-renowned master breeder, achieved a maximum premium rate of nearly 40 when crafting basic energy blocks. In other words, out of 10 blocks, only 4 were premium. And that was under the unfortunate circumstance that the remaining 6 were all of inferior quality. Moreover, this was accomplished by a master-level breeder. The probability would plummet when attempting to create intermediate or even advanced energy blocks. After all, high-tier energy blocks do not come with an abundance of raw materials for trial and error. Most breeders prefer a steady approach, opting for the production of lower-quality energy blocks to ensure that their materials do not go to waste. After all, high-grade tree fruits cannot simply be purchased with money. Thus, the rarity of exceptional energy blocks is evident. It is precisely because of their substantial energy content, high absorption efficiency, and exceedingly low yield that these premium energy blocks are often referred to as gifts of miracles. And now, Muyu has become a wholesale distributor of miracles. Guess who I am? Chapter 73, Exceptional Energy Blocks. One could say that Muyu's astonishing 90 premium rate is nothing short of miraculous, akin to the emergence of a divine beast. Should this be discovered by knowledgeable individuals, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the global breeding community. Even elite trainers would come seeking to purchase them. After all, the skill required to craft basic energy blocks effortlessly translates to the ability to create top-tier or even master-grade energy blocks. Of course, all of this hinges on Muyu possessing sufficient strength or a formidable backing. Otherwise, he might be reduced to a mere heartless crafting machine. Other skills, such as acting, voice acting, and disguise, enable Muyu to flawlessly imitate any individual he has encountered or can envision. Particularly, his perfect-grade voice acting has expanded his vocal range to its zenith. Whether it be the deepest bass or the highest dolphin-like notes, he can effortlessly produce them. Furthermore, any sound he has heard can be mimicked with remarkable accuracy. As for disguise, Muyu primarily studies various techniques of visual illusion and makeup artistry. After all, what could be more advanced than a transformation akin to that of a little giant? There is little to say about his perfect-grade tailoring. Any attire that exists in Muyu's memory can easily be replicated. Regarding hacking skills, Muyu has not ventured too far. He merely perused the official website of Evergreen University, observing what fascinating sights the young students browsed in the solitude of the night. Beyond that, he refrained from further actions. After all, hacking differs from other skills. No matter how high your level, if your hardware cannot keep pace, it is of no use. Moreover, his current hacking skills are not yet maxed out. It is wise to remain cautious when confronting world-class organizations and substantial national machinery. In the afternoon, within the kitchen on the ground floor of the villa, Muyu was diligently handling various tree fruits. For instance, the commonly used orange fruit in basic energy blocks has a tough exterior that, if mishandled, can impart a severely bitter taste. However, if its hard shell is removed, the interior reveals a delightfully elastic pulp that boasts a delectable sweet and sour flavor. While the shell serves no purpose for merely replenishing stamina, it plays a crucial role in neutralizing and binding when crafting energy blocks. Other tree fruits, such as the zero fruit favored by the Crobat, though both the pulp and skin are hard and astringent, can miraculously soften when thoroughly blended with the orange fruit shell, completely eliminating the intense astringency. Conversely, substituting the orange fruit shell with the pulp of the cherry fruit would transform the zero fruit's inherent bitterness into an exhilarating spiciness. In such instances, it effectively stimulates the nerves, preventing the Pokémon from succumbing to hypnosis or calming techniques. All of this knowledge has been indelibly etched in Mu Yu's mind since achieving the perfect level of energy block crafting. He possesses numerous insights into the remarkable pairings and handling techniques of ordinary tree fruits, many of which are not even documented in Lu Shu's book. Here, Testudo, he offered after a long period of preparation, placing a vibrant green energy block with earthy brown accents before the tortoise. This was a modified version of the standard recipe for basic energy blocks suitable for both grass and ground types, derived from the 18 elemental properties detailed in Lu Shu's book. It is not that Mu Yu does not wish to create higher-grade energy blocks without the proper recipes. Attempting to deduce the necessary materials solely from the energy blocks is indeed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Mu Yu lacks the experimental conditions to pursue such endeavors. For now, he must settle for researching basic energy blocks while seeking out recipes for intermediate ones. Upon hearing this, Testudo lifted its head, casting a glance at the unremarkable energy block. Unlike those ordinary quality energy blocks that constantly emanate a scent of blended tree fruits, this time, the premium energy block Mu Yu presented lacked even the slightest aroma. It was as ordinary as plain boiled water. However, for Testudo, the taste of the energy block was of little consequence, as nothing could compare to the sweetness brewed by a Pokémon. With an indifferent mindset, Testudo took a hearty bite. In the next moment, Testudo's eyes, which seemed perpetually drowsy, suddenly widened in disbelief, sparkling with an astonished glint. An indescribable deliciousness erupted in its mouth, completely overshadowing the nearly double purity of energy compared to ordinary quality energy blocks. The sweet and fragrant essence of nature did not dissipate like a fleeting breeze. Instead, it was as vast and profound as the earth itself, continuously stimulating its taste buds. Testudo closed its eyes, savoring the lingering flavor that refused to fade. At that moment, it seemed to have grasped the true essence of living. Testudo? Observing the tortoise, which suddenly opened its eyes wide and fell silent, Mu Yu tentatively called out a couple of times. Nom. Hearing Mu Yu's call, Testudo finally regained its composure. Its gaze fixated on the remaining 9 energy blocks on the plate held by Mu Yu. Were it not for the fact that the one holding the plate was its trainer, Testudo's eager taste buds would have urged it to charge forward and devour the plate whole. Is it really that delicious? Witnessing the usually composed Testudo display such longing and excitement, even more so than during its enjoyment of sweet nectar, Mu Yu was taken aback. If consuming energy blocks was akin to simply boiling vegetables in salt water, while sweet nectar represented an occasional enhancement to the meal with rock candy, then the premium blocks were an entirely different realm, products of miracles. They perfectly fused the energies of all tree fruits, locking in their exquisite flavors so tightly that not a single scent could escape, a testament to their quality. For Testudo, experiencing such delectable flavors for the first time was akin to a fitness enthusiast accustomed to a monotonous diet of boiled vegetables, indulging in a grand feast. Still not gaining weight, enjoying the health benefits of a sumptuous Manchu Han imperial feast. Upon hearing Mu Yu's words, the Turtwig nodded vigorously. Even the little tail that usually hung low behind it began to wag excitedly. The low trees on its back rustled with movement. Shall we have another? Mu Yu inquired curiously, observing the Turtwig that had transformed so dramatically. Although Mu Yu was only familiar with the unremarkable characteristics of the exceptional block through book descriptions, it seemed the texts had never mentioned the delightful flavor of the premium block. Gakna, it's all for you, don't eat. Just as Mu Yu placed the plate down, the Turtwig, without waiting for him to finish, took both the plate and its contents into its mouth. I'm full. Fortunately, it retained some level of reason and spat the plate out with a swift motion. Gazing at the now spotless plate and the Turtwig's blissful expression, Mu Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. White Dragon. Chapter 74, Electric Monster. The next day, in the hatching room, unlike his usual routine of morning exercises, Mu Yu arrived early at the hatching chamber, curiously observing the egg of a sprite faintly glowing with white light. It was the first time in many years that he had witnessed the birth of a sprite in person. According to Hulai, the sprite egg would start to emit a faint white light 2 to 3 days before hatching, with the frequency of the flickering increasing as the hatching moment approached. Today marked the third day of the white lights flickering, indicating that the egg of the electric monster could hatch at any moment. Just as Muyu contemplated whether to peruse a foreign language textbook, a dazzling flash of white light burst from the sprite egg. Crack, crack. As the sound reminiscent of a shell breaking echoed, the brilliance of the sprite egg began to wane. Tanky, a sweet, childlike voice emerged from the shattered egg. It was a sprite, predominantly bright yellow with two rectangular antennae resembling bottle openers atop its head, a plump body, and long, thick limbs adorned with black striped patterns. It was none other than the initial form of the electric monster, the electric mouse. Sprite, electric mouse. Attribute, electric. Gender, male. Level, 1, larval stage. Ability, static, possesses static electricity, may cause paralysis upon physical contact with opponents. Moves, Leer, quick attack, thunder shock. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, headbutt, arm thrust, explosive punch. Flame punch, ice punch. Potential, champion level. With champion level potential, 5 inherited skills, and 3 innate moves, this newly born sprite boasted an exceptionally splendid profile, entirely deserving of the title of heir to the champions. Tanky, perhaps sensing a familiar aura from Muyu. The freshly hatched electric mouse squinted its eyes and affectionately nuzzled against Muyu's chest in a soft, babyish tone, observing the diminutive electric mouse. Standing at a mere 30 centimeters tall, Muyu's expression softened instantly. Come, have some moo milk. Cradling the electric mouse in one arm, he retrieved the already prepared moo milk from his backpack and brought it to the sprite's lips. For a newly born sprite in its larval stage, moo milk was the most suitable nutrient. Not only did it cater to the tastes of all sprites, but it also contained nearly all essential growth nutrients. Even sprites that had outgrown their larval stage often retained a fondness for daily moo milk consumption. With a pop, the hungry electric mouse opened its mouth wide, eagerly sucking down the fragrant moo milk. In no time, an entire bottle was drained completely. With a satisfied burp, the electric mouse closed its eyes and drifted into slumber. It seemed to be a rather reserved little fellow. Watching the electric mouse, who was ready to sleep after a hearty meal, Muyu chuckled softly. The behavior of newly born sprites varies according to their temperaments. More vivacious sprites might immediately start exploring the world around them, while those with a more reserved nature would choose to remain quiet or fall asleep. Neither temperament is superior to the other. However, sprites of the latter disposition tend to expedite their larval transition period, albeit only by a day or two. For Muyu, whether a sprite is calm and composed or spirited and combative, he is amenable. Even a timid sprite, seemingly unsuited for battle, would not deter him. For as the saying goes, everyone has their role to play. To him, every sprite holds a unique place of utility. Old Hu, stepping out with the sleeping electric mouse in his arms, Hulai and the electric monster cast affectionate gazes toward the little sprite. For the aging pair, the electric mouse represented not merely a sprite, but a legacy and continuation of their lives. Moreover, it was likely the sole offspring of the electric monster. Thus they held high hopes for this little one, just like you were when you were young. Observing the slumbering electric mouse, Hulai refrained from reaching out to hold it. After a careful inspection, he sighed with admiration toward the electric monster beside him. Ailu. Upon hearing Hulai's words, the electric monster displayed a proud demeanor. One might wonder, aren't all electric mice identical in appearance? Watching Hulai and the electric monster express inexplicable admiration and pride, Muyu silently remarked in his heart. Yet, he truly understood their sentiments. After all, a late-in-life child is exceptionally precious. 5 days later, in the training room, as a host of sprites trained, they occasionally cast glances toward the yellow figure not far away. Even the normally composed Turtwig found itself lifting its head from time to time, its gaze inexplicably drawn to the electric mouse. Electric mouse, stop! Before Muyu could finish his warning, the electric mouse charged headfirst into the training apparatus used by the electric monster. It is important to note that as a champion-level sprite, the equipment employed for training was of considerable hardness. As expected, the electric mouse's forehead bore a swollen bruise, with a discernible bump forming. Ah, this little one is truly hard-headed. Observing the electric mouse that had knocked itself unconscious, Muyu sighed in exasperation. While the electric mouse was still in its larval stage, Muyu would cradle it daily while watching his predecessors train. Everything was quite normal until one day. After witnessing the electric monster perform a headbutt, the electric mouse seemed to discover a new realm. Seizing moments when Muyu was distracted, it would stealthily slip from his arms, dart toward the wall or equipment, and forcefully headbutt them. It is easy to imagine that such a tiny creature in its larval stage would inevitably knock itself out. The first time they witnessed the electric mouse faint, it startled Muyu and Hulai, leading them to believe it had fallen ill. After a checkup at the school clinic, they discovered it was simply a case of a head injury causing the unconsciousness. Consequently, the doctor cautioned Muyu against allowing larval sprites to engage in training. particularly with moves. This made Muyu feel as though he were a heartless employer forcing child laborers to toil. Upon returning, Muyu earnestly conveyed to the electric monster that in a few days, he would commence its training, but for now, it was not yet time. Fortunately, although the electric monster appeared somewhat clumsy, it was quite obedient. When Muyu advised against training, it patiently sat still, though its gaze often wandered towards the electric beast exercising nearby. Today marked the end of its juvenile stage, and Muyu announced the beginning of its training, prompting the electric monster to dash towards the training equipment like a wild stallion, head-butting it vigorously. Ha ha ha, what a spirited little creature. Observing the electric monster that had knocked itself out, Hulai chuckled nonchalantly. The electric beast, watching its head-butting offspring, could only shake its head in amused disbelief. After all, when it comes to spirited beings, a few bumps and bruises are inevitable. Chapter 75, Mighty Chicken vs. Flying Mantis. On June 10th, the fervor surrounding the highly anticipated college entrance examination finally came to a close. With the conclusion of the exams, summer vacation officially commenced. Muyu noticed that numerous commercial streets had simultaneously launched various promotional activities to entice shoppers. However, such matters were of little concern to him. Hello. Here is your number tag. Please ensure it is kept safe. All right, thank you. In a large shopping mall, Muyu received a number tag from a staff member, boldly emblazoned with the number 31. Indeed, the reason for Muyu's outing today was due to discovering a small competition held at this mall during his visit yesterday to purchase fruit from trees. In this world, trainers are a highly esteemed profession, prompting many malls or significant events to host competitions or invite renowned trainers for exhibition matches. This has given rise to a new profession, Pokémon coordinators, who are not solely focused on strength, but rather on how to engage in battles with greater beauty and elegance. Muyu believes that everyone has their own aspirations. While he places a greater emphasis on strength, the pursuit of beauty is a natural inclination. Returning to the matter at hand, Muyu had registered for this competition primarily to provide the long-neglected Mighty Chicken with an opportunity for battle. In the training room, the electric beast was beyond its capabilities. The Turtwig was a bulky opponent that was difficult to contend with. The Zubat was too swift to engage, and the electric monster was too small for him to bother. Additionally, with the semester's end approaching, students in the district were either preoccupied with final exams or preparing to return home, leaving little room for battle environments. Thus, upon noticing the mall's competition, Muyu seized the opportunity to register. Coincidentally, the eligibility for this competition was limited to novice trainers under the age of 19, specifically high school seniors and first-year college students. Given that it was a competition within a mall, older participants would likely possess formidable Pokémon, and the mall would be hesitant to allow them to register. Competitors 2 and 31, please proceed to the preparation area. Soon, after completing a match, Muyu's number was called. His opponent was a slightly dark-skinned boy, whose clear and intelligent eyes suggested he was undoubtedly a college student. Release your Pokémon. Go, Mighty Chicken. I leave it to you, Flying Mantis. With the referee's command, the two Pokémon appeared on either side of the battlefield. Pokémon, Mighty Chicken. Type, Firefighting. Gender, male. Level, 22, 45240, professional level. Ability, Speed Boost, increases its speed as the battle progresses. Moves, Scratch, learned. Growl, learned. Focus Energy, learned. Ember, learned. Peck, learned. Quick Attack, learned. Detect, learned. Double Kick, learned. Flamethrower, learned. Aerial Ace, competent. Brick Break, competent. Learn moves. Thunder Punch, learned. Meteor Mash, learned. Fire Punch, learned. Protect, learned. Inherited moves. Agility, learned. Feint Attack, learned. Potential, champion level. Equipment, Night Reaper, Gaiso's Raging Blade, Titan's Resolve. Base stats, HP, 45, Attack, 60-15, 80, Defense, 402-520, 25, Special Attack, 701,510, 80. Special Defense, 50, 25, Speed, 451018. Total, 310,113, 210, 423, 633. Gaiso's Raging Blade, 18 Speed, 10 Special Attack, after each attack, Speed 4, with the maximum effect determined by the holder's physical condition. After several days, Mighty Chicken reached the professional level, and its skill repertoire expanded. Its potential also surged to champion level after receiving a training reward Hextech, upgraded using a minor Hero Replicator. Furthermore, due to recent Hextech talent draws, it acquired the Golden Hextech Apothecary 2, a restorative Hextech. Apothecary 2, gold your Pokémon receive a healing effect of 20 of the actual damage dealt, and 25 of the overflow healing effect converts to additional true damage on the next attack. Coupled with the previously acquired Apothecary Eye, Gray, its lifesteal effect reached 35. Consequently, Muyu employed an equipment dismantler to replace the Hextech Gunblade on Mighty Chicken with Gaiso's Raging Blade. While this reduced its dual attack base stats slightly, Mighty Chicken's speed saw a further enhancement. Pokémon, Flying Mantis. Type, Bug Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 25, Professional level. Ability, Compound Eyes, increases the power of Bug-type moves when HP drops below a certain threshold. Moves, Leer, Double Team, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Endure, Bug Bite, Wing Attack. Brick Break. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, none. Potential, Elite level. The mid-tier Flying Mantis is not an initial Pokémon. According to Muyu's calculations, with sufficient aptitude and the requisite energy blocks, it is possible to cultivate a Pokémon from ordinary level to advanced level within 2 years. Given that his opponent managed to acquire such a rare and powerful Bug-type Pokémon, it suggested they were not short on funds. This implies that the opponent was not exerting their full strength. After all, it was a novice competition, despite the reward being a basic Firestone. It was unlikely to attract truly formidable competitors. Most participants were merely there for fun, seeking to enhance the battle experience of their lower-level Pokémon. Flying Mantis, use Quick Attack. With a swift motion, the Flying Mantis darted towards Mighty Chicken in a flash of white light. Use Agility to evade, then employ Fire Punch. Muyu calmly instructed as the Flying Mantis approached. Got it. Receiving the command, Mighty Chicken focused intently, allowing a faint psychic energy to coalesce around its legs. In an instant, the effects of Speed Boost and Gaiso's Raging Blade were activated simultaneously. Although Mighty Chicken's speed was originally inferior to that of Flying Mantis, it surged to a higher echelon under the effects of agility. As the speed boost triggered repeatedly, Mighty Chicken left behind a series of afterimages across the battlefield. Caught off guard, the Flying Mantis swung its blade in vain. Boom! Mighty Chicken, having swiftly maneuvered behind the Flying Mantis, raised its arms ablaze with roaring flames and struck down upon it with tremendous force. The impact sent the Flying Mantis reeling, leaving a charred imprint of a fist on its transparent wings. What astonishing speed! The dark-skinned boy gazed in astonishment at the robust chicken that left behind a lingering shadow. Fly Mantis, focus your mind and attack with your wings. Despite the searing sensation at its back, the mantis steadfastly fixed its gaze upon the figure of the robust chicken. Alas, the disparity in speed could not be bridged merely by concentration. Continuous Flame Punch. Observing the robust chicken's speed, propelled by its acceleration traits, which had already completed several jumps, Muyu immediately commanded action. Fear not, fear not, fear not. Boom, boom, boom. The punches landed on its back, waist, and joints, as the robust chicken relentlessly struck around the mantis, leaving charred marks all over its body. Boom. The mantis fell, incapacitated, and the robust chicken emerged victorious. In the span of just a few minutes, under the absolute pressure of speed, the mantis, renowned for its swiftness, had not even managed to graze the robust chicken before collapsing in defeat. Chapter 76. The Mosquito Swimmer. As the following matches unfolded, they aligned precisely with Muyu's expectations. Being merely an ordinary small competition, no formidable geniuses had crossed paths. Within a mere 2 hours, Muyu, alongside the robust chicken, advanced to the final showdown with an unstoppable momentum. Competitors number 5 and 31, please proceed to the preparation area. With the announcement echoing, the final battle commenced. The opponent was a tall girl with sun-kissed skin. Her sharp gaze and exposed taut muscles suggested she was a seasoned fighter. Release your Pokémon. Go, robust chicken. I entrust this to you, Mosquito Swimmer. As the 2 Pokeballs burst open with a flourish, the onlookers watched with eager anticipation. Pokémon, Mosquito Swimmer. Type, Water Fighting. Gender, Female. Level, 26, Professional. Ability, Relaxed and unfazed. In rainy weather, its speed increases. Moves, Pound, Body Slam, Hell Roll, Rain Dance, Water Gun, Bubble Beam, Mud Shot, Hypnosis. Top moves, Ice Punch, Heavyweight Punch. Inherited move, Mind's Eye. Potential, Gym Level. A level 26 Mosquito Swimmer, just evolved? Muyu speculated, observing her information panel. The battle begins. Mosquito Swimmer, use Water Gun. Upon the referee's call, the girl immediately commanded her Pokémon. Here it comes. The Mosquito Swimmer's abdomen, resembling the center of a mosquito coil, swelled dramatically as Azure Water-type energy coalesced within like a whirlpool. Whoosh! A jet of blue water shot forth at the robust chicken. Evade with high-speed movement, and close in on her with Quick Attack. Despite the type disadvantage, Muyu remained calm and unhurried. The Mosquito Swimmer was a Pokémon with balanced stats, which indicated versatility but also suggested a lack of standout qualities. Notably, its speed was no match for the robust chicken's natural swiftness, let alone the frenzy of the robust chicken's accelerated Quick Attack. As anticipated, the robust chicken dodged effortlessly. leaving only an afterimage for the mosquito swimmer's water gun to strike. Before the girl had time to react, the robust chicken had already zipped to the left of the mosquito swimmer. Thunder punch. Watch out, mosquito swimmer. The girl shouted as she noticed the golden glimmer surrounding the robust chicken's hand, electricity crackling. Upon hearing her trainer's voice, the mosquito swimmer instinctively turned to evade the incoming attack. Unfortunately, the speed differential rendered the mosquito swimmer, despite its combat training, unable to escape the thunder punch striking its back, although the damage was mitigated due to type resistance. The level disparity and lack of other enhancements meant the harm was not severe. Mosquito swimmer, use body slam to catch it. Body slam, a rapid pounce that throws the opponent. If the target isn't a wild Pokémon, it forcibly ejects them from the battlefield, bringing in other backup Pokémon. Here it comes. Gritting through the pain in its back, the mosquito swimmer's arms bulged as it lunged toward the robust chicken, attempting to ensnare it. Alas, the speed gap was insurmountable. Robust chicken, once more. Fear not. Muyu remarked calmly upon observing that the mosquito swimmer was unable to keep pace. Darn it, such speed. Mosquito swimmer, brace yourself and use mind's eye. Realizing that even at close range, the body slam could not catch the robust chicken, the girl's expression sharpened. Mind's eye, sense the opponent with your heart. The next move is guaranteed to hit. This was akin to a locking move, but due to the lengthy charge time, it seldom appeared in battles unless one possessed exceptional proficiency. It seemed the opponent was left with no choice but to endure the robust chicken's onslaught, hoping to counter with a type advantage. Yet, not to mention the robust chicken's defensive prowess, the consecutive use of moves had significantly increased its Titan status. Given the current special defense of the robust chicken, even with the type advantage, one move would not suffice to defeat it. Boom. Ouch. Just as Muyu pondered, the mosquito swimmer suddenly let out a cry of distress. It turned out that after sustaining several hits from the robust chicken's thunder punch, the mosquito swimmer's health had dropped below 60, triggering the Night Reaper's additional effect, enhancing damage by 30. Coincidentally striking a critical point, it knocked out the mosquito swimmer, which was in a charging state and unable to evade. Night Reaper, 15 physical attack, 15 special attack, 25 physical defense, 20 critical hit rate. Attacks deal an additional 12 damage, which increases to 30 when health is below 60. The mosquito swimmer lost its combat ability, and the robust chicken triumphed. As the referee announced the outcome, amidst the astonished crowd, Muyu claimed the championship of this competition and pocketed the initial Firestone. Excuse me, wait a moment. Just as Muyu was about to leave, the sun-kissed girl hurried over. Is there something you need? Muyu turned, puzzled by her approach. Hello, I'm Wang Lu, a member of the Fighting Society at Evergreen University. I wonder if you might be interested in joining. Wang Lu stated directly. How did you know I was from Evergreen University? Muyu asked curiously, eyeing the seemingly extroverted Wang Lu. Well, only seniors or freshmen can participate in this competition. With a robust chicken as powerful as yours, if you were a freshman, I would certainly have heard of you. So you must be a senior. Since you're a senior, your goal must be to apply to Evergreen University. Wang Lu confidently analyzed. They say the Fighting Society consists of individuals with muscles for brains. But Wang Lu was determined to be a brainy muscle person. Isn't it possible that I'm applying to Shuemu instead? Muyu teased, amused by Wang Lu's confidence. Wang Lu seemed momentarily flustered, her hands fidgeting aimlessly. Indeed, just because one is from Evergreen Province doesn't mean they must apply to Evergreen University. Sorry for the interruption. Before Muyu could respond, Wang Lu hastily apologized and dashed away. It appeared she had been caught off guard by her own logic. This girl is somewhat reminiscent of that foolish boy Wang Yan. Muyu chuckled, shaking his head inwardly. Mutuo. Chapter 77. The Resurgence of Colorful Hex. After Wang Lu dashed away, Muyu did not linger for long. Before returning to the villa, he took the opportunity to purchase some necessary tree fruits in the marketplace where the recent competition had concluded. It is noteworthy that Qingqing University permits students to remain on campus even during the winter and summer breaks. After all, for many students, the training environment at the school is rather commendable. Each year, a number of students choose to stay on campus for a while after completing their final exams or opt to return early for intensive training. However, the only drawback during the holidays is that meals must be self-provided. Fortunately, although Muyu's culinary skills are merely passable, he is more than capable of preparing meals sufficient to satiate his hunger. In the dead of night, gazing at the brilliant stars scattered across the pitch-black sky, Muyu did not retire early as he usually would. For tomorrow marks the 10th occasion of the Hex Talent Draw. Historically, based on past patterns, the outcome has typically yielded 1 gold and 2 gray, which seems comparable to Muyu's previous experiences with the Hex draws. However, this assumption rests on the speculation that the system's hidden mechanism guarantees a gold every 10 draws. If the system's hidden mechanism does not guarantee a gold every 10 attempts, but instead enhances the quality of 1 hex within those 10 draws, transforming a gray into gold. The result would be entirely different. In the former scenario, with a stroke of luck, the outcome could merely shift to 2 gold and 1 gray. In contrast, the latter scenario could potentially unveil the exquisite spectacle of a gold transforming into a colorful variant, or even a splendid array of 1 color and 2 gray. Thus, on this night, a rare sense of anticipation and excitement stirred within Muyu. As the clock approached midnight, his breaths quickened with a palpable urgency. System. Initiate the Hex Talent Draw. In the face of the twinkling starlight, Muyu inhaled deeply and silently recited in his heart. Ding. Hex Talent Draw completed. Tree Fruit Dimension Gift Pack. Colorful acquire a personal dimension space that cannot store items, but within this space, various ordinary tree fruits will refresh daily, totaling 100, along with 10 random high-level tree fruits. Gray. Gray. After nearly a year, the resplendent colors re-emerged. 2 gray and 1 colorful indirectly confirmed Muyu's latter speculation regarding the system's hidden mechanisms. This also signified that the frequency of drawing colorful hex talents would significantly increase in the future. As the brilliance faded, Muyu focused his gaze. A Tree Fruit Dimension Gift Pack? A dimension space that automatically refreshes tree fruits daily? Observing this novel colorful hex, Muyu could not help but marvel. Not to mention the daily random supply of 10 high-level tree fruits. Even the most basic orange fruit costs 100 yuan, let alone the cherry fruit, which is valued at 200 to 300 yuan each. It can be said that the quantity of ordinary tree fruits provided daily surpasses the total yield of all the fruit trees in his family's orchard for an entire year. After all, there are numerous varieties of ordinary tree fruits, such as cherry fruits, zero fruits, peach fruits, and more. As for the high-level tree fruits, they typically serve to enhance an elf's 6 dimensions, amplify the power of their attribute-based moves, or reduce damage from specific attributes, and are thus considered rare. For instance, the Tong Tong fruit can mitigate damage from poison-type moves, while the Kayakik fruit can lessen damage from fire-type moves. Additionally, there are the Sandscale fruit, which permanently boosts an elf's speed, and the Dragonfire fruit, which enhances special attack. However, these tree fruits share a common issue. Consuming just 1 or 2 will not yield significant improvements. Generally, a substantial quantity must be consumed to manifest any noticeable effects. Yet even so, these tree fruits are exceedingly expensive and often have a price dictated by rarity. Ordinary trainers often lack avenues for purchase, relying instead on chance encounters in hidden realms. The fruit trees that produce these tree fruits typically exist only within high-level hidden realms. In intermediate hidden realms, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers, encountering even a handful of fruit trees is considered a stroke of luck. On average, one must traverse over 10,000 square kilometers to find a single tree. Moreover, each tree yields a mere 20 to 30 fruits at most. Over the course of a year, this amounts to only about 50 fruits. In the vast trading market, this is akin to a drop in the ocean. The total number of fruit trees in high-level hidden realms may be more substantial. However, correspondingly, the strength of the elf populations guarding these trees is unlikely to be weak. This results in even a high-level tree fruit with modest effects commanding prices that can reach tens of thousands of yuan due to their rarity. In other words, based on market prices, this colorful hex is capable of providing Muyu with tree fruit gift packs valued at over 200,000 yuan daily. With this hex, Muyu has ample tree fruits to conduct research and experiments on advanced energy cubes. Though Muyu had resolutely decided to select this colorful hex, he nonetheless cast a glance at the 2 gray hexes below. Energy Cube Small Gift Pack. Gray randomly receive any 1 attribute's Premium Basic Energy Cube Gift Pack, total of 30 cubes. Excessive complications. Gray obtain 1 random attribute emblem or trait emblem, and 1 equipment reforge tool. Attribute emblem. Within the corresponding attribute bond, the number of elves is counted as 1 more, and it increases the skill power of the holder's corresponding attribute without raising the damage from the holder's weaknesses. Trait emblem grants a new trait to the elf, but in doing so, it eliminates the elf's original trait. Equipment Reforge Tool allows for the reforge of any scattered equipment, assembled gear, attribute emblem, or trait emblem. The reforged equipment or emblem will be removed from the elf's equipment bar. Note, if the elf's trait is granted by a trait emblem, after reforging, the elf will become a traitless elf and will require reinstallation. Muyu already possesses an abundance of basic premium energy cubes. However, the trait emblem caught his attention. The existence of the trait emblem signifies the potential for certain elves, previously hindered by their traits, to rise anew. Simultaneously, it enables already formidable elves to adopt more advantageous traits, elevating them further. Without delving into specifics, at the very least, arranging for the training of the Lazy King may soon be feasible. A Lazy King endowed with either the Mighty or Guardian trait, casually assigned to disguise, would undoubtedly be a trump card. As for the attribute emblem, it had long been anticipated by Muyu. When he first acquired the Grass-type elf, Sprout Tortoise, the system had displayed an unactivated bond. Grass-type specialization. When the number of Grass-type elves in the team reaches 246, Grass-type move damage increases by 103,050. And as long as the corresponding attribute Hex talent, Grass-type expert, has been activated, the host will permanently gain a special ability. Similarly, several unactivated bonds, such as Poison-type specialization and Flying-type specialization, remain in Muyu's bond section. Due to the minimal damage increase and the absence of Grass-type experts or Fire-type experts among his hexes, Muyu did not pursue a collection of same attribute elves excessively. He planned to consider activation once he draws the corresponding hex talent in the future. Chapter 78. The Start of School. Mid-August. Qingshan Campus. Training Hall Number 3. Private Training Room Number 7. Muscular Chicken. That's the feeling. Once more. Scary MO. In an instant, Muscular Chicken's left hand ignited with searing flames, while its right hand shimmered with thunderous energy. It astonishingly executed both Flame Fist and Thunder Fist simultaneously. After half a month of relentless practice, Muscular Chicken finally achieved mastery in both Flame Fist and Thunder Fist, enabling it to unleash two distinct attribute punches at once. This also signifies that the formidable chicken has initially mastered the technique of harnessing energies of varying attributes. Bang! Bang! As the chicken's fist struck down, two charred marks were left on the specially designed target. Well done, chicken. Scary. Witnessing its own masterpiece, the chicken excitedly waved its arms. However, its expression suddenly morphed into an awkward, self-conscious demeanor. Scary, scary. The chicken, somewhat shy, clutched its stomach and exclaimed. It appeared to be hungry. Muyu glanced at the time and realized that only an hour had elapsed since their last meal of energy cubes. Observing the chicken's slightly unnatural expression, Muyu immediately understood the situation. For the sake of your progress, here you go. Muyu seemingly reached into the compartment of his backpack, but in reality, he retrieved a vibrant orange energy cube from his storage space and tossed it to the chicken. This was precisely the beginner's premium energy cube he had crafted, infused with fire and fighting attributes. After testing it with the soil platform turtle last time, Muyu had crafted several more premium energy cubes, including those with fire and fighting attributes, flying and poison attributes, electric attributes, and water and bug attributes. Even the chicken, who was typically indifferent to food and only occasionally stirred by the allure of fruit, was utterly captivated by the exquisite taste of the premium cubes. However, due to its cultivation level, Muyu had imposed a limit, allowing the chicken to consume only 2 cubes a day. This was only feasible under the extreme intensity of its training, just enough for it to fully digest. Any more would not only overwhelm the chicken's digestive capacity, but also impose undue stress on its body and energy control due to prolonged energy load. Thus, Muyu would only indulge the chicken occasionally when it demonstrated significant progress. A prolonged energy load could stress the body, but an occasional excess would not harm the Pokémon. On the contrary, it would enhance the Pokémon's energy turnover speed. In the parlance of fantasy novels, it could be likened to a substantial influx of energy washing through the meridians, fortifying and broadening them, thereby facilitating smoother energy manipulation. As a naturally resilient species, Pokémon possess remarkable recuperative abilities. As long as they are not in a state of prolonged injury, minor wounds heal swiftly on their own. In contrast to the chicken, the electric monster had a much more restricted daily intake. Typically, it could consume 3 ordinary beginner energy cubes a day. However, the energy contained within premium energy cubes was 4-fold that of the ordinary ones. Thus, even a single premium cube was somewhat of a challenge for the electric monster to digest in a day. To safeguard its health, it was permitted to consume a premium energy cube only every 2 to 3 days. One can only imagine the torment of having feasted on a lavish banquet, only to be reduced to tasteless boiled vegetables. Even worse, as one dined on the boiled fare, others nearby indulged in a grand feast. Consequently, each time the electric monster saw the chicken enjoying its meal, it would ram its head against the wall, tears streaming from the corners of its eyes. Compared to the chicken, which could consume 2 cubes daily, and the electric monster, which could indulge in 1 on occasion, the timid bug was in an even more distressing situation. Without any equipment to bolster its capabilities and with a modest level, every meal came with the added burden of excessive energy discomfort. The exquisite flavors provided immense pleasure, yet the body endured extreme soreness. Truly, it was a painful yet delightful experience. Therefore, Muyu disregarded the bug's nearly tearful expression, stipulating that it would only be allowed to eat once it reached at least the mid-level of its profession. As for the soil platform turtle, the crossbat, and the armored warrior, due to their high levels and Muyu's current ability to create only beginner energy cubes, they could each consume a significant amount daily. Especially the soil platform turtle, which, buoyed by the recovery afforded by its dragon claw, would gladly attach itself to the energy cube production machine, consuming continuously for 24 hours. Scary. Scary. Upon receiving the energy cube tossed by Muyu, the chicken instinctively licked its lips before promptly devouring it. Scary. Living is all about gourmet food in combat. With a blissful expression and an indescribable tone, one might easily misinterpret the scene as something inappropriate occurring with Muyu. Alright, finish eating and then go train, lest you feel uncomfortable later. Muyu waved his hand with a bemused smile. Given the immense energy contained within the energy cubes, they were indigestible to humans, and thus, Muyu had yet to comprehend just how delectable they truly were. Electric. Watching the chicken revel in yet another energy cube procured from Muyu, the electric monster scurried over with its short legs, playfully seeking Muyu's affection. In matters of food, you certainly aren't naive at all. Observing the electric monster's tearful expression and near-melting demeanor, Muyu helplessly ruffled its head, chuckling softly. Don't fret. You'll get your turn, but it'll be 3 days from now. In the electric monster's expectant gaze, Muyu skillfully reached into his seemingly bottomless backpack and handed it a bright yellow energy cube. Electric. Upon receiving the energy cube, the electric monster let out an excited cry. Gana gana. Cough. Cough. Roar. Well, it all came at once. Muyu shook his head with a wry smile and proceeded to extract several energy cubes of various colors to feed to the soil platform turtle and the others. After lunch, while taking a break, Muyu opened his phone to check whether Lu Liang and the others had settled in. Indeed, Lu Liang and his companions had successfully gained admission to Evergreen University. Lu Liang had entered the trainer program directly due to his outstanding academic scores. As for Wang Yan, despite his relentless efforts yielding a notable improvement in his academic scores, he still fell short by 2 points. Fortunately, he earned bonus points during the battle assessment in July, allowing him to gain admission to Evergreen University without any major hurdles. Through the updates in Yunxin's social circle, Muyu noted that Lu Yi and Zheng Dan had also shared their acceptance letters from Evergreen University. Setting aside Lu Yi, the daughter of the Pavilion Master, Muyu suspected that Zheng Dan had not scored high enough to gain admission to the 2 top universities in Kyoto, which was why she had ended up at Evergreen University. After all, her attitude that day clearly indicated her lack of enthusiasm for Evergreen University. Silly Zhu Wang. Chapter 79, Reunion and Battle. After a long-awaited lunch reunion, Muyu and Lu Liang, along with the others, began to explore the Qingshan campus. Despite having lived there for nearly 3 months, Muyu was still not very familiar with many areas of the campus. His life was quite regimented, primarily consisting of a 2-point line, traveling from the villa to the training room during the day and returning from the training room to the villa at night. Occasionally, he would visit the library to exchange books. After all, during the summer break, while staying on campus was permitted, only a limited number of facilities were open due to the low number of students. For instance, the training room and library that Muyu frequently visited. Hey Muyu, come and battle me. As they passed by a battle venue, Zheng Dan could no longer contain herself and confidently called out to Muyu. I wondered why you insisted on following along. Turns out you felt capable again? Noting Zheng Dan's provocative demeanor, Muyu found it somewhat amusing. No wonder she suggested a campus stroll right after lunch. She must have been eager to redeem herself. Spare me the trivialities. Just say whether you're in or out. Zheng Dan looked at Muyu with a challenging expression, as if to say he wouldn't dare back down. If someone seeks a beating, I can't stop them. Let us go? Muyu shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. Who has to say who'll be the one to get beaten? Zheng Dan scoffed at Muyu's indifferent demeanor. Beside them, Lu Yi and Lu Liang were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding events. It was not until Muyu and Zheng Dan entered the battle arena that they regained their senses and hurriedly followed suit. Beep beep, detecting the trainer's entrance to the battleground. The electronic referee number 007 announced, at your service. As the sound resonated, a half-meter-tall robotic referee emerged from one corner of the arena. Unlike the human referees encountered by Muyu and others during previous competitions, many battle arenas within the Chongqing University campus were equipped with electronic referees. Although these referees appeared somewhat rigid, their abundance provided a convenient solution for the students' frequent battles. Beep beep, please prepare for battle and release your Pokémon. The electronic referee, with its screen-like face, scanned the entire battleground before announcing in a synthesized voice. Go, Hygiga. Show him the fruits of our arduous training. Boom. Halo. A Pokémon approximately 1.4 meters tall, adorned with curved horns reminiscent of a hellish demon from Legends, and a long, slender black tail ending in a sharp triangular tip, exuded an aura of danger. This was none other than the evolved form of Darubi, Hygiga. Pokémon Hygiga. Type, Dark Fire. Gender, male. Level, 29, Professional. Ability, Blaze. When hit by Fire-type moves, it absorbs the flames to enhance its own Fire-type move potency. Moves, Tackle, Glare, Howl, Odor Sleuth, Roar, Ember, Incinerate, Smog. Bite. Beat Up, Flame Fang. Top moves, Protect, Thunder Fang. Inherited moves, Pursuit. Potential, Elite. After a 6-month interval, Hygiga's prowess had dramatically transformed. Not only had it evolved, but its level had also reached the pinnacle of the professional tier, with a breakthrough to the advanced tier merely a matter of time. No wonder this girl was so confident. She believed that the evolved Hygiga had the upper hand against the Turtwig. Let us practice, Li Zhuangji. However, Muyu was not one to adhere to the opponent's expectations. Coincidentally, Li Zhuangji had recently begun mastering the technique of using 2 moves simultaneously during training, making this the perfect opportunity to test it in battle. Shemo. Pokémon. Li Zhuangji. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 28, 136360, Professional. Ability, Speed Boost, increases speed as the battle progresses. Moves, Scratch, Expert. Growl, Mastered. Focus Energy, Expert. Ember, Expert. Peck, Expert. Quick Attack, Expert. Detect, Mastered. Double Kick, Expert. Flamethrower, Mastered. Aerial Ace, Mastered. Brick Break, Expert. Bounce, Proficient. Fire Kick, Proficient. Top moves, Thunder Punch, Expert. Heavy Slam, Expert. Fire Punch, Expert. Protect, Expert. Inherited moves, Agility, Expert. Feint, Mastered. Potential, Champion. Equipment, Night Reaper, Ghost Rampage Blade, Titan's Resolve. Base stats, 423, 633. With the infusion of Premium Energy Cubes, Li Zhuangji was now on the verge of reaching the advanced tier. In fact, if Hygiga failed to break through to the advanced tier next month, Li Zhuangji might surpass it and achieve that milestone first. After all, for Muyu, what was deemed a bottleneck was merely a fleeting concern. So it is Li Zhuangji. Reflecting on Muyu's nature, Lu Liang mused that he never undertook tasks without confidence, implying that Li Zhuangji had already attained late professional tier strength. Observing that Muyu had chosen to field his starter Pokémon rather than an initial Pokémon, Lu Liang felt a surge of astonishment. Although he was unaware of Hygiga's precise strength, judging by the growth of his own Fire Monkey, it was likely that Zheng Dan's Hygiga had also reached the late professional tier. He believed that if he could deduce this, Muyu would certainly have the insight as well. The mere fact that Muyu opted for Li Zhuangji indicated that this Pokémon had attained strength capable of matching the late professional tier within just 6 months. Reflecting on the Turtwig's performance during the Provincial League, which had been characterized by swift victories, this outcome did not seem implausible. Truly remarkable, Muyu, Lu Liang exclaimed, resolving to double his training efforts with Ollie upon the start of the new semester. Even if he could not catch up to Muyu, he at least did not want to fall too far behind. Fire Monkey, so it is Li Zhuangji. Do you underestimate me? Upon witnessing Muyu's choice of a small chicken rather than the familiar large Turtwig, Zheng Dan felt a flicker of indignation, believing Muyu was belittling her. After all, how could a Pokémon nurtured for merely 6 months contend with her painstakingly raised starter Pokémon that had been trained for a year? Beep beep. Please prepare for battle. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. The electronic referee, indifferent to the spectators' thoughts, promptly issued the cold announcement upon detecting the 2 Pokémon. Hygiga, use Smog followed by Howl. Although Zheng Dan felt Muyu was underestimating her, she chose to obscure her opponent's vision and amplify her own attack to secure a decisive blow, aiming for a one-hit knockout. The sight of Muyu's astonished expression would surely be gratifying. Hee hee. Howl, a loud shout that boosts morale while increasing one's attack. Regioliki. Chapter 80. Let the battle commence. It truly was unchanged. Li Zhuangji used quick attack after speed boost to interrupt him. As he observed Hygiga preparing to unleash toxic fumes, Muyu spoke calmly. Li Zhuangji was no Turtwig. Its sheer speed meant that before the toxic mist could spread, Li Zhuangji was already poised to cross the battleground. Shemo. Indeed. The distance of the toxic mist emanating from Hygiga was merely 5 or 6 meters when Li Zhuangji had already reached its right flank. What such incredible speed! Zheng Dan, still basking in her earlier self-satisfaction, was startled to see Li Zhuangji traverse the entire arena in the blink of an eye. A sense of ominous foreboding creeping into her mind. Brick Break, Heavy Slam. Shemo. Suddenly, Li Zhuangji, positioned at Hygiga's right side, summoned brilliant white light to its claws. It then brought its left claw down like a razor-sharp blade, striking fiercely against Hygiga's back. It is said that wolves possess heads of bronze and iron bones, yet a soft waist. As a canine Pokémon, Hygiga was no exception. The Brick Break landed, causing a pained expression to wash over Hygiga's face, forcing the toxic fog it had been gathering to cease and dissipate. Without granting Hygiga a moment to recover, Li Zhuangji's right claw arched slightly, coalescing with a swift, whistling sound, resembling a heavy hammer, as it descended forcefully. Bang! Hygiga! A cry of pain erupted, and the intense agony coursed through Hygiga's body. rendering its limbs weak and causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly, this onslaught, despite not being of a type advantage, had inflicted significant damage upon Haijiga. Haijiga. Witnessing Haijiga in distress, Zheng Dan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, reminiscent of the Provincial League match. Why was there such a vast disparity when her opponent was merely a Pokémon nurtured for 6 months? Dandan. In the audience, Lu Yi gazed at Zheng Dan, whose expression was one of gloom, and her face reflected concern. Truly remarkable, Muyu, defeating the opponent in just a few moves. Lu Liang, however, was visibly excited. After all, techniques pertaining to combat always thrilled him. Although Brick Break and Heavy Slam were generally categorized as energy-driven skills, they were nonetheless recognized as valid combat techniques in battle competitions. Once more, the Double Thunder Punch. Muyu, oblivious to the sorrowful expression on Zheng Dan's face, commanded mercilessly. Scare him. Bang. Bang. Bolstered by the Night Reaper, the already fatigued Black Luja fell swiftly. Ding. The Stout Chicken has defeated Black Luja, earning 7 gold coins. Ding. The War Treasure 2 triggered, granting an additional 7 gold coins. Beep. The detection confirms Black Luja has lost its combat capability. The victor is the Stout Chicken. Beep. The match has concluded, with venue damage under 10, requiring no additional fees, and the deposit will be fully refunded. Do you wish to continue? Muyu inquired, observing Zheng Dan, who appeared lost in thought. Humph, don't get cocky. I will defeat you eventually. Zheng Dan retorted with a cold huff, turning away and departing the battle hall, dragging the hesitant Lu Yi with him. Brother your Stout Chicken is incredible. Its speed, strength, and combat skills far surpass those of Ali. Lu Liang exclaimed excitedly, approaching Muyu. It's just average, perhaps due to the Stout Chicken's combative nature. Your Fire Monkey has also been trained quite well. Now that we have some time, we could let them practice together, Muyu replied with a smile. After all, we've rented the venue. Whether we have 1 match or 2, it's all the same. Is that all right? Shouldn't we wait for the Stout Chicken to respond? Although Lu Liang was eager for a Pokemon battle with Muyu, he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. It's fine. This level of expenditure doesn't even count as a warm-up, Muyu shrugged, speaking candidly. Black Luja. Good. This isn't mere boasting. Within Muyu's team, the Stout Chicken is indeed the most formidable, outshining even the cautious bat. After all, the bat's every action relies on its wings. Its skills require wing coordination, and physical training depends on them, necessitating rest after prolonged workouts. However, the Stout Chicken is different. When its legs tire, it can train its arms and fists. And when its arms grow weary, it shifts to leg exercises. When both are fatigued, it practices fire breathing to hone its control over fire energy. In essence, for the Stout Chicken, aside from sleeping and consuming energy cubes, training constitutes its entire life. If there were no limits to the experience gained daily, the Stout Chicken's vigor would inevitably lead it to surpass others and become the leader of the team. As for the Ground Tortoise and Electrode, they are rather conventional. They commence training tasks when assigned and slack off during downtime. Muyu had no objections to this. Work and rest in harmony, very reasonable. Come forth, Ali. At Muyu's words, Lu Liang, without hesitation, released the Fire Monkey. Compared to the relatively cute monkey Pokemon, the Fire Monkey appeared much more ferocious. Its originally white fur now bore a rough, dark gray hue, and its robust limbs were adorned with 4 dark rings resembling shackles, adding an air of menace. Yet, its gaze lacked the usual fierceness of other fire monkeys, instead possessing a calm demeanor that seemed rather peculiar. Pokemon, Fire Monkey. Type, Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 28, Professional level. Ability, Anger Point, attack power maximizes after being hit in a critical area. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Fury Swipes, Fake Out, Karate Chop, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Cross Chop, Pursuit. Top moves, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch. Inherited move, Payback. Held item, None. Potential, Elite level. Judging by its level, it seems to have just recently evolved. Long time no see. Ali, Muyu greeted. Pucha. The Fire Monkey raised its fists, resembling boxing gloves, and politely responded. Ah, what a courteous Fire Monkey. I didn't expect it to retain such grace after evolving. I wonder what this little fellow has experienced. Could it be that Lu Liang has already evolved into a Machamp? Pondering, Muyu examined Lu Liang and noticed he indeed appeared to have grown several centimeters taller. Originally nearly 2 meters, he now stood at least 2 meters 1, an astonishing rate of growth. Come on, Ali, let's engage in an intense and thrilling battle against the Stout Chicken. Lu Liang exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists. Pucha. The Fire Monkey calmly assumed a battle stance, responding in a flat tone. Meanwhile, the Stout Chicken shouted enthusiastically. Scare him. Scare him. It seemed Lu Liang's enthusiasm had not ignited the Fire Monkey's fervor, but had instead stoked the Stout Chicken's fighting spirit. Then, the Stout Chicken unleashed its full passion. striking fiercely. The stout chicken made its move. The fire monkey took a hit. The fire monkey found itself at a disadvantage. Ollie, hold on. Bang. The fire monkey was hit again. Ollie, counterattack with your fists. Bang, bang, bang. The fire monkey suffered a barrage of hits. Ollie, ignite our fighting spirit. As fighters, we never concede. Strike. Strike. Scare him, scare him, scare him. Inspired by the fervor, the stout chicken reached its peak fighting spirit. Bang, 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 bang. The fire monkey was sent airborne, struck repeatedly. Ollie, ignite. Pucha. Please. Don't ignite. The opponent is going to catch fire. Regidrago. Chapter 81. Fighting Expert, Gold. After the battle, a satisfied Lu Liang departed with his despondent fire monkey. Muyu returned to his villa. The next morning, in the familiar washroom, Muyu casually murmured to himself. System. Extract Hextech Talents. Ding. Hextech Talent Extraction in progress. Completed. Minor Power Eye. Gray, your Pokémon gain 5 attack, special attack, and speed. Unparalleled Eye. Gray, your Pokémon gain an increase of 100 maximum HP and 30 speed as long as they do not possess activated bonds. Fighting Expert. Gold. If the fighting specialization bond is activated, it provides the host with a permanent special ability. 2 gray and 1 gold. Glancing at the radiance emitted by the Hextech talents, Muyu remained remarkably composed. As the number of talent extractions increased, he had roughly deduced the probability of obtaining gold each time, hovering around 50. An increase of 5 in both attack and speed, while modest, is commendable given its team-wide benefit. Unparalleled. This feature is decent in the game, but offers little in reality, useful only in the early stages, so it's out. Fighting Expert. This talent providing special abilities is of the gold variety. I wonder what special ability it confers, perhaps aura or superpower. It can't be something unrelated like psychic powers, can it? Contemplating the introduction of the gold Hextech Fighting Expert, Muyu mused internally. Although he currently lacked 2 fighting-type Pokémon, such an enhancement to his special capabilities was certainly not to be overlooked. I choose Fighting Expert, Muyu silently declared. Subsequently, a golden flash enveloped Muyu momentarily. Yet, nothing else occurred. After all, the prerequisites were insufficient to activate the special ability. System. Open the personal panel. Host, Muyu. System level, level 5. Host level, level 30, 228,520. Skills. Modern Mixed Martial Arts. Perfect. 193-310000. Energy Cube Crafting. Perfect. 376-310000. Acting. Perfect. 66210000. Voice Acting. Perfect. 2331000. Disguise. Perfect. 266100000. Hacking. Perfect. 55410000. Tailoring. Perfect. 11301000. Russian. Proficient. 01000. English. Proficient. 01000. French. Proficient. 01000. Japanese. Proficient. 01000. Special Power. XXXX. Inactive. Unable to view. Coins. 9148. Experience points. 1656. Equipment. Useless Club. Items. Antidote X2. Healing Ointment X6. Good Healing Ointment X3. Potent Healing Ointment X5. Red and White Balls X22. Hextech Talents. Unbreakable Barrier. Color. Fruit Dimension Gift Pack. Color. Resolute of the Giant. Gold. Mini Treasure Detector. Gold. Know Your Enemy. Gold. War Treasure 2. Gold. War Treasure Eye. Gray. Medium Storage Space. Gold. Small Storage Space. Gray. X2. Pharmacist 2. Gold. Pharmacist Eye. Gray. Little Giant. Gray. Pandora's Gear. Gray. Healing Sphere 2. Gold. Healing Sphere Eye. Gray. Blood-Sucking Blade Edge. Gold. Precious Treasure 2. Gold. Fighting Expert. Gold. Healing Sphere Eye. Gray. When an enemy loses combat capability, the most recent unit recovers 20 health points of its maximum health. Healing Sphere 2. Gold. When an enemy loses combat capability, the most recent unit recovers 30 health points of its maximum health. Blood-Sucking Blade Edge. Gold. Your spirits gain 20 universal life steal, and your evil attribute spirits receive an additional 20 universal life steal. Precious Treasure 2. Gold. For the next 3 turns, at the start, a random basic equipment will be acquired. After nearly 3 months, Muyu's skill list has expanded significantly, particularly with a plethora of proficient foreign languages, primarily to ensure that should he adopt a foreign persona, he would not reveal any flaws. Furthermore, he can eavesdrop on foreign conspiracies without any comprehension barriers. In addition, Muyu has also gained several Hextech talents. Leaving aside the gray coins, experience points, and equipment talents for the moment, the golden talents have notably increased. Both the Healing Sphere and Blood-Sucking Blade Edge have further enhanced the combat sustainability of Muyu's spirits. It is believed that it won't be long before his spirits reach the legendary state of perpetual motion. At that point, Every ounce of stamina within him will no longer belong to himself. As for the special power section, it is evident that it appeared after he recently selected the fighting expert talent. Although the specific ability remains unclear, it is likely a 4-character ability. But whether it pertains to a power existing in the original Pokémon world or something peculiar remains unknown. Never mind, after military training, I shall visit the breeding house at the school to acquire a fighting-type spirit, Muyu resolved inwardly. As one of the nation's top universities, Evergreen University not only possesses its exclusive breeding house, but its scale is also quite substantial. It can even be said to be one of the largest buildings in the entire Qingshan campus. Furthermore, as a student of Evergreen University, each student enjoys a privilege, the opportunity to take an interest-free loan from the school's breeding house to purchase a spirit. Unlike the other 8 top universities, which boast such a lavish financial chain and spirit reserves, an ordinary school could hardly achieve such a level. Additionally, as a special recruit, Muyu has the benefit of selecting a spirit with gym-level potential free of charge. Notably, although Muyu already possesses a champion-level offspring, the school still reserves for him the opportunity to choose a gym-level potential spirit for free. As Hulai remarked, our Evergreen University can afford to spare a child. In response, Muyu could only express his admiration. Old Hu is truly impressive. As for why he plans to visit the breeding house after military training, it is primarily because after completing the class division registration today, he will embark on a 15-day military training starting tomorrow. Unlike the military drills of his past life that involved marching in formations on school grounds, this training involves a genuine outdoor exercise conducted in a primary secret realm under military jurisdiction. Naturally, there will be no time to care for a newborn spirit. Regice. Chapter 82, Special Recruitment Class. Qingshan Campus, Teaching Building Number 1, Classroom 301. As a member of the Special Recruitment Class, Muyu has long completed the so-called registration. In reality, it merely involved joining the Special Recruitment Class's cloud communication group, as per the official notice from the school. The entire group consists of a class teacher and 3 senior students from the second-year Special Recruitment Class, totaling only 34 individuals. This means that each year's Special Recruitment Class comprises only 30 students, in stark contrast to the vast number of students in regular classes. This is indeed a pitifully small count. However, it is precisely because of this that these individuals are either among the top competitors in provincial tournaments or the leading candidates in college entrance examinations. In short, their strengths cannot be underestimated. Although Evergreen University has seen a relative decline in recent years, this is merely in comparison. Its vast and profound foundation remains unparalleled by other institutions. Consequently, many students, despite receiving offers from prestigious universities in Kyoto and Magic City, ultimately opt for Evergreen University, Southwest University, or Shanhua University, which are comparatively less prominent but still top-tier institutions. After all, a school's prestige is one matter, but the actual benefits one can reap is another. Thus, compared to the northern region where Kyoto is located, the central, northeastern, northwestern, and southwestern regions, which are relatively resource-scarce, have yielded numerous commoner champions. To cite an example, the 4 champions from the northeastern region, 2 of whom graduated from Evergreen University, are certainly not offspring of powerful families. Is this the Muyu favored by the old principal? He doesn't seem particularly remarkable. Not particularly remarkable. Please, he is the champion of the Evergreen Province Tournament. While we are merely the top 4 in the provincial tournament, let us not boast. As Muyu entered the classroom, several well-informed students whispered upon seeing him. After all, the term champion-level offspring is exceedingly alluring. Even scions of powerful families find it challenging to obtain a champion-level offspring from their families, unless one's parents possess a champion-level spirit, or if the family has a smaller number of members. The thought of contributing to the family for a champion-level offspring is akin to winning the lottery. Consequently, some students who consider themselves fairly competent harbor a tinge of jealousy towards this fortunate individual, even whispering that Muyu merely gained favor due to his local status in Evergreen Province, and that his actual strength is lacking. After all, this year's provincial tournament was not as fiercely contested as 2 years ago when the prominent families vied for supremacy. This year, there were hardly any renowned family heirs participating. Thus, the tournament's value is inherently diminished. Muyu, who is accustomed to online discourse, is naturally aware of such remarks. Yet he pays them little heed. Beyond clearing the learning information from those individuals' phones or computers, he has not taken any extreme actions. Ahem, quiet down. After casually selecting a seat towards the back, 2 males and 1 female entered the classroom. Due to the tiered nature of the classroom, even from the last row, Muyu could clearly discern the appearances of the newcomers. The young man at the forefront possesses a head of tousled black hair, and while his gaze appears indifferent, it subtly conveys an air of arrogance, suggesting he is quite a proud individual. To his left stands a young woman with long, deep purple locks. a white lollipop perched between her lips. Her captivating fox-like eyes shimmer with a blend of vivacity and cunning, hinting that she is far from straightforward. The young man to the right of the leader is equally striking, sporting a full head of gray hair accentuated by a streak of green at the front. Dressed in a pink shirt and adorned with a silver circular stud in his left earlobe, he possesses a distinctive presence. I am Li Dongrong, your senior from this year's special admission class, and also a reserve member of our Chongqing University team, Li Dongrong stated coldly. The term senior refers to an upperclassman who assists faculty in managing the student body. Given that the special admission class comprises not only offspring of noble families, but also numerous gifted commoners, even among the privileged students, some choose to dedicate time to serve as seniors, whether to recruit common prodigies into their families or to foster closer ties with these talents. It is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial endeavor. Reserve member? Achieving that by the second year. No wonder he hails from the Leaf family. Indeed. I hear our team captain this year is also from the Leaf family. Truly, they are the most prestigious lineage in Chongqing province. I envy them greatly. Upon hearing Li Dongrong's name and observing the pride that radiates from him, several students of similar noble heritage quickly deduced his background. I am Jiang Xian, Jiang from the tale of Meng Jiangnu, and Xian from Flourishing Vitality. Though I am a student in the special admission class, my abilities pale in comparison to you. Brother Rome, I hope you all will look after your senior. Jiang Xian, in contrast to Li Dongrong's aloofness, beamed a warm smile, her voice brimming with youthful exuberance. As she swayed her waist, her ample bosom playfully jiggled. Following her introduction, she cheekily winked at the younger students seated below. Wow, what an enchanting senior. Is this what university life is like? Truly blissful. Gulp, enough already. My steadfast heart is beginning to waver. The exuberant male students, filled with youthful hormones, could hardly resist such a lure, their eyes glued to her, some even swallowing instinctively. This woman is likely not as simple as she seems. Muyu squinted, carefully scrutinizing Jiang Xian. It wasn't mere lust that drove him. Rather, he sensed a hint of threat emanating from her. It is worth noting that Muyu possesses physical prowess comparable to a seasoned elf, with combat skills at a perfect level. Based on his observations, Jiang Xian bore no apparent signs of extensive training. Considering the special ability he had drawn that day, Muyu speculated that Jiang Xian was certainly more complex than she appeared, unlike Li Dongrong, whose demeanor, though cold and proud, was transparent upon closer inspection. I am Heir Bai, the fifth child in my family. You may call me Brother Bai or Fifth Brother, since I have the honor of being your senior. Feel free to approach me with any matters. Heir Bai flashed a bright smile, his white teeth gleaming as he patted his chest confidently. Despite his somewhat flamboyant appearance, he radiated a warm and sunny aura. Oh, by the way, your class advisor is currently unavailable due to other commitments, but you should see him after your military training. Heir Bai added, as if recalling something important. All right, we have completed our introductions. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves, as we will be classmates for the next 4 years. Besides your names, feel free to share your favorite Pokémon, personal hobbies, future aspirations, or crushes, though the latter is optional. Let us see, who should go first? How about you, the student sitting at the back? We are all part of the same group now. Sitting so far apart feels distant. Heir Bai scanned the sparsely populated room before settling his gaze on Muyu. Unfazed by being called out, Muyu stood up, a standard smile gracing his face as he spoke. I am Muyu, passionate about training Pokémon, with numerous personal interests and goals for the future. That's all. I look forward to your guidance. Okay, next. Heir Bai remarked, slightly exasperated by Muyu's vague introduction. Muyu, upon hearing this name, Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled as she delicately pinched the end of her lollipop, placing the entire candy in her mouth and slowly rolling it on her tongue. A playful smile dancing in her gaze. Regirock. Chapter 83, Military Training. Soon, all the students had completed their self-introductions. As the students began to grow more familiar with one another, Li Dongrong stepped forward and announced, in a moment, we will disperse. Each of you should head to the logistics office to collect 3 sets of military training uniforms. The training period is extensive, so be sure to prepare the necessary supplies for your Pokémon. We will gather tomorrow at 8 o'clock in front of Building 1, where a school bus will transport you to the military training grounds. Dismissed. With that, Li Dongrong declared the meeting over and left the classroom without a backward glance. I'll be off now. You younger students must strive to do your best. Jiang Xian playfully winked as she encouraged them. Oh, and I suggest you bring extra healing potions and antidotes. Military training may not be as easy as you think, Heir Bai added. Having shared all necessary information, the 3 departed from the classroom. Once Muyu had heard all he needed, he too felt no need to linger and rose to leave. Regardless of the specific activities involved in military training, given that it was taking place in a secret realm, one could expect outdoor survival training to be included. Thus, items such as antidotes and healing supplies would undoubtedly be essential. The next day, at the foot of Building 1, Mu, with a black backpack slung over his shoulders, boarded the bus headed for the military district's secret realm. He casually glanced at the belongings of his fellow students, most carrying either a small suitcase or a backpack similar to his own. Given that the military training would last only 15 days and that food would be provided for free, there was little need to bring excessive provisions. All right, everyone, please maintain silence. Just as the students on the bus were eagerly chatting, a middle-aged man in camouflage, with bronze skin, stood up, his expression stern. I will be your military training instructor for the next 15 days. My surname is Liu. You may refer to me as Instructor Liu. Let me be clear, regardless of your background, once you enter the military district, you must follow orders without question. Do you understand? As he reached the end of his statement, Instructor Liu raised his voice, startling the students seated at the front. Do you understand? Have you all skipped meals? I want to hear louder. Understood. Hearing the synchronized and robust response, Instructor Liu nodded in satisfaction. After about an hour, a series of buses came to a halt in a military-restricted zone. Armed soldiers patrolled the area, creating an atmosphere of strict discipline. Witnessing this scene, even the students holding Pokémon stood in orderly lines, refraining from uttering a word. In modern society, with the continuous advancement of technology, weaponry has also undergone updates and iterations. Even though the primary combat strength of humanity lies in the cultivation of Pokémon, many nations have developed weapons specifically designed to counter humans. After all, how difficult it is to slay a sprite. If one fails to eliminate it with a surprise attack, one might very well face a counterattack. However, humans are different. Even the most formidable abominations that can momentarily contend with gym-level sprites would succumb to a fatal blow from an armor-piercing round fired from a sniper rifle. Fortunately, Mu possesses the advantage of exceptional combat skills, which endow him with a keen sense of impending danger. Once all the students disembarked from the bus, a bespectacled individual with a somewhat frail stature, resembling a clerical officer, briefed Mu and the others on the regulations within the military camp and the training agenda for the forthcoming 15 days. As for the camp rules, they are quite straightforward. Prohibition from entering restricted areas, fixed meal times that wait for no one, and a curfew against unpermitted nocturnal excursions. The training plan for the 15 days is primarily divided into 2 segments. The first 10 days will focus on physical conditioning, coupled with outdoor survival knowledge and experience sharing, while the last 5 days will entail field exercises, commonly referred to as the survival assessment in the secret realm. Now, everyone, follow your instructor to your designated accommodations and reconvene here in 1 hour. Under the guidance of Instructor Liu, Mu and his companions soon arrived at their residence. It was a remarkably simple dormitory, with 2 students per room, containing merely 2 beds, 2 sets of matching desks and chairs, and 2 metal cabinets resembling those used for storing clothing. Nothing more. All washing and bathing would be conducted in a communal facility. Mu's roommate was a fair-skinned, somewhat rotund young man, a member of the special recruitment class named Qian Yuan, who, as he introduced himself the previous day, hails from a family engaged in business. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Perhaps intimidated by the soldiers armed with live ammunition upon entry, everyone appeared punctually at the assembly point. Excellent. It seems you have begun to acclimate to life here. Now, all of you, heed my command. Commence a 10-kilometer warm-up run. Begin, the bespectacled instructor declared with a smirk. 10 kilometers. As a warm-up? Upon hearing the instructor's command, some students who typically shun exercise expressed their horror and grievances. Among them was Mu's new roommate, the chubby Qian Yuan. Nevertheless, regardless of their complaints, the requisite training would not be diminished in the slightest. Soon, under the coach's direction, the group embarked on their field training along the safely established paths within the secret realm. What others felt is unknown, but for Mu, a mere 10 kilometers was but a trivial matter. By the time the run concluded, Mu remained unperturbed, not even a bead of sweat gracing his forehead. This did not escape the notice of the accompanying army officer. After the run, he casually retrieved a notebook filled with names and inscribed the number 10. Thus began the long and monotonous military training life. The first morning entailed a 10-kilometer run, followed by an afternoon of fundamental military exercises to stretch and invigorate the muscles. In the evening, older soldiers or officers would share their insights and experiences regarding outdoor survival. By the end of the first day, Mu's only gain was the envious and astonished gazes of his peers, along with some knowledge of survival in the wild. For 10 consecutive days, the students endured the rigors of training, evolving from standard running to weighted runs, leaving many exhausted and lamenting their plight. Fortunately, the human physique in this world is not as fragile as in the previous one, thus avoiding the tragic scenario of college students being hospitalized due to injuries. After all, those aspiring to become trainers, even with varying physical capabilities, could persevere. However, after 10 days of training, they were once again reminded of the truth that one cannot generalize the capabilities of individuals. Regardless of how the distance of the cross-country runs was extended or how the weight was increased, Muyu exhibited no signs of fatigue. Both students and instructors alike were astounded by his remarkable endurance. In fact, the purpose of this military training was to foster a self-awareness of their limitations, rather than expecting significant improvements in their physical capabilities from merely 10 days of training. Only through recognizing that there are greater talents beyond themselves could they avoid the pitfalls of arrogance and stagnation. Of course, these were the gains of others. Muyu's greatest achievement, aside from the experiences, occurred on the 7th day when he once again witnessed the brilliant colors during the Hex Talent Draw. Hedge Fund, color earned 2,000 gold coins. Maximum interest rate increased by 100. Regice. Chapter 84, Survival Assessment. On the 11th day, at 7 in the morning, everyone adeptly arrived at the assembly point, their gazes fixated on the platform. Excellent. After 10 days of training, you must have come to appreciate the significance of a robust physique. The bespectacled officer on the platform, now noticeably darker from exposure, addressed the visibly fatigued students below. Based on your performances, your instructors have assigned scores, which will ultimately contribute to your final assessment grades. The physical training phase comes to a temporary halt. Next, a 5-day survival assessment awaits. Remember to utilize the survival knowledge you have acquired over these days. Your performances will be factored into your final scores. The top scorer upon completion of the training will earn a chance to visit your school's breeding facility and receive a free Pokémon. So strive diligently, young men. With that, the bespectacled instructor announced the dismissal. Following this, each individual was allotted 2 hours for preparation, after which they would embark on the final survival assessment. Commencing at 9 in the morning and concluding 4 days later at 1 in the afternoon, a total of 5 days and 4 nights, amounting to 100 hours of survival evaluation. For every hour spent in the wild, 1 point would be awarded. Additionally, defeating sprites would also yield points. Defeating a common level sprite grants 1 point. A professional level sprite 5 points, a senior level sprite 20 points, and a victory over an elite level sprite results in an increase of 100 points. The scoring system for elite level sprites was established with the understanding that students from the special recruitment class possess considerable strength, and some may choose to collaborate to overcome elite level sprites, hence the point allocation. Notably, if sprites are defeated collaboratively, the points will be evenly distributed, rather than adjusted based on individual contributions. In other words, cooperation is neither prohibited nor encouraged during this survival assessment, without rules to safeguard collaborative efforts. Achieving mutual satisfaction and cooperation will depend solely on each individual's capabilities. Time swiftly passed. Many students, fully prepared, donned their backpacks and awaited the commencement of the assessment with confidence. Although the rules of the assessment had been reiterated numerous times, I must remind you to safeguard your wristwatch detectors during the evaluation. These devices contain positioning and distress features, and all certifications for defeating sprites will be monitored by this wristwatch. Should you encounter danger and require assistance, remember to promptly press the red button on the watch. Keep in mind, your life is your own. Only by living can you fulfill your aspirations. While observing the other instructors distributing wristwatches, the bespectacled instructor reiterated his emphasis. Soon, after the wristwatches were distributed, Muyu and his peers followed their respective instructors into the pre-designated locations. Along the way, the instructors systematically dispersed the students. Inside the military detection room, a group of instructors led by the bespectacled officer observed the monitoring screens, where students were seen jovially bidding farewell to friends, unable to suppress their shaking heads. While these students possessed commendable theoretical knowledge and sprite capabilities, their outdoor survival experiences were woefully inadequate. One of the instructors lamented. Another instructor chimed in. This is quite normal. After all, students of this age have just completed their college entrance examinations. Prior to this, their lives revolved around studying or nurturing their Pokémon using family resources, leaving little time to venture into the secret realms to accumulate experience. However, even so, those who managed to gain admission to Qingdai University possess commendable scores and formidable Pokémon. As long as they are not lacking in wit or foolishly provoke swarms of Pokémon, surviving for 5 days should be more than manageable. Despite their lack of survival experience, with sufficiently powerful Pokémon, survival should pose no significant challenge, barring any unfortunate encounters with poison. Moreover, they are permitted to bring their own equipment, allowing them to truly experience the nuances of surviving alone in the secret realms. It is worth noting that not every student possesses the courage of Muyu to explore the secret realm solo. Many merely treat it as a leisurely excursion, staying in the accommodations within the secret realms to admire the scenery without genuinely engaging in adventures. After all, trying to make money in a safely secured primary secret realm is akin to winning a substantial lottery, if not even less likely. This raises a conundrum. Those who wish to delve into the secret realms often lack the strength, while those with resources see no need to venture down. This is precisely the reason for the final segment of military training's inception. Old Lou, what about this year? Any promising talents in your squad? Inquired a bald instructor, patting the shoulder of Instructor Lou, who was in charge of Mu Yu and his companions. Indeed, there is one student with remarkable physical prowess. In the past few days of training, he has consistently scored full marks, and judging by his appearance, he must have trained rigorously from a young age. Instructor Lou replied with a smile. What a coincidence. Our team also has an exceptional young man this year, standing over 2 meters tall and as strong as an ox. Do you think we might see a dramatic first-place finish like 2 years ago? The bald instructor grinned. That girl from the Lee family 2 years ago hailed from an extraordinary lineage. Not to mention, her initial Pokémon was a celestial prince. Just that alone was enough for her to stand head and shoulders above others, let alone being a member of the Lee family. You truly dare to dream of surpassing her? Instructor Lou shot him a bewildered glance. Hey, I was just joking. The bald instructor scratched his head sheepishly. All right, everyone. Quiet down. Let's focus and ensure that there are no mistakes. We must guarantee the safety of the students. Interjected the bespectacled instructor, cutting in. Although they verbally warned the students about the dangers of the secret realms and the potential delays in rescue, it was merely to heighten their vigilance. In reality, any casualties would be no trivial matter. As for Mu Yu, upon receiving his wristwatch, he adjusted its view to face forward. This was, on one hand, to facilitate the accumulation of points, and on the other, to avoid being overly visible to others. Fortunately, the method of assessing Pokémon levels via the wristwatch relied on vast data stored within, allowing for comparisons based on species and physical characteristics. For ordinary and professional level Pokémon, it was relatively easy to deduce their types based on appearance. However, when it came to advanced or elite level Pokémon, unless they exhibited distinctly noticeable physical changes, it became challenging to differentiate solely based on size. At this point, one could only make rough estimations based on the power of their skills. Aside from Mu Yu, who had reached a plateau and was honing his skills, the vast majority of Pokémon had skill proficiency closely aligned with their strength. This meant that there would be no instances of skills exhibiting power far exceeding their normal levels. This was also the rationale behind establishing point rules based on broader levels rather than subdividing into smaller tiers like beginner, intermediate, and advanced. After confirming that the wristwatch's perspective was correctly adjusted, Mu Yu released his Torterra, Zubat, Blaziken, and Electabuzz. While he was confident that with his elite-level Torterra and Zubat, he could easily dominate the primary secret realm, a degree of caution was still warranted. Indeed, after months of training, both Torterra and Zubat had successfully broken through to elite levels, and upon reaching this milestone, a new section for advanced equipment appeared on their panels. Pokémon, Torterra, type, grass ground, gender, male, level, 41, 651030, elite. Moves, photosynthesis, expert, crunch, mastered. Learn moves, protect, expert, seed bomb, expert, light screen, mastered. Reflect, mastered. Equipment, thorny vest, dragon claw, titan's resolve, advanced equipment slot. Can equip advanced gear such as radiant equipment, Orn's artifacts, or attribute and trait emblems. Since Mu Yu had not drawn any radiant equipment or Orn's artifacts previously, he was unaware that such superlative gear could not be fitted into the standard equipment slots. Fortunately, the ordinary equipment slots could be infinitely expanded using the golden shovel crown. However, he was uncertain about the number of advanced equipment slots available, whether they would increase with level or if one would only gain one upon reaching elite status. Blaziken, it's your turn now. Kaya. Upon hearing that it could battle, Blaziken's eyes lit up as it pounded its chest affirmatively. Electabuzz, pay close attention to how your predecessor fights. Refrain from smashing your head against walls. Mu Yu admonished Electabuzz, patting its noticeably smoother head with mild irritation. Electabuzz. Electabuzz readily acknowledged, though it remained unclear if it truly grasped Mu Yu's intent. Given that the surrounding area had been cleared by the military, it took nearly a kilometer before signs of Pokémon began to appear. What luck! In an area undetectable by the wristwatch, Mu Yu retrieved his treasure locator, which prominently displayed 2 golden dots representing treasures. Kaya. Just as Mu Yu was contemplating his fortune, Blaziken suddenly launched itself off the ground, flames igniting in its hands, and struck ferociously at a Pidgey that had inexplicably flown in from somewhere. Boom, boom. The ordinarily weak Pidgey stood no chance against Blaziken's proficient flame punch combo, collapsing without so much as a cry of distress. Ding. Blaziken defeated Pidgey, earning 2 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, granting 1 ordinary treasure chest. What a fantastic start. Ever since Mu Yu had drawn War Treasure I, Gray, he had yet to trigger a level 1 War Treasure. While the probabilities for level 2 treasures had significantly increased, Mu Yu speculated that the different levels of War Treasure hexes had their probabilities stacked, defaulting to an increased likelihood for level 2 treasures. Presently, with a 60 chance of war treasure triggering. He pondered what would happen when treasures from all 3 levels were available. Would the triggering probability exceed 100, and would there be any hidden effects? Well done, Blaziken. Keep it up, Kaya. Thus, Muyu sat atop Torterra's back, as the group, alongside their 4 Pokémon, meandered through the terrain, collecting gold coins dropped by passing Pokémon while advancing toward the location of the golden dots. Today's students are truly remarkable. At such a young age, they can nurture a fully evolved starter Pokémon and a Zubat, remarked an instructor monitoring the screens as he observed the Pokémon released by Muyu. Not to mention Torterra and Zubat. Even that Blaziken seems to possess strength at least on par with mid to late professional levels. This team's prowess is likely unparalleled. Except for that girl from the Lee family 2 years ago, another instructor concurred. Indeed, and it is said that Electabuzz is the offspring of old who's Electabuzz, a true descendant of a king-level Pokémon. How enviable. Instructor Lu cast a glance at the screen and, upon seeing Muyu, couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled the time when he was merely an ordinary soldier, witnessing the formidable image of who lies single-handedly resisting the entire uprising of the mystical realm as spirits. Even today, he vividly remembers the breathtaking moment when the thunderous electric beast unleashed a golden lightning bolt that pierced through the dim sky, leaving him utterly astounded. Look, he has entered the territory of the Circle Bear. As the other instructors expressed their sentiments, the earlier instructor spoke up. The Circle Bear is a spirit that requires at least level 30 to evolve, which means every Circle Bear is at least a senior level spirit. Had they not seen the Earth platform Tortoise and the Crossbats earlier, some instructors might have prepared for a rescue, but now, their curiosity was piqued regarding how Muyu would proceed. The Circle Bear, observing the large gray-brown bear dozing under the tree. Muyu focused his attention on the panel before him. Spirit, Circle Bear. Type, normal. Gender, male. Level, 32, senior level. Ability, tenacity, attack increases when in an abnormal state. Moves, tackle, scratch, glare, fury swipes, sweet scent, cut, harmony, revenge, play rough. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, crunch. Potential, senior level. Held item, sweet honey. Sweet honey, a delicacy produced by the honeybee family, known for its delightful flavor, which, when consumed, enhances a spirit's mood and intimacy. If exposed in the wild, its sweet aroma attracts spirits that favor sugary treats. The Circle Bear, in its early senior level, exhibited average potential, limited skills, and low proficiency, rendering it a rather unremarkable specimen of a wild senior level spirit. Then, Mighty Chicken, it's your turn. Thunderbolt. Chapter 86. Freeze frame. Scare him. Hearing this, Mighty Chicken gazed unflinchingly at the Circle Bear, which towered over him, brimming with combat spirit, and replied, "Let us greet him with a flamethrower." Casting a glance at the Circle Bear, which was napping while clutching a solidified piece of sweet honey, Muyu commanded, "Scare him." As fiery energy rapidly coalesced, a blazing fire column erupted from Mighty Chicken's mouth, hurtling towards the Circle Bear. For Mighty Chicken, capable of multitasking and simultaneously harnessing 2 different types of energy, the speed of energy accumulation for a single attribute skill had already reached its zenith. The only limitation was the strength of its body. In the terms of a fantasy novel, it was the limit of its meridians. Boom. Guhma. The searing flames struck the Circle Bear in an instant. The Circle Bear, still in slumber, let out a wretched cry, instinctively leaping from the grass, frantically swatting at the singed fur on its body. Shortly after, the Circle Bear absorbed the sweet honey beside it, glaring fiercely at Mighty Chicken not far away. Scare him. Seeing the Circle Bear's gaze fixated on him, Mighty Chicken calmly assumed a stance, beckoning provocatively at the Circle Bear. Guhma. Enraged, the Circle Bear, upon noticing Mighty Chicken's audacity, immediately stood upright and roared towards the heavens. Subsequently, it dropped to all fours, opening its massive jaws, the remnants of the solidified yellow honey glistening on its teeth, and unleashed a flash of black light. It was the Circle Bear's inherited move, crunch, dodge and use double kick. Scare him. As the Circle Bear closed in, Mighty Chicken bent its sturdy legs, propelling itself effortlessly over the bear's head, delivering a kick to its skull. Then, harnessing that momentum, it twisted its body to deliver another forceful strike from above. Bang! With just 2 kicks, the nearly 2-meter-tall Circle Bear was knocked to the ground. 1 million-ton punch. Finish him. Noting the absence of a notification from the system, Muyu glanced at the Circle Bear, sprawled motionless on the ground, and ordered, in these times, even wild spirits feign death. Scare him. Without hesitation, Mighty Chicken gathered its strength and delivered a direct punch. This time, the Circle Bear was completely incapacitated. Ding. Mighty Chicken defeated the Circle Bear, earning 11 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 activated, obtaining 1 senior level treasure chest. Unfortunately, this sweet honey has been nearly consumed. Observing the meager remnants of sweet honey that emerged from the unconscious circle bear, Muyu lamented. Had it been a complete sweet honey, he could have used it to entice spirits. As for feeding it to the earth platform tortoise, apologies, but the tortoise, accustomed to exquisite energy cubes, would certainly turn its nose up at such bland fare. Subsequently, Muyu approached the tree hole where the circle bear resided. Inside, there were only a handful of ordinary tree fruits, suggesting that due to the favorable environment of the mystical realm, there was no habit of storing food. Let us go? Muyu mounted the earth platform tortoise once more. In the monitoring room, could it be that I misjudged? Is this mighty chicken truly of senior level strength? One instructor, witnessing the effortless defeat of a senior level circle bear by Mighty Chicken, gasped in disbelief. No, it must be just a late-stage professional Mighty Chicken, but its combat prowess far exceeds the ordinary, demonstrating a mastery of timing and agility that surpasses even that of other fighting spirits of the same level. Not to mention, the fluidity of its skills suggests a mastery level that is undoubtedly high. The bespectacled instructor adjusted his glasses, his gaze slightly dazed, analyzing. If it were a senior defeating another senior, everyone would think Muyu is simply investing heavily in training his spirits at an accelerated pace. However, if a professional level spirit defeats a senior level one, it transcends mere resources. The spirit's comprehension and the trainer's methods of cultivation are far from ordinary. Perhaps this lad might indeed replicate the astonishing records of that young girl from the Leaf family. The instructor, peering at Muyu's adeptness in tracking spirits within the mystical realm, murmured softly. Unbeknownst to the astonished instructors, at that moment, Muyu was selecting a temporary resting spot. After nearly 6 hours of travel, Muyu finally arrived within a kilometer of the golden light. The path had not been easy, fraught with mountainous terrain and thorns, compounded by the earth platform tortoise's slow pace. Thus, this winding journey of over 20 kilometers, inclusive of a midday break for sustenance, had taken nearly 6 arduous hours. This further solidified Muyu's desire to find a mount spirit. Although riding the earth platform tortoise provided safety and comfort, there would inevitably be times when haste was required, at which point, the tortoise's pace would become a disadvantage. However, this matter was not urgent. Come, it's time to eat. After setting up the tent, tidying the surrounding area, and confirming safety, Muyu called for the spirits to pause for a brief rest. Following that, he entered the tent, removed his wristwatch, and placed it beside the sleeping bag within the tent. In a corner not visible to the watch, Muyu retrieved a tablet from his storage space. He accessed a screen filled with a dozen pre-written programs, selecting one that resembled a camera app, and tapped a few buttons on what appeared to be a somewhat complex interface. Then, a room filled with hundreds of surveillance personnel donned in military uniforms and walls adorned with monitoring screens materialized on the tablet. It was the control room overseeing all students. With his impeccable hacking skills, Muyu effortlessly infiltrated the surveillance footage using a monitoring app he had meticulously refined over the course of a week, all without triggering any firewalls. Subsequently, Muyu picked up his wristwatch, attempting to shake it a few times. In the surveillance room, his image remained unchanged, still facing a corner of the tent. Success. Confirming that his image had been successfully altered, Muyu set the watch down once more. Since this wristwatch could not capture sound, modifying the visuals sufficed to grant him the time needed to act undetected. Chapter 87. The Queen Bee. The reason for this endeavor stemmed from Muyu's unwavering determination to acquire the 2 golden treasures. According to the instructor's previous explanations, the strongest beings in this novice realm were estimated to be of elite status, and the guardians of the treasures likely possessed similar strength, perhaps even belonging to a collective. This would inevitably expose the capabilities of his Turtwig and Zubat. To be frank, while early-stage senior-level Pokémon were manageable, possessing elite-level Pokémon within a year, and 2 of them at that, seemed somewhat ostentatious. It was not that Muyu doubted the military personnel, but rather due to his nature of keeping a hand concealed. He believed it wise to remain discreet. Muyu intended to first assess the situation of the Pokémon guarding the treasures. If he found that he could proceed without deploying Turtwig and Zubat, he would return for the wristwatch. If not, he would charge in with Turtwig and overpower them. Then return. Given the prowess of Turtwig and Zubat, they could contend even against elite-level Pokémon, let alone gym-level ones. If necessary, he could convert over 10,000 coins into experience points to elevate Turtwig to level 50, should the need arise. Armor-clad warriors. Please keep a vigilant watch here and prevent any wild Pokémon from causing disruption. Muyu instructed the mother-daughter duo of armored warriors. With a decisive command, Muyu, accompanied by Turtwig, Zubat, and his muscular chicken, set forth towards the location of the golden light. The Electabuzz was left at the campsite. As this segment consisted of flat terrain, it took less than 10 minutes for the quartet to arrive at a gathering place for Pokémon. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Scanning the surroundings, Muyu observed a multitude of bright yellow figures diligently gathering nectar. However, this time it was not Beedrill, but rather a vast swarm of combi. Pokémon. Combi. Type. Bug flying. Gender. Female. Level. 12. Normal. Ability. Honey gather. Enhances the sweetness of collected nectar. Moves. Gust. Sweet scent. Bug bite. Bug resistance. Professor's moves. None. Inherited moves. None. Potential. Normal. Pokémon. Combi. Type. Bug flying. Gender. Female. Level. 23. Professional. Potential. Professional. A large swarm of normal and professional level combi was industriously collecting nectar. Despite being at a level ripe for evolution, these professional female combi had yet to transform into a Vespiquen. This was due to the fact that combi, unlike Beedrill, operates differently. Beedrill has a dominant queen, yet the existence of a queen does not hinder the emergence of other Beedrill. However, for combi, when a queen is present, no second queen will emerge within the same group. Only upon the death of the reigning queen will the highest level combi evolve to take her place. As a result, aside from the Vespiquen possessing substantial combat prowess, the rest of the non-evolving combi exhibited overall weaker capabilities, falling short even when compared to an equal or smaller number of Beedrill. Combi, much easier to deal with than Beedrill. Zubat, use Gust. After surveying the area and confirming that the Vespiquen was not nearby, Muyu decisively commanded. Though combi lacked the strength of Beedrill, the Vespiquen was significantly more formidable, especially with the assistance of a large swarm of combi, tipping the scales in favor of the queen, making her strength comparable to that of demigods at the same level, provided the combi were not of excessively low levels. Zubat. Following the command, Zubat rapidly flapped its wings, unleashing a flurry of sharp wind blades that struck the unsuspecting combi. Boom, 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 boom. A multitude of bright yellow combi fell to the ground. Ding. Zubat defeated combi, earning 3 coins. Ding. Zubat defeated combi, earning 6 coins. Ding. Zubat defeated combi, earning. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning an additional 3 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning an additional 2 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning an additional 6 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a normal level treasure chest. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a professional level treasure chest. Observing the continuously refreshing notifications on the panel, Muyu furrowed his brow. How could such a large group lack a single senior level combi? Buzzing. Just as Muyu pondered this, a humanoid bee-like creature over 1 meter tall, with an alluring figure, appeared in his line of sight. It resembled a humanoid Pokémon clad in a large yellow and black princess dress, its expansive skirt resembling a hexagonal hive. Pokémon. Vespiquen. Type. Bug flying. Gender. Female. Level. 41 Elite. Ability. Pressure. Imposes pressure on opponents, reducing the speed of those with wavering resolve in performing moves. Moves. Fury swipes. Bluff. Sweet scent. Aromatic mist. Fury cutter. Toxic spikes. Bug resistance. Bug bite. Attack order. Defense order. Defog. Gust. Air slash. Dazzling gleam. Poison sting. Toxic. Professor's moves. None. Inherited moves. None. Potential. Elite. Item. Swift feather. Beginner. Swift feather. Beginner, an item resembling a feather formed from a bird-like flying Pokémon under special circumstances. When carried, it increases the speed of flying-type Pokémon by 15. Cannot be absorbed directly. The Vespiquen at the early elite level was considerably lower than Muyu had anticipated. As he scrutinized the Vespiquen, she, upon witnessing her subjects under attack, suddenly emitted a crimson glow from her eyes. Subsequently, 6 combi, larger than the ordinary ones, emerged from the folds of the Vespiquen's skirt. Pokémon. Combi. Type. Bug flying. Gender. Female. Level. 33. Senior. Potential. Senior. 6 senior level combi, ranging from levels 33 to 36, 2 of which exhibited elite potential. Appeared to be the most promising among the group. No wonder Muyu had not spotted a single senior level combi earlier. They had been concealed within the Vespiquen skirt. Collaborating in battle. The most powerful Pokémon trainer. Chapter 88. Verdant Bud. Buzz. As the hexagonal red gem on the forehead of the queen bee flickered with a crimson glow, 6 stinger bees seemed to receive an implicit command, swiftly positioning themselves in unison and charging towards the crossed bats. This was indeed the unique skill attack order of the bee queen. Attack order. Summon minions to launch a fierce assault against the opponent. The greater the number and level of minions, the higher the damage dealt. This maneuver bore resemblance to the slippery skill of the weakling fish's unique characteristic, the fish swarm. Fish swarm. Weak and feeble weakling fish congregate to form a formidable creature surpassing semi-divine status. The more vitality the lead fish possesses, the greater the number of fish that can coalesce. It is said that a gym-level bee queen commanding thousands of stinger bees can, with this very move, harness sufficient power to vanquish a champion-level Pokémon, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Observing the 6 stinger bees hurtling towards him, Muyu remained unfazed, calmly instructing. Crossbats, defend. The attack orders are categorized into 2 distinct forms based on their execution. One form, as demonstrated, involves the 6 stinger bees moving in unison, akin to a singular entity. Since their energies converge, this is regarded as one cohesive attack. The other form resembles a continuous barrage of bullets, with each bee firing in succession. Initially, this type may not match the first in power, yet its strength can accumulate infinitely, if the numbers are substantial. The resultant force from the stinger bees can surpass even the annihilating rays of destruction. Should the latter scenario arise, Muyu would opt for the crossed bats to evade. After all, while the defense is advantageous, its duration is quite limited. Even at an expert level, the defense lasts no longer than a mere 10 seconds. A transparent barrier of energy enveloped him, perfectly shielding against the oncoming 6 stinger bees. Crossed bats, unleash air blade upon that swarm. Turtwig, aim for the bee queen and unleash your full might. Muyu had previously gestured to Turtwig to begin charging as soon as the bee queen emerged. With the 6 stinger bees at a considerable distance, unable to activate their defense in time, Muyu promptly commanded. Defense order. Summon minions to attach themselves and absorb damage. The greater the number of minions, the more substantial the additional defensive capabilities. Buzzing ominously, the bee queen sensed a threat directed at her and promptly illuminated her red gem. Issuing commands. Alas, the stinger bees, intercepted by the crossed bat's airblade, were unable to mount any defense. Boom. Bang. A thick, elongated beam of white light erupted from Turtwig's mouth, forcefully propelling the bee queen away. Fierce chicken, unleash a fiery breath. Turtwig, charge once more. Witnessing the bee queen toppled on the ground, struggling to rise, Muyu commanded without hesitation. Fear not. A robust, searing flame enveloped the bee queen, who had only just regained her footing. Already suffering significant damage, the renewed onslaught of scorching pain overwhelmed her once more. Buzzing in distress, the 6 stinger bees, disregarding their own injuries, frantically attempted to return to their queen's side. Unfortunately, the disparity in levels proved too great, and they succumbed beneath the crossed bat's wind blades shortly thereafter. Turtwig, unleash. Once the blaze from the fierce chicken dissipated, another white beam surged forth, striking down the severely weakened bee queen in a single blow. She collapsed to the ground. Ding. Crossed bats defeated a stinger bee, earning 13 coins. Ding. Crossed bats defeated a stinger bee, earning. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining an additional 13 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, receiving a senior level treasure chest. Ding. Turtwig defeated the bee queen, earning 21 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, receiving an elite level treasure chest. The elite level treasure chest held the promise of remarkable rewards. Glancing at the system notifications and confirming the bee queen's incapacitation, Muyu did not linger. He rose and collected the gale feather from the fallen bee queen. This augmentative item, which could not be directly absorbed, could be utilized not only for wearing but also through special methods to be gradually infused into energy blocks, thereby accelerating Pokémon growth. After securing it, Muyu ventured directly into the hive. Soon, amidst the blocks of sweet honey, he discovered a Pokémon treasure indicated by a golden light in his treasure-seeking device. Emerald Bud, unbloomed, a marvelous flower capable of extracting emerald honey. Once it blooms, it yields high-quality honey, which may enhance the potential of Pokémon that consume it. It can also be ingested prior to blooming, increasing the quality of grass-type energy for Pokémon. The Emerald Bud is said to be a top-tier treasure formed after receiving the blessing of the life god, Xerneas, and then degenerating into this variety. The 7 distinct flowers correspond to 7 different attributes, and it appears to be a precious item the bee queen uses to nurture the next generation of queens. It remains uncertain whether the military is aware of its existence. To err on the side of caution, Muyu merely harvested the unbloomed bud. After all, as long as the root system remains intact, such vegetation can regrow over the years, and even if the bud is discovered missing, as long as the roots persist, it should pose no issue. Moreover, no one was aware of Muyu's presence. After securing the bud, Muyu also packaged a portion of the solidified sweet honey. Although Turtwig no longer consumed such fare, it would serve as an excellent bait for enticing sweet-toothed Pokémon. Unbloomed Emerald Bud. Beginner, a marvelous bud detached from its root system. Containing a certain amount of grass-type energy, when consumed by Pokémon, it slightly purifies their grass-type energy quality. Since he was still in the survival assessment, Muyu decided to temporarily store it in his storage space, intending to offer it to Turtwig later. Before long, Muyu retraced his steps back to the campsite. It was only around 3:30 in the afternoon, with ample daylight remaining. Upon restoring the surveillance footage, Muyu began to pack up the tent. To the instructors, Half an hour merely appeared as a brief nap for Muyu. After all, in the wild, the quality and duration of sleep at night could not compare to that in the city, and a midday rest to maintain energy levels was entirely understandable. Once the tent was stowed away, Muyu mounted Turtwig and set off towards a location farther from the Stinger Bee colony. This was to avoid attracting the attention of the awakening bee queen, thereby revealing his position. Additionally, he sought a more suitable camping spot to enjoy a pleasant night. As for whether the awakening bee queen would affect others, Muyu felt powerless to intervene. With instructors present, it was unlikely that any lives would be lost. A little hardship could instill respect for the secret realm in them, prompting greater caution in their future endeavors, rather than remaining obliviously reckless. Ellicott, how many times must I tell you not to ram your head against Turtwig's shell? Repeated impacts will surely dull your wits. Muyu lamented as he scooped up the fallen Ellicott, cradling it in his arms while administering healing spray, his tone exasperated. Ellicott, the Ellicott, with a swollen forehead, responded repeatedly, then broke into an unrestrained smile. Finally, it patted its own head, signaling to Muyu that it was not foolish. Truly, you test my patience. Muyu sighed, shaking his head in bemusement. One wonders if this foolish creature will evolve into a being as composed and formidable as its mother. 2 roasted ducks? Chapter 89, Military Training concludes. First, Ding. Zhengdan, Survival Assessment, score, 263. The score for the Physical Fitness Assessment is an impressive 95. The final score for this military training session amounts to a total of 358 points. After the instructor placed Zhengdan's wristwatch onto a machine, a synthesized electronic voice echoed from it. Congratulations, Dan. You achieved such a high score in the Physical Fitness Assessment. Lu Yi, still in her military training uniform with a bit of dirt on it, but with a clean face, stepped forward to embrace Zhengdan in celebration. Not too shabby. Just average. You know how it is. My old man has been pushing me to practice military drills since I was a child. I'm quite accustomed to it. Zhengdan replied, displaying no particular excitement. After all, having a stern police officer for a father, who trained her as if she were a boy, made this level of physical training during military drills seem rather easy. Conversely, Lu Yi, being the cherished daughter of the dojo owner, had not undergone much physical training and scored only 75 points in the fitness assessment. Ding. Qian Yuan, Survival Assessment, score 316. Physical Fitness Assessment, score 85. The final score for this military training session is 401 points. An electronic voice rang out while Zhengdan and Lu Yi conversed. It was Qian Yuan, the temporary roommate of Muyu, from the special recruitment class. As expected of someone from the special recruitment class, their total score surpassed 400 points. Indeed, it was likely that even if Qian Yuan did not possess any senior-level Pokémon, he had several peak professional-level Pokémon. Otherwise, such a high score would be unattainable. Upon hearing that Qian Yuan's total score exceeded 400, many ordinary class students who had emerged earlier began to gossip. Zhengdan's score was already quite high. At least those ordinary class students who had come out before her scored around 10 to 20 points lower. After all, in the Physical Fitness Assessment, there were plenty of students who scored in the 70s and 8s, with only a handful exceeding 90. Ding. Lu Liang, Survival Assessment, score 307. Physical Fitness Assessment, score 100. The final score for this military training session is 407 points. As a figure resembling an iron tower appeared, the machine emitted another astonishing sound, leaving those around in awe. A perfect score of 100 in the Physical Fitness Assessment? What kind of monster is this? One slightly disgruntled boy attempted to voice his disbelief, but was promptly silenced by his friend beside him. Shoo, keep it down. You want to get yourself killed? That Lu Liang is a physical powerhouse from our combat class. His arms are thicker than your thighs. As he spoke, he directed his friend's gaze towards Lu Liang. Wow. This is a fellow student our age. I'd believe it if you said he had superhuman strength. The boy, now silenced, stared at the towering Lu Liang, his eyes nearly popping out. The dark skin glistened under the sun with an iron-like sheen, and the explosive muscle definition exuded an aesthetic of sheer power. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a humanoid combat Pokémon. In fact, even typical combat-type Pokémon lacked such exaggerated musculature. Who would have thought that this year? An ordinary class student would emerge as a monster with a score of 400? Unfortunately, the young man's Pokémon strength was average. Otherwise, he might have contended for a top 3 position. The scoring instructor gazed at Lu Liang's physique and sighed regretfully. Soon, several more electronic notifications sounded, and more students congregated in the square. 403 points, 412 points, 423 points. The students from the special recruitment class continued to achieve increasingly higher scores. Even if their physical fitness scores hovered around the 90s, their survival assessment scores from defeating Pokémon were simply too high. Dan, how many points do you think Muyu will score? As the machine continued to announce rising scores, a flicker of concern crossed Lu Yi's eyes. Who knows? I just hope that scoundrel doesn't outscore me. Then I can have a good laugh at his expense. Zheng Dan feigned indifference, but her gaze instinctively darted towards the score-checking entrance. After what felt like several minutes, Muyu finally emerged from the woods. He brushed off the fallen leaves that had clung to his pants during the final stretch of walking and calmly placed his wristwatch on the machine. Ding. Muyu. Survival assessment, score 901. Physical fitness assessment score 100. The final score for this military training session is 1001 points. Ding. The highest score record for the military training assessment has been updated. Score holder, class of 23 Trainer Academy student, Muyu. What the heck? My goodness. This is unbelievable. I heard the previous highest record was only 900 points. This leap is monumental. Seriously, a 4-digit score? Are we all using the same assessment criteria here? Hey. Does no one care that this guy also scored 100 in the physical fitness assessment? As the machine's voice rang out, students stood up one after another, eager to catch a glimpse of the individual who had shattered the historical record. Wow, Dan. Muyu actually surpassed 1,000 points and broke the historical record. That's incredible. Lu Yi exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Zheng Dan, her ample chest bouncing in rhythm with her excitement. It's just that lucky scoundrel. Though Zheng Dan was deeply shaken internally, she maintained a facade of defiance. As expected of Brother Yu, he has always been the undisputed champion, Lu Liang remarked, observing Muyu's calm demeanor under everyone's gaze with genuine admiration. Baldy, you really called it. That girl from the Li family's record has indeed been shattered. Instructor Lu gave a disbelieving nudge to the bald instructor beside him. That brawny chicken couldn't he possibly defeat an elite-level Pokémon? So that means his Turtwig and Zubat must have gained elite-level combat power together? The glasses-wearing instructor adjusted his frames as he speculated. As the head instructor, he could not monitor every student continuously and had not witnessed Muyu's Pokémon in battle. However, based on his experience, he formed a general estimate. The reason he referred to it as elite-level combat power was that he did not believe Muyu, who hailed from a non-noble family, could cultivate elite-level Pokémon within a year. However, if the Pokémon had high comprehension and skill proficiency, coupled with type advantages, defeating wild elite-level Pokémon in their early stages would not be an inconceivable feat regardless. Being able to cultivate such exceptional Pokémon within a year, Muyu undoubtedly merited the title of a prodigy. I wonder if you can become the next Lu Zhe. I eagerly anticipate your progress, the glasses-wearing instructor mused. Watching Muyu, who remained unfazed despite the crowd's scrutiny, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the aftermath, even after a student from the special recruitment class scored over 600 points, it failed to create any ripples. Everyone present had etched Muyu's name into their memories. Initially, Muyu had not intended to achieve such a high score. Once he reached over 600 points, he planned to call it a day. However, while returning this morning, he encountered a bee drill that inexplicably led its swarm to ambush him. With no time to adjust his equipment, Muyu had no choice but to send out Turtwig and Zubat. Fortunately, whether due to lingering injuries or not, Turtwig and Zubat easily defeated them. Consequently, his assessment score nearly doubled, resulting in the current astonishing figure. Later, Muyu learned from Lu Liang that those bee drills were apparently searching for something, which caused many students to be affected and led to the early conclusion of the assessment. Nevertheless, for Muyu, this was inconsequential. He had never shied away from being labeled a genius by others, as long as it provided a good cover and additional points within the realm of public perception. The final score announcement signified the official conclusion of their military training journey. After the scores were announced that day, Muyu and his companions boarded the same bus that had brought them and returned to the Qingshan campus. Upon arriving at the villa, Muyu indulged in a relaxing hot bath and soon retired for the night. Having spent 5 days and 4 nights in the wilderness, the experience, though enjoyable, could not compare to the comfort of a soft, spacious bed. The following day, Muyu found himself in the familiar washroom. Going through his morning routine as he recited in his mind, System, open all chests below elite level. Ding. 15 ordinary chests, 9 professional chests, 5 advanced chests, opening now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 180 gold coins, 3 sweet fruits, 6 orange fruits, healing potions, goddess's tear, chainmail, and boxing gloves. To his delight, he had successfully opened 3 pieces of scattered equipment, perfectly suited for the newly recruited sprites. Ignoring the assorted basic materials and ordinary fruits, Muyu glanced at the equipment pieces with satisfaction. Next came the moment Muyu had eagerly anticipated, the opening of his first elite-level chest. Although it was his initial attempt, he did not display much concern, at least not as he had during the previous draw for the colorful Hextech, which had warranted a cleansing ritual. System, open all elite chests. Ding. 2 elite chests, opening now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Fire Secret Treasure Charcoal, beginner level, and a one-time move learning machine, Evil Wave. Charcoal, Beginner, the essence of fire stored within black wood after being scorched by fierce flames. When carried by a sprite, it enhances the power of fire attribute skills by 19, or can be absorbed directly to increase the sprite's fire energy quality. One-time move learning machine. Evil Wave. When placed on the forehead or near the head of a sprite, it allows dark attribute sprites to learn the move Evil Wave without any barriers. To his surprise, the elite chest yielded a sprite secret treasure, although merely a beginner treasure. The values indicated it was tantalizingly close to reaching intermediate level, truly a testament to the system's quality. As Muyu marveled at the details of the charcoal, he felt a surge of excitement. A boost of 1019 signifies beginner, 2029 for intermediate, 3039 for advanced, 4049 for peak, and beyond 50 indicates divine. Subsequently, Muyu turned his attention to the one-time move learning machine, Evil Wave, since he did not possess any dark attribute sprites. He recalled that Evil Wave was among the moves available to the Zubat sprite. Lacking other dark attribute sprites, he deemed it fitting to teach Zubat this ranged attack, thus enhancing its versatility. Utilizing his prior experience, Muyu placed the blue chip representing the move learning machine on Zubat's forehead. As the chip dissolved, a new skill appeared in Zubat's move repertoire. Sprite, Zubat. Attribute, Poison Flying. Gender, male. Level, 41, 385, 1030, Elite. Moves, Supersonic, Mastered. Absorb, Mastered. Poison Fang, Acquired. Learn moves, Protect, Mastered. Agility, Acquired. Heat Wave, Acquired. Evil Wave, Proficient. Inherited moves, Quick Attack, Mastered. Tailwind, Mastered. Potential, Champion level. Held item, Feather of the Gale, Beginner. Next, Muyu bestowed the charcoal upon the sturdy chick, while the vibrant green bud was given to the Torterra. As the green bud was consumed, the stunted tree upon Torterra's back once again emitted a faint green glow. The creature's body visibly expanded, growing nearly 10 centimeters in a mere 5 minutes, reaching an astonishing height of 2 meters and 50 centimeters. Do not underestimate this 10-centimeter increase. Torterra is not typically known for its height. This elevation signifies a substantial increase in the diameter of its shell, potentially adding nearly half a meter in length. At this rate, Muyu mused, he might one day construct a small wooden house upon Torterra's back. Sprite, Torterra. Attribute, Grass Ground. Gender, male. Level, 42, 651030, Elite. Moves, Absorb, Mastered. Leaf Blade, Mastered. Photosynthesis, Mastered. Crunch, Acquired. Ultimate Absorb, Beginner. Learn moves, Protect, Mastered. Seed Bomb, Mastered. Light Screen, Acquired. Reflect, Acquired. Inherited moves, Charge, Mastered. Spit Up, Mastered. Swallow, Mastered. Potential, Champion level. Held item, Green Bud. Remaining energy is being digested. Truly, this treasure associated with the deity of life, Xerneas, even in its degenerated form as a green bud, has provided such a significant enhancement to Torterra. Not only did its size increase, but it also learned a new skill in the process. One can only wonder what effects the legendary rainbow flower would have on Torterra. Looking at Muyu as he shared valuable items with his other companions, the Electabuzz gazed at him with eager anticipation, a glimmer of drool forming at the corner of its mouth. With a glance, Muyu could tell that this little fellow was merely greedy, always eager to eat, yet lacking in training diligence. With a resigned pat on Electabuzz's head, Muyu remarked with mild exasperation. It was no wonder that parents in his previous life often struggled with their children. He felt much concern while raising Torterra, Zubat, and the Fire Chick. But now encountering Electabuzz's antics left him rather speechless. Fortunately, aside from its lack of intelligence and gluttony, Electabuzz was diligent in training and quickly grasped skills, making it overall quite satisfactory. After giving Electabuzz a power cube to distract it, Muyu took the opportunity to check his panel information once more. Host, Muyu. System level, level 5. Host level, level 31, 36,540. Skills, Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Perfect, 248-5100000. Energy Cube Crafting, Perfect, 3996-10000. Special Power, XXXX, not activated, cannot be viewed. Gold Coins, 13964. Experience Points, 1986. Equipment, Useless Big Stick, Goddess's Tear, Chainmail, Boxing Gloves. Items, Antidote X2, Healing Potions X6, Good Healing Potions X3, Strong Healing Potions X5. Pokeballs X11. Hextech Talents, Unbreakable Barrier, Color, Fruit Dimension Gift Pack, Color, Hedge Fund, Color, Resolute Giant Stature, Gold, Blood-Sucking Blade, Gold, Fighting Expert, Gold, Psychic Spirit, Gold. Psychic Spirit, Gold. Your Psychic type sprites, upon releasing skills, will receive a shield for 20 maximum health points, lasting for 30 minutes, with the shield's quantity being infinitely stackable. This golden Hextech, Psychic Spirit, was something Muyu had drawn during the survival assessment. It functioned similarly to the blood-sucking blade, effective for certain attribute sprites. However, this hex deck was exclusive to psychic-type sprites. Though its application may be limited, its effects were quite impressive. The ability to stack shields upon skill release without limit was exceptionally suitable for psychic sprites, which were notoriously fragile. It is worth noting that the primary advantage of most psychic-type sprites lies in their peculiar skills and the almost bug-like instant teleportation. However, this teleportation skill has a considerable drawback. Excessive use imposes a significant burden on the body. Thus, psychic-type Pokémon become increasingly formidable with higher levels, while those of lower levels may not measure up to other attribute Pokémon in terms of combat prowess. However, with this newfound talent, even low-level psychic-type Pokémon can significantly enhance their self-protection capabilities. One wonders whether this shield can mitigate the physical strain caused by teleportation. If so, it would indeed be terrifying. Allow me to pose a question. Do you have any Pokémon in mind that you feel is particularly fitting for the alias Jin? Personally, I envision striking and formidable Dark-type Pokémon such as Bloodwing Dragon, Zoroark, or Absol. Additionally, do you have any favorite combinations of Pokémon associated with aliases? For instance, one could imagine Yong-Un's dual blades becoming a Ghost Sword Master, or Saitama, the Muscle King, taking leave to become One Punch Man, while Gara Espanjiro could summon a Sand Cascade Burial. Of course, they need not be aliases. They can also be supporting characters that appear later. Feel free to share your thoughts. I shall handle any necessary adjustments. That is all. A seemingly obedient, yet rather mischievous little darling. Chapter 91, The Lazy Sloth. Evergreen Breeding House. Quite a crowd. After finishing the harvest from military training, Muyu made his way directly to the exclusive breeding house of Evergreen University, eager to discover suitable fighting or psychic-type Pokémon. To his surprise, even with a few minutes to spare before 8 o'clock, over 20 students were already lined up, waiting for the breeding house to open. The opportunity to secure a Pokémon through an interest-free loan is a rare blessing for many, naturally prompting them to arrive early for a thorough selection. Muyu surveyed the surroundings and noted only 2 familiar faces from the special recruitment classes. This is understandable, as the number of Pokémon with gym-level potential is inherently limited, leaving little room for selection. Those who had inquired about the types of Pokémon available this month and found none suitable for themselves had no reason to come. After all, the free exchange quota for the special recruitment class can be utilized at any time over the 4 years. As the clock struck 8, Muyu followed the crowd into the breeding house. It is worth mentioning that military training was conducted separately by college type. Hence, aside from a few students from the Trainer Academy who recognized Muyu, most others had merely heard rumors of a freshman named Muyu breaking a military training record this year. Much like in high school, you might have heard of the top student's name without feeling compelled to see what they looked like. If it were a champion of a world-class event, perhaps someone would seek out photographs. However, this was merely a military training session at a university, and the attention it garnered was limited to the students within the Trainer Academy. At most, some teachers might express awe at the emergence of yet another remarkable talent this year. Yet, that is the extent of it. After all, aspiring to be a true champion requires not only Pokémon of genuine champion-level potential, but also indispensable resources acquired over time. Within the breeding house, Muyu first perused the outermost area housing the Pokémon. The breeding house is roughly divided into 2 sections based on the strength of the Pokémon's parents, an outer area for those with senior and elite-level potential, and an inner area for those with gym-level potential. Students are not restricted from entering either area, yet the latter, due to its prices, seldom attracts students outside the special recruitment classes. After all, interest-free loans are simply interest-free, not free of charge. Borrowing money entails repayment, even with a generous time frame. Failing to repay debts would adversely affect one's credit standing. Not to mention, a trainer's rank and status could be temporarily revoked until the debt is settled. Thus, those truly seeking loans are few. They are typically outstanding students confident in securing substantial scholarships, or those whose families can bear the burden of debt. Pokémon, Pidgey. Type, normal flying. Gender, male. Level, 6, normal. Ability, big pecs, not affected by defense-lowering effects. Moves, tackle, sand attack. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, detect. Potential, senior. A common sight, this Pidgey possesses the rare potential of a senior level. This implies that, with proper training, it can evolve into a Pidgeot. The name Pidgeotto simply does not resonate. It is no wonder some students opt to take on loans at a young age, uncertain of their futures. A Pidgey with commendable potential, if nurtured with care, could evolve into a Pidgeot and serve as a courier, a rather commendable choice. The previous nationwide courier Pidgeot barely surpassed elite-level potential. A senior-level Pidgeot would suffice for domestic courier duties across provinces. With a mindset of seeking hidden gems, Muyu continued his exploration. Pokémon, Execute. Type, Grass Psychic. Gender, female. Level 6, normal. Ability, chlorophyll, boosts speed in sunny weather. Moves, absorb, reflect type. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, sleep powder. Potential, elite. Although this Pokemon exhibits commendable potential and strength in its final evolution, it does not align with Muyu's aesthetic preferences. Pass. And so, Muyu strolled and paused, having thoroughly examined the entire outer area. Aside from a single sloth with gym-level potential, the rest of the Pokemon predominantly showcased senior or elite-level potential. Muyu suspected that any Pokemon capable of reaching gym-level potential had undoubtedly been snatched up by more fortunate students. The sloth likely remained due to its inherent unpopularity. Pokemon, sloth. Type, normal. Gender, male. Level, 9 normal. Ability, lazy, an indolent disposition, rarely taking action. Moves, scratch, beginner, 0-10. Yawn, beginner, 0-10. Try again, beginner, 0-10. Lazy, proficient, 3850. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, snore, proficient, 2350. Tearful look, beginner, 0-10. Arm thrust, beginner, 0-10. Potential, gym level. The proficiency of its moves indicates that this sloth embodies the essence of laziness, aside from its proficiency in the lazy move. The snore skill allows it to ward off disturbances while sleeping. It is a shame that it has inherited two rather potent skills. Hello. May I inquire about the price of this sloth? Muyu approached a sales associate. This sloth is priced at 500,000, the associate replied, before whispering. However, this sloth is exceedingly lazy. For over 3 months, aside from opening its mouth to eat, I have not seen it move. 500,000. Muyu was taken aback. This price is half that of a normal elite-level potential Pokemon. It seems that after languishing unsold for over 3 months, the price has been slashed to an unbelievable extent. It is well known that while the growth of a Pokemon's breeding level can be supplemented by various resources, the most crucial factor remains their own training. A sloth like this, which engages in no exercise, would likely require 2 to 3 years to evolve naturally into an Infernape. Even if it accelerated its training during the Infernape phase, it would revert to its old habits by the time it reached the Lazy King phase. While at least a late-stage Lazy King possesses strength comparable to elite-level Pokemon, the same amount of time would allow even a moderately capable Pidgey to evolve into an elite-level Pidgeot. This leads to the conclusion that, although sloths are plentiful, they are not particularly favored by trainers. Even the seemingly ordinary gym leader from the previous life's anime, Chihiro, endowed with elite-level prowess, meticulously selected the exceptional Lazy King from thousands of lethargic beings, nurturing it to an apex level. Frankly speaking, such a selection process is simply unfeasible without substantial resources. For those with ample resources, acquiring a formidable deity or a top-tier member of the prestigious trio is trivial, at the very least. Obtaining a Pokemon with gym-level potential is far more enticing than a mere Lazy King. Chapter 92, The Inevitability of Fate. Under the bewildered gaze of the sales assistant, Muyu readily swiped his card to purchase the Lazy King. After all, with the potential to draw a trait emblem that alters characteristics. Even in the absence of traits like Mighty or Yoga Power, securing a trait such as Overconfidence or Wonder Guard, or even a trait devoid of negative effects, could transform it into a formidable force. Even if he chose not to utilize it in competitions for the sake of prudence, it would still prove to be a remarkably powerful asset in the wild. The reason Muyu opted to spend rather than use a free slot was simply because the modest sum of 500,000 seemed a trivial loss compared to the opportunity to redeem a Pokemon with gym potential for free. After all, the slots are not time-sensitive. If there were no suitable options this time, returning in a few months would suffice. Symbolically approaching the Lazy King, Muyu inquired if it would be willing to accompany him. The Lazy King merely fluttered its eyelids, casting a languid glance at Muyu with its listless eyes, before making a half-hearted effort to blink, signaling its acquiescence. Although he had anticipated the Lazy King's laziness, witnessing it communicate in such a manner, using blinking in lieu of words, was a novel experience for Muyu. This was not merely a matter of traits. The inherent laziness of the Lazy King's character likely played a significant role as well. After capturing the Lazy King in a Pokeball, Muyu rose and ventured into the inner area, the main attraction of the day. In stark contrast to the expansive outer area, the inner zone was considerably smaller. The first sight that greeted him was a small rabbit with brown skin and creamy fur, standing upright. Pokemon, roll ear. Type, normal. Gender, female. Level, 6, normal. Ability, soft. Its remarkably supple body allows for incredible movements, thus it cannot fall into a paralyzed state. Moves, tackle, jump, round. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Angel's Kiss. Potential, gym level. Its final evolutionary form, Long Ear Rabbit, possesses a Mega Evolution. With respectable base stats, combined with its agile physique and supple form, the long-eared rabbit is seen more frequently in performance events than in battles. Its elongated body and fluid, graceful movements provide it with a distinct advantage in dance. To Muyu's knowledge, an internationally renowned actress famous for her dance skills has a signature partner that is a long-eared rabbit. It is said that this long-eared rabbit not only excels in dance, but also possesses considerable strength. However, this was of little concern to Muyu, as he was a martial artist, not a dancer. With gym-level potential, the Shelmet, the Armor Bird, and even a Woobat with gym-level potential. It was no wonder that the breeding center of a top university was so impressive. As he strolled, Muyu couldn't help but marvel at the selection. Wait a moment, are those Ralts? Or a pair? Muyu exclaimed in surprise upon spotting two small creatures with white bodies and green heads nestled in a corner. Pokémon, Ralts. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, female. Level, 7 normal. Ability, telepathy, a powerful and sensitive heart, capable of perceiving the emotions of surrounding life, forms more acutely. Moves, Growl. Confusion. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Disable, Confuse Ray. Potential, Gym level. Pokémon, Ralts. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, male. Level, 7 normal. Ability, Copy, mimics the opponent's ability, transforming into the same ability. Moves, Growl, Confusion. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Shadow Sneak. Potential, Gym level. It appeared that the two Ralts were likely born around the same time. The reason they were hiding in the corner was primarily due to Ralts being quite timid, or rather, sensitive in nature. This resulted in them seldom appearing before other creatures. However, being bred in a breeding center, even if timid, they would not flee from this location. One must wonder, could these two little creatures be considered problem children since they were not chosen? Observing the two Ralts, Muyu pondered, stroking his chin. The last time he snagged a deal with a Torchic was due to its minor personality issues. Fortunately, they were not significant problems. He couldn't help but wonder what issues these two little ones might possess. After all, Psychic-type Pokémon are quite rare, especially those as potent and visually appealing as Ralts. Even trainers who do not specialize in Psychic or Fairy types would not refuse a cute little darling seeking comfort. Once grown, they would be stunning beauties. Soon, Muyu found a sales assistant and inquired about the reason these two Ralts remained unselected. It is well known that the Pokémon in the inner area possess gym-level potential. And due to the limited number of Pokémon eggs that can be produced each month, a supply-demand imbalance often occurs. Many students from affluent backgrounds might purchase several at once. As such, high-quality Pokémon are indeed a rarity. However, the original intention of the school was to provide assistance to students from less fortunate backgrounds who still possess great potential. Thus, the breeding center eliminated the option to purchase Pokémon with money in the inner area, leaving only the avenues for special admissions to exchange and an annual opportunity to redeem with credits. This way, even if wealthy individuals sought to buy credits from students, bulk purchases would not be possible. Consequently, first-year students, freshly completed with military training, could only redeem a single Pokémon at most. It was only those like Muyu, who secured the top position during military training and were special admissions, who possessed the privilege to redeem 2 Pokémon at once. The reason these two Ralts had not been chosen was that one of them was unwilling to be separated from the other. Whenever they were apart, one would cry inconsolably. This led to the other Ralts being reluctant to leave the clingy one behind. Additionally, as the special admission classes of other academies do not base their selections on strength, it meant that the top military trainees were not necessarily part of the special admission classes. Thus, the only individual capable of fulfilling the requirement to take both Ralts at once was Muyu. What remarkable fortune! Upon uncovering the truth, Muyu couldn't help but marvel. The two Ralts, one male and one female, were poised to evolve into Galade and Gardevoir, both possessing strength and beauty. At that point, he would have sufficient fighting-type and psychic-type Pokémon, and if he were to draw a psychic expert, it would grant him yet another unique ability. This could only be described as destiny on his side. Chapter 93, The Psychic Queen and the Flashing Martial God. Ralts. In the corner, the female Ralts was gesturing with her tiny hands at the male Ralts kneeling before her, seemingly conveying something. Ralts. The male Ralts sat quietly with both hands resting on its legs, displaying a rather pitiful expression, responding in a soft tone, Ralts. Upon witnessing this, the female Ralts placed her hands on her hips and sighed in resignation. Oh, who would have thought it was the formidable big sister paired with the timid little brother? Muyu quietly approached, observing the female Ralts' exasperated demeanor with a hint of surprise in his heart. He understood the male Ralts' timidity. Indeed, it was quite normal for any Ralts, regardless of gender, to exhibit such behavior. However, the feisty look of the female Ralts was rather intriguing. Hello there. Muyu greeted cheerfully as he approached the two Ralts. Ralts. The male Ralts, taken aback by Mu Yu's sudden voice, instinctively darted behind the female Ralts, revealing only a tiny bit of its red antennae. If only it had a higher level, it could use teleportation. Had it possessed the innate ability to teleport like Casey, it would have vanished in an instant. Ralts. The female Ralts sighed in exasperation, then waved at Mu Yu, signaling him not to be alarmed. Would you two care to accompany me? Mu Yu asked with a gentle smile. Ralts? The female Ralts pointed to herself, and then to the timid male Ralts behind her, uncertainly inquiring. Yes, both of you together, Mu Yu affirmed with a nod. Ralts. Hearing that this person could take both herself and her timid brother away, the female Ralts readily agreed. After all, she had no aversion to leaving this place. Had it not been for her desire to help the male Ralts, she would have followed others long ago. Ralts. The male Ralts, still hiding behind, weakly chimed in when it realized that the human could take both it and its sister away. Then please come inside, Mu Yu instructed, pleased by their agreement. As he produced 2 Pokeballs, under the gaze of the female Ralts, the male Ralts was the first to be captured within a Pokeball. Subsequently, she pointed at Mu Yu's Pokeball and then at his shoulder, indicating her wish not to remain inside the ball indefinitely. Well, it seems you are quite the spirited Ralts, Mu Yu thought, nodding in agreement. After capturing her in the Pokeball, he released her and lifted her onto his shoulder. Thus, amidst the envious gazes of those around, Mu Yu returned to the villa with the curious Ralts observing everything. Everyone, come and meet our new members. Upon returning to the villa, Mu Yu released all the Pokémon he had with him. Let us greet one another. From now on, we are all family, he said, gently patting the heads of the 2 Ralts. Ralts, Ralts, Ralts. The friendly Turtwig, noticing the 2 small creatures that were barely the size of its head, called out lazily before lying down in a sunlit spot. Ahem. After carefully observing and confirming that the 2 little ones posed no threat, the Zubat flew to the side and quietly began practicing its moves. The Machoke merely glanced at them, determined they were not suitable sparring partners, and began to train alone by a large tree. Meanwhile, the Electrike was particularly friendly, picking up the male Ralts in its arms, though its gaze seemed a bit off, as if it were inspecting the Ralts' forehead. As long as it refrained from ramming its head into the Ralts, all would be well. Almost forgetting about it, Mu Yu suddenly remembered and released the sloth Pokémon. It lazily raised an eyelid, scratched its head with a paw, and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings before, upon spotting Mu Yu, it flopped down like a boneless creature and promptly fell asleep. Youth is indeed a blessing, as it can sleep anywhere. Ignoring the slothful creature, Mu Yu retrieved a dozen or so berries from his dimensional space, commencing a new round of energy cube production. Apart from the general cubes needed for the sloth Pokémon, he prepared psychic energy cubes for the 2 Ralts. His ambition for the 2 Ralts was for the male to evolve into Galade and the female into Gardevoir. Therefore, he intended to create pure psychic energy cubes for the little ones to consume in the early stages. Considering their current low levels meant they could not handle a whole high-quality energy cube at once, Mu Yu had to cut 1 cube in half to share between the 2 little ones. The reason he hadn't done this for the Electrike before was that the energy would dissipate quickly after being cut, completely dissipating within about 10 minutes. Now, however, with 2 Ralts, cutting the cube in half was just perfect for them. As for the sloth Pokémon, with its tough skin and lazy skills, even if it suffered a bit, it could recover quickly. Besides, if it felt uncomfortable, it could always get up and move around, which would both expend energy and alleviate any swelling. If the sloth Pokémon found this discomfort unbearable, it could opt not to consume the high-quality energy cubes. Nevertheless, Mu Yu believed that as long as the sloth Pokémon had not lost its sense of taste, it would never trade the exquisite delicacies for bland boiled dishes after savoring such heavenly flavors. And so the stage was set. Mealtime. After a considerable amount of work, Mu Yu arranged the plates. Whoosh. The first to arrive upon hearing the announcement was the Zubat, who had been timing its arrival for the meal. Following closely was the Turtwig, charging in like a heavily armored tank. As for the Machoke, having eaten a piece in the morning, it was still tearily digesting its meal. The Electrike needed no further mention. After consuming a high-quality energy cube that morning, it could only eat ordinary energy cubes for the next couple of days. The timid male Ralts, upon hearing it was mealtime, obediently sat by Mu Yu's feet, patiently awaiting its share without any fuss. In contrast, the more spirited female Ralts curiously examined the pink energy cube in Mu Yu's hand. Sloth. Upon hearing the mention of food, the sloth Pokémon finally made its first sound since seeing Mu Yu. Indeed, even the laziest of creatures held food in high regard. Chapter 94, Balance. Special Powers. After dividing a high-quality psychic energy cube and offering it to the 2 little ones, Mu Yu approached the sloth Pokémon with a mischievous grin, holding a complete general energy cube near its mouth. The sloth Pokémon, upon seeing the food, promptly opened its mouth. Sloth. In the next moment, it seemed as if a medical miracle had occurred, as it widened its eyes and emitted a robust cry. Sloth. Sloth. Coming back to its senses, the sloth Pokémon, disregarding the surging energy within, affectionately wrapped its arms around Mu Yu's ankle, looking for more. It appeared eager for another bite. It's not that I'm withholding food from you. It's just that your body is currently too weak. You can only eat every 3 days. Look, the Electrike over there is also training. Only after expending its energy can it shorten that interval, Mu Yu explained, shrugging innocently while gesturing towards the training Electrike. Sloth. Upon hearing it needed to train, the sloth Pokemon's expression fell. However, your kind possesses a unique physical talent. If you train just a little every day, even without the rigorous effort of the Electrike, you can digest quickly. Perhaps soon, you could eat every 2 days, or even daily. Mu Yu continued to tempt it. This is not a deception by Mu Yu. The Lazy People clan is indeed renowned for their lethargy, yet their robust physical resilience is equally well known. After all, being too lazy to engage in combat, coupled with the fear of experiencing pain that would disrupt their sleep, has led them to evolve an exceptionally tough exterior. This is precisely why Mu Yu feels at ease feeding the Lazy People a whole energy block. It is akin to filling a balloon with water. When the volume is substantial, it is prone to bursting. However, if the balloon is crafted from highly elastic material, it will merely expand without rupturing. Since they are unlikely to sustain real injuries, Mu Yu naturally harbors no fear of the Lazy People succumbing to their inherent laziness. Even without exercise, consuming 1 energy block every 3 days is sufficient for them to swiftly evolve into hyperactive monkeys. At that stage, Mu Yu need not worry about the issue of laziness. Instead, he should be concerned about the potential for a hyperactive monkey, who scarcely sleeps, to collapse from exhaustion. Indeed, upon hearing Mu Yu mention that they could eat every 2 days, or even daily, the lazy person's eyes betrayed a flicker of internal conflict. Their mind protested against the idea of physical exertion, yet their taste buds insisted that the food was undeniably delectable. In the end, the lazy person succumbed to the temptation of the culinary delights, staggering to their feet and commencing movement at an astonishing speed of 1 meter per second. Their arms hung limply, swaying carelessly, while their legs appeared weak and feeble, and their expression conveyed a profound sense of disillusionment, as if they had just endured a 3-day marathon without rest. Excellent. The plan is proceeding as intended. It is astonishing that even the laziest of the Lazy People cannot resist the allure of exquisite energy blocks. Observing the lazy person's reluctant attempt to move, Mu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the current efficiency of the lazy person's movement, the mere fact that they are willing to take the first step towards training marks a commendable beginning. He is confident that the sight of the Turtwig and others enjoying their meals the following day will undoubtedly ignite the lazy person's competitive spirit. After all, being unable to partake in the feast while witnessing others indulge before them is a form of psychological torment that is truly dreadful. Just look at the indomitable spirit of the muscular chicken, who at this moment is reluctant to join in. In the ensuing days, apart from the daily feeding, Mu Yu led a university life that was strikingly ordinary. Notably, due to the diverse specialties of the students in the special admission class, they were allowed to choose their own classes for academic subjects. For instance, students proficient in fire types could attend classes with the first fire class. The instructors were typically seasoned trainers, breeders, or researchers with extensive experience. Besides academic courses, there were also instructors responsible for teaching practical combat classes. Without delving into the conditions of other classes, Mu Yu's special admission class was personally guided by the class supervisor. After a fortnight, Mu Yu finally encountered the class supervisor during the first practical combat lesson. My name is Wen Hong, a gym-level trainer specializing in fire types. I understand that many of you are not exclusively fire-type trainers, but ultimately, we all share the same goal, regardless of type. The fundamental strategy in battle is to identify weaknesses, seize opportunities, and deliver a decisive blow. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit, with impeccably slicked-back hair and eyes as sharp as a hawk's, declared in a commanding voice. Beside him stood a towering orange dragon-like Pokémon, Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, fire flying. Gender, male. Level, 59, gym level. Ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flamethrower. Slash, Fire Spin, Scary Face, Flame Burst, Inferno. Learn moves, Protect, Substitute, Thunder Punch, Brick Break, Air Slash, Bite, Earthquake. Inherited moves, Metal Claw, Dragon Tail. Potential, Gym level. Item, Charcoal, Intermediate. Special Power, Nature's Power, Proficient. A peak gym level Charizard, possessing mastery over every fire-type skill, undoubtedly stands as one of Wen Hong's most formidable assets, and may even be his strongest Pokémon. After all, this creature has grasped nature's power, earning it the title of a quasi-champion among trainers. The term quasi-champion does not denote a specific rank, but refers to those gym-level Pokémon who have comprehended special powers yet lack the innate qualities to ascend to champion status. According to Muyu's research in the library, in order for a Pokémon to ascend to champion level, they must possess not only the requisite qualities but also comprehend one of two special powers: Nature's Power, which represents energy recovery, and Earth Power, which signifies physical recovery. Nature's Power enhances all attributes and significantly boosts energy recovery. As comprehension deepens, Pokémon enveloped in Nature's Power can attain near-infinite energy. Earth Power enhances all attributes. Standing on the ground greatly accelerates physical recovery. At higher levels of comprehension, it can yield a seemingly endless supply of stamina. Like other skills, special powers are categorized into levels such as Novice, Proficient, and Mastered. Mastering either of these powers allows a Pokémon to break free from their limitations and experience a remarkable surge in strength. It can be said that while quasi-champion Pokémon cannot rival true champions, they are not entirely powerless against other gym-level Pokémon. In fact, if they can master either Nature's Power or Earth Power to a profound degree, it is not inconceivable that they could momentarily contend with, or even defeat, novice champion-level Pokémon. As for the Earth Power, let us set it aside for now. The methods of comprehending Nature's Power are also documented in the texts. The first approach is to continuously develop skills of the same type. The greater the number of skills mastered, and the higher the proficiency, the quicker the comprehension of Nature's Power. The second method involves spending time in unique environments, such as Fire-type Pokémon in volcanoes or Grass-type Pokémon in deep forests, which can also expedite comprehension to some extent. The third method entails absorbing treasures from high-level Pokémon, utilizing vast amounts of energy of the same type to hasten the Pokémon's understanding. However, this method is only applicable to Pokémon who have reached peak gym level and possess potential beyond that. As for instruction among Pokémon, it is non-existent. Learning Nature's Power is akin to a normal person learning to walk. You can only inform them of what walking is, but the actual process of walking requires their physical development to a certain degree before they can grasp it themselves. Although it may sound enigmatic, in reality, as long as their innate qualities are sufficient, few Pokémon will remain stuck in the comprehension of Nature's Power for an extended period. Within a year or so, they should be able to comprehend it. After all, they inherently possess the energy of various types, and as long as they calm their minds to contemplate, it is rare for them to hit a dead end. In contrast to the numerous pathways to understanding Nature's Power, grasping Earth Power is relatively arduous. In fact, many of the mainstays among champion-level trainers may not even comprehend this special power. This is because such power first necessitates a remarkably strong physique, and subsequently, one must connect with the so-called veins of the earth to restore stamina. To be honest, while Muyu recognizes the characters, he struggles to comprehend their meaning when they are put together. However, Muyu did not delve deeper into the matter. After all, equipped with various gear and hextech talents, even in the absence of the power of Earth, he possessed an inexhaustible ability to restore health. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of drawing upon the ley lines of the Earth or leveraging the equipment and the opponent's stamina, both paths converging to the same end. Of course, these concepts were still somewhat distant for Muyu, as the highest level of the spirit he possessed was merely at the elite rank. Now, I shall impart the first lesson: how to engage in battle against an opponent of superior strength. With that, Wenheng opened another Pokeball, releasing a spirit adorned with red and yellow tufts, resembling a mighty lion, onto the battlefield. Spirit, Flame Lion. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 49 Elite. Ability, Fighting Spirit. Gains increased strength when facing opponents of the same gender, but weakens against those of the opposite gender. Moves, Tackle, Scowl, Ember, Headbutt, Roar, Charge, Fire Fang. Reckless, Echoed Voice, Flamethrower, Crunch, Hyper Voice, Cleanse. Top moves, Protect, Thunder Fang, Heavy Slam, Dig, Hyper Voice. Inherited move, Flame Vortex. Potential, Elite. Held item, Wood Fruit. A flame lion at the pinnacle of its potential. This was not merely a lesson in combat. It was evidently designed to instill a sense of awe in the new students of this special training class. Observing the information panel of the Flame Lion, Muyu speculated silently within. Roar. Unlike the imposing yet restrained Charizard, the moment the Flame Lion entered the arena, the temperature within the battle chamber seemed to rise dramatically. Coupled with its intimidating roar, some students in attendance couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After releasing the Flame Lion, Wenheng scanned all the students with his sharp gaze. Is there anyone willing to step forward? Since there is none, we shall proceed according to student numbers. First up, Aijia. With no one volunteering, Wenheng retrieved a form from his pocket and continued. As the most outstanding group in the grade, students in the special training class naturally held the top 30 student numbers each year. However, As the students hailed from various regions, their rankings were determined by the first letter of their surnames. Yes, Teacher 1. The student called AI Jia was a girl with short hair and a doll-like face. Go, Water EV. Spirit, Water EV. Type, Water. Gender, Female. Level, 32, Senior. Ability, Moist Body, heals from status conditions during rain. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Bite, Cry, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Confuse Ray, Mist, Water Pulse, Aurora Beam. Top move, Protect. Inherited moves, Yawn Scratch. Potential, Gym Level. Held item, Sea Dragon Scale, Beginner. Sea Dragon Scale, Beginner, an item resembling dragon scales formed under special powers after the death of a water dragon-type king, which, when held by a spirit, increases the growth rate of water-type spirits below elite level, but cannot be absorbed directly. The Water EV, one of the common evolutionary forms of EV, is known for its ability to blend seamlessly into water due to its cellular structure resembling that of water molecules. It is indeed a spirit well-suited for trainers specializing in water types. No wonder the special training class students all possess initial spirits at the senior level. Observing the level information of Water EV, Muyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, had it not been for the fortunate discovery of a treasure. Even with time saved from breaking the mirror, the level of his Torterra would have only surpassed hers by a level or two. Indeed, in this world, wealth serves as a form of external aid. Beep beep. Detecting the trainer's entry into the battle arena, the electronic referee announced, 111 at your service. As AI Jia stepped onto the battlefield and released her spirit, the electronic referee skillfully emerged from a corner. Beep. Please prepare for battle. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Battle start. Water EV, use Water Pulse. Aware of her slim chances against Wenheng, AI Jia decided to strike first and commanded. Whoosh. Water EV slightly opened its mouth, conjuring a swirling blue water sphere that expanded until it reached the size of an adult fist, then launched it towards the flame lion. Observing the approaching spiral water sphere, Wenheng intoned, crunch, roar. The flame lion opened its massive jaws wide, unflinching in the face of the water pulse that countered it, and bit down fiercely with its razor-sharp teeth. Splatter. The water pulse shattered, a commendable display of water pulse at the skilled level. Watching the flame lion's mane dampened by the water, Wenheng nodded slightly, then shifted his tone. However, against an opponent far superior, such an attack is woefully inadequate. Flame lion, Thunder Fang, roar. Following the command, the flame lion exerted tremendous force through its limbs, lunging at Water EV like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the flame lion, easily recognizable to the familiar. It was clear that this flame lion had tasted its fair share of blood. Water EV, quickly use Protect. Just recovering from the shock of her Spirit-S attack being effortlessly countered, AI Jia shouted frantically. Yet, whether due to the low proficiency of Protect or the Water EV never having experienced such a fearsome display, it stood frozen in place, its mind blank in the face of the charging flame lion, which bore a fierce expression. Enough. Halt. With the thunder-infused fangs mere inches from Water EV, Wenheng's voice rang out once more. After all, his intention was to make the students understand that battling spirits is not merely about mindlessly training them or engaging in child-esque play among students. Beyond the campus, the latest explorations of newly emerged realms, incursions by illicit organizations, and military negotiations between nations are all challenges that these so-called prodigies must confront. Chapter 96. Confronting the Flame Lion. Teacher Wen is truly formidable. Is this what it means to be a gym-level trainer? No, it's not the gym-level trainer that's powerful. It's Teacher Wen. At least, the gym-level trainers I've seen do not exude the same overwhelming presence as the Flame Lion does. You may not know this, but I heard from Brother by that our Teacher Wen is an outstanding alumnus who graduated alongside the renowned King Qin Yuetian. Consider that for a moment. Witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from the Flame Lion, some students couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Qin Yuetian, one of the 4 kings of the Northeast region, is regarded as a role model by many in the community due to his humble origins. As Hulai mentioned during a casual chat with Muyu, Qin Yuetian is one of his proudest students. It's astonishing that their special training class homeroom teacher is such an exceptional graduate, capable of competing with a king. Alas, to become a king-level trainer, one must possess a spirit of king potential. Otherwise, no matter how rich your training experience or outstanding your commanding skills, it would be of no avail. Next, once AI Jia had recalled her stunned Water EV, Wenheng continued in a deep voice. Thus, one after another, the early-stage senior spirits were intimidated by the ferocity of the Flame Lion. Even a senior-level spirit with the intimidate ability, such as a mischievous crocodile, could only muster a meager bite under the pressure of the Flame Lion, ultimately succumbing as the Flame Lion crushed it beneath its paw. At long last, as time passed, The opportunity for the next battle fell to Muyu. Next Muyu. Upon the utterance of this name, Wenheng's expression softened noticeably. It wasn't that he and Muyu shared a particularly close relationship. In fact, this was their first encounter. The reason for his demeanor was that Wenheng was also one of Hu Lai's students, having joined the ranks alongside Qin Yu. However, due to Qin Yu's greater acclaim, few were aware of Wenheng's presence. Although Muyu had not apprenticed under Hu Lai, he possessed the progeny of an electric monster, and by extension, could be considered a half-disciple in Wenheng's eyes. Unbeknownst to Muyu, who was still pondering which Pokémon to deploy in battle, the Terra Turtle, while disadvantaged by Fire-type moves, would only suffer slightly more damage than usual due to the mitigative effects of the Thorny Vest. Coupled with the recovery from the Dragon's Claw and the stacking of Titan's abilities, it would not be an insurmountable challenge to withstand the Fiery Lion's onslaught. After all, the Terra Turtle was an elite-level Pokémon. Yet, the concern remained. Would a victory achieved through type advantage and level disparity make the Terra Turtle seem overly formidable? Ding ding. Please, blue side contestant, release your Pokémon. The electronic referee, unaware of Muyu's thoughts, emitted its familiar tone upon detecting Muyu's presence in the arena. Responding to the referee's prompt, Muyu refocused his mind and retrieved a Pokeball. Go Crossbat. After much deliberation, Muyu resolved to send out the Crossbat. Winning the match with the Terra Turtle might seem disrespectful to his future teacher, who had not engaged in any unsportsmanlike conduct. Thus, Muyu desired not to jeopardize the opponent's dignity for the sake of ostentation. Moreover, the Crossbat's exceptional speed could fulfill these criteria perfectly. You've trained that Crossbat remarkably well. Wenheng praised, gazing at the nearly 2-meter-tall Crossbat soaring in the air. Unlike other Pokémon that evolved naturally upon reaching certain levels, this special breed required trainers to invest immense emotional energy, making it difficult for the average trainer to cultivate. Many trainers, fixated on the competitive aspect of battling, often overlook the emotional needs of their Pokémon. Naturally, this emotional connection is not about physical punishment or mistreatment, but rather the absence of a heartfelt bond. In truth, for the average trainer, these connections may not seem paramount, as the impact of intimacy on the battle capabilities of lower-tier Pokémon is minimal. Nevertheless, the essence lies not in the degree of influence, but in the genuine affection bestowed upon the Pokémon. You flatter me, Teacher One. It is all due to this little one's own efforts. Muyu replied modestly. Ding ding. Both sides, prepare for battle. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, battle begins. The electronic referee, indifferent to the exchange between Muyu and Wenheng, promptly announced upon detecting the presence of the Crossbat. Crossbat, use Cross Poison. Since Wenheng typically refrained from initiating attacks, Muyu naturally took the lead. Cough. The Crossbat's 4 massive wings curled slightly, as deep purple poisonous energy coalesced at their intersection, forming a cross shape. Whoosh. With a sound that sliced through the air, the formidable cross poison shot forth towards the fiery lion. So swift. That cross poison must be at least at the mastery level. Wenheng marveled internally at the near-instantaneous formation of the cross poison. Fiery lion, defend. Misjudging the situation, Wenheng could only order the fiery lion to brace for the incoming attack. After all, the continuous battles had drained much of the fiery lion's stamina, leaving its condition and energy far from optimal. Coupled with the unpredictability of poison-type moves, choosing to defend was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Had another Pokémon been facing the cross poison, Wenheng's judgment would have been impeccable. Unfortunately, when confronted with Muyu's Crossbat, opting to defend was the gravest of errors. Defender effect. Upon attacking an opponent utilizing barrier-type moves, ignore the barrier and inflict an additional 30 damage on subsequent attacks for 45 minutes. In Wenheng's astonished gaze, the cross poison seemed to possess an innate penetrating ability, effortlessly bypassing the defense to strike the fiery lion. Roar. The wounded fiery lion let out an enraged roar. Penetrating ability? That can't be right. Penetrating abilities shouldn't bypass defenses. Over 2 decades of battle experience told Wenheng that penetration could not disregard defenses. Yet witnessing the cross poison pierce through the fiery lion's guard unfolded right before his eyes. For a moment, Wenheng questioned whether he had misremembered. Penetrating can ignore the effects of Reflect, Light Screen, Mist, Substitute, Aurora Veil, and Safeguard. The astonishment was not limited to Wenheng. Among the onlooking students, those who were aware of the Crossbat's hidden penetrating trait also wore expressions of disbelief, starting to doubt their own knowledge. After all, Pokémon are enigmatic creatures, and much of the knowledge and experience surrounding them is merely the result of cumulative observations, not necessarily infallibly accurate. For instance, the various evolution forms of EV, from the early water, fire, and electric types to the later additions of sun, moon, ice, leaf, and fairy types, were gradually unraveled by scholars studying Pokémon. Even today, many mysteries surrounding Pokémon remain unsolved, such as why the abandoned monkey gained a ghost type or how it evolved from the fire monkey, fields beyond human comprehension. Nonetheless, while they were lost in contemplation, Mu Yu was undeterred. Seizing the opportunity presented by the defender's damage enhancement, he commanded, Crobat, use Poison Jab. Poison Jab sprays a special toxin. If the target is poisoned, its power doubles. Perhaps due to recent strokes of luck, the previous cross poison had successfully poisoned the fiery lion. With the added 30 damage from the defender effect, this Poison Jab surpassed the power of typical moves, rivaling even the might of a powerful move like Hyper Beam. Upon hearing Mu Yu's command, Wen Heng, snapping back to reality and suppressing his lingering doubts, hurriedly ordered, Fiery Lion, quickly use Flamethrower. The battle-hardened Fiery Lion, upon receiving its trainer's directive, suppressed the pain caused by the spreading toxin and, with a fierce roar, unleashed a torrent of scorching flames toward the purple poison. Sizzle. As the toxic substance met the flames, the sound of vaporization erupted. Because the Poison Jab did not directly impact the Fiery Lion, its power did not double, relying solely on the enhancements from the defender and its own attributes. It barely managed to counter the Flamethrower. Alas, Mu Yu lamented internally. Had Wen Heng chosen to have the Fiery Lion evade, the Poison Jab, enhanced by the rapid fire effect, would have surely struck true, potentially resulting in a one-hit knockout or at least having its health. Fiery Lion, use Roar. Roar, a powerful and cacophonous sound wave attack. Aware of the Crobat's renowned agility, Wen Heng opted for a 360-degree area attack. Directing the Fiery Lion, he unleashed a sonic wave. Sound waves against sound waves. Although, theoretically, different frequencies of sound waves do not interfere with one another, this was no ordinary sound. It was imbued with special energy. An inaudible sonic wave clashed with a raucous noise in the air, creating an invisible collision. Two streams of energy intertwined and collided, ultimately canceling each other out and dissipating. Is the proficiency of ultrasonic waves truly this advanced? Witnessing the ultrasonic waves unleashed by the Zubat countering the thunderous roar of the Fire Lion, Wen Heng's pupils constricted as he marveled once again. No wonder Teacher Hu Lai is so fond of this junior. Indeed, he is exceptional. Subsequently, relying on aerial supremacy, absolute speed, and the assurance that his skills would never miss, Zubat gradually wore down the Fire Lion's stamina. Although Zubat lacked the devastating moves of the Torterra, as long as the opponent's skills were not perfectly locked on, even if they were stronger, they could only watch helplessly as defeat approached. Is this the true strength of Mu Yu? It is no wonder he topped the military training. He truly possesses remarkable talent. Indeed, to have gained the old principle's recognition and to have obtained that king-level potential Pokémon egg, he is not as simple as he appears. The few students who had previously felt the pressure of the Fire Lion were left astonished upon witnessing Mu Yu's victory over it, despite the apparent disadvantage. Even though the Fire Lion had lost some stamina, its power, speed, and the palpable, chilling aura of intimidation remained formidable. Yet, Zubat managed to respond effortlessly, evading the Fire Lion's attacks and accurately striking it with skills even during high-speed maneuvers. This demonstrated that Zubat had undergone training in similar situations, reflecting Mu Yu's exceptional prowess as a trainer, far surpassing that of his peers. After all, the gap in skill among trainers, aside from on-the-spot command, heavily relies on their training methods. Clapping his hands in appreciation, Wen Heng smiled. Your Zubat is cultivated to perfection, excelling in both battle experience and the timing of skill execution. Although he still harbored some doubts regarding Zubat's piercing capabilities, it did not hinder his high regard for this Pokémon. The extraordinary technique displayed by Zubat, executing skills without hesitation, left Wen Heng thoroughly impressed. To be able to release moves without pausing is already enough to confound a multitude of Pokémon. This Zubat not only executed its skills during rapid and intricate flight, but also managed to strike from seemingly unconventional angles. This showcased Zubat's exceptional combat acumen and indirectly highlighted Mu Yu's high level as the one who devised its training regimen. Next, after praising Mu Yu, Wen Heng resumed his teaching. After recalling the Fire Lion, he released an elite-level pinnacle Talonflame. If the Fire Lion was a fierce prairie lion, then this Talonflame was a ruthless hunting eagle. Each time, it would strike after the opponent's Pokémon received their commands, creating a formidable sense of oppression that caused many Pokémon to falter before battle, with some less experienced skills even failing mid-execution. Additionally, the Talonflame's inherent speed left the subsequent students unable to even catch a glimpse of it, forced to endure passive assaults. Mu Yu's eyes narrowed as he observed. With his current team, only Zubat could manage to keep pace with its speed. As for Torterra, it could only rely on the rebound effect of its Thorn Vest to wear it down gradually. Other than that, there were no effective strategies. After all, with a speed-based stat of 126, it was only slightly inferior to Zubat equipped for battle by a mere 4 points. On a rainy day, When goods cannot be sold, one cannot help but feel disheartened. Chapter 98. The Recruitment of the 100 Clubs. After the day's practical class concluded, Muyu's life returned to its usual rhythm. Throughout the first semester of his freshman year, aside from the bi-weekly practical classes, he was only required to attend 4 mandatory classes each week, leaving the rest of his time for personal arrangements. He could opt to take additional elective courses for credit or train his Pokémon independently. The so-called credits served as a currency for purchasing items in the school shop. For instance, a basic ordinary energy cube costs only 1 credit, which, when converted to market value, is approximately 100 yuan per credit. Each mandatory foundational course, upon passing the end-of-month assessments, would yield between 30 to 50 credits, and perfect attendance would grant an additional 10 credits. Simply completing these foundational courses could provide students with nearly 100 credits, equivalent to around 10,000 Chinese yuan in purchasing power. These measures were designed to offer basic welfare for students from relatively average backgrounds, as long as one is willing to work hard. It is not an exaggeration to say that becoming a gym-level trainer, or at least a mid-level trainer, is well within reach. Mid-level trainer possesses a complete team of 6 Pokémon, with no fewer than 3 advanced level, representing the pinnacle for most ordinary trainers. High-level trainer possesses a complete team of 6 Pokémon, with at least 3 elite level, often engaged in combat-related professions or roles that require combat capability, such as senior security personnel, investigators, etc. Brother Yu, the recruitment for the 100 clubs is about to begin. Which club do you think is worthwhile? On the way to the cafeteria after a public foundational class, Lu Liang inquired. The so-called 100 clubs recruitment involves various activity clubs and school-level organizations within the institution seeking new members. Unlike the entertainment-focused clubs of the previous world, the clubs in this world are closely related to Pokémon. For instance, swimming clubs based on water-type Pokémon, or the martial arts club, where Wang Lu, who previously approached Mu Yu after a competition, is a member, as well as clubs dedicated to other elemental affinities. Joining these clubs not only allows for the exchange of breeding experiences, but also grants credits for participating in club activities. The amount of credits earned depends on the size and membership of the club, as well as the rankings from the annual 100 Clubs competition held around late October in the second semester. Furthermore, if any club secures investment sponsorship to hold a small-scale event, they would also receive additional credit subsidies. Aside from these student-led clubs, semi-official student organizations like the Student Council, which involve many teachers in their management, also distribute fixed amounts of credits monthly as rewards based on different positions. Each year, late September marks the period when these clubs collectively recruit new members. Of course, one can join later, but this time frame is relatively bustling, and joining together fosters closer relationships among members. 100 clubs recruitment, you say? Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Mu Yu inexplicably recalled the fellow who had been persuaded away by his casual remark. I don't have any particular clubs in mind to join. How about you? Have you found one that piques your interest? Mu Yu responded. Just like when Lu Liang was selecting his initial Pokémon, he would often seek Mu Yu's advice whenever he was indecisive. After all, in Lu Liang's mind, Mu Yu was not omniscient, but he was at least consistently reliable. To be honest, there are indeed 2 clubs under consideration. The Fighting Club and the Jiu-Jitsu Club have both approached me, Lu Liang explained. The Fighting Club and Jiu-Jitsu Club are primarily focused on fighting-type Pokémon. The distinction lies in the fact that the former, being purely named after its type, is currently the highest ranked among similar clubs in the 100 clubs. If it falls behind in the next ranking, it must revert to its original name. Thus, the top-ranked Fighting Club and the long-standing second Jiu-Jitsu Club are naturally quite eager for Lu Liang, renowned as the most notable newcomer in this year's fighting class. Do elaborate, Mu Yu prompted. The vice president of the Fighting Club assured me that if I could join the organization, he would present me with an elite-level potential fighting-type Pokémon egg. As for the vice president of the Jiu-Jitsu Club, he mentioned that at the end of this month, they would invite a renowned fighting-type trainer of the king level to conduct a lecture. If I were to triumph in the club's newcomer competition, he would be willing to introduce me, and perhaps I might become his disciple. Lu Liang briefly outlined the benefits offered by both clubs. The so-called newcomer competition is not akin to a grand event like the 100 Clans League. Rather, it is a series of matches that occur among newly recruited members of clubs with similar attributes after their recruitment phase. Since this event occurs annually, featuring only the newcomers from their own ranks, many students have colloquially dubbed it the freshman tournament. It certainly sounds as though the Jiu-Jitsu Club is merely spinning grand tales. Given that Lu Liang is a close friend with whom I have grown up, I did not withhold my thoughts and, with a somewhat peculiar expression, remarked, setting aside the allure of the so-called lectures by a king-level trainer. The prospect of being introduced to such a trainer through Lu Liang seems rather futile given his current circumstances. After all, connections are only valuable if one can offer something in return, otherwise, they are but a jest. Moreover, The prerequisite for an introduction hinges upon Lu Liang achieving victory in the newcomer competition. It is not that I underestimate Lu Liang, but as an ordinary person without any extraordinary advantages, it seems quite challenging for him to secure a win at this stage. To illustrate, the special recruitment class features an initial Pokémon with advanced level capabilities, an exceptional fighter known as the Quick Fist. If he were to join any fighting club, he would find himself outmatched. In contrast, the fighting club's offer of an elite potential Pokémon egg aligns perfectly with Lu Liang's current needs. I conveyed my thoughts to Lu Liang, who nodded in agreement. Initially, he was indeed awed by the title of the king-level trainer, yet after reflecting on my analysis, he experienced a moment of clarity. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. So, brother you, what are your plans? If they are offering me an elite-level Pokémon egg, surely for you, options for not just king-level offspring, but even gym-level ones, would be plentiful. Having resolved his concerns, Lu Liang turned to me and said, "As for me, I shall pass. Club activities seem too cumbersome, and I have no desire to participate," I replied with a shrug. Without selling anything, I can only watch my beloved juice go to waste. Chapter 99. What a coincidence. After dinner, seizing the opportunity of a free afternoon, Lu Liang, having made his decision, prepared to report to the fighting club. Curiously, I decided to accompany him to see what the university clubs were like. Although I had no intention of joining, I was curious to observe the club's dynamics. Ultimately, my reluctance stemmed not from disdain for clubs, but from the thought of engaging in tedious activities with acquaintances. Before long, we arrived at a spacious hall, where a training room comparable in size to a standard football field bore the name Obsidian. The fighting club's original name was indeed the Obsidian Society, but due to its consecutive 7 or 8 years of dominance in the fighting category, many have forgotten its original title, Lu Liang explained. Lu Liang, and you Muyu, what brings you here? Upon entering the hall, a voice filled with surprise rang out. We turned to see Wang Yan, clad in a black training uniform. Wang Yan, what are you doing here? It seemed improbable that Wang Yan, with his rock-type Pokémon, a Rumble Stone, would be in a fighting club. Although there is no strict rule requiring members to have matching attributes, one must question the purpose of joining if their attributes do not align. Is it merely for the sake of honing martial skills? Hesitating, Wang Yan began to recount the events of recent times. In essence, he had a martial arts cousin who periodically invited him to join the club, and after witnessing her dedication and commendable fighting skills, he reluctantly agreed to join the fighting club. Truth be told, I found Wang Yan's explanation hard to believe, but I refrained from calling him out, as he clearly valued his pride. So, you were coerced by your cousin? Lu Liang pondered for a moment before bluntly stating, absolutely not. I merely felt pity for her inability to recruit newcomers and graciously decided to lend my support. Wang Yan, feeling the sting of the truth, instinctively rubbed the bruise on his left arm hidden beneath his sleeve, defiantly arguing back. She only managed to persuade me at the cost of 10 academic credits per month. Perhaps realizing his argument was weak, he continued to elaborate. As the premier fighting club, aren't all formal members required to have 20 academic credits? Lu Liang asked, slightly puzzled. The number of academic credits issued varies depending on the club size and ranking. Within the same club, the credits distributed to members also differ based on their rank. Students like Lu Liang, who are invited and possess Pokémon of the corresponding attribute, automatically become formal members upon joining. However, those like Wang Yan, who lack a Pokémon of the corresponding attribute or who apply to join, are categorized as provisional members. After all, every member requires academic credits distributed by the club. To transition to formal status, it is essential not only to possess a certain level of skill, but also to have a Pokémon of the relevant attribute. Without such a Pokémon, while one may participate in club activities, they are not permitted to represent the club in inter-club competitions. Nevertheless, for the average student, being a provisional member in a prominent club holds more value than being a formal member in a smaller club. Given Wang Yan's abilities, he ranks merely as an average student at Evergreen University, especially when considering the initial Pokémon. His overall team strength might be even lower. It seems his cousin only brought him in due to their familial ties. Curse you, Lu Liang. I shall challenge you. In a flustered state, Wang Yan drew a pokeball and excitedly shouted at Lu Liang. Who are you challenging without proper training? Wang Yan. Just then, a crisp female voice rang out from behind him. The moment the voice sounded, Wang Yan's previously buoyant demeanor visibly deflated. I must inform you that your aunt has entrusted me with your entire university life. If you are afraid of hardship and do not commit to training, I will be forced to report you. A girl with sun-kissed skin, accompanied by a lively dancing duck, approached, her expression one of exasperation. It's you. Before Wang Yan could defend himself, the girl suddenly pointed at me and exclaimed. Indeed, the girl before us was Wang Lu, who had previously attempted to recruit me into the fighting club. What a coincidence that she turned out to be Wang Yan's cousin. Weren't you supposed to be at Shuemu University? What are you doing here? Wang Lu asked, somewhat dazed. What are you talking about? Brother Yu is a student in our special recruitment class at Evergreen University, Lu Liang interjected, attempting to clarify Wang Lu's confusion. Unbelievable, I was deceived. Realizing that she had been tricked by me, Wang Lu finally connected the dots. What's wrong, cousin? Do you know Muyu? Wang Yin inquired. His curiosity piqued as he noticed Wang Lu's sudden change in demeanor. We faced off in a small competition at a mall previously, I explained. Is that so? What a pity. Upon hearing Mu Yu's explanation, Wang Yin let out a regretful sigh, initially believing that Mu Yu would triumph over his cousin like a hero, thus sparing him from the daily torment of arduous training. Indeed, that was his hope. Upon listening to Mu Yu's words, Wang Lu felt a sense of relief wash over her, casting a grateful glance toward him as she interjected. She harbored no objections to being deceived by Mu Yu, for she had indeed acted a bit presumptuously at the time. However, the thought of others discovering her gullibility, especially her cousin Wang Yin, was rather embarrassing. At family gatherings, she could already envision this mischievous lad spreading tales of her naivety. With this in mind, Wang Lu suddenly shot a fierce glare at Wang Yin. A chill unexpectedly crept down her spine. Wang Yin instinctively shivered, tightening his training attire. By the way, did you come today to change your mind and join our combat club? The now composed Wang Lu asked Mu Yu with anticipation. She vividly remembered the prowess of that robust chicken. Its form and combat techniques were indeed commendable. Unfortunately, the answer was in the negative. Mu Yu shrugged. Oh, what a pity, Wang Lu lamented. How about we have another battle? A battle? With him? Mu Yu pointed at the exuberant duckling beside her. Certainly not. He is my ace Pokémon. It would be too unfair to use him against you. Wang Lu decisively shook her head. Though she longed to defeat Mu Yu, she was determined to be a person whose intellect was not overshadowed by muscles. Moreover, since the exuberant duckling was her initial Pokémon and had recently advanced to the elite level, it would be quite embarrassing to use it to bully a first-year newcomer. No money to return home, crying. Chapter 100, Leverage Throw. I did not expect her to be so principled. Observing Wang Lu's refusal, a slight smirk tugged at the corners of Mu Yu's mouth as he mused inwardly. Though he held no fear of a newly evolved elite Pokémon, the opponent remained unaware of this. It is indeed with him. Seeing that Mu Yu remained silent, Wang Lu promptly retrieved a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a figure materialized before everyone. Towering over 2 meters, resembling the formidable Lu Liang, its black and white fur was complemented by a leaf clutched in its mouth. Presenting a rather audacious demeanor, the Dominant Panda. Pokémon, Dominant Panda. Type, Fighting Dark. Gender, Male. Level, 33, Senior. Ability, Iron Fist. Power of punch moves is increased. Moves, Tackle, Leer, Bulk Up, Brick Break, Taunt, Night Slash, Heavy Slam, Body Slam, Low Kick, Leverage Throw, Bullet Punch. Top moves, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. Inherited move, Mountain Slam. Potential, Elite. The strength of a newly evolved senior Pokémon. It appeared to have recently undergone evolution. Notably, in this world, the mischievous panda evolves into the dominant panda without needing a dark-type Pokémon in the party. It simply requires reaching the appropriate level. I won't take advantage of you. This dominant panda has only recently evolved, and its level should be comparable to your robust chicken, Wang Lu stated with a look that clearly conveyed her sense of fairness. After all, the last time the robust chicken had easily bested her mid-level professional mosquito swimmer, demonstrating at least a mid to late professional level of prowess. Now, after a few months, Wang Lu estimated that the robust chicken should have also broken through to the senior level. However, in reality, the initial robust chicken had only recently entered the early professional level, and it was only after absorbing charcoal that it had just attained the senior level. Thus, the process was entirely incorrect, yet the outcome was inexplicably fortuitous. Pokémon, Robust Chicken. Type, Firefighting. Gender, Male. Level, 30, 112520, Senior. Ability, Speed Boost. Speed increases with the duration of battle. Moves, Scratch, Expert. Focus Energy, Expert. Bounce, Expert. Fire Kick, Expert. Top moves, Thunder Punch, Expert. Heavy Slam, Expert. Fire Punch, Expert. Protect, Expert. Brick Break, Mastered. Inherited moves, Quick Attack, Expert. Feint Attack, Expert. Potential, Champion. Equipment, Night Reaper, Fury Blade of Ghosts, Titan's Resolve. Please both sides prepare for battle. Ready, set, go. Wang Yin, standing in the referee's position, feigned seriousness as he announced. Unfortunately, the deliberately elongated tone only served to make him appear somewhat ridiculous. Dominant Panda, use Bulk Up. Bulk Up motivates itself to enhance its own attack and defense. P.S. It is said that after trainers perform self-rewards, they can significantly enhance their mental state. Oh whoa. With a mighty roar, the dominant panda's small eyes, obscured by its dark fur, ignited with a fierce spirit. Focus Energy, then Quick Attack. Mu Yu anticipated that Wang Lu would initiate with a buffing skill, as it would be challenging for the relatively slow dominant panda to hit the robust chicken. Thus, the dominant panda must first build up its status to have a chance of landing a decisive blow. Woo. The expert-level focus energy allowed the robust chicken to gain speed significantly faster than the dominant panda's buffs. Seizing the opportunity while the dominant panda was still in the process of motivating itself, the robust chicken flickered and, propelled by quick attack, transformed into a series of afterimages. Closing in on the dominant panda. Dominant panda, concentrate and use leverage throw when it attacks. Leverage throw will counterattack after the opponent's attack lands, with a small chance to enter the eye of the mind state, significantly increasing its own reaction speed and locking in the next move. This was Wang Lu's specially trained move for dealing with those Pokémon that boasted exceptional speed. It was also her trump card that gave her confidence in defeating Mu Yu. If it weren't for the previous match in the mall, where switching Pokémon mid-battle was prohibited, she was confident that she could have bested the robust chicken with her mischievous panda. Whoa. The spirited dominant panda spread its legs naturally, arms outstretched. Adopting a stance reminiscent of a wrestler, its small eyes fixated on the afterimages left by the swiftly moving robust chicken. Utilizing stillness to counter movement, it aimed for a defensive counterattack strategy. Robust chicken, surround it with flamethrower. Since Mu Yu had deduced the opponent's strategy, he certainly wouldn't have the robust chicken engage in a foolish close-range battle. Although the dominant panda would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in close combat, why not exploit a more advantageous tactic? What? Hearing Mu Yu's command, Wang Lu was momentarily taken aback. All this time, she had viewed the robust chicken as a melee fighter, forgetting that its primary type was fire. Woo. Although the robust chicken preferred close-quarters combat, it was bound to obey Mu Yu's command. Soon, centered around the dominant panda, a fiery ring emerged from the flamethrower, creating a circular wall of flames on the battlefield. Due to the robust chicken's exceptional speed, it seemed as if countless robust chickens were launching a 360-degree barrage of flames. Oh no, dominant panda, quickly use. Recalling the dominant panda's skill set, Wang Lu found herself at a loss as to how to counter this situation. With its speed unable to keep up and its skills all geared toward melee combat, the dominant panda was utterly at a disadvantage against the elusive robust chicken. In the midst of Wang Lu's dazed and bewildered gaze, the dominant panda succumbed to the inferno unleashed by the robust chicken. From beginning to end, there was no collision between the two parties. It was even more dismal than the last time the mosquito swimmer faced off. I hereby declare that the overbearing panda has lost its combat capability. The victor is Mu Yu, Wang Yan gleefully announced. After that, seemingly still unsatisfied, he ran over to Wang Lu, patted her shoulder, and feigned a serious tone, saying, "Fool. Ah, my dear cousin. Did you see how utterly foolish a pure fighting-type Pokémon can be? It couldn't even touch a single feather of the mighty chicken. Wang Yan, I believe you're itching for a fight. Duck, teach him a lesson." Wang Lu, already feeling somewhat down, immediately displayed a ferocious expression upon being provoked by Wang Yan, unleashing the raucous dance duck. "Brother Yu, is it truly the case that pure fighting-type Pokémon are that weak?" The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was keenly aware. Observing the overbearing panda, which was utterly defenseless, and recalling that her own Ollie seemed to lack any long-range moves, she wore a worried expression and inquired. Up until now, Lu Liang had not gained a deep understanding, as their previous opponents were all novices with low-level Pokémon, primarily skilled in close combat. However, witnessing the surprisingly inadequate overbearing panda, which could not withstand even a single blow from the mighty chicken, combined with Wang Yan's remarks, made Lu Liang feel a twinge of self-doubt. "Don't listen to that fool Wang Yan. Fighting types are quite formidable. Don't forget, my mighty chicken is also a fighting-type Pokémon." Mu Yu reassured Lu Liang, giving his arm a supportive pat. The overbearing panda lost not due to weakness, but because its speed was far too slow, completely restrained by the mighty chicken. If it were to face another Pokémon with a similarly slow speed, the outcome would have been entirely different. And what if the overbearing panda were to confront Brother Yu's terracotta tortoise? Mu Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling speechless. The ice cream ascended to the heavens in Chapter 101. Truly delightful. Clap, clap, clap. Truly worthy of being the prodigy who shattered the military training record. As applause erupted, a man, standing at 6 feet 3 inches with bronze skin, approached and exclaimed in admiration. "Vice President." Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Lu hurriedly set aside Wang Yan and greeted him. The visitor was none other than the Vice President of the Fighting Society, Cui Kachin. Since the President of the Fighting Society was someone engrossed in martial arts and training Pokémon, the Vice President was responsible for managing most matters within the society, including recruiting Lu Liang. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cui Kachin, and I am the Vice President of the Fighting Society," he said with a smile. "I wonder if Brother Mu Yu has considered joining our Fighting Society. Please, do not rush to refuse. Allow me to share the benefits we offer. And if you find them unsatisfactory, we shall not press the matter. Chui Kachin continued before Mu Yu could politely decline, having anticipated his thoughts. I am all ears. Seeing Chui Kachin's earnest demeanor, Mu Yu retracted his refusal. A gym-level Steel Crow Pokémon egg, and upon joining the society, your time remains entirely free, aside from inter-society competitions. You need not participate in any other activities, Chui Kachin stated directly, laying out his terms. A gym-level wow? Wang Yan, who had been set free by the raucous dance duck, exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Chui Kachin's offer. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Lu swiftly covered his mouth and shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to be quiet. Ignoring Wang Yan's excitement, Mu Yu considered Chui Kachin's terms and thought that perhaps joining a society was not such a bad idea. After all, if he was not compelled to participate in society activities, he could avoid many troublesome matters while also acquiring a potentially gym-level Steel Crow egg. Why not? The only concern was what the scope of this special activity entailed. What does inter-society competition mean? Mu Yu inquired. Specifically, the upcoming newcomer tournament and the annual grand competition of all societies, Wang Lu added as she noticed Mu Yu's interest. Exactly, Chui Kachin nodded in agreement. Glancing at Wang Lu, initially, Chui Kachin had no intention of inviting Mu Yu to join, as students interested in fighting-type Pokémon were few and far between, especially compared to those drawn to the more glamorous and powerful water, fire, or grass types. Moreover, exceptional fighting-type trainers capable of being recruited into the special training class were even rarer. Thus, like in previous years, Chui Kachin had focused his efforts on the fighting-type class, such as Lu Liang. Unexpectedly, today he learned that their longtime rival, the vice president of the Judo Society, had managed to recruit that fighting-type student into his society. This revelation ignited a sense of urgency within Chui Kachin. Although first-year students, even special recruits, held little advantage in the grand competition of all societies, given that the main contenders were typically second-year students. Next year, that gap would become apparent. By then, their Obsidian Fighting Society, which had held the title of the premier fighting society for 8 years, would undoubtedly relinquish its honor. As a veteran member of the Fighting Society for 2 years, and an involved vice president, he would not allow himself or his successor to tarnish the reputation of the Obsidian Fighting Society. Hence, he hurried back to see if Lu Liang had joined, and to inquire about any other remarkable trainers with fighting-type Pokémon that he might not know about. After all, many students, upon discovering that their initial Pokémon's type did not align with their preferences or strengths, would opt to change their type with their second Pokémon. Thus, a mere initial Pokémon could not definitively determine a trainer's ultimate choice of type. What he witnessed was Mu Yu commanding the Mighty Chicken to defeat the overbearing Panda. Although the Mighty Chicken employed Flamethrower, its agile movements indicated that it had undoubtedly honed its fighting techniques. Moreover, the grand competition of all societies was not a fighting tournament. As long as the Mighty Chicken possessed fighting attributes, it would comply with the rules, even while using fire-type skills in battle. Then, I look forward to your guidance. Vice President Chui. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yu smiled and extended his hand toward Chui Kachin. The Obsidian Fighting Society welcomes you. Oh, by the way, at the end of next month, our founder will return to the school. If luck is on our side, we might receive his guidance. Chui Kachin added, as if suddenly recalling something. What? Really, Vice President? That esteemed individual is returning to the school? Before Mu Yu could inquire further about the founder, Wang Lu exclaimed excitedly from the side. Cousin, who is the founder of our society that has you so thrilled? Seizing the moment while Wang Lu was distracted, the newly freed Wang Yin interjected. It is none other than the fighting king, Black Arm Lu Zhe, King Lu, one of the 2 fighting kings among the 28 regional champions, and currently the only martial arts expert known to have personally grappled with a gym-level Pokémon. As she spoke about this, Wang Lu's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration and anticipation. Black Arm Lu Zhe graduated from Evergreen University and is currently one of the 4 kings of the Northeast region, the youngest gold medalist in the national fighting competition. A 3-time champion of the Global Fighting Championship, a holder of the Super Gold Belt, and has been awarded the title of Lifetime Fighting King. Among a plethora of honors and accolades, his humble beginnings have garnered him the admiration of all martial arts enthusiasts. Naturally, this included Lu Liang. Beyond these accolades, Lu Zhe's prowess ranks second among the 4 kings of the Northeast, surpassed only by the legendary Ice-type king. Even on a national scale, he would undoubtedly be among the top 10 trainers. Is that true? Our Obsidian Fighting Society was actually founded by the Black Arm King, Lu Liang, who had previously shown no reaction to the mention of the gym-level Pokémon egg, now sparkled with excitement and inquired eagerly. He's merely a king. In the future, I shall become the champion. At this moment, Wang Yan, witnessing the starry-eyed demeanor of LV Liang and his cousin, interjected abruptly. Oh dear cousin, what are you planning? Let us have a civil conversation. No need for violence. LV Liang, what are you doing? Remember, I am your good brother. Don't do this to me. Observing Wang Yan being besieged by LV Liang and Wang Lu due to his careless words, Muyu couldn't help but smirk. Why provoke anyone at all? You chose to voice such sentiments in front of these fervent fans. It's simply asking for trouble. Moreover, Lu's AS fans are not like the soft and gentle admirers of yesteryears. They are robust and passionate fighters, both men and women of formidable strength. Chapter 102, Mirror Armor. Thus, the day after joining the fighting club, Muyu received a steel-winged crow egg from Cui Kachin. In Muyu's mind, the steel-winged crow was envisioned as a heavily armored flying steed. While its speed may not match that of a Zubat, its massive size and broad back make it an ideal mount, effectively mitigating the impact of turbulent winds and storms while soaring through the skies. In extreme outdoor conditions and secret realms, riding it would undoubtedly surpass the experience of riding a Zubat, which, in reality, cannot be ridden at all and must merely be clutched by its claws. Days later, a chick-sized, blue-winged sparrow appeared in Muyu's palm. Pokémon, Chick Sparrow. Type, Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 1010, Larval Stage. Ability, Robust Pectorals, immune to defense-lowering effects. Moves, Glare Peck. Learn moves, None. Inherited moves, Tailwind, Feather Nest. Potential, Gym Level. The gym level potential was as expected, but the Chick Sparrow's ability was quite impressive, boasting the hidden trait of robust pectorals. Unlike the Pidgey he encountered the other day, which retained the same ability even upon evolving into Pidgeotto, the Chick Sparrow would transform its ability into the equally hidden special trait of Mirror Armor upon evolving into Steel-Winged Crow. Mirror Armor reflects any ability-lowering effects it receives, with the Mirror Armor ability preventing speed reduction and combined with the inherited skill Tailwind. A perfect aerial mount was destined to be born. Tailwind increases the speed of all allied Pokémon. Chirp, chirp, with its eyes narrowed. The Chick Sparrow nestled in Muyu's palm, gently tapping him with its not-yet-formed beak, emitting soft, plaintive sounds. It seemed to have just hatched and was a bit hungry. Drawing upon his previous experience caring for the Electrike, Muyu swiftly produced a bottle of moo milk to feed it. Ralu, the female Reluras, perched curiously on Muyu's shoulder, gazed at the newly hatched Chick Sparrow, her eyes filled with fascination. What, do you wish to feed it? Muyu inquired. Noticing Reluras' intrigued demeanor, Reluras nodded eagerly. Despite being just a few months old herself, this Reluras displayed an inexplicable fondness for these little creatures. Perhaps this was why she chose to stay at the breeding house to care for the male Reluras. Who knows, in another fantastical realm, Reluras might even awaken a natural nurturing prowess. Then hold the bottle steady, don't let it choke. After all, being a Pokémon, even a newborn wouldn't choke on milk. Since Reluras was keen on it, Muyu decided to indulge her. Perhaps, when she matures, she would become quite the capable Pokémon caretaker. Chick Sparrow, so, am I your toy? Pokémon Caretaker. As the name suggests, a Pokémon that serves as a caretaker. In the training room of the Onyx Fighting Club, Cui, long time no see, a slender man, whose physique lacked the muscularity of Cui Kachin, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Humph. A wimpy fellow like you dares to call this a fighting club? Cui Kachin scoffed dismissively. Unlike the modern combat skills practiced at the Onyx Club, Jiu-Jitsu, a technique originating from the Zhou dynasty, emphasizes fluidity and flexibility. In earlier times, Jiu-Jitsu was referred to as water Jiu-Jitsu, implying that the human body should be envisioned as an intangible stream of water, capable of stretching and folding at will. This necessitates that Jiu-Jitsu does not prioritize sheer muscle power. Many practitioners may not exhibit visible signs of extensive training. I must disagree with you, Cui. There are myriad fighting techniques in this world. How can you claim that brute strength defines true combat? Do you not realize that the ancient sages founded Tai Chi as a means to overcome rigidity with gentleness, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? By Shuwen, the vice president of the Jiu-Jitsu club, smiled slightly, countering with reasoned arguments. As old rivals in the fighting club scene, he understood Cui Kachin's temperament all too well. Martial artists primarily focus on honing their bodies, and those filled with youthful vigor can easily become heated by mere words. If that's the case, would you care to spar with me? Aware that he couldn't win the argument, Cui Kachin raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, challenging Bai Shuwen. Due to their close proximity, Bai Shuwen could clearly hear the cracking of Cui Kachin's knuckles. Martial arts are not merely about combat, they are a means for self-cultivation, not for bravado. Besides, I am not here today to engage in a physical altercation. Seeing Cui Kachin ready to fight at the slightest provocation, Bai Shuwen wisely refrained from further taunting him. After all, both knew each other's strengths well, while their Pokémon might be evenly matched. The disparity in their personal capabilities was monumental. Humph, coward. Noticing Bai Shuwen's reluctance, Cui Kachin finally lowered his fist, muttering in disdain. Cousin, is this Jiu-Jitsu fellow not using his head? He can't defeat our vice president, and yet still talks big. Wang Yan, standing nearby, found amusement in Bai Shuwen's bluster. Indeed, much like you. Wang Lu shot a glance at Wang Yan, piercing his pride. What I possess is called courage, and let us leave it at that. I want to hold it against you. Initially aiming to retort, Wang Yan swallowed his words upon seeing Wang Lu's clenched fist. Who are you sending to battle today? With the banter halted, Bai Shuwen pressed on with the main topic. Today marked the annual newcomer battle between the two fighting clubs, a tradition established after each recruitment. Last year they visited the Jiu-Jitsu club. Naturally, this year it was the Onyx Club's turn. Muyu, it's your turn. Upon hearing Bai Shuwen's words, Cui Kachin broke into a grin. As Cui Kachin called out, Muyu rose from the spectator area and approached. Muyu. The young man beside Bai Shuwen gasped in surprise upon spotting Muyu. He was Tian Liang, a special recruit from the Jiu-Jitsu club, a student known for his expertise in rapid punches. As a member of the special recruitment class, Muyu as Zubat had left a profound impression on him during their practical lesson. Not to mention, even if he were to reach the elite level or even the gym level, he felt he had little chance of victory. After all, no matter how high the level, if one cannot fly, it is all for naught. Father and son traversing the martial world. Chapter 103, Ruthless Beating. Vice President. The opponent is the strongest from our special recruit class. How can we win? Tian Liang approached Bai Shuwen, whispering his concerns. What is his initial Pokémon? Bai Shuwen countered with a question. It's a Torterra. Tian Liang replied, momentarily taken aback. And what Pokémon did he use during the practical lesson? Bai Shuwen continued his inquiry. A Zubat. Tian Liang's expression shifted as he began to grasp the implication. Then what are their types? Are they fighting type? As Tian Liang appeared to attain a moment of clarity, Bai Shuwen elucidated the situation. Indeed, no matter how formidable Muyu may be, he is merely an initial sprite alongside that Zubat. This is a rookie competition for the fighting guild, and only Pokémon of the fighting type are eligible to compete. Upon having his understanding illuminated by Bai Shuwen, Tian Liang's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. Exactly, he is indeed a teachable child. Bai Shuwen, pleased, patted Tian Liang on the shoulder, offering his commendation. This was also the reason he remained unflustered even after learning that Muyu had been brought into the Obsidian Fighting Club. He acknowledged that Muyu, as a freshman who had shattered military training records, was indeed impressive. However, his strength did not lie within the realm of fighting Pokémon. In contrast, Tian Liang, though his overall prowess may be inferior to Muyu's, was a specialized fighting type trainer, and his initial sprite, Machop, had already reached a senior level. Bai Shuwen remained skeptical, questioning how a trainer whose first Pokémon was a grass-type starter and whose second was a poison-type Zubat could possibly possess a powerful fighting-type Pokémon. Muyu, I recognize your strength, but each field requires its own expertise. Fighting is not something that an outsider can wield so carelessly. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the pride of a specialized fighting-type trainer. Provoked by Bai Shuwen's words, Tian Liang, now filled with pride, shouted at Muyu. Is this guy lacking in common sense? Wang Yan, rubbing his head, gazed incredulously at Tian Liang, who was boasting before Muyu. After all, even her cousin had lost to Muyu twice without releasing her initial sprite. What audacity did this freshman possess? Who knows? Wang Lu responded, equally at a loss. Listening to Tian Liang's bravado, Muyu glanced at the panel displaying his perfect fighting skills and comparable senior-level physical strength, momentarily unsure of how to respond. To say nothing of Pokémon battles, even in a physical confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Enough chatter, let us engage in battle. Seeing Muyu's silence, Tian Liang mistakenly believed his imposing aura had intimidated this genius. He triumphantly drew his Pokeball, attempting to appear dramatic. In response, Muyu, uninterested in conversing with the fool, simply retrieved the Pokeball of his trusty Fletchinder. With a resounding pop, the two Pokémon, Fletchinder and Machop, materialized on opposite sides of the battlefield. Pokémon, Machop, type, fighting, gender, male, level, 32, senior level. Ability, keen eye, with sharp vision. It cannot have its accuracy reduced. Moves, tackle, focus energy, fake out, drain punch, vacuum wave, sonic punch, power up punch, detect, revenge, quick guard, fire punch, icy wind, thunder punch, heavy slam, bullet punch, agility, learn moves, protect, substitute, endure, takedown, inherited move, double edge, potential, gym level, item, citrus berry, a Machop equipped with an extensive array of moves. Particularly the combination of protect, substitute, endure, and takedown could be considered a quintessential setup for a clutch comeback, coupled with the citrus berry to alleviate paralysis. Even electric-type Pokémon could be faced without hesitation. With both Pokémon ready, the battle commenced. A senior member of the fighting guild waved the flag from the judge's seat. Machop, use focus energy. Yeah. Machop's fists, resembling boxing gloves, collided with tremendous force, emanating a powerful aura. Fletchinder. Use agility to close in on him and unleash a flurry of punches. Muyu's seemingly calm gaze flickered with a glimmer of determination. The flurry of punches was not merely a technique, but a unique fighting style developed by Fletchinder through practice of various close combat moves. In simpler terms, it was a rapid series of close-range attacks. What is this flurry of punches? Tianliang was momentarily taken aback. In that instant of distraction, Fletchinder transformed into a streak of orange light, swiftly closing the distance to Makhop. Watch out! Bang! With its left arm enveloped in searing flames, Fletchinder struck Makhop, who was still gathering energy, causing it to recoil, just as Makhop attempted to raise its arm for defense. Its electrified right claw surged toward Matchup's exposed waist with incredible speed. Bang, 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 bang. With successive blows, fire punch, thunder punch, and heavy slam connected in a relentless barrage, leaving Makhop to defend itself with no option but to cover its head. In mere seconds, Makhop was left teetering on the brink of defeat. What rapid punches! On the sidelines, Chui Kachin observed Fletchinder's speed with a hint of astonishment. The continuous interplay of skills displayed was something that even the Pokémon under his tutelage, specializing in fighting types, could not achieve. While the fighting techniques could be learned with adequate physical prowess and diligent practice, the required proficiency with various moves was not something that could be attained overnight. Truly a terrifying newcomer, Chui Kachin mused. Damn it, I never expected this guy's Fletchinder to have become so formidable in close combat. Wang Lu, watching Fletchinder dominate, felt a twinge of resentment. Hurry, Makhop, use substitute. Oblivious to the spectators' awe, Tianliang finally reacted, shouting urgently. Yeah, mustering its remaining energy. Makhop managed to create a substitute, creating some distance from Fletchinder. However, already worn down from Fletchinder's unrelenting assaults, coupled with the strain of using substitute, Matchup's stamina was nearly depleted. Damn it, Makhop, use revenge. With no other options, Tianliang had no choice but to place his hopes on this move. Yeah. Channeling its fighting-type energy, Makhop surged forth, glowing with a renewed intensity, charging at Fletchinder. Jump, finish him. Muyu remained unfazed, his expression calm. Watch out. With a decisive speed advantage, Fletchinder effortlessly leaped into the air, evading Matchup's desperate attack. Then, descending with power. Bang! As their heads collided, Matchup's remaining strength dissipated entirely. In truth, had Muyu merely aimed to defeat Makhop, he could have easily done so by having Fletchinder continually utilize jump. However, given Tianliang's arrogance, Muyu was more than willing to showcase a bit of his own martial prowess. With Makhop incapacitated, the Obsidian Fighting Club claimed victory. The jubilant referee announced the outcome. It seems your fighting skills are not as commendable as you believed. Muyu returned Fletchinder to its pokeball, shrugging nonchalantly as he spoke. Aye. Lost in the aftermath of Matchup's defeat, Tianliang, upon hearing Muyu's words, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Despite his lengthy speech, he found himself unable to muster a shameless retort. He hurriedly recalled Makhop and fled the training room. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 104. The Emergence of the Psychic Queen. Damn it, this newcomer is even strong with fighting-type Pokémon. Observing Makhop toyed with effortlessly, Bai Shuwen clenched his teeth in frustration. Bai Shuwen, your Jiu-Jitsu club has lost. According to the rules, transfer the credits. Chui Kachin grinned, stepping forward to firmly grip Bai Shuwen's shoulder, exerting pressure subtly. The reason why the newcomers of such a like-attribute club battle are referred to as a newcomer competition is that it transcends mere combat. The defeated party must compensate with their academic credits. Of course, credits are not the ultimate goal for these third-year students, who serve as vice presidents of various clubs, are not lacking in that regard. However, the unparalleled joy of acquiring credits from a rival is truly intoxicating. I know, remove your hand. Bai Shuwen, pinched painfully by Chui Kachin, furrowed his brow. Humph. Fate will bring us together in the grand competition of 100 clubs. With a cold huff, Bai Shuwen, having lost both the battle and the credits, uttered a parting remark that was scarcely fierce before hastily departing. Muyu, splendidly done. A beaming Chui Kachin praised Muyu, then busied himself with his phone for a moment. The credits have been transferred to you. Consider it a reward for your victory. With that, Chui Kachin hummed a tune and left. It was evident that he derived genuine pleasure from seeing Bai Shuwen bested. Wow. How many credits did Vice President Muyu transfer to you? Wang Yin, curious, leaned in to inquire. Not much, just 500. Glancing at his balance, Muyu replied nonchalantly. To speak candidly, 500 credits roughly equate to the purchasing power of 50,000 Huaxia coins, which is indeed not a significant sum for Muyu at present. However, for Wang Yin, who could only amass around 100 credits each month, it represented nearly an entire semester's worth of credits. Darn it, had I known, I would have applied to battle alongside the vice president. Wang Yin lamented enviously. Oh, spare me. Your Thunder Rock can't even best my mosquito swimmer. How do you expect to compete against their quick fist? Wang Lu scolded, delivering a playful slap to the back of Wang Yan's head. Ouch, that hurts. Do not strike the head of this future champion. Slap. What is the matter? Are you rebelling against me? Ah, Muyu, brother you, save me. Observing the antics of the sibling duo, Muyu couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. In the days that followed, Muyu's life returned to the rhythm of daily training. Oh, today seems fortuitous. Each morning, Muyu would take advantage of his grooming routine to routinely check his panel information and the changes within his equipment inventory. Host, Muyu. System level, level 5. Host level, level 31, 238,540. Skills, modern mixed martial arts, special power, XXXX, not activated, unable to view. Equipment, useless big stick, boxing gloves, goddess's tear, negative cloak, storm greatsword. After nearly a month, he finally managed to randomly acquire another useless big stick, boxing gloves, and the last remaining goddess's tear. System, synthesize the Archangel's staff and pearl gloves. Muyu silently commanded in his mind. Subsequently, Muyu stepped out of the washroom. At that moment, Ralts was standing in front of the male Ralts and the recently hatched Shinx, chattering away. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a faint glow flickering on the Shinx's body. Pokémon, Ralts. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, female. Level, 13, 85130, normal. Ability, telepathy, a powerful and delicate mind, capable of more acutely sensing the emotions of surrounding life. Moves, Growl, proficient, 3850. Confusion, mastered, 79100. Hypnosis, mastered, 59100. Draining Kiss, proficient, 3350. Teleport, proficient, 4050. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, disable, mastered, 76100. Mean look, mastered, 54100. Potential, gym level. Equipment, Doomsayer's Death Hat. Base stats, HP, 28. Attack, 25. Defense, 25. Special attack, 4570115. Special defense, 35. Speed, 40. Total, 19870,268. Doomsayer's Death Hat, 70 special attack. After a month, Ralts' level has astonishingly reached level 13. At this trajectory, in about 2 months, Ralts will be able to reach the pinnacle of the normal level. It's worth noting that the initial Turtwig took 4 months to achieve the peak of the normal level, whereas Ralts only requires 3 months. A significant quarter reduction in time. Even ordinary level Pokémon equipped with rare treasures cannot match this speed. This highlights the overwhelming effectiveness of the premium energy cube. Furthermore, unlike the scarce Pokémon treasures, Muyu can produce premium energy cubes at will. In addition to the growth in level, Ralts' skill proficiency has also seen remarkable enhancement. Especially the inherited skills, Mean Look and Disable, which have achieved proficiency comparable to the most frequently used Confusion. As for the reason behind such elevated proficiency, one might ask the Shinx, who frequently attends Ralts' lessons. Ralts, come here for a moment. Ralts. Upon hearing Muyu's voice, Ralts immediately retracted the Disable and Mean Look it cast upon the Shinx and teleported to perch on Muyu's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its antennae against Muyu's cheek. The red antennae atop Ralts' head can sense the emotions of living beings and are also their most sensitive spot. It is evident that after a month of companionship, this female Ralts has developed a significant level of intimacy with Muyu. Seeing Ralts depart, the male Ralts, who had been sitting stoically nearby, and the Shinx, who looked utterly disenchanted nestled on the mat, finally displayed expressions of relief. The male Ralts was not particularly bothered, as it did not mind listening to Ralts' chatter. However, the Shinx was a different story. As a bird Pokémon, it is naturally active and yearns for the skies. So being forcibly restrained there for an extended period was sheer torment. In this regard, Muyu believes that great responsibilities befall those chosen. One must endure hardships to withstand future storms. This is by no means favoritism towards the Ralts that clings to him. Good, I'll get you something nice. Muyu gently stroked Ralts' small head. Ralts. System, equip the Archangel staff and pearl gloves onto Ralts. Muyu silently thought. With a mere thought, Ralts' equipment inventory and base stats underwent changes. Equipment, Doomsayer's Death Hat, Archangel staff, pearl gloves. Base stats, 318. Archangel staff, 20 special attack, 30 maximum energy. After the battle commences, the bearer gains 20 special attack every 5 seconds, with the stacking limit determined by the bearer's physical condition. Pearl gloves, 30 special attack, 45 critical hit rate, 50 critical hit damage. Any additional critical hit rate beyond 100 converts into extra critical hit damage bonus. Although both pieces of equipment only added 50 points to the base stats, they all contributed to the special attack base stat. With a baseline special attack of 165, Ralts can effortlessly eliminate any Pokémon of the same level, even those of Psychic and Steel types. which typically have damage reduction, under the substantial critical hit damage bonus. As long as a critical hit lands, it can still yield impressive damage. Moreover, there is a staff that theoretically allows for infinite stacking of special attack. Thus, the Psychic Queen has officially emerged. The critical hit damage stands at 150. The critical hit rates are categorized into 4 tiers: Level 0, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3. Level 0 is 625, Level 1 is 125, Level 2 is 25, and Level 3 is 50. The so-called skill that easily strikes at the heart of the matter refers to the initial critical hit rate at Level 2, which stands at 25. With the addition of a critical hit enhancement, it equates to a critical damage output of 200, resulting in an initial critical hit rate of 5,125 for all skills. A sword descending from the heavens. Chapter 105, General Expert. Gambling Eggs. The following day marked the weekly Hextech draw. The system activated the Hextech Talent draw. In the familiar bathroom, Muyu skillfully brushed his teeth, silently reciting in his mind. Ding. Hextech Talent draw completed. Indomitable Will. Gray, your sprite will shake off all negative effects after defeating a unit and will be immune to negative effects for 6 seconds. Light of Evolution. Gray, acquire a random attribute primary evolution stone. General Expert. Gold, if the General Expertise sprite bond is activated. It will permanently provide the host with special abilities. As expected, the results were 2 gray and 1 gold. The first talent, Indomitable Will, is commendable for eliminating negative effects and granting temporary immunity, albeit under the stringent condition of defeating a unit. In a time of chaos where lives are expendable, it would be a valuable choice. However, in the current relatively peaceful environment, this talent's utility diminishes considerably. Common negative effects can be remedied with fruits or potions, and any negative effects inflicted by champion or master level sprites would be futile to resolve. The second talent provides a primary evolution stone, which is rather mediocre. Pass. General Expert. Upon seeing the third Hextech, Muyu suddenly recalled that he had yet to activate the Fighting Expert. Since there was no urgency, after acquiring Reluros, he had not evolved it into Alurado, and thus had not activated that special ability. Now, with the addition of the General Expert, Muyu still opted for this golden Hextech. After all, special abilities are serendipitous, and one must seize the opportunity when it arises. However, he found himself at a loss contemplating suitable general attribute sprites. The rare healing sprite, Little Lucky Egg, is predominantly under the management of official medical centers, with few surviving in the wild. The tanky little Snorlax, while capable of consuming considerable amounts, is still relatively scarce due to the energy blocks, and currently, none can be found in the breeding house of Evergreen University. The marvelous multilateral beast, or the 3D dragon, has yet to yield any news. There is a super-evolved version of the roll ears in the school, but Muyu intends to reserve this year's credit exchange for EV, so that option must be temporarily shelved. It is worth noting that the sprite attribute bonds only account for the attributes of the sprites currently held by Muyu. For instance, while EV is a general type before evolution, it transitions to another type post-evolution, thus reducing the count of the general expertise bond. Nevertheless, such reductions are rare, as most sprites either maintain their attributes or gain an additional one. Hence, it should not pose a significant impact. Never mind, there is no rush. He can take some time to explore other breeding houses in the city. At worst, he could purchase a promising Pidgey, as it notably outpaces Skarmory, making for an excellent mount in a hurry. After washing his face, Muyu resolved internally. After breakfast, he proceeded to the training room as usual, commencing a day of training. With the end of September approaching and the National Day holiday on the horizon, the school's curriculum was notably light in these days. It is noteworthy that in this world, October 1st marks the day the royal family announced its abdication and the official establishment of the Huaxiao Alliance, leading to a week of nationwide celebration in honor of the new regime. Indeed, it is a full week without any Saturday or Sunday makeup classes. After all, given the current status of the Huaxiao Alliance in the world, extending the holiday by a couple of days and reducing the work week poses no issues. However, while it is officially a week, many places, such as Evergreen University, allow students to take leave for more than 10 days if they do not mind missing attendance credits. For instance, Muyu's classes over the past 3 days amounted to merely 2 sessions. He speculated that if it were not for the difficulty in obtaining leave from instructors, they would have long chosen to rest. Brother Yu, I heard that the Eurasia Mall in the city center is hosting a gambling egg event. Do you want to check it out? After lunch, Lu Liang called Muyu to ask. Gambling eggs? Sounds interesting. Hearing Lu Liang's words, Muyu, who was in need of sprites, readily agreed. Gambling eggs, as the name implies, consist of unknown parentage sprite eggs, which could be found in the wild or acquired in bulk from breeding houses as low-quality eggs to fill the numbers. Additionally, a few powerful sprite eggs, such as the starter trio, are included, sufficient to attract a large number of customers. The method is simple, yet the effect is remarkable. After all, purchasing items is relatively standardized. Any added allure naturally draws attention. Especially when it involves gambling, similar to a lottery, it holds great appeal. As the saying goes, a little gambling brings joy. After stowing his sprite, Muyu left the training room and arrived at the agreed-upon entrance of the Qingshan campus. Hi. He saw not only Lu Liang, but also Wang Yin, Zheng Dan, and Lu Yi. Did your cousin give you a day off? Muyu inquired. Do I need her permission to go shopping? Wang Yin retorted defiantly, his mood souring despite initially feeling pleased about having the chance to slack off due to Wang Lu's holiday. All right then, so they are coming along too? Muyu shrugged, casually asking. Brother Yu, that's right. While I was waiting for you here, I bumped into Zheng Dan and Lu Yi. They are also heading to the city center. And Wang Yin just happened to be around, Lu Liang explained, scratching his head. After hearing Lu Liang's explanation, Muyu surmised that Lu Yi and Zheng Dan must have also heard about the gambling egg event, intending to take a look, which led to their chance encounter. As for Wang Yin, who knows what goes on in that silly head of his? Muyu, Dan and I rented a car, thinking it would be convenient to give you a ride since it's not easy to catch a cab around our campus, Lu Yi said, holding the car keys in her hand, pointing to a white SUV nearby. Upon seeing the car, Muyu recalled that he had yet to obtain a driver's license. Once he secured a mount, he would make time to get a sprite driving license. As for a motor vehicle license, who needs to drive when you have sprites? Well, I appreciate it. Muyu nodded. With a ready and free driver at hand, he certainly would not decline. After finishing, they wrapped up. Chapter 106, The Great Milk Can. In Evergreen City, at the Eurasia Mall. As the largest chain supermarket in the Northeast, the Eurasia Group's logo is ubiquitous across every city in the 3 northeastern provinces. At this moment, perhaps due to the upcoming National Day holiday, the mall was bustling with activity. Holiday event. All customers who spend over 100,000 yuan at the Eurasia Mall on that day will receive a free gambling egg qualification, which includes 1 sprite egg from the starter trio. Limited quantities available on a first-come, first-served basis. Upon entering the Eurasia Mall, a large red banner stretched across the entrance. In addition to the highest spending requirement of 100,000 yuan, there were also benefits for spending 1,000 to several hundred yuan, catering to varying levels of consumer needs. After all, aside from trainers, few individuals would spend such a significant sum in one go. Of course, for many novice trainers, 100,000 yuan remains a substantial amount. Let us set aside distant matters. For trainers like LV Liang and Wang Yin, who hail from modest backgrounds, the prospect of acquiring a Pokémon egg is tantamount to at least half a year's worth of living expenses. However, opportunities to obtain a Pokémon egg for free are rare, prompting the two to seize the chance to indulge in a bit of luck while purchasing essentials, hoping to draw a suitable Pokémon. Even if fortune does not smile upon them, they could still keep it as a pet. This was also the reason why LV Liang dragged Muyu along, as he was unaware of Muyu's newfound wealth. As for Lu Yi and Zheng Dan, they were merely there for recreation. After all, one is the daughter of a gym leader and the other the daughter of a police chief. It would be effortless for them to procure a sum of 100,000. Upon entering the mall, Lu Yi and Zheng Dan ascended to the 3rd floor to browse for clothing, while Muyu and his companions made their way to the 4th floor, dedicated to various items pertinent to trainers. Due to their differing needs, the trio quickly dispersed. Unsure of what to purchase, Muyu meandered aimlessly until he stumbled upon a shop selling outdoor survival gear. A spatial backpack? He mused, halting before a display of such items. He distinctly recalled not having seen anything like this during his previous visit to Qingshan City. Good day, sir. This is our latest spatial backpack just released this month. Do not be deceived by its appearance, for it may resemble a standard backpack, yet it boasts a full meter of internal space. As it is a newly launched product, it is currently on sale for only 88,888. A sales associate approached him with a smile, providing an enthusiastic introduction. After weighing the backpack, Muyu noted it felt similar to that of an ordinary one. Can this backpack hold another spatial backpack? He inquired with curiosity. Regrettably, sir, due to the exclusivity of the spatial properties, you cannot store other spatial items within it, including Pokeballs, the sales associate explained. I see. May I try it? Muyu asked. Certainly, sir, the associate replied, maintaining an affable demeanor. After placing his phone into the backpack, Muyu weighed it again. It's a bit heavier. It seems this isn't the type that doesn't add to the carrying weight. He mused. It was somewhat underwhelming. No wonder it wasn't a popular item. After all, not everyone could endure the burden of an entire cubic meter of weight while traversing the wilderness, as Muyu and LV Liang did. However, for Muyu, it mattered little, especially since his intention in purchasing this item was not to carry an abundance of items, but rather to conceal his belongings. A standard backpack's capacity was ultimately limited, and consistently using it for concealment would reveal a flaw. Now, with a spatial backpack, everything would be resolved. Are there other colors available? He asked, retrieving his phone and returning the orange backpack. Indeed, sir. We also have colors such as Yadin Black, White Sand Silver, Yachuan Green, and Nanual Purple. The associate replied, her tone now tinged with excitement as she noted Mu Yu's interest, her smile growing more sincere. I'll take the black one, then. No need for a bag, Mu Yu decided, casting a casual glance at the 4 options. Very well, sir. The Yadin Black spatial backpack is yours. After accepting the backpack, Mu Yu randomly selected several outdoor jackets, reaching the requisite total of 100,000 for the lottery. With the jackets secured within the spatial backpack, Mu Yu felt its weight lighten as they transitioned into his storage space. Indeed, any item he touched could be freely stored within his storage space. Even while in the spatial backpack, with some time to spare, Mu Yu sent a message to LV Liang and proceeded to the section where the Pokémon eggs were kept. It was a simple temperature-controlled room made of transparent glass, adequate for temporarily housing the Pokémon eggs. The eggs, displaying a variety of colors, were neatly arranged on shelves. A dazzling array. Pokémon, GKer, Grassy Cloak, Type, Bug, Gender, Male, Level, 0, Egg. Ability, Shed Skin heals its own status conditions by shedding skin. Moves, none. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, none. Potential, Ordinary, Pokémon, Jiao Jinyu, Type, Water, Gender, Female, Level, 0, Egg. Ability, Carefree, increases its speed during rainy weather. Moves, none. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Dream Talk. Potential, Professional, through the lens of data. The information regarding the Pokémon eggs unfolded before Mu Yu. After a quick survey, he noted there were 50 eggs in total, 40 with ordinary potential, 6 with professional potential, and 2 with advanced potential. Although these Pokémon were common, their overall quality was commendable. After all, Pokémon of professional potential typically fetch prices ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, while advanced level Pokémon could sell for between 300,000 and 500,000. It was evident that the Asia Europe Mall had some integrity, not merely filling their stock with ordinary potential eggs. Naturally, the selling price would differ from the purchasing price. In addition to these, there were 2 eggs with elite potential. The absence of gym-level potential eggs was anticipated, as the mall was a business aimed at profit, not a charitable organization. One of the elite potential eggs was a starter Pokémon, the Water Otter, while the other was a somewhat unexpected find, an ordinary type Miltank. Pokémon, Miltank, Type, Normal, Gender, Female, Level, 0, Egg. Ability, Thick Fat. Thick Fat reduces damage from Fire-type and Ice-type moves by half. Moves, none. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, Body Slam. Revival, Potential, Elite. The only 2 elite potential eggs were precisely what Mu Yu needed in terms of ordinary types, making them ideal for training. Even if he did not require her combat abilities, the high-level Miltank would produce Moo Moo Milk, a highly nutritious product. Whether for newborn Pokémon or for his parents once she reached a higher level, it would serve as an exceptional supplement. After handing over the receipt to the staff, Mu Yu casually selected the Miltank egg. Soon after, cradling the Pokémon egg, Mu Yu encountered LV Liang and the others arriving. Since the Water Otter and the 2 advanced potential eggs were not suitable for them, Mu Yu chose not to highlight them. The 4, harboring a mindset of serendipity, casually selected an egg of their own. After all, they were free, and they did not expect to hatch any rare, high-potential Pokémon. It was merely an opportunity to familiarize themselves with the hatching process. However, perhaps due to luck, Wang Yan, in a moment of folly, ended up selecting the Water Otter egg. Truly, fortune favors the foolish. Chapter 107, The Bug-Catching Contest. Qingshan Campus. Within Mu Yu's villa, Milu. Lariulas was using psychic power to control a bottle, feeding Moo Moo milk to the Miltank. Whether it was luck on Mu Yu's part or the short remaining incubation time for this batch of Pokémon eggs, within just 3 days, the Miltank had successfully hatched. With the emergence of the Miltank, Mu Yu's bond with ordinary types had finally been fully activated. General Specialization. When the number of general attribute sprites in the team reaches 246, the damage of general attribute moves increases by 103050. Additionally, as long as the corresponding hex talent of the general specialist has been activated, it will permanently bestow the host with a special ability. With the activation of the bond, the unique power bestowed upon Mu Yu by the general specialist has also been unveiled. Host, Mu Yu. System level, level 5. Host level, level 32, 18,560. Skills, Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Perfect, 301210000. Energy Cube Production, Perfect, 469510000. Special Power, Affinity Force, a gentle aura akin to nature that instinctively draws all Pokémon closer, revealing their friendly side. XXXX, not activated, cannot be viewed. Coins, 18944. Experience points, 2451. Equipment, chainmail, boxing gloves. Activated bonds, general specialization, 26, flying specialization, 26. Items, antidote X2, potion X6, super potion X3, hyper potion X5. Hex talents, unbreakable barrier, color, fruit dimension gift pack, color, hedge fund, color, resolute of the towering giant, gold, blood-sucking blade, gold, fighting expert, gold, psychic spirit, gold, general expert, gold. The special power granted to Muyu by the general specialist is a passive ability that enables all attribute sprites to instinctively grow closer, thereby enhancing their fondness. If converted into game intimacy values, as long as the sprite does not possess inherent hostility, the affinity should range between 150 and 199 points. 149 dislike, 50 to 99 stranger, 100 to 149 familiar, 150 to 199 friendly, 200 to 249 trust, 250 to 255 intimate. One should not underestimate the significance of intimacy in the wild. Most sprites exhibit a baseline intimacy level of the first or second tier towards humans or unfamiliar beings. Even sprites purchased from breeding facilities can barely reach the third tier, which is the minimum prerequisite for commanding sprites. Achieving higher tiers necessitates prolonged companionship and rapport. This explains why many experienced trainers were astonished upon encountering Muyu's Zubat, as it signifies a profound level of trust from the sprite. This is an accomplishment beyond the reach of many novice trainers and even seasoned veterans. Lalo. Observing the well-fed and resting Snorlax, Lalo displayed a satisfied smile. To be honest, it feels quite incongruous for a little fellow not even half a meter tall to care for a baby nearly a meter in size. Let me check if there are any recent events. Muyu opened his phone, navigated to the Huaxiao Alliance, and browsed the Chongqing City section. The gambling egg event that LV Liang mentioned reminded Muyu that, given the current holiday, numerous activities were likely being hosted. Many seemingly luck-based events would turn into benefits for Muyu. Moreover, since Snorlax had recently hatched, it was a perfect opportunity to engage in some activities. Even if there were no beneficial events nearby, the next secret realm would also be a commendable choice. Is there a bug-catching contest in Chongqing City? Muyu exclaimed in surprise while reading the information on the official website. According to the details, on October 2nd at 9 a.m., the bug-catching contest would be held at Qinghuan Mountain in Chongqing City. The competition's process is quite simple. Participants will use 3 official park balls to catch bug-type sprites within the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park for a duration of 6 hours. Although there are 3 balls, each participant may only choose 1 sprite for the competition. Thus, while one can catch 3 sprites, only 1 may be used for the contest. And no substitutions are allowed during the competition. The following day, after registration, a 1 vs 1 elimination round will take place. Winning just 1 match will grant a half-price discount to purchase one of the captured sprites. The remaining 2 can only be purchased at full price. If no matches are won, one can still buy a sprite at an 80 discount. The ultimate victor will be allowed to take home the captured sprite for free, along with a mid-level leaf stone worth $1 million. The Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park is a vast mountainous park teeming with various bug-type and grass-type sprites. Although referred to as a park, it was originally a secret realm that, due to unknown reasons, merged with Qinghuan Mountain, becoming part of the mountain range, thus falling under national jurisdiction. Renowned for producing nearly all varieties of bug-type sprites, as well as many other high-quality sprites, and with abundant natural resources. The entrance fee is rather steep, and the number of visitors allowed each month is limited. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. The effective protection of Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park ensures that its annual revenue is quite substantial. It is said that deep within Qinghuan Mountain, traces of the fire god moth can still be found, although no one has managed to capture one. Coincidentally, Muyu still possesses a bug-type bond to activate a special ability, even though he has yet to draw the related special ability Hex. The opportunity to visit this bug trainer's sanctuary is one he would not miss. Although Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park is somewhat distant from the Qingshan campus, it is not far, taking roughly 2 hours by car. With resolve, Muyu gathered his sprites. Following the usual practice, he left the mother-daughter duo of the Armored Warrior and the Lazy King to guard the house. After summoning a ride on his phone, Muyu embarked on his journey to Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park. The next day, upon exiting the hotel, Muyu headed straight for the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park. Even though it was only just past 7, many people were already queuing at the entrance. After registering online the previous day, Muyu followed the line to receive his serial number along with 3 park balls marked with serial codes. Number 77. To his surprise, there were quite a few people. Looking at his number and then at the line behind him, Muyu mused. Muyu? Just as he was about to find a place to sit for a while, a surprised voice suddenly called out. Turning around, he saw a young man wearing a baseball cap adorned with the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park logo. Li Xiang? It was none other than his high school classmate, Li Xiang, who had advanced to the elite class alongside him. What brings you here? Observing Li Xiang, clad in a green work uniform, Mu Yu inquired curiously. You know, I got accepted into the Chongqing Nature Academy, right? I'm here to volunteer and earn some credits. Li Xiang replied with a smile. The Chongqing Nature Academy specializes in bug, grass, flying, and ground types and is a top-tier institution in Chongqing Province. Due to the popularity of the bug-catching contest, many students from the Chongqing Nature Academy volunteer here to help maintain order. Although they are volunteers, the school also awards credits as compensation. Muscular Man. Chapter 108. Speaker Cricket Hero. Since Li Xiang was there to assist with the order, he could only exchange a few words with Mu Yu before being called away by a senior. Soon, it was 9 a.m. Following the flow of participants, Mu Yu entered the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park. Although this area was once a natural secret realm, after integrating into Blue Star and with the passage of time, the climate and environment here have fully acclimated to the local conditions. While the air remains refreshingly pure, it lacks the vibrant vitality of a secret realm. Of course, this may also be due to the cooling temperatures of autumn. Sprite, Bada Butterfly. Attribute, Bug Flying. Gender, female. Level, 19, intermediate. Ability, Compound Eyes, increases accuracy of moves. Potential, intermediate. Not long after entering, Mu Yu spotted several Butterfree at the pinnacle of the intermediate level, fluttering gracefully amidst the blossoms. Observing their speed and agility in flight, it was evident they had not yet entered their twilight years, which was quite impressive. It is well known that insect-type Pokémon have a notably short lifespan. These Butterfree, being of only intermediate level, typically live for less than a decade, while insect-type Pokémon evolve rapidly in their early stages, leading to swift leveling. This rapid progression is confined to the initial 10 levels. As Mu Yu had previously witnessed in the city, many wild Butterfree lingered at levels 11 or 12. As a lack of sufficient energy and the lurking dangers meant few would engage in active training. These Butterfree, however, appeared devoid of any sense of urgency, suggesting they were well supplied with energy, enabling them to enhance their levels without the need for deliberate training. Aside from the officials' generous provision of complementary energy cubes, it could only be deduced that the natural park's energy-rich environment fostered the growth of numerous vibrant plants, allowing these nectar-sipping creatures to thrive. It was no wonder the authorities continued to monitor this realm, now deeply integrated into Blue Star. As Mu Yu observed the growth conditions of these insect-type Pokémon, he understood intuitively. Although insect-type Pokémon are ranked among the lowest of the 18 attributes, this does not imply a lack of appeal. In fact, their rapid growth and minimal resource requirements have garnered substantial support and affection from a legion of novice trainers. Moreover, among the current 28 regional champions, there exists one who specializes in insect-type Pokémon. This further illustrates that while insect types may generally be weaker, their sheer numbers should not be underestimated. Consequently, many trainers with limited resources opt to join the ranks of insect-type specialists. Not to mention, the silk produced daily by insect-type Pokémon serves as exceptional textile material. Of course, this silk is not the energy-manifesting skill used in battle, but rather the genuine silk akin to that produced by spiders, limited in quantity and stored within their bodies. Oh, what do we have here? A soundbug. Walking alone along the path, with treasure detector in hand, Mu Yu suddenly halted, casting his gaze towards a secluded corner. There, nestled in the shadows, was a creature resembling a cricket, adorned with black, delicate wings and a crimson body. Now with eyes tightly shut and arms crossed defiantly across its chest. Pokémon, Soundbug. Type, Bug. Gender, Male. Level, 34 Advanced. Ability, Bug Sense. Increases the power of Bug-type moves when health is reduced to a certain level. Moves, Tackle, Soundwave, Absorb, Sing, Charge, Slash, Cross-Cut, Ear-piercing sound. Top moves, None. Inherited moves, None. Potential, Advanced. Held item, Bug Gem, Intermediate. Bug Gem, Intermediate, a peculiar gem infused with Bug-type energy. When held, it increases the power of Bug-type moves by 23, 29, and can also be directly absorbed to increase the Pokémon's total Bug-type energy. A gem of near high-grade quality has been absorbed by a Soundbug, taking nearly 1/5 of its energy. Gazing at the information regarding the Soundbug's held item, Mu Yu couldn't help but wince, feeling a pang of regret. This was a Pokémon treasure. Although Bug-type, it was still quite valuable. Even accounting for the portion that had been absorbed, it was worth millions. More than Mu Yu's entire fortune combined. Of course, this calculation excludes the values of Pokémon and premium energy cubes, as well as special items, which Mu Yu had no intention of trading. Mu Yu speculated that due to the Soundbug's low base stats and generally weak combat power, it had been overlooked. After all, the number of Pokémon that could be captured in the park was limited, and many trainers preferred to catch the more common Butterfree rather than choose a Soundbug. Who could blame them? The sound bug couldn't even utilize the valuable silk skill that insect types are known for. Furthermore, most insect types are nourished by nectar and tree sap, rarely engaging in battle, allowing this little fellow to comfortably absorb the energy of the treasure unperturbed. Crossbat, use airblade. Cough. Whoosh. Bang. Ding. Crossbat has defeated Soundbug, earning 12 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 activated, receiving an advanced treasure chest. Witnessing the Soundbug fall in a single blow, Muyu was unsurprised. Even though it had absorbed a Pokémon treasure, elevating its level to the mid-tier of the advanced stage. Its exceedingly low base stats ensured its power was considerably inferior to others of the same level. Moreover, the Crossbat was a tier above. Alas, what a pity you are merely a Soundbug. Were you to transform into Soundbug Hero, I might have taken you with me. After retrieving the bug gem from the Soundbug, Muyu lamented. While he believed in the adage that there are no worthless Pokémon, only worthless trainers, he had to concede that Pokémon with inherently low base stats are indeed at a disadvantage. Otherwise, how could the title of semi-divine authority be earned? Not to mention, among the Pokémon Muyu currently possessed, which one did not boast exceptional base stats. High base stats do not guarantee strength, but at the same level, they confer a significant advantage. System, open the treasure chest. Placing the bug gem back into the spatial backpack, effectively storing it in the storage space, Muyu mused. Ding. Advanced treasure chest opening. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Storm Greatsword. A decent piece of equipment, not bad at all. Upon hearing the system notification, Muyu nodded. After returning the Soundbug to its hollow, he departed from the area. Hasagu. Chapter 109, Bug Electric Treasure. Because Muyu did not follow the crowd down the well-trodden path, but rather ventured alone along the route indicated by his treasure detector, he encountered virtually no other souls along the way. Guided by the strength of his fighting chicken, Muyu gradually delved deeper into the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park. Of course, he remained within the publicly accessible areas of the park. Many zones under jurisdiction were off-limits. What is this? Muyu halted before a towering tree with a dense canopy, scrutinizing a green, overlapping area. A data panel appeared before him. Pokémon, Bug Electric Treasure. Type, Bug Electric. Gender, female. Level, 26, professional. Ability, battery, increases the power of our special moves. Moves, charge, bite, clamp, silk spit, mud throw, bug bite, thunderbolt, acrobatics, crunch. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, electric net, mud shot. Potential, gym level. A bug electric treasure, with gym level potential, was currently munching on leaves, due to its lack of held items. The deep green bug electric treasure blended seamlessly with the foliage. Had Muyu not habitually scanned the surroundings, the data panel might have eluded his notice. It is no wonder that formidable bug-type trainers are scarce. Such stealth techniques are difficult for the average person to discern. The gym-level potential of the bug electric treasure stirred Muyu's interest. Although its final evolution possesses only 500 base stats, a remarkable 145 points are allocated to special attack, surpassing that of the average Shanaido by 20 points. Apart from its somewhat sluggish speed, it displays minimal shortcomings. However, the slow speed is a minor issue. As a ranged attacker, equipping it with a rapid-fire cannon would allow for effective sniping. Alternatively, utilizing it as an outdoor Gaussian laser cannon in the future would also be quite advantageous. Crobat, unleash your air blades towards that direction. Muyu commanded in a hushed tone to the Crobat, wishing to prevent any prolonged nightmarish encounters. Cough. With the rapid flapping of its wings, a gust of wind blades surged forth, striking the unsuspecting bug electric Pokémon that was in the midst of feeding. The sound of rustling leaves echoed, followed by a thud. As the creature's eyes dimmed, akin to extinguished incense coils, it fell to the ground. Once it was confirmed that it had lost its fighting capability, Muyu approached and captured it with a park ball. Due to the Pokémon being in a state of unconsciousness, the capture was effortlessly accomplished. Although the process was straightforward, Muyu felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. This was, after all, his first experience capturing a Pokémon through battle. While it was a sneak attack, it nonetheless counted as a legitimate capture. Well done, Crobat, Muyu exclaimed, feeling pleased as he tossed a piece of energy cube to the Crobat in praise. Cough. Subsequently, Muyu relocated under a different tree, releasing the bug electric Pokémon and swiftly applying a healing ointment to restore its stamina. Hello there, little one. Muyu smiled at the slowly awakening bug electric Pokémon, holding a premium bug-type energy cube in his right hand. The bug electric Pokémon, still in a daze from its recent slumber, completely disregarded the fact that it had just been attacked, instead nuzzling affectionately against Muyu. It felt as though they were already familiar companions. Witnessing this reaction, Muyu breathed a sigh of relief. Reality is not a game. Pokeballs do not possess mind control capabilities, so capturing a Pokémon does not automatically elevate its affection level. In truth, while battle Pokémon typically have low affection, During the brief moment they are released from their Pokeballs, it is not uncommon for them to rebel or even attack their trainers. This has been one of the reasons why Muyu seldom captures Pokemon in the wild, particularly carnivorous ones. Thankfully, Bug-type Pokemon share similarities with Grass-type Pokemon, generally feeding on nectar and tree sap, and are known for their gentle nature. Moreover, since the Crobat's attack was stealthy, the Bug-electric Pokemon had not seen it coming. And coupled with Muyu's special affinity ability provided by an expert, the initial affection level of the Bug-electric Pokemon towards Muyu was remarkably high. Here, little one. Have some of this to replenish your energy. Muyu placed the energy cube near the Bug-electric Pokemon's mouth. Trusting due to their high affinity, the Bug-electric Pokemon immediately bit into it without hesitation. Ding! The Bug-electric Pokemon enjoyed a delectable treat. Affection increased by 50 points. Of course, this was merely Muyu's imagination based on the Pokemon's expression. However, judging by its look of astonishment mingled with utter satisfaction, it was likely accurate. After the Bug-electric Pokemon finished its meal, Muyu returned it to the park ball and continued deeper into the forest. After approximately another hour of wandering, he finally halted his steps. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still over 2 hours left until the capture event concluded, and not much time remained for the return journey. Muyu decided against venturing further, opting instead to explore the vicinity, ready to act should he encounter a suitable Pokemon. Otherwise, he would simply head back. Cough. Suddenly, the Crobat lowered its altitude and approached Muyu, issuing a warning cry directed at an exceptionally thick tree that could be encircled by 7 or 8 people. It appeared that the Crobat had detected something formidable. Following its lead, Muyu cautiously navigated through the underbrush to scrutinize the base of the large tree. There, a deep blue Pokemon resembling a rhinoceros beetle was perched, savoring the tree sap. Pokemon, Heracross. Type, bug fighting. Gender, male. Level, 39 advanced. Ability, overconfidence. After defeating an opponent, its confidence increases, thereby enhancing its attack. Moves, tackle leer. Fury attack, endure, horn attack, aerial ace, superpower, reversal, brick break, pin missile, mega horn. Professor moves, none. Inherited moves, feint, takedown. Potential, gym level. A Heracross with gym level potential, having reached the pinnacle of advanced strength, was indeed a stroke of luck. Observing Heracross's potential, Muyu could not help but marvel internally. His participation in the bug-catching contest was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, yet he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of bug-type Pokemon, including a Heracross, one of his favorites. Just as Muyu was about to command the Crobat to engage, a voice suddenly interrupted. Friend, please wait. A man adorned in camouflage face paint and dressed in a matching camouflage outfit emerged from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a black-bellied red armor Pokemon reminiscent of a centipede. Is there something you need? Muyu inquired coolly, casting a glance at the man, his demeanor unchanged but a chill emanating from his gaze. Encountering a trainer specializing in poison types in such a remote area raised suspicions. Chapter 110, Contest for Dominance. Jiao Xing, a third-year student at the Chongqing Natural Academy, had been passionate about bug-type Pokemon since childhood, aspiring to become a dedicated bug-type trainer. However, it is well known that due to the vast number of bug types, their average quality tends to be low. Finding a bug Pokemon with decent potential is incredibly challenging. Fortunately, Chongqing City boasts the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park, known for producing high-quality bug Pokemon. Through relentless effort, he managed to elevate his Centiskorch to the advanced level just before last year's bug-catching contest. While searching for suitable targets, it seemed fortune smiled upon his perseverance when a powerful advanced-level Heracross appeared before him. As a trainer focused on bug types, Heracross held a revered status in his heart, akin to a deity. Although its base stats were not the highest among bug types, its robust physique and courageous spirit, which surpassed that of most bug Pokemon, profoundly captivated him. Commanding his Centiskorch, which had just entered the advanced level, he initially felt assured of victory. However, fate had other plans. Heracross's indomitable spirit allowed it to unleash Aerial Ace and deliver a devastating counterattack even while poisoned. Consequently, aside from his newly advanced Centiskorch, he was left with only a peak ordinary-level Butterfree, forcing him to withdraw in defeat. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Experiencing failure only strengthened his resolve to capture Heracross. A year later, still yearning for Heracross, Jiao Xing re-enrolled in the bug-catching contest, determined to claim what he believed was his destined Pokemon. However, a year had passed, and naturally, Heracross would not remain stationary. Being a tree sap feeder, it would frequently change its habitat. Otherwise, even a 1,000-year-old tree would eventually be depleted. Thankfully, heaven rewards the diligent. And through his understanding of bug Pokemon, Jiao Xing finally discovered Heracross's whereabouts. Yet, he found another man preparing to capture it. Is there something you need? Muyu coldly asked, unaware of Jiao Xing's inner turmoil. Even if he were aware, there would be no inclination to yield. After all, Heracross was a wild Pokémon, and he had no obligation to consider Xiaoxing's hardships. My dear friend, this Heracross was a discovery of mine from last year. Regrettably, in a moment of carelessness, I allowed it to escape. Therefore, might I inquire if you would be willing to part with it? Observing the Heracross nonchalantly sipping sap from the tree, Xiaoxing inwardly exhaled in relief and then smiled as he explained to Muyu. At that moment, the Centipede King beside Xiaoxing took a step forward in a show of cooperation. Species, Centipede King. Type, Bug Poison. Gender, Male. Level, 42 Elite. Ability, Poison Barbs, can inflict a poison state upon contact. Moves, Poison Sting, Rollout, Defense Curl, Protect, Iron Defense. Screech, Tackle, Poison Tail, Liquid Poison, Bug Bite, Agility, Top Move, Pin Missile, Inherited Move, Bite, Potential, Elite. Are you threatening me? Muyu inquired, his gaze narrowing at the sight of the Centipede King's movements, his tone growing colder. Whether it was simply an illusion or not, Xiaoxing felt as if he were being confronted by a malevolent creature, sending a shiver down his spine. Please, do not misunderstand, my friend. If you are unwilling, we can settle this according to the rules and engage in a battle. What do you think? Xiaoxing shivered involuntarily, softening his tone. The so-called rules state that when two trainers find themselves in conflict or disagreement, and neither can persuade the other, they may commence a battle. The number of matches to be mutually agreed upon. This behavior resembles the solo challenges found in MOBA games. How about this? I possess a basic leaf stone. If you win, it is yours, and I shall take my leave. If you lose, you simply relinquish the right to capture the Heracross. What say you? Perhaps intimidated by Muyu's seemingly lethal gaze, Xiaoxing swallowed hard as he observed Muyu's silence. From his backpack, he retrieved a basic leaf stone and presented it. It was not that Xiaoxing was cowardly. As someone who had never engaged in a fight other than falling from trees while catching bugs, he dared not maintain prolonged eye contact with someone like Muyu, who possessed formidable physical strength and a history of violence. Reluctantly, he had to part with the leaf stone he had fortuitously obtained as a bargaining chip. Although Muyu appeared intimidating, he still resembled a student at first glance. With his elite-level Centipede King, he was confident that, barring encounters with the elite talents from the top 8 universities, he would not be defeated. Let us begin. Upon seeing Xiaoxing relent and produce a leaf stone, Muyu finally spoke. He then signaled for the Torterra to step forward. In this forest, abundant with towering trees, while the Zubat could serve as a patrolling sentry, it would face significant limitations in actual combat. In the dense thicket, the large Zubat was even less agile than a monkey. Of course, this did not apply to the lazy old man. I leave it to you, Centipede King. With Muyu's concession, Xiaoxing felt the pressure ease and sighed in relief. Charge! Muyu commanded, maintaining his usual strategy. Despite the Torterra having learned numerous skills, it was undeniable that the most proficient inherited move, Charge, was exceptionally effective. The energy accumulation limit depended on the Torterra's physical prowess, and when combined with its discharge, its power could even surpass that of a hyper beam. Thus, unless facing rock, steel, or ghost-type Pokémon, Muyu typically initiated battles with this combination. Centipede King. Use Tackle to close the distance and follow up with Poison Tail. Due to the recent acquisition of agility and the notoriously challenging nature of psychic-type moves, the Centipede King struggled to utilize it effectively in combat. Relying solely on the slight acceleration from Tackle, the Centipede King surged toward the Torterra. Despite its nearly 2.5-meter length, the Centipede King's speed was impressive. Almost instantaneously upon receiving Xiaoxing's command, the Centipede King tensed its body and charged forth like a battering ram. Fire! Muyu ordered, observing the Centipede King barreling toward them without hesitation. A beam of energy, comparable in thickness to a basketball, erupted from Torterra's mouth, striking the Centipede King with tremendous force. Had the Torterra's Titan ability not been fully stacked, this attack alone would have significantly depleted the Centipede King's stamina. Nonetheless, the Centipede King was interrupted mid-tackle and slammed against a tree trunk. With a pained cry, the Centipede King recoiled. Nearby, the Heracross, still engrossed in its sap-sipping, instinctively raised its head to survey the surroundings upon hearing the commotion. After failing to spot any figures, it resumed its meal with an air of satisfaction. Torterra, continue to charge. After forcing the Centipede King back, Muyu commanded once more. Given the moves available to Torterra, whether grass or ground type, they would not effectively counter the bug poison type Centipede King. While ground type moves were somewhat acceptable, inflicting half damage to bug types, the poison type aspect ensured normal damage output. Grass type moves, however, were rather unfortunate, resulting in a quarter of the damage, an unsatisfactory outcome. Damn, such a powerful discharge. That beam is nearly as formidable as a weaker hyper beam. Xiaoxing couldn't help but curse as he witnessed Torterra's assault. Centipede King, use Screech to interrupt him. Faced with Torterra's renewed charge, Jiao Xing reluctantly commanded. This discharge was even more frustrating than Hyper Beam. At least Hyper Beam had a staggering negative side effect. Hearing Jiao Xing's orders, Muyu remained silent. First, because Torterra could not learn sound-based moves, and thus had no means of counterattack. Second, at that moment, Torterra's charge skill proficiency was so high that it would not be interrupted by such a non-damaging disruptive move. Damn it, is the proficiency really that high? Seeing Torterra unaffected and continuing to charge, Jiao Xing clenched his fists, feeling increasingly anxious. Centipede King, unleash liquid poison. With no other options, Jiao Xing ordered the Centipede King to execute a special attack he was not particularly adept at. Due to the Centipede King's stat distribution, Jiao Xing had primarily trained it in physical attack skills, with special attacks receiving less focus and proficiency. Fortunately, as a poison-type Pokémon, even with low proficiency, the power of the moves it unleashed remained commendable. Ultimately, if a poisoning effect were triggered, the battle would shift in his favor. Unfortunately, Jiao Xing was unaware that even if Torterra were poisoned, it would merely accelerate the stacking of its Titan ability and, with the aid of Dragon Claw, would not lose health. Fire. As a burst of toxic liquid surged forth, Muyu commanded. While Torterra was resistant to such an attack, being poisoned was undoubtedly an unpleasant status. If in a pinch or at a disadvantage, Muyu would have had Torterra endure the attack to hasten its defense stacking. However, clearly in a position of strength, there was no need to subject his Pokémon to unnecessary hardship. With a resounding roar, the substantial beam of light collided with the purple liquid, obliterating it in an instant. Caught off guard, the Centipede King was struck once more. Due to the prolonged accumulation of energy, the Centipede King found itself with over half of its stamina depleted at this moment. Coupled with the pain from the injuries sustained, the Centipede King began to breathe heavily. Charge up! The command, resonating like an ominous melody, echoed once more in Jiao Xing's ears. It felt as though he were trapped in a cycle. Each time, a mere 2 words plunged this elite Centipede King into a fierce struggle. Damn it! As he observed the luminous sphere in the mouth of the Earth Turtle expanding once again, the Centipede King's body trembled uncontrollably. Jiao Xing desperately recalled the techniques mastered by the Centipede King, seeking a way to break the deadlock. Ranged attack? No chance. Close combat? Couldn't he get near? Iron defense? Useless. The attack was a special type move, rendering it ineffective. Damn it. Why does that Earth Turtle, a physical attacker, keep forcing him to use special attacks? With his mind racing, beads of sweat began to trickle down Jiao Xing's forehead. Even though it was already October in northeast China and the weather had begun to cool, he felt as if he were enduring the sweltering heat of summer, his heart restless and his body overheated. Earth Turtle, I concede. Before Muyu could finish his sentence, Jiao Xing despondently shouted. Upon hearing this, the Centipede King also breathed a sigh of relief. If not for his peculiar passion, nobody would wish to be on the receiving end of such punishment. Swallow it. Seeing Jiao Xing concede, Muyu declared, You've won. The prize is yours. Jiao Xing tossed the leaf stone to Muyu and, in a disheveled state, departed with the Centipede King. If they were not currently in the forest of the bug-catching contest, he would have preferred to lose rather than surrender. Yet, that was not an option now. If his strongest combatant, the Centipede King, lost its ability to fight, he would undoubtedly miss the opportunity to capture other Pokémon. Not to mention the registration fee would be wasted, as would the chance to enter the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park. Furthermore, the bug-catching contest stipulated that each person could only register 3 times. If he returned empty-handed this time, the chances of encountering excellent bug-type Pokémon in the future would diminish significantly. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiao Xing chose to bow his head and concede. Although he felt humiliated, reality dictated that it was better to cut his losses than to lose everything. Moreover, he was not devoid of opportunities for revenge. The upcoming Bug King Championship would allow him to battle with newly captured bug-type Pokémon. In Pokémon battles, aside from sheer strength, an understanding of both sides' Pokémon is also paramount. Just like in a MOBA game, if one does not comprehend their own and the opponent's hero's abilities, how can one anticipate and counter effectively? Jiao Xing was confident. As a professional bug-type trainer, his understanding of bug-type Pokémon was certainly not something a trainer of mixed attributes could rival. When the time came, he would undoubtedly defeat Muyu and redeem his honor. Thus, the most pressing issue now was to swiftly find a bug-type Pokémon that could rival that Heracross. At the very least, not be too weak. As long as their levels were comparable, he was confident he could turn the tables and achieve victory through experience and understanding of bug-type Pokémon. Fei Luome Mantis. Chapter 112. Capturing Heracross. After a while, the Zubat returned to Muyu's side, signaling that Jiao Xing had moved on. Only then did Muyu redirect his attention to the Heracross. It was not that Muyu was overly cautious. Rather, when facing a trainer specializing in poison-type Pokémon, it was prudent to remain vigilant. After all, poison-type Pokémon wield considerable intimidation against trainers. A single bite could cost half one's life. If not promptly detoxified, it could very well mean the end. Confirming that Xiao Xing had departed, Muyu led the Earth Turtle towards the location of the Heracross. Remarkably, despite the commotion he and Xiao Xing had just caused, the Heracross continued to suckle tree sap as if nothing were amiss. It was unclear whether it was confident in its strength, fearless, or simply a glutton unwilling to part with the delicious sap. Heracross, how about a battle? If you win, I'll give you this. With that, Muyu produced a premium bug-type energy cube he had prepared in advance. Upon noticing someone approaching, Heracross halted its sap-sucking and lifted its head. Hey! Upon hearing Muyu's words, Heracross's expression grew stern, its arms slightly widening as it bellowed at Muyu. It appeared to accept the challenge for battle. As a fighting-type Pokémon, Heracross never shied away from any challenge. Earth Turtle, it's up to you. Gonna. At Muyu's words, the Earth Turtle's expression sharpened. Though it usually appeared lethargic, it was quite serious during battles. Hey! As the Earth Turtle stepped forward, Heracross's deep blue shell suddenly glimmered with a white light, and it charged swiftly towards the Earth Turtle. It was Heracross's signature move, the Reckless Body Slam. Truly a testament to its overconfidence ability. What audacity! Observing Heracross initiate this reckless tactic of inflicting damage on itself while attempting to damage the opponent, Muyu couldn't help but marvel internally. Earth Turtle, reflect. In Pokémon capture battles, Muyu's strategy differed significantly from battles against trainers. In trainer battles, the goal was to win, so achieving victory as effortlessly as possible was the priority. However, capture battles required tailored strategies for different Pokémon personalities. Against a combative fighting type like Heracross, mere ranged attrition would unlikely win its approval. However, if he could best it in a direct confrontation, it might indeed be persuaded. After all, the stubbornness of fighting-type Pokémon had become a well-known fact. This was precisely why Muyu sent out the Earth Turtle, with the Earth Turtle's dual resistances and recovery. Allowing it to withstand Heracross's attacks would enable it to triumph through its reflectability. Thorn Vest effect. When hit by an attack, it inflicts special damage equivalent to 50 to all nearby enemies, based on its level, with no cooldown. Gonna. Upon hearing Muyu's command, the Earth Turtle's eyes narrowed, and a semicircular transparent wall rose from its heavy shell, enveloping it like armor. Reflect reduces damage from physical moves for the duration. Unlike the fixed damage reduction in games, in the real world, the damage mitigated varied based on skill proficiency and the level difference between the two Pokémon. Boom. Heracross's forked horn slammed into the Earth Turtle's shell like a siege crossbow. The tremendous impact echoed throughout the forest. Unfortunately, while the noise was thunderous, the effect was meager. With the protection of Reflect, the power of Body Slam was effectively halved. Upon striking the Earth Turtle, which boasted a physical defense of 195, it was little more than a tickle. Conversely, Heracross not only suffered the repercussions of the Body Slam, but also incurred damage from the recoil of the Thorn Vest. Since recoil damage is a special move of the normal type, it also benefited from normal type damage amplification. Fortunately, Heracross's special defense was fairly robust. Aside from a noticeable sting, it was not severely injured. Hey! As a tenacious warrior of the bug type, Heracross dismissed its physical pain, its hands glowing white as it rapidly clawed at the Earth Turtle's shell. Fury Cutter. It seemed that wild Pokémon had significant limitations in their understanding of moves. As Heracross did not attempt to use Cut to break through the Reflect, but instead continued to employ physical moves that were mitigated by it, Muyu reflected inwardly. In the heat of battle, the trainer serves as the external brain and omniscient observer for the Pokémon, guiding them to discern the pivotal elements amidst the chaos. After all, simultaneously observing the Pokémon, contemplating the opponent's moves, identifying strategies to break through, finding weaknesses, and seizing the opportune moment to strike constitutes a formidable cognitive challenge. Apart from exceptionally gifted Pokémon like Metagross and Alakazam, many cannot achieve such a level of complexity. Even trainers must accumulate vast knowledge and undergo rigorous practical training, complemented by regular preparatory exercises with their Pokémon, to barely attain this level of proficiency. This is precisely why many individuals prefer to cultivate their Pokémon from a young age. Simply put, the potential for development is significantly higher. Of course, this is not to suggest that wild Pokémon cannot be nurtured. With the right methods, those with established combat prowess can indeed be trained more swiftly. However, this presents an even greater test for the trainer. Bang, 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 bang. Despite the relentless assault from Heracross, Torterra displayed no signs of distress, instead exhibiting a sense of ennui. It was akin to a tickling sensation, more irritating than painful. Torterra, use wood hammer followed by crunch. Upon hearing Muyu's command, The blades on Torterra's cheeks elongated dramatically before it charged fiercely at Heracross's abdomen. Bang! Ouch! With just a single strike, Heracross staggered. As a physical move boasting a staggering power of 120, had it not been for the grass-type's damage reduction against the bug-type Heracross. This blow alone would have been sufficient to severely injure it. Even so, Heracross, having absorbed this hit to its abdomen, felt as though struck by lightning, kneeling on the ground while clutching its wounded midsection. Now, adhering to the principle of seizing the moment, Torterra propelled itself forward with tremendous force, akin to a heavily armored tank, stirring up a cloud of dust as it charged at the still kneeling Heracross. It then opened its massive jaws and bit down fiercely. The crunch, infused with dark-type energy, clamped down on Heracross's shoulder, delivering a crushing blow to the already weakened Pokémon. In mere seconds, Heracross succumbed to its injuries and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Ding! Torterra has defeated Heracross and earned 15 coins. Ding! Treasure of War 2 activated, granting 1 senior-level treasure chest. Well done, Torterra? Muyu approached and patted Torterra's head, presenting it with an energy cube as a reward. This battle not only resulted in the successful defeat of Heracross, but also yielded a senior-level treasure chest, a true double delight. After capturing Heracross, Muyu wondered a bit more before realizing that time was of the essence. He did not feel compelled to capture a third Pokémon. Soon, he retraced his steps back to the park entrance. Completing the registration for capturing Pokémon, paying the deposit, and signing up for the competition, he returned to his hotel. The deposit was modest, set at 100,000 for each Pokémon, to be adjusted after the final battle concluded. Naturally, one could opt not to compete and instead purchase captured Pokémon at their original price. Given the skill level of their captured Pokémon, many were aware that they would likely lose the first match and thus preferred to spend their money directly. While Muyu was unaware of the exact number of participants, he received the registration number 27 upon signing up, indicating a significant drop from the morning's turnout. The power of the aura, you say? Back in his hotel room, Muyu opened his panel to examine the special ability activated by capturing Heracross, bestowed by the fighting specialist. Special power, affinity, a gentle aura akin to nature that instinctively draws all Pokémon closer. Aura power, beginner, 0-10. Aura power, all things possess aura. Yet not all can perceive it. By concentrating aura, one can sense all existence. When gathered in the limbs, it amplifies strength and speed, or enhances the aura of all things, and even, through the aura of all, augment one's own aura. Unlike the passive nature of affinity, aura power bore a proficiency indicator akin to other skills. Without hesitation, Muyu invested 1160 experience points into it. Aura power, beginner, 0-10, aura power, perfect, 0-1-0-0-0-0. Once only able to vaguely sense his own aura, Muyu suddenly experienced a profound enlightenment, clearly perceiving every living being around him. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could distinctly sense his surroundings, as though viewing the world from an omniscient perspective, centered on himself. The only limitation was that the aura perception did not convey a spectrum of colors as seen by the naked eye. Rather, it revealed the essence of all beings' auras. This power was astounding. With the perfect proficiency of aura power enhancing his abilities, Muyu effortlessly mobilized his aura, concentrating it into his right hand. A brilliant blue light ignited in his palm, enveloping his arm. He felt that with a single punch, he could easily obliterate the wall before him. It is worth noting that in this world, due to the presence of Pokémon, structures are remarkably sturdy. Particularly, the luxurious hotel where Muyu resided was fortified against attacks from Pokémon below the elite level. Even at a level above 30, Muyu's human physique, inherently weaker than that of Pokémon, could not breach the wall. Thus, the amplifying effect of aura power was evidently substantial. Not only did it enhance his strength, but with his perception under the influence of aura power, he could effortlessly concentrate it into a singular point, achieving remarkable penetrative force. Contemplating this, Muyu gathered the aura in his hand into a sphere, and in the blink of an eye, a blue energy ball materialized in his grip. It was none other than the fighting-type special skill, Aura Sphere, a skill that only a select few Pokémon with acute aura perception could master. Subsequently, Muyu experimented with enlarging and reducing the aura sphere. The reduction was manageable. With his current control, he could shrink the sphere to the size of a fingernail. Though such diminishment correspondingly diminished its potency, barely comparable to that of a small-caliber handgun. As for the maximum size, given Muyu's present physical and mental state, it could only be slightly larger than a basketball, not an exaggeration. After all, even with perfect proficiency in aura power, the reservoir of his aura was finite. Fortunately, unlike spiritual or magical energies that necessitate meditation for recovery, aura derives from the fundamental energy of all beings. Unless deliberately expended, even when projected as an aura sphere, It would restore itself in a manner that Muyu could not yet comprehend, much like the ubiquitous aura, constantly replenishing every individual. Blaziken, come here for a moment. Stepping out of the hotel's small training room, Muyu called over Blaziken, who was engaged in training. Try to sense this power. In response to Blaziken's puzzled gaze, Muyu placed his hand atop its head, silently channeling his aura to attune Blaziken's own aura. Theoretically speaking, every fighting-type Pokémon, after undergoing rigorous training, possesses the potential to perceive its own aura, thereby harnessing this formidable power. However, in practice, apart from the naturally gifted aura warriors of the Lucario lineage, very few Pokémon have mastered the power of aura. On one hand, if a Pokémon lacks this innate talent, it is unlikely to pursue development in this direction, and trainers would naturally refrain from deliberate training in such areas. On the other hand, the effectiveness of low-level aura spheres is minimal, and due to operational difficulties, achieving precise targeting and tracking is exceedingly challenging. After all, the principle behind a 100 accurate aura sphere lies in the perception of the opponent's aura, which facilitates positioning and subsequent tracking. This process necessitates a robust aura from the user, ensuring that it does not dissipate mid-flight and revert back to its original state. Despite the myriad issues associated with aura powers, it must be acknowledged that a high proficiency in aura significantly enhances a Pokémon's capabilities, especially for melee fighters. Akin to the stark difference between a top-tier martial artist and an average one in a wuxia novel. Although their physical strengths may be comparable, their destructive prowess is worlds apart. As the aura flowed into the body of the robust Pokémon, akin to an ethereal stream of energy reminiscent of air or water, it seemed to invigorate it as if it had just experienced an opulent, comprehensive massage. The expression of bliss that overtook its features mirrored that of someone savoring a delicacy for the very first time. Observing this bewildering countenance, Muyu was momentarily taken aback. He had intended for the robust Pokémon to sense its own aura under his guidance, thus accelerating its understanding of aura power. Activating a beginner-level aura sphere would have allowed Muyu to maximize its potential. Yet, witnessing such an enamored expression from the usually stoic robust Pokémon was beyond his imagination. Aura represents the very essence of existence. To put it more simply, aura is to the body what the soul is to living beings. It is fundamental yet elusive, difficult to perceive or interact with. Furthermore, since the auras of all beings differ, unless one can deliberately sense their own aura to mimic and collide with another's, the interactions between auras are akin to direct contact with the soul. Particularly, Muyu's act of channeling his powerful aura into the robust Pokémon, enveloping its aura completely and stimulating it from all angles, could be likened to administering an all-encompassing, meticulous massage to the very soul. This experience far surpasses any physical stimulation through the body or acupressure, bringing about an indescribable sense of relaxation. As Muyu observed the peculiar behavior of the electric-type Pokémon, who scurried over to him, filled with curiosity, he couldn't help but acknowledge the effect his aura had on the robust Pokémon, who, after a thorough rejuvenation, fell into a deep slumber. Glancing back and forth between the sleeping robust Pokémon and his own hands, Muyu found himself at a loss for words. Was the convergence of auras truly this pleasurable? He pondered silently. Unfortunately, such sensations could only be felt when an external aura enveloped one's own, requiring exceptionally delicate execution. Not to mention, the number of individuals capable of mastering aura is limited, and even among those, Muyu wouldn't dare to allow anyone to attempt such a profound interaction with him. After all, such absolute relaxation is akin to opening the city gates, leaving oneself entirely unguarded. In the midst of his contemplation, the electric-type Pokémon curiously poked the robust Pokémon, who usually remained in a semi-alert state even while sleeping, only to discover that this seemingly indomitable creature was sleeping more soundly than ever. With a playful demeanor, the electric-type Pokémon approached Muyu, playfully shaking his leg and expressing a desire for the same experience. "Do you wish to join?" Muyu inquired. Since awakening his aura abilities, he found that although he could not hear the Pokémon's words, he could accurately discern their intended messages. The electric type nodded eagerly. Seizing the opportunity to test the aura's massage effects on a different individual, Muyu placed his hand atop the electric type's head. The aura of the electric type was noticeably less potent compared to that of the robust Pokémon, and almost instantly, Muyu enveloped its aura with his own. The electric type, unlike the robust Pokémon who had restrained his sounds, could not contain itself, letting out a series of sounds that could be misconstrued. Nearby, a female Ralts, intrigued by the commotion, peered over the edge of the bed, observing the electric type with curiosity as it emitted sounds of comfort. In stark contrast to the robust Pokémon, who had managed to endure for nearly a minute, the electric type succumbed to sleep within mere seconds, collapsing to the ground with a soft thud. Fortunately, the hotel floor was plush, and given its sturdy physique, Muyu paid it no mind, noting the gleam of comfort on its face. Seeing that both the robust Pokémon and the electric type had drifted off, the little Ralts teleported onto Muyu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek and seeking his attention. Do you wish to partake as well? Muyu raised an eyebrow. The previous sounds from the robust Pokémon had been muffled, but the electric type's vocalizations were considerably louder. Had the hotel's soundproofing not been exceptional, he might have feared a complaint from the neighbors regarding the peculiar activities involving Pokémon. Sensing Muyu's slight reluctance, the Ralts cupped his face with her delicate hands and cooed sweetly once more. Overwhelmed by her charm, Muyu could not help but smile indulgently as he held her close, placing a large hand atop her petite head, causing a soft azure glow to emanate. Unlike the electric type's somewhat coarse sounds, the Ralt's voice was clear and melodious, resonating pleasantly in his ears. Perhaps due to her attributes, the Ralts, despite being of a lower level than the electric type, managed to endure for an additional several seconds, gently laying the Ralts, whose fair skin blushed slightly, onto the soft bed. Muyu sighed in resignation. He couldn't shake the feeling that the awakening of aura powers had ushered his Pokémon into an unusual state. He mused about what the elderly Torterra, the mischievous Zubat, and the warrior Heracross might experience under the influence of aura massage. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Muyu's lips. Hey Torterra, allow me to show you something interesting. The following day, Muyu, appearing somewhat fatigued, arrived at the location for the bug-catching contest, the battleground for the upcoming Bug King tournament. After providing aura massages to all his Pokémon the previous day, he wondered if the prolonged, intricate operations had taken a toll on his mental state. Fortunately, after a night of rest, he felt merely a touch weary, without any other discomfort. In comparison to all of this, Muyu could distinctly perceive that his Pokémon had become increasingly harmonious. He could not help but wonder if it was due to witnessing each other's embarrassing moments, resulting in a shared secret among them. By around 9 o'clock, a considerable crowd had gathered around the competition venue, armed with their own portable stools, ready to watch the contest. Although many had not registered to compete, this did not deter them from enjoying the spectacle. After all, it was a holiday, and these insect enthusiasts were quite curious about the accomplishments of others. Please have contestant number 1 and contestant number 36 enter the battle zone. As the announcer called out the numbers through the megaphone, a young man and woman took their positions on either side of the battleground. To be frank, were it not for the girl's slightly defined features, one might easily mistake her for a boy based solely on her appearance, hairstyle, and attire. This illustrates just how daunting it can be for a girl to become an insect-type trainer. It is no wonder that so many female trainers specialize in water, grass, or fairy-type Pokémon. Wandering the desolate wilderness for extended periods can indeed take a toll on one's looks. Go, Electric Bug. It's up to you, Rain Moth. The Electric Bug, possessing both bug and electric attributes, demonstrated commendable strength, having reached the latter stages of the professional tier. As for the Rain Moth, despite its name suggesting a water type, it was actually a bug and flying type, weak to electric attacks but effective against bug types, creating a balance of strengths and weaknesses. However, as a fully evolved Pokémon capable of flight, the Rain Moth had a distinct advantage. As expected, under the girl's command, the Rain Moth safely secured victory in this match. Subsequently, several more battles ensued, featuring Pokémon at the latter stages of the professional tier or the early to mid-level of the season tier. Contestant number 13 and contestant number 27. Please enter the battle zone. Soon enough, Muyu heard his own number being called. Chapter 115, The Insect King Championship, Part 1. Both sides, prepare to release your Pokémon and get ready for battle. The referee waved a flag in his hand. Standing opposite Muyu was a young man adorned with the standard sun hat of an insect-type trainer. He was of modest height, with dark skin, yet his eyes sparkled with confidence, indicating a self-assured individual. Go, Night Snail. Pokémon, Night Snail. Type, Bug Steel. Gender, male. Level, 40, Elite. Ability, Bug Sense. When HP drops below a certain level, the power of Bug-type moves increases. Moves, Lethal Needle. Multi-Slash, Precision Strike, Acid Bomb, Headbutt, Last Resort, Iron Defense, Cross Cut, Swords Dance, Iron Head. Sacrificial Charge, Professor Moves, None. Inherited Moves, Split. Potential, Elite Tier. A Night Snail newly entering the Elite Tier suggested that his opponent was indeed a formidable trainer. If Muyu had chosen to battle with yesterday's Heracross, his chances of victory might have been comparatively diminished. However, a single day was sufficient for Muyu to undergo a transformative change with his Pokémon. Pokémon, Heracross. Type, Bug Fighting. Gender, male. Level, 40, Elite. Ability, Overconfidence. After defeating an opponent, confidence increases, boosting its attack. Moves, Tackle, Glare, Fury Attack, Endure, Horn Attack. Aerial Ace, Heavy Slam, Revenge, Brick Break, Pin Missile, Hellish Stab, Abyssal Stab. Professor Moves, None. Inherited moves. Feint, Sacrificial Charge. Potential, Gym Tier. Equipment, Endless Blade. Death Blade. Item, Bug Gem. Intermediate. Base Stats, HP, 80. Physical Attack, 125-100-225. Physical Defense, 75. Special Attack, 40. Special Defense, 95. Speed, 85. Total, 500-100-600. The Endless Blade, 30. Physical Attack, 45. Critical Hit Rate, 50. Critical Hit Damage, and any critical hit rate exceeding 100 is converted into additional critical hit damage. The Death Blade, 70. Physical Attack. After opening the treasure chest obtained yesterday, along with today's randomly acquired equipment, Muyu equipped both exceptional physical attack items to her across, with a base stat total comparable to that of a demigod at 600, and an astonishing physical attack of 225 points. The addition of its Mega Evolution would bring it perilously close to the 300 mark. Night Snail, use Iron Defense. Upon seeing Muyu release the melee-focused Heracross, the man smirked and shouted, Iron Wall. The Night Snail crossed its arms in front of itself like a knight brandishing a lance. And then a gleam of metallic sheen enveloped its form. Iron Defense. Hardens the skin like iron, significantly increasing its defense. Let us make you a target. Muyu thought to himself as he observed the Night Snail initiating its defensive move. Heracross, use Brick Break. Huh. Heracross, with its arms resembling sheathed blades, charged toward the Night Snail. Acid Bomb to distract him, as the only long-range attack currently mastered by the Night Snail. Despite being a special attack it was not well suited for, the man still encouraged its practice for the purpose of harassment against distant foes. In this instance, it served the same function against the approaching Heracross. Hitting would be ideal, but even a miss would deplete the opponent's stamina. Iron Wall. A flurry of fist-sized black and purple acidic blobs erupted from the Night Snail's mouth. Fortunately, Heracross was nimble enough to evade the sluggish projectiles with ease. Night Snail, now use Iron Head. Observing Heracross nearing, the man confidently commanded. Huh. Heracross raised its arm, and, with a downward strike akin to a powerful cleave, smashed down onto the Night Snail's raised defenses. The sound of a crisp crack echoed where their bodies collided. Boom. In the next instant, the Night Snail was sent flying like a cannonball by Heracross's strike. What just happened? How is this possible? Stunned, the man could hardly comprehend as he witnessed the Night Snail being knocked away. Logically, the Night Snail's physical attack should have surpassed that of Heracross. Even if its sheer strength were somewhat inferior due to its size, it shouldn't have been this drastically outmatched. Chase after it, hellish stab. The man remained in shock. But Muyu seized the opportunity to command Heracross to pursue. Huh. Heracross's originally deep blue horns, now cloaked in dark energy, emanated an oppressive aura. Not good. Night Snail, use Last Resort. Realizing Heracross was closing in, the man snapped back to attention and urgently called out to his beleaguered Night Snail. Last Resort, the lower the health, the higher the damage, minimum 20, maximum 200. Having just sustained significant damage from Heracross's previous attack, if the Night Snail could successfully execute Last Resort now, its power would be substantial. Even if it didn't reach 100, it would be around 80. Unfortunately, for wild Pokémon, survival always took precedence over combat. This meant that skills reliant on a last-ditch effort like this one would require intentional training to attain proficiency, which the Night Snail lacked. As a wild elf with a temperament inclined towards stability, although not fearful of battle, it does not actively seek it out. Particularly in a resource-rich locale such as the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park, where few elves, aside from the combative ones, would instigate conflict. Naturally, upon hearing the trainer's command, the Night Snail struggled to summon its fighting-type energy, but was utterly unable to do so. Alas, just as the Night Snail endeavored to make an effort, the attack from Heracross arrived. The stout, half-meter-long horn, with its dark forked tip, pierced fiercely into the Night Snail's body. Empowered by the infinite power and the Blade of Death, the Hellspike struck a critical blow, leading to the Night Snail's demise in a single hit. Despite its already dwindling stamina. Ding. Heracross has defeated Night Snail, earning 20 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 activated, receiving an elite-level treasure chest. The Night Snail lost its combat capability, and Heracross emerged victorious. With the referee's announcement, Muyu secured victory in the first match. In the audience, one spectator marveled. What a powerful Heracross. Its strength seems significantly greater than that of other Heracross. Truly a fortunate creature. Another chimed in. Indeed, that Night Snail appeared formidable. Yet this Heracross is even more terrifying. The luck of this year's youngsters is remarkable. Damn it, such a powerful Heracross, and I let it slip away. Listening to the admiration and praise surrounding him, Jiao Xing gazed at the formidable Heracross with eyes filled with envy, clenching his fists and muttering in frustration. Chapter 116, The Bug King Championship, Part 2. After Muyu completed the first match, several more battles ensued. Yet few season level or higher bug-type elves appeared in the subsequent contests. Even though the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park boasts a splendid environment and abundant resources, it is ultimately a public area, and the likes of Night Snail, which had just entered the elite level, could be considered among the top-tier elves. A Beedrill. Observing the battle arena, Muyu murmured. Beedrill is a powerful bug-type elf, renowned and not inferior to Heracross. With a base stat total of 500 and a Mega Evolution form, this elf is deeply cherished among bug trainers. Even non-bug trainers would not hesitate to raise such a melee-capable Beedrill, rivaling fighting-type elves. However, what astonished Muyu was not the Beedrill itself, but the fact that it was commanded by Jiao Xing, who had previously lost to Muyu in the contest for the Leaf Stone and the right to capture Heracross. Elf, Beedrill. Type, Bug. Gender, Male. Level, 40, Elite. Ability, Adaptability, possesses powerful pincers that are unaffected by any decrease in attack. Moves, Pin Missile, Harden, Charge Beam, String Shot. Earthquake, Bug Bite, Fury Cutter, Double Hit, Fling, X-Scissor, Superpower, Swords Dance. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, Struggle. Potential, Elite. Through the data eye, Muyu could see that this Beedrill not only possessed elite-level potential, but its strength also reached the elite tier. He wondered how Jiao Xing had managed to capture it yesterday while accompanied by a half-damaged Centipede King. As for Beedrill's opponent, it was merely a newly advanced senior-level Ariados. Although this elf produced commendable silk, its combat prowess could only be deemed standard for a bug type. Despite managing to entangle Beedrill for a few rounds with shadowy sneak attacks and dark-type moves, it ultimately succumbed after only a few exchanges due to the overwhelming level and inherent species disparity. Soon, the first round of 18 matches concluded. However, only 8 contestants remained for the second round. The other 10, having obtained their discount benefits, chose to forfeit. After all, given their lackluster elf strength, winning even once relied solely on luck, and with the discount granted, there was no need to seek further punishment. The remaining 8 contestants each possessed elves with strength at the senior level or higher. For instance, Muyu's opponent in the second round was a mid-tier senior-level combi. This buggrass dual-type elf resembled a mantis but bore a face akin to a yellow soybean. Its base stats were evenly distributed, though speed and physical attack were relatively prominent. Although it had mastered several ranged output moves, its trainer opted for close combat, hoping to leverage its relatively nimble form to outmaneuver Heracross. Unfortunately, the level disparity allowed Heracross to be faster, and after seizing an opening, it effortlessly dispatched the combi in just 2 moves. Thus, by the third round, only Muyu and Jiao Xing remained as contestants. The other 2 had to forfeit due to their elves sustaining severe injuries. After all, this was merely a small event not centered on battles, and the medical elves provided were of mediocre strength, only reaching the peak of the senior level. Capable of restoring only a portion of stamina and injuries, unable to achieve swift recovery. Muyu speculated that the event organizers likely wished to conclude the battles in a single day. After all, the competition did not generate ticket sales. The profits stemmed solely from trainers purchasing elves, so an early conclusion would be more gratifying. Please release your elves and prepare for battle. As Muyu and Jiao Xing stood on opposite sides of the arena, the referee raised a small flag and announced, "We meet again. This time, I shall win for sure." With an air of confidence, Jiao Xing boasted toward Muyu. "What, do you still possess a leaf stone?" Muyu retorted sharply. At Muyu's words, Jiao Xing's eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Muyu, but after tightening his fists, he refrained from saying more. Since this was not a formal competition, the referee did not exhibit the same sternness encountered in previous provincial matches. Instead, he appeared rather entertained by the banter between the contestants. Once the exchange of taunts concluded, the referee withdrew his amused gaze and declared, "The battle begins. Heracross, Aerial Ace." With the referee's words, Muyu wasted no time allowing Jiao Xing a moment to compose himself, issuing commands directly. Alas, Heracross's eyes narrowed as it unfurled its slender wings, swiftly charging towards Beedrill. Cursed Sneak Attack. Beedrill, use Superpower. Jiao Xing, barely entering combat mode, shouted anxiously. Fortunately, Beedrill had no personal vendetta against Muyu or Heracross, and upon hearing Jiao Xing's command, it immediately reacted. Its short, sturdy legs pushed down forcefully, while its grayish-brown arms curved in a semicircle, 3 sharp claws glinting menacingly as its fierce gaze fixated on the approaching Heracross, searching for an opportune moment to strike. This Beedrill exhibits commendable battle awareness. Observing Beedrill's stance, Muyu silently praised. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Jiao Xing, whose emotions swayed easily during combat. Unfortunately, his trainer's temperament was quite mediocre. Alas, take that. Although Beedrill was in excellent form, the disparity in power between the two was not something that could be compensated for by mere good condition. With 2 physical equipment enhancements, Heracross's close-range physical attacks were far more terrifying than those of the same-tier King of the Leaves. Not to mention, Aerial Ace was a flying-type move, dealing double damage to the bug-type Beedrill. Undoubtedly, in the clash of strikes, Beedrill found itself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, bolstered by superpower, it was not directly sent flying. Heracross, unleash your hellish charge. Observing that the sturdy Beedrill continued to bear down on Heracross despite being struck by its powerful attack, Muyu's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he issued a command. Hurry, Beedrill, use your leverage throw to fling him away. In response, Zhao Xing exclaimed in a panic. At this distance, Beedrill had no time to evade. Even if it could react, the skill required contact and leverage, meaning it would inevitably endure that strike. Unless Beedrill had perfected the leverage throw to an extraordinary level, achieving an almost imperceptible evasion, it was doomed to take the hit. A Flying Earth Dragon. Chapter 117, The Grand Conquest. As anticipated, upon hearing Zhao Xing's command, Beedrill did not attempt to evade but instead strained its arms, attempting to throw Heracross off. Yet, how could Heracross let such an opportunity slip? With a slight twist of its body, it tightened its grip on Beedrill, driving its sharp horns down forcefully between Beedrill's two antennae, striking its smooth head. Ouch! Even the resolute Beedrill could not suppress a cry of pain, its hands reluctantly releasing their hold on Heracross's wings. Hellish Charge inflicts excruciating agony akin to that of hell after being struck. The intense pain coursing through the nerves may render the target unable to use sound-based moves. Dark-type moves generally possess lower power, excluding legendary and mythical Pokémon. The strongest move an ordinary Pokémon can learn is merely the 95 power Trickery. However, the horrifying aspect of Dark-type moves lies in their capacity to inflict severe pain. Among these, Hellish Charge is reputed to cause the most intense suffering. It is said that no one can withstand the relentless torment of this move. They either spill all their secrets or succumb to total mental collapse. Of course, for Pokémon, the consequences are not so dire. Otherwise, this move would have long been banned in official competitions. Horn Attack, finish him off. Ignoring Beedrill's inability to stand straight due to the agonizing pain, Muyu delivered the final ultimatum. Hey, Beedrill, dodge. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Zhao Xing shouted, the severely weakened Beedrill was unable to respond. Bang! With the final Horn Attack, Beedrill unwillingly closed its eyes, subsequently transforming into two curling wisps of smoke. I declare Beedrill unable to continue battling. Heracross is the victor. Congratulations to contestant Muyu for winning the championship of this Bug King tournament. I have lost again. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, Zhao Xing's eyes lost focus, and he appeared somewhat dejected. From the initial joy of finding Heracross, to relinquishing it to another, then discovering an elite Beedrill in hopes of redemption, and finally facing this swift and decisive defeat, Zhao Xing's emotions had plummeted like a roller coaster, from the peak to the abyss, over and over again. Casting a glance at Zhao Xing, whose expression had turned ashen, Muyu paid him no mind and turned to the organizers to reclaim his deposit of 200,000, also receiving an intermediate leaf stone as a bonus. Regrettably, there were currently no Pokémon in Muyu's team that required the leaf stone, and aside from Leafeon, the only other Pokémon that could evolve with it was the somewhat elusive Shiftry. Since it was of no use, selling it upon his return seemed the best course of action. Having made up his mind, Muyu replaced the Pokeballs of Heracross and Volta-Beetle with the previously acquired Ultra Balls, while discarding the worn-out Park Ball, which was merely a competition item of negligible value. Glancing at the time, it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. Muyu opened his phone and summoned a vehicle to return to the villa. The next day, inside the villa, in the familiar bathroom, Muyu activated the system once more, commencing a new round of lottery draws. System, extract Hextech talents. Ding. Hextech talent extraction in progress. Completed. Battle preparation I. Gray, your team deals an additional 5 damage and receives 5 less damage. Partial ascension. Gray, 15 seconds after the battle begins. Your Pokemon's damage dealt is increased by 30. Total domination. Gold each time you win a championship in a small, medium, large, or extra large event. You may choose one Pokemon to permanently increase any of its base stats by 110, 50, or 100 points. Small city competitions, medium provincial league competitions with gym-level Pokemon, large national competitions with elite-level Pokemon, extra-large global cups. Small events, competitions with no fewer than 32 participants. Without a doubt, 1 gold and 2 gray. Increasing self-damage while reducing damage received is quite decent. Although the values are not particularly high, their versatility is commendable. Glancing at the first gray Hextech, Muyu mused to himself. Then, he turned his gaze to the second gray Hextech. Partial Ascension. To be honest, this is a formidable Hextech. Unlike the limited battle durations of games in his past life, real-world battles can easily extend to 10 minutes unless there is a significant disparity in strength. A 30 increase is equivalent to the damage boost from the lowest tier high-grade Pokémon treasure, and the best part is it doesn't occupy a held item. Had it not been for the allure of the third Hex deck being golden, Muyu would have readily chosen this gray Hex deck. Hiss. Total domination? Upon reading the description of this golden Hex deck, Muyu could not help but gasp in astonishment. Permanently increasing a Pokémon's base stats, selecting any Pokémon and any attribute. The most critical aspect is the conditions are not stringent. All that is required is to participate in competitions and secure a championship. Although small events yield only minor rewards, their frequency and number are unparalleled. Essentially, any competitive event held in a large city's major shopping center will attract no fewer than 32 participants, and crucially, the skill levels in such competitions are generally low, making them quite accessible for Muyu. After all, capable trainers typically do not seek the meager rewards offered by shopping centers. Clearly, this is the system encouraging him to fish for easy wins in the future. Medium-sized events, in contrast, are significantly rarer, mainly occurring during city celebrations. As for gym-level Pokémon competitions, they appear to be exceedingly few. After all, gym leaders have their own duties, and the events that other gym-level trainers can participate in are likely only large-scale national competitions. They are truly a matter of chance. Global competitions, however, hold little relevance for Muyu at this moment. Yet, the prospect of a 100-point increase in base stats was undeniably enticing. This surpassed the bonuses from a large hat by 30 points, and the flexibility to choose was invaluable. With this in mind, Muyu decisively dismissed battle preparation and partial ascension, opting instead for total domination. Host, Muyu. System level, level 5. Host level, 32, 68, 560. Skills, modern mixed martial arts, perfect, 301, 910, 000. Energy cube creation, perfect, 482, 510, 000. Special powers, affinity power, a gentle aura akin to nature that instinctively draws all Pokémon closer. Aura power, perfect, 103, 100, 000. Coins, 18, 122. Experience points, 2, 483. Equipment, none. Activated bonds, general specialization, 26. Fighting specialization, 26. Flying specialization, 26. Electric specialization, 26. Bug specialization, 36. Props, Antidote X2, Healing Potion X6, Superior Healing Potion X3. Exceptional Healing Potion X5 Hextech Talents. Impenetrable Barrier, color. Dimensional Gift Pack, color. Hedge Fund, color. Resolute Titan, gold. Bloodletting Blade, gold. Comprehensive Domination, gold. Supernatural Spirit, gold. Martial Arts Expert, gold. General Specialist, gold. Ah, behold. Chapter 118. The Selection Tournament of the 100 Guilds, Part 1. Time flies. After returning from the Qinghuan Mountain Nature Park, Muyu resumed his regular training regimen. Although he kept an eye out for any minor competitions recently, regrettably, he found none suitable. Either the events were too distant, taking place outside the province, or they required attributes that Muyu did not possess at the moment, such as the ice attribute. Thus, the comprehensive domination had yet to be triggered. However, Muyu remained unperturbed, for the grand tournament of the 100 Guilds was imminent. Every year, around mid-October, specifically on the 11th or 12th, each club must select its participants to prepare for the forthcoming tournament. As a member of the Fighting Society, Muyu naturally intended to register. One must mention that the primary participants of the grand tournament are predominantly second-year students. This is primarily because fourth-year students, due to impending graduation, tend to abstain from campus activities. Many aspiring participants aiming for the prestigious Golden Tournament in July have already applied for their leave of absence to embark on gym challenges. The Golden Tournament, also known as the National Youth Competition, is exclusively open to individuals under the age of 24. The entry requirements for participation, aside from age, include the necessity of collecting 8 disposable gym badges. Disposable gym badges differ from permanent ones, as they can be obtained merely by defeating a gym leader at the gym level or a gym official within a national level gym. However, such badges are only valid for a single tournament. Participants must start anew the following year. Of course, whether disposable or permanent, badges are not confiscated but are instead kept as mementos. Given the limited number of spots on the school team, many students who are unable to secure a place on the team eagerly anticipate this event. In fact, numerous individuals participate consecutively for several years until they reach the age limit. Beyond the experience gained, enhancing one's visibility and thereby generating income through a virtuous cycle is also a critical factor. After all, opportunities for young individuals to showcase their talents on a national stage are quite rare. Some particularly skilled third-year students, having accrued sufficient credits for graduation, also begin their gym challenges early, preparing to participate in the Golden Tournament for experience. Many students from the school team likewise register for the Golden Tournament in their third year to gather experience for the national collegiate competition. After all, battling in a venue filled with thousands can be daunting. Trainers and Pokémon with weaker psychological fortitude may even forget how to fight. This is precisely why the Grand Tournament of the 100 Guilds primarily sees participation from second-year students. Those proficient third-year students often find themselves absent from school, while those of average skill may not be able to compete with the prodigious second-year students, leading to a general reluctance among third-year students to participate to avoid embarrassment. Hence, Muyu is determined to triumph in this year's Grand Tournament. Although it is unlikely he will encounter gym-level Pokémon in minor events, it is better than nothing. Moreover, battling itself yields monetary rewards, and should he trigger a treasure of war, it would be a trifecta of joy. Obsidian Fighting Society. At this moment, many unfamiliar faces from both second and first years appeared in the society's training room. Having rarely participated in society activities, aside from Lu Liang, Wang Yan, and Wang Lu, Muyu hardly recognized anyone else. What brings you here? Observing Zheng Dan and Lu Yi chatting with Wang Lu, Muyu expressed surprise. He recalled that one had joined the Blaze Society while the other had aligned with the Nature Society. How could they be present here? My legs are my own. Is it wrong for me to take a look? Zheng Dan retorted, her nostrils flaring slightly in displeasure. All right, Dan, we're just here to have a look. Lu Yi tugged at Zheng Dan's sleeve and then turned to Muyu to explain. Brother Yu, are you planning to register for this year's selection tournament of the 100 Guilds? Upon Muyu's arrival, Lu Liang's eyes lit up with anticipation. Well, I'll register and see. Perhaps I might seize the championship. Muyu shrugged casually, his tone relaxed and unburdened, as if the notion of winning did not weigh heavily on him. A mere freshman dares to speak so boldly? Before Lu Liang could respond, a boy clad in a black training outfit with a buzz cut approached. What business do you have here, you mutt? Wang Lu glared coldly at the newcomer. Previously, she had exerted considerable effort to recruit Wang Yan, a non-fighting type trainer, into the Obsidian Fighting Society. This individual, named Sun Lanji, had been the most troublesome obstacle, as he sought to admit a freshman as well, but with limited spots, adding another would significantly dilute the credits available. Consequently, the two had engaged in a wager, where the loser would forfeit their spot. It was evident that Wang Yan's admission had resolved the matter. However, this also meant that a grudge had been established between them. Having just seen Muyu and the others in jovial conversation with Wang Lu, Sun Lanji sought to provoke them. I'm Sun, and you, uncultured wretch. Hearing the derogatory remark, Sun Lanji's forehead pulsed with anger as he spoke fiercely. If you have the guts, come at me. Why hide behind a first-year student? You defeated one. Ignoring Sun Lanji's taunts, Wang Lu furrowed her brow and coldly commanded, silence. Those wishing to register, gather here. Before Sun Lanji could utter another word, Chui Kachin stepped forward and shouted. At this, Sun Lanji snorted disdainfully and prepared to register. Cousin, who is this guy? Wang Yan inquired curiously. Since Sun Lanji had taken a leave of absence for special training after losing to Wang Lu, this was Wang Yan's first encounter with him. Just a defeated foe. Wang Lu replied dismissively, offering no further explanation. Brother Yu. Lu Liang glanced at Muyu's expression, wanting to say something, but Muyu waved his hand, interrupting him. It's fine. Although he spoke lightly, Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Anyone would feel displeased to be inexplicably insulted. If it were during a competition, banter from the opposing side could be considered a tactic. However, Sun Lanji's unwarranted behavior, especially when it affected him, was something Muyu found quite distasteful. Apologies, Muyu. Wang Lu turned to him, expressing regret. After all, it was her matter that had inadvertently involved Muyu. No worries, let us proceed to register. Muyu smiled and replied. The Three Prominent Families. Chapter 119. The Selection Tournament of the 100 Guilds, Part 2. Due to the relatively small number of fighting-type trainers each year, coupled with the fact that only competent students can join the Obsidian Fighting Society, each cohort typically comprises only about 20 members. Soon, everyone completed their registrations. Muyu was number 27, Wang Lu was number 28, and Lu Liang was number 29. Wang Yan could not compete as he lacked a fighting-type Pokémon. Lu Yi and Zheng Dan were merely there to watch the spectacle. The first match, number 3 versus number 28. Chui Kachin, seated in the observation area, entered the match numbers into the computer and an announcement echoed through the training room. The opponent facing Wang Lu was a freshman. Like Lu Liang, a new student in this year's martial arts class, I have a mid-level professional sumo wrestler as my Pokémon. Upon noticing that I was a freshman, Wang Lu did not resort to bullying the younger student, but instead unleashed her late-stage professional masquerade for the battle. Although the levels were not vastly different, there was a noticeable gap in combat experience. Despite Wang Lu appearing somewhat powerless against Muyu, that was primarily due to Muyu's Pokémon, which had gained considerable fighting experience under his impeccable martial arts training. However, when facing peers, Wang Lu's skills were still commendable. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes, Masquerain scored the first point. Next up, number 29 versus number 9. Lu Liang's opponent was also a freshman, utilizing a mid-level professional Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee, akin to Hitmonchan, is one of the evolutionary forms of the fearless little guy, while the other form is Hitmontop. Compared to the defense-oriented Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee's fighting style is notably aggressive. With its retractable legs, agile footwork, and high physical attack, it is quite popular in the arena. Many adversaries find themselves deceived by Hitmonlee's nimble movements, ultimately succumbing to a relentless barrage that wears them down. Unfortunately for him, this time he faced Lu Liang's Infernape, a fiery monkey whose temperament had been honed to a smooth finish, akin to a stone polished by a waterfall. As Infernape deftly defended against Hitmonlee's onslaught. Much like a seasoned master, it remained unfazed, ultimately seizing the moment when Hitmonlee's strength waned and delivered a series of punches that knocked it out. Well done, Lu Liang. Your Infernape has been nurtured remarkably, praised Mu Yu as Lu Liang stepped down. Heh, it's decent, but it pales in comparison to your Galade, brother Yu. Lu Liang scratched his head and chuckled. The announcement continued. Next, number 27 versus number 13. Upon seeing Mu Yu, Chui Kachin smiled and nodded at him. Oh, isn't that the freshman aiming for the championship? Number 13 in the arena was none other than Sun Lanzi. Whether I can secure the championship is of no concern to you, Senior Galanzi, Mu Yu replied nonchalantly, intentionally emphasizing the last word. You sharp-tongued little brat. Stung by the remark, Sun Lanzi gritted his teeth and refrained from further comment. Go Hercross. Teach him a severe lesson. Hawlucha. Pokémon. Hawlucha. Type. Fighting. Gender. Female. Level. 40. Elite. Ability. No guard. All melee moves from both sides are guaranteed to hit. Moves. Leer. Focus energy. Kick. Revenge. Low kick. Seismic toss. Knock off. Scary face. Superpower. Dual chop. Professor's moves. Protect. Substitute. Fire punch. Inherited moves. Quick guard. Potential. Elite. An elite level Hawlucha. Had it not been for this guy's sharp tongue, Mu Yu would have been training his Galade. Now, Mu Yu merely wished to leave a profound memory for this individual, teaching him the consequences of his arrogance. Hawlucha. Charge in and use superpower. With no intention of employing any strategy against the freshman, Sun Lanzi straightforwardly commanded Hawlucha to charge ahead, aiming for a swift resolution. Hercross. Use Aerial Ace. Noticing the opponent's direct approach, Mu Yu issued his command without hesitation. Hey, Hawlucha. Follow up with superpower, and then use fire punch. Seeing Hercross charge boldly, Sun Lanzi was elated and immediately gave the order. However, in the next instant, bang! Hawlucha, with a single blow. Hawlucha using superpower was sent flying without any means of defense. The incredibly high physical attack stat, combined with the flying type's advantage, meant that the damage was significantly amplified. Know your enemy. Gold. The damage your Pokémon deals is increased by 15. If the opposing Pokémon shares the same type, this effect is amplified to 30. This strike, even at the same level and using superpower, left Hawlucha utterly defenseless. What? How could this be? Staring at the unexpected outcome, Sun Lanzi found himself momentarily stunned. Gazing blankly at the fallen Hawlucha. Hell Spike, finish her. While Sun Lanzi was lost in thought, Mu Yu did not dawdle. Seeing that Hawlucha still had a sliver of health left, he spoke coldly. Upon hearing Mu Yu's command, Heracross flapped its wings once more and swiftly drove its deep blue horn into Hawlucha. Hawlucha, after a cry of anguish. There was no doubt that Hawlucha had lost its combat capability. This Heracross is impressively powerful. Is it a newly captured Pokémon? It's astonishing to see an elite Pokémon at such an early stage in college. Observing Heracross cleanly dispatched Sun Lanzi's Hawlucha, Chui Kachin marveled internally. Though Sun Lanzi had underestimated his opponent, the combat prowess exhibited by Heracross was undeniably formidable. At the very least, he did not believe that any of his elite Pokémon could match Heracross's ability to eliminate Hawlucha in such a decisive manner. It seems that Senior Galanzi has lost even the chance to boast. After recalling Heracross, Mu Yu tossed out a parting remark before turning to leave. You. Upon regaining his senses, Sun Lanzi heard Mu Yu's words, but after stammering for a while, he ultimately fell silent, leaving the training room with a face full of embarrassment. Brother Yu, your Heracross is incredible, Lu Liang exclaimed in admiration. Did you catch it yourself? Wang Yan also approached with curiosity. Stop prying into things, be more honest. Wang Lu pressed down on Wang Yan's head before turning to Mu Yu, praising, your Heracross's strength is likely even beyond my Feraligatr. Damn it. Has this guy's strength already reached such heights? How am I supposed to get revenge now? Watching Mu Yu effortlessly defeat the sophomore, Zheng Dan felt somewhat despondent. Initially, she had intended to witness Mu Yu being bested by the sophomore, so she could console him afterward, but unexpectedly, she found herself the one feeling defeated. It's alright. Dan, Losing to Muyu is perfectly normal. After all, he's Muyu. Lui said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Muyu while comforting Zhengdan. How infuriating. When you're comforting me, can't you look at me? Ah, Dan, what are you doing? It's going to break. Chapter 120, Battle Against the Fire Flame Society, Part 1. With Muyu's effortless victory over the sophomore, all members of the Black Obsidian Martial Arts Society had their perceptions thoroughly refreshed. They never imagined that a freshman could possess such strength. One could only say, as expected of the prodigies from the special recruitment class each year, Brother Chui, this newcomer named Muyu likely possesses strength comparable to that of the young lady from the Leaf family. A boy beside Chui Kachin gulped in surprise. Hearing this, Chui Kachin cast him a sidelong glance. That woman joined the varsity team as a regular in her sophomore year and became captain by her junior year. Such geniuses are not easily found. Moreover, training Pokémon becomes increasingly challenging in the later stages. The resources controlled by prominent families are not something ordinary individuals can match, especially considering the Leaf family is the strongest in our Chongqing province. Recalling that classmate of his, a flicker of trepidation passed through Chui Kachin's eyes. As a member of a small, locally established family in Chongqing province, he was all too aware of the Leaf family's status. Do not merely speak of the Evergreen province. Even when considering the entirety of the nation, it remains an existence that ranks among the top 10, if not the top 5, in sheer terror. To mention but a few, the current patriarch of the Leaf family is undoubtedly the unrivaled king of the Northeast, a figure whose renown resonates even on an international scale. In the face of such formidable presence, it is not just Muyu, a fledgling newcomer, who would find himself at a disadvantage. Even the president of the Obsidian Combat Club, a prodigy from the special recruitment class, has been thoroughly bested by the young lady of the Leaf family. Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced by Chui Kachin. After all, some truths are well known to those who are aware, while for those who are not, there is no need to sow unnecessary discord. Following Muyu's conclusion of battle, the subsequent matches proceeded in a systematic manner. Soon, the first round came to a close, and Muyu and his companions made their way directly to the cafeteria for lunch. The second round was scheduled for the afternoon. The entire selection process was straightforward and brutal, consisting of a series of one-on-one elimination matches until the 3 strongest individuals emerged to represent the club. Thus, by the afternoon of the following day, the individuals qualified to represent the club were announced. Apart from Muyu, a first-year student who was somewhat of a surprise yet not entirely unexpected after witnessing the matches, the other 2 were second-year students. One of them was Wang Lu, the cousin of Wang Yan. Despite her previous defeats to Muyu, those losses were attributable to her lack of an initial spirit. Had she utilized her initial spirit, the outcome would likely have been even more dismal. After all, the defensive prowess of the Torterra is nothing short of a nightmare for melee-type spirits. On the third day following the selection of representatives, the first match of the Grand Interclub competition commenced. Unlike the large-scale events Muyu had previously participated in, which drew numerous spectators, the Interclub competition, being a campus event, was on a considerably smaller scale. Notably, prior to the finals, each club conducted a draw for matchups under the witness of the Student Council, followed by scheduling their matches, again under the observation of the Student Council. Consequently, the audience primarily consisted of members from the respective clubs and friends of the participants, unless one was a particularly renowned competitor, such as Muyu. Indeed, as a first-year student who broke military training records and secured a spot for the club's participation, Muyu's reputation was quite notable among his peers. At the very least, nearly 100 spectators had begun to gather in the stands of the arena. Please have the first combatants from the Obsidian Combat Club and the Flame Club take their positions, announced a second-year student council officer, standing on one side of the battlefield. Of course, his role was merely supervisory. The actual adjudication would be performed by an electronic referee. As a second-year student, the spirits in play were either at the peak of the advanced level or at the initial stage of the elite level. Such prime challengers were not to be underestimated, and Muyu was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After volunteering, Muyu successfully claimed the position of the first combatant. Both sides, please release your spirits and prepare for battle. Go, Blaziken. I entrust this to you. Leave it to me, Makhok. As there were no personal grievances between the two and neither party was particularly foul-mouthed, they proceeded directly to the core of the match without any exchange of taunts. Spirit, Blaziken. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 39 Advanced. Ability, Blaze, when hit by a Fire-type move. It takes no damage and instead boosts the power of its own Fire-type moves. Moves, Tackle, Leer, Ember, Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Round, Swift, Flamethrower, Body Slam, Smokescreen. Top moves, Protect, Flamethrower. Inherited move, Double Kick. Potential, Elite level. A peak advanced level Fire-type starter. The crucial aspect here is the hidden ability, Blaze. This effectively seals Blaziken's Fire-type skills. Fortunately, Muyu possesses the eye of data to foresee this. Otherwise, facing an opponent with a level advantage that further amplifies their abilities would be nothing short of disastrous. I declare the battle to commence. Blaziken, greet your opponent with Flamethrower. Ka. Upon hearing the command from its trainer, the fierce flames that had been roaring behind Blaziken surged to a new intensity. With a slight contraction of its soft abdomen, a searing jet of flame erupted from its mouth, aimed at Machoke on the opposing battlefield. Machoke, evade with high speed, then close in and unleash a non-fire type combo. Muyu commanded with a calm demeanor. As per the usual strategy, establish the status first, then accelerate and stack the damage, even against a peak advanced level opponent. Machoke remains unfazed. With a flicker of light surrounding its form, Machoke deftly dodged the ferocious flamethrower. Damn it, I didn't anticipate that they had specifically gathered intelligence. The Flame Club members remarked, somewhat disheartened. However, they harbored no suspicions of Muyu having any unfair advantages. After all, such matters are not the stuff of fantasy. And this information is not classified. If one seeks it, it is readily obtainable. What they did not expect was that Muyu, a newcomer from the special recruitment class, was not brashly charging in, but rather prudently gathering intelligence, rendering their plans to outmaneuver him futile. Chapter 121, Battle Against the Flame Club, Part 2. Blaziken, intercept him with Swift. As Machoke rapidly approached, the male student from the Flame Club commanded. Swift, unleashes star-shaped light attacks at high speed, leaving the opponent no time to evade. Bang, bang, bang. The swiftly launched stars were seamlessly dodged by Machoke, landing harmlessly on the ground behind it. What incredible speed! How is Machoke moving faster than Blaziken? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This is merely the beginning. The true terror of Machoke extends far beyond this. Tianliang, who had been secretly observing from a corner, reveled in the astonished expressions of the surrounding students. As a former adversary of Machoke, no one knew this spirit's might better than him. What nonsense, it evaded Swift. The male student from the Flame Club was utterly bewildered at the sight of his supposedly foolproof attack being dodged. Initially, Muyu's strategy of not utilizing fire-type moves disrupted his rhythm. Now, with Blaziken unable to land a single hit, his spirits plummeted. While he was still in disbelief, Machoke had already maneuvered beside Blaziken. With a flawless display of combat techniques, Blaziken found itself unable to retaliate. Although Machoke could not utilize fire-type moves, as a dual-type spirit, it possessed more than just the fire attribute. Furthermore, with the golden hex to understand its opponent, the fire-type abilities of Blaziken inadvertently enhanced the power of Machoke's moves. As Machoke's speed increased, Blaziken, lacking formal training in close-quarters combat techniques, became little more than a practice dummy. Nevertheless, this was also a form of growth. Aside from combat-type spirits, how many would forsake honing their powerful primary attribute skills to learn relatively useless combat techniques? Ding! Machoke has defeated Blaziken and earned 15 gold coins. Ding! The War Treasure 2 has triggered, granting a senior-level treasure chest. Beep! Beep! The electronic referee announced, detecting Blaziken's loss of combat capability. The victor is Machoke. With the referee's declaration, Muyu successfully secured the first match and even earned a senior-level treasure chest as a bonus. As the second match approached, the student council inquired with surprise, will the Obsidian Combat Club be changing personnel? The members of the student council looked at Muyu with astonished expressions, then politely asked. No need. Chui Kachin glanced at Muyu, and seeing him shake his head, replied in agreement. Thus, the second match between the Onyx Fighting Society and the Flame Society commences. Muyu's adversary in this round is a newly initiated elite-level flame warrior. Do not be deceived by this individual's towering stature and robust physique. Despite boasting exceptionally high offensive capabilities, their defensive attributes are surprisingly lacking. Although endowed with a substantial health pool, their sluggish speed, inferior to that of the fiery beast, renders them increasingly vulnerable against the mighty rooster. Merely within a few minutes, the speed accumulated from the sheep blade has yet to dissipate, even without the sheep blade's enhancements. The sheer velocity of movement is sufficient to effortlessly toy with the cumbersome flame warrior. Consequently, during the course of the battle, the flame warrior finds itself akin to an ordinary person besieged by relentless mosquito bites, save for the howling winds and the incessant stinging sensations. It is unable to land a single blow on the mighty rooster. Ding! Mighty rooster defeats flame warrior, earning 20 gold coins. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, awarding 1 elite-level treasure chest. Beep! The detection system confirms the flame warrior's loss of combat capability. The victor is the mighty rooster. Amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, the flame warrior has been rendered incapable of further combat. What astonishes them most is not merely the speed of Muyu's mighty rooster, but rather that it has maintained such blistering velocity throughout 2 consecutive matches without exhibiting a hint of fatigue. It is utterly preposterous. In truth, this is not solely a testament to the mighty rooster's stamina. Though rigorous training has indeed enhanced its endurance far beyond that of its kin, it does not quite reach this extraordinary level. The remarkable feat is primarily attributed to the vampiric effects bestowed by the blood-licking alchemist, coupled with the restorative benefits from 2 healing orbs, which provide a 50-point recovery upon vanquishing an opponent, thereby enabling the mighty rooster to sustain its combat prowess to such an astonishing degree. One might assert that each of Muyu's Pokémon possesses the potential for such remarkable endurance. Subsequently, under the slightly dazed gazes of the onlookers, the mighty rooster, merely panting lightly, proceeded to dispatch the final elite-level early-stage Flamehawk. Were it not for the Flamehawk's ability to fly, the mighty rooster would have expended too much energy in its attempts to leap towards it. By the conclusion of 3 matches, it would likely not feel fatigued at all. Ding! Mighty Rooster defeats Flamehawk, earning 20 gold coins. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, awarding an additional 20 gold coins. The only disappointment lies in the absence of a treasure chest dropped by the Flamehawk. Nonetheless, securing 2 treasure chests today is still a commendable outcome. Wow, Muyu, your mighty rooster seems to be operating under some sort of cheat, defeating 3 upperclassmen in a row. Upon Muyu's descent, Wang Yin is the first to rush over, circling around him, seemingly trying to uncover some secret. Stop with the treasure hunting. Wang Lu playfully smacks the back of Wang Yan's head, then turns to Muyu with a tone of mild astonishment, exclaiming, Muyu, I never anticipated your mighty rooster would possess such prowess. Had I known, I would have challenged you with my duckling. Brother you're incredible. Lu Liang gazes at Muyu, who he has known since childhood, and reflecting upon the progress of his own A-Li, he sincerely expresses his admiration. I must ensure Li doubles his training upon returning. He cannot be left too far behind by Brother Yu. The fiery monkey remarks. You think you can drag me into your dreams? Later, upon learning that the second match is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Muyu excuses himself to return to the villa under the pretext of preparing for battle. The enthusiasm of the crowd proves overwhelming. While familiar faces like Lu Liang, Wang Yan, and Lu Yi are manageable, the presence of semi-acquainted strangers from the same society makes Muyu reluctant to engage in pleasantries. Rather than waste time, Muyu would prefer to complete several rounds of energy cubes or learn new skills. System, open the treasure chest. Ding. 1 senior-level treasure chest, 1 elite-level treasure chest. Opening now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 40 gold coins, a storm greatsword, and a magnet, beginner. Magnet, beginner, a block of iron infused with a special electric current. When carried by a Pokémon, it increases the power of electric-type skills by 19 and can also directly absorb energy, enhancing the electric attribute quality of the Pokémon. 1 piece of scattered equipment and 1 beginner-level electric-type secret treasure. Not bad at all. Just in time, the electric monster has yet to carry an item. With this secret treasure, its growth can be accelerated, allowing it to shed its foolish state sooner. Chapter 122, Finals of the 100 Society Competition, Part 1. In the ensuing days, Muyu continues to participate in the matches as a starter. Thanks to the various recovery Hextech enhancements, Muyu's Pokémon gain a significant advantage in consecutive battles. Even when injured, they are generally able to recover sufficiently after each match. However, apart from the instances when Heracross engages in close combat, sustaining minor injuries, the mighty rooster predominantly only expends energy. It is worth mentioning that on the 3rd day, Muyu encounters members of the Jiu-Jitsu Society once again. Although they are also second-year students, they prove to be easily manageable opponents for Muyu. After all, few Pokémon of the same level can contend with a Heracross equipped with 3 pieces of gear. Indeed, with the treasure chests opened over the past few days, Muyu has drawn several pieces of scattered equipment, filling the 3rd equipment slot for Heracross. The final whisper, 10 speed, 10 physical attack, 20 critical hit rate. Any physical damage inflicted will reduce the target's physical defense by 50 for 45 minutes, and this effect does not stack. While the slight bonuses to speed and physical attack are noteworthy, the 20 critical hit rate is sufficient to elevate Heracross's base critical hit rate to 70. On fortunate occasions, it might even trigger a critical strike. Moreover, what impresses Muyu the most about this item is the 50-point reduction in the target's physical defense. As Heracross is primarily a physical attacker, its formidable physical attack stat ensures it does not falter against defensive foes. Coupled with the inherent armor-piercing effect of the final whisper, any adversary now facing Heracross is akin to confronting mere parchment. Qingshan Campus, Battle Arena Number 3. Today marks the final showdown of the 100 Society competition. The entire arena is filled to capacity with spectators, the majority of whom are members of the Onyx Fighting Society. This is their first time witnessing their society reach the finals of the 100 Society competition. Although the fighting-type Pokémon are undeniably strong, they are predominantly melee combatants. For instance, Muyu's Heracross, If it cannot dominate in terms of speed, merely closing the distance to other attribute Pokémon requires enduring several ranged assaults from the opponent. Standard attributes like water, fire, electric, and grass are manageable, as they lack any countering effects, but facing flying-type Pokémon generally spells doom. After all, not every fighting Pokémon possesses extraordinary leg explosiveness, acceleration traits, or the synergy of speed-enhancing moves. Please have the first combatants from the Onyx Fighting Society and the Thunder Element Society take their positions. As the Student Council official's voice echoes, Muyu and the participant from the Thunder Society step onto the battlefield. The opposing contestant, a boy with a wild, curly hairstyle clad in a brown jacket, addresses Muyu. You must be Muyu. It's quite rare to see a freshman lead the Fighting Society to the finals. The boy's tone is filled with astonishment at Muyu's achievement as a first-year student. However, he quickly adds with unwavering confidence, but your luck ends here. The first place in the 100 Society competition will undoubtedly belong to our Thunder Society. Upon hearing this, Muyu merely shrugs nonchalantly. One wonders what grants him such audacity. Both sides, release your Pokémon and prepare for battle. Go, Electric Dragon. I entrust you, Fire Chicken. As the Pokeball unfurled on the battlefield, a Dragonite, approximately 1.5 meters tall with resplendent yellow skin, and a fiery Blaziken, standing nearly 2 meters tall with its body ablaze in crimson, emerged on either side of the arena. Blaziken, yes, my Taina has actually evolved, gasped the spectators, including LV Liang, as they beheld Muyu's Blaziken. Who could have imagined that just yesterday morning, it was still a Mytana, and now, it has transformed into a Blaziken? How little time has passed, and that small Torchic has already grown to such an extent. Alas, Ali, we must also double our efforts, LV Liang remarked, patting the fiery monkey beside him. Lost in thought. Puff, do you want me to perish? Pokemon, Blaziken. Type, firefighting. Gender, male. Level, 36, 32, 620, advanced. Ability, speed boost, increases its speed as the battle progresses. Moves, scratch, mastered. Focus energy, mastered. Growl, learned. Bounce, mastered. Blaze kick, mastered. Bulk up, learned. Brave bird, learned. Feather dance, competent. Flame charge, mastered. Top moves, thunder punch, mastered. Heavy slam, mastered. Fire punch, mastered. Protect, mastered. Brick break, mastered. Inherited moves, agility, mastered. Feint, mastered. Potential, champion level. Equipment, Night Reaper, Blade of Fury, Titan Resolve. Held item, charcoal, basic. Base stats, HP 80. Physical attack, 12,015, 80. Physical defense, 702, 520, 25. Special attack, 110, 1510, 80. Special defense, 70, 25. Speed, 801018. Total, 530113643, 853. Under normal conditions, the dual attack stat of 135 perfectly aligns with Muyu's aspirations for his dual-wielding combatant, and with a speed of 108, Blaziken's initiation becomes even swifter. It can be said that, even in its unaltered state, Blaziken now possesses the capability to surpass those Pokémon deemed semi-divine. Should it fully assemble Titan's armor and the Lambent Blade's speed, to call it a radiant yellow flash would not be an exaggeration. Evolved? That is merely an advanced level. Observing the evolved Blaziken, the pompadour-wearing male muttered nonchalantly. After all, his Dragonite boasts elite-level prowess. Pokémon, Dragonite. Type, electric. Gender, male. Level, 42, elite level. Ability, static. The static electricity it generates has a chance to paralyze any Pokémon that makes contact with it. Moves, tackle, growl, thunder shock, thunder wave, cotton spore, charge, tackle. Electro ball, dazzling gleam, power gem, discharge. Top moves, volt tackle, protect, reflect, light screen. Inherited moves, electric terrain, electric field. Potential, gym level. Held item, lightning rod, basic. Lightning rod, basic, a needle-shaped treasure imbued with special currents. When held by a Pokémon, it increases the power of electric-type moves by 11 and can absorb electricity, enhancing the Pokémon's electric-type energy quality. Chapter 123, Battle Royale Finals, Part 2. Indeed, the static ability. As Muyu reflected on the description of Dragonite's ability, he mused internally. Knowing that the finals would pit him against an electric-type team, Muyu resolved to use the newly evolved Blaziken for the match. After all, with Heracross's speed and move set, encountering electric-type Pokémon would likely lead to its demise. Not to mention the insufferable moves like Thunder Wave. Most electric-type Pokémon possess the static ability, which would hinder Heracross's agility. This explains why Muyu chose to deploy Blaziken instead of relying on the higher-level Heracross. Dragonite. Use electric terrain, commanded the pompadour-wearing male. With a slight flicker of the red gem atop Dragonite's head, a strange electromagnetic wave emanated from it. Electric terrain transforms the battlefield into an electric terrain, preventing Pokémon on the ground from sleeping and increasing the power of electric-type moves. Blaziken, bulk up and focus energy, exclaimed Muyu. With Dragonite activating the terrain skill first, Muyu directed Blaziken to commence its buffing sequence. One must admit, after evolving into Blaziken, its already rapid energy mobilization speed became even more accelerated. Before the electric terrain could envelop the entire field, Blaziken had already completed the dual application of status-enhancing skills. Its overall momentum surged dramatically. Dragonite used Thunder Wave. Seeing that Blaziken did not strike first, but instead unleashed its own buffing skills, the pompadour-wearing male grinned and issued his command. Oh no! Waves of invisible electromagnetic pulses spread out in a fan-like manner, gradually advancing towards the front of Dragonite. Blaziken, flame charge forward, Muyu commanded calmly. It is well known that the so-called Thunder Wave is a weak current formed under the influence of a small amount of electric-type energy. With a power level comparable to the static ability inherent in electric-type Pokémon, causing negligible damage but possessing a chance to paralyze the target. However, this requires contact with the electric move. To counter this, Muyu had elevated the proficiency of the newly learned Flame Charge to a mastery level, specifically to address such scenarios. Flame Charge. The user is engulfed in flames, significantly boosting its speed and power while attacking the opponent. Mastery-level proficiency allows Blaziken's Flame Charge to require less time to charge, with the flames covering a larger area, enough to envelop its entire body. Enveloped in the powerful fire-type energy, the feeble electromagnetic waves could not even approach Blaziken beneath the flames. With its already remarkable speed, Blaziken, augmented by its speed boost ability and Flame Charge, transformed into a blazing meteor, unstoppable as it hurtled toward the stationary Dragonite. What? How could this be? The pompadour-wearing male, who had thoroughly studied Maitana, was taken aback by Muyu's hidden mastery of Flame Charge, his eyes widening in shock. Unfortunately, Blaziken's assault would not pause to accommodate his astonishment. Boom! The impact of the bulk-up and charcoal-enhanced Flame Charge, coupled with the Night Reaper's innate ability to amplify the damage of its primary-type moves, enabled the advanced-level Blaziken to eliminate Dragonite in a single, decisive blow. What? Impossible. How could this happen? The pompadour-wearing male exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at Dragonite, now propelled against the wall and rendered unconscious. His shock rendered him nearly voiceless. The battle concluded far too swiftly, leaving him with numerous strategies unutilized. Whether it was the Reflect move to reduce physical damage or the Protect move, which could nearly guarantee survival, either could have altered the course of this battle. Alas, Blaziken's speed was overwhelming, so much so that he had no time to contemplate, leaving Dragonite to witness the fiery tail of the meteor approach, leading to its swift demise. Wow, is Muyu's Blaziken really that formidable? No way, this is too terrifying. I just bent down to tie my shoelaces, and the match is already over. This is an advanced level Blaziken that just evolved? I would believe it if it were said to be gym level. As the battle concluded in the blink of an eye, students in the audience erupted in astonished exclamations, each unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Captain, the battle prowess of this Blaziken is likely on par with that of an average gym-level Pokémon. On the second floor of the battle hall, a girl with flowing red hair exclaimed in astonishment to her companion, who donned ice blue attire and had long black hair cascading to her waist. Quite impressive, but unfortunately, she is just a freshman. If she had another year, she might prove to be of greater assistance. The girl's expression was as cold as frost, her tone imbued with an icy demeanor. Indeed, it is a pity that she is merely a freshman. If given another year, and with your guidance, Captain, perhaps our Evergreen University could secure a spot among the top 4 in next year's National Collegiate Competition. The girl with the red hair echoed her sentiments. Sigh, Captain. Aren't you going to watch? She inquired, glancing at the black-haired girl who was preparing to depart. There's no time for spectating. I'd rather train my Pokémon diligently. The black-haired girl replied coolly, casting a sidelong glance at her red-haired companion. Yes, Captain. The red-haired girl, initially wishing to say more, instinctively shivered under her captain's emotionless gaze that resembled glacial ice, and obediently responded, unaware of the events unfolding on the second floor. Muyu was now approaching the second round of the finals. Her opponent was a Electrode, a level 42 elite Pokémon, comparable to the Electabuzz. Unfortunately, fire is strong against steel, and with Blaziken in peak condition, its power was unparalleled. Even though Electrode possessed the ability to levitate, it could not withstand 2 minutes against Blaziken and was swiftly defeated. Perhaps intimidated by Blaziken's terrifying strength, the third girl who stepped up appeared to hesitate slightly, her gaze flickering as she looked at Muyu, who stood with her arms crossed. Consequently, her commands became somewhat disjointed. struggling to direct her newly advanced Electrode. She floundered for a moment before meeting the same fate as the Electabuzz and Electrode. Ding. Blaziken defeated Electrode, earning 20 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning 1 Elite Treasure Chest. Ding. Comprehensive Conquest, Gold, triggered, Event Scale Determination in progress, Participant Count Determination in progress, Strongest Pokemon Strength Determination in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the Small-Scale Event Championship, earning 1 free attribute point. I declare that Electrode has lost its combat capability, and the victor is the Onyx Fighting Society. Muyu. With the system's notification echoing in her mind, the student council member announced the final results of the match. Undoubtedly, the Onyx Fighting Society had claimed the championship. Chapter 124, Born with Dual Stars. The following day, having won the championship of the 100 Societies competition, Muyu arrived at the washroom as per her usual routine. For the Onyx Fighting Society, this victory marked only the second time since Liu Zhe founded the society. Aside from Liu Zhe himself, who had led the society to its first championship, they had not secured another title in subsequent years, merely maintaining their reputation as the strongest fighting society. Unexpectedly, this year, under the leadership of freshman Muyu, they triumphed. This delighted Chui Kachin immensely, who promptly awarded Muyu all the academic credits as a reward. As for Wang Lu and another participating member's rewards, he supplemented them from his own pocket. After all, he wasn't lacking in resources. Today was about making himself happy and splurging. Naturally, Muyu accepted this with a clear conscience. System, initiate Hextech Talent Draw. As usual, while washing up, Muyu proceeded with this week's Hextech Lottery. Ding. Hextech Talent Draw in progress. Draw complete. Treasure Bag Eye, Gray provides 1 random item. Blood Conversion Eye, Gray, your Pokemon gain a maximum health increase of 20, plus 2 health points per host level. Born with Dual Stars, Gold, the next Pokemon acquired, whether of ordinary or professional level, will have its potential elevated by 2 tiers, with a cap at champion level. The first Gray Hextech item offered a standard item, rather unremarkable. The second provided additional health, which was quite decent, especially since it offered a team-wide boost for all Pokemon. However, upon seeing the newly revealed Golden Hextech, Muyu raised an eyebrow. This was akin to a Hero Replicator and Star-Raising Resonance, enhancing potential. Yet unlike the former two, which only elevated potential by 1 tier, this Born with Dual Stars could elevate it by 2 tiers. And if it encountered a gym-level potential Pokemon of ordinary or professional caliber, its potential cap could astonishingly reach the champion level. It's worth noting that, due to the Hero Replicator only appearing among colored Hextech items, Muyu's Pokemon had thus far only reached the highest potential of the elite level. This meant that if Muyu were to be fortunate, the next Pokemon she obtained could be her first with champion-level potential. Conveniently, Muyu had yet to utilize her academic credits for a Pokemon exchange this year, and after the newcomer competition and the 100 Societies competition, she had accumulated enough credits to exchange for either a Pokemon egg or a new Pokemon. Now, having drawn the Born with Dual Stars, she decided it was the perfect opportunity to visit the school's breeding center and see if there were any suitable Pokemon available. Without further ado, she quickly finished her breakfast and made her way to the Evergreen Breeding Center. After nearly 2 months, Muyu entered the Evergreen Breeding Center once again. Since the outer area consisted mainly of common Pokemon types, there had been little change aside from the quantity. However, the inner area showcased a notable variety of Pokemon. After all, the higher the level of a Pokemon, the longer the interval between offspring births. After a brief stroll, Muyu's gaze landed on the very Pokemon she had initially intended to acquire. EV. Pokemon EV. Type: Normal. Gender: Female. Level: 6, Ordinary. Ability: Adaptability. Using moves of the same type as itself will enhance their power. Moves: Tackle, Tail Whip, Growl, Wish, Helping Hand, Sand Attack. Inherited moves: Wish, Yawn. Potential: Gym level. After deducting the credits, Muyu captured the adorable little creature in a Pokeball. Subsequently, a faint golden light flickered across the surface of the Pokeball. Eevee's panel also underwent a transformation within Muyu's view. First, its potential surged from gym level to champion level, becoming the highest potential Pokemon in Muyu's possession. Furthermore, the moves section now included Quick Attack and Swift, skills that Eevee would typically learn only at a much higher level, indicating that high-potential Pokemon easily grasp skills ahead of schedule. With Eevee now in hand, Muyu's life returned to its tranquil routine. Beyond attending classes daily, her schedule was filled with unwavering training. The somewhat lively Eevee quickly forged bonds with the other Pokemon in Muyu's team, especially with the female Ralts. Consequently, the young Pidgey no longer had to endure Ralts' lectures, enjoying increasing amounts of free time each day. As for the male Ralts, he was assigned by Muyu to accompany Electabuzz. Although Electabuzz was somewhat simple-minded, it possessed considerable courage. This arrangement was perfect, as Muyu aimed to have Electabuzz help Ralts overcome his timid disposition. After all, Muyu envisioned him as a future psychic martial god, mastering instantaneous movement combat techniques that would even leave the Flying Thunder god in awe. After all, instantaneous movement doesn't require special ninja tools as anchors. Eventually, wherever the mind radiates becomes the domain of its influence. 1 against 10 would be no problem. Thus, the tranquil days passed by like a gentle breeze. Soon, the end of October quietly approaches. In the training room of the Obsidian Fighting Club, unlike the sparsely populated atmosphere of the daytime, today almost all the members of the club are present. Naturally, Muyu is no exception. This day marks the return of Lu Zhe, the founder of the Obsidian Fighting Club, known as the Black Arm King, to impart his knowledge to the club members. Although termed as a lecture, it is essentially an opportunity for him to reconnect with the old principal, reminisce about the club he established in his youth, share some insights, and clarify doubts. For a trainer of his caliber, especially one of regional renown, even the simplest pieces of advice could prove invaluable to these still studying students. Lu Zhe reflects with a sense of nostalgia, amazed at how many members the Obsidian Fighting Club has accumulated over the years. Observing the youthful, vibrant faces around him, he is filled with a sense of satisfaction. The fighting club he passionately founded back in the day continues to thrive, free from the specter of dissolution. Despite having garnered numerous world-class accolades, witnessing the vitality of the club he established when he was still a brash youth fills him with pride and joy, akin to seeing his own child succeed. Chapter 125. Lu Zhe. Look, the Black Arm King has arrived. A voice, filled with excitement, calls out, drawing the attention of everyone present. Muyu follows the gaze of the crowd. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. His exposed arms showcase well-defined muscles reminiscent of obsidian, dark and gleaming, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. The most common buzz cut accentuates Lu Zhe's rugged charisma. Even to the naked eye, it is evident that this individual possesses extraordinary strength. However, what captures the most attention are the obsidian gauntlets adorning Lu Zhe's wrists. These gauntlets, estimated to be over 20 centimeters thick, emanate an imposing weight that commands respect. From what Muyu understands, this special material, significantly heavier than comparable metals and possessing remarkable resistance to various elemental moves, is often used to create specialized training equipment. The fact that Lu Zhe wears a pair of these crafted specifically as gauntlets is unprecedented. It is no wonder that Lu Zhe's title, the Black Arm King, is so well-deserved. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Cui Kachin's face flushes with excitement as he exclaims, "Is that you, the grandson of Cui Lian?" Lu Zhe, recognizing the familiar visage, inquires curiously, "King Lu, you know my grandfather?" Cui Kachin responds, astonished. Cui Lian is indeed Cui Kachin's grandfather, the former head of the Double Liao City Fighting Dojo in Qingqing Province. However, due to his advanced age, he has largely withdrawn from dojo affairs and is now enjoying a peaceful retirement, leaving few outside the circle aware of his status. In my youth, I learned a few techniques from old Cui. I never imagined his grandson would have grown so much. Lu Zhe remarks with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on how quickly time has passed since he trained under Cui Lian. The once inexperienced youth, who struggled under Cui Lian's tutelage, has now blossomed into a world-class fighter. "Come, let me see how our Obsidian Fighting Club has developed over the years," Lu Zhe says, patting Cui Kachin on the shoulder. As Lu Zhe steps into the center of the crowd, waves of excitement ripple through the room. Observing the youthful yet well-trained boys and girls surrounding him, Lu Zhe's heart swells with pride. As a leading figure among contemporary fighting trainers, his greatest desire is to witness the emergence of exceptional talent within the community. To that end, he has repeatedly petitioned the Alliance to introduce a mandatory physical training course during students' formative years, though not aiming for high proficiency, at least to instill an awareness of the importance of physical fitness. The Alliance takes this matter seriously, not only because it is inherently beneficial, but also due to Lu Zhe's considerable influence, which prevents them from dismissing it lightly. Unfortunately, due to the lengthy process required for policy establishment, from planning to implementation, this initiative has yet to be announced. "Brother Yu, it's the Black Arm King, Master Lu Zhe. I can't believe he has truly come to our club." Lu Liang, usually reserved, displays an unmistakable excitement, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with enthusiasm. It is clear that his emotions are tumultuous. "I am Lu Zhe, and I trust you are somewhat familiar with me. I shall refrain from lengthy introductions. As you may know, I am the founder of the Obsidian Fighting Club, and I am here today to observe the club's current development." Lu Zhe's powerful voice resonates throughout the training room, louder than any ordinary loudspeaker, a testament to his prowess as a combat trainer. I happen to have ample time today, so if you have any questions regarding fighting trainers, feel free to ask. Only by pooling our collective wisdom can we achieve greater progress. Lu Zhe encourages. His purpose for returning to the Obsidian Fighting Club is to assess its growth and offer guidance to the newcomers, while also scouting for promising talents among the aspiring trainers. After all, with his current stature and achievements, few matters can truly captivate his interest. His rare hope lies in nurturing an outstanding successor who can uphold his legacy as the ultimate fighting champion. King Lu, can humans truly battle alongside Pokémon? A boy stands up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he poses this question, one that many familiar with Lu Zhe's legendary tales have pondered. After all, Lu Zhe's feats against dojo-level Pokémon are stories known to every fighter. Upon hearing this question, Lu Zhe smiles slightly before responding. Let us do this. Release your Pokémon, and let us have a match to find out. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Many matters can feel somewhat hollow when merely described in words. Only through genuine visual experience can they leave a lasting impression. At this, excitement ignites in the eyes of all present. They never anticipated they would have the opportunity to witness the Black Arm King in action today. The boy, filled with exhilaration, retrieves a peak level 39, Machoke amidst the envious and jealous gazes of his peers. Then, Lu Zhe stretches slightly and retrieves a Pokeball, saying, Master Weasel, could you please serve as the referee? With a graceful flourish reminiscent of ancient dancers, a white and lavender-hued weasel-like Pokemon appears on one side of the battlefield. Pokemon, Master Weasel, type, fighting, gender, female, level, 69, king level. Ability, Regenerator, slowly recovers health when using energy. Moves, Strike, Last Resort, Insight, Surprise Strike, Quick Defense, Frenzy. Wide Defense, Energy Boost, Rapid Return, Absorb Punch, Sharpen, Wave Bullet, Bounce, Meditate, Flying Knee Kick. Professor's Techniques, Bodybuilding, Hold Ground, Substitute, Digging, Provocation, Chop Wood, Absorb Punch, Rock Block. Sharpstone Attack, Sleep, Sleep Talk, Hold On, Tough It Out. Inherited Techniques, True Chi Punch, Knock Down, Feint Attack. Potential, King Level. Carried Item, Black Belt, Intermediate. Special Powers, Natural Force, Proficient, Earth Force, Proficient, Primitive Force, Novice. Hiss, gazing at Master Weasel's array of skills and exceptionally high levels. Muyu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In terms of level and number of skills alone, this Master Weasel is nearly on par with who lies absolute mainstay, the Electric Beast. At most, it is just a slight difference in the proficiency of special abilities. However, as Muyu understands, although Master Weasel is also his first-tier spirit, it is not Lu Zhe's strongest main force. This shows that Lu Zhe's title as the strongest fighting king is indeed well-deserved. Chapter 126, Instant Kill. Come on. Lu Zhe slightly shook his wrist, encased in obsidian bracers, addressing the boy. Goliath, use super strength. Upon hearing this, the boy showed no hesitation, instead displaying an excited expression. His voice trembling slightly as he shouted. Goliath. Responding to his trainer's command, Goliath cast a nervous glance at the imposing figure before him, then let out a low growl and charged towards Lu Zhe. His steps were steady and powerful, but alas, he lacked finesse. Observing Goliath's straightforward approach, Lu Zhe's gaze darkened, calmly commenting. It was only when Goliath reached him that Lu Zhe subtly shifted his posture, easily evading the attack by slipping into an unguarded angle. Then, Lu Zhe's right arm surged with force, muscles bulging, the large obsidian bracelet resembling a heavy hammer, crashing down with the might of a collapsing mountain upon Goliath's right shoulder blade. Bang! Goliath. In pain, Goliath cried out, collapsing to the ground as if struck by a heavy truck from above. Even the surrounding students felt a tremor emanating from the ground. On closer inspection, one could see signs of subsidence in the earth around Goliath. It was evident that Lu Zhe's strike was anything but ordinary. Instant kill. What the heck? I recall Goliath being at the peak of the senior level, and he lost just like that? Gulping, the students marveled at Lu Zhe, the king, exclaiming, he is practically a humanoid fighting spirit. All the students swallowed hard, staring blankly at the man whose right arm faintly glowed red after the swift defeat of Goliath. Alright, let us quickly take this little guy for treatment. Although I didn't use all my strength in that arm strike, it was sufficient to leave a mark inside. Lu Zhe remarked, flexing his right fist, easing the slight soreness in his arm from the sudden force. So this is the effect of the obsidian bracers. Watching Lu Zhe's nonchalant demeanor, Muyu mused in his heart. As a holder of perfect level combat skills, Muyu immediately recognized that Lu Zhe's exaggerated power that could instantaneously defeat a peak-level Goliath was not merely due to his extraordinary strength. The incredibly hard and heavy obsidian bracers certainly played a crucial role. Not to mention, if Muyu were to wield an obsidian-crafted claw, he too could effortlessly take down some moderately speedy melee spirits. After all, close-range combat movement is more reliant on one's reflexes than sheer speed. With the enhancement of perfect-level combat skills, Even a Blaziken would struggle to keep pace with Mu Yu's attacks in close-quarter dodging without relying on skills or equipment. Of course, given Mu Yu's current level, inflicting pure physical harm on a Blaziken is practically out of the question. Once the swelling in his right arm subsided, Lu Zhe continued. In truth, the human body possesses considerable potential. While it may seem weaker compared to spirits, exquisite techniques combined with the right tools can transform us into what one might call humanoid spirits. As he spoke, Lu Zhe raised his right arm, shaking the obsidian bracers adorning it. Humanity's achievements have never been reliant on mere brute force. Wisdom, experience, and accumulation are eternal themes. With this robust physique, profound combat techniques, and appropriate equipment, even humans can possess combat power rivaling that of spirits. Of course, each individual's physical potential varies, but as long as we persevere, our efforts will surely yield results. In Lu Zhe's view, while training may not forge humans into ruthless melee spirits, a strong physique serves as the last bastion of protection in times of crisis. Just like his mentor, who, had it not been for his exceptional physical conditioning, might have perished in that terrifying secret realm upheaval. Furthermore, a robust physique also provides trainers with ample energy, preventing them from feeling lethargic in any undertaking. In fact, many young trainers excessively rely on their spirit strength, leading to frequent accidents in the wild. This is also why Lu Zhe advocates for the inclusion of physical training courses as mandatory in national education, strengthening the body, fortifying the heart, building a strong nation. King Lu, may I ask how we can enhance our combat skills? After listening to Lu Zhe, a seemingly invigorated student stood up, eagerly inquiring. To improve combat skills, one must seek a suitable mentor and engage in consistent training. In my youth, I traveled across almost every province in the Huaxiao Alliance to seek out renowned masters. Although it was arduous, it laid a solid foundation for me. Lu Zhe remarked with a nostalgic expression. This is also why many people cannot persevere. After 1 or 2 decades of hard training, humans can only hope to match dojo-level spirits. However, spirits are different. 1 or 2 decades can cultivate countless dojo-level spirits. With sufficient talent, even king-level spirits are not out of reach. In terms of cost-effectiveness, rigorous training is simply laughably low. How about this? Talking about it might not be very clear. Does anyone want to come up and give it a try? Lu Zhe suggested. Hearing this, everyone recalled the recently defeated Goliath, and the atmosphere fell silent. While many enjoyed fighting-type spirits, their pursuit of honing their own combat skills was often merely a hobby, something they did on the side. Few were truly devoted to martial arts with the same earnestness as Lu Zhe. King Lu, may I? However, among the throngs of people, there were some who stood out. At least, Lu Liang was someone who loved fitness and had been wholeheartedly committed to it. As far as Mu Yu knew, Lu Liang exercised longer each day than even his fighting-type spirit, the Monferno. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 127, Taking a Disciple. What is your name? Observing Lu Liang's robust physique, Lu Zhe's eyes lit up with excitement. My name is Lu Liang. Lu Liang replied nervously upon hearing Lu Zhe's question. Lu Liang, very impressive. Come attack. After a brief consideration of the various fighting families with the surname Lu, and confirming that none fit the criteria, Lu Zhe smiled slightly. Who? Upon hearing Lu Zhe's words, Lu Liang took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions, and assumed an offensive stance. His entire body tensing as he summoned his strength in his lower limbs. He charged towards Lu Zhe with a whoosh, resembling Goliath just moments before. Although the sense of oppression was somewhat inferior to that of the formidable Hori, the momentum was undeniably robust. Indeed, quite impressive. Observing the way he consolidated his essence and spirit, initially revealing the demeanor befitting a martial artist, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lu Zhe's eyes. This young lad named Lu Liang is truly a gem in the rough. At this level, he was only a hair's breadth away from where Lu Zhe had been in his youth. Bang! Faced with Lu Liang's ferocious assault, Lu Zhe did not attempt to evade. Instead, he seized upon the flaw in Lu Liang's attack pattern, effortlessly deflecting the incoming arm. Following this, he executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending Lu Liang crashing to the ground. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. If Lu Zhe had been a force of nature, akin to a collapsing mountain, he now embodied the gentle flow of water, exuding an elegance reminiscent of deftly wielding 2 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Come again, Lu Zhe called out to the fallen Lu Liang, who was still reeling from the impact of his fall. Even before he could fully regain his composure, Lu Liang nimbly sprang back to his feet, disregarding the pain radiating from his back, and charged at Lu Zhe once more with unabated fervor. However, compared to before, Lu Liang's speed was noticeably diminished, as it seemed he had realized that relentless aggression would only lead him to ruin. Well done. Lu Zhe mentally praised Lu Liang as he observed the instantaneous shift in his approach. Alas, the gap in skill could not be bridged merely through insight. Without the honed muscle memory forged through countless trials, it was challenging for a typical person's reflexes to affect any substantial change. As the saying goes, to master martial arts, one must first endure blows. Only by remembering the pain can one truly learn to fight. Perhaps due to his admiration for Lu Liang, Lu Zhe dedicated over 10 minutes to instructing him until Lu Liang was bruised and trembling, breathless from exertion, at which point Lu Zhe finally called a halt. Throughout the entire process, Lu Liang, cherishing this opportunity to spar, remained utterly focused, never uttering a word, even as fatigue set in, his fighting spirit unwavering. Witnessing Lu Liang's tenacity and resilience stirred something within Lu Zhe. Even he, a seasoned veteran, felt a pang of emotion. This sight greatly resembled his own youthful self, unyielding and steadfast. Upon hearing Lu Zhe's command to stop, Lu Liang swayed unsteadily, as though deflated. Fortunately, Lu Zhe was quick to act, stepping forward to steady him. Despite their similar physiques, Lu Liang, who was slightly taller, appeared somewhat weaker in Lu Zhe's presence. Lu Liang, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Lu Zhe inquired, his tone earnest as he supported Lu Liang. Really? I would be honored, Master Lu. Lu Liang exclaimed. His previously hazy determination suddenly revitalized, his voice brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha, calling me master already? Lu Zhe chuckled, his mood considerably lifted upon hearing Lu Liang's enthusiastic affirmation. Master. The onlookers erupted into a flurry of whispers, as if a pot had boiled over. How wonderful. I never expected Lu Liang to be taken under the wing of Master Lu. I'm truly envious. Had I known, I would have signed up myself. Come now. With your lackluster skills, the moment Master Lu executed a shoulder throw, you'd be yelping in pain, wishing to play dead. Do you really think everyone is like Lu Liang? Indeed, Lu Liang has shown unwavering dedication to his training. Ever since he joined our Black Owl Fighting Society, he has not missed a single day. As long as there are no classes, he is invariably found honing his skills. His self-discipline is astonishing, while some are envious. Even jealous of Lu Liang's good fortune in being accepted as Lu Zhe's disciple, many others regarded it as a natural outcome. After all, Lu Liang's diligence was evident daily. His intrinsic self-discipline fierce, something even the most elite combat practitioners might struggle to achieve. Training is no mere game. The monotonous grind of lifting weights can feel indistinguishable from working on an assembly line, merely a way to squander life and torment oneself. Thus, when it came to Lu Liang's acceptance as a disciple, most could only lament that some individuals bask in opportunities that transcend mere luck. Ah, Lu Liang, you possess remarkable physical talent. Among your peers, few can match your abilities, Lu Zhe remarked, observing how Lu Liang had managed to regain some strength and stabilize his stance after only a brief respite. Master overstates my capabilities. Compared to Brother Yu, I still have a long way to go, Lu Liang replied, scratching his head with a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat bashful. Oh, among your peers, there exists such an individual? Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled at Lu Liang's words. Having already been astonished to find a disciple comparable to his younger self in Lu Liang, he was intrigued by the mention of this Brother Yu as a potential martial prodigy as well. Master Lu, the Brother Yu he speaks of is named Mu Yu, who led our fighting society to victory in the championship this year. Like Lu Liang, he is also a freshman, explained Cui Kachin, noticing Lu Zhe's keen interest. Upon hearing Cui Kachin's words, the anticipation in Lu Zhe's gaze intensified as he turned to the group still engaged in animated discussion, asking, pray tell, which of you is named Mu Yu? At this, a somewhat puzzled Mu Yu approached, greeting Lu Zhe with a calm demeanor. Hello, Master Lu, I am Mu Yu. Excellent. As Mu Yu approached, Lu Zhe found himself convinced that Lu Liang's earlier words were not mere modesty. Though Mu Yu's physique was not as muscular as those of Lu Zhe or Lu Liang, each step he took exuded a steady strength combined with an agile finesse, signifying profound martial expertise. Human strength is ultimately dictated by innate talent. Thus, many martial artists do not resemble the muscle-bound gym-goers who merely strive for bulk and brute force. Sometimes, speed and agility can provide a greater advantage in combat. After all, even an untrained individual can deliver a fatal blow to vulnerable points like the throat or temple, wielding the potential to extinguish life with ease. Chapter 128, A Stalemate? Mu Yu, come attack. Lu Zhe beckoned eagerly to Mu Yu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Understanding the cue, Lu Liang stepped aside, leaning against a wall to observe the impending duel between his mentor and Brother Yu. Though reason told him that Mu Yu was significantly stronger, he also recognized that even a world-renowned fighter like Lu Zhe would be hard-pressed to withstand Mu Yu's skills. However, if there was anyone in this world who could potentially challenge Lu Zhe, it would undoubtedly be Mu Yu. Well then, Master Lu, prepare yourself. Had this been before the National Day holiday, even with Mu Yu's exceptional combat skills and physical prowess, he would have stood no chance against Lu Zhe. At best, he might have managed to put on a decent show, bolstered by his enhanced reflexes. But now, The situation had changed. Mu Yu had transcended the realm of the ordinary, becoming a superhuman. With a mere thought, the evenly distributed energy coursing through Mu Yu's body sprang into action, akin to soldiers responding to a general's command. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yu's speed surged to a whole new level. What astounding speed! Lu Zhe marveled, witnessing Mu Yu's explosive acceleration, which surpassed even Lu Liang's maximum efforts, achieved without any preliminary sprinting. Most crucially, this speed is merely the beginning. As an increasing number of waveguides converge at Mu Yu's feet, his velocity has already surpassed that of the vast majority of humans. It is a speed so swift that the eye can scarcely capture it. One moment he is there, the next he is turned away, leaving no chance for reaction. At this moment, even Lu Zhe must concentrate intensely, entering a combat state, just to barely keep pace with Mu Yu's astonishing velocity. Bang! Utilizing a blocking technique that has become instinctual, Lu Zhe instinctively pivots, slightly raising his arm. As his muscles tense, he successfully deflects Mu Yu's powerful yet remarkably swift strike. Bang! Observing Lu Zhe's block, Mu Yu does not linger in battle but swiftly creates distance, redirecting his assault toward Lu Zhe once more. Although bolstered by the power of the waveguide, Mu Yu's punches and kicks rival those of elite combat spirits, his own defensive capabilities remain rather average. At the very least, he does not compare to the recently encountered peak veteran, Hao Li. Just a single strike from Lu Zhe in his current state could result in serious injury. Therefore, Mu Yu remains exceedingly cautious, well-versed in the ways of an assassin, continuously maneuvering around, seeking an opportunity to strike Lu Zhe. Bang 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 bang. Thus, Mu Yu attacks while Lu Zhe defends. This exchange continues for a considerable 10 minutes. Only when Mu Yu begins to feel the fatigue of his spirit does he execute a backward somersault, arriving at the edge of the battlefield, slightly breathless as he gazes at Lu Zhe in the center. At this moment, he realizes that true geniuses exist in this world. Even as an extraordinary waveguide user, he finds himself unable to contend with a martial artist who has purely refined his physical prowess. Indeed, there are always those greater than oneself. Unbeknownst to Mu Yu, while he is awestruck, Lu Zhe's heart is tumultuous with waves of shock. Who is Lu Zhe? He is the world's foremost fighter. To achieve his current level of prowess, he has relentlessly trained for 20 years without ever relaxing. To enhance his physical abilities, he has endured the scorching sun beneath cascading waterfalls. He is trained until the icy cold melts the solid frost. To refine his skills, he has visited martial arts dojos and families across the nation. Every step has led him to this terrifying level of strength that others view with trepidation. Yet now, faced with a freshman just beginning college, he finds himself being pressured. Although the opponent's strikes may lack some force, their combat techniques and experience are remarkably refined, matching his own. The most terrifying aspect remains Mu Yu's extraordinary speed. Even Lu Zhe can only adopt a passive defense, unable to land a single hit. Around the arena, witnessing the fighter's brief respite, the audience, who had previously held their breath, erupts into uncontrollable exclamations. What on earth? What am I seeing? A freshman overpowering Lu Zhe, the king of combat? This is utterly absurd. I report, there must be some foul play, absolutely foul play. Foul play, you say? This is what we call a genius. No, a prodigy, an unparalleled marvel. Even Shui Kachin, the vice president, stares in astonishment at Mu Yu, who has been battling Lu Zhe for over 10 minutes. Not only not falling behind, but even gaining a slight advantage. He opens his mouth, unsure of what to say, repeating this motion as if he were a mute or suffering from dementia. I knew it. Yu Gu truly lives up to his name. He is incredible. Only Lu Liang gazes at Mu Yu, resembling a war god, with eyes alight with pride and admiration. King Lu, I concede. Mu Yu, feeling the ache and fatigue from his body, as well as the mental drain from concentrating on the waveguide power, speaks plainly. After all, losing to the king is not shameful, especially in the presence of a world-class fighter. The most critical point is that he had just been dominating the opponent. Had he not known when to withdraw, his condition might have deteriorated, and he could have faced dire consequences. Upon hearing Mu Yu concede, Lu Zhe, who had just been immersed in the tension of defense, suddenly realizes that he was not engaged in extreme blocking training, but rather a guiding battle with a freshman. Momentarily stunned, Lu Zhe is at a loss for words. Sigh, you have not lost. Let us call this a draw. Lu Zhe rubs his temples, exhaling deeply, speaking with candor. As he mentioned at the outset, for Lu Zhe at this point, there is little left to pursue. His path in martial arts has nearly reached its conclusion. Nurturing and mentoring the new generation of combat prodigies is what truly interests him now. Thus, he harbors no resentment towards Mu Yu's straightforward surrender. Rather, he feels a tinge of unfulfillment. Although being struck is unpleasant, the sensation of being wholly absorbed in an endeavor brings Lu Zhe a certain exhilaration. Hiss. Initially, upon hearing Mu Yu concede, the crowd's emotions calm slightly. But upon hearing Liu Ze acknowledge the draw, their spirits surge uncontrollably once more. A draw against Liu Ze, the king of combat. Although not of spirit strength, it is evident that those capable of engaging Liu Ze in close combat are exceedingly rare. In an instant, the stunned audience is momentarily dazed. It is only when Liu Ze departs, and Mu Yu, accompanied by Lu Liang, heads to the infirmary, that they regain their senses. Today is destined to be a day they shall never forget in their lifetimes. Chapter 129, November. In a single day, the news of Mu Yu's draw against King Liu Ze spread throughout the campus forum of Chongqing University. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming shock experienced by everyone at the time, no one managed to take photos or videos, resulting in the information being disseminated solely through text. This led many to believe that the members of the Obsidian Combat Society were merely hyping their newcomer. After all, who is Liu Ze? He is the king of combat. A world-class fighter. A freshman defeating him? Who would believe that? Furthermore, it is unlikely that Liu Ze would be found to confirm the event himself, causing the matter to ultimately fizzle out within the confines of the Chongqing University campus forum. Otherwise, had such a video circulated, not only would the nation of Xia be shocked, but combat trainers worldwide would also be astounded by this outrageous news. Of course, the more likely scenario is that they would question Mu Yu's identity, pondering how he could convince King Liu Ze to participate in a staged match. After all, it is more plausible to discuss the influence of power than to believe in the existence of extraordinary geniuses. However, while the draw against Liu Ze did not significantly impact Mu Yu, it nonetheless rekindled interest in his name among the students of Chongqing University. Regardless of the truth or whether people choose to believe it, at the very least, a seed of doubt has been planted in their minds. Naturally, these events have had little effect on Mu Yu's daily life. His routine remains as disciplined as ever, attending classes, training, and returning to his dormitory. A simple, unadorned cycle. Perhaps for Mu Yu, the most significant gain from his battle with Liu Ze is the clarity it has brought regarding his current level of strength. Setting aside spirit strength, Mu Yu's individual combat prowess can now be confidently classified among the world's elite. Of course, this elite group refers to those without any special abilities. This world is vast. Who knows what other possessors of extraordinary powers may be lurking? Unfortunately, the eye of data cannot perceive human information. However, it is fortunate that the waveguide power serves as an alternative detector. Just as Liu Ze, when viewed through Mu Yu's waveguide perspective, exhibits a waveguide presence far exceeding anyone Mu Yu has previously encountered. It is likely that should they encounter individuals with special abilities, their waveguide signatures would also differ. Due to the timing of New Year's Eve around the world, the final examinations each year are scheduled between early and mid-December. The only distinction lies in the fact that some subjects have their examinations held slightly later. It is noteworthy that Chongqing University does not conduct competitive assessments for its final evaluations. Rather, the scores attributed to these so-called competitive assessments are entirely determined by the homeroom teachers or the instructors of the practical courses. After all, organizing a competitive examination for the entire grade is a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor, which consequently encroaches upon the student's time for independent training. Therefore, aside from practical classes, students wishing to engage in battles tend to go to the training hall to practice on their own. This includes Mu Yu as well. Unfortunately, most students on campus are either freshmen or sophomores. Apart from occasionally training in battles against electric-type Pokémon and Galade, Mu Yu seldom visits. Indeed, unlike Shanaido, which requires level 30 to evolve, Galade can evolve simply by using a Dawn Stone on a male Kirlia. It's not that Mu Yu is particularly anxious, but rather that the male Ralts is quite eager. Previously, after seeing an image of the Galade that Mu Yu found for him, he developed a strong desire to transform into that suave and imposing form. Thus, after evolving into Kirlia, he was impatient to complete his evolution. Mu Yu speculated that perhaps this little fellow could not endure the thought of dressing as a girl. Fortunately, Mu Yu obtained a mid-level Dawn Stone from an elite treasure chest. Dawn Stone, mid-level, a vibrant blue stone as dazzling as the eyes, containing an unfathomable special power that allows certain Pokémon to undergo miraculous evolution, slightly enhancing their control over energy. Consequently, Mu Yu decided to let him evolve immediately. Pokémon, Galade. Type, Psychic Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 23, 33260, Professional Level. Ability, Sharpness. The sharp arms can enhance the power of cutting moves. Moves, Growl, Confusion, Hypnosis, Seal, Night Slash, Triple Axle, Sacred Sword, Leaf Blade, Feint, Helping Hand, Aerial Ace, Teleport, Quick Attack, Shadow Clone, Illusion Beam. Top moves, Protect, Brick Break, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch. Inherited move, Shadow Sneak. Potential, Gym Level. Equipment, Endless Blade. Held item, None. Base stats, HP, 68. Physical attack, 125, 30155. Physical defense, 65. Special attack, 65. Special defense, 115. Speed, 80. Total, 548. With an array of powerful melee physical attack skills, Golade can even outpace Blaziken in close combat. After all, no matter how swift Blaziken may be, it still requires time to execute its moves, while Galade's teleportation is nearly instantaneous, requiring no time at all. The only issue is that Muyu's Galade's proficiency in teleportation is average, preventing it from performing continuous and uninterrupted teleportation. The spatial displacement exerted on a novice-level Golade is still somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, these challenges will cease to be problematic once he levels up. In addition to the changes in his Pokémon strength, Muyu also drew some new Hextech talents. Among them, during the extraction event in early November, he encountered a colorful Hextech that granted him a large storage space. Large storage space. Colorful acquire a personal large storage space with dimensions of 10m times 10m times 10m, which can be stacked for additional space. Due to the additive nature of the dimensions, Muyu's storage space now approaches 20 meters in size. This dimension makes it effortless to store not only miscellaneous items, but even a few RVs. Besides this colorful Hextech and some equipment and experience-related Hextech, Muyu also acquired several combat-related Hextechs that enhance the overall strength of his Pokémon. Combat Preparation 2. Gold. Your team deals an additional 8 damage and receives 8 less damage. Social Distance 2. Gold. When the battle begins, if there are no friendly Pokémon surrounding your side, gain 20 physical attack and special attack. In a world where major competitions are conducted on a one-on-one basis, the Social Distance Hextech is indeed quite cost-effective. Chapter 130. Delving into the Secret Realm. In a land of ice and snow, Chongqing City, Secret Realm Lodge number 016. After completing the last subject of his final exams yesterday, Muyu set off for this secret realm, preparing for a long-awaited exploration. Secret Realm No. 016 is an intermediate-level secret realm that has been nestled in Chongqing City for decades. According to official descriptions, the most perilous areas of this intermediate secret realm are guarded by gym-level Pokémon, having been mined for many years. This realm is primarily regarded as a trial ground for young trainers. The visitors here are predominantly relatively young trainers. As for those explorers hoping to strike it rich overnight, most are found in newly discovered secret realms or perilous locations in the world's remote mountains and forests. Muyu skillfully made his way through the Secret Realm Lodge. Upon exiting the lodge and stepping into the secret realm, he was greeted by a biting cold wind. The temperature around him plummeted dramatically. Muyu estimated that even the temperature surrounding the lodge was at least 20 degrees below zero. Indeed, Secret Realm number 016 is a unique realm abundant in ice-type Pokémon. Due to its harsh environment, the number of plants capable of surviving here is relatively scarce. Even fruit-bearing trees can only grow after generations of selective breeding. Hence, this secret realm has not been designated as a plantation by the authorities, but rather remains an open training-type secret realm available to the public. Come forth, Torterra and Blaziken. Feeling the sting of the low temperatures, Muyu chose the relatively sturdy Torterra and the fire-type Blaziken as the main forces for this secret realm adventure. While a typical Torterra, being a ground and grass type, would be quadruple weak to ice and unable to battle in such frigid conditions, Muyu's Torterra is different. With the presence of Thorny Vest and Dragon Claw, the discomfort caused by the low temperatures is akin to a mere massage. Blaziken, the next task is yours. Let us see the results of your training this past month. Muyu retrieved a soft cushion and settled on Torterra's back, encouraging Blaziken. Oh yeah. Upon hearing this, Blaziken was filled with determination. Pokémon, Blaziken. Type, firefighting. Gender, male. Level, 39, 121000, veteran level. Equipment, Night Reaper, Rage of the Blade, Titan's Resolve. Held item, charcoal, basic. After more than a month of hard work, Blaziken is now just a step away from reaching the elite level. Blaziken, use Fire Kick and finish it. Oh yeah. As the searing flames erupted from Blaziken's legs, the surrounding snow melted significantly. Boom. With a powerful kick imbued with flames, Blaziken struck the Snow King, who had barely reached level 40, leaving it with no capacity to retaliate. Ding. Blaziken defeated Snow King, earning 20 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, granting an additional 20 gold coins. Well done, Blaziken. Observing Blaziken's increasingly adept movements, Muyu expressed his admiration. Regrettably, this Blizzard King possesses only mediocre potential. Merely at the elite level. Observing the fallen Blizzard King, Muyu felt no inclination to capture it. Although the system necessitates him to collect a diverse array of Pokémon to enhance attribute bonds, he is in no rush to fill these bonds at present. With a certain level of capital now at his disposal, he adheres to the principle of better to be selective than to settle for less. Unless he encounters a particularly rare Pokémon that piques his interest, he will not consider any creature below the gym level in terms of potential. After all, a Pokémon with gym level potential can easily be elevated to champion level potential with just a secondary Hero Replicator. As Muyu prepared to depart, the nearby thicket of snow suddenly rustled. Noticing this, he focused his gaze. Pokémon, NYU Law. Type, Dark Ice. Gender, female. Level, 29, professional. Ability, Keen Eye, accuracy does not decrease. Moves, Scratch, Glare, Taunt, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Ice Wind, Fury Swipes. Professor moves, none. Inherited moves, Ice Shard, Ice Pillar Drop. Potential, gym level. Status, critical health, extremely fatigued. A gym level potential NYU Law appears to be in a rather dire state. Without needing to look at the system panel, Muyu could discern her condition from her trembling body and her weary, barely open eyes, which clearly indicated a concerning mental state. NYU Law. As she emerged from the snow thicket, NYU Law immediately spotted the formidable Torterra and Blaziken, which instilled considerable pressure on her. In her nervousness, she managed to produce a weak sound, attempting to intimidate them. However, Blaziken merely cast a cursory glance at this diminutive creature, then resumed its vigilant watch of the surroundings. Clearly, it did not view this easily dispatchable creature as a threat. As for Torterra, its lethargic, half-asleep gaze did not even acknowledge NYU Law's presence, further aggravating her already fraught mood. Before she could react further, a tremor shook the ground beneath them. The trees draped in snow around them rustled ominously. It was evident that something substantial was approaching. NYU Law. For reasons unknown, NYU Law called out to Muyu. With the power of aura, Muyu effortlessly understood her intent. She was urging him to flee swiftly. It seemed she was being pursued by another Pokémon, which piqued Muyu's curiosity. After all, as far as he understood, NYU Law did not possess any natural enemies. One could argue that ice-type Pokémon, dwelling in frigid locales such as ice fields and glaciers, already faced significant survival challenges without seeking to provoke others. Thud thud. As the sound drew nearer, NYU LA's body began to tremble visibly. The pressure from her pursuer was evidently overwhelming. Noticing that Muyu showed no signs of retreating, NYU Law gritted her teeth and dashed in the opposite direction, clearly intent on not dragging the innocent into her troubles. Unfortunately, due to her physical condition, she could only run a short distance before collapsing into the snow, unconscious. What a kind-hearted little creature. Observing NYU Law's selfless nature, even in a state of dire exhaustion, Muyu felt a subtle stirring within his heart. It seemed he truly wished to write about Pokémon. Chapter 131. Capture. Save. Enhance. Roar. Just as Muyu pondered, a furious roar emanated from the direction NYU Law had come from. Narrowing his eyes, he raised a hand to shield himself from the biting wind and snow. Soon, a colossal figure, towering over 2 meters and 60 centimeters, came into view. Pokémon, Cryogonal Bear. Type, Ice. Gender, Male. Level, 49 Elite. Ability, Snow Cloak. Increases speed in hail conditions. Moves, Endure, Roar, Fury Swipes, Powder Snow, Water Gun, Ice Wind, Salt Water, Ice Breath, Split, Frenzy, Intimidate, Snowy Landscape, Rampage, Rest. Blizzard Absolute Zero. Professor moves, Dig. Inherited moves, Yawn. Potential, Elite. Cryogonal Bear is one of the few Ice-type Pokémon that thrive in groups. It represents the strongest Pokémon species within the Secret Realm 016, boasting gym-level Pokémon among its ranks. It is also one of Muyu's targets for farming coins. Roar. Upon seeing the 3 diminutive creatures before it, Cryogonal Bear let out another furious roar. Immediately, a chilling azure-white breath erupted from its maw, aimed directly at Torterra. Clearly, Cryogonal Bear operated under the assumption that size equated to strength and, with its wealth of battle experience, prioritized eliminating the strongest foe first. Torterra, Light Screen. As Cryogonal Bear's icy breath approached, Muyu calmly commanded. A pale yellow light screen promptly erected itself before Torterra. The icy breath, upon passing through the light screen, transformed from a high-pressure jet into a gentle stream, rendering it utterly ineffective. Coupled with the damage reduction effect of Thorn Vest, the impact on Torterra was minimal. This icy breath inflicted almost negligible damage. Blaziken, use Flamethrower. Torterra, charge up. Oh no. A fire pillar, several times thicker than the previous icy breath, instantly engulfed the unsuspecting Cryogonal Bear. The searing heat proved quite uncomfortable for a creature accustomed to sub-zero temperatures. Before it could react, the fierce flames struck mercilessly. Roar. The agonizing burn prompted Cryogonal Bear to let out a pained cry. The double damage from the type disadvantage, combined with various Hex abilities and Blaziken's exceptionally high special attack, meant that this flamethrower nearly depleted Cryogonal Bear's health. Had Cryogonal Bear not been a full level above Blaziken, It might have been knocked out in a single blow. Seizing the opportunity, Torterra opened its mouth wide. A grayish-white energy orb, about the size of a ping-pong ball, rapidly expanded. With the aid of Aura, Muyu easily pinpointed Cryogonal Bear's location amidst the swirling snow. Following Muyu's indication, a robust grayish-white energy beam surged toward the now half-kneeling Cryogonal Bear. Boom! The immense force sent the towering Cryogonal Bear crashing to the ground. Ding! Torterra defeated Cryogonal Bear, earning 25 coins. Upon hearing the system notification, Muyu redirected his attention to Nyu La due to her extreme fatigue. Nyu La had succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite the recent tumultuous clash, she remained undisturbed. After some consideration, Muyu decided to carry her and place her on Torterra's back. He then retrieved some healing medicine to restore her strength. He had always held a fondness for the Dragon Slayer warrior, Nyu La. In her dreams, feeling enveloped in warmth, Nyu La let out a soft hum. It was the most comfortable sleep she had experienced in many years. The last time had been when her mother was alive, guarding her each night. Slowly, Nyu La opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of a sun-kissed, handsome face. Uncertain whether it was due to just waking from slumber or the innate charm of Muyu at play, Nyu La found herself nestled in his embrace. Gazing vacantly at him, "You are awake?" Muyu inquired with a smile, observing Nyu La's markedly different demeanor from before, perhaps sensing a hint of awkwardness. A faint blush crept onto Nyu La's cheeks. Fortunately, her naturally darker complexion rendered it less conspicuous. "So, would you like to become my fairy?" Muyu asked, noting that Nyu La showed no inclination to depart. Zhu Jianbao interjected, "Why didn't you ask me when you struck?" Nyu La, looking at Muyu's handsome visage, reminiscent of a warm sun, Nyu La shyly nodded. However, it seemed she suddenly recalled something, gesturing anxiously toward Muyu, occasionally calling out. Thankfully Muyu, possessing the power of Aura, quickly grasped the essence of her message. "You mean, you have a companion who was captured by the Frostland Bear?" Muyu concluded after a brief moment. Nyu La, overjoyed that Muyu understood her intent so swiftly, Nyu La nodded vigorously. She hadn't anticipated that this human would comprehend her so well. Coupled with the comforting sensation of returning to her mother's embrace during her slumber, Nyu La felt that their encounter was a blessing bestowed by Arceus. With this thought, she stealthily glanced up at Muyu again, her cheeks reddening once more. The Frostland Bear, Muyu pondered, still contemplating the strength of the Frostland Bear population within this secret realm. According to his knowledge, the number of Frostland Bears in this area was significant, and their overall prowess was formidable. There were at least 2 or 3 gym-level Frostland Bears. This information was 2 years old, implying that if he were to venture into the territory of the Frostland Bears to rescue someone, he would have to face at least 3 gym-level Frostland Bears, along with several elite-level ones. The requirements for farming coins and rescuing individuals were distinctly different. The former allowed for a leisurely pace, while the latter did not accommodate such luxury. With these thoughts in mind, Muyu shifted his focus to his personal panel. Host, Muyu. System level, level 5. Host level, level 37, 30,660. Skills, Modern Mixed Martial Arts, Perfect 481210000. Energy Cube Creation, Perfect 632410000. Special Powers, Affinity Power, a gentle aura akin to nature, causing all Pokémon to instinctively draw near. Aura Power, Perfect 603100000. Coins, 32212. Experience Points, 3233. Equipment, none. Activated Bonds, General Specialization, 36. Fighting Specialization, 36. Flying Specialization, 26. Electric Specialization, 26. Bug Specialization, 36. Psychic Specialization, 26. Gazing at the 4-digit experience points and the impressive 5-digit coin total, Muyu resolved to enhance his capabilities. Blaziken, come here. Chapter 132, The Frostland Snow Mountain. Oh no. Upon hearing Muyu's voice, Blaziken sprang from the soft snow, landing on Torterra's back, looking expectantly at Muyu. Clearly, Blaziken had realized that their trainer was about to embark on a significant endeavor. A gentle pat on the head, and then, become stronger. Although he didn't entirely understand why a head pat would lead to strength, every time his trainer did so, he undeniably became more formidable. As Muyu focused his thoughts, the numbers on the panel swiftly diminished by a fraction. With a sigh, as the experience points surged, Blaziken's momentum visibly soared. Due to the rapid increase in level, Muyu distinctly felt the rise in Blaziken's surface temperature. Even the snowflakes resting on Torterra instantly vaporized into water vapor. Of course, this was merely a consequence of Blaziken's swift level up, as the fire energy had yet to be fully harnessed. Once Blaziken acclimatized, everything would return to normal. Pokémon, Blaziken. Type, Firefighting. Gender, male. Level, 50-01850, Gym level. Ability, Speed Boost, increases speed as battle time progresses. Moves, Focus Energy, Expert, Quick Attack, Expert, Double Kick, Expert, Flamethrower, Expert. Feather Dance, Expert, Overheat, Expert, Last Resort, Beginner, Flare Blitz, Beginner. Top Moves, Thunder Punch, Expert, Heavy Slam, Expert, Fire Punch, Expert, Protect, Expert, Brick Break, Expert. Inherited Moves, Agility, Expert, Feint, Expert. Potential, Champion Level. Equipment, Night Reaper, Rage of the Ghost Blade, Titan's Resolve. Held Item, Charcoal, Basic. Base Stats, 643, 853. Muyu expended over 13,000 experience points, elevating Blaziken's level to gym level in one fell swoop, while also enhancing the proficiency of newly learned skills. Last Resort, Beginner. 010, Last Resort, Expert, 01000. Flare Blitz, Beginner, 010, Flare Blitz, Expert, 01000. With the aid of various Hextech talents and the enhancements from 3 pieces of equipment, declaring oneself invincible in this secret realm dominated by Ice-type Pokémon was hardly an exaggeration. Observing Blaziken as it adjusted to the surging energy, Muyu leapt down from Torterra's back and placed a hand upon its head. Now that Blaziken had reached gym level, he could not forget his elder brother, Torterra. Alright. As experience points dwindled once more, Torterra successfully ascended to level 50. Although Blaziken and Torterra shared the same level, in a direct confrontation, the high attack and low defense of Blaziken would likely struggle against the highly defensive Torterra. Moreover, Torterra possessed Dragon Tail and Iron Barbs, along with various control and healing skills. For the time being, Torterra remained the undisputed powerhouse of Muyu's team. As a side note, with both Torterra and Blaziken officially reaching gym level, the system level also ascended to level 6. This meant that the daily earnings of coins and experience points had respectively increased to 192 and 32. While not a qualitative transformation, it certainly represented a significant augmentation. Thus, Muyu, accompanied by Blaziken and Torterra, swiftly arrived at the domain of the Frostland Bears, guided by Neo La Frostland Snow Mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of pristine white mountains devoid of trees. The mountain's elevation was modest, yet they formed a continuous range resembling a towering wall. According to Neo La, this entire mountain range was currently the territory of the Frostland Bears. However, based on the official map, Muyu understood that the original territory of the Frostland Bears was not this expansive. The name Frostland Snow Mountain simply stemmed from the abundance and strength of the Frostland Bears in this area. Muyu did not dwell on this matter too much. The size of a wild Pokémon's territory, aside from its strength, often correlates with its temperament. A naturally quiet Pokémon may have a small territory, while a more temperamental one might claim a larger domain. Roar. Just as Muyu and Torterra stepped into the territory of the Frostland Bears, a furious roar suddenly erupted, followed by several similar roars in succession. Clearly, Muyu had been detected. Of course, this was also related to his lack of intention to conceal his presence. In this ever-evolving world, Muyu, equipped with 2 exceptionally powerful gym-level Pokémon, feels that there is little left in this secret realm that could pose a challenge to him. Moreover, Muyu himself is already a psychic. His extraordinary wave-guiding detection range is sufficient to foresee the vast majority of dangers. In terms of perceptive ability, even wild Pokémon that have survived in the wilderness their entire lives cannot compare to the current Muyu. However, to err on the side of caution, he has summoned his Galade. Although Galade is not particularly high in level, its commendable proficiency in teleportation is more than adequate for carrying others along. Go, Blaziken. Let us see your current prowess. Observing the 3 looming, menacing Bearticks approaching, Muyu smirks and addresses Blaziken. With a mighty surge, Blaziken's powerful thighs propel it forward, causing the previously soft snow beneath to solidify instantly. Almost in the same breath as Blaziken charges forth, a searing orange flame envelopes its body. The Pokémon resembles a missile launched from its chamber, hurtling towards the trio of Bearticks with tremendous force. This is the newly learned Fire-type move, Flare Blitz, boasting an astounding power of 120. While its execution bears some resemblance to the charged flamethrower, the difference in potency is monumental. A streak of orange flame blazes across the snow-covered ground in the blink of an eye. The 3 Bearticks, which had appeared so fierce just moments before, are now sprawled helplessly on the ground. Ding! Blaziken has defeated Beartick, earning 14 coins. Ding! Blaziken has defeated Beartick, earning 15 coins. Ding! Blaziken has defeated Beartick, earning 20 coins. Among the 3 Bearticks, 2 are seasoned, and 1 is elite. Although Bearticks generally evolve towards the late stages of season level, the presence of an elite-level Beartick guarding the entrance is rather astonishing. This indicates that the Beartick population is indeed formidable. explaining their dominance over an entire expanse of snowy mountains. Well done, Blaziken. Oh no, exclaimed Nilla, watching in awe as Blaziken effortlessly defeated the Bearticks that could have easily overpowered her. Truly, my trainer is exceptional. His partners are all remarkably powerful. Little Snow is saved. She felt immense gratitude for encountering such a formidable trainer in her direst moment of need. Once again, she expressed her thanks to Arceus. Chapter 133, The Investigator. Meanwhile, within a cave nestled in the frozen snow mountain, a yellow Pokémon resembling a cone placed a withered orange berry before a famished, unconscious, small wild boar. Upon catching a whiff of the food, the small boar immediately opened its eyes and eagerly bit into the shriveled fruit. Perhaps due to its impatience or fear of losing the precious morsel, it gulped the berry down without even chewing. Observing this, the equally hungry snow child smiled benevolently. Yet, goodwill alone cannot satiate hunger. Reluctantly, the snow child approached the cave's edge, extending its round little black hands over the railing to scoop up a pile of snow in order to quell its own hunger. Suddenly, a Beartic entered the cave, accompanied by two Sneasels. Behind them was an unconscious Mamoswine, which they unceremoniously tossed into the enclosure. Clearly, the number of starving Pokémon in the prison had increased. The snow child sighed, staring blankly at the snowy scenery outside the bars, lost in thought. Meanwhile, with Blaziken leading the charge, Muyu quickly arrived at the heart of the frozen snow mountain, near the cluster of caves inhabited by the Bearticks. Nulla. Upon reaching this area, Nulla's voice had noticeably quieted. Boom. At that moment, the sound of battle erupted from nearby. Muyu propelled himself into the treetop of a Torterra, scanning the direction from whence the sounds originated. He spotted 3 massive Bearticks engaged in a fierce assault, seemingly encircling someone. Through the data panel, Muyu swiftly discerned the levels of the 3 Bearticks. Each exceeded level 50, confirming their status as genuine gym-level Pokémon. What was most striking was that their levels were closely matched, all just above level 50, suggesting they were not the leaders of this Beartic clan. This implies that the leader's level must be at least in the mid to late gym-level range. Roar. Just as Muyu pondered this, the 2 Pokémon being besieged by the Bearticks were on the brink of collapse. The man in specialized thermal gear quickly recalled his 2 Pokémon and released an elite-level Stoutland, preparing to flee. Hey, little brother, don't dawdle, run. Since the only escape route from this valley was precisely where Muyu stood, the man, after running a short distance and nearing Muyu, urgently shouted. Seeing Muyu's lack of response, he gritted his teeth and pulled out another Pokeball. Little brother, you must flee. Li Yugawei, an investigator of Pokémon, had received reports of numerous Pokémon vanishing in the frozen snow mountain of the 016 secret realm. Suspecting the presence of Pokémon poachers, he intended to investigate. However, before he could delve deeper into the mountain, he was intercepted by 3 gym-level Bearticks, which startled him immensely. Although Li Yugawei hails from the Li family, his personal strength is rather average. While he barely passed the certification for gym-level trainers, he has yet to succeed in the assessment for elite Pokémon investigators due to only possessing 3 gym-level Pokémon, all merely at the early stages. Even so, he believed that with his abilities, he could at least ensure his own safety, if not dominate the 016 secret realm. To his dismay, he discovered that the Beartic clan in this year's frozen snow mountain was far more powerful than he anticipated. Mamoswine, I need you to hold them off for just a moment. Despite his own Pokémon being on the brink of exhaustion, Li Yugawei, as a Pokémon investigator, chose to remain behind for the sake of innocent bystanders. Muyu glanced at the investigator's specialized uniform and then at the heavily panting Mamoswine, calmly stating, Blaziken, it's your turn. Let us go. Upon receiving the command, Blaziken's gaze burned fiercely as it focused on the 3 hulking Bearticks, each nearly 3 meters tall. This was Blaziken's first encounter with gym-level Pokémon, and he was uncertain how well he could hold his ground. Wait, little brother. They are. Seeing Muyu recklessly command Blaziken to engage, Li Yugawei's heart raced as he attempted to explain. In an instant, Blaziken, radiating intense flames, darted towards the lead Beartic with astonishing speed. Boom. In a mere exchange, the Beartic that had caused Li Yugawei so much distress fell unconscious, its eyes rolling back. Immediately thereafter, Blaziken propelled itself off the downed Beartic and leaped toward the other 2 Bearticks, delivering powerful kicks imbued with flames. Indeed, they are gym level. As Li Yugawei's words faded, all 3 Bearticks lay defeated in the snow, gasping in disbelief. Li Yugawei could not help but draw in a sharp breath upon witnessing Blaziken's swift and decisive victory over the 3 gym-level Bearticks. The tremors of my teeth were uncontrollable. I could not ascertain whether it was due to the frigid air I had inhaled or the sheer shock of the scene before me. My young brother, you are truly remarkable. Coming back to my senses, Li Yugawei gave a thumbs up to the composed Muyu. By the way, my name is Li Yugawei, an active investigator with the Alliance. I sincerely thank you for your assistance. With the crisis averted, Liu Gui expressed his gratitude to Mu Yu. Had it not been for Mu Yu's intervention today, he genuinely wondered if he would have managed to escape. After all, his combat prowess had dwindled to merely a single elite-level furfrou. Had he encountered another elite-level Glacian blocking his path, he might not have made it out alive. Young brother, let me tell you, the frozen snow mountain has been quite peculiar lately. Despite the absence of any traces of elf hunters, the local spirit population has dwindled significantly. Perhaps emboldened by the resolution of the crisis, Liu Gui, feeling somewhat familiar, began to recount the events to Mu Yu. Ultimately, he cautioned Mu Yu to remain vigilant should he wish to continue exploring. However, he refrained from urging Mu Yu to depart, for Mu Yu had effortlessly dispatched 3 gym-level Glacians with just a single spirit. Such power placed him among the upper echelons of investigators, far surpassing Liu Gui, who had spent over a decade as a mere mid-level investigator. Chapter 134, The Snow Child. After extricating himself from the loquacious Liu Gui, Mu Yu proceeded deeper into the valley, guided by the directions of Nwila. Along the way, he encountered numerous Glacians and Snorants. It must be said, the transformations of spirits before and after evolution are indeed astonishing. The Snorant, once a diminutive creature less than half a meter tall, transformed into a disheveled elder with frost-laden whiskers in its Glacian form. However, this was not the most striking change that captured Mu Yu's attention. What truly piqued his interest was the caliber of these Glacians and Snorants. Not a single one was below the senior level. This implied that, theoretically, each Snorant in this population could evolve into a Glacian. Such a high-caliber group, despite its lesser numbers, could certainly rival the meticulously cultivated starter Pokémon of the Alliance. While their quantity may not match, it is essential to note that Glacians are not a breed the Alliance has invested significant effort in cultivating. They are simply a wild population. Regrettably, these Glacians and Snorants appeared rather hostile. Each one launched an attack upon seeing Mu Yu, an outsider. Otherwise, he would have inquired about the source of their impressive qualities. At last, Mu Yu and his companions followed a snow-covered path to a cave encircled by sturdy wooden fences. The guards at the entrance were 2 mid-level Snorants. Before they could unleash their skills, they were swiftly knocked unconscious by a blow from the Blaziken. After neutralizing the guards, Mu Yu delved deeper into the cave with his aura. A multitude of dense, fluctuating auras appeared within his perception. Some so faint they felt as though they could vanish at any moment, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Eula! Eula! Spotting the fainted snow child beside the fence, Nwila dashed forward, desperately clawing at the wooden barrier. Unfortunately, the special icy ironwood, which thrived in the frigid snow, proved too resilient for her to breach in a short time. Observing this, Mu Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Blaziken. Understanding the cue, Blaziken delivered a powerful strike to the wooden fence. With a resounding crash, the icy ironwood splintered instantly, sending tremors through the cave that caused the spirits inside to shudder. Eula! Eula! Nwila retrieved a somewhat shriveled fruit from her possession and placed it into the snow child's mouth. As the snow child instinctively chewed, the fruit was finally swallowed, restoring some of its vitality. Slowly, the snow child opened its eyes. Tong tong. Upon seeing Nwila's familiar little black face, the snow child murmured softly before once again succumbing to exhaustion. Eula! Nwila shook the snow child vigorously, fearing it might sleep endlessly like her mother. Do not worry. Nwila, the snow child merely lacks strength. Just feed her this. Mu Yu offered a plump orange fruit to Nwila. Taking advantage of the moment, Mu Yu glanced at the snow child's status panel. Spirit, snow child, type, ice, gender, female, level, 25, professional level. Ability, ice body gradually recovers health in extreme cold or hail weather. Moves, headbutt, powder snow, scare, glare, shadow clone, ice shard, protect, icy wind. Learn moves, none. Inherited moves, bind. Potential, gym level. With gym level potential, akin to Nwila, it was quite promising. Most importantly, a female snow child could evolve into a Frostless. Although Frostless's base stats may not be particularly high, as a rare ghost-type spirit, its utility is quite significant. The crucial aspect is that Frostless does not possess the innate ability to siphon the life force of living beings. Thus, nurturing it would not entail concerns over mental well-being or even premature aging. In reality, the scarcity of trainers specializing in ghost-type spirits can be attributed to the rarity of such spirits and the inherent instinct of many ghost types to drain life energy. Spirits like the Chandelure, Cursed Doll, and Mismagius all exhibit this trait. Generally, those with innate ghost attributes tend to share this characteristic, while only those who evolve into ghost types later on lack such passive abilities. Of course, this does not imply that one cannot train ghost types. In fact, once a ghost-type spirit reaches a certain level of strength, it can actively suppress this power. After all, the primary motive for ghost types to absorb life energy is sustenance. Energy cubes are sufficient to allow ghost types to thrive healthily. Hence, despite the rarity of ghost-type trainers, they do exist. As far as Muyu knows, one of the Elite Four in the Northern region specializes in ghost types. It is noteworthy that the Northern region serves as the stronghold of the former royal family, the Zhu family, blessed by the legendary Pokémon, the Moltres, and is also the site of the capital of Shiga, Kyoto. It can be said that it is a land teeming with talent. Anyone capable of serving as an Elite Four in such a region undoubtedly possesses formidable prowess. After reviewing the Snow Child's status, Muyu turned his gaze to the Ice-type spirits lurking in the corners of the cave. A professional-level potential Snorant, a senior-level potential Piloswine, and an elite-level potential Swinub. To be frank, while the cave housed a considerable number of spirits, their variety was quite limited. This is unsurprising, as Ice-type spirits are inherently few in number, with less than 30 species when excluding legendary, semi-legendary, and fossil Pokémon. If we further eliminate variations and exceedingly rare types, the common species number barely reaches a dozen. Thus, encountering 5 or 6 different Ice-type spirits in a single cave is statistically unlikely. It is fortunate that the glaciation had caused a commotion, confining these spirits together. Strangely enough, despite being a bear, the glaciation is unequivocally a herbivorous spirit. Why then? Do they capture these spirits? Eula. Just as Muyu pondered this, Nuila tugged at the Snow Child and approached Muyu, softly pulling at his pant leg. Are you suggesting that I should take the Snow Child with us? Through the aura, Muyu quickly grasped the meaning Nuila wished to convey. Eula. Nyla nodded with a hint of shyness. Ever since her mother's passing, she had relied on the snow sprite for companionship, and if it were up to her, she would truly prefer not to part ways with him. Just one fruit a day is enough for both me and little Snow, she reiterated, fearful of any rejection from Muyu. Having grown up in a frigid and desolate environment, Nyla understood all too well the scarcity of food and its paramount importance. In fact, there were days in previous years when she struggled to find even a single fruit to stave off hunger. Prolonged malnutrition had stunted her growth, and at an average height of nearly 1 meter, she now stood at barely 70 centimeters. Fortunately, the harsh conditions had honed her ability to judiciously manage her limited energy, allowing her to barely reach her current level with the scarce resources available. Chapter 135. Ice Element Specialization activated. Darling, snowy scenery. I can manage, as long as the snow sprite is willing. Moreover, once you join me, I assure you that having enough to eat at every meal will be guaranteed, Muyu said, bending down to gently touzle Nyla's little head. Through their brief interaction, he could discern that Nyla's living conditions were exceedingly harsh. Even a shriveled fruit, seemingly long forgotten, was treated with utmost care as if it were a treasure. If the likes of the Torterra or Electabuzz were to catch sight of it, even a mere glance would be deemed disrespectful towards the precious energy cubes. According to Electabuzz, I shouldn't indulge in even the finest energy cubes casually. What, then, are mere fruits but refuse? Yea. Upon receiving Muyu's consent, Nyla joyfully leaped into his embrace. Strangely enough, despite her malnourishment, her relentless physical activity over the years, coupled with her life in the frigid snow, had resulted in her fur being remarkably thick and glossy. It felt incredibly smooth to the touch, even surpassing the sensation of petting a cat. In comparison to the sleek-skinned Ralts, the tactile experience was entirely different. One was soft and lustrous, while the other was delicately smooth. Overall, both were delightful. Due to frequently using aura to massage her little companions, Muyu instinctively channeled a slight amount of aura power while petting Nyla. For the first time, Nyla experienced this delightful sensation and couldn't help but emit a soft hum, her dark fur blushing a deep crimson, evidently flustered. Meanwhile, the snow sprite stared curiously with her little eyes at the interaction between her friend and Muyu. After all these years, it was the first time she had witnessed Nyla display a shyness befitting a female sprite, as she usually carried herself with the cool demeanor of a dark warrior. Ding! Ice Element Specialization activated. With the joining of the snow sprite, yet another attribute bond was unlocked. Let us proceed. After retrieving the snow sprite into a pokeball, Muyu cradled Nyla in his arms and returned to the back of the Torterra. Not long after Muyu departed, the captured sprites cautiously emerged from their hiding places. Seeing that the guarding Beartic and Snorant were still unconscious, they erupted with vitality and scattered in all directions. After rescuing the snow sprite, Muyu continued deeper into the territory of the Beartics. He had already defeated numerous Beartics along his path, even though his Blaziken was notably powerful. Resulting in the Beartics remaining unconscious for an extended period, he still had yet to encounter one that matched the strength of a leader. This indicated that the current Beartic leader was undoubtedly preoccupied with something significant. Perhaps it was guarding a treasure of considerable potential within this Beartic group. Before long, Muyu came upon a large cave, significantly larger than any he had encountered thus far. The cave's height exceeded 6 meters, suggesting that the creature residing within was certainly not diminutive. Just at the entrance stood two elite-level Bearticks, showcasing their peak prowess. After effortlessly collecting their coins, Muyu ventured into the cave. Unlike the previous caves that were relatively warm, this large cave showed no signs of increased temperature. On the contrary, as he delved deeper, the temperature within the cave continued to drop. This anomalous phenomenon clearly indicated the presence of something extraordinary within. After walking for about 10 minutes, Muyu stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of an underground pool. Despite the frigid temperatures below zero, the azure waters of the pool showed no signs of freezing. Instead, in the center of the pool, several ice blue buds floated on the surface, poised to bloom at any moment. Icefield flower, a miraculous plant that thrives in extremely cold regions. It possesses remarkable cold resistance and is rich in ice-type energy. Consuming it increases a sprite's resistance to ice-type moves and enhances their cold resistance. Is this the Icefield flower? Muyu marveled internally at the faintly glowing blue flowers. Unlike the verdant buds he had encountered before, which directly augmented energy, the Icefield flower could bolster a sprite's resistance to ice-type attacks. It was said that with ample consumption, sprites vulnerable to ice-type moves could effectively mitigate the damage, converting it into normal damage multipliers. Furthermore, first-time consumption could even slightly enhance the potential of ice-type sprites. Clearly, the reason behind this group of Bearticks not falling below senior-level potential was due to the benefits of this small patch of Icefield flowers. Utilizing such rare treasures to cultivate their lineage, one might commend the leader's ambition or criticize them for squandering resources. Roar. Just as Muyu silently criticized, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. A colossal creature, standing over 5 meters tall, leaped from the icy pool. Unlike the pristine white fur of the other Bearticks, this one exhibited a faint blue hue. It appeared to be a rare variant sprite. Sprite, Beartick, variant, attribute, ice, gender, male, level, 59, gym leader level. Ability, Snow Cloak, inhale, increases its speed. Moves, endure, roar, fury swipes, powder snow, water gun. Ice wind, soak, ice breath, break, thrash, fake out, snowy scenery, ruckus, rest, blizzard, absolute zero, superpower, learn moves. Ice punch. Dig, inherited moves, critical hit. Potential, gym leader level, held item. Ice gem, intermediate. At the pinnacle of gym leader level, this Beartick bore an intermediate quality ice gem. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the strongest sprite Muyu had ever faced, even compared to Wenhang's Charizard. It was merely lacking in the comprehension of a special power. Roar. As the Beartick emerged from the icy pool, its fur, drenched in water, instantly froze upon contact with the frigid air. Yet, with a fierce roar, the thin layer of ice shattered, floating around its form. Gradually, the fragmented ice enlarged at a visible pace, spinning faster and faster. The Beartick was employing its skill without restraint. Snowy scenery. Snowy scenery continues to snow, increasing ice-type defenses. Although snowy scenery is also a weather-type move, it differs from hail. In theory, it poses no harm. However, judging by the Beartick's demonstration of snowy scenery, it was evident that its proficiency was remarkably high. The massive snowflakes could even rival beginner-level hail. This indicated that the Beartick's ability had been triggered. Chapter 136, Defeat the Enemy. Harvest. Indeed, as the snowflakes in the picturesque winter landscape gradually solidified, the entire form of the Frostland bear was enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow. This was a manifestation triggered by its unique ability to manipulate snow. With its ability activated, the Frostland bear charged towards Muyu at an astonishing speed, akin to a truck that had inadvertently pressed down on the accelerator. Its massive paw radiated a blinding white light, and due to its incredible velocity, it even left a fleeting void in the snowy scene. Turtwig, hold your ground. Seeing the Frostland bear approach with increasing rapidity, Muyu remained utterly unperturbed, his expression calm. Go. The transparent protective barrier instantly activated. The Frostland bear's forceful strike cleaved through the air, crashing against the gossamer thin shield, astonishingly causing not a single ripple. Blaziken's swift kick. Seizing the moment of the Frostland bear's brief pause, Muyu commanded once more. Watch out. The soft white glow and the fiery orange flames intertwined brilliantly. In close proximity, Blaziken quickly dashed to the side of the Frostland bear. With its leg engulfed in searing flames, it delivered a powerful kick to the bear's flank, striking precisely on its kidneys. Arc. A piercing scream echoed throughout the cavern. The combination of the heavy blow and the intense heat instantly charred the Frostland bear's pale blue fur to a deep black. Even its face, littered with ice shards, turned crimson in response to the assault, clearly indicating the severity of the damage inflicted. The once menacing Frostland bear, now clutching its wounded side with one paw and supporting itself against the wall with the other, began to retreat, glaring furiously at its assailant, the diminutive, red Blaziken. Admittedly, The nearly 2-meter-tall Blaziken appeared somewhat small in comparison to the towering 5-meter Frostland Bear. However, size is not the determining factor in battle. Blaziken, unleash your charged flame burst followed by a flame charge to finish it. Observing the Frostland Bear's plight, Muyu pressed on with his attack. Watch out. Roar. As the furious bear prepared to retaliate against the red chicken that had assaulted its kidneys, it let out a thunderous roar. The previously minute ice shards surrounding it expanded at a visibly rapid pace, creating a tempest within the depths of the cave. This was the ice-type ultimate move, Blizzard. Although the Frostland Bear was not particularly adept at special techniques, the environmental factors amplified the potency of this attack immensely. Even surrounded by flames, Blaziken instinctively increased its fire energy output to maintain the heat of its flames. Yet, that was all it could do. With 3 pieces of equipment and several Hextech enhancements, Blaziken had long ceased to regard Pokémon of the same rank as worthy adversaries. Furthermore, it was facing an opponent whose type was completely disadvantaged. Even with the environment stacked against it, the outcome of the battle remained unchanged in favor of Blaziken. Boom. The dual impact of the rapid momentum and the searing heat struck the Frostland Bear chief, who had long dominated the snowy mountains, with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The colossal creature, standing 5 meters tall, crashed violently against the rocky wall. Had they not been deep within the mountains, where the rock face was sturdy and the geological structure stable, it might have triggered an avalanche. Ding. Blaziken has defeated the Frostland Bear, shiny, and earned 50 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 activated, granting a gym-level treasure chest. Wow. Watching the colossal beast, whose paw was larger than her entire body, being sent flying, Nyla's eyes gleamed with envy. If only she had possessed such strength back in the day, perhaps her mother would still be alive. Lost in thought, Nyla glanced up again. Her eyes sparkling, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips as she regarded Muyu. Unbeknownst to her, the image of her mother began to blur and merge with that of Muyu. Both emanated an aura of immense strength and warmth. What is it, Nyla? Noticing her dazed expression, Muyu gently ruffled her hair. Coming to her senses, Nyla uttered a soft, ambiguous sound. Observing her silence, Muyu attributed it to her astonishment at Blaziken's prowess. After dismounting from Turtwig's back, Muyu deftly retrieved a specially designed aquamarine knife from his storage space, proceeding with great care to cut the undeveloped icefield flowers. Though the unbloomed icefield flowers were not directly consumable, Muyu was aware of a unique method of utilization. This insight had come after his encounter with the verdant buds, prompting him to delve into the various uses of rare herbs. He had inadvertently triggered a skill for crafting rare medicinal plants. Remarkably, this skill was associated with the crafting of energy cubes. This meant that the skill did not require any additional experience points to utilize, and its level was directly aligned with that of energy cube crafting, achieving a perfect level. Consequently, Muyu's mind brimmed with numerous methods to utilize rare medicinal plants. The sole limitation was that these rare herbs could only be used to craft energy cubes. Nevertheless, Muyu did not feel regretful. After all, this was not a world of cultivation, and he had no need to refine pills from medicinal materials. As long as his Pokémon could grow stronger, that was sufficient. Of course, it would be even better if he could strengthen himself as well. As before, Muyu chose not to uproot the plants entirely, but instead harvested only the flower buds of the icefield flowers. This way, in a few years, another batch of icefield flowers would bloom. Such special vegetation did not frequently appear, and Muyu preferred not to exhaust the resource. After securing the icefield flowers, Muyu also stored away the block of mid-grade unmelting ice. Inspecting the largely intact unmelting ice, Muyu speculated that the Frostland Bear must have acquired this treasure recently. Let us go? Casting one last glance at the shiny Frostland Bear, Muyu decided against capturing it. Firstly, he had no fondness for the Frostland Bear. Secondly, he had no need to profit from selling shiny Pokémon. Thirdly, he required someone to remain behind to safeguard this patch of icefield flowers. Given that this Frostland Bear had protected the flowers for so many years, Muyu felt assured. System, open all treasure chests below gym level. After distancing himself from the domain of the Frostland Bears, Muyu sat upon Turtwig's back and silently commanded. Ding. Opening 7 ordinary-level treasure chests, 16 professional-level treasure chests, 8 senior-level treasure chests, and 4 elite-level treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 296 coins, 2 great healing potions, 1 Ultra Ball, a chainmail, a giant belt, and a sharp claw, basic. 2 miscellaneous items, along with a basic Pokémon treasure, were quite decent. System, let's also open the gym-level treasure chests. Seizing the moment, Muyu decided to open the 2 remaining gym-level treasure chests as well. Ding. Opening gym-level treasure chest 2. Congratulations, host, you have received. Chapter 137, Homeward Bound. Registration. Enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have received 80 coins, 1 golden shovel, and a one-time move learning machine for Solar Beam, Solar Flare. Upon seeing the golden shovel, Muyu's immediate reaction was to determine whether it could be synthesized into an attribute emblem. After attempting, he discovered that the golden shovel could only be combined into a golden shovel crown, meant to expand the equipment slots. However, it made sense. There were only 8 types of equipment, yet a staggering 18 types of attributes. Clearly, that was insufficient for synthesis. With his doubts about the golden shovel dispelled, Muyu then took out the one-time learning machine. As one of the major moves for grass-type Pokémon, Solar Beam was naturally designated for his sole grass-type Pokémon, Turtwig. Since he rarely employed Turtwig's native moves, Muyu had nearly forgotten that Turtwig was a grass-type Pokémon. In the following days, under Nyla's guidance as a local, Muyu swiftly swept through various Pokémon factions. Compared to the Frostland Bear, these factions were significantly weaker. The number of gym-level Pokémon amounts to no more than 5, none of which have reached their pinnacle. Even more absurd is that the sole gym-level Pokémon that activated the war treasure yielded nothing but coins. However, Pokémon of other tiers have produced a substantial number of treasure chests. Although the quality may be lacking, the sheer quantity compensates for it. In addition to the guaranteed coins, 2 additional items were acquired. Overall, the harvest was quite bountiful. After emerging from the 016th secret realm, Muyu only rested for one night at the inn before purchasing a ticket home. In comparison to the frigid secret realm, even December in the Evergreen province felt considerably warmer. At least for Muyu, whose physical constitution had improved. The mere -20 degrees could only be described as mildly cool. Upon returning home, after a long-awaited reunion dinner with his family, Muyu began to plan his training tasks for the winter vacation. The duration of the winter break was not long, spanning from mid-December, following the last subject's final exam, to the end of January the following year, a total of just over 40 days. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Muyu was deep in thought, his phone, set to vibrate, suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was Lu Liang calling. After Lu Liang became Lu Zhe's apprentice, he had taken leave from school to go train. Consequently, Lu Liang had specifically reached out to inquire whether it was better to continue studying at school or to train directly under Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, Muyu decisively advised Lu Liang to train with Lu Zhe. It was ludicrous to think that studying at school could compare to learning from a member of the regional Elite Four. How many people would dare to dream of such an opportunity? Upon answering the phone, a gust of icy wind rushed through the receiver. Hello, Liang. Brother Yu. Where are you? Lu Liang's slightly trembling voice came through the line. I'm at home, what's up? Muyu replied. Well, my master told me that after the new year, there will be a P2 level fighting tournament held in Hejiang province. It is said that securing a certain rank in this competition allows one to register for the upcoming P1 fighting tournament's preliminaries. I thought I'd ask if you wanted to give it a try. Lu Liang said quickly. Perhaps due to the cold, his speech was slightly shaky. The P-Series fighting tournament is a globally popular combat event. The competition format is straightforward. Trainers and their Pokémon enter the arena for one-on-one brawls. Only contact-based moves are permitted. And whether the trainer or the Pokémon is defeated, it results in an immediate loss. This format rigorously tests the synergy between the Pokémon and the trainer. If a Pokémon fails to protect its trainer and is ambushed by the opposing Pokémon, defeat is inevitable. Of course, if one can engage in close combat with Pokémon, like Lu Zhe's humanoid Pokémon, that's a different story altogether. Upon hearing of the tournament, Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the P2 level tournament, being a secondary event, is still a provincial level competition. In other words, if Muyu were to claim victory, he would directly earn 10 points in free stat values. Not to mention, he could participate in the upcoming P1 tournament's preliminaries. That is a nationwide event, offering a whopping 50 points in free stat values. As for losing, don't be ridiculous. With Muyu's physical prowess, as long as he levels up to the gym level and harnesses the power of aura, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is invincible beneath the Elite Four. Brother Yu, if you decide to participate, I'll inform my master and register you right away. When the time comes, you just need to show up, Lu Liang continued. Sure, go ahead and register me, Muyu replied. After a moment, he glanced at the date and asked, by the way, Liang, are you coming home for the new year? I wish I could. But my master said I missed the best time to build a foundation, and I must put in double the effort to make up for it. Not only can I not go home for the new year, but I'll likely have to train for a long while, Lu Liang lamented. During this time, he truly felt the myriad of training methods available, from low temperatures to high temperatures, from waterfall training to gravity resistance. Thankfully, his body was resilient enough to endure the rigors. The fiery monkey was now so exhausted from training that it collapsed into sleep immediately afterward. It even developed the skill of eating while asleep without any hindrance. Alright, good luck then. Just listening to Lu Liang's account, Muyu could easily imagine how grueling his life had become. Fortunately, he had the advantage of a system and did not have to subject himself to such hardships. After chatting a bit longer, and following Lu Zhe's insistence on rest, Lu Liang finally ended the call. Following their conversation, Muyu opened his status panel once more. Host, Muyu. System level, level 6. Host level, level 37, 200,660. Skills, modern mixed martial arts, perfect, 491210000. Energy cube production, perfect, 632410000. Special powers, affinity power, a gentle aura akin to nature that instinctively draws all Pokémon closer. Aura power, perfect, 603100000. Coins, 26639. Experience, 224. According to Lu Liang, the P2 fighting tournament would take place in mid-January next year, roughly 20 days from now. If Muyu trained normally, he could perhaps reach level 38, but the changes would be minimal. Although he previously managed to draw with Lu Zhe, it was entirely due to the speed boost from the aura power, allowing him to maneuver. Even then, he could only fight while evading. If Lu Zhe caught him, it would be game over. Perhaps in the P2 fighting tournament, he wouldn't encounter such formidable opponents. However, if he could secure an easy victory, why make things difficult for himself? Therefore, Muyu decided. System, allocate points. Experience points, 14,290. Host level, 37, 200660 to 50, 01850. A warm current surged forth from the depths of Muyu's heart, coursing through his limbs and enveloping his entire body. A tremendous power filled his being. His previously defined, well-shaped muscles swelled momentarily before gradually reverting to their original form. However, compared to before the allocation, Muyu could feel that each muscle in his body had not changed in size, but had significantly increased in strength, becoming even more powerful. Through the perception afforded by his aura, Muyu could see his aura power suddenly expand several times over. Previously, even when Muyu concentrated his entire aura to release an aura sphere, it was only the size of a basketball. However, now, he could easily release an aura sphere the size of a basketball just by concentrating the aura at his arm. When fully unleashed, the diameter of the aura sphere even exceeded 40 centimeters, expanding more than fivefold. This also meant that the range of his aura had increased. When the aura enveloped his body, the amplification effect was even better. Muyu even felt that under the enhancement of his aura power, he could knock down the Blaziken with a single punch. Blaziken, Zundu Jadu Oo, Chapter 138, the 80th Hextech Drawl in the Summer Country. The new year holds great significance. It is also one of the few occasions when people can enjoy an extended break from their year-round labor. Like last year, Muyu granted his Pokémon a holiday for a couple of days around the festival, allowing them to forego training and indulge freely in food and drink. Although the number of Pokémon had multiplied several times this year, fortunately, there was no need to purchase berries. Only exquisite energy cubes were required. Muyu still recalled the expressions on Nuzleaf and Snorin's faces when he first fed them exquisite energy cubes. They were in tears, eating while sobbing. To be honest, this was the first time Muyu witnessed such a profound reaction from Pokémon. However, he understood. In the desolate environment where Niu La and Shui Tongzi reside, they often find themselves on the brink of starvation. Any meal they manage to consume feels like a stroke of fortune. They had never encountered such exquisite delicacies before, which explains their unrestrained excitement upon tasting the ultimate energy cube for the first time. Happy New Year! The bustling start to the year brought with it a flurry of New Year-esque greetings from high school classmates with whom the bonds were relatively amicable, as well as from some friends of Muyu. Although the day was somewhat hectic, it nonetheless contributed to the festive spirit of the season. After hanging up the phone call to Principal Hulai to extend his New Year's wishes, Muyu let out a sigh of relief. He preferred engaging in a spirited Pokémon battle over the formalities of telephone calls. January 10th had arrived, marking over a week since the new year. After reaching level 6, Muyu had drawn from the Hextech pool twice. The first time yielded 2 gray and 1 gold, while the second brought forth 2 gold and 1 gray. This demonstrated that the odds of obtaining gold from the level 6 Hextech Talent Lottery had once again increased. From the 2 draws, Muyu opted for the rewards of Enjoyment 2, gold, and Equipment Bag 2, gold. Enjoyment 2, gold. Your Pokémon gain an additional 100 health points based on their equipped items. Equipment Bag 2, gold. Acquire 1 random gear item, 1 random basic item, and 5 gold coins. The acquired gear was a Wind Spirit. Wind Spirit, 20 special defense, 50 maximum health limit, 15 speed. When activated, it summons a hurricane dealing 150 points of special flying type damage, with a cooldown of 1 hour. It cannot be deemed inadequate, yet it is somewhat superfluous. Even if it were Mercury, Muyu would reserve it for Steel Wing Crow as a control-free mount. Fortunately, with Pandora's equipment, he could afford to wait for the right items. System, draw from Hextech Talent. In his bedroom, Muyu summoned the system, preparing for his 80th draw. Ding. Hextech Talent draw in progress. Draw complete. Black Iron asset. Gray. Acquire a basic equipment forger and 2 gold coins. Money money. Gold acquire 100 gold coins and receive another 100 gold coins after 4 rounds. Entry kit. Color randomly provides 1 5-star Pokemon shadow of a Pokemon already owned, and 1 attribute emblem that shares a bond with that Pokemon shadow. At the start of the next phase, 1 week equals 1 phase. This 5-star Pokemon shadow will be awarded again. 1 gray, 1 gold, and 1 color. As expected, the Black Iron asset was a mere consolation, pass. Money money was average, pass. A cursory glance at the gold and gray Hextech items led Muyu to dismiss them from his mind. Upon seeing the entry kit, he was reminded of the gray Hextech he had drawn last year, named 1, 2, 5. Both were 5-star Pokemon shadows, representing gym-level Pokemon with king-level potential. However, unlike the previous completely random Pokemon shadow, this one, although still random, was limited to Pokemon within Muyu's team. In other words, it guaranteed at least 1 gym-level Pokemon with champion-level potential, along with a corresponding attribute emblem. 2 Pokemon shadows can be fused into a 2-star, into a 3-star, and so forth. Using a Pokemon shadow on a Pokemon will only alter its potential. Though the draw was random, Muyu would be satisfied as long as he did not end up with the timid bug or the armored warrior. Even if it were the healing tank or steel wing crow, he would accept them. After all, premium dairy products and flying mounts are rather beneficial. With this in mind, Muyu promptly selected the colorful Hextech. Ding. Detecting Pokemon team. Detection complete. Ding. Generating random Pokemon shadow. Generation complete. Ding. Pokemon shadow and corresponding attribute emblem have been distributed. Please check. Ding. The second Pokemon shadow will be distributed at the start of the next phase. As the system notifications chimed consecutively, Muyu observed the addition of an orb resembling glass and a brownish attribute emblem in the system space. He picked up the glass-like Pokemon shadow. Hyperactive Monkey Pokemon Shadow. 5-star, a wondrous energy crystal that, when fused with the corresponding Pokemon, will alter its level and potential. Excellent. A hyperactive monkey. What a fantastic gain. Reading the description of the Pokemon Shadow, Muyu felt a surge of joy. During the Lazy Elder period, he wished for the Lazy Elder to engage in more exercise. However, upon evolving into the hyperactive monkey phase, he found the Pokemon to be a bit too boisterous. Yet, since it was his chosen Pokemon, a little chaos could be tolerated. He had initially thought it would take quite some time for the situation to improve, but unexpectedly, a delightful surprise arrived swiftly. Although Muyu had yet to draw a trait emblem and could not change the hyperactive monkey's traits, the level requirements had been met. How far could the trait emblem be? Hyperactive monkey, stop bouncing around and come here. In the courtyard, Muyu called over the still leaping hyperactive monkey. Yaru, Yaru. Upon hearing Muyu's call, the hyperactive monkey leaped gracefully from one end of the yard to stand before him. Its modest size, just over 1 meters, meant that the entire courtyard was nearly insufficient for its antics. Hold still for a moment and truly experience this. With that, Muyu placed the Pokemon shadow atop the hyperactive monkey's head. As the Pokemon shadow made contact with the hyperactive monkey's body, the glass orb-like shadow instantaneously melted away, disappearing. Simultaneously, the level displayed on the hyperactive monkey's panel soared rapidly. 20, 21, 22, 57, 58, 59. The level only ceased its ascent upon reaching the pinnacle of gym level. Who would have thought that the Pokemon shadow would elevate it directly to the peak of a high level? What a delightful surprise. As the growth in level came to a halt, an invisible aura emanated from the hyperactive monkey, causing the nearby electric shock monster, who was torn between striking its head with a dumbbell or the shell of the Torterra, to shudder involuntarily. The fire chicken, meditating nearby, opened its eyes sharply, scanning its surroundings upon sensing this aura. Upon realizing it was emanating from the hyperactive monkey, a fierce battle intent ignited in its gaze. Clearly, after days of being unable to engage in battle at home, the fire chicken was itching for a fight. As for the elder brother Torterra, he merely cast a glance before resuming his languid sunbathing in the warm winter sun. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, a blinding white light enveloped the hyperactive monkey, a phenomenon that occurs only during Pokemon evolution. Pokemon, laid-back king. Type, normal. Gender, male. Level, 59, 03000. Gym level. Ability, lazy, a laid-back personality, it rarely takes action. Moves, scratch. Yawn, try again, sloth, charge, noisy, random scratch, hold on, split, abyssal spike, double return, true chi punch, last resort, instant amnesia, frenzy, throw, ambush, million-ton heavy kick. Inherited moves, snore, rending claw, arm hammer. Potential, king level. Equipment, none. Carried items, none. Base stats, 670. With an astonishing base stat of 670, it surpassed the fire chicken's normal state by 27 points. Even when compared to the normal state of Torterra, it was only 25 points shy. One could only say that if not for the drag of its ability, the laid-back King could truly be considered one of the strongest Pokémon. Chapter 139, King Level. Observing the laid-back King's empty equipment slot, Muyu decisively combined the randomly generated Storm Greatsword and the gauntlets to forge the Endless Blade, equipping it on the King of Leave. Regrettably, the other scattered pieces were unsuitable. Otherwise, Muyu would have eagerly crafted an extraordinarily powerful monster. After installing the equipment, Muyu shifted his gaze to the experience points of the King of Leave. A mere 3,000 experience points were needed to ascend to the King level. With a grand flourish of his hand, he granted the experience points, 3,000. Spirit, King of Leave. Type, General. Gender, Male. Level, 59, 3,000 3,000. Gym level. Equipment, Endless Blade. Base stats, 710. Special powers, Nature S Force, Unawakened, 010. Earth S Power, Unawakened, 010. Once the experience points were filled, the King of Leave S level did not rise to the representative 60 of the King level. Instead, a new section for special powers appeared at the bottom of the panel. At that moment, Muyu recalled that in this world, spirits must not only meet the level requirements to advance to the King level, but also achieve an understanding of special powers. While it is true that very few spirits fail to comprehend Nature S Force when their aptitude is sufficient, the time required for understanding can be substantial. Many spirits, due to lesser comprehension, may languish at the gym level for years, if not longer. This is why esteemed families often prefer to nurture their descendants' spirits in advance. Fortunately, it appeared that the system did not require testing the spirit's comprehension. Reaching the level would directly grant points. However, the experience points required to upgrade special powers were rather excessive, 10 times that of ordinary skills. Thankfully, advancing to the King level does not necessitate a high level of proficiency. Reaching a basic level suffices. After all, fundamentally, Nature S Force and Earth S Power primarily serve to restore energy and stamina. The true transformation arises from breaking through the barrier that separates the gym level from the King level, resulting in an overall enhancement. Experience points, 1610. As Muyu focused his thoughts, the proficiency of the King of Leaves' Earth S Power soared instantly. Earth S Power, Unawakened, 010. Earth S Power, Mastered, 010000. An inexplicable realization surged within the King of Leave. In some profound way, he felt as though the earth beneath his feet had come alive. Calming his mind, he could even sense the rhythmic breathing of the earth. Whenever he wished, he could draw endless strength from the ground beneath him, replenishing his stamina. This is the effect of Earth S Power. It is said that mastering it to its deepest level grants one infinite stamina, as long as they are not slain in a single blow. Whether this is true, Muyu could not ascertain. Perhaps when he accumulates sufficient experience points, he may find out. With the comprehension of Earth S Power reaching the required threshold, the King of Leave S level also changed. Spirit, King of Leave. Type, General. Gender, Male. Level, 60 030 70. King level. Equipment, Endless Blade. Base stats, 710. Special powers, Nature S Force, Unawakened, 010. Earth S Power, Mastered, 010000. The King of Leave, originally just over 2 meters tall, seemed to have received a second opportunity for growth, shooting up to 3 meters in an instant. He now towered over the tree root turtle, which bore trees upon its back. Fortunately, this evolution occurred in the courtyard. Had it taken place indoors, the ceiling would surely have been breached. With a resounding heck, the King of Leaves' form surged dramatically, and the languor on his face vanished in an instant. Clenching his fists, he struck his chest with force. A tremendous aura of pressure coalesced into an almost tangible gale, sweeping across the entire courtyard. Nearby branches rustled violently, and several snow-laden limbs snapped with a sharp crack as they swayed. The untouched piles of snow danced wildly as if caught in a blizzard. Muyu, positioned closest to the King of Leave, had to squint slightly, employing the power of aura to shield himself from this overwhelming pressure. This display of fierce combat readiness was entirely at odds with his previously lazy disposition. Observing the King of Leave in this state, Muyu marveled inwardly. However, before he could revel in his delight, the King of Leave reclined languidly on the ground, scratching his belly and closing his eyes to doze off. Indeed, it is better to trust in the inevitability of laziness than to rely on the notion of flight. Muyu chuckled helplessly. All that remained was to wait for the special ability emblem to fully harness the King of Leave's king-level prowess. Nevertheless, even though the King of Leave could not be utilized at the moment, his ascension to the king level also indicated that Muyu's system level had reached 7. Daily coins had increased to 234, and experience points rose to 64. It was a comforting gain. Regarding the general type attribute emblem, Muyu placed it directly into the advanced equipment slot of the armored warrior. Advanced equipment slot, capable of equipping advanced gear such as radiant equipment or artifacts, or attribute and special ability emblems. The advanced equipment slot automatically opens when a spirit advances to the elite level. The general type offensive and defensive attributes were indeed mediocre. To equip it on the tree root turtle would be a waste of the only advanced equipment slot. However, the armored warrior, as a mascot, could indeed make use of it. Thus, Muyu's first attribute specialization at the second stage had emerged. The enhancement was modest, providing merely a 30-point increase to the same type damage bonus. Nonetheless, it constituted a significant boost, particularly when applied to the already high damage King of Leave. To say it was like adding wings to a tiger would not be an exaggeration. Haihei Province, Jiangbin City. Brother Yu. As Muyu exited the high-speed train station, he heard an excited voice. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Lu Liang, whom he had not seen for 2 months. His already dark skin appeared even darker, and his overall physique seemed slightly diminished. His muscles were not as explosive as before, yet he looked more solid and robust. Through the lens of aura, it was evident that Lu Liang's aura had also expanded slightly. One could only attribute this to the guidance of a king-level master. Soon, under Lu Liang's lead, Muyu arrived at the hotel closest to the venue of the P2 fighting tournament. Through Lu Liang's explanations along the way, Muyu quickly grasped the entire procedure of the P2 fighting tournament. Firstly, in the first round, participating contestants would draw lots to be divided into 4 groups, engaging in one-on-one elimination matches. Losers would be immediately disqualified from the competition. The top 2 from each group would advance to the top 8. The 8 qualifiers could then register for the upcoming preliminary round of the P1 fighting tournament. Overall, it was straightforward and aligned with Muyu's stereotypical impression of fighting trainers. Chapter 140. The tournament begins. A ruthless beatdown. The next day, Jiangbin First Fighting Hall. Jiangbin City, being Lu Zhe's hometown, attracts numerous fighting enthusiasts each year. The Jiangbin Fighting Hall is a popular destination for many, as it is the headquarters of the martial arts hall established by Lu Zhe. Furthermore, it serves as the venue for the P2 fighting tournament held annually in northeast China. Although it does not compare to international-level arenas, the prestige of Lu Zhe, a world-class fighter, bestows it with considerable attention. Upon entering, Muyu beheld a room filled with muscular men and women. Each appeared brawny and robust, with not a single individual resembling Muyu's somewhat slender frame. However, this was to be expected. After all, humans are not spirits, and the magnitude of strength is generally proportional to muscular size. Ah, young lad, are you here to spectate? The audience entrance is on the other side, a fierce woman, nearly 6 feet tall with a healthy tan and remarkably muscular legs, remarked kindly upon spotting Muyu. Thank you, but I am here to compete, Muyu replied, observing the woman who resembled Chun-Li from a past fighting game, his tone unassuming. Chun-Li, is it? I see. Well, I wish you the best of luck, the woman said, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise at Muyu's serious demeanor. However, she did not dwell on it for long. After all, there were no rules stating that only muscular men could participate. Before long, Muyu received his contestant number amidst a throng of robust competitors. D Group, number 29. A relatively low designation. If the number of participants was limited, he would likely compete in the morning, as per the matching mechanism. After acquiring his number, Muyu retreated to the preparation area to rest. Although Lu Liang had considered entering the competition, Lu Zhe had refused him, citing his current skill level as insufficient. The P-Series fighting events had no age restrictions. Even a 70-year-old could participate if they felt capable. Contestants D Group 4 and D Group 29. Please assemble at Ring 4. After watching nearly 20 minutes of the matches, Muyu heard the announcement calling his number. He stood, stretched his limbs, and strode confidently toward Ring 4. Standing opposite him was a shorter individual, only about 5 feet 7, but with a rather exaggerated width. What luck! Running into a little twig, Gao Quan sneered, glancing disdainfully at Muyu, who towered over him at nearly 6 feet. To Gao Quan, Muyu's tall and slender appearance suggested a lack of training. Contestants, please enter the ring and release your Pokémon, the indifferent referee announced. Step forth and battle, Infernape. Gao Quan commanded, releasing his fiery companion. Come forth, Blaziken. Muyu called, summoning his own Pokémon. Pokémon, Infernape, type, fighting, gender, male, level, 49 elite. Ability, defiant, attack increases when its stats are lowered. Moves, scratch, leer, throw, focus energy, fury swipes, low kick, seismic toss. Taunt, pursuit, raging fury, close combat, screech, stomp. Professor's moves, protect, fire punch, thunder punch, ice punch, inherited move, barrage. Potential, elite. Gao Quan's Pokémon was an Infernape, standing around 3 feet tall, dwarfed by the nearly 6-foot Blaziken. Damn, this Blaziken is really tall, Gao Quan thought angrily, his gaze turning menacingly toward Muyu. Sensing the inexplicable hostility, Muyu narrowed his eyes and focused on Gao Quan. Blaziken, hold off Infernape for a moment. I want to assess this individual's capabilities. Though Muyu was uncertain why Gao Quan harbored such animosity towards him, he was not one to hold back. This was an opportunity to gauge the skill level of the trainers participating in this fighting competition. As both contestants readied themselves, the match officially commenced. Infernape, use Cross Chop and show them that this is no child's play, Gao Quan shouted, charging forward behind his Pokémon. Go, Blaziken, Muyu responded, feeling no need to command his Pokémon against an elite-level Infernape. Even without Blaziken, his gym-level physical prowess would suffice to handle two opponents easily. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Gao Quan sneered, sidestepping to flank Muyu, delivering a powerful uppercut aimed at his cheek. Unfortunately for him, what appeared to be a swift and forceful punch to the spectators seemed glacially slow from Muyu's perspective. With a mere tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the punch, then retaliated with a swift kick. Boom. In the next moment, Gao Quan was sent flying off the ring like a cannonball. The once arrogant visage was replaced by confusion and pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead in visible distress. This was still a result of Muyu holding back. Given his gym-level physique combined with his aura power, a full-force strike could have obliterated Gao Quan entirely. Goodness. The referee, who had been intently watching Muyu, was startled as Gao Quan was unceremoniously kicked out of the ring. However, adhering to his professional duty, he promptly declared the match concluded. I announce that contestant number 4 has exited the ring, and contestant number 29 is the victor. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Infernape finally reacted, jumping off the ring in a fit of rage and delivering a headbutt to Gao Quan's head. Gao Quan, already in agony, cried out in pain as his own Pokémon turned against him. It seemed that Infernape, much like the rest of its kind, had a tendency for temperamental behavior. In the VIP viewing room on the second floor, the woman, resembling Chun-Li, observed Muyu's performance with surprise. I didn't expect this young man to be quite formidable. Ha. That lad is indeed impressive. Luze chuckled in response to Fang Runen's astonishment. Senior brother, do you know him? She inquired. Yes. He is a classmate of my new disciple. I've sparred with him before. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, I must admit, his speed is remarkable, Luze succinctly explained. Fang Runen's eyes widened in disbelief. Luze was a world-class fighter, and even she, as a fellow king-level trainer, found herself humbled in his presence. It was astounding that a mere 20-something could possess such strength. Cough, enough of that. Are you here in Jiangbin on a mission? Luze asked, sensing her discomfort. It's just a task assigned by my master, telling me to broaden my horizons. Please, I am a king-level trainer, not a child. Fang Runen lamented, her words spilling forth. Indeed, you are 3, Luze began, but suddenly felt a wave of hostility wash over him, swiftly redirecting his inquiry. Cough. So what task did your master assign you? An elderly man's Pokémon egg has gone missing, and my master sent me to search for it. Fang Runen explained, her earlier grievances subsiding. From her tone, Luze understood that his junior sister had little desire to undertake the task, otherwise she would not be so relaxed while watching the matches. Very well, I shall keep an eye out for you, Luze sighed, accepting the burden of looking after his younger sister. By the way, what type of Pokémon egg are you seeking? Lucario. The following day, the remaining 16 contestants of D Group continued their elimination rounds. Among them, naturally, is Muyu. Perhaps due to the astonishing performance he displayed yesterday, Muyu felt an array of gazes subtly sweeping over him. It appeared that many regarded this slender youth with a sense of wariness. Contestants from Group D, number 6 and number 29, please assemble at Arena 7. Soon, Muyu heard his number being called. Upon arriving at the arena, he was surprised to find himself facing a girl with subtly defined muscles, fair skin, and golden hair paired with blue eyes, Yelena. Indeed, the P-Series fighting events advocate for gender equality in combat, allowing both men and women to compete against each other without distinction. In fact, there had even been a female fighting champion from the formidable nation of Russia in earlier years. Upon seeing Muyu, Yelena Garaki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the fighting culture in Russia often involves households raising several combat-oriented Pokémon or robust bear-like creatures, aesthetic preferences do not necessarily favor sheer muscle mass. Quite the contrary. The charming and athletic appearance of someone like Muyu is often adored by Russian women, and Yelena was no exception. Hello. Although her pronunciation bore a slight accent, Muyu, well-versed in multiple languages, could easily comprehend her words. Both participants, please enter the arena and unleash your Pokémon, the referee announced as the competitors took their positions. Muyu chose to battle with his Blaziken, while Yelena summoned a Pokémon he had never encountered before. Pokémon, Stufful. Type, normal fighting. Gender, female. Level, 46, elite. Ability, Fluffy, halves damage from contact moves, doubles damage from fire-type moves. Moves, Bind, Tackle, Glare, Fury Swipes, Endure, Superpower, Body Slam, Thrash, Hammer Arm, Play Rough, Pain Split. Inherited move, Protect. Potential, Gym Level. Held item, None. Stufful resembled a plush teddy bear, with a pink head and a black body. While undeniably adorable, this Pokémon also possessed an exceptionally high level of danger. In fact, warnings about its formidable strength could often be found in its natural habitat. It is said that this Pokémon enjoys expressing friendliness through hugs, but its overwhelming power often results in sending its trainers to the hospital. Muyu was taken aback by Yelena's audacity in raising such a creature. However, it must be acknowledged that the fluffy ability, which mitigates the damage from contact moves, is indeed advantageous in combat. With both sides prepared, the match commenced. Stufful would soon seek an opportunity to attack the opponent's trainer, albeit gently. Due to the competitive nature of the event, Yelena spoke in fluent Russian. Having watched Muyu's impressive performance the previous day, she planned to take the initiative and draw his attention while allowing Stufful to attempt a sneak attack on his trainer. Little did she know, Muyu was also proficient in Russian. While most would engage in a fair one-on-one battle upon seeing Yelena advance, Muyu was not one to let the opportunity slip. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick with all your might. Since Yelena sought to employ underhanded tactics, he would certainly thwart her plan. Instead of rushing into battle, Muyu casually regarded the scene before him. With a sudden burst of energy, Blaziken sprang forth, engulfed in flames. In the blink of an eye, it darted past Yelena and reached Stufful's side. So fast, the fiery gust swept past Yelena, leaving her momentarily stunned. Before she could react, she heard two resounding thuds as Stufful collapsed, its eyes swirling in dizzying confusion. It was only when the referee declared Muyu the victor that Yelena regained her senses. Staring vacantly at Muyu, who stood with arms crossed, the match concluded. Muyu, speaking fluently in Russian, exchanged a few words with Yelena before turning to leave. Upon hearing his accent-free and even more fluent rendition of her language, Yelena's face flushed crimson. She remained oblivious to the fact that he had fully understood her earlier remarks. Yelena, are you all right? After she returned to the audience, a muscular man with golden hair and blue eyes approached her, concerned. I'm fine, brother. That's good to hear. Just wait. When I encounter that kid, I will exact revenge. Andrei Garaki declared, clenching his fists. No, brother, he showed mercy. Yelena replied, her cheeks still tinged with a blush, her tone slightly frantic. Andrei scratched his head, bewildered. Meanwhile, Muyu, having completed his match, strolled towards the nearby snack street. Having observed all the competitors from Group D the previous day, he decided to wander about and see what delectable treats Jiangbin City had to offer. Suddenly, Muyu sensed several waves of malevolence approaching from a distance. He glanced up to see 5 individuals clad in heavy coats and dogskin caps, bundled up against the frigid winter air, which was nearing -30 degrees. Their appearance seemed ordinary, but without his psychic awareness, he would have overlooked them entirely. To his surprise, their sinister intent did not seem directed at him, but rather at the world at large. This implied that they were not up to any good. However, this did not concern him. After a fleeting glance, he returned his attention to searching for appetizing establishments. As for those individuals, he would leave their handling to the Pokémon Rangers. He was merely an ordinary freshman. After indulging in some food and drink, Muyu returned to the hotel. Just then, his phone buzzed. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Lu Liang. What's up, Liang? Brother Yu, where are you? Lu Liang whispered on the other end. At the hotel. That's good. Brother Yu, I must warn you. Things have been a bit unsettled in Jiangbin City lately. So please be cautious. Hearing this, Muyu was slightly taken aback. He had just spent hours outside and felt the city's security was quite commendable. However, before he could inquire further, Lu Liang continued. Brother Yu, I just heard my master mention that there are criminals on the hunt for stolen Pokémon eggs. They are said to belong to a nefarious organization from abroad, so please be careful. An overseas organization? Stealing Pokémon eggs? Muyu recalled the suspicious individuals he had encountered earlier. Yes, my master mentioned that they are after Riolu's eggs, rumored to belong to a member of the Elite Four. It seems many are interested. Lu Liang elaborated. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Muyu's eyes. Riolu is known as the best partner for the Aura Guardian. Furthermore, it possesses both strength and charm. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Liang ended the call. He had only overheard Lu Zhe making a phone call and hastily relayed the warning to Muyu, concerned for his safety. Liaoluo, he mused, uncertain about the capabilities of that band of thieves. As Muyu recalled the auras of those individuals, he quietly pondered. Regrettably, he had a competition the following day. However, once the contest concluded in the afternoon, he would have a full day of respite the day after. A day's time was ample enough for him to seek out the whereabouts of those individuals. The next morning, Muyu did not hasten to the competition venue, but instead made his way to the bathroom. After washing his face, he turned his attention to the system. Extract Hextech Talents. Indeed, It was that time again for the Hextech Talent draw. This marked Muyu's first draw since his system level had reached 7. Based on his estimations, he was guaranteed at least 2 gold rewards, and he expected something worthwhile. Beep. Hextech Talent extraction completed. Exceptional Eye, Gray once the battle commences. As long as your spirits do not possess activated bonds, they will receive a boost of 100 to their maximum health and an increase of 30 to their speed. Evolution Gem. Gold acquire a random attribute intermediate evolution stone. Ancient Archives I. Gold provides 1 emblem book and 3 gold coins. The first reward was exceptional. To be honest, this bond was quite decent in the game, but regrettably, it had little utility in real life. Pass. The second was a random intermediate evolution stone, which was mediocre at best. Pass. To his astonishment, the third prize was an emblem book. A smile crept across Muyu's face as he beheld the golden Hextech. Emblem book. Upon opening, select one from 5 attributes or traits. The emblem book could yield either attribute or trait emblems, perfectly suited for Muyu's current needs. As long as he acquired a single trait emblem, even if it were of little value, it would suffice to replace the current trait of the Slacker King, unleashing its formidable power. System, open the emblem book. After selecting the third Hextech, Muyu instructed the system to unveil the emblem book for selection. 1 Fire Attribute Emblem, 2 Poison Attribute Emblem, 3 Grass Attribute Emblem, 4 Trait Emblem, Immunity, 5 Trait Emblem, Marvelous Guardian. Immunity, cannot be poisoned. Marvelous Guardian, can only be hit by damage that counters it. He had drawn the Marvelous Guardian. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Muyu's eyes as he gazed at the 5th Trait Emblem. Although he had seen countless discussions in forums during his previous life about the Slacker King's might, Muyu believed that the Marvelous Guardian trait, which was rather overpowered, was far more fitting for the Slacker King. Typically, a single attribute is countered by only one type, namely Fighting type, and Fighting type spirits are predominantly melee attackers. In a close combat scenario, who could possibly outmatch the Slacker King? It could be said that this was an inescapable scheme. In summary, with the Marvelous Guardian trait, the Slacker King was truly invincible. Spirit, Slacker King. Attribute, normal. Gender, male. Level, 60, 223070, champion level. Trait, Marvelous Guardian, can only be hit by damage that counters it. Moves, scratch, yawn, try again, slack off, charge, noisy, wild scratch, hold on, split, abyss stab. Double return, true chi punch, life-saving escape, instant amnesia, frenzy, throw, surprise attack, million-ton kick. Professor moves, none. Inherited moves, snore, rending claws, arm hammer. Potential, champion level. Equipment, endless blade, death blade 2. Carried item, none. Racial values, HP, 150. Physical attack, 1603, 014, 0330. Physical defense, 100. Special attack, 95. Special defense, 65. Speed, 100. Total, 670170840. Special powers, natural force, not yet entry level, 010. Earth force, mastered, 010000. Deathblade, 70 physical attack. With the new spirit silhouette in place, the potential had transformed into champion level. The 2 Deathblades equipped. One synthesized from 2 scattered pieces and the other randomly generated by the spirit wind, were perfectly suited for the Slacker King. After 3 pieces of equipment, the total racial value soared to 840. Notably, the physical attack alone reached an astonishing 330. This surpassed many spirits' total racial values in their initial state. It was utterly absurd. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that beneath the champion level, the Slacker King would sweep through all. As for the champion level, Muyu had yet to encounter one, so he refrained from making any assessments. In high spirits, Muyu arrived at the competition arena. After effortlessly securing victories in 2 matches, he earned a place in the top 8. Since he had competed in 2 bouts, it was already afternoon when he left the arena. Furthermore, with winter upon them, the sky had dimmed considerably by the time he departed. Like the previous day, Muyu casually visited a street food stall, purchased some snacks, and returned to his hotel. After meticulously sensing his surroundings with his aura, Muyu retrieved a complete set of attire from his storage space, changing into it, and draping a black trench coat over his shoulders. Soon, his facial muscles began to shift gradually. In no time, a tall, cold man with pale skin and long silver hair appeared in the room. It was the disguise Muyu had previously chosen, now referred to as Chunze. Alakazam, I must trouble you to use teleportation. Alakazam. Since Muyu had previously demonstrated this ability to his spirits, Alakazam showed no surprise at Muyu's transformed appearance. Whoosh. As the psychic energy enveloped Muyu, the 2 swiftly vanished from the hotel, leaving only a steaming bowl of noodles, indicating that someone had just occupied the space. Chapter 143. In hand. Passing the buck. In a certain food street in Jiangbin City, Amidst the biting cold wind of -30 degrees, a man clad in a black trench coat emerged in an empty alley. This was the very location where Muyu had encountered those individuals exuding malevolence the day prior. Although Muyu was quite eager to obtain the Riolu Spirit Egg, he currently had no concrete leads. He could only gamble on luck to ascertain whether those he had met yesterday were indeed the band of thieves. As the reach of his aura expanded, various auras came into Muyu's perception. Before long, he discerned the auras of the individuals from the previous day. Perhaps it was due to the mealtime, but each of them was carrying a considerable amount of takeout food. Two of them were frequently glancing around, exuding a distinctly furtive air. If not for the low temperature and sparse foot traffic, it was likely that an alert citizen would have reported them. Soon, the group arrived at a relatively secluded villa area. This was not a grand villa spanning over 1,000 square meters, but rather a modest two-story house intermingled with residential buildings. Given that it was an older community, security and surveillance were practically non-existent. The 5 individuals didn't even need to climb over a wall. They simply pushed the door open and entered. Muyu, who was following them, could not help but feel exasperated. In this day and age, even thieves could brazenly reside in a community? As he lamented, Muyu trailed behind them to the vicinity of a 2-story house. This was the most peripheral dwelling in the community. Stepping outside, crossing the fence, one would encounter a dense forest. Given the current weather and the thick snow covering the ground, as long as one had scouted the area beforehand, it would indeed be quite easy to make an escape. Upon reaching the hideout of these individuals, Muyu dispersed his aura. He quickly sensed a dozen auras of varying sizes within the 2-story house. Found it. It truly took me by surprise. Upon perceiving a waveguide distinct from that of humans, Muyu's expression revealed a glimmer of joy. Indeed, fortune smiled upon him. However, Muyu did not hasten to take action. For, just as he was expanding his waveguide perception, he noticed not far off a group of individuals exuding a malevolent waveguide approaching. Judging by their direction, it seemed they were headed to the same location. Inside the 2-story villa, a shifty-eyed fellow presented steaming food to a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a somewhat portly figure. So, have you seen any patrolling members of the Alliance? The man with the receding hairline was none other than Captain Liang Lu, the leader of the team Muyu had previously eliminated in the Secret Realm. He was also one of the captains under the Hell Guardian, the Copper Pillar. No, in this frigid weather, those bureaucrats are too busy sipping tea in their warm quarters to venture out and seek trouble, one of his subordinates replied disdainfully. That's good. By the way, keep a close watch on the elf egg. It was a painstaking endeavor for Lord Copper Pillar to acquire it. If a single crack appears, you'll be waiting to become fertilizer. Bang. However, before he could finish speaking, the villa's windows suddenly shattered. Several objects resembling smoke bombs plummeted to the ground. With a hiss, these mysterious items began to emit a noxious smoke. Those closest to them started to cough violently, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes. Damn it. Put on your masks. It's tear gas. The captain of the Mediterranean hurriedly rummaged through a cabinet for gas masks, shouting. Yet, before he could finish his command, a dozen individuals clad in black stealth attire, each adorned with a silver cross on their left chest, charged in. Damn it. It's those scoundrels from the Holy Cross Knights. A sharp-eyed subordinate exclaimed upon spotting the silver cross emblem. Though the name Holy Cross Knights sounded honorable, they were notorious internationally as an evil organization, much like the Yama Temple. The only distinction was that the Yama Temple primarily operated in Asia, while the Holy Cross Knights were based in Europe. Damn it. How do these bastards have such intelligence? The Mediterranean captain cursed inwardly as he pulled out an elf ball. It had only been 2 days since he acquired this Riolu egg, yet these white-skinned devils had a nose for trouble akin to that of a cat on the prowl. You two, go find the elf egg. The rest of you hold them off. The masked leader commanded in fluent, unbroken English. Subsequently, chaos erupted within the small 2-story villa, involving over 20 individuals. However, the Mediterranean captain's side was at a disadvantage. Many had inhaled the tear gas and could not focus on commanding the elves. As a result, what should have been an evenly matched fight turned into a one-sided affair. On the other side, 2 members of the Holy Cross Knights, having dispatched those guarding the elf egg, immediately took out their elf balls, releasing a peak-level Murdoch Hawk, which soared towards the designated meeting point. Given that Muyu's current identity was that of Jin, he could only deploy the king-level Pokémon he had never revealed before. After briefly assessing the battle within the 2-story villa, Muyu relied on his waveguide perception to follow closely behind the 2 who had taken the elf egg. Not long after Muyu departed, several police cars arrived at the scene. It appeared that nearby residents had heard the commotion and opted to call for help. However, this was of no concern to Muyu. Soon, the 2 individuals halted at an abandoned factory near the river mouth. What should we do? Lord Black Crow hasn't arrived yet. Should we wait, or just leave? One individual surveyed the empty factory, looking somewhat perplexed. According to their original plan, this was where Black Crow was supposed to rendezvous with Copper Pillar to depart. Hearing this, the other person holding the elf egg looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you stupid? If we don't wait for Lord Black Crow, what do you think will happen when we return? Well, then let us wait, he replied, recalling Black Crow's reputation within the organization, shuddering involuntarily. What is that? Just as the two were preparing to light a fire for warmth, a series of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Suddenly, a man wearing a black top hat and a long black trench coat appeared before them, followed closely by a towering, imposing figure of a king-level Pokémon. Damn it! Release the elf, they exclaimed in alarm. Gazing at the oversized king-level Pokémon, unease crept into their hearts. Even with a dozen elite and seasoned elves by their side, they felt no sense of security. King-level Pokémon, Rending Claw. The cold voice seemed to emanate from the depths of an abyss, sending chills down their spines. Almost instantaneously, the king-level Pokémon unleashed a speed that belied its size. A tremendous pressure enveloped them. Despite its large physique, the speed of the king-level Pokémon was comparable to that of a Blaziken outfitted with equipment. The massive hand, larger than a fan, sliced through the air, conjuring a violent gust. What should have been a close combat move unleashed an area of effect damage under the terrifying might of the king-level Pokémon. Whoosh! Bang! With that single move, it obliterated the numerous elves standing in its way. What a monster! Whether it was the oppressive aura of the king-level Pokémon or the despair rising from their defeated elves, one of the men fainted outright. The other was slammed against the wall by the force of the wind. At that moment, he was gasping for breath. Observing the unconscious man, Muyu smirked with a hint of mockery. He casually picked up his phone and spoke to himself. The objective is achieved. Only this time, Muyu spoke in fluent Japanese. After speaking, he cradled the incubator containing the elf egg and exited the factory. Shortly after Muyu's departure, the one who had feigned unconsciousness began to stir. Damn those Japanese. How dare they lay hands on us? What happened? Where's the elf egg? A man dressed somewhat wrinkled, followed by a crow-headed figure, entered the factory and frowned, his tone displeased. Lord Black Crow, just now damn it. It must be those scoundrels from the Black Dragon Society using such underhanded tactics. After hearing his subordinate's explanation, Black Crow cursed angrily. He had painstakingly acquired the Riolu egg from Copper Pillar, only to have it snatched away in an instant. What shall we do next, Lord Black Crow? Retreat. We must leave Summer Country at once. Black Crow commanded, summoning a warrior eagle as he spoke. How dare the mere Black Dragon Society harbor ambitions for the secret realm? They truly do not know the depths of their folly. Chapter 144, Riolu. Meanwhile, Muyu, having inadvertently turned the tables, returned to the hotel. Initially, he had sensed that the man was pretending to be unconscious, which prompted his actions. To his surprise, it proved effective. Of course, Muyu was unaware of this. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Inside the hotel, Muyu placed the newly replaced incubator containing the elf egg on the table. On the way, he had feared that the previous incubator might have a tracking device, so he opted for a new one. However, whether it was merely an illusion, he distinctly sensed that upon touching the Riolu egg, its waveguide seemed to accelerate in its movement, as if it were on the verge of hatching. Upon this realization, Muyu opened his computer and employed his hacking skills to begin a search for information regarding Riolu. After a brief moment, he closed the laptop, rubbing his temples in contemplation. Riolu, known as the Aura Pokémon, is one of the few creatures capable of mastering Aura Sphere through level advancement. However, this is not its most distinctive feature. After all, both Master Itachi and the Clawitzer can also learn this particular skill. The most unique aspect of Riolu lies in its hatching process, which requires a being adept in Aura to stimulate the egg, facilitating its hatching. In other words, to hatch a Riolu, one must either possess the mastery of Aura or have a Pokémon that does. Otherwise, one can only stare helplessly at the egg. Furthermore, prolonged periods without hatching may cause Riolu's egg to lose vitality and become a mere shell. It is no wonder that Lucario is so rare. Possessing only the egg without the ability to harness Aura leaves one in a state of helplessness. Having shared his thoughts, Muyu retrieved the Riolu egg. The earlier sensation of the egg's aura accelerating upon contact indicated that the time for hatching had indeed arrived. Now, all that was required was to channel his aura. With a hum, Muyu concentrated his aura into the egg, which surprisingly emitted a faint buzzing sound. It was only thanks to Muyu's exceptional hearing that he noticed it. Crack! As the sound of the eggshell breaking resonated. A creature resembling a dog with an eye-covering appearance, displaying a striking blue-black coloration, emerged before him. Pokémon Riolu. Type, Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 1010, Embryonic Stage. Ability, Prankster, boosts speed when using status moves. Moves, Quick Attack, Endure, Tackle. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, Detect, Cross Chop, Bullet Punch. Potential, Champion level. As Riolu opened its eyes, its cries were a soft, delicate sound, devoid of any semblance of a future valiant warrior. Yet, it must be said, most creatures are undeniably adorable in their juvenile stage. Kyrillian, observing the newly hatched baby, looked on with curiosity, fond of nurturing younglings. She approached Muyu with a warm bottle of Moo Moo milk, her ruby-like eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, clearly wishing to feed Riolu herself. I entrust him to you, Kyrillian. Please take good care of this little one. Muyu affectionately ruffled Kyrillian's head. It must be acknowledged that in the realm of caring for juvenile Pokémon, Kyrillian was quite the expert. Notably, Pokémon such as Laredo, Blue Jay, Miltank, and Eevee had all thrived under her attentive care. In contrast, Muyu had only managed to care for an Electrode, successfully fostering a rather peculiar habit of ramming into objects with its forehead. It was quite exhausting. The following day, being a day of rest, Muyu spent the entire time at the hotel, bonding with Riolu. Although Riolu hatched from his aura and thus had a naturally high affinity, companionship was still essential. After all, the evolution of Lucario necessitates a significant level of intimacy. Thus, an ordinary day passed by for Muyu. However, for others, it was a rather unfortunate day. Somewhere on the outskirts of Jiangbin City, a towering figure, muscular and bronzed like a statue, bellowed in fury. You mean to tell me the Pokémon egg has been lost? Sir Copperpillar, the Holy Cross Knights took it, said the Mediterranean captain, wincing as he clutched his swollen face, explaining his plight. Bang! Before the Mediterranean captain could finish, Copperpillar kicked him away. Damn it! Those white-skinned bastards are truly disgusting. Stop playing dead and get up, you worthless fool. Copperpillar spat disdainfully. Yes, Sir Copperpillar. The Mediterranean captain groaned through the pain of his fractured ribs. At the Jiangbin First Fighting Gym, in Training Room 001, Luze noticed Fang Runin's furrowed brow. What troubles you? He inquired curiously. Ugh, it's those thieving scoundrels. They started a brawl in the city. And while many were apprehended, the Pokémon eggs are nowhere to be found. When I return, Master will surely scold me. It's infuriating, Fang Runin exclaimed, kicking a suspended sandbag into oblivion, her tone laced with frustration. So, who was responsible for the theft? Luze disregarded the wrecked sandbag and asked. It must be that Cross Knights group. I don't understand why they traveled so far just to steal a Pokémon egg. Even if it were a Pokémon of the highest potential, it hardly seems worth it, Fang Runin remarked with exasperation. Indeed, while Pokémon with champion potential are scarce, they shouldn't be considered rare among such international organizations. It is perplexing, Luze agreed. Right? Master said this isn't an isolated incident. Reports of Riolu eggs being stolen have surfaced worldwide. I can't fathom what these individuals are thinking. Oh, is that why Master has tasked you with the investigation? What do you mean by that, senior brother? I ought to check on my little apprentice. Make yourself comfortable. The new year is tomorrow. And there's little to be done, so I'll add an extra chapter. Wishing everyone a soaring success in 2024. Thus concludes this segment. Chapter 145, Champion of the P2 Fighting Tournament. The next day, at the Jiangbin First Fighting Gym, the quarterfinals were set to take place. Although the P2 Fighting Tournament only requires reaching the top 8 to qualify for the P1 preliminary round, making it to the finals guarantees a direct qualification. Thus, securing a place in the finals now would save considerable effort later. Contestants Muyu and Andre Galaki, please proceed to Arena 1. Muyu was scheduled for the day as first match, facing off against Andre, the brother of that previous Russian contestant, a robust, muscular man with golden hair, exuding strength. You, summer countrymen, are here to exact revenge on my sister. Andre, like Yelena, spoke with a somewhat imperfect command of Mandarin, but Muyu understood the intent. Vengeance. Please release your Pokémon. The referee glanced at Andre with sympathy. He had officiated every one of Muyu's matches in recent days, witnessing none that did not end in an overwhelming victory. Either Muyu dominated the opposing trainer, or his Blaziken decimated the opponent's Pokémon. Each match concluded in under a minute, affirming the adage that one should not judge a book by its cover. With a flourish, the Pokeball burst open, revealing a wrestling bird Pokémon before Muyu. Pokémon, Hawlucha. Type, Fighting Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 56, Gym Level. Ability, Unburden, boosts speed when the Pokémon's held item is used. Moves, Tackle, Swords Dance, Acrobatics, Detect, Aerial Ace, Encore, Feather Dance, Brick Break, Bounce, Taunt, Roost, Swords Dance, Flying Press, Flying Knee Kick, Power Up Punch, Sky Attack. Top moves, Protect, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Endure, Sleep Talk. Inherited moves, Black Glare, Clear Smog. Potential, Gym Level. Held item, Black Belt, Basic. The Wrestling Bird, a diminutive sprite, possesses an astonishing strength that belies its size. Despite its small stature, it can hold its own against larger fighting-type creatures, achieving remarkable parity in battle. Andre's Wrestling Bird stands at an impressive height of 1 meters, surpassing the average by a notable 30 centimeters, thus earning the distinction of being exceptionally gifted and remarkably tall. As both competitors take their positions, the match commences. Upon the entrance of the Blaziken and the Wrestling Bird, the referee promptly declares, "Wrestling Bird, use swords dance." With a determined cry, the Wrestling Bird begins to swing its winged limbs with vigor. A formidable aura emanates from its form. Blaziken utilize high-speed movement followed by Thunder Punch, recognizing that the Wrestling Bird possesses dual flying and fighting attributes, which have the effectiveness of fighting-type moves. Muyu decisively opts for an electric-type attack. As the energies of Psychic and Electric coursed through Blaziken, its silhouette blurs into an afterimage. What an incredible speed! Andre gasps, his pupils constricting at the sight of Blaziken vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, focused on the competition, he must trust in his Wrestling Bird while he quickly formulates a plan to close the distance. Take this punch. Andre channels his strength, his muscular arm lunging forward like a knight's lance toward Muyu. Yet, in the face of this fierce assault, Muyu merely shifts his weight, effortlessly evading the blow. With a resounding thud, Blaziken's fist, charged with golden lightning, lands squarely on the Wrestling Bird, who is sent crashing against the ropes like a mere ragdoll. Just one strike depletes more than half of the Wrestling Bird's already limited stamina. How could this be? Andre exclaims in disbelief as he turns to witness his Wrestling Bird sprawled on the ground. Where are you looking? Before Andre can fully grasp the dire situation of his Pokémon, a cold voice snaps him back to reality. Thwack! A powerful kick strikes Andre's back, the sheer force leaving him gasping for breath, even as a trainer capable of grappling with formidable opponents like the Circle Bear. Before he can recover, another kick sends him tumbling out of the ring. Thus, Muyu secures his place in the next round effortlessly. I declare Muyu the victor, the referee announces, wearing an expression that suggests he anticipated this outcome. Brother, are you alright? Yelena rushes over to help Andre to his feet, her tone laced with concern, though her gaze frequently drifts toward Muyu in the distance, clearly torn in her loyalties. Fortunately, the searing pain in Andre's back distracts him from noticing her divided attention, or else it would have been a double blow to both his body and spirit. In the following days, Muyu triumphantly advances through the semifinals and finals, facing opponents of mediocre strength, all at the level of gym leaders, with no appearance of elite trainers. This piques Muyu's curiosity. After inquiring with Lu Liang, he learns that elite trainers can bypass preliminary rounds and directly participate in the official P1 fighting tournament. Otherwise, placing such powerful trainers in the preliminary rounds would be akin to fishing with dynamite. However, this revelation also makes Muyu realize that to claim the championship of the P1 fighting tournament, he must possess an elite-level Pokémon. Congratulations, Muyu, Luze exclaims, handing him the golden trophy that symbolizes his victory. As it is merely a P2 level tournament, there is no championship belt awarded, only this emblematic trophy. Nonetheless, Muyu accepts it with a broad smile, for winning the championship signifies a substantial gain in base stats. Ding. The event overall domination, gold, triggers, assessing event scale, participant count, and the strength of the strongest Pokémon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the championship of a medium-sized event. You have earned 10 free base stat points. At this juncture, Muyu possesses a total of 11 free base stat points. Given the modest number, he does not rush to allocate them, as he has yet to determine how best to distribute these points. After all, this amount is rather trivial, so it seems prudent to save them for the time being. Chapter 146, Badge Enthusiast, Illusions of Divine Beasts. After bidding farewell to Lu Liang and Lu Ze, Muyu promptly purchased a ticket to Evergreen City. The conclusion of the tournament signals that the end of January is near and the start of school is imminent. Thus, he decides to return to campus. The day after arriving back at his villa dormitory, Muyu dutifully opens the system to conduct this week's lottery. System, initiate Hextech Talent Draw. Ding. Hextech Talent Draw in progress. Completed. Battle Readiness I. Gray, your team inflicts an additional 5 damage and receives 5 less damage. Loyal Hound. Gold, the first canine Pokemon you acquire next will receive a blessing of 20 speed, 15 physical attack, 15 special attack, 20 HP, and an increase in potential level, up to divine level. Badge Enthusiast. Gold, each time you obtain a gym badge, you will receive a fragment of an unknown divine beast's illusion. Collecting 10 fragments allows you to synthesize a random divine beast's illusion. The divine beast's illusion functions similarly to a Pokemon illusion, but with an initial star rating of 7-star 1, indicating champion level potential. The first talent, the Gray one, is dismissed without a second thought. The second talent, designed to enhance canine Pokemon, offers a substantial increase of 70 base stat points. Truthfully, had this drawn before he acquired Riolu, Muyu might have been tempted to select it. After all, who wouldn't be drawn to a Lucario with a base stat total of 595? Coupled with Mega Evolution, it boasts a staggering 695 points. Even if he didn't keep it for Lucario, switching it to a Houndoom or an Arcanine would still yield over 600 base stats. However, Now faced with the allure of the third golden talent, Muyu finds himself compelled to forego the others. A divine beast. Such creatures have existed in legends since time immemorial. Only the most esteemed predecessors have had the opportunity to forge contracts with them, becoming the pioneers of their eras. Yet now, Muyu need only collect 10 badges to have the chance to acquire a fragment of a divine beast's illusion. Once he finds the corresponding divine beast, he can claim it as his own. As for whether he can find it, surely, with the system at his disposal, how could he possibly fail to locate a divine beast? Soon enough, Muyu envisions himself with an Yveltal in one hand, a Xerneas in the other, a Rayquaza hovering above, and a Giratina beneath him. What a splendid prospect. Of course, should he need to settle for something less, he would also be content with a Zygarde or a Reshiram and Zekrom as mounts. After a brief daydream of the future, Muyu decisively selects the third Hextech talent. Without further ado, he hails a taxi to the Evergreen City Gym. Before long, Muyu arrives at the city center, locating a gym named Qingnong. As the capital of Evergreen Province, Evergreen City boasts a considerable number of gyms. In fact, aside from smaller cities like Muyu's hometown of Qingsong City, which has only one gym, many larger cities host numerous gyms. However, akin to trainers, gyms are also tiered. The lowest tier comprises gyms in small cities, where only gym leader-level trainers preside. The next tier includes larger gyms. Within this realm, one would either encounter quasi-king-level spirits that have comprehended unique powers or those that were once king-level spirits, possessing a commendable foundation. Quasi-king-level spirits, referring to pinnacle gym-level spirits that have grasped special powers but, due to their innate qualities, cannot transcend. From this, quasi-king-level trainers also emerge. Ascending further, one finds the national-level gyms that predominantly exist in major metropolitan areas. In each national-level gym, the most formidable individuals are bona fide king-level trainers. Moreover, these gyms are authorized to issue permanent badges for registration in the King S tournament. Currently, Muyu is situated in the Qingning Gym, which is classified as a second-tier large gym. According to the information released by the Summer Country Gym's official website, this gym is a rare psychic-type establishment. The reasons for his visit are twofold. Firstly, its proximity. Secondly, Muyu wishes to ascertain whether the golden hex of this badge enthusiast can evaluate gym badges uniformly or if there exists a hierarchy among them. Dingling. Upon entering the Qingning Gym, a melodious chime resonates. Hello, may I inquire if you wish to register for technique training or to undertake a gym challenge? A young lady clad in a white uniform inquires with a smile. Despite Muyu's youthful appearance, her commendable work ethic prevents her from underestimating him. I wish to undertake a gym challenge, Muyu replies as he hands over his identity card. In this world, the procedure for challenging a gym mirrors that of the anime from his previous life. Each challenge necessitates identity registration, which helps to deter individuals from maliciously farming badges for resale and allows for tracking the number of badges a challenger possesses. Many gyms, particularly national-level ones, impose certain prerequisites for challenges. Even if one is not contesting for their permanent badge, one must possess 6 badges to qualify for a challenge. It is pertinent to mention that to register for the Golden Tournament, which is the national youth competition, one must collect 8 badges, one of which must be a disposable badge issued by a national-level gym. Very well, please present your payment code. Indeed, gym challenges require a fee. However, this is entirely reasonable, as the gym leader's spirits also require sustenance and medical care. Without a fee, it would be a purely loss-making venture. Even though gyms receive national subsidies, these meager funds merely suffice to keep the gym operational. After settling the fee, Muyu takes a number tag and proceeds into the interior of the gym. His number is 2, indicating he has arrived quite early, and there are few challengers present. Ding! Poo-Poo Pig has lost its combat capability. The challenger emerges victorious. Upon entering the arena, Muyu hears the referee announce the match's outcome. Hooray, Captain! That makes it the 7th badge, right? Now, we just need to obtain a disposable badge from a national-level gym to register for the Golden Tournament. A girl with fiery red hair exclaims excitedly. It's merely an ordinary badge. Remain composed. The black-haired girl who is the victor replies calmly, showing no signs of elation. Just an ordinary badge. The gym leader, who has just suffered defeat, cannot help but display a wry smile. Next challenger, please take your position at the challenge seat. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhu Hong, who has just stepped down from the challenge seat, curiously turns back. Oh, Captain, look, isn't he that freshman? Zhu Hong exclaims, her eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing Muyu, her junior. It is worth noting that while gym challenges do not restrict trainer levels, challenging without a gym-level spirit is akin to seeking punishment. Given her knowledge of this junior's background, it is evident that he is not someone who seeks such punishment. In other words, he must possess a gym-level spirit, right? Isn't he just a freshman? Are geniuses truly so unreasonable? Pondering this, Zhu Hong shifts her gaze to the icy beauty beside her, uncertain of who among them is the greater prodigy. Chapter 147. Your Turtwig is remarkably impressive. The rules for gym challenges stipulate that each side may utilize 2 spirits, with a one-on-one battle format and no substitutions allowed during the duel. The battle commences, with the challenger attacking first. An electronic voice announcing the rules resonates from the speakers. Muyu nods in understanding, having already familiarized himself with these details prior to the challenge. Young man, is this your first gym challenge? Then it shall be your fate. Gym leader Jianqing glances at the challenger's profile, discovering that he is a novice without any badges, and a smile spreads across his face. His favorite pastime is to instruct newcomers on the essence of gym battles. Despite having just faced a crushing defeat, this does not imply he lacks strength. Alright. With the conclusion of his words, a creature resembling 2 overlapping starfish with a red gem at its center materializes in the arena. Spirit, Gem Starfish. Type, Water Psychic. Gender, None. Level, 55, Gym Level. Ability, Luminescence, a special light that attracts the attention of spirits. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Surf, Psybeam, Psychic, Recover, Harden Minimize. Confuse Ray, Light Screen, Rapid Spin, Cosmic Power, Salt Cure, Power Gem. Top moves, Protect, Reflect, Sleep. Inherited moves, None. Potential, Gym Level. The Gem Starfish is a rather enigmatic spirit. Not only does it possess remarkable self-healing capabilities, but the gem at its core, which stores consciousness, harbors incredible power. Consequently, it is a water-type spirit, yet boasts formidable psychic abilities. Gem Starfish, go forth, Turtwig. Ga. After a month and a half, Turtwig has now reached level 52. Both spirits take their positions, and the match begins. Light Screen, followed by Solar Beam, Muyu commands. It is widely acknowledged that most psychic-type spirits primarily employ special attacks. Therefore, for his opening move, Muyu opts for Light Screen. This, combined with his own formidable defenses, sets the stage for an onslaught of powerful strikes. Using Light Screen is a commendable choice, but charging Solar Beam directly seems a bit excessive. Jianqing internally critiques. Gem Starfish, use Psychic to interrupt him. Huh. As the red gem at the center of the Gem Starfish glows, an invisible wave of psychic energy surges towards Turtwig. Psychic moves are notorious for their elusiveness and difficulty to evade. It could be said that aside from Ghost-type moves, Psychic-type moves are among the most devious, with instantaneous displacement and invisible waves of attack. In an instant, a powerful wave of psychic energy penetrates the Light Screen and strikes Turtwig. The next moment, Jianqing's smile freezes on his face. For, after being struck by Psychic, Turtwig shows no signs of injury. Not even a flicker of expression crosses its visage. It is as if no formidable move had landed upon it, merely a gentle spring breeze brushing against its face. Even the searing orb of light gathering on Turtwig's back does not stir in the slightest. Hey, is Turtwig's special defense not a tad outrageous? Even with Light Screen up, it shouldn't be so unresponsive, right? Witnessing the ineffectiveness of Psychic, Zhu Hong exclaims in astonishment. Beside her, Li Muqing furrows her brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by Turtwig's performance. Solar Beam. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Muyu calmly states. Even if there were several gem starfishes, it would merely accelerate the accumulation of layers on Turtwig's armor. Ga! A searing beam of light surged forth in an instant. Alas, it was only upon hearing the voice of Muyu that Jianqing regained his senses. Unfortunately, it was too late. Understanding your adversary's combat readiness, social distance attributes, and counters, coupled with the recently stacked special attack, this solar beam would undoubtedly obliterate the gem starfish in an instant. Hiss, a single move to victory? Zhu Hong gazed at the unflappable Muyu on stage, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The gem starfish has lost its combat capability. Please replace the Pokémon. Gym leader. The referee, momentarily taken aback, hesitated for a second before announcing. What a shock. This young man has no sense of sportsmanship. Jianqing felt tears welling up. The data clearly indicated it was his first challenge at the gym, and he had thought he could toy with the novice. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself the fool. No, he could not allow himself to be taken out so easily. Come forth, the Fiery Fox. Pokémon, Fiery Fox. Type, Fire Psychic. Gender, female. Level, 53, Gym Level. Ability, Blaze. The power of Fire-type moves increases when health drops below a certain threshold. Potential, Gym Level. Although the Fiery Fox was not his strongest Pokémon, its Fire-type countered the Grass-type. He refused to believe it could take him out as well. Unleash. Upon the Fiery Fox's entrance, Muyu immediately spoke. As soon as the gem starfish was struck, the ever-observant Terra Turtle had already begun to charge its energy. Gah! A beam of white-gray light, thicker than the previous solar beam, surged from the Terra Turtle once more, crashing directly into the bewildered Fiery Fox. Bang! The fiery red figure was violently slammed against the wall behind Jianqing. A scream erupted suddenly. Huh. Before he could even speak, the fiery fox was already out? Gulp. The fiery fox has lost its combat capability. The challenger is victorious. The referee swallowed hard, even forgetting to blow the whistle as he announced. After years of officiating at the gym, this was the first time he had witnessed his own gym leader being taken down twice in succession. You forget it. Jianqing opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but all that emerged was a bitter smile. Congratulations, challenger. Here is your badge. Ding. Badge enthusiast triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a fragment of a divine beast shadow. As the system notification echoed, a grayish fragment appeared in the system space. Due to being merely a fragment, its significance was indiscernible. However, it made Muyu realize that the trigger conditions for the badge enthusiast were likely not limited by gym level. Thank you. Muyu accepted the badge, expressing his gratitude. The craftsmanship was mediocre. It was indeed just an ordinary badge. He squeezed the badge and remarked nonchalantly. The speaker's casual words struck deeply in the listener's heart. Jianqing, already feeling a twinge of frustration from being ruthlessly defeated, felt as if he had been dealt a critical blow upon hearing the same quip. What had the ordinary badge ever done to deserve such scorn? Woe is me. Jianqing turned away, closed his eyes, and tilted his head back, stubbornly vowing within. Gym leader, there's another challenger, a complete novice. Shall we accept? The referee inquired softly. Best not to mention it. As soon as it was brought up, Jianqing's composure shattered. Accept? Accept your big head. Today, I am closing the gym. On the other side, having tucked away the badge, Muyu was preparing to exit the gym when suddenly, the woman with red hair intercepted him. Before he could speak, Zhu Hong took the initiative. Mu Shuedi, your great turtle is truly impressive. Chapter 148, The School Team. International Exchange Competition. Hearing Zhu Hong's bold proclamation, even Muyu found himself momentarily taken aback. Ahem. Mu Shuedi, do not misunderstand. I meant to say, your Terra turtle is truly remarkable. Observing Muyu's bewildered expression, Zhu Hong's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly clarified. So, what brings you here, senior sister? Muyu glanced at Zhu Hong, then at her companion Li Muqing, puzzled. It seemed these two were seniors from Chongqing University, though he was uncertain of their intentions in stopping him. Forgive my rudeness. I am Zhu Hong, a member of the third-year special recruitment class and currently part of the school team. This is Li Muqing, also a member of the third-year special recruitment class and our team captain. Do not be fooled by her icy demeanor. She is just as cold-hearted inside. Zhu Hong couldn't resist a light-hearted jab at her captain. Zhu Hong. A frigid voice emanated from behind her. Even Muyu could sense the chill permeating the words. Indeed, Li Muqing resembled an iceberg, not a facade of aloofness but a true embodiment of it. Strangely, through his aura perception, Muyu sensed that Li Muqing's emotions were like still waters, devoid of any ripples. Normally, emotions such as anger, sadness, joy, or others would elicit corresponding reactions in his aura. Yet Li Muqing's aura remained as unyielding as a stone by the roadside, displaying no signs of disturbance. It was as if she were a lifeless wooden figure. Ahem, the reason we sought you out is to invite you to join the school team. Sensing the chill around her neck, Zhu Hong quickly cleared her throat and conveyed their purpose. Initially, they had intended to wait until Muyu was in his second year before recruiting him, but they never anticipated the strength of his Terra turtle. Coupled with his impressive Blaziken, he would undoubtedly qualify for the school team. In fact, if it came to a one-on-one match, Zhu Hong felt even she would struggle against that Terra turtle. Upon hearing Zhu Hong's words, Muyu's mind began to race. The school team represented the institution in the National Pokémon University competition. As a prestigious nationwide competition, the highest level each year was merely at the gym level. The most crucial aspect was that the National Pokémon University competition was divided into two parts. Firstly, there was the regional competition, across the 7 major regions of the country. 4 teams would emerge victorious from each region. Additionally, the regions where last year's national champions resided would receive 2 extra preliminary spots. In total, 32 teams would compete in Kyoto. Following the regional competition was the nationally televised Pokémon University competition. Given the time gap between the two events, the regional competition could be considered akin to a provincial tournament, much like the P-Fighting tournament that Muyu had participated in earlier. Beyond all this, what piqued Muyu's curiosity was whether winning both the team and individual championships at the National Pokémon University competition would grant him a direct reward of 100 points in free stat distribution. If that were the case, how incredible would that be? So what do you say, Mu Shuedi? Noticing Muyu's silence, Zhu Hong anxiously inquired. I will join, but only as a main team member, Muyu declared. That, Zhu Hong appeared somewhat taken aback. Historically, there had been no precedent for a first-year student to become a main team member. Even a rare talent like Li Muqing, the third-year captain, had merely been a reserve player in her first year, lacking the qualifications to compete. She could only serve as a substitute, accompanying the team to observe the matches. Although Mu Yu's Terra Turtle was formidable, the competition involved 6 vs 6 battles, and the contribution of a single Pokémon was limited. Furthermore, she herself was merely a main team member and could not promise Mu Yu anything. Her original intention was to recruit him as a substitute and promote him to the main team the following year, just as Li Muqing had experienced. That is acceptable. Before Zhu Hong could elaborate, a cool voice suddenly interjected. It was none other than Li Muqing, who had remained silent until now. As the captain of the school team, her authority far surpasses that of Zhu Hong. Next month, an internal competition will be held, and if you emerge victorious, you will secure a starting position. No problem. Upon hearing Li Muqing's assurance, Mu Yu smiled faintly. A mere dojo-level competition? That is child's play. Subsequently, after exchanging contact information with Zhu Hong and Li Muqing, Mu Yu departed from the Qingning dojo. Captain, do you hold him in such high regard? Zhu Hong inquired, somewhat perplexed, on the way back. She acknowledged that Mu Yu's Turtwig was indeed formidable. In a one-on-one match, she could not defeat it. However, this was a 6-on-6 battle, and she remained skeptical that a freshman like Mu Yu could possess such a strong team of Pokémon. He is indeed strong. The brevity of her words left Zhu Hong wide-eyed. It was the first time she had heard her typically aloof captain speak so highly of someone. Having said that, Li Muqing gently closed her eyes, beginning to reminisce about her encounters with Mu Yu. She distinctly recalled that during their initial meeting, Mu Yu struck her as a talented youth. Yet, upon their latest encounter, she felt an inexplicable sensation emanating from him. It was the first flutter of emotion she had felt since she lost her ability to feel due to an accident in her childhood. Hence, she chose to make an exception for Mu Yu. Meanwhile, unaware of the conversation between Li Muqing and Zhu Hong, Mu Yu had returned to the villa. After a brief moment of rest, he resumed crafting energy cubes. Although the premium energy cubes contained substantial energy, they were insufficient for his Turtwig and Blaziken, both of whom were dojo-level Pokémon, while his King of the Skies had even reached the champion level. For them, the basic premium energy cubes were merely delectable morsels, sufficient for satiety, but requiring considerable effort for training. Thus, since last year, Mu Yu had been contemplating the iterative upgrades of energy cubes. Finally, just a few days ago, he successfully produced a mid-grade premium energy cube. This barely kept pace with the advancement of the top-tier Pokémon. To be fair, this was largely thanks to Mu Yu's high skill level in energy cube crafting. Otherwise, it would take others many years to achieve the same. Indeed, those high-level breeders could only occasionally produce a few premium energy cubes throughout the year. They would not bother using them until absolutely necessary. Unlike Mu Yu, who consumed premium energy cubes as if they were meals. After satisfying his hunger, Mu Yu reclined on the sofa and opened his phone, eager to see what interesting events had transpired recently. He then noticed a new file had been posted in the cloud communication group for the special recruitment class. The document was pinned by Airby. Yes, the one with the head full of gray hair and a tuft of green at the front. Quite the flamboyant character. An inter-school exchange competition among Pokémon universities from various countries? Intrigued, Mu Yu clicked on the file and began to read. The document was brief, spanning only a few pages. After dismissing some superfluous pleasantries, the gist was that the Global Pokémon Alliance aimed to foster friendly exchanges among nations, prompting them to send university teams abroad for mutual learning. As one of the 8 prestigious institutions, Chongqing University was naturally among those selected for this exchange. Chapter 149. Battle against Kuin Urban. However, this did not mean that students from Chongqing University would be sent abroad. After all, such a display of national pride was reserved for the strongest schools, like Shumu, Jingda, and Moda. Institutions like Chongqing University, being among the lower tier of the 8, primarily served as venues. For this exchange, 3 top-tier schools were coming to Chongqing University, one from the Bear Country, one from the Cherry Blossom Country, and the last, from the local Moda University. Yes, it was indeed the homegrown Moda University. The presence of Moda's team served as a precautionary measure. Just in case Chongqing University could not handle the situation, they would provide backup. This was a blatant display of distrust. But there was no alternative. Rankings were rankings. Airby's intent in sending them this document was to prepare them mentally. Since it was an inter-school exchange, students from all grades would participate. The special recruitment class, being the strongest group across grades, would naturally take precedence in battles. In the days that followed, the start of the new semester quietly approached. After clocking in for registration, the new academic year commenced once again. Much like the previous semester, Mu Yu's routine became monotonous and predictable. During this time, he drew a Hextech talent, selecting a golden Hextech. Your sword obeys you. Gold, the Pokémon equipped with this item, which can be synthesized with the Storm Great Sword, has its physical attack increased by 20 and gains a Storm Great Sword. This talent, while modest in its numerical enhancement, benefited all Pokémon meeting the criteria. serving as a delightful bonus. Thus, days passed by, and the date of the inter-school Pokémon exchange drew ever closer. Soon, Muyu spotted some foreigners with distinctly angular features within the Qingshan campus. As for their specific origins, he could not discern. After all, apart from the 3 top universities, numerous second-tier schools were also visiting, making it difficult for Muyu to identify which country these individuals hailed from. Not far from the entrance of the Qingshan campus, a boy, barely over 5 feet tall, gazed at the campus buildings with disdain. Is this the University of the Summer Country? It looks rather mediocre. All right, Naoto, this is the Summer Country. Tone it down a bit. The leading teacher frowned slightly, advising him. Got it. Miyamoto Naoto shrugged indifferently. Seeing this, the leading teacher chose not to press further. The Miyamoto family, being one of the long-established noble families in the Cherry Blossom Country, was not someone a mere teacher could afford to offend. Chongqing University is among the top 8 universities in the Summer Country. Though it ranks towards the bottom, it should not be underestimated. Beside the leading teacher stood a man with black-framed glasses and long bangs, who addressed Miyamoto Naoto with a serious expression. TCH. Upon hearing his elder brother Miyamoto Takeo speak, Naoto merely clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, refraining from retorting. Soon, the teacher responsible for reception approached, leading the group on a tour of the campus. Despite Naoto's earlier contempt, a hint of envy crept into his expression as they explored the campus. It was undeniable that, as the top Pokémon university in northeast China, Chongqing University might not match the elite institutions in Kyoto or Moda in overall strength, but its campus area was undoubtedly vast. The Qingshan campus alone spans an impressive 180,000 acres. There was no way a small island nation like the Cherry Blossom Country could compare. After lunch, representatives from various countries' universities gathered in the conference room to discuss exchange matters. The so-called exchange boiled down to 2 objectives, showcasing prowess or exchanging benefits. Both required strength, thus making the methods of exchange quite apparent. Battle. In a world teeming with Pokémon, there is nothing that cannot be resolved through Pokémon battles. That evening, Muyu learned from the Cloud Communication Group about the announced battle roster. As a rising star among freshmen, he naturally found his name included. However, it remained unclear whether this exchange event would be considered a mid-level competition. After all, those participating were likely to be the best from each school. Surely, there would be dojo-level Pokémon involved. The next day, at the Qingshan campus's 3rd battle arena, the usually quiet venue was filled with students in the audience. Today marked the first day of the inter-school exchange conference. In other words, it was the inaugural day for Pokémon battles. The process of the exchange conference was straightforward. Students from the same year would battle each other. For instance, freshmen would face off against fellow freshmen. In the second year, students from the second year face off against one another, and so forth. Each school sends 3 representatives to battle, utilizing 3 Pokémon in total. The competition format is a rotation battle, whereby when a contestant's 3 Pokémon are all defeated, the next player takes their turn. The match concludes once all 3 players have been eliminated. On the first day, it is the first-year students who take to the battlefield. Muyu, which number do you plan to go in? Inquired Qian Yuan, leaning in with curiosity. Qian Yuan is the chubby boy who shared a room with Muyu during military training. Any number works. Why do you ask? Muyu replied nonchalantly. Oh, it's just that senior heir I mentioned earlier that teacher when couldn't he make it today. So the arrangement for our battles can be decided by the 3 of us. I just wanted to get your thoughts, Qian Yuan explained, scratching his head sheepishly. As the top performer in last year's military training and the highest scorer in the end-of-year assessments, Muyu is quite renowned among the first-year students. Being in a special recruitment class, Qian Yuan, who takes practical classes alongside Muyu, is well aware that Muyu's prowess far surpasses that of his peers. Thus, he instinctively sought Muyu's opinion. I see. In that case, I'll go first, Muyu contemplated briefly. Uncertain of whether the competition format would align with the system's criteria for match assessment, he preferred to proceed swiftly and wrap things up sooner. Sounds good. Qian Yuan responded eagerly, promptly submitting their chosen order of combat. Please summon Player 1 from Chongqing University and Player 1 from Kunlun University to the second arena. The announcement soon echoed through the venue. Muyu made his way to Arena 2. Kunlun University is one of Australia's top 2 prestigious institutions. The first contestant from the opposing team was a robust young man with a darker complexion, resembling an individual of East Asian descent, yet possessing distinctly sharp features. Both sides. Release your Pokémon. It's up to you, Dolly Crocodile. Come forth, Electrike. As the commands were issued, the 2 Pokémon materialized on opposite sides of the battlefield. The first Pokémon from Kunlun was Dolly Crocodile, one of the Water-type starter Pokémon. Pokémon, Dolly Crocodile. Type, Water. Gender, Male. Level, 38, Advanced. Ability, Strong Will. Additional effects of moves are nullified, but the power of the moves is increased. Moves, Scratch, Scary Face, Water Gun, Rage, Bite, Horrifying Face, Ice Fang, Frenzy, Crunch, Breakthrough. Top moves, Protect, Rock Slide, Slash. Inherited move, Ice Punch. Potential, Gym Leader level. Despite being a Water-type Pokemon, it only possesses a scant few Water-type skills, precisely 1. Chapter 150, The Perpetual Motion Machine, Electrike. On Mu-U's side, he sent forth Electrike, the offspring of the former principal's top-tier Electivire. After 6 months, that little creature had grown considerably, transforming into a rather sizable figure. Although it surpassed the average height of 1 meters, compared to the likes of Torterra, Crobat, and Blaziken, all towering over 2 meters, it could merely be deemed a somewhat larger specimen, or perhaps a yellow potato. Pokemon Electrike. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. Level, 38, 79600, Advanced. Ability, Static, possesses static electricity, which can potentially paralyze opponents upon contact. Moves, Scary Face, Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Charge, Thunder Wave, Electromagnetic Wave, High Speed Star, Roar, Thunder Punch, Discharge. Kick. Top moves, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Heavy Slam, Protect. Inherited moves, Headbutt, Meteor Mash, Fire Punch, Ice Punch. Potential, Champion level. Equipment, Titan's Resolve 2, Berserker Armor. Held item, none. Base stats, HP, 65. Attack, 83, 160. Defense, 5740, 50. Special attack, 95, 160. Special defense, 85, 50. Speed, 10520. Total, 550, 970. Berserker Armor, 500 maximum HP. In its normal state, the base stats reach 550, and under extreme conditions, it surpasses Torterra, achieving an astonishing 970. This does not even account for the enhancements provided by the Berserker Armor, which directly increases HP, thus not reflected in the base stats. Otherwise, multiplying 65 by 5 would send those base stats soaring. The match commences. Dolly Crocodile, use Rock Slide. With a powerful roar, Dolly Crocodile began to gather deep brown rock energy before it, soon forming a massive boulder taller than a person. As the rock solidified, Dolly Crocodile exerted its strength, hurling the boulder with a fierce whoosh toward Electrike. Electrike, Headbutt, Charge Forward. Muyu called out calmly, ignoring Electrike's nearly 100 defense points. The Pokemon's astounding HP was a significant factor. Even if a Water-type Pokemon unleashed Rock Slide, or even if it were a Rock-type Pokemon performing the same move, it would be negligible harm to Electrike. After all, with the Berserker Armor providing an additional 8-fold HP boost, Electrike would barely feel a thing. Even if it were to traverse a hail of bullets, Electrike would remain unfazed. Not to mention, Electrike possessed a uniquely resilient head. Though it had developed a bad habit of charging headfirst into obstacles, there was no denying that through extensive training, its cranial hardness had significantly surpassed that of other areas. Oof! A dazzling white light flashed from Electrike's head as it focused intently on the incoming boulder, accelerating without a hint of hesitation toward the rock. Bang! The boulder shattered upon impact with Electrike's head, scattering debris in all directions, leaving the Kunlun student momentarily dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing a trainer so audacious as to have an electric-type Pokemon withstand a rock-type move, while there was no inherent type disadvantage. Being struck by a boulder of that size would typically incapacitate most Pokemon. Close in, Thunder Punch. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was in shock, Electrike raced towards Dolly Crocodile at lightning speed. With a fist crackling with golden lightning, it struck Dolly Crocodile fiercely in the lower abdomen. Thunder roared, and golden sparks erupted. With just one blow, Dolly Crocodile was nearly sent soaring into the air. This was a result of the type advantage, compounded by various chaotic enhancements. The fact that Dolly Crocodile did not fall immediately was likely due to the protective mechanisms in place for Pokemon in this world. Bang! The Dolly Crocodile, with its small, mosquito-like eyes, was sent flying like a cannonball into a nearby wall. Fortunately, the wall was sturdy enough, otherwise, that impact could have obliterated it. Wow! Chen Yuan, watching from the stands, exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed Electrike's one-hit knockout of Dolly Crocodile. It was worth noting that Electrike was not Mu-Yu's initial Pokemon. It had only been raised for a mere 6 months. Meanwhile, that Dolly Crocodile, from his observations, was at least a mid to late stage advanced Pokemon. By level, it was not far off from his initial Pokemon. To think it could be defeated so effortlessly, and in a single blow at that, truly outrageous. The strength of this Electrike is simply extraordinary. Beside him, Miyamoto Takashi, who was busy recording information, paused momentarily, a flicker of confusion and apprehension flashing in his eyes. He recollected that the genetic experiments within his family, which melded the traits of mighty spirits, could not achieve such a significant superiority over their peers in strength. Could it be that the genetic experimentation technology of this Summer Kingdom individual has advanced so remarkably? Contemplating this, a spark of fervor ignited in Miyamoto's gaze. Naoto, come here. To the second floor of the battle hall. Li Muqing, with her long black hair cascading naturally down to her waist, observed the battlefield where the electrode was wreaking havoc. Her brow slightly furrowing. She had come to watch Muyu's match, having heard he was competing today. She had anticipated him deploying either the Torterra or the Blaziken. Yet unexpectedly, he unleashed an electrode. What was most striking was that this electrode, in both size and prowess, far surpassed its contemporaries. Though it was only at the advanced level of growth, Li Muqing felt that even elite-level spirits might struggle against this electrode. With the addition of rare treasures for growth, by the time of the college tournament, it would likely handle some of the weaker gym-level spirits with ease. In fact, under favorable type matchups, a victory was not out of the question. A prodigy, perhaps? Li Muqing murmured softly, watching Muyu, who appeared calm and composed, as if everything lay within his grasp. Compared to Muyu, a commoner of humble origins, her status as a genius backed by a prestigious family felt rather dim in comparison. And what was that elusive feeling? Unbeknownst to the spectators outside the arena, who marveled at Muyu, he had just accomplished a remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents in succession. Well, not one spirit defeating 3 spirits, but rather, the electrode single-handedly vanquishing 3 adversaries. A total of 9 advanced-level spirits had failed to even tire out the electrode. One could only conclude that its robust stamina, coupled with various stamina-restoring hexes, granted the electrode the potential to become a perpetual motion machine when faced with weaklings. Chapter 151, Freshman Group Champion. Before long, the first round of the competition concluded. Undoubtedly, the victorious 4 teams hailed from the 4 most prestigious universities. After all, nurturing spirits is not merely about theoretical knowledge. The innate qualities of the spirits themselves determine the upper limits of a trainer's potential. After a half-hour intermission, the second round commenced. Given that this was an exchange competition, the school deployed the finest medical facilities and healing spirits to ensure the well-being of the contestants. While these restorative effects might be insufficient for gym-level spirits, among the freshman students, aside from Muyu, most were merely at the advanced level. In the second round, Muyu's opponent was from a university in Bear Country. The trio of competitors comprised 2 men and 1 woman. The men were robust, while the woman was tall and striking, with golden hair and azure eyes. It must be said that the youthful beauties from Bear Country possessed quite remarkable looks. Both competitors, please release your spirits. With the referee's announcement, Muyu once again summoned the electrode. The opponent from Bear Country sent forth an advanced level Empoleon. Boasting a formidable level of 39, 1 rank higher than the previous Croconaw. Spirit, Empoleon. Type, Water Steel. Gender, female. Level, 39 advanced. Ability, Torrent. When HP falls below a certain threshold, the power of water type moves increases. Moves, Metal Claw, Tackle, Roar, Water Gun, Swords Dance, Peck, Bubble Beam, Taunt, Mudshot. Whirlpool. Learn moves, Protect. Inherited moves, Water Ring. Potential, Gym Level. As a dual-type water and steel spirit, Empoleon boasted exceptional resistance. Out of 18 types, it had damage reduction against a hefty 10. Alas, this did not include electric-type attacks. In fact, electric-type moves were among the few that could effectively counter Empoleon. Empoleon. Use Water Ring. Perhaps having witnessed the previous round's spectacle of the electrode, the Bear Country contestant initiated with a buff skill for sustained healing. Water Ring. Enveloping oneself in water to continuously restore HP. With a flourish of water energy, a slender stream of water emanated, gently wrapping around Empoleon. The already regal Empoleon appeared even more majestic under the shimmering water. Electrode, Thunderbolt. A dazzling bolt of golden lightning gathered at the tips of Electrode's antennae. In the next instant, a massive golden lightning strike, many times thicker than the water ring, surged towards Empoleon. Just as the water ring encircled Empoleon, the thunderbolt struck with full force. Boom! A piercing scream echoed. The once proud Empoleon, now charred in multiple places, knelt on the ground, electricity crackling across its form. It was evident that it was exhausted and had entered a state of paralysis. Moves like Thunderbolt, which have a chance to inflict paralysis, tend to trigger more readily when there is a significant disparity in strength. After all, paralysis is fundamentally the result of being incapacitated by electric currents. Once more, finish her. Before the opponent could respond, Muyu commanded once again. With another flash of electricity, Empoleon was undeniably defeated. It seemed that Electrode indeed possessed a greater affinity for contact moves. Observing the Electrode's performance, Muyu silently marveled. Although Electrode's base stats show a higher special attack than physical attack, spirits are not merely numbers. Numerous factors can influence their strength. For instance, Muyu's Electrode, influenced by its mother and older brother Blaziken, had developed a keen interest in physical training. The circumference of its arms was noticeably greater than that of a typical electrode. Coupled with its exceptional stamina, far exceeding that of its kin, the vitality of Electrode's cells was remarkably vigorous. This, combined with its commendable speed, allowed Electrode to wield greater power when executing melee moves, just as before, where the Croconaw was dispatched with a single punch. This similarly disadvantaged Empoleon had to endure 2 thunderbolts before succumbing. Blue team, please release your second spirit. It's your turn, Dugong. After recalling Empoleon, the opponent summoned a rather peculiar-looking green spirit. Spirit, Dugong, EC. Type, Waterground. Gender, male. Level, 37, advanced. Ability, Water Absorb, when subjected to water-type damage. It will not take damage and will boost its special attack. Moves, Water Gun, Recover, Harden, Mud Shot, Water Pulse, Heavy Slam, Muddy Water. Learn moves, Protect, Dig. Inherited moves, Melt. Potential, Gym Level. Base stats, 475. Dugong, a mollusk-like spirit encased in a shell, bore structural resemblance to a giant clam and a scorpion shell. The dual water and ground types meant it was only weak to grass-type moves, making it a rather commendable type combination. Unfortunately, its base stats were average, and its appearance was rather odd. Using a ground-type spirit, are we? Upon seeing Dugong's emergence, Muyu immediately discerned the opponent's intent to mitigate the electric-type damage directed at Electrode. In the realm of reality, Pokémon endowed with terrestrial attributes can effortlessly channel electrical currents into the ground upon physical contact, thereby evading damage from electric-type moves. While this method does not prevent the physical impact of contact-based electric-type attacks, the mere reduction of electric-type damage constitutes a notable advantage. This is particularly effective when confronting electric-type Pokémon that predominantly rely on long-range special attacks. Regrettably, Electivire is not limited to electric-type moves alone. With a flash of electricity, Electivire lunges forward to execute a dynamic punch. In pursuit of gourmet energy cubes for every meal, Electivire engages in rigorous combat, training alongside Blaziken daily. Were it not for Electivire's lack of fighting-type attributes, Muyu might have considered steering him towards a brawler's path. Alas, with a powerful thrust of its legs, the ground trembles, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. In the blink of an eye, Electivire has darted to the side of the sea rabbit Pokémon, muscles bulging. It clenches its right fist and delivers a devastating blow to the sea rabbit Pokémon. Watch out, sea rabbit. Quickly use Harden, exclaimed the girl from Bear Country, alarmed by the astonishing speed of Electivire's electric flash. Unfortunately, despite the sea rabbit Pokémon bearing a protective shell, its physical defense is not particularly robust. Even with the timely use of Harden, it proves futile against the overwhelming force of Electivire's dynamic punch. Crack! The sound of shattering shell reverberates throughout the arena. In the next moment, the sea rabbit Pokémon is slammed against the nearby wall like a soft projectile. Its green shell is marred with cracks, appearing as if it might fall off at any moment. Undoubtedly, the sea rabbit Pokémon has been reduced to a state of disarray. Fortunately, as a mollusk, the sea rabbit Pokémon possesses an extraordinary self-repair capability. Even with its shell in ruins, it can swiftly recover as long as sufficient nourishment is provided. Chapter 152, Provocation. I declare, Muyu from Evergreen University is the victor. The ensuing events mirrored those of the previous battle against Kunlun University. Muyu, with an unstoppable momentum, once again achieved the remarkable feat of a single-handed victory against 9 opponents. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, while they could comprehend the formidable power of Electivire's electric-type moves. Given its inherent type advantage, the sheer strength of a fighting-type move wielded by an electric-type Pokémon struck them as somewhat absurd. Even the highly experienced experimentalist, Miyamoto Takahito, could not suppress a glimmer of covetousness toward Muyu. Had it not been for the consideration that they were in the summer country, he would have been inclined to abduct Muyu for an in-depth inquiry into his methods. While an average trainer might merely marvel at Electivire's prowess, as an exceptional researcher, he could discern that this Electivire was astonishingly extraordinary, far beyond the norm. After all, he had encountered Pokémon with champion potential before, yet none exhibited such exaggerated capabilities. In his understanding, achieving such a level would necessitate genetic modifications at a fundamental level. However, the intricacies of Pokémon genetics are so complex that current human technology cannot intervene in accordance with specific designs. It must rely on broad experimentation, colloquially known as leaving it to fate. Hence, Miyamoto Takahito was deeply intrigued about how Muyu managed to cultivate such a powerful Electivire. After the second round of battles, lunchtime arrived. Following the meal, Muyu unreservedly claimed the championship for the freshman group. Regrettably, due to the competition being divided into 4 groups, the conclusion was not yet reached, preventing any final tally. Alternatively, it might have been that he had not secured the overall championship of all 4 groups. Thus, the system did not recognize his victory. In summary, by the end of the day, Muyu had only accumulated some treasure chests and coins as rewards. The following day, in the battle arena on the third day, the audience was slightly diminished compared to yesterday. Understandably, the previous day had drawn many first-year students eager to witness the exploits of the illustrious Muyu. However, this year's second-year special admission class lacked similarly renowned students. The only notable figure was Li Dongrong, their instructor, who had joined the school team in his second year. As a member of the Li family, Li Dongrong's strength was indeed commendable. In his first match, he faced opponents from 3 other top-tier universities, and his 3 elite mid-tier ice-type Pokémon swept away 2 of the adversaries, ultimately succumbing to the third. Fortunately, his remaining 2 teammates performed admirably, securing a smooth victory in the first round. However, it was unfortunate that a single hand cannot clap. Despite Li Dongrong's commendable strength in the second round, he encountered the university team from Bear Country. Despite capturing 5 Pokémon, he could not avert defeat against the formidable disparity in strength. Nevertheless, in this round, Muyu noted that the team from Cherry Blossom Country displayed considerable prowess, particularly the diminutive individual whose mainstay was an elite mid-tier Houndoom. Even the team from Magic City University ultimately faced a disappointing defeat with a score of 89. However, what puzzled Muyu was the peculiar aura emanating from that Houndoom. Despite its youthful appearance, it appeared to be burdened by a sense of weariness. Surprised, are we? Elbai remarked, observing Muyu's puzzled expression, mistakenly assuming he was questioning why Magic City University lost to Cherry Blossom Country. This individual is Miyamoto Naoto, the second son of the Miyamoto family. The Miyamoto family is the most radical faction in Cherry Blossom Country and is the initiator of Pokémon vivisection experiments. Vivisection? Upon hearing this, Muyu was reminded of certain memories from his past life, and a chill washed over his gaze. Indeed, they claimed that Pokémon were imperfect beings, and only through modification could they amalgamate the strengths of various species to become the most perfect beings in the world. At this point, Elbai sighed. Are you suggesting that Houndoom is also a test subject? It's hard to say, but it is said that the Miyamoto family discovered substances during their experiments that could accelerate Pokémon growth. However, the side effects are substantial, including accelerated aging, organ failure, body part atrophy, and unnatural death, among others, Elbai explained, his tone tinged with discontent. As a lover of Pokémon, it was difficult for him to accept such acts of cruelty and exploitation against them. However, you need not worry. The Global Alliance has strict regulations regarding this matter. Pokémon exhibiting obvious signs of modification are prohibited from participating in legitimate competitions. Noticing Muyu's silence, Elbai assumed he was concerned about the integrity of the competition and sought to clarify. In response, Muyu merely nodded silently. The implication of those words was clear. While not encouraged, it was not explicitly forbidden either. This ambiguous stance spoke volumes. Is this truly the extent of Summer Country's strength? It seems rather inadequate, not even qualifying to serve as my warm-up. On the battlefield, Miyamoto Naoto, fresh off a first-place victory, sneered derisively at the assembled crowd. What kind of dog are you barking about? Just a mere little islander. Who do you think you are? A recently defeated hot-headed individual from the crowd shouted back, showing no restraint. At this, Miyamoto Naoto's expression stiffened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he shot a fierce glare at the person who had insulted him the most. Had this been Cherry Blossom Country, he would have ensured that the individual became experimental data for the new human project. However, bound by his elder brother's arrangement, he could only suppress his fury and continue to shout, "Greetings, that fellow named Muku. Do you dare to step up and engage in a duel?" Initially, I assumed that this individual, Miyamoto Naoto, was merely acting irrationally. To my astonishment, he is indeed directing his aggression towards me. What is most perplexing is that he does not even attempt to feign civility, revealing his true intentions without pretense. One can only say, such is the nature of the island nation, where the landscape is so diminutive. It is not entirely surprising for Miyamoto Naoto, as the scion of the Miyamoto family, to have never encountered public derision before. Being taunted as a shorty is particularly humiliating for him. Watanabe, the team leader, what does this imply? A teacher clad in a brown jacket, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, cast a stern gaze upon the representative instructor from Sakura Country, his tone laced with displeasure. Professor Jean, this may simply be a case of Miyamoto Naoto getting a bit carried away. After all, he is still quite young. I ask for your understanding, replied the teacher known as Watanabe, wiping the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. Professor Jean is the commanding officer of the Chongqing University team and also one of its vice presidents. Additionally, he is a genuine Steel-type champion, rumored to be a top contender for the regional Four Kings selection. In contrast, Watanabe is merely an ordinary gym-level teacher, with his strongest Pokémon only reaching the pinnacle of gym-level prowess. Under Jin's penetrating gaze, Watanabe's legs trembled slightly. The sensation of being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast sent chills down his spine. Although Miyamoto Takuto had previously warned him that events would unfold, he never anticipated such a direct provocation. Had he known earlier, he would have. Darn it. Even if he had foreseen it, as a mere junior instructor, there would be no escaping this confrontation. I hope this is the first and last time. With Watanabe's complexion growing increasingly pale, Jean let out a cold snort, issuing a warning. With the situation already having escalated, to call a halt would only suggest that Chongqing University fears the students from Sakura Country. The only viable solution is to deliver a severe lesson, instilling fear in the adversary. Chapter 153, Poisonous Skull Frog. In the audience, Muku narrowed his eyes slightly. From Miyamoto Naoto's aura, he sensed an unrestrained malice. It was evident that the hostility was aimed directly at him. Yet, his motives remain unclear. Muku, why not let it go? Those modified Pokémon are rather sinister, Urbai advised. The fact that a sophomore would declare a challenge against Muku, a freshman, is already quite absurd. Even if Muku chose not to engage, no one would criticize him, considering his evident strength. Not a problem. Although the motives behind the provocation are still unknown. As long as the opponent is not a champion-level Pokémon, I have nothing to fear. Moreover, since the full-scale competition hex had not been triggered, Muku suspected that the quality and scale of the competition were insufficient. Defeating Miyamoto Naoto, the champion of the sophomore group, might just qualify as a minor event. Though minor events offer only limited freedom in terms of species value, every little bit counts. After a brief contemplation, Muku confidently strode onto the battlefield under the gaze of the crowd. Well done, I must admit you possess a modicum of courage. Seeing Muku ascend to the battle platform, Miyamoto Naoto quietly exhaled in relief, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Your empty words far exceed your stature, Muku retorted sharply. You, the referee. Observing Miyamoto Naoto's grim countenance, swiftly interjected, Sakura Country competitors, please be mindful of your language. Any personal attacks will result in disqualification. The atmosphere was palpable. It was clear that any further provocation would lead to a swift judgment against him. As a member of Chongqing University, the referee showed no leniency towards Miyamoto Naoto. Ultimately, Miyamoto Naoto could only suppress his irritation and dissatisfaction, letting out a cold snort. Please, both competitors, release your Pokémon. The referee, stifling a laugh at Miyamoto Naoto's predicament, announced. Thankfully, his professional training allowed him to maintain composure, even in the face of amusement. With a flourish, two Pokémon emerged onto the battlefield, one large and one small. Muku unleashed his Torterra. Knowing full well that his opponent had come prepared, Muku would not hold back. Aside from his King of Leave, Torterra was his foremost combatant, excelling in both offense and defense. As Muku had anticipated, Miyamoto Naoto did not deploy that intimidating Houndoom, but instead summoned a previously unused Pokémon. Pokémon, Poisonous Skull Frog, type, Poison Fighting, gender, male, level, 50, gym level. Ability, Poison Touch, contact moves have a chance to poison the opponent. Moves, Poison Jab, Mud Slap, Taunt, Scare, Swagger, Low Kick, Sludge Bomb, Surprise Attack, Bluff, Poison Fang, Toxic, Trick, Mud Bomb. Inherited moves, Bullet Punch, Potential, Gym Level Pseudo, Item, Poison Jab, Basic. Base Stats, 490, Status, Internally ravaged by special toxins, Modified, Potential affected. Unable to level up further, but due to special toxins, its ability to trigger against lower-level Pokémon is now 100. The Poisonous Skull Frog is a combat-type Pokémon imbued with potent toxins. Its deep blue skin is adorned with black patterns, housing its venom sacs. With a mere thought, the frog can secrete and manipulate its venom, surging forth from its crimson limbs to inject into its target. Even a minuscule amount of toxin can swiftly prove fatal to an ordinary individual. If a Pokémon of the same level does not receive timely antidote within an hour, it may suffer permanent injuries or even death. In the wild, both the Poisonous Frog and Poisonous Skull Frog are regarded with considerable caution. Pseudo-Gym level. This is the first time Muku has encountered a Pokémon with such constrained potential. According to the displayed information, it appears that this Poisonous Skull Frog's bodily functions have suffered irreparable damage, rendering it incapable of further leveling up. These little Sakura folks are indeed ruthless. Tick-tock. Drip. Standing on one side of the battlefield, the Poisonous Skull Frog gazed vacantly at Torterra. Through the aura, Muku could discern that this Pokémon was not only devoid of vitality in appearance, but its aura also resembled stagnant waters. Its arms hung limply, with drops of viscous black-purple venom oozing down, sizzling upon contact with the ground, indicating the potency of its toxins. Battle commence. With the declaration, the clash was imminent. Torterra, charge up. Observing the remarkably potent venom of the Poisonous Skull Frog, Muku furrowed his brow. Normally, the strategy would be to first set up a reflective barrier for defense before allowing the Poisonous Skull Frog to close in for a counterattack. However, given that the toxins were marked as particularly dangerous, Muku decided against allowing the poisonous skull frog to approach. Poisonous skull frog, rush in and use poison Fang. On the other side, Miyamoto Naoto wasted no time in issuing his command. Perhaps foreseeing the unfolding scene, a smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with mockery. It appeared he was convinced of his impending victory. Unleash. As the journey of the poison skeleton frog reached its midpoint, Muyu commanded with authority. The grayish-white energy pillar violently struck the poison skeleton frog, which showed no inclination to evade. Perhaps it was Muyu's illusion. But at the moment of impact, the aura of the poison skeleton frog seemed to ripple with faint waves of joy. Boom. The colossal light beam forcefully slammed the poison skeleton frog against the wall of the battle arena. Just moments ago, the smirking Naoto Miyamoto now bore a frozen expression. His eyes filled with disbelief. "What the hell, is this a freshman?" exclaimed a furious onlooker who had initially ranted at Miyamoto, gazing at the terracotta tortoise and Muyu in disbelief. The speed of that poison skeleton frog was such that not only second-year students, but even fourth-year students, except for those in special recruitment classes, would likely be left lamenting defeat. Yet now, a mere freshman had dispatched it with a single move. Beside him, the observing Takashi Miyamoto furrowed his brows. That poison skeleton frog was one of his experimental subjects. Although its stamina was significantly lower than its kin due to experimental circumstances, it should not have been taken down in one blow. However, seeing the poison skeleton frog slide down the wall, reduced to the state of a burnt incense, he could not deny the grim reality. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly deserving of our esteemed Qingqing University. On the stands, Jin Ming, who had just moments ago been fuming with anger, now laughed heartily without restraint, completely disregarding the awkwardness of the nearby Captain Watanabe. Given his temperament in earlier years, had it not been for the fact that they were on home turf, he would have long since scattered the ashes of these rascals. Seeing his opponents falter naturally brought him much joy. Chapter 154, 1-5. Truly delightful. Please, cough cough, Sakura Country contestant, release your Pokémon. The referee, somewhat astonished, urged. Though he harbored a strong dislike for Naoto Miyamoto, he had to admit that the prowess of that poison skeleton frog was indeed formidable. So much so that he nearly blurted out an imprecise remark in his surprise. Damn it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naoto Miyamoto snapped back to reality, cursing quietly. Earlier, his elder brother Takashi Miyamoto had gifted him this modified poison skeleton frog. It was the most successful variant in his brother's experiments. Even a Pokémon of the champion level would find their strength severely diminished if poisoned. Over time, there could even be a risk of death. Moreover, this mutated toxin was unique to them, possessing both samples and antidotes. Once the electrode was poisoned, they could use the pretext of detoxification to secretly collect some of its genetic material. Yet unexpectedly, not only did the opponent not use an electrode, but they also brought forth another Pokémon and dispatched the poison skeleton frog with a single blow. This sudden twist had directly thwarted his plans. Please, Sakura Country contestant, release your Pokémon. Failure to do so within the allotted time will be considered a forfeit. Seeing Naoto Miyamoto hesitating, the referee continued to urge him. Baka, perhaps incensed, Naoto Miyamoto let slip a curse from his hometown, subsequently releasing the previously mentioned Houndoom. Then boom. Unsurprisingly, it too met the same fate as the poison skeleton frog. The third Pokémon followed suit, collapsing under the might of the terracotta tortoise's robust energy pillar. I hereby declare, challenger Naoto Miyamoto has failed, and the victor is Muyu of Qingqing University. Ding. Comprehensive Championship, Gold, Event Scale Determination in progress. Determining participant numbers. Assessing the strength of the strongest Pokémon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the championship of the medium scale event, earning 10 free attribute points. As the referee's voice faded, a notification chimed in Muyu's mind. Given that the poison skeleton frog had reached gym level, the event classification had surprisingly escalated to medium scale. It was akin to receiving 10 free attribute points without any cost. How delightful. It appeared that the system deemed not only the specifications, but also the number of participants significant in determining the event's class. While the freshman group had too few participants, the second-year group met the system's criteria. He wondered if he could trigger another comprehensive championship by defeating the champions of the third and fourth years. Indeed, Muyu, your current strength likely surpasses that of your senior. Upon leaving the battle arena, Airby praised Muyu. Although he hailed from a prominent family and had several early trained Pokémon that had reached gym level, after witnessing the terracotta tortoise's performance, he doubted his own ability to compete. After parting ways with Airby, Muyu returned to his villa, carrying the dinner he had purchased. Once he confirmed that no unfamiliar auras were present, he opened a suitcase containing his self-assembled laptop. He swiftly powered it on, adeptly launching several software programs. Soon, He hacked into the mobile devices of the Sakura country's collegiate team. Though he had profited immensely today, it did not deter him from seeking retribution against these little cherry blossoms. Through data searching, comparison, and analysis, he quickly grasped the movements of his opponents during this period. Being on the Aoyama campus, any casualties would escalate into a serious international incident. Even though he was confident that this matter would not trace back to him, it would nonetheless cause trouble for Qingqing University. For the sake of prudence, it was best to wait until they departed before taking action. Time would not be an issue. It merely required a few more days of patience. Closing the laptop, Muyu couldn't help but recall the poison skeleton frog. To be honest, influenced by anime from his past life, he held a certain fondness for the poison frog. Despite its unappealing appearance, it possessed an endearingly awkward charm. Regrettably, the evolved form of the poison skeleton frog was indeed rather unattractive. The following day, Muyu did not rush to leave, but instead, after freshening up, focused his mind on the system. Clearly, it was time for the weekly lottery draw. System, draw Hextech talents. Ding. Hextech talent draw in progress. Draw complete. 1-2-5. Gray acquired a random basic equipment, 2 gold coins, and a 5th-tier random Pokémon silhouette. Gold, Pokémon silhouette. Seeing this Gray Hextech, a peculiar expression arose within Muyu. Just yesterday, he had lamented his fondness for the poison frog, and today he was granted an opportunity to draw a Pokémon silhouette. Surely it wouldn't directly yield the poison frog, would it? However, upon further reflection, with 2 gold and 1 Gray Hextech, he would likely avoid selecting the gray option. Shaking his head, Muyu continued to peruse the options. Ultimately, knowledge download 2, gold acquired 150 experience points. Money, gold acquired 100 gold coins. And will receive another 100 gold coins after 4 rounds. Both golden Hextechs were rather mundane. After much contemplation, Muyu ultimately chose the first Gray Hextech. One could only say, what a delightful surprise. Ding. Current world Pokémon detection in progress. Detection complete. Ding. Pokémon silhouette randomly generating. Generation complete. Ding. Pokémon silhouette has been issued. Please check. Soon, a series of system notifications chimed in succession. In the system space, a glass orb similar to the one containing the earlier moving monkey appeared. Poison skeleton frog Pokémon silhouette. 5th tier, a wondrous energy crystal that, when fused with the corresponding Pokémon, will alter its level and potential. I knew it. Muyu sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. He hadn't expected the system to be quite so considerate. System, let us make a deal. Next time, I would like a silhouette of a demigod Pokémon. Bankira, Metagross, Garchomp, or Rayquaza would all be splendid. Given that demigod Pokémon have longer growth cycles, if he possessed a corresponding Pokémon silhouette, Muyu would be more than willing to embody the role of Kaido, venturing to certain places to procure one. Regrettably, the system paid him no heed. In the ensuing days, the communication competition proceeded as usual. The only disappointment for Muyu was that the champion did not possess the foolishness to challenge him, leaving him with a sense of regret. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, the victor of the 3rd-year competition was Li Muqing, while the 4th-year champion hailed from Magic City University. Thus, Muyu felt a sense of propriety in refraining from issuing a challenge, considering they were essentially comrades. Brother, are we just going to let it in like this? Miyamoto Naoto cast a resentful glance at the gates of Aoyama campus, his discontent palpable. What? Do you think Watanabe can defeat Jinming, or that you can? Miyamoto Takahito shot a glance at his dim-witted younger brother, irritation lacing his tone. Although he possessed 2 king-level Pokémon, they were mere low-tier kings that had undergone modifications, barely managing to surpass their limits at the cost of immense vitality. They were no match for Jinming, a genuine top-tier king. Moreover, this was not the land of cherry blossoms. One could never be certain of returning unscathed after acting recklessly. With this thought, Miyamoto Takahito felt a surge of anger. It was perplexing that a student named Muyu, who seemingly had no background, commanded such formidable Pokémon. Clearly, he would have to seek an opportunity in the future to invite this Muyu to the land of cherry blossoms as an exchange student. Chapter 155, Cataclysm. That night, on the highway, a black sedan sped through the darkness. Following his previous battle with Muyu, the poison frog had sustained severe injuries, leaving its condition in a dire state. Despite several days of treatment, there were no signs of improvement. Consequently, Miyamoto Takahito resolved to return to their homeland with Miyamoto Naoto ahead of schedule. Although the poison frog had reached a level where it could no longer grow, it remained Miyamoto Takahito's most successful biological weapon. Its mutated venom was on par with that of king-level Pokémon, and due to its uniqueness, it could only be cured with specific antidotes, bestowing it with considerable strategic value. Naturally, Miyamoto Takahito was unwilling to let such a useful tool perish. Oh, approximately 3 more hours until we reach the port, he sighed, having driven continuously through the night. Glancing at the pitch-black sky, he pulled over to the roadside, lighting a cigarette. Naoto, It's your turn to drive the rest of the way. He casually tossed the still-burning cigarette, but into the bushes, utterly unconcerned about the potential for a wildfire. Naoto, I'm speaking to you. When Miyamoto Naoto remained silent, a flicker of anger crossed Miyamoto Takahito's eyes as he turned to look at him. However, instead of standing beside the car, Miyamoto Naoto found himself gripped by the throat and lifted into the air by a tall, stern man with silver hair. Struggling for breath, Miyamoto Naoto's face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Despite exerting all his strength to pry the man's hand away, it was futile against his overwhelming strength. Only his legs flailed helplessly in a desperate attempt to escape the grip. Damn it! Seeing his brother's predicament, Miyamoto Takahito's first reaction was not to rescue him, but to retrieve 2 Pokeballs from his waist and step back. Save crack. As Miyamoto Takahito turned, Miyamoto Naoto mustered all his strength, imploring for rescue. Unfortunately, it wasn't until his throat was crushed that Miyamoto Takahito cast a cold glance at the silver-haired man, never sparing a second to look at his brother. Gazing at the lifeless body of Miyamoto Naoto, Miyamoto Takahito swiftly released the 2 Pokeballs. Boom, boom. A level 62 Nidoking and a level 61 Nidoqueen emerged onto the silent highway, taking refuge behind his 2 King-level Pokémon. Miyamoto Takahito stealthily activated the data transmission device at his waist, glaring at the silver-haired man. Who on earth are you? The silver-haired man, who was actually Muyu disguised as Jin, spoke indifferently upon noticing Miyamoto Takahito's subtle movements. Sakura people deserve to die. At these words, Miyamoto Takahito's pupils constricted. For Muyu had not spoken in the language of the Great Xia or the Sakura tongue, but in the unmistakable dialect of the sun never sets. Coupled with his silver hair, Miyamoto Takahito immediately recalled the notorious European organization, the Holy Cross Knights. Curiously, although their Black Dragon Society had little interaction with the Holy Cross Knights, they had recently faced repeated harassment from them. Bound by the latter's international influence, they had no choice but to endure. Little did they expect the enemy to escalate their aggression and come to Great Xia to eliminate them. European, I warn you. This is Asia, and I am a member of the Black Dragon Society. I advise you to think carefully before taking action. Miyamoto Takahito warned, his expression darkening. Though his younger brother had perished, he was still reluctant to engage with this seemingly formidable opponent. After all, he had more than one brother, but only one life. Attack. However, the only response he received was a mere 2 words. Just as Miyamoto Takahito was left bewildered, a violent gust of wind struck from his right side. A colossal figure, standing over 3 meters tall, charged at him, swinging a fist toward his Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Bang! With a single blow, the closest Nidoqueen and Nidoking were sent flying. Bang! 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 Surrounding trees splintered under the impact of the 2 Pokémon. The Nidoqueen, whose skull had been caved in from the blow, was on the verge of death. The Nidoking, used as a cushion, fared better, merely collapsing to the ground after losing its fighting capability. Ding! The substitute king has defeated the king-level Pokémon Nidoking, earning 320 gold. Ding! The substitute king has defeated the king-level Pokémon Nidoqueen, earning 320 gold. Ding! The substitute king has killed the king-level Pokémon Nidoqueen, earning an additional 320 gold. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, granting 1 king-level treasure chest. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, granting an additional king-level treasure chest. The notifications of earnings from the defeats and kills echoed in Muyu's mind. Ever since saving the mother and daughter of the armored warrior, he had understood that killing Pokémon could yield extra rewards. However, this was fundamentally a relatively harmonious world, and unless absolutely necessary, Muyu would not resort to lethal force merely for a trivial reward, unless he encountered individuals like these wretched foes. As he beheld the substitute king effortlessly dispatching 2 king-level Pokémon, Miyamoto Takahito's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Those were Pokémon he had painstakingly engineered, not mere strays wandering the streets, to be knocked out with a single punch? Gulp. Might I inquire who you are, honorable knight? If I have offended you in any way, I beseech your forgiveness and am willing to compensate tenfold. Miyamoto Takahito managed to force a smile while trembling in fear as Muyu approached him. Yet the next moment, ugh! A pair of large hands tightened around his throat, silencing him before he could utter another word. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the still night. Ding! The host has killed the Black Dragon Society's king-level experimenter, Miyamoto Takahito, earning 500 gold. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, granting 500 gold. Truly worthless. Muyu cursed inwardly upon realizing no treasure chest reward had been triggered this time. He then extracted a small device resembling an electronic watch screen from Miyamoto Takahito's possession and crushed it in one swift motion. This device was capable of transmitting voice messages. Even before engaging in combat, Muyu had been aware of its function. The reason he had delayed was to allow Miyamoto Takahito to witness him crush Miyamoto Naoto with his own eyes. It is not an act of malicious whimsy, but rather a strategic ploy to provide him with an opportunity to transmit information. Previously, he masqueraded as a citizen of the land of cherry blossoms to deceive the group of Caucasians. Now, he takes on the guise of a European to fool the little cherry blossoms. As for the effectiveness of this ruse, Muyu remains unconcerned. After all, it is merely a leisurely gambit. Ding! The temporary king has slain the king-level Pokémon Nidoking, earning an additional 320 gold coins. Ding! The war treasure 2 has triggered, granting an extra king-level treasure chest. After disposing of Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and the corpses of the Miyamoto brothers, Muyu changed into a new outfit and departed from the location with Laredo. This time, as a precaution, he took only the temporary king for battle and Laredo for travel, leaving the other Pokémon at the villa. He aimed to create the illusion that he had spent the weekend at the villa, although he did not believe he would be suspected. It is always wise to exercise caution. Chapter 156, Poisonous Skull Frog, Alternate Color. Meanwhile, in the land of cherry blossoms, at the residence of the Miyamoto family. Fang! What did you say? The patriarch of the Miyamoto clan, Miyamoto Nikizane, slammed his palm on the table upon hearing his subordinate's report, disbelief etched across his face. The head of the family, the eldest son, and the youngest son have encountered an incident. Bang! Miyamoto Nikizane hurled a teacup at the messenger's head. Rising to his feet, his aged visage ablaze with fury. While Miyamoto Naoto was a matter of little concern, Miyamoto Takahito was his most cherished offspring. At barely 30, he had already become a leading expert in Pokémon genetics, overseeing research and successfully completing numerous genetic experiments. This not only bolstered the Miyamoto family's strength, but also elevated their status within the Black Dragon Society, the most powerful force in the land of cherry blossoms. Unlike the Underworld Palace and the Holy Cross Knights, the Black Dragon Society wields unparalleled influence throughout the region, often overshadowing the Pokémon League's authority. Thus, even the Pokémon League dared not sever ties with the Black Dragon Society. How could it be that a simple outing to attend an exchange event would result in their disappearance? Who is responsible for this? Miyamoto Nikizane's eyes blazed crimson as he bellowed. According to the last message from the eldest son, it was likely the work of those knights from Europe. The subordinate, trembling and quaking, replied from the ground. Damn those Caucasians, extending their reach so far. They truly have no shame. Inform the clan elders. I shall demand blood for blood from these white devils. The Miyamoto family erupted in rage. In stark contrast, Muyu was in high spirits. After eliminating those two loathsome cherry blossoms, he procured a high-level Pokeball and captured the poisonous skull frog. Whether due to the frog's poor condition or its prior experiences, it seemed to lack any resistance. The process of capture proceeded smoothly. Pokemon, poisonous skull frog. Type, poison fighting. Gender, male. Level, 50, gym level. Ability, poison hand. Contact moves have a chance to poison the opponent. Potential, gym level pseudo. Held item, poison needle, basic. Base stats, 490. Status, internally ravaged by special toxins. Its potential affected, unable to further level up due to severe attacks that disrupted its fragile equilibrium, toxins corroding its life force, on the verge of losing vital signs. Alas, Pokémon are inherently gifted, nurtured by nature, and any artificial alterations with current technology are ultimately inadvisable. Muyu gazed at the poisonous skull frog, which was marred by dark purple hues and appeared in a dire state, lamenting. He did not oppose genetic technology, recognizing that the advancement of science necessitates continual exploration. However, he wished that the subjects of such experimentation were those despicable individuals rather than innocent Pokémon captured at random. May fortune favor you. Muyu summoned the spectral image of the poisonous skull frog and placed it upon himself. He was uncertain whether employing the spectral image at this moment would yield any effect. Nevertheless, even if it were in vain, Muyu would not be disheartened, for he had never intended to capture the poisonous skull frog in the first place. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. As with the previous hyperactive ape, the glass sphere representing the Pokémon's spectral image began to dissolve. The potential section of the poisonous skull frog transitioned from gym level, pseudo, to ultimately settle at king level. With this change in potential, the poisonous skull frog's level began to rise. 51, 52, 58, 59. Soon, it reached the pinnacle of gym level. Accompanying this transformation, the originally speckled dark purple hues on the poisonous skull frog began to spread, akin to ink diffusing in water, rapidly and evenly permeating its form. In no time, the formerly deep blue skin was replaced by a dark purple hue, and the black patterns concealing its poison sacs deepened in intensity. The red vocal cords and the red spikes capable of discharging venom gradually developed deep purple markings, enhancing their eerie allure. Before long, the now steady poisonous skull frog opened its eyes. Its once bright yellow gaze had morphed into deep obsidian. The pitch-black depths of its eyes, combined with its dark purple skin, rendered the poisonous skull frog a harbinger of the night. Merely standing beneath the twilight cast an inexplicable sense of danger. Pokémon, poisonous skull frog, alternate color. Type, poison fighting. Gender, male. Level, 59, 03000, gym level. Ability, eerie poison, a variant of a strange toxin that simultaneously assaults nerves and muscles, causing painless corrosion. It can diffuse into air, water, and other mediums with each breath. Moves, poison needle, mud throw, taunt, frighten, flatter, kick, poison liquid impact, ambush, bluster, poison strike, toxic, trick, mud bomb, belch. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, bullet punch. Potential, king level. Held item, poison needle, basic. Base stats, HP, 110, attack, 120, defense, 80, special attack, 100, special defense, 80, speed, 100. Total, 590. Status, originally on the brink of death, the miraculous energy infusion has successfully integrated terrifying toxins into its being, transforming it into an even more formidable entity. The original hidden ability transformed into a new trait that Muyu had never encountered. Not only had the toxicity intensified, but the method of release had also become more peculiar. Previously reliant on contact or injection, it now merely required breathing to disperse into the air. Most critically, even if one were to be affected, the effects would remain undetectable until a certain level of diffusion had occurred. It was utterly insidious. The only lamentable aspect was that the toxin was not colorless and odorless. Otherwise, it would be an invisible assassin. Aside from the changes in ability, Muyu was most astounded by the increase in the poisonous skull frog's base stats, an impressive surge of 100 points. It was akin to a permanent mega evolution. Clearly, this toxin was extraordinarily potent, enabling the poisonous skull frog to assimilate these toxins effectively, thus elevating its base stats to unprecedented heights. Just 10 points shy of rivaling powerful quasi-divine Pokémon. Gukawa. The poisonous skull frog looked incredulously at its own hands. The corrosive pain that had tormented it for countless years had suddenly vanished, and it could distinctly feel its previously depleted and frail body now brimming with newfound strength. Even surpassing his peak, the toxicity frog now exhibited a strength that was markedly greater. Contemplating this, the toxicity frog gazed at Muyu with eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Unfortunately, years of experimentation had rendered him taciturn, and his prolonged silence left him at a loss for how to articulate his appreciation. He could only silently resolve to protect Muyu with his very life. Sensing the once dormant aura of the toxicity frog now revitalized, Muyu felt his spirits lift considerably. Seizing the moment while the toxicity frog was in such an excellent state, Muyu swiftly maximized his experience points. As for backstabbing, he harbored no concerns. Although the toxicity frog had said little, Muyu could sense his emotions. Furthermore, the introduction of the illusionary spirit clearly stated that it would fully enhance the spirit's intimacy. Thus, Muyu felt no apprehension. Chapter 157, The Next Day's King. The True Psychic Queen. Experience points, 3000. Spirit, Toxicity Frog, Shiny. Type, Poison Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 59, 3000. Gym Leader Level. Ability, Sinister Poison, a variant of bizarre toxin that simultaneously attacks nerves and muscles, causing painless corrosion, capable of spreading through air and water with each breath. Special powers. Natural Force, not yet unlocked, 010. Earth Force, not yet unlocked, 010. Experience points, 1610. Earth Force, not yet unlocked, 010. Earth Force, mastered, 10. 000. Like the Leaf King, Muyu chose to enhance the Toxicity Frog's Earth Force. After all, the Toxicity Frog was a melee-type spirit that combined poison and fighting, relying more on physical strength than attribute energy. The regeneration of toxins within its body primarily consumes stamina, with poison energy serving as a secondary factor. Spirit, Toxicity Frog, Shiny. Type, Poison Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 60, 3070. Champion Level. With the successful enhancement of Earth Force, the Toxicity Frog undoubtedly ascended to Champion Level, becoming Muyu's second Champion Level spirit. In contrast to the Leaf King's dramatic size increase upon breaking through to Champion status, the Toxicity Frog's physique exhibited no significant change, remaining approximately 1.5 meters tall. However, the spirit's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. If the Toxicity Frog had previously exuded an air of coldness and eeriness in the darkness, it now resembled a droplet of water seamlessly merging into the ocean of night. Elusive and hard to grasp. Unless one knew precisely where the Toxicity Frog was located and actively searched for it, it could easily be overlooked. Even within the aura's perspective, the Toxicity Frog's presence was as tranquil as still water, were it not for the palpable vitality emanating from it. Muyu might have thought the Toxicity Frog had turned to stone. It could be said that the Toxicity Frog and the Leaf King represented two extremes, one exuding charisma and presence, the other cold and reserved, each possessing their own strengths and weaknesses. Nevertheless, compared to the Leaf King, Muyu found the Toxicity Frog's demeanor more befitting of the icy, chilling persona of the character Jin. Moreover, the Toxicity Frog's size rendered it more suitable for stealthy actions, especially in confined spaces for indoor battles. Unlike the Leaf King, which required an expansive battlefield for combat, the Toxicity Frog thrived in tighter quarters, retrieving both the Leaf King and the Toxicity Frog into their pokeballs. Muyu placed his hand on the shoulder of his Alakazam. A sudden gust of cold wind swept by, leaving the silent night filled only with the rustling of branches. In the villa within the Qingshan campus, after an unrelenting journey, Muyu finally returned to his dormitory just before dawn. Along the way, Alakazam had experienced several moments of exhaustion. Fortunately, as long as he engaged in leveling up, Alakazam's stamina could be restored. While it wouldn't fully replenish his energy, it would alleviate the burden caused by the continuous use of teleport. Thankfully, Muyu had prior knowledge of Miyamoto Musashi's route, allowing him to stake out in advance. Otherwise, relying solely on Alakazam for the round trip would have left him utterly drained. This experience served as a reminder to Muyu that for long-distance travel, relying on a mount was far more advantageous, unless Alakazam could mitigate the exhaustion caused by teleport. Otherwise, once his level increased, the cost of recovery through leveling up would become significant. System: open all champion-level treasure chests. Muyu glanced at the time. With over 2 hours until class, he felt no inclination to sleep, opting instead to open the treasure chests he had just acquired. This was his first encounter with a champion-level treasure chest, and he was curious about the valuable items it might yield. Ding. Champion-level treasure chest 3, opening. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1,000 gold coins. The Holy Pearl Gloves, light equipment, the Holy Blue Blessing, light equipment, and a Miracle Seed, advanced. Holy Pearl Gloves, light equipment, 55 special attack, 75 critical hit accuracy, 80 critical hit damage. Any extra critical hit accuracy exceeding 100 will convert into additional critical hit damage. Holy Blue Blessing, light equipment, 200 maximum energy, 50 move power. Energy consumption for casting skills is reduced by 50. If the bearer participates in at least one defeat or kill within 1 hour after casting a skill, 20 maximum energy will be restored. If equipped alongside the blue Dominator symbol, it triggers a special effect that ignores risks. Ignore risks negates all negative effects from skills with proficient levels or higher. Miracle Seed, advanced a seed that nurtures life when carried by a spirit. It increases the power of grass-type skills by 39 and can directly absorb to enhance the spirit's grass-type energy quality. Muyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the contents of the champion-level treasure chest. 2 pieces of never-before-seen light equipment, along with an advanced spirit treasure. What a windfall. Was this the quality of goods from a champion-level treasure chest? Truly generous. Had Muyu not maintained his composure, he might have considered embarking on a grand adventure. Perhaps a trip during the summer vacation? He murmured softly. After a while, Muyu temporarily set aside this enticing thought and began to examine the effects of the 2 pieces of light equipment. The first, the Holy Pearl Gloves, was an enhanced version of the Pearl Gloves. If paired with the Pearl Gloves, it would mean achieving a critical hit accuracy of 100, and the additional critical hit damage would rise to 200. This implied that even without enhancing the critical hit accuracy of an attack, any random move would inflict 300 damage. When factoring in attribute bonuses, equipment enhancements, Hextech talent boosts, and damage advantages, it was overwhelming. If paired with a psychic-type spirit, the unpredictability of the moves would be utterly terrifying. Almost instantaneously after reviewing the equipment's description, Muyu formulated a plan. It must be designated for the Psychic Queen, Gardevoir. Spirit, Gardevoir. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, female. Level, 40, 1030, elite level. Ability, telepathy, a powerful and delicate heart that can more acutely sense the emotions of surrounding life. Moves, Sing, Shadow Clone, Wish, Flame Burst. Life Dew, Heal Wish, Healing Wave, Psychic, Hypnosis, Teleport, Light of Illusion, Meditation, Psychic Force, Misty Terrain, Draining Kiss, Charm, Captivating Voice, Draining Kiss. Top move, Protect. Inherited moves, Disable. Black Glare. Potential, Gym Leader level. Equipment, Hat of the World Breaker, Staff of the Archangel, Pearlescent Gauntlets. Advanced Equipment slot, Sacred Pearlescent Gauntlets, Light Equipment. Base stats, HP, 68. Physical attack, 65, Physical defense, 65, Special attack, 125-175-300, Special defense, 115, Speed, 80, Total, 693. In order to equip this light gear on Shanaido, Muyu waved his hand decisively, elevating it to level 40. He successfully broke through to the elite level, unlocking the advanced equipment slot. Although it consumed thousands of experience points, the results were gratifying. With nearly 700 base stats and an impressive 300 points in special attack, it was truly the king of special attack. Moreover, as a psychic-type Pokémon, Shanaido posed a threat even more terrifying than the king of special attack. Not to mention, every move from the current Shanaido was a critical hit, dealing triple damage every time. Muyu suspected that Shanaido could even sweep aside the two lackluster elite Pokémon of Miyamoto Musashi from before, even if it couldn't achieve a one-hit knockout. With its teleportation ability, it would certainly hold a natural advantage in battle. The only slight disappointment was that Shanaido's potential still lingered at gym level. One could only wonder when a secondary Hero Replicator might be obtained. Chapter 158, the Pokémon version of Eternal Support. Silver Flash? After assigning the first piece of light equipment, Muyu turned his attention to the second item, the Sacred Blue Blessing, an enhanced version of the blue emblem. Its effect was straightforward. It increased energy capacity and move power. A boost of 50 in power was akin to the effect of a same-type enhancement. Most importantly, defeating an opponent would restore energy. Combined with various lifesteal hexes, it could be described as a dual perpetual motion of energy and stamina. However, what astonished Muyu the most was the final special effect, Fearless Risk. It allowed one to ignore the negative effects of skills with mastery level and above. This immediately reminded Muyu of the teleportation ability of Aileroiden, which he had just been critiquing. If Aileroiden possessed both the Sacred Blue Blessing and the Blue Emblem, it would mean unlimited energy for infinite teleportation, enabling a melee strategy akin to Golden Flash. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it Silver Flash or Green Flash, aligning better with Aileroiden's coloration. Nevertheless, it felt somewhat unappealing. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Regrettably, Muyu had never synthesized a blue emblem. Otherwise, the Pokémon version of Eternal Support could have been brought to fruition. No, Muyu suddenly recalled something and opened his personal panel. To his astonishment, he discovered two Azure teardrop-shaped pieces of equipment, Tears of the Goddess, lying in the equipment section. Indeed, this was the new gear transformed from Pandora's equipment today. Perhaps it was due to defeating the two small cherry blossoms that luck had favored him today. Muyu stroked his chin, marveling inwardly. The Miyamoto brothers had provided him with a shiny elite Pokémon, two pieces of light equipment, a high-level Pokémon treasure, and thousands of gold coins in a single evening. Truly, they were exceptional benefactors. With this thought, Muyu couldn't help but entertain the notion of traveling abroad. This was no black-hearted island nation. It was essentially an undeveloped treasure trove. Shaking his head, he temporarily set this notion aside. With the equipment in place, Muyu wasted no time in consuming experience to elevate Aileroiden's level to 40, successfully unlocking the advanced equipment slot. Pokémon, Aileroiden. Type, Psychic Fighting. Gender, Male. Level, 40, 01030, Elite. Ability, Sharpness, sharp arms that enhance the power of slicing moves. Moves, Screech, Confusion, Hypnosis, Seal, Critical Hit, Multi-Hit, Sacred Sword, Leaf Blade, Feint, Assist. Quick Attack, Teleport, Touch and Go, Shadow Clone, Illusion Ray, Swords Dance, Mental Blade. Top moves, Protect, Brick Break, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Close Combat. Inherited moves, Shadow Sneak. Potential, Gym Level. Equipment, Endless Blade, Blue Emblem. Advanced Equipment Slot, Sacred Blue Blessing, Light Equipment. Base Stats, 548. Blue Emblem, 100 Maximum Energy. 20 Move Power. Energy consumption for casting skills is reduced by 20. If the bearer participates in at least one defeat or kill within 1 hour of casting a skill, 10 maximum energy points will be restored. Indeed, if he could manually execute Wave Missile, it would truly be like having an eternal Pokémon companion. Muyu gazed at Aileroiden's panel, reflecting on this with admiration. Although Aileroiden's paper stats lacked the impact of Shanaido's, its unrestricted teleportation would make it a paragon of overcoming the odds, turning the weak into victors. After all, it was the teleportation move that made psychic types notoriously difficult to handle. If not for the immense physical strain caused by consecutive teleportation, which would overwhelm the inherently fragile psychic types, it was likely that psychic types would reign supreme. Having assigned the two pieces of light equipment, Muyu then turned his gaze to the third item, an advanced treasure of the grass type, which he unhesitatingly tossed to Torterra. With this treasure, he believed Torterra would soon reach the pinnacle of gym level. After organizing his gains, Muyu casually refreshed himself and commenced his ordinary university life. Meanwhile, Watanabe, who had just been preparing to board the plane with his students, was now leaning despairingly against the restroom wall. Just moments ago, he received a call from the Miyamoto family, informing him of the brother's demise. Good heavens, he nearly soiled himself. Right now, immediately find out the location of their incident. If you can't find it, don't bother coming back. With the furious voice on the other end of the line, Watanabe finally regained his composure. Just moments ago, he thought he was doomed. However, it seemed there was still a glimmer of hope to return home alive. Simultaneously, at Evergreen University, Aoyama campus, in the vice president's office. Ha ha ha, splendid, they met their end. Jin Ming laughed heartily upon learning of the Miyamoto brothers' misfortune. This morning, traces of battle were discovered on the highway. He initially thought something significant had occurred, only to receive a condemnation call from the island nation, claiming they had failed to protect the exchange participants or similar nonsense. The individuals did not die at their Evergreen University. What business was it of theirs? Jin Ming retorted unapologetically. The other party, realizing their argument lacked substance, had hoped to extort something from Evergreen University but found Jin Ming's steadfastness unexpected. They uttered a few words before hanging up. Feeling exhilarated, Jin Ming immediately sought out Hu Lai to share the good news. Upon hearing, Hu Lai was equally elated. Due to geographical reasons, they had experienced numerous conflicts with the Cherry Blossom Nation over the years, especially as their elite trainers. They frequently clashed with the opposing side in Pokémon secret realms on the high seas. Bloodshed was not uncommon, and fatalities were frequent. This led to mutual animosity. Were it not for the existence of the Global Alliance and the numerous forces surrounding Xia Country, they would have long since annexed the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the following days, numerous individuals from the Cherry Blossom Nation arrived at that stretch of highway to investigate. However, it was unclear whether it was because they had already zeroed in on their target or due to Mu Yu's meticulous handling. They could not even find the bodies of the Miyamoto brothers. This incited Miyamoto Nichiren to once again fly into a rage, vowing to make those white-skinned individuals pay dearly. As the principal contributor to this event, Mu Yu was presently making his way towards the number 1 battle arena. Unlike the previously mentioned number 3 arena, the No. 1 arena occupies a significantly smaller area, as it is not open to the public. Only members of the school team are permitted to train here. Today marks the day of the internal competition that Li Muqing had previously mentioned. It is now mid-February, and the date for the National Pokémon University competition, specifically the regional qualifying tournament, is merely 2 weeks away. Naturally, many members of the school team are doubling their efforts, striving to achieve commendable rankings for a promising future. After all, not every individual hails from an illustrious family, blessed with endless resources throughout their lives. In response to inquiries regarding the Pokémon currently held by the protagonist, I shall summarize here. The ranking is based not on strength, but rather on the time of capture. 1. Torterra. 2. Zubat. 3. Blaziken. 4. Caterpie and her mother. The Beedrill mascot. 5. Electabuzz. 6. Kingler, a disguise of Jin. 7. Gardevoir. 8. Galade. 9. Pidgeot, a flying mount. 10. Miltank, a source of nourishment. 11. Joltik. 12. Hercross. 13. Eevee. 14. Nuzleaf. 15. Snorant. 16. Riolu. 17. Toxicroak, a disguise of Jin. That concludes the summary. Chapter 159, the School Team Qualification Contest. Inside the No. 1 Battle Arena. Muqing, here is the peach fruit tea I just purchased. Do have a taste. A boy, whose eyes were spaced apart enough to resemble a fish man and whose appearance was rather unappealing, approached Li Muqing with a beaming smile, presenting a cup of fruit tea. No need, Li Muqing replied with a glance, her tone indifferent. Just try it. I waited half an hour to buy this. Undeterred by the rejection, Sun Tian continued to lament. My sister said no, are you deaf? And by the way, can you take a look in the mirror? With your looks? Do you even think you stand a chance with my sister? Li Dongrong, who was training nearby, instantly stepped forward upon witnessing this unsightly sycophant harassing his sister, forcefully pulling him away. Sun Tian, having staggered from the shove, recognized Li Dongrong, the young master of the Li family, and dared not protest further. Exactly. The captain would never fancy someone like you. If it were Mu Shuedi, there might be a chance, chimed in Zhu Hong, unabashedly adding fuel to the fire. Humph. Hearing Zhu Hong's mockery, Sun Tian merely snorted, not daring to retort. After all, Zhu Hong belonged to the prestigious Zhu family of the imperial capital. Though not of direct lineage, he was not someone from a local minor family who could afford to offend. Nonetheless, he silently noted the name Mu Shuedi that Zhu Hong had mentioned. Ding. At that moment, the door to the training room swung open, dressed in a white leisure outfit. Mu Yu stepped in. Who are you? Don't you know you can't just barge in here? Sun Tian, who had been holding back his anger, immediately shouted at the unfamiliar face entering. I invited him, Li Muqing interjected before Mu Yu could speak. Upon hearing Li Muqing's words, Sun Tian, who had intended to say more, promptly shut his mouth and walked away, begrudgingly. I apologize, Li Muqing said with an apologetic tone, noticing Mu Yu's slightly furrowed brow. It's nothing, Mu Yu replied nonchalantly. He had originally intended to decide who to kick off the main roster. After all, there were only 6 slots for the main team, and to secure his position, someone had to make way. Now, however, his target was clear. Everyone, gather around. Li Muqing clapped her hands, summoning the other team members who were training. The entire school team, excluding the 2 third-year members, Li Muqing and Zhu Hong, consisted of 4 fourth-year students, one of whom was Sun Tian. Additionally, there were 2 third-year reserve members. Reserve members serve as substitutes during competitions, primarily to step in should a main team member encounter unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Li Dongrong, a second-year member, was merely a preparatory member, not even qualifying as a substitute yet. This is Mu Yu, a first-year student who will soon be part of our school team. He will also participate in the upcoming internal match and is eligible to challenge the main team members, Li Muqing stated. What? The substitutes and reserve members are one thing. But the 4 main members seemed rather taken aback. When did a first-year gain the right to challenge them? The main team? Perhaps believing that Mu Yu could not possibly succeed, they refrained from voicing their objections. After all, Li Muqing's prowess was well recognized. Coupled with her illustrious family background and icy demeanor, no one dared to counter her words within the team. Mu Yu? Hearing his sister's words, Li Dongrong gazed curiously at Mu Yu's familiar face. If his memory served him right, Mu Yu should be a student from his class. Although it was an elite class, everyone present was of similar standing. Challenging the main team members seemed rather exaggerated. Even he, a direct descendant of the Li family, was currently relegated to the position of a reserve member. What is the specific process of the competition? Mu Yu inquired. Typically, it involves a draw for matchups. However, today is somewhat special, allowing you to select freely, Li Muqing explained. Nodding in understanding, Mu Yu replied, I'll take that one, the guy with the widely spaced eyes. Uffed. Unable to contain herself, Zhu Hong burst into laughter at Mu Yu's description. It must be said that the term widely spaced eyes was indeed fitting for Sun Tian. Yet, amidst the laughter, Zhu Hong discreetly cautioned, he is a ground-type trainer. Don't be deceived by his appearance. His strength is no joke. If it weren't for the captain's exceptional talent, Sun Tian would likely be the captain of this year's school team. Her implication was clear. Mu Yu should exercise caution. All right. Sun Tian glared menacingly at Mu Yu, wishing he could slap this pretty boy across the face, were it not for Li Muqing's presence. His utmost pet peeve was having others comment on his eyes. Moreover, being mocked by such a handsome young man only intensified his ire. The key point was that, judging by Zhu Hong's furtive manner of speaking, this Mu Yu was likely the same Mu Shueti she had mentioned earlier. Junior, let me teach you a lesson on how to respect your seniors. Sun Tian walked to one side of the battlefield, a dark expression on his face. Ding ding. Upon detecting the trainers entering the arena, the electronic referee 001 announced. Ready to serve. As Mu Yu stood opposite Sun Tian, a petite electronic referee flew out from a corner of the arena. Ding ding. This battle will be a full 6v6. Both sides please prepare for battle and release your Pokémon. Teach him a stern lesson. Tyranitar. Pokémon, Tyranitar. Type, Ground Rock. Gender, male. Level, 56, Gym level. Ability, Sandstream. Creates a sandstorm upon entering battle. Moves, Tackle, Stomping Tantrum, Horn Attack, Scary Face, Stomp, Rock Slide, Dig, Body Slam, Earthquake, Stone Edge. Learnable moves, Protect, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Dig. Inherited moves, Curse. Potential, Gym level. Item, Leftovers, Basic. So it's Tyranitar. It seems Sun Tian is serious. There's no denying that our vice captain has a particular disdain for handsome individuals, especially considering. Well, you know. On the sidelines, several main team members murmured amongst themselves. Even Li Dongrong felt a tinge of concern for Mu Yu at this moment. While Tyranitar may not be Sun Tian's strongest Pokémon, it certainly ranks among his top 3. Not to mention, for Mu Yu, a newcomer, defeating it would likely require sacrificing at least 2 or 3 Pokémon. I entrust this to you, Shanaido. On the side of Mu Yu, a newly transformed Psychic Queen has been dispatched. Shanaido? Zhu Hong, who had just been unconcerned, was left utterly bewildered upon seeing that Mu Yu had not chosen the Torterra, but rather a Shanaido that had never been utilized before. She had explicitly informed Mu Yu that the opponent was a ground-type trainer, and that simply using Torterra would provide a significant advantage from the outset. It was even conceivable that Torterra could eliminate 2 or 3 Pokémon during the initial onslaught. With the speed advantage of Blaziken, victory seemed entirely plausible. Indeed, Zhu Hong was not particularly optimistic about Mu Yu's prospects. After all, while Sun Tian may not have been impressive as a person, his strength was quite formidable. Chapter 160, Utter Domination. Collapse. Beep. Please prepare for battle, both sides. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, battle commence. Regardless of the spectators' emotions, the electronic referee's voice rang out as it detected the Pokémon entering the fray. Upon hearing this, Sun Tian grinned widely and bellowed, Tyranitar, charge forward and smash. The move Smash was an upgraded version of the attack, delivering immense power, but also inflicting slight recoil damage to the user. However, due to Tyranitar's ability, Solid Rock, It could be used without hesitation. Psychic. A hum echoed as Shanaido's eyes, radiant like rubies, instantly illuminated. A formidable aura emanated from Shanaido, rapidly expanding outward. Even those at a distance from the battlefield felt an inexplicable pressure in their hearts. In the next moment, an invisible wave of energy transformed into tangible psychic force, crashing toward the charging Tyranitar. Bang! Tyranitar was struck as if it had been forcefully hammered on the head, its eyes rolling back as it stood dazed. Then, with a thud, it collapsed to the ground, its eyes resembling those of a dazed insect. Every spectator, including Sun Tian, was left in a state of shock. What had just transpired? Wasn't Tyranitar supposed to be the one attacking? How could it have fallen so suddenly? Captain, what is going on? Zhu Hong, who had previously harbored doubts about Mu Yu's strategy, now opened her mouth in disbelief. Even though Tyranitar's special defense stats were low, they shouldn't have been so abysmal as to fall in one hit. That Shanaido is incredibly powerful. Li Muqing cast a serious glance at Shanaido, whose arms were outstretched, radiating an astonishing aura. I know, but this seems excessively powerful. Zhu Hong rubbed her eyes, seemingly in disbelief. This junior, Mu Yu, had Blaziken in the front, Torterra in the back, and now Shanaido had appeared. It was as if he were not a newcomer at all. How could this make her, a 21-year-old senior, feel? Gulp. Li Dongrong, who had previously worried that Mu Yu would suffer a devastating defeat, now stared wide-eyed, his mind in disarray. Is this really my freshman? At this rate, he is the one who seems like the elder. Even Li Dongrong, who hailed from a prestigious family and had seen much, was left speechless, let alone the others. At that moment, the entire battle hall fell into a profound silence, with only the occasional sound of swallowed saliva indicating that time still flowed. This is truly terrifying. At this instant, Mu Yu too felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that even without activating the staff of the Archangel, Shanaido could secure a one-hit knockout against the relatively robust Tyranitar, which was at the mid-tier of gym level. It appeared he had underestimated the damage output of Shanaido. Beep. Tyranitar has lost its ability to battle. Please have the blue side replace their Pokémon. After a brief delay, the electronic referee finally announced that Tyranitar was not asleep, but had indeed lost its ability to fight. Clearly, the sudden collapse of Tyranitar had caused even this electronic referee to experience a momentary malfunction. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Sun Tian awakened from his stupor. He gazed at the calm, yet somewhat disdainful expression of his opponent, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter a single word. Beep. Please have the blue side replace their Pokémon. As the new Pokémon failed to appear for an extended time, the electronic referee's voice grew increasingly shrill. Go, Sandshrew. Taking a deep breath, Sun Tian withdrew Tyranitar and replaced it with a yellow Pokémon resembling an armadillo. Pokémon, Sandshrew. Type, ground. Gender, male. Level, 51, gym level. Ability, Sandveil, evade rate increases in a sandstorm. Moves, dig, rapid spin, sand tomb. Professor moves, protect, sandstorm. Inherited move, critical hit. Potential, gym level. A Sandshrew newly entering the gym level, it was considerably weaker than the previous Tyranitar. However, upon observing the moves of Sandshrew, which included dig and sandstorm, Mu Yu discerned Sun Tian's strategy. It was merely a matter of creating weather conditions to disrupt Shanaido or burrowing underground to ambush with rapid spin or critical hit. Coupled with protect, as long as he initiated the weather, retreating underground could potentially wear down the opponent. While somewhat underhanded, it was still a viable tactic. Unfortunately, what he did not know was that Mu Yu possessed a hex ability called Psychic Spirit. Whenever Shanaido utilized a skill, it would receive protective shielding. Relying on attrition would never suffice against Shanaido. Moreover, Mu Yu would not grant him the opportunity. Telekinesis. Sandshrew dig. Almost the instant Sandshrew emerged, the two commands rang out simultaneously. Just as Mu Yu had anticipated, Sun Tian aimed to employ a somewhat unscrupulous strategy for victory. Unfortunately, under the rapid speed of telekinesis, Sandshrew barely lifted its paw before being completely immobilized by the overwhelming psychic force. No matter how hard Sandshrew struggled, there was no possibility of escape. Instead, as the pressure from telekinesis intensified, a pained expression emerged on Sandshrew's face. Kuga. With a cry of despair, Sandshrew followed in the footsteps of Tyranitar. Although the power of telekinesis was not as potent as psychic, with the staff of the Archangel amplifying Shanaido's special attack, even the most basic telekinesis could unleash terrifying power. Furthermore, telekinesis was Shanaido's most proficient skill. Beep. Sandshrew has lost its ability to battle. Please have the blue side replace their Pokémon. This time, the electronic referee seemed prepared, issuing an electronic prompt the moment Sandshrew fell. Damn. Sun Tian cursed under his breath, recalling Sandshrew. I refuse to believe you can take down all my Pokémon. Bang. As the Pokeball burst open, a Pokémon with wings and bright eyes appeared in the arena. Pokémon, Desert Dragonfly. Type, Ground Dragon. Gender, male. Level, 58, gym level. Ability, levitate, can float freely in the air. Potential, gym level. A desert dragonfly nearing the pinnacle of gym level. It appeared to be Sun Tion's strongest trump card. Destruction Beam. An exasperated Sun Tion screamed in a fit of rage. Chapter 161, Going Mad. The slot is secured. Telekinesis, warp it. Muyu calmly commanded. Although the previous two battles were brief, due to the electronic referee's glitch, Sun Tion's moment of distraction, and the time taken to recall and release Pokémon, over 2 minutes had elapsed. In other words, at this moment, the staff of the Archangel has successfully augmented Shanaido's special attack by 600 points. And this is still due to Shanaido's relatively weak constitution, as the augmentation has reached its limit. Staff of the Archangel. After the battle commences, every 5 seconds. An increase of 20 in special attack is granted, with the stacking limit determined by the holder's physical attributes. Otherwise, one can only imagine the extent to which Shanaido's special attack would have surged. What does a special attack value of 900 signify? Muyu himself is uncertain, thus he intends to test it. Before long, the psychic energy enveloping Shanaido materializes around her, manifesting as if it were a tangible entity. Subsequently, the originally intangible psychic force resembles a surging white wave, sweeping towards the annihilating beam of light. The annihilation beam, which is inherently powerful and swift, finds itself ensnared upon contact with the nearly corporeal ocean of psychic energy, as if it were mired in a quagmire, unable to advance. In fact, under the immense distortion of psychic power, it begins to curve in an astonishing manner. In the next instant, the originally linear annihilation beam abruptly bends into a U-shape, crashing violently into the bewildered desert dragonfly. Although the power of the annihilation beam has diminished due to the psychic distortion, being struck by its own attack is an utter humiliation. The desert dragonfly's already reddish eyes instantly cloud over with a fierce crimson, consumed by rage. However, before it can react, the vast ocean of psychic energy envelopes it entirely. In mere seconds, the desert dragonfly is transformed in mid-air, resembling a spiral incense burner. The solidified psychic energy truly manifests as tangible power. Li Dongrong gazes at the semi-transparent, filamentous ocean of psychic energy suspended in the air, his tone imbued with disbelief. He has only witnessed such a spectacle on his grandfather's pinnacle ice sculptor Pokémon. Although Muyu's Shanaido may not match the potency or range of the ice sculptor. Who is his grandfather? The foremost of the 4 heavenly kings in the northeast, the Dragon Slayer King. The number of king-level Pokémon that have fallen to the ice sculptor is unfathomable, and Muyu is merely a freshman. Goodness. With this thought, Li Dongrong feels as though he has squandered 20 years of his life. Ha ha ha. Impossible. Impossible. This must be a lie. You're all deceiving me. It cannot be. Absolutely cannot be. On the battlefield, Sun Tian rambles incoherently, appearing almost delirious. His bloodshot eyes seem to have lost focus, drifting vacantly. His limbs seem to have minds of their own, flailing erratically. At a glance, he resembles someone afflicted with madness. Ninetales, calm him down. A cold voice suddenly pierces the chaos. A snow-white Ninetales appears beside Li Muching, with a gentle swish of its fluffy tail. A shard of icy snowflakes lands atop the still raving Sun Tian's head. Sun Tian's complexion visibly shifts to a deep purple. His body begins to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were ensconced in an Arctic landscape. Before long, he succumbs to unconsciousness. This match concludes with Muyu's victory, and from this point onward, he shall serve as the vice-captain. Such simple words draw the dazed crowd back to reality. Everyone exchanges shocked glances, yet none dare to voice a rebuttal. Setting aside Li Muching's inherent authority, Muyu's prowess is not something they can contend with. Muyu, your Shanaido is astonishing. It seems even more formidable than the giant tortoise you used last time. Zhu Hong dashes over, eyes sparkling as they flit between Muyu and Shanaido. Hiss, giant tortoise. As Zhu Hong approaches, her mention of a sensitive topic causes Li Dongrong to instinctively perk up, halting in his tracks. Xiaorongzi, I was referring to the Torterra. You blockhead with a mind full of yellow nonsense. Realizing her slip, Zhu Hong chastises Li Dongrong, hands on her hips. Caught eavesdropping, Li Dongrong feels no embarrassment, merely scratching his head and pretending nonchalance as he walks over. All right, enough chit-chat, let us get back to training. Before Li Dongrong can speak, Li Muching puts away Ninetales and approaches, stating matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hong and Li Dongrong slink away. In a bit, you can choose a room to serve as your dedicated training space, accessible for free until your graduation, Li Muching informs. Muyu nods and makes his way towards the inner training room. Sister, what is going on with her? Could it be that she has taken a liking to Muyu? Li Dongrong inquires with curiosity towards Zhu Hong. This is the first time he has seen his elder sister so invested in a male. How could that be? You know the captain's situation all too well. Stop speculating wildly. She's probably just keen on securing a championship before graduation. Zhu Hong shakes her head. As a close friend, Zhu Hong is well aware of Li Muqing's circumstances. Following an accident in her childhood, Li Muqing developed an emotional detachment syndrome, commonly known as a lack of feelings. Though her life is no different from others, her internal state remains exceedingly stable, devoid of emotional fluctuations, let alone engaging in impulsive romantic entanglements. It can be said that melting the iceberg that is Li Muqing is as challenging as propelling a bottom-tier university to national championship glory. In fact, one might argue it is utterly impossible. All right, enough with the wild guesses, let us get to training. If the captain catches you being lazy while gossiping, you'll be in trouble. Zhu Hong teases with a mischievous grin. In the days that followed, Mu Yu's life returned to a structured rhythm. As for Sun Tian, whether due to a lack of mental recovery or embarrassment, he did not return to the school team for the next 2 weeks. It seems he has given up on participating in the National Pokémon University competition. System, open personal panel. In the lounge, Mu Yu summoned his personal panel to review the gains from this period. Host, Mu Yu. System level, level 7. Host level, level 55, 130, 2050. Skills, modern integrated combat, perfect, 7645100000. Energy cube production, perfect, 895310000. Special powers, affinity power, a gentle aura akin to nature, prompting all Pokemon to instinctively approach. Aura power, perfect, 369110000. Gold, 8911. Experience points, 1280. Equipment, none. Activated bonds, general specialization, 46. Fighting specialization, 56. Flying specialization, 26. Electric specialization, 26. Bug specialization, 36. Psychic specialization, 26. Ice specialization, 26. Poison specialization, 26. Items, Antidote X2, Potion X6, Super Potion X3, Hyper Potion X5. Hextech Talents, Unbreakable Barrier, color, Fruit Dimension Gift Pack, color. Hedge Fund, color, Large Storage Space, color, Ascend, gold. Gold from the blade, gold. Ascend, gold after 15 seconds into the battle phase. The damage dealt by your Pokemon is increased by 45. Gold from the blade, gold acquire a Death Blade. The bearer doubles the gold gained upon defeating a unit. Death Blade, 70 physical attack. First and foremost, the amount of gold has nearly reached 5 digits. Secondly, 2 new golden Hextech items have emerged, one combat-oriented and one equipment-based. This is quite a commendable harvest. As for the Death Blade, Mu Yu naturally allocated it to his Alias. Chapter 162, the regional competition begins. Hike Province, Ice City. As the capital of Hike Province, Ice City attracts tourists from all over the world annually, thanks to its unique ice and snow culture. Although it is now the end of February and the ice and snow are gradually beginning to melt, the streets of the Ice City remain vibrant and full of life. This is because the National College Spirit Tournament's Northeast Regional Qualifiers are being held here in the Ice City this year. Many students from universities in the Northeast have gathered for this event, including Mu Yu and his companions. 5 days prior, Mu Yu's university, Evergreen University, had arrived in the Ice City. However, as of today, Mu Yu and his team have yet to take the stage. Being one of the top 8 universities in the nation in previous years, Evergreen University automatically qualifies for the regional top 8, meaning they only need to win 1 match to secure their advancement. This serves as both a reward for Evergreen University and a protective measure for other universities, preventing capable yet unfortunate institutions from facing them too early, which could affect future rankings. While many may overlook the schools beyond the top 8, how many can truly reach such prestigious institutions? Tomorrow, it's our turn to take the stage. Is there anyone who wishes to go first? Li Muqing calmly inquired within the hotel. The format of the regional and national tournaments is quite similar, with the exception of the individual matches being omitted. Consequently, the duration of the event is considerably short. Given Evergreen University's strength, Li Muqing had no intention of strategizing. Anyone could take the lead. The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Although the intensity of the regional tournament is relatively low, that is only a relative assessment. For individuals like Li Muqing and Zhu Hong, who possess numerous gym-level spirits, it is indeed inconsequential. However, for the average members, gym-level spirits are often their trump cards. Should they inadvertently sustain damage to their main forces during the regional tournament, it could significantly impact their performance in the national tournament. After all, they do not expect to win. They merely wish to showcase their strength on a national stage. I'll go, Mu Yu sighed, observing the hesitant demeanor of the senior members. It is no wonder that Evergreen University's performance has increasingly appeared lackluster over the years. Without a pursuit for victory, how can one speak of fighting spirit? Yet, this is not entirely their fault. After all, Evergreen University's past achievements loom large. Coupled with the disparities in resources between regions, their situation is rather helpless. Alright, Muyu will take the lead, I'll close it out, and Zhu Hong, you can arrange the rest. Li Muqing nodded and decisively stated. The following day, within the Ice City International Battle Arena, despite being merely a regional tournament, it attracted a considerable number of enthusiastic locals eager to witness the event. Upon entering the arena, it was evident that the spectator seats were not only filled to capacity, but at least half were occupied. For a regional event, such attendance is quite impressive. Have you heard? This year, Evergreen University has a freshman in the main lineup, and they're going to lead the charge. Is that true? Has Evergreen University become overconfident, believing they can sweep the competition simply by relying on Li Muqing? What else could it be? Which university in the Northeast can rival Evergreen University? Well, even so, can they really compete in the national tournament with a freshman leading? No way, no way. You can't seriously think that swapping in a senior will guarantee Evergreen University the championship. In the audience, some well-informed individuals began discussing the current state of this year's competition. As a member of the main team, Muyu's identity has long been disclosed on the official website, although specific details regarding his spirits and levels were not revealed. His age of under 20 and status as a freshman were glaringly apparent. Even if Evergreen University stands as the last bastion of the Northeast, it does not exempt them from criticism. On the contrary, it is precisely because Evergreen University is a leader that they garner such significant attention. What do they know? Junior Mu is no ordinary freshman, Zhu Hong remarked disdainfully while observing the online discussions from the lounge. To this, Muyu remained indifferent. After all, anger often arises from being pricked at sensitive points. He possesses strength and is unperturbed by the opinions of others. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he might just let loose a torrent of retribution through the digital realm. Soon, the tedious exhibition concluded, and the first round of the competition commenced. According to the draw, Evergreen University was set to face Liaoyang University in today's opening match. Liaoyang University, one of the top-tier institutions from the neighboring Liaoning province, may not rival Evergreen University. Yet it ranks among the top 5 in the Northeast, making them a formidable contender for the available slots. Unfortunately, they found themselves unfortunate enough to encounter Evergreen University this time. The rules state that each side may use 3 spirits, and the battle format is 1-on-1, with no substitutions permitted during the match. Are there any objections from either side? The referee announced as a matter of course. Although both the regional and national tournaments are team events, the number of spirits allowed during the matches is halved, allowing only 3. Both Muyu and the opposing female competitor shook their heads. Observing this, the referee continued, "Please release your spirits." With a resounding boom, boom, as the Pokeballs opened, a robust tortoise appeared on one side of the field. It was none other than the water-type starter, Blastoise. Spirit, Blastoise. Type, water. Gender, female. Level, 49 elite. Ability, Torrent, increases the power of water-type moves when health is reduced to a certain level. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Withdraw, Water Gun, Bubble, Bite, Water Gun, Rapid Spin. Water Pulse, Protect, Rain Dance, Water Tail, Shell Smash, Iron Defense, Hydro Pump. Professor's moves, Dig. Inherited moves, Aqua Ring. Potential, Elite. A peak elite level Blastoise. Its potential is merely elite. Indeed, even in a regional tournament, not every student can boast a full roster of gym-level spirits. On Muyu's side, he deployed the long and used Bug-type warrior, Heracross. Spirit, Heracross. Type, Bug Fighting. Gender, male. Level, 55, 166, 2050, gym level. Ability, Overconfidence, increases attack after defeating an opponent. Moves, Tackle Leer. Fury Attack, Endure, Horn Attack, Aerial Ace, Mega Horn. Reversal, Brick Break, Pin Missile, Horn Leech, Close Combat, Swords Dance, Super Horn Attack. Professor's moves, Protect, Endure, Bug Buzz. Inherited moves, Feint Attack, Takedown. Equipment, Endless Blade, Death Blade, Last Whisper. Carried item, Bug Gem, Intermediate 11. Base stats, 620. Last Whisper, 10 speed, 10 physical attack. 20 critical hit rate. Any physical damage dealt will reduce the target's physical defense by 50 for 45 minutes, and this effect does not stack. After several months of training and the nurturing of the Bug Gem, Heracross has now reached the mid-tier of gym level. Coupled with its terrifying base stats, it is more than capable of easily handling spirits of the same tier. Chapter 163, The First Battle, against Liaoyang. The competitor from Liaoyang University has sent forth the water-type starter, Blastoise, renowned for its formidable defenses. At the commentary table, a bespectacled male commentator was elaborating enthusiastically. As a regional event, commentary is, of course, indispensable. Although the commentators may not possess exceptional prowess, their knowledge and eloquence are quite impressive. Meanwhile, Our evergreen university competitor has sent forth Heracross, one of the notable spirits of a bug-type trainer. As is widely acknowledged, Heracross has long been celebrated for its formidable strength. And it is no surprise that this will be a spectacular clash of spear and shield. Rona, what are your thoughts? The male commentator inquired of his female counterpart. Based on the profiles of both competitors, the female contestant from Liaoyang University is a senior, while her counterpart from Chongqing University is merely a freshman. Objectively speaking, I believe that Blastoise has a greater chance of victory, Rona analyzed with an unperturbed expression. Although she personally holds a favorable view of the Chongqing University team, she harbors reservations about the freshman competitor. Both contestants took their positions, and the match commenced. Blastoise, rain dance, as the referee's voice echoed. The female contestant from Liaoyang University promptly issued her command. A brilliant display of water-type energy coalesced around Blastoise, forming a fist-sized Azure energy sphere that was swiftly launched into the air above the battlefield. Rain dance is one of the weather-altering techniques. Depending on the user's strength and proficiency with the skill, the range and duration of its effects can vary significantly. The rain dance executed by this elite-level Blastoise, however, covers an area barely sufficient to encompass the entire battlefield. One might say it is rather pitifully small, perhaps even less than that of a slightly larger sprinkler. However, this is to be expected, as altering weather on a grand scale is a feat only achievable by at least champion-level Pokémon. Even for Pokémon of the elite level, the range of influence typically extends no further than a few kilometers. Look, our Liaoyang team contestant has taken the initiative to employ a weather-altering skill, seemingly aiming to seize the advantage on the battlefield. What, then, is our Chongqing team competitor up to? Heracross, charge forward with Super Horn attack. At the moment Rain Dance was activated, Heracross's long horn radiated a dazzling white light as it charged fiercely towards Blastoise. Indeed, our Chongqing team contestant has utilized Heracross's most formidable weapon, its horn. How will Liaoyang's contestant respond? Blastoise, use Iron Defense. A flash of metallic sheen enveloped Blastoise, further enhancing its already impressive defensive capabilities. Our Liaoyang contestant is exhibiting caution by employing Iron Defense for protection, combined with Blastoise's remarkable defense. It seems that Chongqing's Muyu contestant may find themselves at a disadvantage. The male commentator remarked with a tone of regret. Yet, despite the disappointment, the commentary must persist. Just as Heracross's horn was about to make contact with Blastoise, the male commentator continued. As expected, Blastoise effortlessly. Blastoise was knocked away with no effort at all. Before the male commentator could complete his thought, the unfolding scene on the battlefield rendered him momentarily speechless. On the field, Heracross charged towards Blastoise, lifting it from beneath with a powerful thrust. With a resounding crack, Blastoise's hefty form was sent soaring through the air. Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, cracks began to appear on Blastoise's shell. This spectacle left the audience momentarily stunned. No one anticipated that such a mere freshman could exhibit such valor. It was thought that Blastoise, bolstered by Iron Defense, would easily withstand Heracross's strike, yet it was unexpectedly launched into the air. Inconceivable. Blastoise, enhanced by Iron Defense, was struck down by Muyu's Heracross. The male commentator rose from his seat, exclaiming with excitement. Though his predictions had been debunked, commentators must possess thick skin. Meanwhile, the female commentator was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief, unable to utter a word, revealing her inner shock. Ding! Blastoise has lost the ability to battle. Please have the blue team contestant switch Pokémon. It is well known that Pokémon possess a remarkable protective mechanism. Unless they are rendered unconscious or defeated, their bodies rarely exhibit visible injuries. With a single strike, this 19-year-old Muyu contestant has wielded his strongest spear to shatter his opponent's shield. Truly, swift steeds herald the arrival of heroes. It has always been the case that legends emerge from youth. This Heracross is remarkable. The commentator, who moments ago had expressed skepticism, now yearned to transform into an ardent admirer, unabashedly extolling its virtues. The female commentator, snapping back to reality following her partner's praise, quietly echoed, indeed. Her voice barely audible, yet distinct against the backdrop of the male commentator's fervor, drawing the attention of many who couldn't help but smile. Even Muyu himself was taken aback to witness such a momentous commentary in this alternate realm. One can only say impressive. Please have the blue team contestant switch Pokémon. Exceeding the time limit will be considered a forfeit. The referee kindly reminded the female contestant from Liaoyang University, who had been slow to act. Upon hearing the referee's voice, the young woman regained her composure and hastily recalled Blastoise. Although Blastoise was merely her means of initiating the rain, she had not anticipated it would be so swiftly dispatched. Nevertheless, recognizing the competitive nature of the event, she quickly gathered her thoughts and released her next Pokémon. Come forth. Surfing Weasel. Pokémon, Surfing Weasel. Type, water. Gender, male. Level, 53, Gym Level. Ability, Swift Swim. In rainy weather, its speed increases. Moves, Tackle, Screech, Thunderbolt, Bite, Ice Fang. Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Waterfall, Hydro Pump, Water Tail. Top move, Protect. Inherited move, Double Hit. Potential, Gym Level. The Surfing Weasel, with its swift swim ability, was anticipated by Muyu. After all, the opponent had deliberately initiated Rain Dance with Blastoise, which was certainly not for mere amusement. In rainy weather, all water-type moves gain a 50 increase in power, and coupled with the naturally high speed of Surfing Weasel, engaging in a guerrilla warfare strategy would be entirely feasible. Even though Surfing Weasel's speed on land might not match that in water, the speed boost from its swift swim ability would be sufficient to surpass its aquatic velocity. Our Liaoyang contestant has opted for the swift Surfing Weasel, seemingly intending to avoid a direct confrontation with Heracross. How will our Muyu contestant respond? The commentator, having collected his emotions, resumed his assertive tone. Surfing Weasel, use Water Gun to harass him. As expected, the female contestant from Liaoyang University employed a smooth harassment strategy, demonstrating no intention of engaging Heracross head-on. Observing this, Muyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Since he chose to send out the relatively slower Heracross, he must have considered how to counter a nimble opponent. Heracross, unleash your most powerful attack, Bug Buzz. Chapter 164. This young man exudes the aura of an indomitable champion. A low hum resonated throughout the arena as the enormous sound waves, produced by Heracross's rapidly vibrating wings, permeated the atmosphere. Bolstered by the energy of bug-type moves, the already disorienting sound waves now bristled with lethal potential. Should an ordinary individual find themselves at the epicenter of this sonic assault, they would likely succumb to instantaneous deafness and brain trauma. The consequences could range from minor bleeding and unconsciousness to severe damage to the brainstem, resulting in a vegetative state. Of course, such devastation could only be wrought by high-level bug-type Pokémon that excel in special attacks, such as Volcarona, Sawsbuck, or Muyu's own evolved Pokémon, the Shovel Cannon Bug. While Heracross boasts a high level, it is not particularly proficient in special attacks. Even though the power of the Bug Buzz itself is exceedingly formidable, it merely serves to create a nuisance, disturbing the mind and rendering concentration impossible. However, that is more than sufficient. At this very moment, Yanfan, the recently interrupted Floatzel, whose charge for Water Gun was disrupted by the cacophony of insects, now scrunches its little face, using its buoyant sac, resembling a swimming ring, to block its ears. Unfortunately, unless one employs specialized techniques to attach the energy to the ears, merely obstructing the sound is futile. Only specially designed soundproof earmuffs would suffice. Clearly, the player from Liaoyang team has not subjected Floatzel to such training. Watch out, Floatzel! Quickly evade! Cried the anxious female student from Liaoyang team as Heracross spread its wings, darting towards them like a bird. Regrettably, still dazed from the recent sonic assault, Floatzel was unable to react in time. Bang! Youch! A piercing scream erupted from Floatzel's mouth. Heracross, already formidable in close combat, had gained an excess of confidence after dispatching the Squirtle, further enhancing its attack power. Even though it was not employing a move of its own type, Floatzel stood no chance against Heracross's terrifying strength and the astonishing hardness of its long horns. The Bug Buzz, indeed, was a Bug Buzz. Player Mu had somehow taught the not-so-specialized Heracross to master the advanced bug-type move, Bug Buzz. At that moment, the commentator, having regained composure, exclaimed in astonishment once more. It is crucial to note that in this world, learning skills is not as simple as in previous life games, particularly when it involves mastering moves that the Pokémon itself is not adept at. After all, one cannot expect a muscle-bound powerhouse to simply close its eyes and unleash a psychic wave that sweeps the field. Nor can one anticipate a four-armed beast to sequentially launch aura spheres and become a walking bombing machine. Moreover, even for moves of the same type, if they are not in a Pokémon's area of expertise, it requires a considerable amount of time to learn. Even after mastering such moves, due to a lack of specialization, the proficiency often remains rudimentary. It may take years, or even over a decade, to achieve the desired power. With that time, one might as well focus on enhancing their specialized moves. In other words, the cost-effectiveness simply does not measure up. Only those Pokémon constrained by their potential, unable to advance further, would seek to strengthen their horizontal abilities. This is also why it is challenging for newcomers of the same rank to defeat seasoned trainers. Of course, all of the aforementioned difficulties have no bearing on Muyu. After all, he is a prodigy. As long as the skills are displayed on the Pokémon's panel, Muyu merely needs to tap lightly. This explains why, despite Heracross's lack of proficiency in special attacks, it could still achieve the desired effect with Bug Buzz. In the audience, fervent discussions commenced. Hey, didn't you say that this student named Muyu is a freshman? Is this the kind of strength a freshman should possess? I don't know. That's what the school's official website states. One can only say, in the realm of geniuses, do not speculate. In the player's lounge. Wow. Does Muyu's Heracross possess such incredible talent? Li Dongrong exclaimed, watching Heracross dominate the match. I've become numb. Even if Muyu were to pull out a champion-level Pokémon now, I doubt I would be surprised. Zhuhong also stared blankly at Heracross, which resembled a god of war in the arena. Torterra, Blaziken, and Gardevoir were already remarkably powerful. Who would have anticipated that Muyu would now unveil a Heracross as well? With its approach akin to a child-esque playstyle, one might think he was participating in a baby cup, effortlessly defeating weaklings. In Jiangbin City, as he watched the match broadcast, LV Liang could not help but exclaim, Master, Brother US Heracross is so strong. Indeed, whether in terms of muscle development or move proficiency, it surpassed its kin. Who would have thought that aside from that Blaziken, he possessed such a formidable fighting-type Pokémon as well? Lu Zhe, stroking his chin, marveled in surprise. Perhaps LV Liang only recognized that this Heracross was strong, but as a top-tier fighting-type Pokémon trainer and a powerful regional champion, Lu Zhe could assert with confidence that as long as this Heracross maintained this caliber and advanced into the mid to late stages of champion level, it would undoubtedly embody the essence of an unbeatable champion. The so-called invincible champion refers to one that is exceptionally well-developed, possesses high move proficiency, and carries Pokémon treasures sufficient to sweep away opponents of the same level. Generally, such Pokémon are nurtured with various rare resources. The financial and material costs involved are beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. Even he would not dare claim he could cultivate an invincible champion. After all, it requires the Pokémon itself to possess extraordinary talent, followed by an abundance of precious resources, nurtured step by step from infancy. Even then, if the Pokémon lacks comprehension, it would all be in vain. Furthermore, one requires top-tier Pokémon treasures to boost their capabilities. Thus, invincible champions are fortuitous encounters rather than something one can seek out. To this day, Lu Zhe had only witnessed such a Pokémon in the hands of the Ice-type champion from the Li family, known as the Dragon Slayer. That being was indeed capable of slaying gods and Buddhas. In the champion era, had it not been for that Dragon-type champion-level Pokémon from Lighthouse Nation fleeing quickly, he would have nearly accomplished the remarkable feat of a champion's reverse conquest. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Muyu, who was waiting for Liaoyang team's female contestant's third Pokémon, the player's countenance had darkened, akin to the storm clouds hovering above the arena, perhaps due to being consecutively defeated. If the match were not being broadcast live, Muyu would find it hard to believe that the opponent wouldn't personally step onto the stage to launch a psychological assault. After all, Northeastern women are not like Southern girls. When wronged, they dare to vent their frustrations. Floatzel has lost its ability to battle. Please have the blue team replace their Pokémon. The referee announced once more. The response was a piercing glare from the female contestant, striking fear into the referee, causing him to shudder. That glare was more intense than when he was caught by his wife while sneaking out to fish in the middle of the night. Taking a deep breath and sensing the awkwardness, the female contestant from Liaoyang team composed herself and threw out a Pokeball. Appearing on the field was a Pokémon adorned with a green lily pad atop its head, round and plump, its body covered in dark green patterns. It was the evolved form of Muyu's Lotad. Ludicolo. Chapter 165, 1 against 6. Sweeping victory. Renowned. Pokémon, Ludicolo. Type, Watergrass. Gender, female. Level, 55, gym level. Ability, Rain Dish, slowly restores its health in rainy weather. Potential, gym level. A gym level Ludicolo, boasting an impressive level of 55. It appeared to be her trump card. With the Rain Dish ability and decent special defense, it could effectively counter electric-type Pokémon. Unfortunately, these attributes proved futile against Heracross, which had triggered confidence twice. If Floatzel had a chance to leverage its speed and engage with Heracross, Ludicolo could only passively endure the onslaught. Unsurprisingly, Heracross effortlessly dispatched it with a Super Horn attack, securing the first victory for the team. Congratulations to our player Muyu for achieving the first victory for Chongqing University. The commentator's blessings followed suit. May I ask if Chongqing University will be changing participants? According to the competition rules, each time one side has a contestant eliminated, the other side is also eligible for a replacement. Thus, the replaced contestant may take a brief respite. However, during this time, no treatments or restorative items, including berries, are permitted. It is merely a simple return to rest, although it may only last a few minutes. This mental relaxation could enhance the performance of both the contestant and their Pokémon. No substitutions. Muyu shook his head. Setting aside the fact that Heracross had hardly exerted any energy, he certainly would not step down when faced with such a wealth of quality opponents. The 3 recent battles, featuring 2 gym-level and 1 elite-level peak Pokémon, had generously bestowed upon Muyu a bounty of 100 gold coins, along with a gym-level treasure chest. Furthermore, due to Heracross wielding the Blade of Death, and bolstered by the Hextech talent of gold from the blade, he had additionally reaped another 100 coins, marking a splendid beginning. Considering there were still 5 contestants and 15 Pokémon remaining, the potential gold yield was at least 1,000 coins, far surpassing the daily coin rewards. One could only say, this was indeed a competition gathering the elite of academia. The efficiency and drop rates here were undeniably more comfortable than hunting wild Pokémon in secret realms. The second match commenced. As a male contestant from Liaoyang University took the stage, the second battle officially began. This time, the challenger was a trainer specializing in fire-type Pokémon. He led with a level 56 gym-level Psyduck, attempting to vanquish Heracross with a flamethrower. Unfortunately, fully equipped and enjoying the benefits of Hextech's enjoyment too, Heracross boasted an astonishing stamina. The mere double damage from the fire-type move was nothing more than a mere tickle. Heracross unleashed a Super Horn attack, carving a path through the flames, and with a simple double return, effortlessly dispatched the Psyduck. With the aid of Healing Sphere I and Healing Sphere II, Heracross's health was restored to full. Healing Sphere I, Gray restores 20 of the maximum health of the most recent unit after an enemy loses combat capability. Healing Sphere II, Gold restores 30 of the maximum health of the most recent unit after an enemy loses combat capability. There was no need for the apothecary's blood-sucking bonuses. Subsequently, the Fire-type trainer, in a state of utter despair, sent forth 2 more gym-level Fire-type Pokémon, levels 51 and 53. It was evident that the Psyduck had been his trump card. 3 minutes later, Heracross achieved an anticipated 6 consecutive victories. Overconfidence surged, directly tripling his attack power. With a staggering 4-fold increase in damage, no one could withstand it. Should a critical hit occur, the opposing Pokémon could very well be obliterated on the spot. Consequently, Muyu specifically instructed Heracross to hold back a bit, allowing the next contestant to falter and engage in a direct confrontation with him. The outcome? An even shorter duration than the previous contestant. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Muyu rapidly accomplished an unprecedented feat of single-handedly defeating an entire team. This shattered the tournament record, leaving the commentators flushed with excitement, their voices hoarse from enthusiasm. Muyu pondered whether the commentators would still be able to narrate the upcoming matches. However, what struck Muyu most profoundly throughout the event was the indomitable spirit of Liaoyang University. Even knowing they would lose, they chose not to concede. This truly exemplified the essence of competitive spirit, unlike certain nations where capable individuals surrender faster than turning a page. Muyu, are you some kind of monster? Upon returning to the rest area, everyone regarded Muyu with awe. Zhu Hong could not contain herself, swiftly approaching Muyu and scrutinizing him, voicing the collective sentiment of the group. Monster? I merely had a stroke of good fortune, encountering some exceptionally talented and diligent Pokémon, Muyu replied, brushing aside Zhu Hong's restless hand. Times have changed. With 2 Monarch-level combatants at his disposal, Muyu was no longer the timid youth fearful of everything. Moreover, he himself was a wave guide comparable to gym-level Pokémon. If he were a boastful person, he could have challenged the national-level gym for a permanent badge after acquiring the miraculous protective trait. In that case, a 20-year-old monarch would surely achieve fame in no time. Just lucky, Li Dongrong sighed from the side. How fortunate must one be to allow a boy from an ordinary family to surpass the efforts of a privileged scion over a decade in just 1 year? Muyu, do you realize how infuriating your current demeanor is? Zhu Hong gritted her teeth. Well done. Li Muqing remained remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, merely offering Muyu a subtle compliment. This left Muyu somewhat puzzled. Typically, those who possess such tranquility are either enlightened sages or venerable elders who have transcended life and death. Li Muqing did not seem to fit either description. Yet, Muyu refrained from probing further, as it was a matter of personal privacy. After Muyu's triumph over Liaoyang University, Chongqing University had effectively secured a place in the upcoming competition. Since the regional tournament was merely a selection of slots rather than a contest for championship titles, the system did not perform a comprehensive assessment of Hextech for dominance. Instead of feeling disappointed, Muyu felt an even greater anticipation for the rewards that would follow after claiming victory in the national competition. After all, if the regional tournament, solely focused on slot selection, yielded such a wealth of gym-level Pokémon, then winning both the team and individual championships in the national tournament could potentially yield an astonishing 100 points of base stats. That would indeed be a tremendous gain. Chapter 166. From today onwards, become a psychic champion. Following the conclusion of the next 3 matches, the 4 advancement slots were established. Firstly, the undefeated Chongqing University emerged victorious. Subsequently, Ice City University ranked second with a record of 2 losses and 6 wins. One could surmise from the name that it was a prestigious university from Heilongjiang province. The remaining 2, equally elite institutions, hailed from Liaoning and Chongqing provinces. Although both were first-rate universities, they were considerably weaker compared to Ice City University. Akin to how not all first-tier institutions are 985 or 211, the majority fall into the category of double non, 985. Upon returning from Ice City to Chongqing City, Muyu received notification that in 5 days, he would embark to the capital to compete in the national tournament. The following day, in the familiar bathroom, Muyu completed his morning routine and immersed himself in the system. System, extract Hextech talents. Ding. Hextech talent extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Red overlord symbol. Gray inflicts fire-type special attack damage equal to 8 of the opponent's maximum health within 5 seconds, while reducing their healing effects by 50. Unparalleled 2. Gold at the start of battle. If your Pokémon do not possess activated bonds, they will receive an increase of 200 maximum health and 40 speed. Psychic Specialist. Gold if the Psychic Specialization Pokémon bond is activated, it will permanently provide the host with special abilities. As expected, the results were 2 gold and 1 gray. The first was the Red Overlord symbol, a hex deck that inflicts debuffs on the opponent. To be honest, this would have been quite useful when Muyu was just starting out. However, at this stage, Muyu felt it was entirely unnecessary. Those he could defeat were dispatched in mere rounds, while those he could not would find this talent of little use. He opted to pass. Second, Unparalleled 2. It is stronger than the previous dull one. Unfortunately, it proves to be of little use. Moving on. Dismissing the first 2. Muyu's gaze settled upon the final golden hex. A Psychic Specialist? Muyu's heart leaped with joy. Previously, he had drawn a Fighting Specialist, who endowed him with the power of Aura, allowing him to ascend to the rank of a fighting Pokémon. Subsequently, an ordinary specialist granted him an astonishing affinity, such that even the feral creatures in dire situations regarded him with kindness. Ever since acquiring the ordinary specialist, even in the wilderness, wild Pokémon seldom displayed hostility towards him. In the city, he had garnered the affection of countless Pidgeys and Butterfrees, truly a magnet for admiration. And now, he had drawn another Psychic Specialist, which naturally delighted Muyu. Although, in the realm of Pokémon, the most crucial combat strength lies with the Pokémon themselves, who would turn down the opportunity to be a metropolitan superhero if given the choice. With a thought from Muyu, the panel displayed a new string of information under the Special Powers section. Special Powers, Affinity, a gentle aura akin to nature that instinctively draws all Pokémon near. Aura Power, Perfect, 440310000. Psychic Ability, Beginner, 010. Psychic Ability, all life possesses a soul, yet their strengths vary. Those born with powerful souls exhibit extraordinary intellect and an impeccable memory. As their bodies grow, the collision of soul and flesh generates a mysterious force capable of influencing the material world, known as thought. If aura serves as proof of existence in this world, then the soul is the key distinguishing living beings from inanimate objects. Psychic ability, therefore, is an exceptional capability unique to those endowed with remarkably strong souls and innate talents. Due to this capability surpassing that of ordinary beings, it is termed psychic ability. Through some unorthodox means, Muyu had gathered information regarding psychic individuals. Presently, the Alliance collectively refers to all who wield special powers as gifted individuals. As the name implies, they are those bestowed with extraordinary abilities by the heavens. In ancient times, they were regarded as saints or angels. Perhaps, one might even masquerade as a destined ruler and instigate a change in dynasty. Returning to the matter at hand, these special powers naturally include the aura that Muyu commands, as well as the psychic abilities primarily wielded by psychic individuals. Of course, compared to the rare aura users, for whom there is scant information available online, details about psychic individuals are plentiful. Among the most renowned is Jiang Ran, one of the Elite Four of the Eastern region. Jiang Ran is not only a formidable trainer specializing in psychic-type Pokémon, but also a powerful psychic individual, celebrated worldwide as one of the esteemed female champions. It is said that under the overwhelming augmentation of her psychic powers, her elite-level Alakazam once triumphed over a champion-level Pokémon. Whether this is true, Muyu cannot ascertain. He merely stumbled upon this information while surfing the global village network. It was his first realization that such extraordinary beings, capable of rivaling champions, truly exist in this world. After all, one cannot expect a champion-level Pokémon to defeat a champion-level trainer merely through the latter's psychic powers. Thus, if the information holds true, this champion named Jiang Ran is undoubtedly a psychic of elite caliber. Moreover, it reminds Muyu of that senior named Jiang Xian from the special recruitment class during their inaugural meeting. At that time, Muyu had yet to master Aura. Yet his physical prowess rivaled that of seasoned Pokémon. He had sensed a threat emanating from Jiang Xian, indicating that she, too, was a gifted individual. However, at the time, Muyu had not yet encountered psychic abilities and was unaware of their specifics. Now, feeling the minuscule psychic seed nestled at his brow, radiating aura. He easily recognized that Jiang Xian was also a psychic. It is well known that psychic abilities are elusive and difficult to defend against, which is why Muyu had sensed a hint of threat back then. System, allocate points. Experience points, 1160. Psychic ability, beginner, 010. Psychic ability, perfect, 010000. As the experience points were consumed, the minuscule psychic seed at Muyu's brow instantly expanded. Then, akin to a seed sprouting, it transformed into a spherical object the size of a baby's fist, enveloped in a white mist. With the emergence of this ethereal sphere forged from psychic energy, a multitude of enigmatic information flooded Muyu's mind. Psychic perception, telekinesis, reality manipulation, mental disruption, spatial awareness, teleportation, reality distortion, spatial lockdown. A myriad of skills related to psychic abilities, learned effortlessly through the system's allocation. From the fundamental ability to project psychic energy, forming a radar-like sense, to wrapping reality objects in psychic energy for movement, even bending and compressing them. Furthermore, the advanced psychic technique of teleportation, and the pinnacle technique of perceiving spatial nodes, locking them to prevent others from utilizing teleportation. How formidable! Truly, in terms of techniques, psychic abilities surpass aura power by leaps and bounds. After digesting the techniques of psychic abilities, Muyu sighed. Compared to the relatively primitive offensive methods of aura power, psychic abilities are akin to a product of a technological leap. The sensations of the two are entirely different. Of course, this does not imply that aura is inferior. It merely highlights that each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 167, Psychic Powers, Unmatched. Departing for the Imperial Capital. After reflecting, Muyu eagerly began to experiment with the various skills of his psychic powers. He first employed telekinesis to envelop a nearby book. Before long, dozens of books of varying sizes floated in midair, seemingly weightless, drifting freely. The combined weight of over 20 pounds posed no mental strain on Muyu whatsoever. To test his limits, Muyu ventured to the gym within the villa. Using telekinesis, he lifted a set of barbells. Even weights reaching thousands of pounds merely exerted slight pressure on him. Had the gym equipment not been fixed to the ground, Muyu would have attempted to lift them to test the extent of his telekinesis. Regrettably, there were few items in the room at the moment. Nonetheless, even the limited objects weighed over 3,000 pounds. Yet under Muyu's telekinesis, they danced freely in the air, showcasing the might of his psychic powers. Perhaps this strength stemmed from Muyu's exceptional soul quality as a reincarnated individual, resulting in a correspondingly powerful psychic essence. At the very least, an elite-level Galade could not lift 3,000 pounds using telekinesis. Shiny Gardevoir could, but she was far beyond Muyu's comparison range. After testing the telekinetic manipulation, Muyu enveloped himself in psychic energy, perceiving the ubiquitous spatial nodes within the environment. The next moment, whoosh, Muyu found himself atop the belly of the slumbering king, who was sunbathing on the first floor. As it was his first time utilizing the ability, he miscalculated the distance and landed directly on the slumbering king's abdomen. The slumbering king, blissfully dozing, suddenly felt his belly sink. Assuming it was the clumsy electrode playing tricks, he paid it no mind. Merely rubbing his belly, he returned to his slumber. Even though the slumbering king's ability had transformed into Wonder Guard, some inherent traits remained, necessitating ample sleep, at least 10 hours a day. Fortunately, during battles, the slumbering king does not falter. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping slumbering king further, Muyu focused his mind again. With a flicker, he vanished, reappearing in the kitchen. Before her stood Shanai, adorned in a pink apron, diligently experimenting with culinary creations in the kitchen. Various kitchen utensils operated in harmonious synchrony under her deft command. In a world not graced by the presence of psychic Pokémon, the sight of countless utensils levitating without any apparent operator would undoubtedly invoke fear, sparking discussions of haunted kitchens and ghostly chefs. Sensing a ripple of psychic energy, Shanai instinctively turned to see Muyu, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she offered him a freshly baked egg tart, still wafting the rich aroma of cream. Delicious indeed, Muyu exclaimed, savoring the sweetness of the fresh milk that filled his mouth, giving a thumbs up in approval. Once a dairy container reached a professional level, it would yield milk daily, provided it had sufficient energy. The quality of this milk depended on both its inherent strength and the nature of its diet. The stronger the container, the higher the energy it contained, resulting in superior quality. Similarly, the better the food it consumed, the more exquisite the milk it produced. Muyu, having been nurtured on exquisite energy cubes since childhood, produced milk far superior to the ordinary offerings outside. After all, it was a rarity to find someone extravagant enough to feed a cow with energy cubes, particularly of the finest kind. Were it not for Muyu's lack of reliance on selling milk for income, he would indeed find himself in dire financial straits. Nevertheless, One must concede that this high-quality milk was truly delightful. Coupled with the unique white crystal sugar produced by Zhu, the milk's taste reached a new pinnacle. It was simply exquisite, especially since Muyu had a Shanai who relished concocting desserts, continuously crafting new delights for him to enjoy, alleviating much of his frustration from not being able to indulge in the premium energy cubes. "Continue your work," Muyu said, affectionately ruffling Shanai's little head before vanishing in a flash. Relying on his formidable physical prowess, complemented by the protective power of aura, Muyu executed dozens of teleportations before finally halting. It felt reminiscent of the fourth Reikage paired with the fourth Hokage. Lying on his bed, Muyu reflected on the powerful physical aura that shielded him, akin to the Reikage's lightning armor. His teleportation could be likened to the Flying Thunder God technique, if not even more convenient, as it required no preparation or coordinates. With sufficient psychic strength, one could traverse from one end of Blue Star to the other effortlessly. In a realm devoid of martial cultivation among humans, Muyu's blend of psychic ability and aura rendered him nearly invincible. The days of tranquil beauty always seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to journey to the imperial capital. Due to distance, Muyu and his companions opted for a flight. Although this world boasted many Pokémon, it did not hinder the evolution of transportation. On the contrary, the presence of Pokémon made flights in high-speed trains even safer, albeit considerably more expensive. Even a mere flight from Chongqing City to the imperial capital approached 5 figures in cost, a staggering expense. If they were to fly to the border provinces of the summer country or venture abroad, the fare would start at 6 figures. Fortunately, the school covered the ticket costs. Otherwise, Muyu would have felt a lasting ache in his heart. Upon arriving at the imperial capital's first international airport, Muyu was struck by the sheer size of the facility, which dwarfed that of Chongqing City's airport. Compared to a megacity like the imperial capital, even Chongqing City, as a provincial capital, appeared somewhat shabby. It was no wonder that the champions of the national Pokémon University competitions annually hailed from the imperial capital and the magical city. The financial resources and opportunities available here were truly justified. "Let us proceed to the hotel." Jinming adjusted his glasses and called out to the group. As the commander of Chongqing University's team, Jinming was well acquainted with the imperial capital. Soon, with the assistance of a prearranged bus, they arrived at a lavishly decorated hotel. After settling in, Jinming instructed a young teacher accompanying them before departing alone. This young teacher was the head of the third-year special admission class, and notably, Li Muqing's instructor. His strength was likely on par with Wenhong, classifying him as a gym-level trainer, though it remained uncertain if he possessed elite-tier Pokémon. Having stowed away their luggage, Muyu descended to the lobby, intending to inquire about the imperial capital from Zhu Hong. According to Li Dongrong, Zhu Hong was a local, making her well-versed in the area. As soon as he reached the first floor, Muyu spotted Zhu Hong seated alone in the lounge. "Muyu, you're out. Would you like to join us for a tour of the imperial capital?" She eagerly inquired while awaiting Li Muqing. Despite her close friendship with Li Muqing, shopping solely with her icy demeanor could be somewhat dull. Thus, upon spotting Muyu, she quickly extended an invitation. As for Li Dongrong, he was evidently intimidated by his sister and would not be joining them. After waiting for a while without seeing Li Muqing, Zhu Hong sent a message, only to learn that Li Muqing had been called away by their teacher, presumably Jinming. Dissatisfied with her inability to join them, Zhu Hong muttered a few complaints about their instructor. "Let us go. Since the captain can't make it, allow me, your senior, to show you the sights of our imperial capital." With Zhu Hong taking on the role of tour guide, Muyu naturally did not decline. Although he was not particularly fond of tourism, he thought it would be a shame not to explore the nation's capital. Moreover, since this trip was on behalf of the school, all expenses would be reimbursed, making it an opportunity not to be missed. However, Muyu soon found himself regretting the decision. The sheer size of the imperial capital necessitated taking a taxi for any excursions. Yet, due to traffic congestion, even hailing a cab proved to be a daunting task. After enduring a lengthy period of gridlock, the two ultimately abandoned their sightseeing plans and opted for a nearby battle arena called Hongyan. Upon exiting the taxi, Muyu, wearing a look of exasperation, asked, "Is the imperial capital always this congested?" "Who knows? I haven't been back in years. It never felt this congested before." Zhu Hong replied sheepishly, quickly changing the subject. "Let us not dwell on that. With the competition approaching, it would be more beneficial to train at the battle arena." "That sounds reasonable," Muyu nodded in agreement. As they entered the arena, they were greeted by a predominantly red decor, adorned with graffiti celebrating fire-type Pokémon, suggesting that the owner was likely an ardent fan of the fiery creatures. After acquiring a temporary pass, the two ventured inside. "Oh, I thought that was my foolish younger sister who went off to the countryside." A sharp, biting voice echoed from behind them shortly after they entered. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Hong froze, her expression darkening visibly. Muyu, noticing her sudden stillness, realized that the person being addressed was indeed Zhu Hong. Turning around, He beheld a girl with striking red hair and a pair of menacing triangular eyes that imparted an intimidating aura. Unlike Zhu Hong's obviously dyed hair, this girl appeared to possess natural red locks. Sue, it's been so long. Zhu Hong managed to force a strained smile, memories of an unpleasant childhood flooding back. You, a wild girl hiding in the countryside, dare to call yourself a member of the Zhu family? Don't make me laugh. Zhu Yu let out a scornful laugh, her words dripping with mockery and disdain. Noticing that Zhu Hong had no intention of retorting, she continued coldly. I can't fathom how my foolish uncle ever found your mother appealing. You've truly sullied the lineage of the Zhu family. As her words lingered in the air, Muyu distinctly sensed Zhu Hong's body beginning to tremble slightly. Through the waves of emotion, he could perceive an overwhelming sense of helplessness and panic emanating from her. Clearly, Zhu Hong was merely quaking, desperately restraining her emotions. How impressive you've become, returning to the imperial capital and daring to flaunt a pretty boy. Is this how you intend to uphold the Zhu family name, by inviting a son-in-law? Observing Zhu Hong's passive demeanor, Zhu Yu swiftly redirected her ire towards Muyu. If you can't contain your outbursts, take yourself to the restroom. This indiscriminate spouting is utterly repulsive. Do you not realize that? Initially, Muyu had intended to refrain from intervening in Zhu Hong's family matters, but upon finding himself under attack, he decided not to indulge her. Though he typically carried an air of aloofness, it did not imply he was incapable of retorting. You, truly a boorish individual from the countryside, spewing nothing but filthy language. Zhu Yu was momentarily taken aback by Muyu's retort. Huh, all you can utter is countryside. Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Do you genuinely believe that merely because you possess a human form, you are worthy of being called a person? You. As the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family, it was the first time Zhu Yu had been so thoroughly berated, leaving her speechless with rage. Her chest heaved violently, as if it might explode at any moment. With such lowly skill, you dare to mock others? You ought to find a grave to occupy, where it's cooler. Muyu scoffed derisively, his disdain palpable. You scoundrel! Produce your pokeball. I demand a battle. Zhu Yu's eyes blazed with fury as she shouted. You can't just challenge me at will. I'm not your father who would coddle you. Muyu replied with a dismissive gesture, his expression suggesting that Zhu Yu might be lacking in intelligence. You. At that moment, Zhu Yu's chest heaved even more violently, her finger pointing accusingly at Muyu, struggling to articulate a coherent response amidst her agitation. Slap. A water blue evolution stone was carelessly slapped onto the table by Zhu Yu. If you win, the stone is yours. If you lose, you will apologize. Her eyes blazing crimson, Zhu Yu seethed with fury. Muyu cast a glance at the evolution stone, an exquisite quality water stone. It was no surprise, for those from the imperial capital's Zhu family were indeed affluent. The fact that she could produce such a high-tier evolution stone with ease was telling. However, Muyu had misjudged the situation, for Zhu Yu had intended to exchange this high-quality water stone, as the Zhu family primarily favored fire-type Pokémon. After all, even the offspring of prominent families did not possess boundless resources to squander. Mu Xueti, Zhu Hong, having regained her composure, tugged at Muyu's sleeve with a worried expression. It's all right. Muyu reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then casually addressed Zhu Yu. Since you are so eager to part with your money, I shall reluctantly accept your challenge. Let us proceed. Had his opponent been an older individual, Muyu might have hesitated. But facing a mere peer, he felt no trepidation. If he could not defeat someone of his own age, he might as well forego his advantages. Beep beep, the electronic referee announced, trainer detected entering the battle arena. Electronic referee 009 at your service. As Muyu and Zhu Yu took their positions on either side of the arena, a small electronic referee flew in from a corner. Beep beep, this battle will be a 3v3 format. Both parties, please prepare for combat and release your Pokémon. A one-on-one battle would be too swift and limited, while a 6-on-6 match would be unnecessarily prolonged. Thus, the default rule of the battle arena was set to 3-on-3. Naturally, these rules could be modified, depending on the agreement between the two trainers. At that moment, Zhu Yu, consumed by her anger, had not considered altering the terms. Muyu, on the other hand, was disinterested in negotiations, not wanting to appear intimidated. Teach this country bumpkin a lesson. Go forth, Infernape. Chapter 169. Seething with Rage, a Desperate Retreat. Pokémon, Infernape. Type, Firefighting. Gender, Male. Level, 58, Gym Level. Ability, Blaze. When health falls below a certain threshold, the power of Fire-type moves increases. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Ember. Force Palm, Odor Sleuth, Hammer Arm, Round, Flame Charge, Smog, Rollout, Flare Blitz, Pursuit, Flamethrower, Double Edge, Roar. Top moves, Protect, Rest, Rock Slide. Inherited moves, Heavy Slam, Sleep Talk. Potential, Gym Level. A level 58 Pokémon is indeed quite impressive. Unfortunately, Being of gym potential means this Infernape has already reached its limits. Unexpectedly, the potential for elite-level Pokémon is rather rare. He had assumed Zhu Yu's arrogance was based on a full team of elite Pokémon. On Mu Yu's side, the challenger was Blaziken. Although he had anticipated that his opponent would be a fire-type trainer, Mu Yu did not possess any water-type Pokémon. Well, the armored warrior did not count. He had a ground-type Torterra, but grass-type would be a disadvantage. Moreover, given Zhu Yu's earlier bravado, he naturally wished to strike at her most favored area and deliver a crushing defeat. Thus, Mu Yu chose Blaziken for the battle. After several months, and having absorbed another piece of charcoal, Blaziken's level had now reached 57. The levels of the two were closely matched. Beep beep. Please prepare for battle. Countdown starting in 3, 2, 1, fight. Infernape, charge in with double edge. As the referee's voice faded, Zhu Yu commanded loudly. In her eyes, Mu Yu was merely a fast-talking country bumpkin, not worthy of her regard. Truly reckless. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Oh no. Upon receiving the command, Blaziken's powerful legs tensed slightly. The entire Pokémon seemed to defy gravity as it leaped above Infernape's head. Then, with immense force, it stomped down on Infernape's head. Bang! The tremendous impact reverberated through Infernape, causing it to stagger unexpectedly, almost losing its balance and falling to the ground. However, before it could fully react, Blaziken, having leaped above Infernape's head, executed a downward kick onto Infernape's back. Roar! The excruciating pain elicited a cry from Infernape, transforming its already fearsome visage into something even more terrifying. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, fury was utterly futile. Damn it, Infernape. Focus. Use Hammer Arm when it approaches. Observing Blaziken's agile movements and fluid positioning, Zhu Yu finally managed to regain her composure and shouted to Infernape. Blaziken, use Combo Punch. The Combo Punch was a move developed by Blaziken, combining its speed and various close-range techniques. Compared to its initial execution, Blaziken now wielded this move with far greater proficiency. Blaziken effortlessly sidestepped Infernape's clumsy hammer arm, landing a fiery punch against Infernape's abdomen. Then, with a slight shift, it unleashed a thunder punch once more. Flame Kick. Million-ton punch. Brick Break. Million-ton kick. Bang 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 bang. In the face of Blaziken's lightning-fast speed and rich combat skills, the 2-meter-tall Infernape was reduced to a mere oversized punching bag, receiving relentless blows from Blaziken. In mere moments, the sturdy Infernape collapsed, defeated. Ding. Blaziken has defeated Infernape, earning 50 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 activated, earning an additional 50 coins. Beep beep. As the referee's voice echoed, calling for a change of Pokémon for the blue team, Zhu Yu snapped back to reality, her expression darkening at a visibly rapid pace. With the impending National Pokémon University competition, her strongest asset was still training under her brother's guidance and was not available to her at this moment. The Flame Monarch was already her most formidable Pokémon. She had anticipated effortlessly overcoming her opponent, yet was unexpectedly bested with little effort. To make matters worse, her adversary was also a starter Pokémon of fire and fighting types, none other than the very rural competitor she had always looked down upon. One can only imagine the dismal state of Zhu Yu's emotions. Could it be that she had run out of Pokémon? Noticing Zhu Yu's hesitation to replace her Pokémon, Mu Yu casually mocked her. To his surprise, Zhu Yu's countenance grew even more grim. Clearly, Mu Yu had struck a nerve. Humph, don't revel in your triumph just yet. I simply lack my main force today. We shall see each other on the battlefield. Given Mu Yu and his companion's arrival in the capital with such prowess, there was no doubt they were here to compete. She vowed to redeem herself. Oh, is that all you've got? Mu Yu shook his head in feigned disdain. Observing Zhu Yu's clenched fists and gritted teeth, she denied him the opportunity to taunt further. After tossing over a water stone, she turned and fled. Thank you, Junior Mu. Zhu Hong expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Mu Yu. Her eyes slightly reddened as she watched Zhu Yu retreat in distress. Ever since the passing of her mother, this was the first time she felt a sense of protection. Not at all, Mu Yu replied, tucking the water stone away and waving it off. Had it not been for the other party's involvement, he would not have intervened. However, such sentiments were best left unspoken. After acquiring a water stone and enjoying some delectable treats courtesy of Zhu Hong, the two returned to their hotel. Upon entering, they received notification of a meeting. The agenda was straightforward, outlining the time for the opening ceremony, the selection of draw participants, and an overview of the strengths of various schools competing from different regions. The opening ceremony was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. On the day of the ceremony, alongside inviting several coordinators for exhibition battles, the draw for matches would take place. Naturally, the team captains would be the ones to draw. As for the schedule of the official matches, they would commence the day following the opening ceremony. The format would be a team battle, with the rules similar to the regional competitions until the top 8. Each match would consist of 3v3 battles. Even in a 3v3 format, it posed a significant challenge for all participating universities. After all, with 4 matches in a single day, 32 teams would determine the top 16 in just 4 days, and by the 6th day, the top 8 would be established. From the quarterfinals onward, the battles would escalate to 6v6, with the number of matches reduced to 2 per day. Throughout the competition, apart from a single rest day before the quarterfinals, every other day would involve matches. This was indeed a considerable test for the coaches tasked with strategizing for their respective teams. Once the teams received their materials and important notes regarding the competition, the meeting concluded. From the moment Muyu entered the conference room to when he exited, the process took no longer than an hour, a remarkably efficient affair. Chapter 170, The Opening Ceremony. The clash against Yunshan University. On the day of the opening ceremony, the venue for the National Pokémon University competition was thronged with an overwhelming crowd, both inside and outside the National Battle Arena. Although it was not a formal battle day, the dazzling performances and the coordinators showcasing their skills in spectacular battles were undeniably captivating. Even Muyu had to concede that, while the coordinators' abilities may have been average, the flamboyance of their skills was indeed remarkable, complemented by their visually appealing and charming attire, garnering considerable admiration from certain audiences. Following the performances, the official draw commenced. Li Muqing had favorable luck, as the first match was against a prestigious university from the southwest region, known as Yunshan University. According to the records, it was an institution hailing from Nanyuan province, renowned for producing trainers specializing in grass, poison, and bug types due to its geographical location and climate, a school with distinctly defined characteristics. The lineup had Muyu leading the charge, with Li Muqing closing the competition. Inside the meeting room, Jin Ming directed the arrangements. He held high hopes for Muyu, the freshman. Having witnessed his impressive feats, whether it was the time he had outperformed that little cherry blossom or his unprecedented 1 versus 6 in the regional competition. These accomplishments spoke volumes of Muyu's potential and strength, coupled with the lineage of the old principal's electric-type offspring. He was destined to become a formidable trainer in the future. Thus, Jin Ming was keen on nurturing Muyu, allowing him to take the first spot to alleviate pressure and encourage him to perform freely. After all, in such a grand competition, the last person to battle often bore the heaviest burden. The following day, inside the National Battle Arena, countless spectators cheered for the competitors in the arena. In the contestants' lounge, everyone bore serious expressions. The first match had just concluded between the team from Wadawood University in the capital and a top university from the Northwest region. The Northwest, ranked lower nationally, lagged behind in overall educational standards and student capabilities compared to other regions. Apart from the renowned First Military Academy of the Northwest, there were no standout institutions. Its overall situation was somewhat akin to that of the Northeast region. So formidable, Li Dongrong remarked, observing a man on the battlefield whose black bangs obscured one eye, emanating a distinctly ominous aura. As the inaugural match of the first round of the National Pokémon University competition, Wadawood University had sent out their vice-captain, a trainer specializing in ghost types. This marked Muyu's first encounter with a trainer dedicated to ghost-type Pokémon in real life. The chilling atmosphere emanating from the individual was palpable, compelling onlookers to instinctively recoil. He is the son of King Chi-E. Noticing Muyu captivated by Chi-Mo on the field, Li Muqing offered an explanation. King Chi-E was one of the elite 4 in the northern region, known as the Ghost King. To rise to such prominence in a region teeming with exceptional talent like the capital speaks volumes of his prowess. Upon learning of his lineage, the crowd's astonishment subsided significantly. After all, a person's reputation precedes them. As the son of an elite 4 member, it was only natural for him to possess such strength. For instance, even if Li Muqing was extraordinarily talented, people would merely exclaim in admiration, truly the granddaughter of the King Li, exceptional as expected. Before long, after dispatching the 3 opposing trainers, Chi-Mo opted for a rotation. Despite the elusive nature of ghost-type Pokémon, which posed unique challenges, their generally low stamina was a significant weakness for them. Even when reaching the level of an Elite 4 member, most ghost types were incapable of utilizing ground-type moves to restore their stamina due to their inherent characteristics, relying instead on moves like Dream Eater to extend their combat duration. Subsequently, Wadawood University's other competitors effortlessly defeated the team from the Northwest region. One could only commend their prowess, as last year's champions of both team and individual competitions. Even the average members had their Pokémon at least at the mid-tier gym level, with none below level 55. A standard that would be considered as the trump card Pokémon in other top universities. After Wadawood University secured victory in the first round, it was time for Muyu's team, Evergreen University, to take the stage. Muyu's first opponent was a young man with somewhat rugged skin and a copperish complexion, likely a result of years spent under the sun and wind, giving him an unexpectedly mature appearance. It somewhat resembles the bug-type trainers that Muyu encountered during the previous Bug King Championship. The competition rules stipulate that each participant may utilize 3 Pokémon, with battles conducted in a one-on-one format. Throughout the match, each side is granted one opportunity to switch their Pokémon. Is there any objection from either party? The referee began his customary speech. Unlike the regional competitions, the national tournament, while also adhering to the 3v3 format, allows for an additional Pokémon swap. If executed wisely, this could indeed present a chance for a comeback. After confirming with nods from both sides, the referee continued, "Please release your Pokémon." Sure enough, the opposing trainer's first Pokémon is the renowned and proud warrior of the bug type, the Scyther. Pokémon, Scyther. Type, Bug Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 53, Gym Level. Ability, Technician, boosts the power of low damage moves. Moves, Leer, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Endure, Wing Attack, Double Team, Quick Attack, Cut, Focus Energy, Agility, Air Slash, X Scissor, Swords Dance. Top moves, none. Inherited moves, Night Slash. Potential, Gym Level. As a bug-type Pokémon, Scyther is indeed highly praised among bug-type trainers. Its exceptional physical attack and speed, combined with a proud and indomitable spirit, alongside its striking appearance, make it a worthy rival to Heracross. In terms of popularity, Scyther might even have the upper hand. On Muyu's side, he opted for Blaziken. Initially, he had considered using Heracross or Gardevoir to dominate the match. However, taking into account the prevalent bug, dark, and poison types in the southwest region, Muyu decided to go with Blaziken. After all, who would recklessly engage in a disadvantageous matchup when the opportunity for a favorable one exists? Except for foolish individuals, that is. Welcome to the National Pokémon University Championship. The competitors today are Chongqing University from the Northeast region and Yunshan University from the Southwest region. Let us take a glimpse at the profiles of the contestants. The representative from Yunshan University is a senior, while the competitor from Chongqing University, Muyu, is surprisingly a freshman. The commentator exclaimed upon seeing Muyu's basic profile. Having witnessed numerous national competitions, this is the first time he has encountered a freshman on the battlefield. To my knowledge, this marks the very first appearance of a freshman in the national competition arena. It seems our contestant Muyu is indeed an extraordinary talent. Now, let us focus our attention on the battlefield and see what remarkable performances the contestants will deliver. Chapter 171, Battle against Yunshan 1. As the scene shifts to the battlefield, the referee promptly announces, "Let the battle commence." Scyther, utilizing Quick Attack, swiftly closes in and follows up with Fury Cutter. Hardly had the referee finished his statement when the male contestant from Yunshan University shouted, "Quick Attack is self-explanatory." Fury Cutter is an exceptionally powerful bug-type move. Although its initial power is merely 40, each successful hit doubles the power of the subsequent Fury Cutter. Furthermore, Scyther's ability, Technician, enhances moves with a base power below 60. This means that both Quick Attack and the first Fury Cutter will receive a 50-point power boost. This rapid assault strategy suits Scyther's high speed and physical attack perfectly. Alas, when it comes to speed, Blaziken has never shied away. Agility, Avoid. As Scyther glimmered with white light, tracing a line across the battlefield, Muyu calmly remarked, "Oh my." In the next instant, Blaziken left behind an afterimage, effortlessly evading Scyther's inevitable strike. What incredible speed! The male contestant from Yunshan University marveled internally. Nevertheless, admiration aside, the match must proceed. Scyther use Air Slash. If speed cannot be matched, a different strategy must be adopted. While Scyther may not excel in special attacks, it can at least serve as a nuisance. As soon as Blaziken reveals a flaw, Scyther is confident it can seize the opportunity. With a swift motion, Scyther's scythe-like arms slice through the air, sending forth blades of wind nearly a meter long. Unfortunately, both its proficiency and the move's power were rather mediocre. There was no need for Muyu to issue any commands. Blaziken's exceptional reflexes allowed it to dodge the air slash with ease. Blaziken, use Blaze Kick. Unlike Scyther, which specializes solely in physical attacks, Blaziken excels at both physical and special attacks. With its equipment and Hextech enhancements, its dual offensive stats reach an astonishing 155 points. However, Blaziken personally prefers close combat over ranged attacks. Oh my! Blaziken brought its hands together near its mouth, rapidly channeling fire-type energy. In the next moment, a torrent of intense flames erupted from Blaziken's maw. The extreme heat caused the temperature on the battlefield to rise significantly. Not good. Scyther quickly evade. As a bug-type Pokémon, Scyther is doubly weak to fire. Given its relatively low stamina, any direct hit would result in severe injury. If it were to suffer a burn, it could be declared game over. Scyther, instinctively sensing the overwhelming heat, began to evade, even without its trainer's command. However, due to Blaziken's exceptional proficiency with the move and its mastery over fire-type energy, The process from gathering energy to unleashing it took less than half a second. Despite Scyther's quick reflexes, it was unfortunately scorched along one side. The searing flames elicited a pained cry from the proud warrior, Scyther. Unlike ordinary Blaziken, which had absorbed energy from 2 Pokémon treasures and benefited from years of using high-quality energy cubes, Muyu's Blaziken boasted a fire temperature far surpassing that of other fire-type Pokémon of the same caliber. Moreover, Muyu discovered that Blaziken's flames had an almost adhesive effect. Once scorched, it would invariably trigger a burn effect. Clearly, Scyther's luck was not on its side, as the burn effect was undoubtedly activated. Having been singed along one side and suffering from the continuous pain of the burn, Scyther's body began to tremble, a clear indication of its dwindling stamina. Were it not for its remarkable willpower, it would have long since collapsed to the ground, vulnerable to defeat. One more time, let's finish it. Seizing the opportunity as Scyther staggered from its injury, Muyu naturally pressed the advantage. This time, the defenseless Scyther was engulfed in flames, undoubtedly losing its ability to battle. Notification: Blaziken has defeated Scyther, earning 30 coins. Notification: War Treasure 2 triggered, granting an additional 30 coins. Triggering the War Treasure, while it was merely coins, was nonetheless an excellent start. Ding! Scyther has lost its ability to battle. Please have the blue side contestant switch Pokémon. Hearing the referee's voice, the male contestant from Yunshan University wore a bitter smile. Although bug types are weak against fire, flying, and rock types, as a bug type trainer, the greatest fear remains the fire type Pokémon. After all, fire type moves, whether in terms of range or power, far surpass those of the latter. Come forth, Dazuba. After a moment of contemplation, the male student from Yunshan University gritted his teeth and summoned a creature resembling a spider, standing an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. This creature boasted 6 long, yellow spider legs, each adorned with a peculiar light blue orb at every joint. However, the most striking feature was its head, encased in a transparent bubble that enveloped its entire visage. Creature: Dazuba. Type: Water Bug. Gender: Female. Level: 50 Gym level. Ability: Bubble, reduces damage from fire-type moves and prevents burning. Moves: Bite, Water Gun, Bug Bite, Wide Guard, Bind, Bubble Beam, Water Ring, Headbutt, Bite Down, Soak, Call for Help. Pounce, Water Break. Taunt moves: None. Inherited moves: Sticky Web. Potential: Gym level. Base stats: 454. Dazuba is an aquatic creature, unable to survive outside of water. The bubble atop its head serves as a specialized organ for breathing on land. Though it appears as a mere thin layer, its hardness is quite remarkable. Intriguingly, the hardness of this bubble is adjustable. If Dazuba finds an opportunity to envelop its opponent within the bubble, drowning becomes a distinct possibility. However, judging by its level, this Dazuba seems to have only just reached gym level. It likely seeks to leverage its unique ability, combined with its water-type attributes, to attempt to vanquish the fiery opponent. Dazuba, unleash Water Ring. As soon as it appeared, the male student from Yunshan University shouted. A slender stream of water erupted from Dazuba's mouth, passing through the bubble encasing its head, gently wrapping around its entire body and those 6 gleaming long legs. Chapter 172, Battle at Yunshan, 2. What a brilliant idea. Observing Dazuba encircled by the water ring, Muyu's eyes glimmered with approval. While the primary function of the water ring enveloping its body is to restore stamina, being attached to the surface of its body also provides significant protective benefits. At the very least, it can mitigate damage when facing fire-type moves. Coupled with Dazuba's ability to reduce fire-type damage and its inherent water attributes, one could say that fire-type creatures of equal level are at a considerable disadvantage. Alas, Muyu's Fire Chicken is no ordinary creature. Having been in the battle arena for over a minute, the Fire Chicken had already triggered an increase in damage due to its ascension. Furthermore, the damage amplification from knowing one's enemy means that even fire-type moves, which are typically at a disadvantage, can inflict damage close to that of a super effective hit. Most crucially, the Fire Chicken is not limited to fire-type moves. Fire Chicken: swiftly approach and use Thunder Punch. Indeed, since fire-type moves are countered, it would employ an electric-type move against its foe, although lacking the same type attack bonus. Under the influence of Hex's talent and the double damage from type advantage, it can still deliver nearly 3 times the damage. What? As the Fire Chicken, its arm crackling with golden electricity, drew near, the male student from Yunshan University could not help but exclaim in shock. Initially, he had hoped to gamble by using his newly promoted Dazuba to take down the opponent as Fire Chicken. Little did he anticipate that the opponent's Fire Chicken would also wield electric-type moves. The most alarming aspect was the instantaneously spreading electric current from its fist to its arm, indicating a high proficiency in the Thunder Punch move. Dazuba, quickly use Wide Guard. Wide Guard blocks attacks aimed at all allies for 1 turn. Wide Guard functions similarly to an enlarged Protect, In principle, it operates in much the same way. In other words, the efficacy of the defense relies entirely on the user's skill level. Beep. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat, Dazuba unexpectedly released a grayish energy wall before the fire chicken could reach it. Bang! The powerful thunder punch struck heavily against the energy wall. Witnessing that Dazuba successfully activated Wide Guard, the male student from Yunshan University breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could issue another command, a cracking sound echoed from the battlefield. He observed as the energy wall, struck by the fire chicken, began to fracture gradually. Cracks resembling a spider's web spread across the precariously wobbling energy wall. Bang! Within mere seconds of stalemate, the energy wall released by Dazuba shattered completely. The relentless thunder punch, propelled by an unyielding force, struck solidly against Dazuba's bubble. Crackle! Golden lightning coursed through the water, illuminating Dazuba's entire form in an instant. The water ring, once poised to defend against fire, now acted as a harbinger of doom, emitting blinding electric light. Already weakened, Dazuba's eyes turned into swirling spirals, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Ding! Fire Chicken has defeated Dazuba, earning 30 coins. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a gym-level treasure chest. Hearing the system's notification, Muyu smiled subtly. He hadn't expected such good fortune today, triggering the war treasure twice in a row. And this time, it was a treasure chest. Truly a double blessing. However, the joys and sorrows of individuals differ greatly. While Muyu was in high spirits, the male student from Yunshan University felt as though he could weep. He never imagined that his water ring strategy would become his own demise. It was utterly disheartening. Nevertheless, despite his dismay, the battle must continue. With the referee announcing a Pokémon switch, the male student from Yunshan University, without hesitation, tossed out a Pokeball. Emerging onto the battlefield was a creature resembling a nut, its shell pockmarked like the surface of the moon. Creature, Fortress. Type, Bug Steel. Gender, male. Level, 55, gym level. Ability, Overcoat, immune to damage from weather effects such as sandstorms and hail, and immune to powder moves. Potential, gym level. Base stats, 465. Upon seeing the 4x Fire Weak Fortress, Muyu understood immediately. No wonder the previous student had appeared so conflicted. It was because his trump card was at a severe disadvantage against the Fire Chicken. A level 55 Fortress would have been formidable against other physical attackers, had it not encountered the Fire Chicken. After all, a staggering base physical defense of 140 is no laughing matter. Fire Chicken, unleash Flamethrower. Oh no. As the searing flames erupted forth, the slow-moving Fortress was undoubtedly caught off guard, even as it attempted to utilize Rapid Spin to deflect the Flamethrower's assault. The intense heat proved too much for Fortress to withstand. Within half a minute, Fortress ceased its spinning and collapsed amidst the flames. Ding! Fire Chicken has defeated Fortress, earning 40 coins. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a gym-level treasure chest. Once again, the war treasure was triggered, and yet another treasure chest appeared. In high spirits, Muyu flashed a radiant smile at his opponent. Meanwhile, the male student from Yunshan University, having just faced a crushing defeat, felt a pang of bitterness at the sight of Muyu's smile. He never anticipated that after 4 arduous years of hard work, finally making it onto the varsity team and reaching the national competition, he would be utterly humiliated in the very first match, and by a freshman no less. Truly a disgrace that felt like a slap in the face. However, in the spirit of maintaining politeness, he managed to muster a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, before hastily departing. In the lounge, one could not help but admire Mu Shue's Blaziken. Truly remarkable and impressive. Gazing at the arena where Muyu executed a triple kill with effortless grace, Zhu Hong expressed her admiration. Hiss, are you alright, Sister Hong? Li Dongrong, still in awe of Muyu's prowess, could not help but inquire upon noticing Zhu Hong's unusual demeanor. Hearing Li Dongrong's words, Zhu Hong shot him a fierce glare and coldly retorted, What? Do you have an opinion? No, Li Dongrong recoiled slightly, responding weakly. Li Muqing occasionally glanced at Zhu Hong, sensing something peculiar about her best friend today, yet unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Kyoto University, Damn it, I can't believe that scoundrel is only a freshman, Zhu Yu remarked with jealousy as she observed Muyu dominating the battlefield. What's the matter, Ayu? Queried a boy with fiery red hair, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. It's nothing, brother, just a certain annoying individual, she replied. Oh, is it the one who lost to the Waterstone before? Zhu Shi inquired with curiosity. Zhu Yu nodded, slightly embarrassed. Had her opponent been a senior or someone older, she might not have felt so self-conscious. Yet, facing a freshman 3 years her junior made her feel somewhat humiliated. Do not feel ashamed. Geniuses always surpass expectations. Zhu Shi reassured her with a gentle smile, while also harboring a flicker of curiosity towards Muyu. Although his sister might be somewhat lacking, She had enjoyed the privileges of the Zhu family from a young age. The fact that a freshman could defeat her was indicative of remarkable talent and fortune. Chapter 173, The Battle Against Yunshan, 3. At the same time, on the competition stage, Muyu awaited the entry of the opposing team's fourth contestant. It must be said that Blaziken was exceptionally advantageous against trainers utilizing bug-type Pokémon. The previous 9 Pokémon, aside from helping Blaziken fully stack Titan's resolve, had proven ineffective. The only regret for Muyu was that the subsequent 2 trainers did not drop any treasure chests. Although he triggered a war treasure once, it merely yielded coins, significantly lower than the drop rate of a regular participant. Incredible, simply incredible. Our contestant Muyu has achieved an astounding record of 9 victories out of 9 battles. Solely with his Blaziken, exclaimed the commentator with fervor as he watched the 3rd contestant from Yunshan University descend the stage, tears streaming down his face. The mere presence of a freshman on the national competition stage is astonishing in itself. Who would have thought that not only would he avoid an early elimination, but he would also fight valiantly until the end, standing tall amidst the arena, vanquishing all opposing contestants. Sigh, is this the strength of a top-tier university? A freshman has left us utterly powerless, lamented a first-time contestant from Yunshan University with a mournful expression. Beside him, the captain, Yu Chenrue, wore a look of helplessness. This year, he had finally led the school into the national competition, believing they could at least put up a fight even against the top 8. Yet, unexpectedly, a single individual had completely drained their morale. Chenrue, it's your turn, urged the team leader, observing the increasingly formidable Blaziken with a grave expression. Initially, he had planned to send a few members to wear down Blaziken's stamina, ultimately allowing Yu Chenrue to defeat it. However, it appeared that the opponent was not only devoid of fatigue, but was rather gaining strength with each battle. Does Blaziken possess the overconfidence ability? The bewildered team leader began to harbor doubts. Upon hearing his coach's words, Yu Chenrue nodded and rose to approach the battlefield. Let us witness how the Yunshan University representative team will respond to contestant Muyu. As the Yunshan University contestant stepped forward, it was their captain, Yu Chenrue, who was about to enter the fray. It seemed that Yunshan University was determined to clinch this round. Ignoring the commentator's enthusiasm, Yu Chenrue walked to the arena with a serious expression. With a flourish, a Pokémon ball was released, revealing a centipede-like creature over 3 meters in length, emanating flames. On the battlefield, Pokémon, Blaziken. Type, Firebug. Gender, male. Level, 56, Gym level. Ability, Flash Fire. Absorbs Fire-type moves to enhance its own Fire-type moves. Moves, Bind, Bite, Ember. Smokescreen, Fire Abyss, Flame Wheel, Bug Bite, Coil, Tackle, Flame Vortex, Crunch, Flame Whip. Learn moves, Protect, Flamethrower. Inherited moves, Round Rollout. Potential, Gym level. Held item, Charcoal, Intermediate. Base stats, 525. With the Flash Fire ability, had Yu Chenrue been the first to enter, Muyu might have had to exert considerable effort. Unfortunately, Blaziken's Titan's resolve was already fully stacked. With staggering dual attack stats of 235, Blaziken was more than capable of handling any opponent. Blaziken used Coil. Coil, curling up to concentrate, thus enhancing attack, defense, and accuracy. Given that Blaziken possessed the Flash Fire ability, Yu Chenrue intended to allow it to set up its status first. While the intention was good, not everyone can remember every Pokémon's abilities. Not everyone possesses a photographic memory. In a tense environment, it is easy to overlook details. Alas, what he did not know was that Muyu was fully aware. With a flash of lightning, Blaziken unleashed a powerful punch. Oh no, Blaziken, having stacked its attack power several dozen times, combined with the speed boost from its ability, appeared as a streak of orange lightning, instantly closing the distance to Blaziken's opponent. At that moment, the Blaziken had only just curled up in preparation. Isn't that speed a bit exaggerated? Yu Chenrue could not help but exclaim. Watching the match from above with a god's perspective felt different. But now that he was personally involved, he realized that Blaziken's speed was astonishingly absurd. It was nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye. This made it exceedingly challenging for him to gauge the timing of his moves. Oh no, Blaziken's actions did not cease due to Yu Chenrue's astonishment. With immense power coalescing into a single punch, it struck forcefully against Blaziken's body. Bang! Arg! The anguished wail echoed throughout the arena. Just from the sound, one could discern the extent of its suffering. Had it not successfully executed Coil moments prior, that singular blow would have been sufficient to render Blaziken defeated. Once more, Muyu's calm voice resonated again. With a resounding punch, the Blaziken, unable to react in time, collapsed to the ground, signaling the end of the match. Ding! Blaziken has defeated Blaziken, earning 40 coins. Ding! War Treasure 2 triggered, earning an additional 40 coins. The system's notification chimed once more. This time, luck was on his side, triggering a war treasure on the first Pokémon. Blaziken has lost its combat capability. Please switch Pokémon. Hearing the referee's voice, Yu Chenrui took a deep breath, grasped the Pokeball hanging from his chest, and declared solemnly, "Go, my partner." As the Pokeball opened, a moth-like spirit emerged onto the battlefield, adorned with 3 pairs of vibrant orange wings and a pair of red antennae on each cheek. This was none other than the coveted Fire God Moth, a creature fervently desired by all Bug-type trainers, as well as many Fire-type trainers. Spirit, Fire God Moth. Type, Bug Fire. Gender, male. Level, 58, Gym level. Ability, Bug's Anticipation. The power of Bug-type moves increases when HP drops to a certain level. Moves, String Shot, Ember. Flame Dance, Bug Resistance. Charged Flare, Flare Blitz. Flame Vortex, Flame Wheel. Gust, Tackle, Body Slam. Bug Bite, Screech, Absorb, Bug Buzz, Heat Wave, Instant Amnesia. Top moves, Protect, Air Slash, Flamethrower. Inherited moves, Morning Sun, Harden. Potential, Champion level. Base stats, 550. The Fire God Moth was once revered as a symbol of the sun in ancient times. There was even a period when its formidable power, rarity, and mystique led many to believe it was a legendary spirit. Even today, due to its scarcity and its habitation in deep, ancient forests, many mountain dwellers still venerate the Fire God Moth, regarding it as a guardian totem. Remarkably, it possesses champion-level potential. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Yu's eyes as he beheld the Fire God Moth's potential. This was his first encounter with a spirit of such caliber in a competition. It is worth noting that in this world, spirits with champion-level potential are exceedingly rare. While the potential of a spirit in an egg can fluctuate based on the lineage of its parents, this variance is typically minimal, seldom deviating significantly from the parent's potential. Only in exceedingly rare circumstances does a significant change occur, and the likelihood of a positive change, where a spirit surpasses its parent's potential to reach a higher tier, is minuscule. Thus, aside from the offspring of champions, only a fortunate few gym-level spirits might possess the potential to be born with such prowess. As for the odds, thus far, the only one Mu Yu has faced is the Fire God Moth. Chapter 174, Battle at Yinshan 4. Fire God Moth, use Heat Wave. Upon summoning the Fire God Moth, Mu Yu could distinctly sense the renewed determination in Yu Chenrui's gaze. Even the commands he issued became steady and powerful. Buzz, the 3 pairs of massive red wings, infused with fiery energy, instantly glimmered with crimson light. As the temperature surged, a wave of heat radiated from between the Fire God Moth's wings, spreading forth. Whoosh! Accompanied by the glittering scales that fell from the Fire God Moth's wings, the heat intensified once more. The air shimmered with distortion where the scales flickered, a testament to the soaring temperature. Truly, as a spirit symbolizing the sun, its heat was formidable. Watching the burgeoning heat wave, Mu Yu reflected inwardly. Had he encountered this Fire God Moth in the initial battle, he would have faced a considerable challenge. After all, the Fire God Moth boasted impressive speed and special attack. However, now, against his fully optimized Blaziken, which excelled in both offense and defense, it seemed that the Fire God Moth still had room for improvement. Blaziken Flare Blitz. Countering fire with fire, Mu Yu commanded a Flare Blitz, enveloping himself in flames, rendering the opponent's attack ineffective. Oh no! Flames erupted from Blaziken's limbs, engulfing its entire form. The previously stifling heat was instantly replaced with a refreshing vigor. As Blaziken propelled itself forward, the battlefield scorched beneath its feet, leaving a charred mark. In the next moment, Blaziken surged forward with unyielding momentum, colliding fiercely with the Fire God Moth. Bang! Just moments ago, the Fire God Moth had been unleashing a powerful heat wave in midair. The next instant, it plummeted to the ground like a rag doll. Fire God Moth. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted, extinguishing Yu Chenrui's composure. Perhaps sensing their trainer's urgency, the Fire God Moth fluttered its eyes open and wobbled back into the air, though its spirit was clearly diminished. The entire spirit exuded an aura of exhaustion akin to the setting sun. Fire God Moth, quickly use Morning Sun. Morning Sun restores its own health, with recovery amount varying based on weather conditions. Due to the indoor setting, without the influence of weather, the Morning Sun would only recover half of its health under normal circumstances. Dots of faint light emerged, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing the light of Morning Sun rekindled Yu Chenrui's fighting spirit. However, before he could revel in this moment, Mu Yu's voice rang out once more. Heavyweight kick. Oh no! The orange figure leapt toward the Fire God Moth, delivering a powerful kick to its plump abdomen. Buzz! A pained hum echoed. In the moment before it fainted, the Fire God Moth watched helplessly as the light of Morning Sun faded into the distance, ultimately dissipating into the air. Ding! Blaziken has defeated Fire God Moth, earning 50 gold. Ding. Treasure 2 triggered, acquiring a gym-level treasure chest. The Fire God Moth has fallen, witnessing his ace being effortlessly defeated in mere moments. Yu Chenrue's eyes dimmed, losing their luster. Fire God Moth has lost its ability to battle. Please switch your Pokémon. Only when the referee's voice pierced the air did Yu Chenrue regain his composure. Weakly, he sent out his final Pokémon, a creature entirely enveloped in yellow antennae, with a body encased in a shell. Spirit, Ku. Type, Bug Rock. Gender, female. Level, 56, gym level. Ability, Sturdy, a hidden vitality within. Activated when knocked out by a single hit, restoring a small amount of health. Potential, gym level. Base stats, 505. It was a Kuhu. Seeing Yu Chenrue's last spirit take the stage, Muyu mused. Kuhu is a spirit with an exceedingly extreme distribution of base stats, with a base total of 505. Its defensive stats alone soar to an impressive 230. This is just a mere 5 points less than Blaziken's full offensive stats. Remarkably sturdy. Coupled with moves like Power Split, Power Trick, and Shell Smash, it can be quite effective in battle. However, what etched Kuhu into Muyu's memory was its unique ability to dissolve berries within its pot-like shell, brewing a wondrous juice. It is said that the effects of the juice vary significantly based on the type of berry used. If he encountered one in the wild, Muyu would certainly strive to capture it. Kuhu Power Split. Flamethrower. Before Yu Chenrue could finish his command, a blazing inferno surged toward Kuhu. It is well known that Kuhu possesses a notably sluggish speed. This slowness encompasses not only its movement, but also the gathering of energy and the casting of skills. Perhaps through rigorous training, it could achieve a standard speed comparable to other spirits. Yet, to expect it to match the quick energy manipulation of Blaziken is nothing short of wishful thinking. Boom. Caught off guard, Kuhu was engulfed by the searing flames. The relentless fire, coupled with a fortunate burn, proved too much for even the remarkably defensive Kuhu to endure. After all, its health base stat is a mere 20 points. Ding. Blaziken has defeated Kuhu, earning 40 gold. Ding. War Treasure 2 has triggered, granting a gym-level treasure chest. To my astonishment, Yu Chenrue is just like that previous contestant, possessing an exceedingly high drop rate. 3 Pokémon, none of which were left behind. All triggered the War Treasure, including 2 chests. How delightful. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Chenrue, his face ashen, dragged himself back to the lounge. A distinguished prodigy from Yunshan University, even among the elite. Second only to the captain-level geniuses, he had been bested by a mere freshman, achieving a 1-3 victory. It was utterly humiliating. In the Kyoto University lounge, Zhu looked gravely at the battlefield, where no one could stand against Muyu, lamenting, even Yu Chenrue couldn't defeat that Blaziken. Yu Chenrue's Fire Moth is a genuine royal offspring. Although it has yet to grasp special powers due to time constraints, its strength is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of gym level. In fact, even typical Quasi-King level Pokémon may not measure up to this Fire Moth. He himself possesses only one Pokémon stronger than that Fire Moth, and that is with a time advantage of a year of growth. Yet that Blaziken could easily overcome it, stirring a sense of unease within Zhu. However, he also noted that the Blaziken's initial speed and power were inferior to its current state. It is evident that this Blaziken thrives in battle. Thus, to contend with it, one must suppress it with overwhelming force. Prolonging the encounter would be disastrous. Truly, this is intriguing. Chapter 175, The Golden Shovel Crown. After defeating Yu Chenrue, Yunshan University was left without hope. The remaining 2 competitors hastily arrived and departed. The second match of the first round concluded swiftly. The morning's competition had drawn to a close. In the lounge of Chongqing University, everyone felt somewhat dazed. Was the anticipated fierce battle of 32-16 over just like that? Even if the opponent wasn't a top-tier university, Yu Chenrue's prowess was formidable enough to be considered a top contender among the 8. To lose so decisively? Those who had not participated from the beginning felt a strange sense of unreality. Well done, Muyu. Upon Muyu's entrance, Jinming generously offered praise. It had been years since he felt that leading a team in a national competition could be such a gratifying experience. As Chongqing University had secured a place in the top 16, the next day and a half would be a respite. After tomorrow's confirmation of all advancing slots, the draw for the round of 16 would commence. However, despite the absence of competition, one must still keep an eye on the circumstances of other schools to achieve a strategic understanding. Lunch was provided as a buffet by the event organizers. As a national-level battle venue, the variety of food here was abundant, encompassing dishes from all over the country, and the taste was exceptional. For Muyu, who typically did not prioritize culinary delights, this was indeed a rare indulgence. Should I practice my culinary skills? After a hearty meal, Muyu fell into contemplation. One must admit, once one has savored delectable food, it lingers in the mind, hard to forget. After lunch, the third and fourth matches of the first round proceeded in succession. The victorious teams hailed from the eastern region, namely Magic City University, and from the central region, Shanaido University. As two of the 8, both schools displayed a dominating performance, keeping their losses to within 8 Pokémon, which is quite impressive. Regrettably, due to the opponent's strength, neither Magic City University nor Shanaido University fielded their captains. It remains uncertain how the senior captains of these elite universities would fare. Upon returning to the hotel, Muyu turned his thoughts to the treasure chests he had acquired that day. The last chest obtained during the regional competition had yielded nothing particularly valuable. Aside from the guaranteed gold coins, it consisted of some materials for gym-level Pokémon. Not that it was bad, but it felt somewhat underwhelming. Considering Muyu was not engaged in research on Pokémon materials. System, open all gym-level treasure chests. Ding. Opening gym-level chest 4. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 120 gold coins, a golden shovel, a mid-level electromagnet, goddess's tear, and a one-time move learning machine, Scorching Sands. With the system's notification, numerous valuable items appeared in Muyu's system space. A treasure for electric-type Pokémon, a bulk item, a move machine, and the second golden shovel he had longed for. Out of curiosity, Muyu extracted the 2 faintly golden orbs from the system space. As the 2 light spheres approached, a slightly more concentrated golden orb appeared in Muyu's hand. Golden Shovel Crown, an exceedingly rare magical equipment. It possesses no amplification effects, but harbors mysterious special powers, allowing for the opening of an additional equipment slot upon fusion with a Pokémon. The Golden Shovel Crown was something Muyu had known of since the first day his system awakened. It is the only item that can expand a Pokémon's equipment slots. With it, achieving 6 divine equipment is no longer a dream. Yet, Muyu wondered if this Golden Shovel Crown could infinitely expand the equipment slots. A twinge of greed crossed his mind. However, it mattered little. After all, even with the current 3 equipment slots, Muyu's Pokémon would be invincible at their level, even sweeping through higher tiers. Shaking his head, Muyu ceased his musings and began to contemplate who should receive the first Golden Shovel Crown. After a moment's thought, he decided to bestow it upon his very first Pokémon in this world. One always harbors special feelings for their first. Turtwig, come here. Given the presence of Pokémon trainers in this world, most high-end hotels feature large accommodations. As the lodging for a national competition, the hotel Muyu resided in was no exception. Even substantial Pokémon like Turtwig and Snorlax could comfortably rest within. Hey there. Upon hearing his trainer's call, Turtwig slowly opened its eyes and, responding with a grunt, ambled over. Fortunately, the hotel's floors utilized special shock-absorbing and soundproof materials. Otherwise, Turtwig's massive frame would have caused a thunderous commotion with each step, resulting in complaints from the floors below. Once Turtwig approached, Muyu pressed the golden orb onto its head. As the orb representing the Golden Shovel Crown vanished, Turtwig's equipment slots opened up a 4th vacancy. Now that there was an equipment slot available, it was time to consider the arrangement for the 4th piece of equipment. Currently, Turtwig had no significant weaknesses aside from a slight deficiency in speed. Yet, considering Turtwig's size and role, speed was not necessarily a drawback. With exceptional defenses, Turtwig's only real shortcoming was its offense. Although Turtwig's dual attack was not low when fully stacked with Titan's Resolve as a starting Pokémon, Muyu wished for it to become even more perfect. With this in mind, Muyu shifted his gaze to the equipment section of the host panel. Besides the recently acquired Goddess's Tear, there were also the useless Big Stick and Giant Belt as spare items. Suddenly, Muyu recalled the introduction of the previously mentioned Archangel's Staff. The cap on special attack stacking is determined by the holder's physical attributes. The so-called physical fitness encompasses not only one's inherent stamina, but also the fortitude of the body, which plays a pivotal role when it comes to bodily resilience, particularly in terms of dual defenses, who can rival the formidable Torterra. It is noteworthy that even the elite Shanaido can amass an impressive 600 points in special attack. If this were to be applied to Torterra, achieving a 4-digit figure would be a mere formality. Additionally, when fully fortified by Titan's Resolve, the dual defenses could be enhanced further, allowing for additional stacking. In such a scenario, a special type move such as the grass-type signature move, Frenzy Plant, would undoubtedly transform into a veritable manifestation of nature's wrath. With this in mind, Muyu decisively synthesized the tear of the goddess and the seemingly trivial Big Stick into the Archangel's staff, equipping it in Torterra's 4th gear slot. Furthermore, Muyu bestowed upon Torterra the special type move, Sand Force, as it lacked any ground-type special moves. Armed with this ability, unleashing a sandstorm burial would be effortlessly achievable. The throne of the desert tyrant is certainly within Torterra's reach. Chapter 176, The Blacksmith's Gloves. The following day, after attending to his morning routine, Muyu did not hasten to gather downstairs. Instead, he summoned the system once more. Today marked the weekly lottery event. System, draw Hextech talents. Ding. Hextech Talent Drawing in progress. Drawing complete. Versatile Forge. Gold provides a set of Orn's legendary blacksmith's gloves. Knowledge download 2. Gold earn 150 experience points. Black Iron assets. Gray acquire a basic equipment forging tool and 2 gold coins. Blacksmith's gloves, 50 speed. Each round, at any time during the day, they randomly steal 2 relatively rare items from the world. Rare refers to the scarcity of items of the same caliber, not merely their value. Orn's legendary items. Muyu gazed at the first golden hex deck with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. This was his first encounter with an Orn legendary item. According to the description, it seemed akin to the thief's gloves. However, unlike the thief's gloves, which had level restrictions, these blacksmith's gloves appeared to directly pilfer even more sophisticated items. Given their status as Orn's legendary items, such potency was to be expected. Thus, Muyu did not deliberate long and chose this hex deck without hesitation. The latter 2 hex decks were rather unremarkable in comparison, similar to the thief's gloves. Muyu adorned the blacksmith's gloves upon the armored warrior. With the addition of this 50-point speed stat, the total speed stat of the armored warrior now reached 610. Just in terms of speed, it boasted a staggering 120 points. Yet, despite this, in terms of combat prowess, both Electivire and Galade could easily dispatch her. Nonetheless, it mattered little. She served well as a utility Pokémon. After assigning the blacksmith's gloves, Muyu descended to meet with Li Muqing and the others, proceeding towards the arena. The subsequent 3 days mirrored the first, with 8 major battles that were decisively one-sided. Be it Kyoto University, Southwest University, the first military academy of Northwest, or Jiangsu and Zhejiang University, they all effortlessly secured their places among the top 16. Although both Southwest University and Shanghai University, like Evergreen University, ranked somewhat lower among the 8, they still exhibited a dominating presence compared to other elite institutions. Exceptional competitors like Yu Qinrui remained a rarity. As Li Muqing later informed him, Yu Qinrui was the only son of Yu He, the newly crowned bug-type champion of the Southwest region. If not for his family's influence, Yu Qinrui would not be attending Yinshan University, but rather the top-tier Southwest University. On the 4th day, after the top 16 were determined, a new round of draws commenced. However, this time, Li Muqing's luck proved somewhat dismal. No, it was more accurate to say it was predictably poor. After all, while Yinshan University was indeed a prestigious institution, Yu Qinrui's strength was firmly on par with the vice-captains of the 8 major teams, especially with that fire god Moth. Had it not been for Mu Yu's intervention, even Li Muqing would have faced significant challenges. After all, not everyone can become a master of reverse-type matchups. Returning to the matter at hand, their adversary this time was none other than Kyoto University, another elite institution among the 8. Upon the announcement, everyone but Mu Yu expressed a sense of resignation. Kyoto University consistently contended for championships alongside Wadawood University and Magic Capital University. As the flagship institution of the imperial capital, Kyoto University was established over a century ago by the royal Zhu family, specifically to attract noble offspring. It can be said that historically, students who attended Kyoto University were either exceptionally wealthy or of noble lineage. Even today, this remains true. The shadows of reputation loom large. Long-standing dominance cannot be overturned by mere individuals or overnight efforts. Even with the formidable presence of Mu Yu this year, they harbored little belief in securing victory. Moreover, neither Mu Yu nor Li Muqing had yet reached their pinnacle of power. The captains of the other 8 teams were not mere 4th-year students. Interestingly, Evergreen University had a 3rd-year captain and a 1st-year vice-captain this year. As everyone lamented, heads bowed in despair. How could one aspire to be a trainer if they falter before battle? In the conference room, Jin Ming slammed the table and exclaimed loudly. In competition, it's not merely a showdown of strength. Mindset plays a crucial role. After all, battles are not mere data-driven encounters. Sometimes, one's mental state can significantly influence the course of the match. Do you not see that many Pokémon exhibiting intimidating traits often find their moves diminished in power or rendered unusable altogether? To falter before the battle is to concede half the fight, and this is no empty phrase. Tomorrow, Xiao Xinfeng will be the first to battle, followed by Xiao Ruinyu, Zhu Hong, Goei Wenting, with Mu Yu entering 5th, and Li Muqing bringing up the rear. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Ming strategized. Previously, when facing teams of a lower tier, I had Mu Yu lead off to bolster his mental resilience and enhance his competitive experience. However, the circumstances have changed. Our opponents are formidable. I must ensure that our 2 strongest members are not overly depleted by the enemy. Thus, I plan to have the others test the waters first. The following day, within the National Battle Hall, the atmosphere in the audience was palpably more vibrant than before. For the first match of the 2nd round, it was a clash between the 8 major teams. The powerhouse contender, Kyoto University, faced off against Evergreen University, home to this year's youngest prodigy. This promised to be highly captivating. Had this been last year, the sentiment of an inevitable victory for Kyoto University would have been overwhelmingly one-sided. Yet this year was different. Both Mu Yu, who made an unprecedented debut by defeating 6 opponents single-handedly, and Li Muqing, who shone brightly in his sophomore year, instilled a flicker of hope within some for Evergreen University. Welcome to the venue for the National Pokémon College Championships, second round of matches. The contenders today are the Northeast Region's Evergreen University and the Northern Region's Kyoto University. Let us take a moment to review the profiles of the competitors. From Evergreen University, we have contestant Xiao Xinfeng, a fourth-year student, while representing Kyoto University is contestant Lant, also a fourth-year student. The commentator, with a serious tone, elaborated. Lant is the direct descendant of the prestigious Blue family of the imperial capital, yes, the lineage of General Blue Yu, who, with his champion-level Boskage, triumphed in battles and pacified borders. Upon hearing the commentator's introduction, Zhu Hong, well-versed in the prominent families of Kyoto, quietly briefed Mu Yu. In this world, due to the existence of Pokémon, Blue Yu did not succumb to arrogance, but rather lived a humble life until the end of his days. As a founding general of the Ming dynasty, the Lan family naturally holds a prominent position in the imperial capital. Now, let us turn our attention to the competition arena and witness the splendid performances the contestants will deliver. Chapter 177, The Battle Against Kyoto University, 1. On the side of Chongqing University, the participant Xiao Xinfeng is a trainer specializing in electric-type Pokémon. The first Pokémon he sends into battle is a level 55 Electrode Zebra. Its ability, Electric Engine, is quite common, allowing it to significantly increase its speed after being hit by electric-type moves. Coupled with its impressive base speed of 116. This steed Pokémon is indeed formidable. In contrast, Kyoto University's Lante sends out a level 57 Steel Serpent. Its ability, Hard Head, nullifies the recoil damage from its own moves. Additionally, this Steel Serpent carries a basic Pokémon treasure, Leftovers. Leftovers, basic, a wondrous item infused with special energy that can gradually restore the holder's vitality. In terms of level, type, and held items, Xiao Xinfeng from Chongqing University is undeniably at a disadvantage. The Steel Serpent opens with a Sandstorm and Quicksand Abyss, preventing the Electrode Zebra from maneuvering. It can only engage in a head-on confrontation with the Steel Serpent. Sandstorm, a weather-based move that stirs up a sandstorm. Quicksand Abyss, a sustained attack using a sandstorm. The Electrode Zebra, proficient in physical attacks, stands little chance against the Steel Serpent, which boasts an impressive physical defense of 200, leaving no room for anything but failure. However, with a powerful charged flame attack, the Electrode Zebra manages to inflict notable damage upon the Steel Serpent. Unfortunately, due to the effect of the leftovers, the damage dealt can only be described as a drop in the bucket. Even in the end, Xiao Xinfeng's Lightning Beast and Zapdog could not thwart this crafty Steel Serpent, which could dig holes. This was still within the confines of the match's rules, limiting the use of the dig move to 2 minutes. Were this a real battle in the wild, a Pokémon capable of digging would indeed be quite a nuisance. Without mastering the Earthquake move, one would truly be left helpless. What a thrilling spectacle. It is no surprise that the Kyoto University contestants, even when faced with another top-tier university like Chongqing University, managed to achieve an outstanding 1-3 victory right from the start. The commentator's passionate voice resonated throughout the arena. Back in the Chongqing University lounge, Xiao Xinfeng returned with a look of self-reproach. He had thought that even in defeat, the score should at least be 3-2, or at the very least 3-1, yet he found himself completely shaved bald. The crushing loss in the first match cast a shadow over the atmosphere in the Chongqing University lounge. Nevertheless, to prevent the opposing team from regaining too much momentum, the second contestant, Xia Ruinyu, immediately stood up and made his way to the battlefield. Go, Swamp Monster. Pokémon, Swamp Monster. Type, Water Ground. Gender, male. Level, 57, Gym Leader level. Ability, Torrent. When health is reduced to a certain level, the power of Water-type moves increases. Potential, Gym Leader level. In an effort to turn the tide, Xia Ruinyu began by deploying his strongest Pokémon, the Swamp Monster, one of the Water-type starters. As a dual-type Water and Ground Pokémon, the Swamp Monster boasts exceptional resistances, with the sole vulnerability being a 4-fold weakness to Grass-type moves. Swamp Monster, unleash Earthquake. Upon entering the fray, Xia Ruinyu shouted fervently. With a powerful strike of its strong limbs against the ground, a violent shockwave radiated from the Swamp Monster, manifesting as the Ground-type move Earthquake. Caught off guard, the Steel Serpent was struck by this shockwave, displaying a clear expression of pain. Fortunately, despite its double weakness to Ground-type moves, the Steel Serpent's excellent physical defense allowed it to withstand the blow. Steel Serpent, use Body Slam with all your might. Seizing the opportunity while the Swamp Monster was executing its move, Lante narrowed his eyes and commanded, Moves like Earthquake, which possess a power exceeding 100, are classified as signature moves across various types. As signature moves, they share the common trait of significant power, but also come with various drawbacks. For instance, they can induce a state of vulnerability, inflicting recoil damage on the user. The lower the proficiency in executing such moves, the more pronounced these drawbacks become. Earthquake is no exception. As the swamp monster initiated its earthquake, it could only watch helplessly as the nearly 10-meter-long, robust steel serpent charged towards it like a siege cannon. Swamp monster, quick, use protect. Seeing the steel serpent approach with terrifying momentum, Xia Ruinyu shouted anxiously. He was uncertain whether the swamp monster could execute its move in time. Yet he had to take the risk. Fortunately, this time, luck was on his side. Despite the steel serpent accelerating with body slam, its recent frequent use of quicksand abyss left a considerable amount of dust on the battlefield, covering the once solid ground with a layer of soft sand. This affected the steel serpent's speed. In a critical moment, the swamp monster stood tall and narrowly managed to unleash protect, successfully blocking the incoming attack. Now's your chance. Swamp monster, use hammer arm. Damn it, steel serpent, unleash iron tail. Realizing that the swamp monster had fortuitously blocked the attack, Lante cursed under his breath before shouting in response. Bang! The moment hammer arm collided with iron tail, a resounding metallic clash echoed throughout the arena. Both the swamp monster and the steel serpent grimaced in pain, retreating in unison. Clearly, in this exchange, neither side gained a significant advantage. Junior Mu, do you think the swamp monster can win? In the lounge, Zhu Hong sat beside Mu Yu, her expression filled with concern. As long as Xia Ruinyu maintains his composure, defeating the steel serpent should pose no problem. Having thoroughly assessed the levels, abilities, and proficiency of both Pokémon, Mu Yu expressed his confidence. Although the previous exchange appeared evenly matched, in reality, the swamp monster held the upper hand. Despite lacking a fighting type, the proficiency of its hammer arm was commendable. Furthermore, the swamp monster's innate strength, combined with its robust limbs and double resistance to steel-type moves, provided a significant advantage. In contrast, the steel serpent was doubly weak to fighting-type moves. Thus, in this head-to-head exchange, the swamp monster clearly had the upper hand. However, one could hardly blame Lante, as his steel serpent strategy revolved around digging. Faced with a Pokémon capable of using Earthquake, such tactics were a last resort. As predicted, shortly after Mu Yu's remarks, the steel serpent fell to the swamp monster's hydro pump, marking the first victory of the match. However, the victorious swamp monster was not without its own struggles. The intense collision had drained much of its energy, and its heavy panting revealed its fatigue. The only silver lining was that the relentless sandstorm was gradually beginning to dissipate. Sandstorm, original effect: all Pokémon, except those with rock, ground, and steel types, will incur damage. I modified it to rock, ground, and steel types will also incur damage, albeit minimal, which is why the steel serpent carried leftovers and enjoys digging. Although the ground-type swamp monster suffered negligible damage from the sandstorm, for it, every bit of vitality lost tilted the scales of victory increasingly in favor of the opponent. Chapter 178, The Battle Against Kyoto University, 2. May I inquire whether the blue team contestant intends to switch Pokémon? The blue team refers to the side of Chongqing University. According to the customary rules of the competition, when one side's Pokémon becomes unable to continue fighting, they are entitled to exercise the option to switch Pokémon. Upon hearing the referee's words, Xia Ruinyu hesitated for a moment before recalling his giant marsh. Although returning the Pokeball would not restore its stamina, a brief respite could enhance the giant marsh's condition. Please, the red team player, release your Pokémon, the announcement echoed. According to the rules, the defeated party must release their Pokémon first. Blue Tay, unfazed, promptly threw out his second Pokémon. Boom. Pokémon, Dugtrio. Type, ground steel. Gender, male. Level, 57, gym level. Ability, Sand Rush, speed increases in sandstorm weather. Potential, gym level. Base stats, 508. Item, Sand Cloak, beginner. Sand Cloak, beginner. After a ground-type Pokémon's demise, under a special force, a crop resembling quicksand is formed, which cannot be directly absorbed. But when held by a ground-type Pokémon, it accelerates movement speed in sandstorm weather and significantly hastens digging speed. Goodness. ISNT. The blue family primarily focused on steel types? Why, instead of the Steelix or Dugtrio, do they have this Dugtrio? In the lounge, upon seeing the introduction of Blue T's second Pokémon, Mu Yu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Initially, upon hearing Zhu Hong's introduction of the blue family as a steel-type dynasty, he had anticipated the use of formidable and stylish Pokémon like Metagross, Scizor, or Lucario. To his surprise, the opponent summoned two steel-type Pokémon that were not particularly adept in steel-type moves. After perusing Blue T's Dugtrio, Mu Yu shifted his gaze back to Xia Ruinyu's side. There, a Pokémon, resplendent in deep blue, resembling a toad with rounded protrusions atop its head, shoulders, and palms, materialized on the battlefield. Pokémon, Toxicroak. Type, Waterground. Gender, male. Level, 55, Gym level. Ability, Rain Dish, speed increases during rainy weather. Potential, Gym level. Base stats, 509. Another Waterground type. In other words, Toxicroak boasts impressive resistances, with only a singular weakness, that being Grass type. Attribute-wise, one could argue Toxicroak held the advantage. Alas, with Dugtrio's ability, coupled with its held item, it was evidently geared for guerrilla warfare. An acceleration-based Pokémon treasure, combined with its speed-enhancing ability, alongside Dugtrio's own capacity for Sandstorm moves, left Muyu doubting Toxicroak's chances of victory. Unless Toxicroak immediately contracted the ocean and utilized Surf against the pit, defeat was merely a matter of time. As expected, Toxicroak, unable to summon rain, floundered helplessly before the onslaught of Dugtrio, which relentlessly burrowed and ambushed, resembling a directionless spinning top. Soon enough, it succumbed. Observing the rampaging Dugtrio, Xiaorunyu pondered briefly before slowly unleashing his third Pokémon. It was a creature of a pale blue hue, somewhat reminiscent of a Quagsire. Pokémon, Swampert. Type, Waterground. Gender, female. Level, 55, Gym level. Ability, Water Absorb, takes no damage from water-type moves and instead restores health. Potential, Gym level. Base stats, 430. Another Waterground Pokémon. While its base stats were somewhat lower, Swampert was fortunate to master Earthquake as it leveled up. Most crucially, this Swampert had fortuitously learned Rain Dance, effectively countering the Sandstorm weather. Though slightly lower in level, the disparity in weather-based moves would have minimal impact. Under the influence of Rain Dance, the sandstorm ceased. The once overwhelming gusts of wind and sand gradually dissipated, revealing the battlefield, previously obscured by a shroud of haze. The previously smooth terrain was now riddled with holes, surrounded by vast expanses of yellow sand, resembling an enlarged anthill. With Rain Dance and the sandstorm neutralized, Dugtrio's speed returned to normal. Faced with the prospect of Swampert learning Earthquake, a cautious Blue-Tay had no choice but to allow Dugtrio to confront it head-on. Ultimately, leveraging the advantage of water-type moves, Swampert managed to eliminate Dugtrio. However, Swampert too had simultaneously lost its fighting capability. The battle returned to equilibrium, with each side possessing but a single Pokémon. Go Giant Marsh. With only one Pokémon remaining, Xiaorunyu released his trump card once more. On the opposite side, Blue-Tay also dispatched his final Pokémon, a towering creature, exceeding 2 meters in height and shrouded in steel, with joints enveloped in silvery metal and adorned with sharp horns reminiscent of ancient dinosaurs. Pokémon, Agron. Type, Steel Rock. Gender, male. Level, 59, Gym level. Ability, Heavy Metal, doubles its own weight. Moves, Tackle, Harden, Metal Claw, Roar, Head Smash, Rock Slide, Take Down, Iron Tail, Protect, Rock Tomb, Metal Sound. Body Slam. Top moves, Iron Defense, Heavy Slam. Inherited moves, Curse, Head Smash. Potential, Elite level. Base stats, 530. Special power, Natural Power, not yet unlocked. Held item, Heavy Gold, Intermediate. Heavy Gold, Intermediate. After a Steel-type Pokémon's demise, under a special force, a substance resembling metal is formed, which cannot be directly absorbed. When held by a Steel-type Pokémon, it slowly alters its metallic structure, increasing its weight. Agron, a creature of formidable defensive prowess. Its striking appearance, coupled with immense strength, renders Agron highly sought after by Steel-type trainers. It is said that General Blue used champion-level Agron was once revered as an impenetrable fortress. Regrettably, due to the necessity of consuming various metals as sustenance, those without mines to draw from simply cannot afford to raise one. Attempting to forcefully develop one would only result in a facade of strength. However, if raised from a young age with a variety of metals, it could significantly enhance Agron's armor hardness. Moreover, after special metal training, it can, to a certain extent, bolster its resistance to certain types. Roar. Upon its debut, Agron let out a thunderous roar, its fierce gaze radiating an intimidating aura, exuding an air of supremacy. A tremendous pressure hit with force. The sensation of being scrutinized from the apex of the food chain caused the already winded Giant Marsh to tremble instinctively. Agron, Rock Tomb. Seizing the opportunity as Giant Marsh was daunted by Agron, Blue-Tay, seemingly foreseeing victory, smirked lightly and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Roar. Enormous boulders materialized from the air, and under Agron's command, they plummeted towards Giant Marsh like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Daunted by Agron's formidable presence, Giant Marsh found itself unable to evade. In the blink of an eye, it was ensnared by the massive rocks, as if trapped within an impenetrable cage, utterly immobilized. Now's the time, Heavy Slam. Heavy Slam. The heavier one is compared to the opponent, the greater the damage. A standard Aggron stands at about 1 meters tall and weighs around 360 kilograms. However, Blue Tea's Aggron not only exceeded the average height by over half a meter, but also possessed the rare heavy metal ability, coupled with its long-held treasure, heavy gold. This Aggron's weight was at least 6 times that of an ordinary Aggron. In contrast, Xiaorunyu's giant marsh barely tipped the scales at under 200 pounds. Such a stark disparity in weight ratio renders this formidable charge even more powerful than the devastating beam of destruction. The unavoidable giant swamp monster was sent flying from the arena, rendered incapable of battle. Chapter 179, Confrontation with Kyoto University, 3. Truly, as a distinguished student from Kyoto University, even when faced with Chongqing University, Lan Ti's overwhelming force allowed him to achieve a remarkable 1 against 2. The commentary booth resonated once more with impassioned voices. On the battlefield, the imposing Bosker stood proud and unyielding. Positioned at one side of the arena, Lan Ti naturally crossed his arms, a confident smile gracing his lips. In that moment, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. This Bosker of his was far beyond the ordinary trainers found outside. Not only was it a descendant of his grandfather's champion-level Bosker, but it was also nurtured using the exclusive metallic formula passed down through generations in the Lan family. While it may not claim invincibility among its peers, it was more than sufficient to excel in national competitions. This is the confidence born from familial heritage. Zhuhong. Be cautious, that Bosker is exceptionally strong. Sighed Xiaorunyu, returning to the lounge, his expression downtrodden. Although the might of the Bosker was not directly aimed at him, the mere ripple of its presence left him instinctively weak in the knees and his thoughts frozen. The primal fear of being targeted by a top-tier predator made his hair stand on end, rendering his mind blank and unable to formulate commands. Only when the referee's voice broke through did he hurriedly withdraw the giant swamp monster. Yes, I am aware, Zhuhong replied, her expression grave as she nodded. Being a native of the capital, she was familiar with the signature Pokémon of the Lan family. However, she had not anticipated that Lan Ti's Bosker would be even more formidable than she had imagined. The third contestant from Chongqing University has taken the stage. According to the data, this Zhuhong is merely a third-year student. Let us see how she will perform. The commentator remarked blandly while reviewing Zhuhong's profile. After the explosive display from Mu Yu, a freshman, the presence of a third-year student no longer astonished him. So it's that wild girl Zhuhong. Zhu Yu could not help but mutter in disdain upon seeing Zhuhong take the stage in the Kyoto lounge. Enough, a Yu, regardless of anything. Zhuhong is still one of us from the Zhu family. We should not let discord arise. Zhu Shi interjected with a sigh, noticing his sister's demeanor. Once, Zhu Xian, their uncle, had been a figure of great elegance, but alas, he had fallen into decline for the sake of a deceased woman. His sister, who had idolized Zhu Xian since childhood, had consequently developed a dislike for Zhuhong. Yet, Zhuhong was still the daughter of Zhu Xian, with their family's blood coursing through her veins. No matter how one might break a bone, the sinews remain connected. Why must a family turn swords against one another and create such unpleasantness? I understand, brother, Zhu Yu replied, compelled to temper her tone in light of Zhu Shi's words. Meanwhile, in the arena, Zhuhong summoned her first Pokémon, Flareon. Though still a third-year student, her Pokémon's level was by no means insignificant. At level 55, it reached the average standard of the Elite 8. Flareon, use Flame Vortex. Zhuhong exclaimed as Flareon made its entrance. The orange flames erupted from Flareon's mouth. Unlike the straightforward jet of fire, the Flame Vortex resembled a gentle stream, appearing remarkably serene. Yet, the searing heat that scorched the air hinted at its formidable lethality. Bosker, Rockslide, crush it. Roar. Without waiting for the flames to approach, Bosker, following its command, raised its arms slightly, summoning a colossal boulder that dwarfed the previous rock blockade. As the metallic sheen glinted off Bosker's arms, the enormous stone hurtled forth like a cannonball. It struck the oncoming flame vortex with a resounding impact. Puff! The flame vortex was instantly obliterated. The massive rock, undeterred, continued its trajectory towards Flareon. Flareon, quickly dodge with quick attack. Boo! In a critical moment, Flareon's sleek fur shimmered with a flash of white light, evading the approaching boulder. However, in the next instant, Bosker heavy slam. Bang! Just as Flareon had finished its quick attack, it was annihilated by the charging Bosker in a single blow. Despite Flareon's resistance to steel-type moves, the nearly 100-fold weight disparity rendered it no more than a ragdoll. Flareon, witnessing Flareon fall in an instant. A flicker of concern crossed Zhuhong's eyes. Fortunately, Flareon had merely triggered its protective mechanism and fainted, sustaining no serious injuries. Please, blue-haired contestant, switch Pokémon. Phew, go Infernape. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuhong chose not to deploy her trump card, but instead retrieved Infernape's Pokeball. However, she did not hastily throw it but held it close to her lips, whispering softly. After a slight shake of the Pokeball, she finally released it. Pokémon, Infernape. Type, Firefighting. Gender, male. Level, 56, Gym level. Ability, Iron Fist, increases the power of punching moves. Potential, Gym level. Base stats, 534. Held item, Black Belt, Basic. Learn moves, Dig, Brick Break, Low Kick. Black Belt, Basic, a special treasure that unleashes potential and invigorates spirit. When held, it increases the power of fighting type moves by 15 and can also be absorbed to enhance the quality of the Pokemon's fighting energy. Agile and exceptionally swift, Infernape is perfectly suited to counter Boskdur. It is merely 3 levels lower. Given Boskdur's high physical defense, Zhu Hong's strategy was to first wear down Boskdur's stamina with her fire-type Pokemon before unleashing Infernape to secure victory. However, she did not anticipate Flareon being so easily defeated. Moreover, her ace Pokemon was still a pure fire-type. Thus, after a moment of deliberation, Zhu Hong resolved to place her faith in Infernape. Infernape, Boskdur, use Barrier. Infernape, use Fake Out. Fake Out prevents the opponent from using the same move consecutively. As Boskdur gleamed with a metallic luster, a wave of black energy enveloped it. This was the earlier Fake Out executed by Infernape. Infernape, charge in with Sonic Punch. Yeah. Infernape darted forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly approaching Boskdur. Being naturally fast, coupled with the speed boost from Sonic Punch, it swiftly covered half the distance. Sonic Punch. Upon hearing Zhu Hong's command, Lante responded with a disdainful snort, retorting, Boskdur, use Iron Tail and show him what true close combat is. However, just as Infernape was about to close in on Boskdur, Zhu Hong's lips curled into a subtle smile as she shouted, Now, Infernape, kick. Long before its appearance, Zhu Hong had instructed Infernape on this tactical deception. On the surface, it seemed that she was attacking with Sonic Punch, but in reality, she intended to leverage the speed boost from Sonic Punch to approach Boskdur and then execute Low Kick. Although Infernape possessed fighting attributes, Boskdur's physical defense was no laughing matter, especially considering it was cultivated by the heir of the Lan family. To be on the safe side, she opted for this strategy. What? Upon hearing Zhu Hong's command, Lante, who had been so full of himself just moments ago, suddenly lost his composure. Kicking down an opponent of such considerable mass as Boss Cordola, a heavyweight contender, is no small feat. Chapter 180. The Battle Against Kyoto University. 4. Boss Cordola, quickly defend yourself, Lant urged. However, unless all alternating moves are fully leveled up, achieving a seamless transition of skills is nothing short of a pipe dream, especially when it involves switching between moves of different attributes. Bang! Caught off guard, Boss Cordola was sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful kick from the Fire Monkey. Weighing over 2 tons, Boss Cordola crashed to the earth like a meteorite, creating a substantial crater. The dust-laden arena erupted into a miniature sandstorm as a result of Cordola's fall. It can be said that the damage inflicted by this kick on Boss Cordola was nearly equivalent to the harm he had just dealt to the Swampert. This left the already physically drained Boss Cordola in a state of severe distress. Struggling to rise, he found his once proud weight to be his greatest hindrance. It is truly a case of what brought him success has now led to his downfall. Naturally, Zhu Hong seized the opportunity to pounce on the fallen foe, instructing the Fire Monkey to execute 2 swift strikes, successfully lifting Boss Cordola away. Demonstrating remarkable strategy, our contestant Zhu Hong employed a tactic of diversion, deftly outmaneuvering Lant to secure the first victory of this match. The male commentator's impassioned voice echoed once more from the commentary booth. I apologize, Captain, I was careless. In the Kyoto University lounge, Lant approached Zhu Shi with a look of shame, speaking apologetically. Given Boss Cordola's strength, if he had activated his defense, he could have easily dispatched the Fire Monkey in an instant. To his dismay, a moment's negligence had led to his direct defeat. It's fine, it's just a match. Just be more attentive next time, Zhu Shi said, patting Lance's shoulder with a gentle expression of comfort. Exactly. It's all that scoundrel's underhanded tactics. Zhu Yu chimed in, clearly unable to conceal her disdain for Zhu Hong's success. No worries, old Lant. It's just a matter of winning or losing. It doesn't matter. Chang Yuan added with a shrug, his demeanor indifferent. The group then turned their attention to Zhu Shi, evidently awaiting his instructions. Brother, let me take the next round. Before Zhu Shi could speak, Zhu Yu stood up, volunteering eagerly. Observing this, Zhu Shi let out a slight sigh. Go ahead, but be mindful of your limits. Fantastic. As expected of Sister Hong, that maneuver was simply brilliant. In the Chongqing University lounge, Li Dongrong marveled. Muyu nodded in agreement. Having initially thought that Zhu Hong intended to engage Boss Cordola in a guerrilla-style battle, he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Indeed, true potential often emerges under pressure. In battles characterized by overwhelming force, such tactical maneuvers are seldom employed. After all, if one can achieve a swift victory, why bother strategizing? Oh, the opponent is also a red-haired girl. Xiao Ruinyu exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Muyu looked down to see none other than Zhu Yu, the girl they had previously clashed with. Meanwhile, in the arena, upon seeing Zhu Yu take the stage, Zhu Hong's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively avoiding eye contact. However, the roaring cheers from the crowd quickly brought her back to reality. She was not merely representing herself. She stood for Chongqing University. After a firm pat on her cheek, Zhu Hong fixed a serious gaze upon Zhu Yu. In response, Zhu Yu merely scoffed dismissively. Had it not been for the match being broadcast nationwide, she would have surely exchanged some words. Please release your Pokémon, Red Team. Once Zhu Yu positioned herself on one side of the battle arena, the referee's voice resounded. Go forth, Fire King. Zhu Yu's first Pokémon to enter the fray was indeed the Fire King. She had previously battled alongside Muyu, sharing the same fire and fighting attributes as the Fire Monkey. Both Pokémon boasted over 100 in dual attack stats and excelled in dual wielding techniques. The primary distinction lay in the Fire Monkey's superior speed, while the Fire King possessed greater stamina. Thus, the outcome hinged upon the tactical prowess of both trainers. Zhu Hong understood that the Fire Monkey lacked the endurance of the Fire King. In a direct skill clash, the Fire Monkey would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Hence, she could only command the Fire Monkey to evade and strike opportunistically when the Fire King was unprepared. Unfortunately, Zhu Yu, having anticipated this, would not grant Zhu Hong any chances. As soon as Zhu Hong's Fire Monkey created distance, Zhu Yu directed the Fire King to execute a decisive move, Scent Detection. Scent Detection can target ghost-type Pokémon or those with exceptionally high evasion rates. The principle of scent detection lies in harnessing acute olfactory senses to assist in locking onto the enemy for an attack. As the Fire King's sizable pig-like nose twitched, a torrent of searing flames erupted from its neck. The Pokémon crouched slightly before leaping into the air, its body forming a spherical shape as it plummeted toward the Fire Monkey. It was none other than the Fire-type move High-Temperature Pressure. High-Temperature Pressure functions similarly to Heavy Slam, with its effectiveness determined by the weight disparity between the two combatants. The Fire King was tall and hefty, while the Fire Monkey was small and light. The weight difference was at least 300 gene. Clearly, this strike would possess extraordinary power. As anticipated, the targeted Fire Monkey, unable to evade in time, took the full brunt of the attack. Before the Fire Monkey could recover, the Fire King swiftly followed up with a dual-blade headbutt, securing the victory. With this triumph in hand, Zhu Yu cast a haughty glance at Zhu Hong, as if to say that Zhu Hong was merely capable of employing tricks and could not hold her own in a direct confrontation. Zhu Hong made no immediate reply. Instead, she took a deep breath and released her final Pokémon. Appearing on the battlefield was a humanoid Pokémon resembling a rabbit. Its slender frame was complemented by solid muscles and sharp eyes. What drew the most attention were its long, powerful thighs, suggesting it was adept at kicking. Pokémon, Flash Flame Ace. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Female. Level, 57, Gym level. Ability, Free Spirit. Attributes change to match the type of the move used. Moves, Fireball, Tackle, Screech, Ember. Quick Attack, Feint, Double Kick, Charged Flame Attack, Agility, Headbutt, Double Return, Bounce, Body Slam, Switch Out. Top moves, Thunderball, Mudshot, Takedown, Grass Whistle. Inherited moves, Surprise Attack, Flying Knee Kick. Potential, Champion level. Base stats, 530. Held item, Power Band, Intermediate. Power Band, Intermediate, a special treasure that can stimulate potential and invigorate spirits. When held by a Pokémon, it increases the power of physical moves by 25, but cannot absorb directly. Damn it. Upon seeing the Flash Flame Ace enter the arena, Zhu Yu clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy and envy. The Flash Flame Ace was her uncle Zhu Xian's strongest Pokémon and the initial Pokémon she coveted the most. Chapter 181. The Battle Against Kyoto University, 5. The Free Spirit ability, is it? In the lounge, Muyu reflected on Zhu Hong's Flash Flame Ace, marveling internally. The Free Spirit ability of the Flash Flame Ace, akin to the adaptability of the Greninja, allows for effortless alteration of its own attributes. It can be said to be an exceptionally versatile Pokémon. As long as its offensive coverage is broad enough, it will never find itself at a disadvantage due to type mismatches. Zhu Hong's Flash Flame Ace is evidently one that has undergone specialized training, mastering a staggering array of 10 different move types. Its offensive coverage is undeniably extensive. Even though the Flame King possesses the skill of scent detection as an aid, under prepared circumstances, the Flash Flame Ace effortlessly evaded the Flame King's attacks by utilizing speed-enhancing skills such as Grass Whip and Quick Attack. Ultimately, with the advantage of flight, it successfully lifted the Flame King away. How infuriating! Zhu Yu cast an envious glance at the dazzling Flash Flame Ace before retrieving a fiery red Pokeball from her waist pouch. Behold, a fierce-looking tiger-headed Pokémon adorned with intertwining red and black patterns, reminiscent of a muscle-bound devil. Pokémon, Blazing Roaring Tiger. Type, Fire Dark. Gender, female. Level, 58, Gym level. Ability, Intimidate. Upon entering the battlefield, intimidates the opponent, lowering their attack. Moves, DD Gold Hook, Bodybuilding, Abyss Stab, Bite, Cross Slash, Lick, Ember, Scratch, Roar, Fury Swipes, Scary Face. Bulk Up, Flamethrower, Rampage, Flame Charge. Top moves, Venting, Knock Off, Trick, Loud Roar. Inherited moves, Handclap Ambush, Arrogance. Potential, Champion level. Base stats, 530. Held item, Black Glasses, Intermediate. Black Glasses, Intermediate, a special treasure imbued with Dark-type energy, which, when held by a Pokémon, increases the power of Dark-type moves by 23 and can also absorb to enhance the quality of the Pokémon's Dark-type energy. Blazing Roaring Tiger, Handclap Ambush. Who, as it made its debut, taking advantage of the intimidation it imposed on the Flash Flame Ace, Zhu Yu immediately commanded. Handclap Ambush, a priority attack that causes the opponent to flinch. After the previous battle, Zhu Yu was well aware that this Flash Flame Ace had undoubtedly been trained by her uncle's formidable Flash Flame Ace. Not only had it inherited the powerful ability of Freerunner, but it also excelled in switching attributes to engage in guerrilla warfare. Therefore, to regain the upper hand, Zhu Yu had to catch her opponent off guard. The Flash Flame Ace, caught under the influence of the Intimidate ability, was predictably struck by this move. Fortunately, while Handclap Ambush was swift, its power was relatively weak. However, once embroiled in close combat, the Flash Flame Ace clearly found itself at a disadvantage. Flash Flame Ace. Use Flying Knee Kick. Seeing that the Flash Flame Ace couldn't break free, Zhu Hong decided to take a gamble. Flying Knee Kick. A powerful move, but if it misses, it inflicts significant damage on the user. Oh no, Blazing Roaring Tiger quickly used DD Gold Hook. To her surprise, Zhu Yu, having inherited the fighting-type move, had kept Blazing Roaring Tiger in close combat with the Flash Flame Ace, leaving it unable to dodge in time. It could only grit its teeth and unleash its strongest move in retaliation. Unfortunately, the fighting-type move, with an impressive power of 130, struck the Blazing Roaring Tiger, which was weak to fighting-type attacks. The outcome was all but certain. Bang! With a single blow, the Blazing Roaring Tiger was sent flying to the edge of the arena. Now, Flash Flame Ace, use Mudshot in rapid succession. Seeing the Blazing Roaring Tiger successfully hit, Zhu Hong let out a sigh of relief and immediately called out, "Pow! Pow! Pow!" One by one, clumps of mud struck the downed Blazing Roaring Tiger, causing it, already fatigued, to collapse. Beep. Blazing Roaring Tiger has lost its ability to battle. Please switch Pokémon for the red team. As the referee's voice echoed, Zhu Yu's expression darkened instantly, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. The mud strikes on Blazing Roaring Tiger felt like slaps on Zhu Yu's own face, leaving her both shocked and furious. To think she had lost to someone who had gone off to study in a remote area. However, with matters as they were, she could only resentfully release her last Pokémon. It was a level 56, agile creature with a mane of interwoven red and yellow fur, Fire Lion. Yet, unlike when Hang's, Zhu Yu's Fire Lion was female. Clearly, the previous Blazing Roaring Tiger had been Zhu Yu's trump card. Nevertheless, even if it wasn't her ace, after several battles, Zhu Yu could no longer guarantee that the Flash Flame Ace would emerge victorious. After all, the recent tussle with the Blazing Roaring Tiger had drained a significant amount of her stamina. Moreover, the Fire Lion was not comparable to the Flame King or the Blazing Roaring Tiger, possessing remarkable speed. Beep. Both Flash Flame Ace and Fire Lion have lost their ability to battle. Please switch participants for both sides. With a whistle, the exhausted Flash Flame Ace managed to take down the Fire Lion at the cost of its own ability to fight. Fortunately, after successfully defeating two opponents, Zhu Hong had managed to narrow the battle's casualty ratio to 3-2. In the lounge of Chongqing University, Li Dongrong and the others praised Zhu Hong. Awesome, Sister Hong. I'm alright. Zhu Hong smiled faintly. Clearly, defeating her cousin Zhu Yu brought her considerable joy. On the other hand, in the Kyoto University lounge, Zhu Yu's mood was far less pleasant. Her face was etched with anger and resentment. Zhu Shi could only shake his head helplessly, saying nothing more. Who wants to go next? I'll do it, boss. Chang Yuan stood up, flexing his wrists, volunteering for the task. Zhu Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Chongqing University naturally adhered to their original plan, sending out Gue Wenting for probing and attrition. Though it may sound harsh, in team battles, some must shine while others play supporting roles. Let us examine the profiles of the participants about to engage in battle. From Chongqing University, the contestant Gue Wenting is a senior, while Kyoto University has dispatched their vice captain, Chang Yuan. What thrilling clashes await us? Let us wait and see. The surname Chang? With the recent example of Lant, Muyu instinctively thought of the renowned founding general of the Ming dynasty, Chang Yuqian. He recalled that Chang Yuqian seemed to have some familial connection to Lan Yu. It was uncertain what Pokémon the Chang family would utilize. Unfortunately, Zhu Hong had just taken her Pokémon for treatment. Otherwise, having a commentary would have been quite helpful. Just as Muyu was internally lamenting, Zhu Hong hurriedly returned. Noticing the 3 missing Pokeballs at her waist, it was evident that they were still undergoing treatment. It's Chang Yuan. It seems Gue winning is in for a tough time, Zhu Hong said with a worried expression. Chapter 182, Battle against Kyoto University, 6. Gue Wenting. Hailing from a small family specialized in poison-type Pokémon in Chongqing Province, had likely been influenced by her lineage. From a young age, her preferences diverged from those of other girls. While others might fancy flowers, handsome boys, or dolls, she had a singular passion for poisonous creatures. Come forth Mariluo. Pokémon Mariluo. Type, Bug Poison. Gender, Male. Level, 56, Gym Level. Ability, Tinted Lens, allows moves with unfavorable effects to be used at normal power. Potential, Gym Level. Base Stats, 450. As a mid-level gym Pokémon, Mariluo, despite its relatively low base stats, bore few significant weaknesses. However, once Chang Yuan's Pokémon made its appearance, Muyu understood that this match was already decided. I leave it to you, partner. Chang Yuan casually tossed a silver-white Pokeball with his right hand while his left hand remained in his pocket. Behold, it gleamed with a bluish metallic luster. Its body resembling a disc with sharply defined angles, sturdy limbs evenly distributed across its form, and a silver metal cross adorning its face. As it materialized on one side of the battlefield, even the seasoned Muyu couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. For there stood the epitome of ordinary Pokémon, revered as a demigod, Metagross. Pokémon Metagross. Type, Steel Psychic. Gender, None. Level, 58, Gym Leader Level. Ability, Clear Body, halves its weight. Moves, Tackle, Psychic, Metal Claw, Bullet Punch. Hone Claws, Hammer Arm, Zen Headbutt, Magnet Rise, Hyper Beam, Head Smash, Psychic, Scary Face, Comet Punch, Iron Defense. Tutor moves, Protect, High Jump Kick, Light Screen. Inherited moves, None. Potential, Elite Level. Base Stats, 600. Held Item, Levitate Gem, Intermediate. Levitate Gem, Intermediate, a unique amalgam of various metals that, under the influence of a special magnetic field, forms a composite resembling an alloy. It cannot be directly absorbed, but when carried by a Pokémon with metallic structure, it reduces flight resistance and enhances levitation speed. Without needing to glance at anything else, Muyu immediately deduced that Morlamoth was destined for defeat. It was evident that Guowenting, a specialist in poison-type Pokémon, had no means of resistance against the steel-type Metagross. Metagross, Zen Headbutt, commanded Chang Yuan. The colossal Metagross, resembling an immense metallic grinding wheel, moved with astonishing swiftness. In mere seconds, it closed the distance to Morlamoth. As this was Guowenting's first direct encounter with a demigod, she was momentarily awestruck, failing to react. Boom. The impact struck Morlamoth squarely, sending it crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The resounding noise jolted Guowenting back to reality. However, before she could utter a word, Chang Yuan's voice resonated again. Metagross, Metal Claw, finish it. With a flourish, Metagross's powerful arm, akin to an oversized metallic hydraulic hammer, shimmered with white light. Accompanied by a howling wind, it struck Morlamoth with tremendous force. Morlu. The final cry of the Morlamoth echoed as Metagross effortlessly secured victory in the first match. Such might. Is this what they call a demigod? The sense of pressure is palpable. Certainly formidable, for it is a demigod, a rare Pokémon that, despite lacking dragon-type attributes, can still be regarded as a demigod. How could it not be strong? I recall our mentor, who specializes in dragon-type Pokémon, mentioning that their growth cycle is particularly lengthy. Is this Metagross really only 6 years old? After all, it's the heir of the Chang family. Do you think they are like you, hesitant to consume energy cubes? Demigod Pokémon are still Pokémon. As long as resources are sufficient, their development cycle won't lag significantly. Indeed, I remember our mentor stating that the slow growth of dragon-type Pokémon is primarily due to their higher energy requirements compared to others. Provided ample resources, they too can develop normally, and demigod Pokémon are likely no different. As Metagross showcased its prowess by easily defeating Morlamoth, the discussions among the audience grew increasingly animated. Demigod Pokémon symbolize rarity and strength. One cannot expect to see them even in a national competition attended solely by university students. They are scarcely cited even in higher-tier competitions like the Golden Tournament or the National Youth Tournament. After all, while demigods possess immense power, their reproduction rates are exceedingly low. Aside from Pokémon like Metagross, which can reproduce by self-splitting every 3 to 5 years, Most require 2 to 3 years to produce the next egg. The higher the level of the demigod, the longer the interval between each egg laying. After successfully producing a Pokémon egg, the time until the next occurrence only increases. Furthermore, the reproductive cycle of Pokémon is not particularly lengthy. A single demigod may not even produce a handful of eggs in its lifetime. It is worth noting that Dragon-type Pokémon generally have lifespans exceeding 150 years. If they reach the elite level, living for 200 years is entirely plausible. Thus, the challenge is evident. After all, breeding Pokémon is not akin to a hen laying eggs daily without effort. The most critical aspect is that not every egg produced is female. Many unfortunate demigods may end up with an entire brood of males, sealing the fate of their lineage. In the lounge of Qingchun University, Chang Yuan was indeed fortunate. During his senior year, his grandfather's Metagross happened to split off a steel-type offspring. Zhu Hong remarked with a hint of envy. So, the Chang family also specializes in steel types? Mu Yu inquired, turning his head. Yes. Both the Chang and Lan families focus on steel types, and they have a long-standing tradition of intermarriage, each boasting a signature steel-type Pokémon. However, compared to the Lan family, where every direct descendant typically possesses a Bastardora, the number of trainers with Metagross in the Chang family is exceedingly rare, Zhu Hong explained. Ding. All 3 of the blue team's Pokémon have lost their combat ability. Please send in the next contestant. Just as Mu Yu and Zhu Hong were conversing, Guo Wenting's remaining 2 Pokémon were swiftly defeated by Metagross, each falling under a single punch. 3 mid-tier, gym-level poison-type Pokémon succumbed in less than 5 minutes at the hands of Metagross, underscoring its strength and reputation. Be cautious. The Metagross from the Chang family typically excels in speed and close combat, Zhu Hong cautioned before departing. Metagross is no Bastardora with its psychic-type abilities. Its cognitive processing surpasses that of supercomputers. It cannot be easily outmaneuvered with mere tricks. Truly, the Metagross, hailed as a demigod, effortlessly dispatched an opponent in mere moments, leaving onlookers in awe. Observing Metagross's imposing stature, even the commentators felt a twinge of envy. Ahem. The 5th contestant from Qingchun University is entering the arena. As a new contestant emerged, the commentator cleared his throat, striving to regain composure. The next participant is none other than Mu Yu, who accomplished an unprecedented feat of defeating 6 opponents in the first round. One wonders what kind of thrilling clash this youngest contestant in national competition history will bring. Let us await the spectacle. Chapter 183. The Emergence of Torterra? A thrilling clash? Does the commentator lack foresight? Chang Yuan's Metagross is a demigod. How could a mere local contender possibly rival him? Zhu Yu scoffed disdainfully, clearly still reeling from the recent defeat. Now, let us not underestimate anyone, especially those of exceptional talent. This contestant named Mu Yu, having achieved a 1 versus 6 victory, adequately demonstrates his prowess, Zhu Shi interjected solemnly. Had I known Mu Yu would be the 5th to enter, I should have stepped up myself earlier. It's not that I lack faith in Chang Yuan. Rather, his expertise lies in steel types, which are inherently disadvantaged against that extraordinarily powerful Blaziken. Come on, Zhu Shi, you underestimate the capabilities of Chang Yuan's Metagross. It has been coated in our Lan family's fireproof solution for years. Unless that kid's Blaziken possesses a top-tier treasure or has absorbed a special flame, it can only inflict normal damage, Lante explained, mistakenly assuming Zhu Shi was worried about Mu Yu's Blaziken countering Metagross. It is well known that steel types are weak against fire, fighting, and ground types. As a steel-type family with a legacy spanning over a century, they have continuously researched countermeasures. With recent advancements in technology, various findings in Pokémon material science have begun to see practical application. Lan family's metallic fireproof coating is one such innovation. While one cannot truly achieve immunity to flames, a reduction of 20 or 30% is more than sufficient. The Metagross, as a prime candidate for a quasi-deity, naturally employs the rarest and most potent variant, boasting a remarkable 50% resistance to standard fire-type moves. The damage it inflicts is merely 15 times the norm. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi fell silent, casting a worried glance toward the battlefield. He couldn't shake the feeling that Mu Yu was far from straightforward. On the battlefield, the announcer called, "Please release your Pokémon. Blue team, go Torterra." Mu Yu tossed forth a high-grade Pokeball from his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let alone a quasi-deity. Even a true legendary beast must heed the commands of a gym-level trainer. Pokémon, Torterra, type, grass ground, gender, male, level, 57, 186422200, gym level. Ability, overgrow. When HP is reduced to a certain level, the power of grass-type moves is enhanced. Moves, tackle, withdraw, absorb, leaf blade, curse, bite, mega drain, earthquake, leech seed, wood hammer, photosynthesis, crunch, giga drain, leaf storm. Learn moves, protect, seed bomb, light screen, reflect, solar beam. Sand Tomb. Inherited moves. Charge, Spit Up, Swallow. Potential, Champion level equipment. Thorny Vest, Dragon Claw, Titan's Resolve. Archangel's Staff. Advanced equipment slot. None, held item. Miracle Seed, intermediate. Base stats, 715, 925. The originally near-legendary quality Miracle Seed had now been absorbed to the point where only an intermediate quality remained. Consequently, Torterra's level had reached the later stages of gym level. If all goes as expected, next month, the third champion will be Torterra. A Torterra? Chang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he realized that Mu Yu had summoned not the formidable Blaziken, but rather a grass ground-type Torterra. Had it been Blaziken, he would have held some trepidation. But with merely a Torterra, he felt no fear. After all, it was just a Torterra, besides Earthquake. Would it even possess other ground-type moves? As for grass-type moves, not to mention Metagross's speed, could the clumsy Torterra even land a hit? Even if it did, with double resistance to grass, how painful could it be? With this thought in mind, Chang Yuan commanded, Metagross, charge in and use Meteor Mash. However, before Metagross could make a move, Mu Yu's voice rang out, Sand Tomb. Whoosh. A tempest arose, swirling sands engulfing the arena. Almost instantly, Torterra unleashed its mastery over the Sand Tomb, transforming the once clear battlefield into a veritable center of a desert storm. Blinding. Even the specially designed high-definition cameras could barely pierce through the swirling debris, capturing only a vague azure silhouette struggling to move at the center of the battlefield. But soon, an additional layer of sand, thick enough to resemble a wall, enveloped the entire arena, obscuring even that hazy figure from view. More astonishingly, despite the ferocity of the sandstorm, it was perfectly contained within the confines of the battlefield, as if an invisible barrier separated it from the outside world. What in the world is this skill? This is utterly outrageous. Could it be that Mu Yu has summoned a sandstorm from the desert? In the lounge, Li Dongrong pressed his face against the floor-to-ceiling window. Shedding his usual aloof demeanor, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. This Torterra of Junior Mu is incredible. What immense power! Zhu Hong exclaimed, equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. What is this? What skill has Mu Yu's Torterra unleashed that blankets the entire arena? Surpassing even the ferocity of the sandstorm released by contestant Lante? The commentator rubbed his eyes, incredulously exclaiming, it is Sand Tomb, one of the ground-type moves. Officially classified as merely a standard move. A note on Sand Tomb. It controls scorching sand to attack the opponent and may inflict a burn status. The female commentator, too, recited the name and classification of the move in a daze. In the real world, the power of moves isn't quantified with exact numbers, but is generally categorized as standard moves or special moves. The distinction lies in the former having a power output displayed below 100 in the game, while the latter exceeds 100. Moves like Thunder from the electric type, Dragon Dive from the dragon type, and Hammer Arm from the fighting type belong to the category of special moves. You cannot tell me this is a standard move? The male commentator couldn't help but scoff. As a commentator capable of covering national competitions, he was well aware of Sand Tomb's mechanics. It merely involved controlling hotter sand to assault the opponent. But this Torterra's Sand Tomb seemed a bit off. Whose Sand Tomb has a denser storm than that of other ground-type Pokémon. Forget the sandstorm. This impenetrable wall of sand could easily lead one to believe they were trapped in a desert abyss. Metagross. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Chang Yuan swallowed hard, forcing himself to suppress his shock as he shouted, in this situation, all I see is the howling sandstorm. I cannot see anything else. Chapter 184, Scorching Sands. Silence. The audience, which had erupted in fervent discussions at Metagross's entrance, now stood as still as if devoid of life. They were all stunned by the spectacle before them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. An entire minute passed before Mu Yu used his psychic abilities to bring the scorching sandstorm to a halt. As the storm gradually dissipated, the scene within the arena finally appeared before the spectators. Near the blue team's side, Torterra stood as if unaffected, firmly planted in the now solidified sand. Meanwhile, Metagross lay motionless at the center of the arena, its once fiery eyes now mere slits. Clearly, it had lost its ability to battle. After unleashing Sand Tomb and engulfing the entire battlefield, Metagross had been ensnared by the storm, rendered immobile. Initially, it had relied on its robust physique, attempting to charge at Torterra. However, as time progressed, bolstered by the Archangel's support, Torterra's special attack had escalated to an extraordinary level. With just a slight increase in force, Metagross was tossed about as if it were a truck caught in a massive tornado, losing all semblance of control. The once innocuous grains of sand, under Torterra's command, began to whirl at alarming speeds. Even the fully metallic Metagross bore numerous dents from the barrage of sand. Coupled with the high temperatures carried by the sand, Metagross seemed akin to a failed product in a smelting factory, stripped of any grandeur. Gulp. Metagross has lost the ability to battle. The referee announced, swallowing hard, his voice trembling as he declared. That was Metagross. Just like that, it was defeated? The audience erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, as if a switch had been flipped. What have I just witnessed? A quasi-deity has fallen? To a starter Pokémon? Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? A mere Torterra has obliterated a quasi-deity. Could it be that Torterra is the true quasi-deity? If this is happening on flat ground, what would happen in a desert? Would it simply obliterate those oases? It cannot be said that way. The sand left behind by the previous sandstorms and excavations is also quite significant. Let us not be ridiculous. What can that little bit of sand accomplish? Why don't you give it a try? It's brutal, utterly brutal. I hereby declare that the Torterra shall henceforth be known as the Desert Tyrant. Names like Banjira are simply unworthy. Everyone couldn't help but let out expletives. It's not that they lacked decorum. Rather, the situation was such that they felt compelled to express their frustrations. They never imagined that an ordinary starter Pokémon could slay a deity. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere Torterra, a simple Torterra, be so powerful? In the lounge of Kyoto University, Zhu Yu, clutching her hair, which had fallen loose at some point, cried out in disbelief. The typically composed Zhu Shi was also losing his composure, his eyes wide with astonishment. As for the previously unruffled Blunt, he now pressed himself against the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes wide open, attempting to discern what was happening. Red team players, please switch Pokémon. The referee, having gathered his thoughts, reminded the dazed Chang Yuan beside him. Huh, oh right. Chang Yuan, responding instinctively, snapped back to reality, recalling that he was in a competition. He cast a deep glance at the calm and collected Mu Yu standing opposite him. At that moment, Mu Yu had his hands in his pockets, exuding a confident aura, as if what had just transpired had merely been a casual display of skill. Frankly, ever since his Metong evolved into a Metagross, Chang Yuan had never considered the possibility of losing in a one-on-one match against a peer, even against his own superior, Zhu Shi. He believed that Metagross would prevail in a direct confrontation. Yet, unexpectedly, this younger opponent, who was 3 years his junior, shattered his pride with a single move. It can be said that Chang Yuan's ability to maintain his composure and remain calm in this situation is a testament to his remarkable mindset. Go, Steel Dragon. Chang Yuan shook his head, refocusing his concentration as he released his second Pokémon. Although he understood that the outcome of the match had been determined once Metagross fell, as a member of the Chang family, his pride would not allow him to concede without a fight. Pokémon, Steel Dragon. Type, Steel Dragon. Gender, male. Level, 58, Gym level. Ability, Heavy Metal, doubles its weight. Base stats, 535. Steel Dragon, Cannon Beam. The moment Steel Dragon appeared, Chang Yuan immediately shouted, seemingly aiming to strike first. Little did he know, Mu Yu had been using psychic abilities to connect with the Torterra all along. His words were merely a diversion. The scorching sands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The searing sand walls, like the most loyal of guardians, steadfastly shielded the Torterra, absorbing the full brunt of Steel Dragon's cannon beam. Before Chang Yuan could issue further commands, the howling sandstorm once again enveloped the entire arena. At this point, the Torterra, empowered by the Archangel's blessing, unleashed a force far beyond imagination. In mere seconds, Steel Dragon's silvery body became stained with a deep crimson hue. It was evident that it had unfortunately triggered a burn status. Moreover, under the relentless assault of the scorching sand, Steel Dragon's once dazzling surface began to deteriorate, resembling a battered and worn battlefield vehicle. Moments later, as the sand settled, the incapacitated Steel Dragon was revealed before the audience. This scene was eerily reminiscent of the previous Metagross's demise. With the precedent set by Metagross, the spectators remained considerably calmer this time. At least, in the face of that overwhelming sandstorm, the movements of their mouths had lessened significantly, mitigating the risk of dislocating their jaws. Truly, what a monster. Despite being mentally prepared, upon witnessing his hard-trained Pokémon being obliterated in a single move, Chang Yuan couldn't help but mutter an expletive under his breath. Without waiting for the referee's signal, he immediately released his final Pokémon. It was a formidable Scyther, boasting an impressive level of 58. Even with the added advantage of its bug type, it stood no chance against the Torterra, which bore the Archangel's staff. In fact, Scyther lasted even shorter than Steel Dragon. Ding. Torterra defeated Metagross, earning 50 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning a gym-level treasure chest. Ding. Torterra defeated Steel Dragon, earning 50 coins. Ding. Torterra defeated Scyther, earning 50 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning an additional 50 coins. As the system notifications chimed, Chang Yuan exited the arena, dejected. Chapter 185, Reverse Attributes, Ice Melting. Inside the Kyoto lounge. I'm sorry boss, I lost. Chang Yuan said, his face a picture of despair. It's not your fault. No one anticipated that the opponent would be so powerful, Zhu Shi reassured him. What should we do next, Shirgo? Blunt interjected, visibly troubled. Surely, our Kyoto University cannot be eliminated in the round of 16. That would be utterly embarrassing. Most crucially, it would give those Waterwood University folks endless fodder for mockery. Captain, allow me to take the stage. A girl with large black-framed glasses, who had been huddled in a corner, stood up timidly. Thank you, Su Hui. Don't feel pressured. Just give it your all. Seeing Su Hui step forward, Zhu Shi nodded in encouragement. Su Hui belongs to the Su family, renowned for their Ice-type Pokémon. The legendary General Suda was a well-known Ice-type champion trainer. However, compared to Blunt and others, Suda was characterized by his steadiness and calmness, which, while formidable, did not garner the same fame. Yet, this does not imply that his strength was lacking. On the contrary, Suda was Zhu Yuanzhang's foremost general, commanding an unmatched ivory boar that left the military in awe. Thus, Zhu Shi felt optimistic with Su Hui stepping up. If Muyu were to deploy a Blaziken, he would have chosen to intervene himself. However, given that the opponent was using a Torterra, he felt that his own efforts would not surpass what Chang Yuan had achieved. But Su Hui was different. She was an Ice-type trainer. The Torterra, with its dual grass and ground types, was 4 times weak to ice. Perhaps, Su Hui could take it down in one fell swoop. In the Chongqing University lounge. Oh no, it's Su Hui. Upon seeing that Kyoto University's 4th contestant was the Ice-type scion Su Hui, Zhu Hong's eyes flickered with concern. Indeed, the Torterra's previous moves were grand and powerful. However, it is well known that high-powered moves come at great cost, and the likelihood of consecutive use diminishes. Moreover, Su Hui, like their captain, hailed from an Ice-type family. The Torterra's greatest weakness lay in its quadruple vulnerability to ice. Returning to the battlefield, the petite Su Hui slowly approached the arena. Once the referee's voice sounded, she retrieved a Pokeball adorned with icy blue decorations from her waist. With a flourish, a Pokémon resembling 2 overlapping ice cream cones appeared on one side of the battlefield. Pokémon, Doublade. Type, Ice. Gender, Female. Level, 57, Gym level. Ability, Snow Warning, can store hail within its body. The longer it stores, the longer the hail lasts. Base stats, 535. Potential, Gym level. Held item, Icy Rock, Intermediate. Icy Rock, Intermediate, a unique stone imbued with potent ice elemental energy, found amidst the towering snow-capped peaks. While it cannot be directly absorbed by spirits, carrying it enhances one's own ice elemental energy activity and significantly prolongs the duration of hail. Double Dodo Ice, a spirit resembling food, can swiftly conjure a blizzard after consuming copious amounts of water. Should you be tempted to taste it, congratulations. You will enjoy a unique experience akin to an ice sculpture. However, fret not. Aside from the risk of catching a cold or frostbite, your life will not be endangered. With the emergence of Double Dodo Ice, the previously warm and dusty arena has suddenly turned considerably cooler, with delicate flakes of ice and snow beginning to adorn the surroundings. This is the snow-falling characteristic of Double Dodo Ice. Just like in the game, its mere appearance triggers a change in the weather. In reality, this characteristic resembles a storage container, capable of continuously gathering an energy sphere corresponding to the weather within. With just a thought, it can be released directly. Thus, spirits possessing this characteristic can unleash weather skills not only instantaneously, but also with a duration surpassing that of ordinary spirits. The battle commences. Extreme Beep. As the referee's voice rings out, a massive white energy sphere erupts from Double Dodo Ice's body. Bolstered by the icy rock, the power of this hailstorm reaches new heights. In an instant, the temperature of the entire arena plummets dramatically, transforming from the sweltering summer to a frigid winter. What began as a mere scattering of snowflakes solidifies in midair, ultimately coalescing into hailstones the size of thumbs, cascading down upon the sandy ground. Double Dodo Ice unleashes its blizzard with full force. Witnessing the successful weather activation, Su Hui's face brightens with joy, and she eagerly speaks. However, before her words can fully escape her lips, Muyu's voice follows. Scorching Sands. A calm voice resonates. The same technique, once more. In the next moment, the blizzard, still enveloped in extreme cold, is instantly engulfed by the surging waves of scorching yellow sand. Under the intense heat radiating from the sand, the intensifying hail quickly melts into a mist, ultimately evaporating entirely. The hail energy sphere, which had been suspended high above the battlefield, is not spared from the onslaught of the yellow sand. In an instant, the energy sphere, exuding an icy chill, is dispersed by the relentless waves of searing sand, unwillingly dissipating into the air. Double Dodo Ice, which had just intended to control the hail and unleash the blizzard, is now surrounded by the scorching, high-temperature red sand. As the special attack value of the ground turtle exceeds 1,000, the yellow sand now exhibits a distinctly crimson hue. The scorching heat proves to be no less fierce than the flames unleashed by fire-type spirits. Extreme beep. In less than 3 seconds, the anguished cries of Double Dodo Ice resound. Upon witnessing this, the joy on Su Hui's face freezes in an instant, replaced by embarrassment and disappointment. She had believed that relying on the Ice-type advantage would at least allow her to inflict significant damage on the ground turtle, if not defeat it outright. Yet, to her dismay, the reality was contrary to her expectations. Even with the enhancement of hail, it could not withstand a single strike from the ground turtle. Unbelievably, Muyu's ground turtle has managed to completely melt Double Dodo Ice's hail with the scorching sands. It is hard to fathom the rigorous training Muyu's ground turtle must have undergone to master a skill potent enough to dissolve weather-based techniques. The male commentator's astonished tone rings out once more. The previous instant knockout of the opponent was already astounding, but given that steel type is weak against ground, it could be somewhat understood. However, now, the ground turtle has, under the fourfold disadvantage of hail weather, utilized a ground-type move, which is weak against ice, to not only interrupt Double Dodo Ice's blizzard, but also forcibly melt the hail energy sphere with the accompanying high temperature of the ground-type attack. At this moment, even the well-versed commentator finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. All he can do is express his awe and admiration, unable to articulate the shock within. Chapter 186, Sunlight. Grass. Is this even a ground-type move? This is absurdly powerful. The temperature feels even higher than the fire-type moves of my Fire Arrow Eagle. Haha. It's utterly insane. A ground-type move melting the blizzard enhanced by hail. The audience erupts in disbelief, all stunned into incoherence by this scientifically implausible scene. When did ground-type become capable of directly contending with ice-type? Wasn't it supposed to be a twofold disadvantage? This is simply illogical. Your ground turtle can't possibly be a fire-type, can it? Su Hui couldn't help but blurt out. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt her cheeks flush. After all, the vibrant green plants adorning the ground turtle's back could hardly suggest it was a fire-type spirit. Go, Ivory Pig. Perhaps feeling bashful, Su Hui, blushing, averted her gaze and released her second spirit. It was none other than the renowned spirit of the Su family's ancestor, the Ivory Pig. Spirit, Ivory Pig. Type, Ice Ground. Gender, male. Level, 58, Gym Grade. Ability, Thick Fat, reduces damage from fire and ice type moves by half. Base stats, 530. Potential, Champion level. Held item, Non-Melting Ice, Intermediate. Non-Melting Ice, Intermediate. A special ice formed in extreme cold environments, which, when held by a spirit, increases the power of ice-type moves by 27 and can also be absorbed to enhance the spirit's ice elemental energy quality. Towering over 3 meters. The Ivory Pig's enormous tusks alone exceed 2 meters in length. The glistening cold light emanating from its tusks signifies that they are far more than mere ornamental features. Ivory Pig, unleash your ultimate ice pillar drop. Given the circumstances, Su Hui can only place her hopes on her trump card. She does not expect to defeat the ground turtle, only to exert some pressure on it. However, alas, sometimes progress does not align with expectations. Scorching Sands. The same formula. The same technique. As the red sand sweeps across the sky, the Ivory Pig, akin to the ancient behemoth mammoth, quickly loses its fighting capability. Tears glistening in her eyes. Su Hui releases her final spirit. A level 57 Lapras follows suit, collapsing into the Crimson Sands. Ding. Ground Turtle defeats Double Dodo Ice, earning 50 coins. Ding. Ground Turtle defeats Ivory Pig, earning 50 coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, earning a Gym Grade treasure chest. Ding. Ground Turtle defeats Lapras, earning 50 coins. At this moment, the ground turtle, with its special attack value soaring into the 4 digits, could confidently be proclaimed invincible. Even Muyu feels that not even a champion-level spirit could withstand a single blow from the ground turtle. After all, not every champion is a powerhouse like the King of Strength. In the Kyoto University lounge, an overwhelming sense of defeat permeates the room. Even Juyu, who typically looks down upon Chongqing University, appears despondent, silent, and withdrawn. I'm sorry, Captain, I lost. Su Hui's eyes glisten with unshed tears, her voice slightly choked. It's all right, it's just a match. There are wins and losses. It's merely a fleeting outcome, nothing to dwell upon. Zhu Shi takes a deep breath, forcing a smile, his tone gentle as he offers encouragement. As captain, he bears the responsibility not only to be the strongest trainer in the team, but, more importantly, to serve as the team's pillar of support. Others may falter, but he cannot. With that, Zhu Shi adopts a serious expression and strides purposefully out of the lounge. Stepping into the battlefield, amidst the roaring crowd, Zhu Shi stands solemnly at the Red Side's command platform. The 5th competitor from Kyoto University to take the stage is none other than their captain. Clearly, The pressure exerted by Makiyu is substantial. Upon the appearance of Zhu Shi, with his striking crimson hair, the commentator expressed no surprise. Zhu Shi, noticing the red-haired man opposite him, Makiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Why does everyone from the Zhu family have red hair? Please, the red team, summon your Pokémon. The referee promptly called out as Zhu Shi took his position. Go, Ninetales. Zhu Shi wasted no time in throwing a fiery red Pokeball. Splendid. Pokémon, Ninetales, type, fire, gender, female, level, 59, gym leader level. Ability, drought, can store energy for intense sunlight, the longer it is stored. The longer the sunlight lasts. Moves, tail whip, confuse ray, ember, flamethrower, fire spin, quick attack, aura beam, curse, mystical shield, will-o-wisp, sealing, hex, psychic, trick, cleanse. Inferno abyss, top moves, sunny day, protect, weather ball, calm mind. Inherited moves, overheat. Hypnosis, potential, gym leader level. Item, heat rock, intermediate. Heat rock, intermediate, a special stone found in volcanic caves, imbued with potent fire energy. While it cannot be directly absorbed by Pokémon, carrying it enhances a Pokémon's fire energy activity and significantly extends the duration of sunny day. The first Pokémon to battle is a peak gym leader level 9 and judging by its ability, it seems to be merely a weather setter. So this is what it means to be the captain of a top-tier university team, Makiyu mused in quiet admiration. A weather-setting Pokémon possesses peak gym leader strength. One can hardly fathom how formidable his main force must be. The match begins. Begin. With the referee's call, a massive crimson energy sphere erupted from Ninetales' body. With its drought ability, Ninetales, much like the previously seen Dodo Ice, could unleash its moves instantaneously. Under the enhancement of the heat rock, the energy sphere of Sunny Day radiated a dazzling brilliance. As it approached, the air around the sphere shimmered with mild distortion, clearly indicating the terrifying temperature. In an instant, the temperature of the entire arena soared once more. The sandy ground, previously heated by the scorching sun, now resembled the midday desert even more vividly, dry and sweltering. Ninetales, protect. Sandstorm. The voices of both competitors rang out simultaneously. As a transparent barrier formed around Ninetales, a fierce sandstorm surged forth, enveloping Ninetales entirely in moments. The dense sand and gravel came crashing down in waves. Within just a second or two, the transparent barrier cracked under the weight of the assault. The enormous grains of sand battered against Ninetales' shimmering golden fur. Now, just as Ninetales was about to be struck, Zhu Shi's voice cut through the air. Ninetales' enchanting fox-like eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. In the next moment, buried beneath the tempest, Ninetales unleashed a pale purple ethereal glow, piercing through the heavy dust and heading straight for the Torterra. Confident in its high defense, Torterra remained unperturbed. However, when the pale purple glow struck, it felt no impact at all, as though it had merely been brushed by air. Chapter 187. Is this what you call solar beam? Ah, I see. A life for a move. The instant Makiyu perceived the emergence of the pale purple glow, he had a realization. The dense ghostly energy was unmistakably the special move, Hex, unleashed by Ninetales. Hex, upon defeat by an opponent's move, it temporarily seals that move. Unlike in the game, where the corresponding move's power points are simply depleted, in reality, the sealing lasts for a duration dependent on the level disparity between the two Pokémon. The greater the level difference, the longer the sealing lasts. However, conversely, if the level gap is too vast, this move becomes practically useless. Moreover, once you have been defeated, what does it matter if your opponent can use their moves? Hence, although this seemingly underwhelming move is rarely seen outside of competitive play, it is seldom utilized by trainers who spend their days exploring secret realms, for survival is paramount. Well done, Ninetales. Zhu Shi whispered to the Pokeball as he recalled Ninetales. Earlier in the competitor's tunnel, he had devised a strategy with Ninetales, much like he had with Zhu Hong. However, rather than speaking openly on the battlefield, he opted for a more discreet approach, leading Makiyu to initially overlook it. About 30 seconds, perhaps, Makiyu glanced at the gray sandy ground of Torterra, which was gradually returning to normal, and conjectured. He then cast a peculiar look at Zhu Shi, whose expression flickered with excitement. Surely, he doesn't believe that Torterra only knows Sandstorm? After all, Sandstorm is merely a standard move. Interestingly, apart from Makiyu, everyone, including Zhu Shi, assumed that Makiyu's Torterra had somehow utilized a unique method to elevate the ordinary move of Sandstorm to an extraordinary level of power. After all, there have been instances where Pokémon have showcased moves like Flamethrower with the ferocity of an explosive eruption. Therefore, it was quite natural for Zhu Shi, hailing from a prominent family, to draw such conclusions. Now, I leave it to you, Dusknoir. Without wasting a moment, Zhu Shi swiftly threw out his second Pokeball. Dusknoir is a fire-type Pokémon with arms resembling cannon barrels. Due to its unique physical structure, The Dusknoir family can even use magma as bathwater upon reaching the appropriate level. This showcases the terrifying strength it possesses. Pokémon, Dusknoir, type, Fire, gender, male, level, 59, Gym Leader level. Ability, Flame Body, has a chance to inflict burn status upon contact with the opponent. Moves, Glare, Ember, Smokescreen. Mist, Clear Smog, Fire Wheel, Aura Beam, Frightful Face, Fire Punch, Smoke, Flamethrower, Sunny Day, Overheat. Top moves, Protect, Inferno, Flare Blitz. Inherited moves, Belly Drum. Potential, Elite level. Special Power, Natural Power, Beginner level. Item, Charcoal, Intermediate. Charcoal, intermediate. The essence of fire stored within black wood after being burned by intense flames. When carried by a Pokémon, it enhances the power of fire-type moves by 25 and can also be absorbed to improve the quality of the Pokémon's fire energy. With its peak Gym Leader level strength, elite potential, and beginner level natural power, this Pokémon is undoubtedly on the verge of reaching the elite tier. Judging by its moveset, it clearly does not favor the special attack route that Dusknoir is known for. However, considering it has inherited Belly Drum, a physical attack approach would be more fitting. Dusknoir. After using Belly Drum, unleash Flare Blitz. As expected, the moment Dusknoir entered the fray, Zhushir's voice resonated immediately. Flames. Before anyone's eyes. The already plump belly of Dusknoir suddenly swelled like an inflated balloon. As a pained expression crossed its face, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from Dusknoir. It is evident that a state of superposition has been achieved. Subsequently, the Duckbull Flame Beast wasted no time, skillfully intensifying the flames emanating from its limbs, which swiftly spread to engulf its entire form. However, before it could make a move, the attack from the ground turtle arrived. Sunbeam. Indeed. In the face of the pure fire-type Duckbull Flame Beast, Muyu did not unleash a physical ground-type move like Earthquake. Instead, he opted for the grass-type special attack Sunbeam, which is weak against fire. Under the influence of the clear skies just established by the newly released Ninetales, the Sunbeam, which typically requires time to gather a substantial amount of sunlight, was formed in the blink of an eye. The colossal light beam, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, dwarfed the Duckbull Flame Beast, which stood at just over 1.70 meters. The stark contrast in size evoked the image of a cannon aimed at a mosquito. Is this truly a sunbeam? Standing on the sidelines, Zhushir gazed at the excessively large sunbeam, nearly losing his composure. A proper sunbeam typically measures only around 20 centimeters in diameter. Even a peak grass-type Pokémon at the gym level, under the clear skies, would barely reach half a meter. How can a 2-meter diameter not be dubbed a sun cannon? In truth, it was not only Zhushir who was astounded. Even Muyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that surpassing a special attack stat of 1000 would result in such a significant amplification of the move's potency. Setting aside the sheer force, the size alone was enough to instill fear. This was true for both the previous Sandstorm and the current Sunbeam. Who knows, perhaps in the future, learning a move akin to Frenzied Plant would truly herald the birth of a tree monarch. Having contemplated all this, it was merely a fleeting moment. Just moments ago, the Duckbull Flame Beast, brimming with confidence and radiating flames, wore a fierce expression as it beheld the towering light beam, its movements becoming somewhat rigid. While it could bathe in magma, it did not imply that it could dance upon the sun. The sunbeam, even from a distance, exuded an unmistakable wave of intense heat. A Pokémon adorned with trees, releasing a grass-type move, radiated a temperature higher than that of a pure fire-type Pokémon dwelling in magma. Is this reasonable? Regardless of its thoughts, the Duckbull Flame Beast was like an arrow drawn taut, compelled to act. Gritting its teeth, it maximized the output of its body's jets. The entire Pokémon surged forth like a blazing meteor, propelled by a sense of determination towards the sunbeam. Boom! The resounding roar caused the very ground to tremble. It is worth noting that this was a national-level arena, constructed with materials capable of withstanding battles involving elite-level Pokémon. At this moment, as the colossal light beam crashed down with a terrifying force, a significant portion of the arena was reduced to rubble. Dust and debris were sent flying in waves. Even the energy barrier surrounding the battlefield rippled under the impact. Fortunately, the energy barrier was designed to withstand battles of elite-level Pokémon, so the residual effects of this move did not create significant disturbances. However, it startled the spectators in the stands. After all, while the debris may not have been ejected, the tremors were undeniably real. Chapter 188. The Sandstorm Like the Sea. This power is rather exaggerated. After stabilizing his form with telekinesis, Muyu gazed at the wreckage of the battlefield, sighing in astonishment. At this moment, one side of the battlefield had transformed into a vast, indeterminate pit. It is essential to realize that this large arena, designed for competition, measures a standard 200 m by 130 m, totaling an impressive 26,000 square meters. almost 4 times larger than a football field from Mu Yu's previous life. Now, one side of the arena had morphed into a bowl-shaped depression. At the center of the pit, a flickering light could be seen, resembling sand that had become somewhat glassy under the impact of the intense energy beam. Meanwhile, the duckbill flame beast lay charred at the edge of the arena. Mu Yu had been concerned about the overwhelming power of the sunbeam and had deliberately directed the ground turtle's attack away from it. Nevertheless, even the residual force of the sunbeam left the duckbill flame beast scorched. Had it been struck directly, melting would not have been out of the question. Mu Yu could not resist opening the ground turtle's panel, and there it was. Its special attack stat displayed a staggering 2015. 4 digits. Gulp. The articulate commentator, observing the vast destruction of the battlefield, swallowed hard, struggling to find words to express his profound astonishment. Even during the Golden Championship, he had never witnessed such a shocking scene, despite the occasional appearances of elite-level Pokémon battles. Of course, this does not imply that elite-level Pokémon are incapable of such feats. It is merely that their energy is limited. The higher the level of the Pokémon, the more they emphasize the quality of energy. In other words, they are particularly attentive to the utilization of every single point of energy, striving to extract double or even more effects from it. How could it be possible for the ground turtle to achieve 100 times the effect from a single point of energy? Aided by the staff of the Archangel and various equipment? In the Evergreen University Lounge. Sister, this power. Even elite-level Pokémon might not be able to achieve such a feat, right? Li Dongrong pressed his hand against his chest, which was racing from shock, and asked his sister Li Muqing, who stood nearby. Elite-level Pokémon can accomplish it, but the cost would be significant. If it were a few of the main Pokémon from Grandpa's first tier, they could easily achieve it, and with the support of natural energy. The consumption should not be excessive, Li Muqing replied expressionlessly. Though she spoke casually, the main Pokémon in their grandfather's possession were all at least elite-level peak. Coupled with decades of training, their understanding of natural and earth powers was astonishingly high. Even apart from a few Pokémon with relatively low comprehension, they had successfully grasped the primordial power essential for breaking through to champion level. According to the classification of quasi-elite, such elite-level peak Pokémon would indeed be worthy of being called quasi-champions. Unfortunately, talent remains a significant barrier for all beings. Elite level. Nearby, Zhu Hong, recalling the conversation between the Li siblings, could not help but think of his disheveled father, who often drowned his sorrows in drink. His father had once been a candidate for the regional elite of the Northern District. Was he once as spirited as this? Alas, the passing of his mother had prevented him from achieving this. Cough, cough. The duckbill flame beast has lost its fighting capability. Please replace the Pokémon for the red team. In his moment of distraction, the referee nearly made an error. How could he mistakenly say mouse instead of duck? Truly perplexing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi silently returned the duckbill flame beast to its Pokeball, but hesitated to release his third Pokémon. Please release the Pokémon for the red team. Exceeding the time limit will be considered a forfeit, the referee reminded. Zhu Shi tightened his grip on the Pokeball, and after a moment of contemplation, he exhaled deeply and finally threw out his last Pokémon. Bang! A Pokémon resembling a fire dragon materialized on the battlefield. It was none other than the ever-popular Charizard from the Fire-type starter trio. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire Flying. Gender, male. Level, 59 gym level. Ability, Solar Power, in sunny weather. Its internal energy becomes exceptionally active, increasing special attack, but also raising energy consumption when using moves. Moves, Scratch, Roar, Ember, Smokescreen, Heat Wave, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Flame Fong. Air Slash, Flamethrower, Scary Face, Fire Spin, Inferno, Purgatory, Flare Blitz. Professor's moves, Protect, Fire Punch, Air Slash, Overheat. Inherited moves, Metal Claw, Dragon Tail. Potential, Elite level. Held item, Fiery Feather, Advanced. Blazing Feather of Fire. A certain fire-type avian spirit, upon its demise, transforms into a unique feather under the influence of extraordinary powers. When possessed by a spirit, this feather enhances the potency of fire-type skills by 33 and can also absorb energy, thereby elevating the quality of fire-type energy. It possesses the same elite potential as the pinnacle of gym-level prowess. The sole distinction from the duck-billed flame beast is that this fire dragon has yet to comprehend its extraordinary power. However, the spirit treasure it carries is somewhat superior to that of the duck-billed flame beast. Most crucially, the fire dragoness ability, Solar Power, significantly amplifies its special attack under sunny conditions. The recent solar beam attack has undeniably shattered Zhu Shi's morale. Yet, as the legitimate heir of the Zhu family, he cannot afford to exhibit signs of trepidation before the battle has even commenced. Moreover, after several consecutive large moves, he cannot dismiss the notion that the Terra Turtle has incurred some exhaustion. The fire dragon unleashes its full might with a massive inferno. With resolute determination, Zhu Shi is not one to dawdle. opting to employ this move to settle the outcome. With the enhancements from Solar Power, the Blazing Feather, and the inherent boost of its type, compounded by the double damage Fire-type moves inflict on the Terra Turtle, as well as the power amplification from Sunny Weather. This move boasts an almost 7-fold increase in potency. He firmly believes victory is within reach. However, fate has other plans. Not to mention that the Terra Turtle's recent solar beam has entirely absorbed the energy of the sunny day, rendering the weather's benefits nearly negligible. The exhaustion from the previous moves is not as substantial as he anticipated. It merely reflects the normal energy expenditure of skill execution. It is simply that the Terra Turtle's augmented base stats and the enhancements from its equipment render its power formidable. Furthermore, even if the consumption were considerable, with the various recovery hex talents in play, the Terra Turtle had already recuperated after dispatching the duck-billed Flame Beast. Most critically, the Terra Turtle is not a stationary target, passively enduring attacks. The Scorching Sands have indeed been unsealed. The previously sealed Scorching Sands, now unleashed. In reality, Flying-type and Ground-type Pokémon do not have a type advantage over one another. It is merely the case that Flying-type Pokémon can evade most Ground-type moves due to their ability to fly. With the move's power calculated normally, the sweltering red sands rise in a torrential wave, interspersed with crystalline grains that faintly reflect light. The formidable Inferno is enveloped by an even more ferocious sandstorm. It is akin to a diminutive seagull colliding head-on with a raging tsunami, stirring only a trivial splash before being utterly obliterated. Chapter 189, The Top 8. Advancement. Invitation. Ding. The Terra Turtle defeats the Ninetales, earning 50 gold coins. Ding. The Terra Turtle defeats the duck-billed Flame Beast, earning 100 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, gaining an additional 100 gold coins. Ding. The Terra Turtle defeats the Fire Dragon, earning 50 gold coins. Ding. War Treasure 2 triggered, obtaining a gym-level treasure chest. The duck-billed Flame Beast, having comprehended the power of nature, awards an additional 50 gold coins compared to the typical gym-level Pinnacle Spirits, a delightful surprise indeed. The system's notification heralds the conclusion of Zhu Shi's match. In the subsequent 6th match, the opponent, fully aware of the imminent defeat, nonetheless strides forth with a resolute expression. Tension etched across their face, hastening their steps, fearful of faltering even slightly. Regrettably, the final individual drop rate is somewhat low, and no war treasure is triggered. Congratulations to our contestant Muyu for securing victory in this match, and congratulations to Evergreen University for being the first to claim a spot in the top 8. We extend our gratitude to both teams for their captivating duel. Let us take a brief respite before continuing to enjoy the upcoming matches. In the Evergreen University Lounge. Upon hearing the commentator's words, the crowd awakens as if from a dream. We won. We truly won. Just moments ago, we were utterly overwhelmed. Yet now we have decisively triumphed? Amidst the dramatic fluctuations, everyone feels a bit dazed. After all, upon discovering their opponent was Kyoto University, they had resigned themselves to the prospect of finishing in the 16th round this year. However, with Muyu's appearance, a complete turnaround occurred. What a thrill. This is Kyoto University, a formidable giant looming over them year after year. Rather than pondering how to defeat them, it seemed more practical to fantasize about winning the lottery for 200 million. After all, the former is utterly unpredictable, while the latter at least exists, Manual Doghead. At this moment, not only the individuals from Evergreen University feel as though they are in a dream. All the online spectators who witnessed the entire event through the livestream are also in a frenzy. Nearly during the intermission, a plethora of trending topics emerge. Shock. Terra Turtle's Defiant Sandstorm buries the demigod. Newcomer. Is the Scorching Sands truly a divine technique? Rational analysis. Discussing the possibilities of reverse-type battles. To be frank, isn't Mega Steelix rather lackluster? Kyoto's humiliating defeat. Is it merely a facade of reputation, or is it something more? Is it a distortion of human nature, or a degradation of morality? Before the public eye, a sunny, cheerful young man mercilessly thrashes a petite, adorable girl. Various eye-catching trending topics sweep across major platforms. In this world where trainers are paramount and Pokémon dominate, Muyu's performance with the Terra Turtle undoubtedly detonates like a bombshell, astonishing the entire nation's online community. No one anticipated that a seemingly unremarkable starter Pokémon could yield such an extraordinary record. It is truly unprecedented. One would scarcely dare to dream of it. Some even resolve to select the commanding and majestic Grass Tortoise as their initial Pokémon, resulting in an overwhelming influx of orders at breeding centers. Meanwhile, at the center of this whirlwind, the object of fervent online discussion, Muyu, finds himself awkwardly revered by his teammates with admiration. To be honest, being surrounded by such attention makes Muyu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, his phone soon rings, drawing him out of the crowd's gaze. Retreating to a private corner of the lounge, Muyu exhales in relief. Managing teammates is far more taxing than vanquishing opponents. After diligently responding to a series of incoming calls over the span of half an hour, Muyu finally emerges from the partition. Currently, the match underway features Magic City University against another prestigious institution. Clearly, any school that rivals Kyoto's caliber possesses formidable strength. Within just 2 hours, Magic City University successfully secures their second spot in the top 8. Following this, it is time for a joyful lunch. Despite having enjoyed it for several days, Muyu cannot help but acknowledge that delightful food never becomes tiresome. No wonder his Pokémon relish their gourmet ability cubes, finding them equally delectable. The trifecta of visual, olfactory, and gustatory pleasures is truly invigorating. What is the matter? After lunch, as Muyu reclines on the sofa, he curiously inquires of Zhu Hong. Moments ago, Zhu Hong exhibited a conflicted demeanor after receiving a phone call, frequently glancing in his direction. Several times she bit her lip in contemplation of rising, yet ultimately remained seated. This perplexed Muyu. What could possibly cause her such inner turmoil? Zhu Shi just called me. Zhu Hong finally elucidates upon Muyu's inquiry. It turns out, Zhu Shi reached out to invite both her and Muyu to a meal during the upcoming break in their match, as an apology for the previous provocations instigated by Zhu Yu. To be honest, Zhu Hong's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. After all, who is Zhu Shi? He is the son of the current head of the Zhu family, undoubtedly the young clan leader. Though not the patriarch, he is nonetheless the most pure-blooded scion of the Zhu family. It is said that his style of conduct is particularly favored by the clan leader, and he harbors the potential to become the next patriarch. In terms of status, Zhu Shi surpasses the average king-level trainers. Even the most ordinary regional champions would not dare to display arrogance in his presence. After all, the Zhu family is the royal lineage of the Ming dynasty, currently the most prestigious family in Xia country. Their profound heritage and standing are among the highest even on an international scale. For someone of such stature to call a mere nobody from the Zhu family, inviting her to dinner and offering apologies, feels quite out of place. Yet, due to his esteemed position, she cannot refuse. Thus, she finds herself in a quandary about how to convey this to Muyu. Is that all? Time and place. After hearing this, Muyu, with a face that conveyed a sense of disbelief, inquired. Zhu Shi left a deep impression on him. Aside from his distinguished lineage, a recent battle also contributed to Muyu's regard for him. After all, the Ninetales life for a move tactic is not something everyone can devise with composure in a crisis. Most importantly, through the aura, Muyu could clearly discern that even after being swiftly defeated by him, Zhu Shi bore no extreme emotions such as resentment. It is well known that individuals from prominent families place great importance on their reputation. For instance, the recent Chang Yuan, though outwardly composed, was inwardly much more volatile, clearly harboring anger. Therefore, Muyu naturally had little concern regarding Zhu Shi's invitation. To put it mildly, with dual abilities and 2 king-level Pokémon at his disposal, he felt free to traverse the world as he pleased. Chapter 190, A Grand Gesture. After confirming the specifics of their dinner with Zhu Hong, Muyu reclined on the sofa, watching matches between other schools. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the quarterfinals came to a close. Prior to the commencement of the semifinals, the national competition welcomed a brief respite, allowing the competitors ample time to rest for the more intense battles ahead. This is it. Before a resplendent and elegantly adorned ancient-style restaurant, Zhu Hong spoke to Muyu. In the center of the establishment hung a plaque bordered in gold, inscribed with 3 bold crimson characters, Wu Tong Gu. Truly, this restaurant, established by the ancient royal family, is undeniably lavish. Observing the decor of Wu Tong Gu, which maintains the style of antiquity, Muyu couldn't help but express his admiration. Wu Tong Gu is named after the 3 characters penned by Zhu Yuanzong, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. It is said that the red ink used was crafted from the essence of various fire-type Pokémon, and the brush employed was made from the tail feather of the divine flame bird that safeguarded the Ming dynasty. One could assert that the materials for this plaque alone are worth an astronomical sum, not to mention that it bears the emperor's own handwriting. The term Wutong refers to the abode of the phoenix. In ancient times, under the protection of the flame bird, the Zhu family seized the realm, which is why they used fine Wutong wood to construct this revered pavilion. This Wutong Gu is one of its products. One can only wonder how the Phoenix King, a true phoenix, would feel about this matter if it were to come to its attention. Before long, as Muyu and Zhu Hong entered Wutong Gu, they were greeted by a server who had been awaiting their arrival, guiding them through a series of twists and turns to a private room known as Fei Huang Xieyu. Although referred to as a private room, it resembled an open courtyard from ancient times. The space was adorned with a plethora of flowers and trees, and in the center lay a sizable pond, home to exquisite goldfish. Indeed, these were not the angular goldfish, but rather the kind from the previous life. In this world teeming with Pokémon, the survival environment for ordinary animals is exceptionally harsh. Aside from long-established families, others find it difficult to maintain such non-combative creatures. It could be said that these ornamental animals are far more valuable than typical Pokémon. Soon, Mu Yu and Zhu Hong traversed the courtyard and arrived at the entrance of the inner room. Welcome, esteemed guests. Upon their entrance, Zhu Shi greeted them with a sincere smile, stepping forward to welcome them. Beside him, Zhu Yu, though reluctant, rose to join him. This is my younger sister, Zhu Yu. I apologize on her behalf for any offense caused previously. As he spoke, Zhu Shi produced 2 wooden boxes from his waist, intricately carved with images of flaming birds, clearly indicating their substantial worth. Indeed, they were. Upon opening the boxes, one contained a high-grade firestone, while the other held a vibrant orange feather adorned with flame patterns, the coveted high-grade treasure, the fiery feather. One must say, Zhu Shi truly possesses a generous spirit, willing to part with such treasures. A small token of apology, I hope you will not refuse. Despite his words, it was evident that Zhu Shi directed this statement primarily at Mu Yu. However, Zhu Shi's cleverness lay in not inviting Mu Yu alone, but rather including Zhu Hong, thus establishing a bridge between them to avoid appearing too abrupt. Observing this, Mu Yu raised an eyebrow. Through the aura, he sensed Zhu Shi's genuine intent in presenting the gift. This surprised him. While he did not suspect a hidden agenda, such a cordial demeanor seemed somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, he could certainly accept the gifts. Judging by Zhu Shi's demeanor, the items were undoubtedly of considerable value. Meanwhile, Zhu Hong felt somewhat at a loss, nervously fidgeting with her clothing, unsure whether to accept. It was only after Mu Yu nodded at her that she carefully accepted Zhu Shi's offering. I apologize for any prior transgressions, Zhu Yu said, her gaze lowered, awkwardly apologizing to both Mu Yu and Zhu Hong. Although her words lacked sincerity, they could not dismiss the value of the gifts. After all, a simple apology pales in comparison to the authenticity of high-grade treasures. Following this, they engaged in a rather ordinary dining experience. One must commend the royal establishment. The dishes were as exquisite as works of art. In particular, a dish named Fei Huang bore a striking resemblance to the flame bird, providing a warm and comforting sensation upon tasting. At the dining table, Zhu Shi recounted tales of the Zhu family's history. For instance, how the Ming Taizu once received blessings from the divine beast, the flame bird, which amplified their bloodline. This not only granted them a strong affinity for fire-type Pokémon, but also enhanced their physical and mental capabilities beyond that of ordinary individuals, even altering their hair color to a vibrant red. This has led many within the Zhu family to consider themselves noble, looking down upon outsiders. Consequently, many clan members adhere to the tradition of intermarriage to ensure the purity of their bloodline. However, over time, as the Zhu family expanded, many ordinary members have intermarried with outsiders, often turning a blind eye to such unions. After all, their bloodline concentration is quite low, with many lacking even red hair. In contrast, Zhu Hong's father, Zhu Xian, stood apart as the purest-blooded Zhu family member in nearly 50 years. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary abilities, able to communicate with fire-type Pokémon, and those who grew alongside him possessed impressive combat prowess and intelligence. It could be confidently stated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a champion-level trainer, and with a stroke of luck, might even aspire to reach the realm of masters. It is worth noting that even within the centuries-old Zhu family, master-level Pokémon are exceedingly rare. Most are ancient relics left behind by trainers who have long since passed. Unless they willingly choose to cooperate, no one can command them. This illustrates the magnitude of the upheaval caused when Zhu Xian insisted on marrying an outsider. After listening to this, Mu Yu finally understood why Zhu Hong's father was their uncle. It turned out that both of their parents belonged to the Zhu family. I wonder if Brother Mu has any plans for marriage? Zhu Shi suddenly shifted the topic with a cheerful smile after introducing the Zhu family's situation. Not yet. There's no rush for the time being, Mu Yu replied, waving his hand in polite refusal. It seemed that they were trying to pull him into the family. Indeed, as a man, one must first establish a career before starting a family. Observing Mu Yu's slight reluctance, Zhu Shi did not press the matter but instead followed Mu Yu's lead, saying, if Brother Mu is interested, the doors of the Zhu family will always be open to you. As he spoke, Zhu Shi cast a cheerful glance at the silent Zhu Hong beside him. Clearly, he had misunderstood something. Mu Yu merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. Soon, after a hearty meal and drinks, Mu Yu departed with the somewhat dazed Zhu Hong. Brother, do you really think so highly of Mu Yu that you've even bestowed upon him the blazing fire feather? Zhu Yu asked, somewhat perplexed. Zhu Shi simply shook his head, a flicker of inexplicable emotion passing through his eyes. 500 years ago, who could have predicted that a nameless drifter, rising from obscurity, would eventually forge the world's greatest empire? He mused. Enough of that. There's no need to dwell on it. In any case, you are no longer a child. In the future, you must exercise discretion in your actions. Although our Zhu family is strong, it does not grant us the freedom to act recklessly. Noticing the bewilderment on Zhu Yu's face, Zhu Shi chose not to elaborate further and gently patted her head. Although the Zhu family is numerous and powerful, sometimes having many people makes it harder to unite as one. Humans always yearn to ascend further, to glimpse the wonders that lie at the peak. Chapter 191. The Tail Feather of the Divine Bird, capable of securing a nation for 2 centuries. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, within a heavily guarded forbidden zone, stood a building resembling an ancestral hall at its center. At the heart of it, a statue resembling a flaming bird was enshrined. Smack! A robust middle-aged man with fiery red hair struck a white-bearded elder across the face in a fit of rage. The elder's face instantly bore a blood-red handprint. Yet he showed no signs of resistance or attempts to defend himself. He simply knelt obediently on the ground. Losing a treasured relic of our clan warrants your execution as a warning to others. However, considering your years of diligent service, all your resources will be confiscated, and the resources for your direct descendants will be halved. From now on, you are to guard the flame cave and are forbidden from stepping outside. With that, Zhu Ji stormed out of the ancestral hall, fuming. Originally, he had come to conduct a routine inspection of various ancestral halls, a monthly affair. However, upon reaching the last hall, he discovered that the sacred relic housed there had gone missing. In his fury, he felt inclined to execute the elder in charge of its guardianship on the spot. Yet, given that the elder was the younger brother of the second elder, he could not act immediately. What is wrong, father? Upon returning home and observing Zhu Ji's simmering anger, Zhu Shi inquired with a furrowed brow. Sigh. It's about the offerings at the Xian Ancestral Hall. Those old fools truly have insatiable greed. Zhu Ji sighed, expressing his helplessness. In recent years, some elders of the family inexplicably sought to cultivate master-level elves. While this was initially a positive development, they insisted on utilizing the divine treasures that had been passed down for centuries. Those treasures were the foundation of the family. Even the lowest-ranked Xian treasures were supreme relics associated with divine beasts. Father, can those treasures really provide a glimpse into the master realm? Zhu Shi, having been educated in many of the family's secrets under Zhu Ji's guidance, asked curiously. I don't know. The records left by our founder merely mentioned that during times of crisis, the tail feather of the divine bird can secure a nation for 2 centuries, excluding dragon-type elves. Those that live for 200 years must at least be master-level elves, so this conjecture is indeed plausible, Zhu Ji explained. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi nodded thoughtfully and asked, should we send someone to search for the lost treasure? Absolutely. Since they dared to reach into the ancestral hall, they must be prepared for a significant backlash. Anyone who dares to undermine the foundation of our clan will not go unpunished, not even the Grand Elder. In the outskirts of the capital, within an expansive estate, a servant approached the second elder, carrying a red wooden box intricately carved from phoenix wood. Have you brought the items, second elder? How is it? Did anyone else see? An ageless, red-haired elder with a youthful appearance inquired eagerly, stroking his red beard. Rest assured, aside from myself and Elder Zhu Jian, no one else is aware. Zhu Jian was the elder who had just been slapped by Zhu Ji. Excellent. Well done. The second elder Zhu Xiong nodded in satisfaction, slowly reaching for his waist. In that case, thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble at all. It is a small fortune to serve the second elder. Bang. However, before the servant could finish his words, a dull sound suddenly echoed. The eager smile on his face froze, his eyes wide with shock and confusion, as if questioning why his life had been taken. Dispose of him, Zhu Xiong said, casually reholstering his silenced pistol and waving his hand. A blazing monkey emerged from the shadows, nodded, and proceeded to drag the body away. Afterward, Zhu Xiong excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he eagerly opened the wooden box. Inside lay a stunning tail feather, radiating an orange flame illusion, resting quietly within a bed of golden silk. In a daze, one could even glimpse soaring fiery mountains and ethereal birds flitting through the illusion. The treasure was indescribably precious. Is this the tail feather of the flaming bird? Truly exquisite, absolutely magnificent. Zhu Xiong exclaimed with laughter, gently lifting the golden tail feather. He felt a warm sensation flowing through his palm, despite the feather seemingly emanating a faint heat. Zhu Ji, you are so short-sighted. Little do you know, even the finest treasures remain lifeless if not utilized. Once I successfully unravel the mysteries of this divine artifact, not just the great Xia, but the entire world shall belong to the Zhu family. Zhu Xiong laughed heartily, as if proclaiming his joy to the heavens. However, before he could place the fire feather back into the wooden box, it suddenly vanished from his grasp. Zhu Xiong, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at his empty palm. Lost in bewilderment. Where's my treasure? Ding. The armored warrior has triggered the blacksmith gloves. Assessing the target's level, the item holder, Zhu Xiong, is being evaluated. Detecting the holder's strength, The combat power of the item itself, not that of their elves, is at the professional level. The blacksmith gloves have successfully activated. Ding. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the tail feather of the flaming bird, top tier. Tail feather of the flaming bird, top tier. The tail feather of the divine beast. The flaming bird possesses an inconceivable amount of fire attribute energy. After centuries of worship, a thread of divinity within its deepest energy remains intact. When carried by an elf, it can gradually enhance the elf's potential, reaching up to gym leader level. Below that, it cannot be absorbed. Upon returning to the hotel, while scrolling through videos, Muyu was suddenly greeted by a system notification in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Top-tier elf treasure? Divine beast flaming bird? The armored warrior is so generous, directly handing me a significant boon. I wonder which unfortunate soul Zhu Xiong is. By the way, isn't the flaming bird known as the Three Fool Birds? How come it seems quite esteemed in this world? Just carrying it seems to elevate an elf's potential. If absorbed, would it not send one soaring to the heavens? After reading the description, Muyu retrieved the tail feather of the flaming bird from the system space. The moment the resplendent feather made its appearance, Muyu was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of grandeur and nobility. It felt as though it belonged to a higher realm, a remarkable existence that transcended the mundane. How intriguing. Could this be what they refer to as divinity? With one hand resting thoughtfully under his chin and the other delicately pinching the tail feather between his fingertips, Muyu remained unaffected by the essence of its divinity, scrutinizing it intently. To be honest, the ethereal flames it emanated resembled a 3D projection, captivating in its aesthetic appeal. Flame Chicken, I present you with a fine treasure. After a brief moment of contemplation, Muyu, in a spontaneous gesture, tossed the feather to Flame Chicken without a second thought, showing no regard for its status as a supreme artifact, one associated with divine beasts. After all, his perception of such creatures was still rooted in the whimsical encounters of his past life, where they could be whimsically captured at will. Perhaps the divine beasts of this world possessed a certain prestige, yet could they truly surpass the prowess of spirits empowered by the sovereign? Regardless, indifference aside, Muyu was determined to make the most of this extraordinary item. Although Flame Chicken was currently unable to absorb it, carrying it posed no issue. The energy contained within was immensely potent, promising considerable benefits even without absorption, such as accelerating growth. To Muyu's surprise, upon receiving the tail feather, Flame Chicken did not even spare it a glance. It simply assimilated it into its being and continued its training, as if it were merely another piece of charcoal it had consumed numerous times before. Were anyone to witness this, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of turning green with jealousy. Chapter 192. Hooray, it's egg hatching time. The following day, Muyu, filled with anticipation, accessed the system. Today marked the weekly lottery event, and most crucially, it was the 90th draw. If fortune favored him, a colorful hex would soon be his. System, initiate the Hex Talent Draw. Ding. Hex Talent Draw in progress. Draw complete. Great treasure bag. Gold, acquire 2 random basic equipment items, 8 gold coins, and 1 equipment reforge tool. Metabolic Accelerator. Gold, the host's movement speed will increase, and after each battle, whether fought by the host or commanded spirits, the host's stamina and spirit will be restored. Golden Egg. Colorful, obtain a colossal golden egg that will hatch after 11 rounds. Each victory in battle against a trainer can reduce the hatch time by 1 round. Each day counts as 1 round. 2 gold and 1 colorful. Muyu gazed at the 3 hex talents, all devoid of gray luminescence, and felt a flicker of surprise. However, he quickly realized that his recent performances had garnered significant attention, thereby enhancing the probability of drawing hex talents. It seemed that henceforth, weekly draws would consistently yield at least 3 golds, with the possibility of expecting 1 colorful and 2 gray talents as well. Shaking his head, Muyu redirected his focus back to the selection panel. The first option he dismissed was the Great Treasure Bag. Basic equipment was no longer within Muyu's realm of consideration, as the likelihood of obtaining such items from treasure chests was quite high. It was not worth squandering a draw opportunity. The second gold option pertained to attribute enhancements. Unlike previous hexes that merely augmented spirits, this metabolic accelerator would enhance Muyu's own speed and restore his stamina and spirit after each battle. Frankly, it was quite advantageous. But it could only be regarded as an embellishment. Most of the time, he didn't even need to intervene. Even if he did, it would likely be to teleport for self-preservation. Combat, after all, was best left to the spirits. Finally, Muyu's gaze settled on the colorful hex. The golden egg, an enticing colorful hex. It would not hatch immediately but required 11 rounds, equivalent to 11 days in real life. Of course, battling trainers could expedite the hatching process. Under normal circumstances, Muyu would have to seek out 11 trainers to battle against. However, serendipitously, the national competition was currently underway, with just 11 rounds. If all went smoothly, he could potentially achieve this in 3 days. After all, Their quarterfinal matches were scheduled as the fourth event. The quarterfinals featured 2 matches daily, meaning there would be no matches for them today. Time flew by. The first day of the third round featured 2 matches, without any unexpected turns. The outcomes aligned with public expectations, with the 4 teams securing their spots in the semifinals being the prestigious Waterwood University and Magic City University. The remaining 4 teams were Evergreen University, Mountain River University, the Northwest Military Academy, and a fortunate first-rate university. Unfortunately, both Jiangsu University and Southwest University, also among the Elite 8, faced off against Waterwood University and Magic City University. Despite their fierce confrontation, they fell short, succumbing alongside Kyoto University. As for the fortunate first-rate university, they were regrettably matched against a formidable opponent, the Northwest Military Academy, which ranked just below Kyoto University, Waterwood, and Magic City. As a military academy, its students commanded spirits that radiated an intimidating aura of cold lethality. Many untested students and spirits, lacking experience in life and death struggles, often succumbed to fear before the battle even commenced. Coupled with the disparity in raw strength, the Northwest Military Academy swiftly secured the third semifinal berth. As the time approached for the final match of the third round, Muyu, now in possession of the golden egg, resolved to take the stage first. His aim was to have the hatching time of the egg. To this, Jin Ming readily agreed. Truth be told, as a seasoned champion, he found it somewhat difficult to fully grasp Muyu's capabilities. Flame Chicken was somewhat comprehensible, its impressive physical attributes paired with an acceleration trait. However, that Earth platform tortoise was a different matter entirely. Not only did its moves possess staggering power and range, but it also executed them without displaying any signs of fatigue. Quite astonishing. Fortunately, such a formidable individual was one of his own students. Welcome to the venue for the final match of the third round of the National Pokémon University competition. The combatants today are Evergreen University from the Northeast region and Mountain River University from the Central region. Representing Evergreen University, we have this year's super dark horse, an undefeated newcomer, the strongest rookie, Muyu. And for Mountain River University, they are led by their captain, Lu Shengnan. It appears that the opening match will be a fierce clash. The commentator, visibly excited as he reviewed the profiles of the participants, recognized Lu Shengnan's significant lineage. She was the granddaughter of Lu Shuren, one of the regional champions of the Central region and a formidable water-type trainer. It was clear that her prowess should not be underestimated. Please release your Pokémon. Once Muyu and Lu Shengnan took their positions, the referee declared as per custom. Lu Shengnan, true to her namesake, appeared somewhat tomboyish. With her short, neat hair and prominent willow leaf eyebrows, combined with a spirited and sharp gaze, she exuded a rare vigor that was typically absent in women. At first glance, if one overlooked her slightly prominent chest, she could easily be mistaken for a somewhat delicate youth. Go. With the referee's command, Lu Shengnan tossed her Pokeball, and a tall figure adorned with a trident crown emerged on the battlefield, a majestic Emperor Napu, one of the water-type starters. Pokémon, Emperor Napo. Type, Water Steel. Gender, male. Level, 57, Gym level. Ability, competitive, increases special attack when the opponent lowers any of its stats. Moves, Metal Claw, Tackle, Howl, Water Gun, Swords Dance, Peck, Bubble Beam, Taunt. Fury Attack, Salty Water, Tidal Wave, Mist, Beak Drill, Hydro Pump. Tutor Move, Air Slash. Inherited moves, Feather Rest, Water Ring. Base stats, 530. Potential, Gym level. Held item, Mysterious Water Drop, Beginner. Mysterious Water Drop, Beginner, a droplet-shaped gem imbued with peculiar powers, increases the power of water-type moves by 15 when held by the Pokémon, and can also be absorbed directly to enhance the Pokémon's water-type energy quality. Was it not supposed to be Torterra and Blaziken? Once both trainers' Pokémon were in position, Lu Shengnan gazed in astonishment at the Pokémon dispatched by Muyu. Facing Emperor Napo was a colossal Crobat. Chapter 193, Technique, though minor, is enough for survival. Pokémon, Crobat. Type, Poison Flying. Gender, male. Level, 54, 12412050, Gym level. Ability, Inner Focus. Possessing a keen and resilient spirit, it does not flinch from the opponent's attacks. Moves, Supersonic. Leech Life, Scare, Mean Look, Poison Fong, Wing Attack, Confuse Ray, Air Slash, Aerial Ace, Bite, Dark Mist, Poison Jab, Air Cutter. Tutor Moves, Protect, Quick Attack, Heat Wave. Dark Pulse. Inherited moves, Volt Switch, Tailwind. Potential, Champion level. Equipment, Spear of the North, Rapid Fire Cannon, Breaker. Advanced equipment slot, none. Held item, Poison Tail Spike, Beginner. Poison Tail Spike, Beginner, a needle-like fossil formed under special powers from a poison-type Pokémon after its demise. Increases the power of poison-type moves by 13 when held by the Pokémon, and and can also be absorbed directly to enhance the Pokémon's poison-type energy quality. After several months, Crobat's level had risen to the mid-tier of gym level, bolstered by occasional Pokémon treasures. Although Crobat's level was not as high as Torterra and Blaziken, its prowess was certainly not inferior. After all, their battle styles were entirely different. Torterra favored a heavy artillery approach, while Blaziken was more of a brute force fighter. Crobat, on the other hand, employed a more cunning strategy. Its focus was on delivering consistent hits with moderate damage while evading attacks, embodying a torturous and irritating kite-flying style. While Torterra might launch a sweeping assault utilizing its extraordinary special attack, catching Crobat off guard, Blaziken would face more difficulty, despite its speed in the late game. It could not fly and would ultimately be less agile than Crobat. Most importantly, as Muyu's second Pokémon acquired upon entering this world, he wished for Crobat to showcase its elegance on the national stage. Crobat, aside from its swiftness, does it possess any other merits? Can it do a handstand? Get lost. That is called hanging upside down. In the audience, some spectators displayed surprise upon seeing Muyu refrain from using Torterra and Blaziken. After all, the previous match had left a profound impression with Torterra. Yet, Muyu had opted for a Pokémon he had never utilized before. Truly, each round revealed something new. However, considering the formidable nature of Muyu's previous Pokémon, the crowd was filled with anticipation. The audience were not competitors. They did not care who won or lost. As long as the spectacle was enjoyable, victory was secondary. Crobat. In the lounge of Evergreen University, Li Muqing furrowed her delicate brows. She recalled that Muyu indeed possessed a Crobat, yet she had never witnessed him use it firsthand. Previously, she had only seen Muyu's Blaziken, Torterra, Electabuzz, Gardevoir, and Heracross. Given the extraordinary strength of these Pokémon, she was filled with curiosity regarding Muyu's Crobat. Truly impressive, Muyu rotates through his Pokémon with finesse. Zhuhong could not help but click her tongue in admiration. Truly a genius. Each Pokémon in his possession was a trump card, allowing him to select whichever he desired for battle. She even felt that what was an exceptionally intense national competition for others had become a showcase of Pokémon training achievements for Muyu. The match rule stipulated that each side could use 6 Pokémon, with a one-on-one battle format, allowing for 2 Pokémon substitutions during the match. Any objections from either side? The referees stated as a matter of routine. As the competition advanced to the quarterfinals, the number of Pokémon each side could utilize increased from 3 to 6. It could be said that from this moment onward, the examination for trainers became even more stringent. Due to age factors, most participants could not field an entire team at gym level, inevitably leading to significant disparities in strength. Thus, how to effectively leverage these Pokémon would become the key to determining the outcome of the battle. It can be said that a full team battle would greatly amplify the mental strain on trainers. Upon completing the rules explanation, the referee continued. The battle begins. Emperor Napo. Taunt. No sooner had the referee's words echoed than Lu Shengnan immediately commanded. As the granddaughter of a seasoned champion, she had been rigorously trained at home since childhood and had memorized a vast array of information about various Pokémon. Naturally, she was aware of Crobat's pride in its speed as a dual poison flying type. Given Emperor Napo's skill set and speed, landing a hit on Crobat would undoubtedly be quite challenging. Although Emperor Napo, with its steel typing, was immune to poisoning, it would suffer a slow demise under relentless kite flying. Therefore, Lu Shengnan initiated the battle with Taunt, hoping to catch her opponent off guard. Taunt. Emperor Napo, crowned with a trident-like head, lifted its head high, eyes filled with disdain as it looked at Crobat, incessantly emitting mocking sounds. This was Taunt, a move that could provoke a Pokémon's emotions, significantly enhancing its attack power while inducing a state of fury. Taunt, in essence, also belonged to the category of sound-based moves. Simple verbal insults and provocative actions were unlikely to enrage a mature Pokémon. However, the unique energy contained within would transmit through sound waves to the Pokémon's ears, ultimately inciting its anger. It could be said that, with the augmentation of energy, even ordinary taunts took on a provocative flavor. If it were Blaziken, known for its fiery temper, it would probably charge in and deliver a flurry of blows, carrying the opponent away. Even Torterra, a typically calm and composed individual, would likely find such provocation intolerable and retaliate with an earthquake, striking and burying its opponent. However, the Pokémon set to battle today was Crobat, a creature characterized by an overly cautious nature, prioritizing self-preservation above all else. The moment Crobat emerged from its Pokeball, it had already soared to a corner of the battlefield even before the referee's announcement. Moreover, having been raised to perceive the world through sound waves since childhood, Crobat had mastered various sound-based techniques to an exceptional degree during its supersonic phase. Even after evolving and gaining sight, it continued to exercise caution by using sound waves to explore every nook and cranny during outdoor adventures. If releasing sound waves were a skill, Crobat had undoubtedly reached a near-instinctual level of perfection. Beginner, proficient, mastered, expert, perfect, transcendent. So, what does perfect mastery of sound wave manipulation combined with formidable energy control equate to? One must mention the previously discussed special technique of attaching energy to the ears to thwart the energy impact of sound-based skills. As a species of bat Pokémon, the sensitivity of the Crobat's ears is truly astounding. Coupled with its adeptness at sound wave techniques, it easily masters the art of countering sonic attacks. Even the renowned psychic-type Pokémon, Shanaido and Arolder from the Muyu team, have yet to acquire this skill. Of course, it is also possible that Shanaido, compared to such trivial techniques, prefers to dominate through sheer force. Nevertheless, this indirectly attests to the Crobat's innate talent and character. While the technique may be minor, it is essential for survival. Chapter 194. Really? You dare to compete at such a sluggish pace? Ahem. The outcome was that the Crobat hovered in the air, its beady eyes cautiously fixated on the Emperor Napo, who appeared to be cursing in vain. Meanwhile, Emperor Napo, displaying a rather stubborn demeanor, continued to shout incessantly, despite the fact that the Crobat remained unaffected. In fact, as the Crobat showed no signs of response, Emperor Napo's pace quickened, his voice growing louder until, inadvertently, he choked on his own words. Consequently, the Crobat, which should have been incensed, now seemed utterly unfazed, while a hint of anger began to surface on Emperor Napo's face. A classic case of self-sabotage. Cough. Is that all? The Crobat's crimson eyes sparkled with a glimmer of confusion. It was unexpected that Emperor Napo, despite his imposing stature, turned out to be all bark and no bite. After merely a minute of shouting, he was already struggling to catch his breath. It was truly a waste that he had taken the precaution of creating 3 sound wave shields. Perhaps it was also a tactic to feign weakness, intending to launch a surprise attack when the Crobat let its guard down. After all, back when he was still a Zubat, he could continuously utilize sound wave detection for 24 hours straight, and now he could instinctively do so even while asleep. In essence, the emission of sound waves had become second nature, akin to breathing. He could hardly believe that the towering figure adorned with a crown could only endure for a minute. Thinking this, a glint of cunning appeared in the Crobat's small eyes, and its expression reflected a knowing demeanor. However, even though the Crobat felt it had seen through its opponent, it remained vigilant, wrapping its ears in an additional layer of energy shields to guard against any sudden onslaught. To be honest, if only Muyu possessed telepathy and knew what the Crobat was contemplating, he would undoubtedly inquire why it was so overly cautious. What were they doing? It seemed as if Emperor Napo was attempting to provoke, yet it bore little fruit. What should have been a brief minute felt prolonged and comically absurd due to the singular cacophony of Emperor Napo's taunts dominating the arena. The audience was left utterly bewildered. Just then, an astute spectator suddenly shouted, "Ha, look! That Emperor Napo has worked himself into a frenzy with his empty threats." The once mildly irritated Emperor Napo now sported a furious expression, his white fur tinged with a reddish hue, indicating his rising ire. Observing this, Lu Shengnan could only sigh in resignation and issue a new command. Emperor Napo, use water gun to try and knock him down. Since bluster had proven ineffective, it was time to employ the relatively swift and low-energy water gun to see if it could land a hit. Let us go. With a fiery glare, Emperor Napo locked onto the Crobat, leaning forward, his fins slightly drawn back, and unleashed a powerful jet of water. The Crobat merely flapped its wings slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Cough. How could it be so slow? The Crobat expressed its surprise. It distinctly remembered that its older brother was exceptionally swift. How could this seemingly robust opponent move so sluggishly? It felt even slower than the eldest sibling, having long been trained against the rapid assaults of a speedy Blaziken. The Crobat had honed its ability to evade relying on its skin's sensitivity to wind direction, the constant emission of sound waves, and its extraordinary reflexes. One could say that the Crobat had perfected the amalgamation of flight and bat-like abilities, thus accustomed to ultra-high-speed dodging. The Crobat found itself somewhat unprepared for Emperor Napo's attack. The excessive wind-up, sluggish energy build-up, and languid skill release, along with the feeble water attack, were utterly unexpected. The Crobat had never anticipated that a Pokémon could encounter so many issues while executing a move. The slow energy accumulation was one thing, but the lack of decisiveness in actions was practically a declaration of intent to attack. Truthfully, the Crobat believed that even in a degraded state, it could easily evade with its eyes closed. Was this level of Emperor Napo truly a facade of hidden strength? While pondering, the Crobat instinctively dodged several consecutive water gun attacks from Emperor Napo with ease, the entire process smooth and effortless. In fact, a few water guns missed entirely when the Crobat had its back turned, giving the impression that Emperor Napo was deliberately circling around to attack the Crobat. Cough. It's getting slower. It must be charging a big move. Let us go. I'll match your pace. Following a series of missed attacks and the Crobat's quiet murmurs, Emperor Napo was now seething with rage. Even the golden trident crown on his head had taken on a reddish hue, clearly indicating his mounting frustration. Let us go. In his fury, Emperor Napo disregarded whether his trainer had issued any commands, taking a deep breath as his abdomen began to swell. A powerful torrent of water coalesced within his mouth, marking the charging phase of the water-type move Hydro Pump. However, before he could unleash it, a dark energy sphere abruptly appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than the Crobat's move, Dark Pulse. Almost the moment his abdomen had begun to swell, the energy sphere collided forcefully with it. Bang! Boom! The impact of Dark Pulse was not particularly formidable. Even with the Crobat's high base stats, the power could only be described as moderate. However, given that Emperor Napo had been in the charging phase of his move, fully focused on gathering energy, the sudden interruption from Dark Pulse perfectly disrupted his imminent Hydro Pump. The massive energy, unable to be released, surged chaotically within him, causing Emperor Napo to topple to the ground. Cough. Really? You dare to release moves at such a slow pace in a competition? Puff. With those words, Emperor Napo, who had previously retained some strength, attempted to rise with bloodshot eyes. However, due to the tumultuous energy within, he could not expel the breath he had been holding, causing the water that had begun to form in his abdomen to be expelled. What should have been a clear stream of water was now tinged with a hint of red. As the water gushed forth, Emperor Napo's swollen abdomen gradually deflated, taking with it the last remnants of his strength. Emperor Napo has lost the ability to battle. Please have the blue team replace their Pokémon. Cough. Ah, is that it? The Crobat had not anticipated that the opponent's lengthy charge time was not a deliberate ploy to lure it in. What kind of Pokémon takes 3 to 4 seconds to charge a move? That would simply make them a living target. It had assumed that the opponent was intentionally revealing a weakness, prompting it to use a Dark Pulse with a mere 1-second charge time to test the waters. Instead, this probing move resulted in an unexpected conclusion. Chapter 195. What are you screaming about? What is happening? Did the Crobat just win? In the lounge of Kyoto University, Bluet stared blankly at the live broadcast. How is it that the majestic Emperor Napu, only moments ago vibrant and robust in suppressing the bat Pokémon, was instantaneously vanquished in the blink of an eye? As a Steel-type trainer, he himself possesses an Emperor Napu. How could he have overlooked its fragility? That bat Pokémon is no ordinary creature. Its reflexes and observational acuity are nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, Zhu Shi, who had been observing intently, furrowed his brow and, with a hint of envy in his tone, sighed. From his observations, the bat Pokémon, exceeding 2 meters in height, exhibited a speed and agility that were entirely incongruous with its size. It was significantly swifter than its counterparts. The most astonishing aspect was its release speed and precision of moves, which were simply preposterous. Despite his unwavering focus on the bat Pokémon, he failed to witness any preparatory motions before its attack. It was as if the malevolent wave of energy emerged as naturally as a breath. Subsequently, that wave surged forth with the force of a jet, striking Emperor Napu directly in its unguarded abdomen after charging. This singular maneuver reveals the bat Pokémon's formidable foundational skills, which are alarmingly solid. Even a Pokémon of the champion level would likely struggle to match such rapid execution of moves. After all, while a Pokémon's growth amplifies its strength, precision in executing moves relies solely on inherent talent. On the battlefield, Lu Shengnan gazed in bewilderment at the fallen Emperor Napu. Just moments prior, her Emperor Napu had seemingly held the upper hand. How could it have succumbed so abruptly? What is more perplexing is that she did not hear any commands from her opponent. Could it be that the opposing Pokémon has been trained to operate independently in battle? Indeed, this is the case. Long ago, before Muyu awakened his special abilities, he had inquired of Principal Hulai about this very question. As Pokémon grow, can an ordinary trainer consistently issue flawless commands? Even then, the physically robust Muyu found it increasingly challenging to keep pace with the accelerated and powerful Maitena, let alone when it evolves into Blaziken, reaching gym leader or even champion level. That speed might evade even high-speed cameras. At that time, Hulai's explanation was straightforward. He stated that trainers and Pokémon are akin to coaches and athletes. The trainer's role is to impart knowledge, fostering the Pokémon's autonomous battle awareness, rather than imposing mechanical training to create a mere command-receiving machine. Of course, the expectations for self-battle awareness escalate with the Pokémon's level, particularly for those at champion level and beyond. Ordinary trainers need not concern themselves with this, as lower-tier Pokémon often struggle to develop such consciousness. Thus, Muyu has consciously endeavored to cultivate his Pokémon's battle instincts, with the bat Pokémon undoubtedly showcasing the most exceptional performance. Its remarkable reflexes, minimal preparatory movements, and rapid execution of moves render it capable of operating without commands in the time it takes Muyu to utter a phrase. The bat Pokémon could execute a 720-degree aerial spin, interspersing 3 different moves mid-flight. Directing the bat Pokémon would only hinder its capabilities. Therefore, upon its appearance, Muyu merely conveyed through telepathy that the opponent was immune to poison. After all, Pokémon are not humans, with few exceptions. They rarely possess the ability to memorize the attributes, traits, and moves of all Pokémon. This is the responsibility of the trainer. Please have the blue side switch Pokémon. Failure to do so will be deemed a forfeiture. Noticing Lu Xingnan's prolonged inaction, the referee kindly reminded her. Come forth, West Lion Sea Serpent. With little time for contemplation, Lu Xingnan promptly released her second Pokémon. The West Lion Sea Serpent is a creature of exquisite form and alluring grace. However, it is most renowned for its enchanting vocal abilities. Unlike Pokémon that use sound waves solely for battle, the West Lion Sea Serpent, particularly the female, possesses an innate ability to evoke emotions through its voice. Thus, they revel in serenading from rocky outcrops above the ocean. Legend has it that sailors who heard the West Lion Sea Serpent song would unwittingly steer their vessels toward danger, ultimately leading to shipwrecks and loss of life. Consequently, in the past, the West Lion Sea Serpent was regarded as an omen of misfortune. Nowadays, however, it has become a celebrated star, albeit primarily among the scarce female specimens. The males, in contrast, possess voices that are often grating and unbearable. Pokémon, West Lion Sea Serpent. Type, Water Fairy. Gender, female. Level, 57, Gym Leader level. Ability, Resonant Voice, Sound type moves gain water attributes. Racial value, 530. Potential, Gym Leader level. West Lion Sea Serpent, use Enchanting Voice. Lu Xingnan resorted to her tried-and-true tactic. Unfortunately, her available Pokémon lacked the speed to match the bat Pokémon. She could only attempt a broad area attack to disrupt the bat Pokémon's flight. Although Emperor Napu's earlier provocation had failed, upon reflection, it was not particularly adept at sound-based moves, so perhaps it had simply misfired. The beautiful melody erupted from the West Lion Sea Serpent's vocal cords. A wave of warmth and allure enveloped the arena. Even Muyu, standing outside the energy barrier, couldn't help but acknowledge the soothing quality of the enchanting voice, even after it had been dulled by the barrier. Cough. Is it starting to screech again? The bat Pokémon, shielded by 5 layers of energy, completely disregarded the allure of the enchanting voice. Without the energy enhancement, this melodious song, which would sound delightful to ordinary ears, was akin to cacophony to the bat Pokémon, who preferred the solace of shadows. Perhaps sensing the bat Pokémon's disdain, the West Lion Sea Serpent's song suddenly went off-key. As a proud female, her greatest pride lay in her vocal prowess. She could not accept the notion that any creature would remain unmoved by her song. West Lion Sea Serpent, ignore him and unleash roar. Seeing her West Lion Sea Serpent falter in pitch, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Xingnan, who quickly sought to reassure her. As Lu Xingnan's words fell, Muyu could distinctly observe the turmoil and embarrassment reflected in the West Lion Sea Serpent's demeanor. Wait a minute, why is a Pokémon feeling shy about executing a move? Chapter 196. Disgusting. Wanna vomit. The bat Pokémon, equally perceptive, noticed the West Lion Sea Serpent's conflicted expression. With its sharp mind, the bat Pokémon quickly deduced that the opponent was likely preparing to unleash a powerful move, potentially accompanied by adverse effects. Otherwise, why would she appear so conflicted? To play it safe, the bat Pokémon swiftly took flight, darting to the edge of the arena, its small eyes fixed intently on the West Lion Sea Serpent. After a moment, the West Lion Sea Serpent discreetly scanned the throngs of onlookers, sighed softly, and closed her eyes. A piercing blast of sound erupted instantaneously. The violent shockwaves caused the West Lion Sea Serpent's azure fur to stand on end, as though stirred by an unseen wind. At that moment, the West Lion Sea Serpent transformed entirely. If she had previously appeared as an elegant lady, gently soothing the soul with her song, she now resembled a muscular matron wielding an enormous hammer, determined to deliver a crushing blow. She would not be satisfied until she had cracked open your skull. Well done, West Lion Sea Serpent. Truly impressive, Lu Xingnan exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy at the successful release of the roar. Despite possessing such a powerful voice, it chooses to sing those soft, gentle melodies. Is this not a clear waste of talent? Observe the bat nestled in the corner, evidently subdued by the resounding timbre of the West Lion Sea Lion. At this moment, the bat appears somewhat dazed. It seems that the opponent is unleashing some impressive skill, yet it feels nothing. Aside from noticing a sudden rise in the frequency of the opponent's voice, it appears to be no different from before. Could it be another ploy to feign weakness? The bat, perplexed, cautiously darted above the West Lion Sea Lion's head, unleashing a mouthful of dark purple venom that forcefully landed within her agape maw. In her attempt to release a thunderous sound, the West Lion Sea Lion could not maintain her elegance. Her once charming mouth was now stretched to its utmost limit. The result was a piercing wail, even more terrifying than the earlier thunderous roar. This caused the bat, which had been ready to probe the situation, to vanish in an instant. Retreating to the corner of the battlefield, even separated by an energy shield, Lu Shangnan could not resist covering her ears. After all, the energy shield can only block energy, not sound. After the anguished scream, the West Lion Sea Lion collapsed to the ground like a toy that had been broken, her azure eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Before Lu Shangnan could react, the West Lion Sea Lion closed her eyes and fell unconscious. Had the West Lion Sea Lion lost her combat ability? This scene left the referee speechless. What tremendous power did that venom possess to render the West Lion Sea Lion unconscious? Lu Shangnan was utterly bewildered, as was the bat. Only Muyu regarded the seemingly lifeless West Lion Sea Lion with a curious gaze. Through the waveguide, he clearly sensed that the West Lion Sea Lion had not lost her combat ability. However, for some inexplicable reason, she exhibited no desire to fight. Embodying a sentiment of "I am a dead fish, do not disturb me." Coming to her senses, Lu Shangnan did not dwell on it. After all, Muyu was a formidable opponent with an impressive record, and it was only natural for his Pokémon to be stronger. Thus, she promptly recalled the West Lion Sea Lion and sent out her third Pokémon for the match. A blue water spirit with 4 limbs and a fish tail. Pokémon, Water Spirit. Type, Water. Gender, Male. Level, 52, Gym Level. Ability, Moist Body, heals status conditions in rainy weather. Base stats, 525. Potential, Gym Level. With a mere level of 52, it appeared that this was not Lu Shangnan's trump card. The Water Spirit swiftly unleashed a barrage of high-speed stars. Having seen it in 2 consecutive battles, Lu Shangnan deduced that this bat must possess a special technique that mitigates the effects of sound-based moves. Hence, she altered her strategy for this round, opting to employ speed against speed. The dazzling, golden stars, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtled towards the bat. Then miss. Miss. Still miss. Even the high-speed stars, renowned for their near-infallibility, seemed utterly ineffective against the bat, just like other moves. In fact, the bat could elegantly dodge while simultaneously controlling air blades and venom to launch counterattacks. Its gracefulness rivaled that of renowned Pokémon coordinators. However, those coordinators' Pokémon lacked the precision and speed of this bat. Can one imagine the scene of an ultra-high-speed, acrobatic Pokémon, with moves that inherently possess blink and lock-on capabilities? Appearing on the battlefield, the sensation of being toyed with at will made Lu Shangnan acutely aware of how suffocating and frustrating the competition could be. After being soundly defeated by the Emperor's Nabo and the West Lion Sea Lion, she had not felt such intensity. Yet now, regardless of how she commanded the Water Spirit to attack, the result was always the badass casual evasion followed by multiple counterstrikes. Most critically, no matter how the Water Spirit maneuvered, it simply could not escape. It was utterly exasperating. Ugh, this bat is insufferable. I cannot even touch it. Indeed, not being able to touch it or escape was torturous. I would rather be instantaneously defeated by the ground turtle than be toyed with like this on stage. In the audience, watching the Water EV being mercilessly toyed with by the bat, a shiver of unease surged through them. This sensation of being manipulated like a mere plaything was decidedly unpleasant. Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. Thankfully, Muyu is on our team. Otherwise, once the match concluded, I would want to challenge him to a duel offline. In the Longqing University lounge, Li Dongrong wore a sympathetic expression, lamenting. If the ground turtle instilled a sense of powerlessness, then this bat evokes a feeling of frustration, visible but untouchable. The former can at least be attributed to skill disparity. The latter is purely self-inflicted torment. Muyu is a monster capable of holding his own against Lu Zetian. Surely you do not intend for us to return and feast. Zhu Hong interjected. I was merely using a metaphor. Li Dongrong laughed awkwardly. He nearly forgot that Muyu was not merely a giant online. He was formidable in person as well. The Water Spirit has lost its combat ability. Please have the blue team select a new Pokémon. Finally, the beleaguered Water Spirit closed its eyes in peace. For the first time in its life, it felt that the duration of the match was interminably long. How infuriating. You wish to toy with me? Bring forth the Gyarados. After 3 matches, Lu Shangnan had discerned that this bat was exceptionally powerful, yet rather sadistic. It could easily win the match, but chose to probe with each move. How vexing. If the bat could hear this, it would undoubtedly cry out in protest. It merely exercised caution, ensuring that each move released did not impede its subsequent evasions, thus refraining from unleashing a flurry of attacks. It was not deliberately trying to annoy or drag out the battle. Had it possessed the explosive power of the ground turtle, it would have long since emerged from its concealed corner to secretly bury its opponent. Chapter 197. You can do this too? Pokémon Gyarados. Type, Water Flying. Gender, Male. Level, 58, Gym Level. Ability, Intimidate lowers the opponent's attack with a chance to induce a flinching state. Base stats, 540. Potential, gym level. Item, Deep Sea Tooth, Intermediate. Deep Sea Tooth, Intermediate of bone-like structure resembling a sharp tooth formed under special powers from certain aquatic Pokémon after death. When held, it increases the power of water-type moves by 22 and can also absorb energy, enhancing the water attribute quality of the Pokémon. Gyarados, use Waterfall and flip it over. Lu Shengnan commanded, her voice filled with anger. Roar. The Gyarados, massive and fearsome, began to gather water energy, coalescing into a small wave. The towering wave, over 20 meters high, surged forth like a formidable wall. It is worth noting that this was on solid ground. Had it been on the surface of the sea, the Gyarados' waterfall would likely have been even more overwhelming. If this hit, even the bat would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Indeed, this Gyarados' waterfall is quite impressive. Muyu remarked, one arm resting on his elbow while he stroked his chin, intrigued. As a physical attacker, Gyarados has few water-type moves in its repertoire. Waterfall is one of the few moves that synergizes well with Gyarados. Although it may not belong to the category of ultimate moves in terms of sheer power, its formidable deterrent capability and impressive attack range render this technique quite prevalent in battles. At present, Muyu finds himself curious about how his somewhat cautious and brave Crobat will respond. Ahem, what a tremendous splash, how frightening. Observing the awe-inspiring wave, which seems nearly unavoidable, the Crobat's demeanor becomes increasingly vigilant. Indeed, the preceding few Pokémon were merely distractions employed by the opponent. This Gyarados is the true trump card. Humph, this time, let's see how you evade. Lu Shengnan gazes at the wave that nearly spans the entire battlefield, a glint of pride flickering in her eyes. As her strongest ace, she has meticulously trained the Gyarados in the technique of waterfall. With its exceptionally high proficiency, coupled with the enhancement from the mid-level water-type treasure, Deep Sea Tooth, she is confident that this Crobat, which merely dodges and shifts, will undoubtedly falter. As anticipated, the wave inches closer, yet the Crobat remains stationary, prompting Lu Shengnan's lips to curl into an uncontrollable smile. Victory appears to be within her grasp. However, in the next moment, a brilliant white light envelopes the Crobat, followed by a perfectly rounded, transparent sphere that envelopes it entirely. Whoosh! Phew! In an instant, the Crobat is propelled forth as if launched from a cannon, darting through the wave and arriving behind the Gyarados. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The Crobat has flawlessly unleashed the Protect move while soaring at high speed, effortlessly breaching the colossal wave that looms ominously. The commentator, brimming with theoretical knowledge, cannot help but rise from his seat, exuberantly exclaiming once more. It is crucial to note that the Protect move is not akin to other techniques. Due to its uniqueness and extreme difficulty, it is nearly impossible to execute while in motion, let alone at high velocity. It is fair to say that such a skill is beyond the grasp of even the most elite, champion-level Pokémon. Thus far, the only individual renowned for mastering this technique and applying it in practical combat is none other than the Dragon-type Elite Four member, Jijiotian, who continues to stand at the pinnacle of the northern region in the formidable Daxia Alliance. His ace is a Dragonite that has mastered this very technique. One can only imagine the commentator's inner astonishment and excitement at this moment. Jijiotian is a figure known throughout the Daxia Alliance, and he is one of the leading candidates for the next champion. It is worth noting that the Daxia Alliance boasts a population exceeding several billion. Yet there can be only one champion. This underscores the sheer magnitude of his prowess. Even among such powerful individuals, only a single Pokémon has mastered this technique. Thus, it is evident that the Crobat's talent is extraordinarily rare. Impossible, how could this be? Witnessing the Crobat effortlessly breach the wave's blockade with its Protect shield, Lu Shengnan's previously upward-curving lips have now transformed into a perfect O shape. As a scion of an elite family, she is acutely aware of the difficulty of this move. Her grandfather has long sought to replicate it, but has never succeeded in his lifetime. And now, she finds herself witnessing a young man, not yet 20, nurturing a Pokémon capable of executing this exceedingly difficult technique, one that only one person and one Pokémon in the entire Daxia can master. At this moment, her heart is tumultuously stirred, akin to the turbulent waters of a waterfall. Not only her, but Zhu Shi, Chang Yuan, and Lan Te, among others, are also left dumbfounded. While others may merely hear tales and grasp fragments of knowledge, they have grown up listening to their elders recount the terrifying prowess of Jijiotian. As the foremost family in Kyoto, the Zhu family boasts 2 members who serve as Elite Four in the northern region. Nevertheless, even this does not shake Jijiotian's supremacy as the #1 among the Elite Four. How could this not evoke envy and admiration within them? Naturally, they have begun to scrutinize Jijiotian's growth path, his lineup, and each of his Pokémon, seeking to uncover any flaws. Regrettably, as a type renowned for its high base stats, Dragon-type Pokémon possess almost no weaknesses, save for their slight vulnerability to Ice-type Pokémon. Yet, weaknesses depend on the individual. A minor gap may be termed a weakness, while a significant disparity is merely a sacrifice to the heavens. Boss, should we make contact with him? Upon regaining his composure, Chang Yuan looks uncertainly at Zhu Shi. No need. The difficulty of this technique lies not in how to learn it, but in who can learn it. Moreover, even if one learns it, if their inherent talent is lacking, it would be futile. You cannot expect a gym-level Pokémon to swiftly approach an elite-level Pokémon using Protect in battle. That is not combat. That is merely serving the opponent a meal.